The story begins with a school sports practice where students are trying to excel in their chosen events. And at this moment, Lamu Yan has been called up to perform his pull-up test. Lamu Yan hesitated in front of the pull-up bar, then bent his knees, swung his arms back to gain momentum, and quickly grabbed the bar, but just 1 second later, he ran out of strength to hold onto the bar, his body stiffening as he fell, leaving the teacher helpless and in disbelief. Despite him straining so hard, his face twisted. The friends behind burst out laughing with glee, mocking and teasing, as they wondered how long he could stay on that horizontal bar. At this moment, the clock reaches the 8th second, and Lamu Yan no longer has the strength to hang from the bar, immediately falling to the ground in front of the helpless gaze of the teacher, and the classmates burst into hearty laughter, congratulating Lam Yen for breaking his previous record. As if the curse of the 8-second man had been lifted from him, Lam Ouyen's weakness is due to a serious illness he suffered as a child, which left his body fragile, prone to illness, and smaller than his peers. No matter how hard you try to train, you can't change your weak physique, a useless body that is always mocked by others. Even the teacher can only helplessly shake his head and tell you to keep trying a little more. If your results stay the same in the upcoming exams, you won't even be able to reach a single point. At the end of school, Lam Ouyen went to the school gate and asked Vuong Daijia if he had received any package from him. Vuong Daijia then took out a package, informing it was sent from Nam Viet, and handed it to him. Lam Ouyen happily received the parcel, boasting that it was sent by his father, then bowed to thank Mr. Stern. Vuong, walking home, Lam Ouyen watched the package his father sent him. He unboxed it, his eyes shining brightly when he saw the Godzilla figure and a letter. As soon as he saw the Godzilla, Lam Ouyen couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the creator, looking incredibly detailed and realistic. Then he opened the letter his father had written to him. Godzilla was the birthday gift his father sent to Lam Ouyen because he couldn't celebrate his birthday with him. Suddenly some guy reaches out and snatches the Godzilla from Lam Ouyen. And not only that, he mocks him for being so grown up but still playing with kids' toys. No wonder he always acts so weak like a girl. Seeing the gift his father gave him being stolen, Lam Ouyen immediately turned around to try to get back the Godzilla, but they were all tall enough to reach his armpits, so he simply couldn't take the item from their hands. Seeing how Lam Ouyen is trying to jump up to get back the toy, the leader sneered mockingly. "Who's going to pay? I didn't expect even a little chicken would dare to fight back. Come here and give it back to you." Realizing his intention, Lam Ouyen couldn't stop him in time as the other guy threw Godzilla far away, while his two accomplices laughed, leaving him helpless and unable to fight back. Then he ran to the side of the road to pick up the Godzilla, and just as he was about to reach it, a truck suddenly appeared rushing straight toward him. On the side of the road, the bullies are also extremely panicked, sweating profusely, shouting for Lam Ouyen to get out of the way in terror. In the truck, the driver tries to steer away, but it's too late. And before Lam Ouyen can realize what's happening after looking up, he's hit directly by the car. Godzilla and the leather handbag with a strap flew up together, splattered with fresh blood, then fell miserably. Lam Ouyen lay sprawled on the blood-soaked ground next to the Godzilla figure his father just gave him. His consciousness gradually faded to black, and he wondered if he was about to die. But suddenly he felt water rushing into his nose, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by water and strange creatures. Lam Ouyen moved his eyes and looked down to see two cute little hands, and behind his butt there was a short, chubby tail that looked very funny. Now Lam Ouyen has become a fat Godzilla without even realizing it, which leaves him both shocked and confused. Wasn't he about to die after being hit by a car? He looked around, suspicious that this might be the afterlife. But strangely, this place seemed to be at the sea. And what was this hand and tail supposed to be? Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Ding ding. The online game is starting. Suddenly, a small dolphin jumps out, along with a strange interface. The system automatically activated after confirming the host's consciousness had recovered. Hearing these insane words, Lam Ouyen couldn't help but be stunned and panicked. Then he asked the dolphin if he had misheard when the dolphin claimed to be the evolution advancing monster system. Receiving so many questions at once, the dolphin calmly replied that it was not lying and that everything it said was the truth. To explain it, Lam Ouyen looked at the large screen and said this was the system's accompanying narration. At this moment, an information panel appeared in front of Lam Ouyen. Master Lam Ouyen of the Nao race, also known as Lei Bao Long, is currently in a juvenile form, so he can be ascended. The bloodline of a supreme ruler can be upgraded. With a height of 9 meters and a weight of 125 tons, attacking through biting, sharp claws, and throwing objects. Lamu Yan's body flows with the blood of the divine beast Nao, an ancient overlord recorded in the Spring Sea Classic. But he is currently a juvenile Nao that has not yet matured. After hearing that, Lam Yan felt that this baby Nao looked like a mini Godzilla. He wondered if he could check in daily for rewards, or if he could use the immortalization points to upgrade his immortality. Then he realized he had been reborn as a divine beast in the Spring Sea Classic, and was accompanied by a system. Overwhelmed by this harsh truth, Lam Yan struggled in despair. No way. This can't be a dream. But why does this feeling of being chased and cornered feel so real? The path to becoming human is not easy. So Lam Yan will become a mighty Godzilla. And he immediately turns to the system to check in now. After successfully checking in, your check-in location is the Mariana Trench. The S+ level skill check-in reward is swallowing to transform food into evolution points for self-growth, with a chance to comprehend related abilities. So as long as you don't die from eating, just eat. Teacher Lam Ouyen is still confused about Hu Qin Huang, and the piglet then reveals that this is the ability that monsters are most proud of. Just then, Lam Ouyen's stomach growled, making him wonder why he felt so hungry right after mentioning swallowing, as if he didn't eat something, he might turn into a starving ghost. Lam Ouyen noticed the light on the other side. Many creatures in the sea can produce their own light. Then he checked to see if he could catch any. As soon as he turned his face, he was stunned to see a giant lanternfish with sharp teeth. It has a round, plump body but a fierce temperament, with a piece of flesh protruding from its head like a small lantern that can emit light, attracting various other fish. Seeing the old scary fish like the one in the picture online, Lam Ouyen was so scared he almost lost his trunk. After body slamming the fish, he turned around and walked away. But suddenly a dolphin appeared and looked at him with a very judging gaze. That fish was not even as big as his hand. So why would Lam Ouyen be afraid? As if enlightened, Lam Ouyen suddenly remembered that he was no longer human but a Godzilla with overwhelming power. Then he cast a sinister, devilish gaze at the lanternfish, turned around with his massive tail, and immediately struck the lanternfish, causing it to snap upright. The fish tilted its head so quickly that even Lam Ouyen had to question life. Yet it was already dealt with. The helpless dolphin told him to check his attack power right now. Still not convinced. You use 2 fingers to pick up the unconscious lanternfish and ask the dolphin if this one is edible, and if it has evolved points or new skills. The dolphin immediately smiled and said everything was correct. And it also provided additional information that if you go over a certain period without eating, you could starve to death. There was no other choice. Recalling that in your previous life you had eaten this kind of fish. It looked a bit ugly, but was still tolerable. This fish was not toxic, and its cooked flavor was not bad either. Then, Lam Ouyen bit into the fish and chewed, finding the taste not as unpleasant as he had imagined. After finishing the fish, a system notification appeared. Jing successfully swallowed the deep-sea kingfish and gained 5 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time swallowing the deep-sea kingfish and receiving the special ability of illumination. The C-rank lighting skill allows the spines on Lam Yan's back to emit a faint glow. Up until now, Lam Ouyen finally fully trusts that the system is not deceiving him. He truly gained the evolution points and the special ability in just 1 minute. Immediately after, he tested his light-emitting ability, and the spines on Lam Yan's back emitted a bright, dazzling blue light. Lam Ouyen feels this ability isn't bad. It can attract creatures nearby, so he doesn't need to hunt himself to fill his stomach. All for the evolution points. A little depth doesn't matter. He decides to become a picky eater and devours all the fish attracted by the light on his back. Eat until where? The system immediately displays a notification. Jing. You successfully swallowed the old sea deep fish for 5 evolution points. Successfully swallowed the deep sea long nu for 15 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time swallowing the deep sea demon fish, earning 50 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time swallowing the deep sea devilfish and receiving the special skill of night vision. Level E skill. Night vision. Gives you the ability to see in the dark like an owl. So from now on, you won't be afraid of the dark when walking at night. After a while, Lam Ouyen's stomach was stretched tight, and he remembered that in his previous life he had only eaten seafood a few times. But surprisingly, After reincarnation, he was now scooping buffet from the sea. He has accumulated over 1,000 evolution points and calls Xiao Jun to upgrade immediately. Xiao Jun appears with a system panel showing many options. Many skills for Lamu Yan to choose for evolution. But he only selects enhancement, claw growth, and body upgrade. In just a moment, he spent 300 evolution points to enhance, 200 points for claw growth, and 500 points to upgrade his physique. Lamu Yan looked at his current body and was very surprised. He couldn't believe that spending only 500 evolution points had resulted in nearly a 1-meter growth. He immediately thought about growing into a 100-meter ancient beast. And just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Lamu Yan turned to ask Xiao Kong whether he was still on Earth. But Xiao Kong hesitated and said that he would have to find out for himself. This answer made him very bored. So he scolded Xiao Kong, thinking it was some kind of open-world game. He then thought that if he was in the Mariana Trench, it would mean he was still on Earth. But if he suddenly appeared in a human city now, he would definitely be attacked with nuclear bombs. Lamu Yan then came up with a plan. He would need to develop himself first, and then reach the point of breaking through to a 100-meter giant beast, at which point nuclear bombs would be nothing to him. You will be free to play and relax, using nuclear bombs to massage, lava to soak in. Just thinking about it makes you incredibly excited. Without hesitation, he continued to build his empire. As long as he didn't die, he could keep eating forever. While happily scooping up the surrounding fish, a giant tentacle suddenly appeared from the deep sea and tightly wrapped around Lamu Yan. It turns out it was a giant white squid, not causing any harm, but it used its tentacles to tightly wrap around Lamu Yan, and its size must be hundreds of times larger than his body. This is one of the deep-sea overlords called the White Tentacle King. And you feel you have been extremely careless. This white tentacle must have been attracted by the light beam on your back. The White Tusk King, also known as the Great White Tusk, is 6 to 12 meters long, with the longest reaching up to 20 meters, and weighs over 1.0 kilograms. It has those tentacles, each covered with many suction discs. Lamu Yan felt extremely terrified because his body could not withstand its size. His body was entangled and immobilized, and the immense power of the octopus's tentacles made it impossible for him to breathe. You keep thinking about life. Could it be that before you had enough time to reincarnate, you already had to die in these tentacles? You're furious, desperate, and not willing to accept it at all. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above the white whale. It was the face of a giant fish, measuring 18 meters long and weighing over 50 tons. Making it the largest predatory fish of its kind. Its diving ability is extremely strong, making it the deepest diving and longest duration mammal. Seeing the giant whale appear, the white beast was very surprised, then let go of Lamu Yan and shifted its target to attack another. It charged straight at the sperm whale, wrapping it tightly with its tentacles, leaving Lamu Yan standing alone, lost in thought. Reincarnating as a monster feels so satisfying. In front of the two giant beasts, I felt like a helpless, weak chicken. But I've corrected my mindset. Now that I've been reborn as a monster, I can't keep being afraid of the head or the tail anymore. Bloodthirsty, ruthless, and brutal. This is the true nature of the apex predator at the top of the food chain. I am determined to be strong from now on, never to hide or let anyone bully me again. Lamu Yan immediately looked at the two fighting beasts to attract their attention. He didn't hesitate and rushed forward to bite the head of the white beast. A piece of meat from its body has been torn off by Lamu Yan and chewed thoroughly, tasting incredibly delicious. He feels its flavor isn't bad, like eating squid sashimi. Just by eating a piece of the white beast, you gained 21 evolution points, getting more aggressive. He bites the white octopus with huge bites. As long as he doesn't die, he can keep eating. And each piece he devours grants him 21 more evolution points. While fighting with Kin Nu, Bak Tuk also seemed to feel the pain in its tentacles. Bai Tu quickly turned back with a very annoyed look and saw Lamu Yan almost finishing one of his tentacles. So he used another tentacle to try to grab Lamu Yan. While eating, he was disturbed, and Lamu Yan, feeling competitive, grabbed the tentacle of the white beast and continued to scoop from it. He just ate a piece of rich meat and secretly declared that from now on, he's no longer afraid of any kid's father. Seeing Lamu Yan's challenging attitude, the white whale became even more aggressive, planning to give him a powerful blow. but unexpectedly turned to see the giant fish right beside him. The swimmer bites off the head of the white beast, causing it immense pain and leaving it speechless. At the same time, Lamu Yan is tearing apart its tentacles one by one. In the end, the white beast was torn apart and devoured by Lamu Yan and the fish, leaving both of them looking like a roasted pig with its belly exposed to the sky. Although he only managed to eat half of the white whale, Lam Yen received nearly 3,000 fairy transformation points. At this moment, the killer whale had detected Lam Yen's presence, and when he turned around in surprise, he saw the assassin's gaze staring at him intently. But not only was Lam Ouyen not afraid, he even provoked the Xie Qin to fight him head-on. The scene's fish considers the possibility that if it swallows Lam Ouyen, the spines on his back will pierce its mouth, and just thinking about it makes it feel a sharp pain in its jaw. The shark's dismissive attitude made Lam Ouyen think it was looking down on him. Suddenly, the shark turned and walked away, glaring at Lam Ouyen with a contemptuous and disapproving look. Seeing the orca turn and leave, Lam Ouyen felt annoyed and pretended to show off. But since the orca had saved him once, he would let it go this time. Then he continued searching for Xiao Kong, hoping to upgrade himself. Gradually, his points were deducted for upgrades from scale transformation, cow transformation, sharp teeth to body enhancement. At this moment, Lam Ouyen's body begins to glow and grow larger, becoming more ferocious, revealing the evolution of the host Lam Ouyen's race and juvenile form. The bloodline of a overlord level can be upgraded, reaching a height of 10 meters, weighing 178 tons, with attack and contact methods: biting, dragon tail drawing, special skill swallowing at S+ level, brightness level C, and night vision level E. Although he has gained such power, he still feels a bit regretful, because if he could consume a monster, it would be great, as he could also experience the joy of devouring it firsthand. If he keeps up this speed, he will need 50 more White Clan Kings for his size to break through the 50-meter limit. By then, whether it's a White Clan King or some insignificant beast, they would just be like a mosquito to me. Lam Ouyen then looked around, searching for the target he wanted. Little girl Lam Ouyen suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling him. She announced congratulations because Lam Ouyen had just swallowed a White Clan King for the first time, and he received a special reward, the Beast Compass. The little girl explained the function of the Beast Compass to you. As long as there's a monster nearby, the Beast Compass inside Lam Ouyen will sense it. With this compass, Lam Ouyen can get to know more monster friends. But of course he still needs to be careful of the stronger elders. After hearing that, Lam Ouyen just kept thinking, what's the point of sensing if it doesn't help? Because if the opponent is stronger than him, he might end up dead. But as long as you have the sensing skill, you're not necessarily at a disadvantage. Lam Ouyen can also choose to sneak closer to them. With the compass, Lam Ouyen no longer needs to fear the White Clan King ambush, but he decides to turn off the light on his back to ensure his own safety. Therefore, develop gradually and wait until you become a senior before that becomes the true principle. A week later, Lam Ouyen complained on the surface that he had miscalculated. This shallow sea hardly has any big fish. Not even a great white shark can fill his teeth. His physique has reached 30 meters. Only the White King of the deep sea can forcibly provide some points of enlightenment. But the White King has been scared to death by him and dares not to show up. No food found. He could only run to the nearby water area to try his luck. Lam Ouyen sighed and decided to go for the check-in first. While the food would still have to be searched for in the deep sea, little girl Lian Ngoi announced that the check-in location is the extreme Ouyen Island sea area. The reward for checking in is an S-rank skill, and the Burst Earth skill allows you to condense all the energy in your body and release a dozen destructive beams of light from your mouth. If used well, this will be the strongest cannon mouth in history. The new location where the first check-in was made contains a level S creature, making Lam Ouyen feel extremely happy. At this moment, the monster suddenly sensed the creatures around the island, but Lam Ouyen was afraid there were people there. But he still decided to go up to see why the area with people had so many monsters. Lam Ouyen didn't expect this area to have so many ominous currents. If it weren't for his current 30-meter, over 50-ton body, he would have been swept away by these currents immediately. After swimming for a while, he finally reached the shore, clinging to the rocks below and slowly climbing up. But it was quite difficult with his heavy body. He spent half a day to get there. Standing here, Lamu Yan can easily observe countless trees, beasts, and birds. In the distance, two monsters appear, the giant dragonfly and the ancient dragonfly. The giant dragonfly is about 0.75 meters long, and the largest flying insect in Earth's history so far. The ancient dragonfly is about 2.6 meters long and one of the earliest invertebrates to appear on Earth, seeing no sign of humans and only prehistoric creatures. Lamu Yan guesses that the unusual passage of time on this island has led to the abundance of prehistoric life. He considers this like his own self-serve supermarket. From now on, Lamu Yan won't need to worry anymore because there are no more points to evolve. He walks forward with joy, ready to start building his empire. But to get rich, you have to start by picking the fruit. I'm unsure whether I should begin by chopping down these trees first. Although he could still breathe underwater, he preferred the fresh air and the scent of plants and grass. Suddenly, two flying creatures appeared in the sky, circling and observing Lamu Yan. It saw Lamu Yan and immediately aimed straight like an arrow at him, opening its sharp beak wide. Lamu Yan wondered if, now that it was so big, it still dared to see him as a plate of food. The sharp-beaked bird immediately lunged at the spines on Lamu Yan's back, and he angrily attacked it with his own spines, as if they were claws stabbing straight into his face. Taking advantage of the panic of these two birds, Lamu Yan quickly shot them down in the final stretch. He chewed and tasted, feeling a flavor similar to crispy KFC chicken. Then the system announced that for the first time, he successfully devoured a giant dragon and gained 375 evolution points, receiving a reward of 1,000 evolution points. He was delighted because finally he had changed his taste after days of eating seafood until he was sick of it. Lamu Yan emits light from his back, daring them to come down if they dare, or else let him try a new move. Soon, all of Lamu Yan's body and mouth emitted a dazzling light. As a warning to the two lightning dragons above, they jolted in surprise, tears ready to fall. Seeing that, Lamu Yan didn't hesitate and roared to let those lights shine out. The two wyverns now are covered in milk and tears, as if what they received was just a tiny flame, too small to light a cigarette. It's like a cruel joke from the heavens that leaves them stunned and almost roasted like chickens. They fell for the trick and got furious, rushing to attack and putting Lamu Yan in a tough spot. The long jitters regained their composure and charged straight at Lamu Yan in anger. This time not just two but dozens swarming around him. Seeing that, Lamu Yan immediately activated the system to her, and the flame was no different from a lighter. "What kind of quirk is this, little girl?" Li immediately said it was the Bak Liet Tutuch, making him feel that the nerves of these systems are really problematic. Xiaoguo then reminded him that such an overpowered technique couldn't be used easily. Lamu Yan had to focus all his spirit and sense the energy flowing through his body along the path of the 100 bones. You need to slowly close your eyes and imagine. Then your whole body will burst with energy. The spines on your back will glow. And finally, you will spit out the Bak Liet Tutuch. After hearing this, he felt it was similar to the cultivation techniques he had seen in Xianxia novels. So he asked Xiao Kong if he had accidentally taken the wrong script. Lamu Yan kept pressing Tio Khan to quickly explain how to use the Bak Liet Tutuch, or else he would end up being eaten by his own chicken. Xiao Kong said that he had already taught Lamu Yan the method, which is to focus your attention and gather your strength in one point. There was no other way. So he tried to test his strength, finally feeling like he was constipated for a long time. As the thorns on his back lit up, he was immediately clawed by the long cow beast, bleeding profusely. The attack was so powerful it knocked him to the ground, and the long cow exploited the moment to dive in and tear him apart. Lamu Yan could only hold his head in his hands now because he couldn't fight back against them. Seeing the situation, Tio Khan could only shake his head and sigh. Wait, I think I've felt this way before, like being overwhelmed by a crowd. Remembering the previous scene, there was a time when he was beaten by someone, and he could only endure the pain, focusing all his attention on the person closest to him. When Lamu Yan finally realized this was the feeling he had been experiencing, and at the moment he broke through the encirclement, he poured all his strength into the nearest person, knocking him down to escape from their siege. He tried to forget the pain, focused all his attention, and gathered his full strength at his mouth. Then boom, you unleashed the deadly earth blast, a powerful beam of light shooting from your mouth, instantly destroying all the attacking monsters. Having finished, Lamu Yan looked around at the blackened, falling debris like rain, feeling proud that he had finally succeeded in using this skill. but he felt as if his strength had been drained in an instant. And now he needed to eat something to replenish himself. Looking down, he saw the group of longjat that he had burned black. But there was no other choice. So he had to sit down and eat reluctantly. I had to eat everything alone with tears in my eyes. And as I ate, I kept gaining evolution points from the system. After a while, Lamu Yan finished the burnt bird meat. But the entire room was filled with a smoky smell. Right now, he desperately needed water and had to drink some quickly to quench his thirst. Seeing the mountain of rocks ahead with traces of the explosive earth from earlier, it's hard to believe that this is the source of water. But something about this place feels very strange. A large lake like this should normally attract many animals to drink. But this place is eerily silent. Could it be a saltwater lake? Or is there something dangerous hidden in these waters? Suddenly, something darkened the surface of the water and then emerged, revealing it to be a disguised buffalo, pretending to be a horned dragon. As soon as he saw it, Lamu Yan was extremely frightened and recognized it as the giant water buffalo. 19 meters long and weighing 22 tons, this species nests in lakes and large rivers, with a back and belly covered in hard mineral deposits that look like mountains. It can stay underwater for 4 days at a time, and its mountain-like back protruding above the water creates a truly magnificent sight. Then another creature emerged from the water, the king crocodile, one of the largest reptiles to have ever existed. Measuring 13 meters long and weighing around 5 tons, the crocodile suddenly attacked the antelope's leg. Then more crocodiles swarmed around it. And finally, they all charged together, dragging the antelope into the water. Soon, all that remained visible to humans was the skeleton of the buffalo. The speed at which the crocodiles devoured the flesh was truly terrifying. At this point, the crocodiles have detected Lamu Yan's presence, and he remarks that there are many crocodile kings in the lake. Surely no animals dare to come here to drink water. But these Tepsil crocodiles are no match for him. He grinned maliciously, feeling that this was the perfect moment to show the crocodiles who the true apex predator in the food chain really was. A crocodile rushing with its mouth wide open suddenly got caught by a hand and thrown into the cave, causing it to scream in pain. And with one precise hit, the cave entrance was now streaked with blood. While wondering what it was, a shadow suddenly leapt out from the shop. This hot-tempered martial artist immediately stepped on a crocodile as soon as he jumped out of the cave, crushing it, then angrily looked around. The crocodile was already dead and was swallowed whole. While enjoying a meal, King Kong suddenly spun around and saw one of them preparing to run away. It immediately kicked the crocodile away and then charged forward, stomping fiercely into the water, making the crocodiles silent and endure. Suddenly, Jingong turned his head to look at Lamu Yan, seeing it stare intently and growl. He thought this guy probably didn't think he was trying to steal his dinner. I also need to reflect on myself because right now I am not his match. So I shouldn't provoke him. A hero doesn't accept losses easily, so I think I should remain humble a bit. Then he waved his hand to say hello to Jingong, saying he was just passing by and would leave right now. But he was quite curious if what he was saying now sounded like human speech. Kunkang, whether it understood or not, seemed to see that it had no intention of attacking you. But observing Lamu Yan's actions, it understood according to its own language. Chimpanzees only show their teeth when they feel scared or urgent. Raising a hand means they are offering food or requesting another chimpanzee to come closer or leave. The martial arts expert sneered and thought that Lamu Yan was pretending to be scared. Yet it still dared to say that it had to hand over the item. It's obviously just playing with him. It thinks Lamu Yan is truly despicable and decides to give him a little show. After frantically hitting itself to threaten Lamu Yan, it stands up from the water and chases after him. He has some martial arts skills, but luckily you dodged that attack. Seeing that you couldn't be beaten, the monkey grew even more furious and attacked even more wildly. Lamu Yan sensed that its strength was immense, but its attack openings were wide open and closed quickly, leaving its entire body vulnerable. You see, it's just a simple-minded guy with a developed mind. His techniques are too basic. Really a waste in this muscular body. Lamu Yan observed and found an opening, then counterattacked, calculating very carefully. First dodge then, when its punch is not yet steady. Use your mouth to bite. Then take advantage of the upper hand to pull it and make it lose its balance. Then he unleashes the divine dragon tail whip, striking directly into the opponent's leg, causing it to lose balance, and finally delivers a sharp, decisive punch to end the fight. But there's no way to imagine that Lamu Yan's arms are so short that he can't even reach a single strand of hair from the monkey. And only then does he realize his own body's flaw. The chimpanzee, already very annoyed, immediately charged with a huge fist, using its shoulder to smash straight into Lamu Yan's back, sending him flying dozens of meters away. This martial art not only has greater strength than Lamu Yan, but also moves incredibly fast. Without giving you a chance to get up after the previous attack, the chimp jumps high and straight at you, grabbing the thorns on your back. Lamu Yan realizes that with his current strength, only using a desperate outburst can give him a chance to beat it. But unfortunately, that move takes time to gather, and if one attack misses, it would be very troublesome. You can only think of ways to restrain it. First, you bite directly into the monkey's attacking hand, making it scream in pain. The chimp grabbed Lamu Yan's lower jaw and forced it off its own claw, then tried to tear his mask apart with both hands, but a blinding light made it snap out of its trance. Just kidding. What it didn't expect was that Lamu Yan had already prepared the condensed explosive inside his throat. Seeing this, King Kong quickly tried to close his mouth, but it was too late. While it was stunned, a sphere of light was released by Lamu Yan, growing larger and larger, causing King Kong to fearfully retreat to avoid it. But how could Lamu Yan let it go easily? He immediately unleashed the explosive earth aura directly at the ape. King Kong feels that this attack will cause damage to its body, as the power of the move is incredibly strong, echoing loudly across the distant cliffs. But its body remains completely unscathed. The explosive earth attack could pierce through dozens of giant snakes and shatter mountains. But now it only leaves vague, bloody wounds on this chimpanzee. He was confused, unsure how strong this chimpanzee's body was. Thinking that Lamu Yan would make him take another hit, King Kong quickly turned and ran away. Seeing that, Lamu Yan was very proud because he had beaten the king on the island, causing it to flee with its tail between its legs. And soon he would surely become the boss. But in just one night, I used that technique twice, causing my body to weaken even more. Yet the crocodiles around are still watching. I can't let them see my weakness, or else my fate will be no different from the great mountain ox. Then Lamu Yan decided to eat the leftover crocodile from the chimpanzee. Suddenly, the system displayed a message that Lamu Yan had successfully swallowed the king crocodile, gaining 560 evolution points and receiving a special reward of strengthening a few claws. This made him extremely excited because his defense had been upgraded. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power, so he rushed forward to deal with a few more crocodiles. As a result, his evolution points increased to the point of being unstoppable. A week later, Lamu Yan upgraded the Bakliet Thotuk into a version with an ignition engine. From now on, with the explosive shell, you won't have to eat raw meat anymore. You feel really smart. You received the A-level heat emission shooting skill, which is unstable due to the radioactive reaction caused by the thunderstorm dragon's body. After expelling friction with the air, a reaction occurs, producing high temperatures in the form of smoke. The strongest mouth vapor. An upgraded version of the most powerful mouth cannon. You feel like you've hit the jackpot, unlocking an upgraded monster compass skill and a new function to view monster attributes the day before. Yesterday I received an A-level skill from stabbing with my claws, and today I got another A-level skill for thermal projection. It's so exciting that even a game of dice can't compare. The smell of grilled meat wafted through the air as an orange old man appeared, about 3 to 4 meters long and weighing between 1 and 1.5 tons. Their senses are extremely sharp, with very large front teeth, and they are omnivorous, refusing nothing. They often hide in the bushes, waiting for food to come to their mouths, because today is a joyful day. When he saw the little dinosaur appear, Long Yen decided to let it eat grilled beef together. Every time he sees Cam No, Long Yen recalls his past life when he was human. At that time, I was sick and small, being bullied all day, and I felt that Cam No was luckier than me because it had met me. Long Yen decided that from now on, he would be the boss of Cam No, and with him protecting it, no one would dare to bully it anymore. Long Yen has now reached an adult form capable of evolution. The bloodline of a dominant level can be upgraded, with a height of 51 meters and a weight of 13.525 tons. Your current attack methods are charging, biting, and the divine dragon wagging its tail. Special skills include S+ level long-range attack, night vision E level, illumination E level, a rare E+ level monster, primordial earth technique S level, wind heat line A level, and thorny claw B level. The system has assessed which divine beast's blood flows through Long Yan, an ancient overlord, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Long Yan has passed through the innocent and romantic childhood. Entering the turbulent years of youthful maturity, Long Yan looked at his body again, feeling that with his current physique, he might have a chance to defeat King Kong. Feeling bored being alone on the deserted island, he decided to find a monster as a friend, and the one he thought of was King Kong. He thought he could accept it as a little brother, since it looked quite smart and strong. Then Long Yan shouted at Little Army to add all the evolution points to his body. Zhao Jun immediately announced that he currently has a total of 48, 130 et un évolution point, and all of these points will be added to Long Yan's body to restore her beauty. But what he received was nothing more than a disappointment. Over 40,000 evolution points, yet only able to increase by half a meter. He thought that a few hundred points before could already make him a meter taller. Zhao Jun still believes that the higher the principle, the more experience is needed to upgrade. The more Long Yan thinks about it, the more he doubts life, because now he really wants to become a 100 meter monster to achieve that. But he doesn't know how long he has to keep eating to get there. Long Yan ignores everything and decides to go find Tin Tin for a fight first, building a foundation of feelings first. Then, Long Yan called Cam Nyo, telling it that it's been eating and drinking at your place for a while. Now it's time for it to show its worth. So you kept the furball from the fight with the martial arts manual last time and asked Little Cam if you could use its scent to find the martial arts manual. The furry creature, Little Cam, kept poking its head, making Long Yan extremely happy and promising that as long as it found the martial artist, it would have enough grilled meat to eat for a year. And so, Cam Nyo led you to find the martial artist amid the cheers of the people on this small land, who had been disturbed by Long Yan for so long that they seemed to find relief when he left. They celebrated too early. So he turned back with a mischievous look, secretly thinking he was just looking for a little friend. And when he brought that greedy martial arts master back, they would cry out loud. After walking for a while, Cam Nyo stopped at a desolate and bleak place. Only fog and a smooth stone block remained. The trees also withered, making Cam Nyo feel scared and trembling. Long Yan was extremely surprised to find such a place on Yen Island, and he wondered if Cam Nyo had led him astray because this place didn't resemble the martial arts training ground at all. Long Yan quietly judges who would go to such a desolate and disgusting place. And the compass is so useless that it cannot sense the breath of the cultivation energy. As he was pondering, it seemed that Cam Nyo discovered something and turned back to call him, pointing towards the shop. He suddenly lifted Cam Nyo and entered the shop, making it impossible for Cam Nyo to resist. He felt strange because the compass couldn't sense anything at all, neither the energy of the cultivation nor the aura of other beasts. Suddenly, he heard a growl from some beast, but its aura didn't seem very strong. So he wondered if it was really a martial art technique. There is another cave ahead, so he decided to sneak in to check. Inside, it was filled with larvae and spider webs. Long Yan looked around and observed everything, then saw in front of him a girl with no scales and a pair of trembling hands being held tightly. That is the internal energy technique recorded in the Sea and Mountain Classic, originating from the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, standing 15 meters tall, weighing over 10,000 tons, and having turned into a human form because it apparently feeds on trash. At this moment, Long Yan finally realized that the martial arts expert he was looking for was the girl in front of him. But somehow she had transformed into a human form, and was also a girl. King Kong glanced over and then leaned close to Mok, saying how it was so big before and now it's so small. And its chest wound still hasn't healed. Seeing that, King Kong shouted and asked Long Yan what he was doing here. Not only had he transformed into a human form, but he also knew how to speak human language. Are you wondering if King Kong has already cultivated into a spirit and turned into a little demon? At that moment, King Kong's girl shouted a warning for Long Yan to be careful of her surroundings. Hearing that, he looked back and saw a herd of lizard-like creatures crawling toward him, as if he had just entered their lair. Suddenly one lunged at him, and Long Yan quickly grabbed it with his hand. This is a rotten, dead beast, with bloodlines similar to a lizard. An ancient monster recorded in the Spring Sea Classic, measuring 6 to 10 meters long, weighing 40 to 100 tons. A social creature with sharp fangs and a powerful bite, with a tail capable of spraying corrosive venom. This giant demon beast is actually the nemesis of martial arts and the ruler of the underground world of Yen Island. I remember in my previous life, my friends used to scare me with this creature. So now seeing it, I feel a wave of fear. A creature trying to sneak up and bite Lamu Yan. But he simply squeezed it lightly with one hand, smashing the beast to pieces. And seeing its slimy goo on his hand, he immediately vomited. The group of reptiles kept coming closer. And immediately one of them opened its mouth to bite Lamu Yan. But you kicked its jaw away with one foot, realizing there's another one crawling behind. It opened its mouth to eat and bit onto the spines on your back. Just as he was about to throw it off, he suddenly realized dozens of other lizard monsters crawling onto his back, making him extremely angry and declaring that they would see how powerful he really was. Then he braced himself, using the thorny weapon to stab and make the spines on his back electrify, electrocuting the disgusting monsters to death. From afar, the martial artist gazed at Lamu Yan's energy attack in awe, her eyes filled with admiration for the battle. Once he saw that the reptiles had been dealt with, Lamu Yan let out a sigh. But when he turned around, he shouted loudly because his entire body was covered in the slime of the hated gods, and he felt disgusted to death. One of them, still alive and sneaking back, was about to attack the agile girl stuck above, but Lamu Yan immediately stomped on it, crushing it flat. Lamu Yan looked cool and confident, warning that anyone who dares to touch the agile girl must go through him first. Seeing they can't play with you, the divine beings tried to run away first. But Lamu Yan wouldn't let them go so easily. For him, those disgusting bastards must all die, just like in his territory. Then Lamu Yan still used his power, unleashing the technique to shoot out a stream of heat and electric shocks, causing the divine gods to turn pale instantly. Lamu Yan turned back to see the martial artist showing a frightened expression. Then he smiled warmly and gently patted her heart to reassure her that she didn't need to be afraid because he was here, and no enemy could hurt her. Then Lamu Yan approached and used her fingernails to peel off the slime stuck tightly to the martial artist on the cliff face. Seeing that, she also used her strength to pull the slime away, and her arm movements caused her couple to be moved and fully in Lamu Yan's view. Curious, you gently asked King Kong why she looked like this, noticing that the wound on her chest caused by you seemed quite serious. At this moment, the martial artist also escaped from the pile of viscous substance and jumped down. She searched around and then picked up a bone, making Lamu Yan think she was looking for a weapon. Seeing that, he quickly reassured her not to be afraid because he wouldn't bully the weak. Suddenly, the girl King Kong held up a strange object and told Lamu Yan that she had been transformed into her current form because she ate this. Seeing the object in Gong Gong's hand, Lamu Yan immediately recognized it as the legendary devil fruit, or a transformation pill from the fantasy novels. The two of them led each other outside, and Lamu Yan declared that this was the moment to witness a miracle. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a fiery volcanic orb, directly onto the prepared firewood. This action made the assassin feel somewhat afraid. Then Lamu Yan used a piece of wood to skewer the divine child and roast it over the fire. Seeing this, Lamu Yan was already amazed. But everything was for the point of evolution. So you guys also have to eat it. When grilled properly, it smells pretty good. The girl from the martial arts sect stood to the side, not understanding what you were doing, but the smell was so tempting that she drooled with desire. Seeing both Jinggong and Cam Shao craving it, Lamu Yan revealed that this is grilled skewered meat, and then placed it down for them to enjoy. The taste is not as bad as he imagined. While eating, you turned to King Kong and asked if she could still transform back into her original form, even though you really liked her current appearance, because earlier in the cave, if she had transformed into Jinggong, she wouldn't have been assaulted like that by the lizard creatures. While eating happily, she revealed to you that she can no longer transform back. This also made Lamu Yan very curious, wondering what exactly the girl had eaten. In this primitive forest full of monsters, someone like her couldn't continue to survive. Even after transforming into that form, she still manages to eat so well. Her nerves must really be something else. I'm also wondering if she has parents or siblings. If I hadn't met you today, she would have been eaten by the rotten snake monsters. With her current condition, she definitely won't survive until tomorrow. Then Lamu Yan turned to ask Shao Kong whether King Kong could transform back into its original form. Shao Kong immediately nodded in agreement, wanting to analyze the ingredients of the fruit that the martial art had eaten before restoring it to its original form. After hearing this, Lamu Yan, like with Golden, thought that now, Just finding one more fruit to give to Xiao Kong for analysis would allow it to restore the skill to its original form. Xiao Kong appeared calm and profound, saying that after analyzing the contents of the fruit, it could modify its components to help her transform back. She might even let her eat the fruit again, and freely transform between monster and human forms. Lamu Yan was so excited after hearing that, because if it was really possible, he could return to the human world to see his parents. Then Lamu Yan turned around and asked where she got that fruit, and she stammered that it was in the mountain valley among the bones. In this way, Lamu Yan decided that, after eating her fill, she would lead them to pick a few more fruits so she could revert to her original form. After eating a few more bugs, Lam Yen also gained over 200,000 evolution points, making him extremely happy. He thought that if by any chance he wasn't transmigrated to Earth but to another world, at least after taking human form, he could be with King Kong and they would live happily on this deserted island. 2 hours later, they arrived at the mountain valley. Everything around was bones, and he had no idea what had happened here. At this moment, Jingong only looked up, revealing that he had picked the fruit there. But surprisingly, the tree was extremely tall. Lam Ouyen looked up and saw that the shape of this fruit didn't look bad. He prepared to pick it down. Lam Ouyen reached into the soft soil to shift himself closer to the tree, when suddenly he noticed a long-winged creature flying nearby. Seeing that, he looked quite worried, because he was currently in a difficult situation. In the air above the sky and not touching the ground below, and sneaking attack would be very troublesome. Immediately, the long snake, or its sharp beak, drew out, forcing Lam Ouyen to prepare for battle. But it bit into the divine fruit on the tree, making him curious to see what it would transform into. After eating the magical fruit, Giat Long's entire body glowed and then transformed into a human right in the middle of the scene. Seeing that, Lam Yen also vaguely guessed that the foggy figure below was probably formed this way, all because a monster ate the wrong fruit and then fell into the abyss. You feel this is an unlucky place, so you decide to quickly pick the fruit and leave. Suddenly, you startle as another bird-like monster appears flying towards you. That monster is called the Death Spirit Bird, a mysterious giant bird with a powerful bloodline from ancient monsters, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, measuring 65 meters long and weighing 130 tons. Its appearance always brings death. Lam Ouyen doesn't understand why it appeared here and guesses that it is the guardian beast of this tree, but he doesn't know why it is looking down at the fog, and its expression seems to be mocking, ridiculing. Suddenly, it turned sharply towards Lam Ouyen, making his heart jump. He suddenly felt as if a strange bird was mocking him, but Lam Ouyen still decided to crawl up and found that the spirit bird didn't seem to intend to attack. At this moment, Lam Ouyen approached and greeted the bird, then told it that his friend said this fruit is incredibly delicious, so he came especially for it. Then, while speaking to Lam Ouyen, it reached out and plucked 2 fruits, accidentally causing him to smile politely, thank the spirit bird, and promise not to bother it anymore. But at this moment, Lin Dio's mind imagined Lam Ouyen eating the divine fruit and transforming into a human before being shot and dying like other monsters. It immediately became furious and spread its large, wide wings, causing him to startle. Lin Dia quickly flapped her wings to catch up with Lam Ouyen, but her savage and arrogant attitude made him just dodge and shout loudly. Is this bird crazy or what? Just a moment ago, everything was peaceful. Now, it's all turned upside down. Lam Ouyen had to give the 2 divine fruits to Teo Khan and ask if it could store the fruits in the system since he couldn't hold them right now. Seeing that, Xiao Kong asked again if Lam Ouyen needed to perform an analysis because analyzing the fruit requires 100,000 evolution points. But Lam Ouyen only has 331 points now, so he can't analyze it. Now I regret that I didn't focus on evolving earlier. If I had known the outcome, I wouldn't have wasted points. But at this moment, Lin Dia has already launched herself behind Lam Ouyen and jumped onto his back. Seeing that, Lam Ouyen waved his tail to chase Lin Dia away, and he was also surprised to see him prepare to use his move. Lam Ouyen opened his mouth to reveal his heat missile and shot it directly at Lin Dia after the attack, forcing it into a passive position. One of its wings was hit, causing Lin Dia to fall directly into the abyss. Lam Ouyen silently thought that from his current position, whether using the blazing earth shell or firing the heat gland, he couldn't hit that big bird. That's why you have to find the right moment. A solid opportunity to deliver a fierce earth blast and finish it off. You quietly called the bird here. After falling for a while, Lin Dia immediately spread its wings and flew back toward them. But Lin Dio deliberately let go of its hands and fell straight onto Lin Dio's back, causing it to plunge back down the cliff. After just a few seconds, Lin Dio regained her balance and slowed down, and Lamu Yan on her back declared that he would now be her knight, biting into her neck and causing her to cry out in pain. It seems like the ice inside its body has shattered, and it screams deafeningly. As it screams, it plunges straight down at an incredible speed, making Lamu Yan and King Kong want to fly away immediately. Before touching the ground, Lin Dio suddenly turned and shot back into the sky, its speed unchanged. And at this rate, soon everyone would reach the heavenly paradise. Lamu Yan looked down with an amused expression, never having flown in a plane before. But after transforming into a monster, he could send other monsters flying, experiencing the sensation of soaring into the sky, truly unmatched in the world. But suddenly Lin Dio turned around, charging straight down and aiming for the rocky mountain again, making Lamu Yan sitting behind almost pee his pants. It seems this Lin Dio wants to crash into the mountain to force everyone to climb to the heavenly realm together. Lin Dio also sped close to the tree. But at this moment, Lamu Yan noticed there was also a lake beside the mountain range. You calculated that if you seized the opportunity to fire the fiery earth spirit orb into the lake, with your current strength, you definitely wouldn't die. Then Lamu Yan warned Lin Dio, "Don't think only Mai dares to risk her life. Didn't my mother tell me not to mess with the mysterious ones?" As he finished speaking, he condensed the fiery earth aura in his mouth and directly unleashed a move. The fiery earth aura Long Bitch Laknan technique. Onto Ling Dio. It was so painful that she doubled over and was knocked straight into the mountain range. And Lamu Yan also leaned back towards the nearby lake, using all her strength to cling tightly to his body, and the two of them fell straight into the lake beside them. On this side, Lin Dio was painfully struck by the mountain range and then fell straight onto the divine tree, causing all the fruits on the divine tree to fall down. Lin Dio once again loses her balance and crashes like a missile into the abyss, repeating the cycle of falling to the ground and jumping back into the sky. At the same time, below the lake, King Kong and Lamu Yan watched Lin Dio's fall from the sky with amazement. And finally, Lin Dio was motionless on the pile of skulls and bones. Lamu Yan happily looks up to the sky, opens his mouth wide, and shouts like a madman, announcing that they have won and will enjoy a chicken feast tonight. But suddenly the divine fruit fell straight into his mouth, drifting down into his stomach. Yet Lamu Yan remained completely unaware. When he realized something had fallen into his mouth, he was startled to see the tree in the lake and recognized it as a deadly fruit. But at this moment, Lamu Yan didn't want to turn into a human form because he was underwater and afraid that he would sink if he couldn't swim. But soon his body lit up brightly, revealing his bulging biceps from every angle. Lamu Yan couldn't believe this was his own body. A muscular and powerful man. Moreover, the thorns behind him are still intact, and Lamu Yan looks down at his body. The tail behind his butt still there, but now a tiny little tail. At this moment, Lamu Yan hid by the pond to observe the spirit insect, not knowing if it was dead or not because transforming into a human form now would be too dangerous. The analysis system still needs more than 6,000 evolution points. He plans to go ask the Linju for some meat to gather evolution points. As long as the system completes the analysis and transformation, it can revert back to Godzilla's form. But suddenly, the movement of the spirit insect's head made Lamu Yan gasp in shock. Who would have thought it would be so resilient? The spiritual insect crawled up and stood up, holding the divine crystal from the transformed dragon in its mouth, with a green jade stone right in front of its eyes. Then it spat out this Thon Nien and bit into the crystal, swallowing it, while Lamu Yan watched in amazement as the spirit beast ate the crystal and its body began to heal. Soon the spirit beast was standing on a pile of skulls and bones, spreading its powerful wings as before. Then it turned and flew away, allowing Lamu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. But seeing the roasted chicken flying away, Lamu Yan suddenly felt very disappointed. Then, he and the agility girl swam to the shore, deciding to find some small monsters to kill and eat. If not, then find a corpse to eat. You must quickly gather enough fairy transformation points. Lam Yen felt extremely regretful. Had he known earlier, he would have bitten a few pieces of meat from that spiritual insect's back to get enough points. At this moment, The agile girl on the shore reminded Lamu Yan to hurry up because there was danger behind him. Just as he turned around, he saw the king crocodile rushing towards him, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow Lamu Yan's head. The crocodile lunged at him, causing Lam Yen to quickly jump up and scold it for having no sense of awareness and even sneaking up on others. What's suspicious is that there isn't just one crocodile, but several. And with this tiny body, don't even think about stopping the primitive beast from rampaging. Even if I stayed at school, I would be crushed and dragged on the ground. Immediately afterward, Lam Ouyen had to turn around and swim to the shore because deep down he really didn't want to die and still wanted to become a monster. Then, his arms as if fitted with engines kept pounding down into the water. Could this be the moment when his latent power suddenly erupts in the face of danger, allowing him to run a distance and finally escape the crocodile? But life is never that simple. When a huge crocodile blocks Lam Ouyen's path right in front of him, you didn't expect crocodiles to coordinate their attack to surround prey. So you immediately jumped out of the water to confront the crocodile directly. Lam Ouyen jumped straight onto the crocodile's upper jaw, making it clamp down, because crocodiles have a powerful jaw strength, a strong bite, and can easily crush bones, but its jaw muscles are much weaker, so its ability to open its mouth is limited. An adult can easily force it to stay open with just a little strength. Lam Ouyen silently thought not to think that losing him would make the monster easier to bully, as he still possesses extraordinary intelligence. But at this moment, the crocodile's eyes began to turn red, making Lam Ouyen unsure of what its next move would be. Immediately, the crocodile twisted itself and plunged its snout into the water, thrashing wildly to shake off Lam Ouyen. If you let go now, this king crocodile will surely swallow you immediately. But if you don't let go, the crocodile behind will catch up anyway. Suddenly, from the same side, a voice urged Lam Ouyen to grab the vine. He looked up and realized it was the agile girl hanging from the rope, using her skills to save him. Seeing that, Lam Ouyen used his foot to clamp the crocodile's jaws and reached out with one hand to grab the rope. Immediately, his arm also managed to reach the rope. At that moment, the crocodile was just a few centimeters away from biting off his body. Above the vine, the martial arts girl swung with incredible skill and immediately landed safely on the ground. Seeing her keep punching back, Lam Yen let out a relieved sigh for having experienced a monkey man cosplay. But they both jumped in surprise when they saw the crocodile chasing them close to the shore behind. Surely these king crocodiles have all turned into spirits since they can all ambush so skillfully. It charged straight at the tree where they were standing. And before catching its target, it shifted its gaze sharply at the martial artist, causing her to panic and roar a warning. Seeing that, Lam Yen immediately pulled her aside and reminded her that she's no longer as strong as before, and trying to look cute with a cute waist won't help at all. So if she doesn't run, she'll just attract their attention. Then Lam Ouyen immediately grabbed the swift girl and ran straight into the forest, pursued by the crocodile emperor. As they ran, he wondered if they had eaten too many of the crocodile kings before, causing these guys to hate them so much. Both of them had become small, and their legs were too short to outrun these beastmen, already helpless and giving up. Xiao Cao then appeared to mock Lam Ouyen as too pathetic. So even she can be small sometimes. Although quite angry, he still wanted the help of the little girl and begged her to let him owe a debt first so he could analyze the transformation. But she insisted that as a girl, she had principles and couldn't analyze without enough evolution points. Seeing that, Lam Ouyen clasped her hands, tears in her eyes, and earnestly begged her to understand that even principles shouldn't allow others to die like that. You begged the little girl to show you where to find monsters to eat because right now you only have a little, and everywhere you go is just giving food to others. But contrary to your pleas, it still stuck to that silly rule. Seeing that, Lam Yen felt helpless and embarrassed because, even though the monster hadn't eaten him yet, others were mocking his appearance. After hearing the little girl reveal that Lam Ouyen would give him a set of clothes when he checked in, he finally managed to find a cool outfit and ran wildly with the girl who was skilled in martial arts. Suddenly, she stopped running and climbed the tree, making Lam Ouyen realize that she was very clever and knew how to play to her strengths. Then she called for Lam Ouyen to climb up quickly. But climbing was not his strong suit. But now isn't the time for Lam Ouyen to choose. So he decides to go all in on this first attempt. He uses all his strength to leap onto the tree trunk, climbing, while urging himself to keep going. But what Lam Ouyen didn't expect was that with just one jump, he was able to climb onto the trunk of the tree and stay there. This feeling definitely isn't just about triggering potential. In my previous life, I couldn't even climb a single tree no matter how much youth I sacrificed. Now, thanks to eating the evil fruit, your body has become several times stronger than in your previous life. Just as Lamu Yan managed to climb the tree, the crocodile arrived. It showed an angry expression and kept ramming into the newly grown tree, causing Lamu Yan to lose her grip and fall backward. Luckily, the agile girl managed to grab his arm just in time, not forgetting to show her usual expression. The useless Lamu Yan could only send a thank you to her, while herself being humiliated in a disgraceful way. After Lamu Yan regained her footing, the agile girl climbed up first, and soon they both reached the branch. Up on the branch, Lamu Yan lay back and sighed in relief while the agile girl observed below. The crocodiles clinging like leeches have brought their friends over, repeatedly wrapping their bodies around the base of the tree, waiting for the prey to fall down. Lamu Yan just escaped danger and immediately started to scare the crocodiles, who don't know their limits. Can such a sturdy tree be shaken by bugs like them? But suddenly when Lamu Yan turned around, he was startled to see her staring intently at him. He asked and found out that she was excited because she saw that Lamu Yan was just as small as she was. Her attitude made him lose his temper and ask if she wanted to challenge him. She immediately grabbed his hand with her martial arts skills, making Lamu Yan realize that she truly intended to fight physically. Then she used her strength to try to drag you down so the crocodiles could eat you. Seeing this, Lamu Yan had to go into the water to remind her that it's not the time to fight. It turns out she's not trying to start a fight. She's just growling because she detected a new creature in front of her. She is a giant mongoose in history, measuring 70 meters long, 5 meters wide, weighing 70 tons, non-venomous, and prefers to hide in trees to ambush prey below. Lamu Yan felt completely helpless, avoiding one disaster only to face another, still standing under the tree waiting, while the next wave was already approaching. But it seems like you've never eaten a giant snake before. So I asked which type of giant snake the big brother is, but it seems like it sees you as an easy target and doesn't want to waste time. The giant crocodile suddenly swung its tail directly at them, and the girl quickly pulled Lamu Yan to run away. She is skilled at jumping from branch to branch. Only Lamu Yan is hesitant, fearing he might fall and become prey to the crocodiles below. He slowly and cautiously moves onto the other branches. The giant snake kept chasing relentlessly. As I ran, I planned to crawl inside this bastard's mouth, strip it bare, and then throw it to the sharks. At that moment, Xiao Kong appeared again to remind Lamu Yan that 100,000 evolution points were needed for analysis. But now he no longer needed it to analyze and just wanted it to return the transformation fruit to him. But Xiao Kong boldly declared that you must pay 100,000 evolution points to activate the process before stopping. Hearing that, Lamu Yan angrily thought that if he had enough evolution points, he might as well let Xiao Kong analyze it directly instead of stopping. What kind of system is this? Completely broken. It's clearly trying to make its owner watch helplessly as he dies. Just then, the martial artist girl returned, saw Lamu Yan still arguing with the system, and used her body to distract the monster. But before she could do anything, it bared its fangs and lunged at her. At that moment, Lamu Yan ran over and pushed her aside. The monster then swallowed Lamu Yan into its stomach, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by the slimy contents inside the monster's body. A terrible rotten smell filled the air, and Lam Yan guessed that she was probably inside its stomach. But luckily, she hadn't yet felt the sensation of rotten flesh from stomach acid. Could it be that the reason is because the organization is now stronger? But if I stay here too long, I will definitely rot badly. So I have to find a way to escape. At this moment, Lamu Yan remembered that, after transforming into a human form, he still hadn't had the chance to test the skill he could use before. If he could use the fire shield, he could easily dig a tunnel and escape. But when Xiao Kong saw Lamu Yan about to use his skill, he appeared and urged him to stop. Gathering the fiery shell to this extent was enough. He couldn't condense it any further. Otherwise, Lamu Yan himself would explode because his body structure in human form is different from that of the Thunder Bao Long. So he couldn't withstand such immense power. Currently, the power condensed in Lamu Yan's mouth may not compare to a fraction of the violent earth energy, but it can make his tearing and devouring strength even more formidable. Xiao Kong also added that the violent earth aura has become a violent surge to increase the tearing and devouring power. After hearing this, Lamu Yan wondered if devouring the giant snake's core could earn him evolution points, or if as long as he could make up for the missing evolution points, he could return to being a monster, although a bit disgusting, compared to his life. Even vomit he would dare to swallow. So he decided to boldly enter the giant snake's stomach, but just one bite was enough to make him feel exactly like the smell of a week-old sweaty sock, instantly increasing his experience points by 150 as he successfully devoured the giant snake. He was extremely excited, looking delighted as if he had just received gold. And now he just needed to bite a few more pieces to gain additional evolution points. Immediately, the bites into the snake's stomach grew more and more numerous. To gain even more evolution points, Lamu Yan devoured ravenously as if starving for years, and her evolution points kept increasing beyond count. At this moment, the snake outside is also in so much pain that tears are streaming down its face, and it starts writhing and twisting, causing the one inside to be thrown backward. But Lamu Yan has decided that no matter how much the serpent twists and turns, it can't stop him from tearing its stomach into a hole. Suddenly, Lamu Yan noticed its stomach contracting more strongly, as if the serpent was trying to vomit him out. Seeing that, he bravely confronted the serpent, using his entire strength to grip the flesh of its stomach. At this moment, Shao Kong appears and reports that Lamu Yan's evolution points are 100. 090. Does he want to start analyzing the transformation into a tangible form? But when you agree, the system then delivers an even more frustrating message. The current progress starts at 1%, with an estimated completion time of 30 minutes. This made Lamu Yan furious and asked if Tukon could speed up, but it just kept asking for more points, just an extra one. 000 points would cut the renovation time by 20 minutes. He immediately grabbed Shao Kong by the head and scolded him for always needing transformation points for everything. What a useless bastard. But it explained that the transformation points are like putting fuel into a car. Without them, the system won't operate. With no other choice, Lamu Yan cried and ate more of the snake's stomach to earn enough points. And after a while, she finally reached 1,000 points, and increased the analysis progress to 25 minutes. Seeing it's still not enough, you keep gnawing on the snake's stomach, causing it to suffer in agony. That crazy action of the giant snake made the bad guys so scared they peed their pants and ran back to the lake. And finally, after those tense minutes, the score reached 100%. When the system asked if he wanted to transform his appearance, Lamu Yan immediately answered yes, with a serious expression. Little Khan revealed that pink is for transforming, and blue is for saving lives. Immediately, Lamu Yan grabbed the divine fruit, which tasted like papaya. A few minutes later, his stomach was swollen and full. Lamu Yan felt it was time to transform, then stood up dramatically and shouted to change shape. But every roar was followed by his body remaining normal, making him suspect that the pink dragon was deceiving him. Seeing that, it explained that during the evolution and transformation process, it detected that the real transformation orb contained a source of power not from this world. After this energy enters the monster's body, it can cause the monster's original life essence to condense into a crystal core about the size of a human fist, and the monster transforms into a human form because it loses its original life essence. The system has enhanced the power of the real transformation, and Lamu Yan now must focus his mind to sense the existence of the core within his body. Then use your mind to break the spirit core and channel the power within it into your bones and marrow, and you can return to being a monster. Lamu Yan, half doubting, asked Tia Quan to be sure that the place he transmigrated to is not the cultivation world. That thing called a spirit core is not the golden elixir in the body of a true immortal. Right. Xiao Quan insists he has never cast spells. You'll find out whether it's true or not once you try. After hearing that, Lamu Yan wondered if he needed to find a spiritual stone and meditate on it for 7 days and nights. But Tu Quan revealed that just closing his eyes and feeling was enough. After listening, he followed what Tu Quan said. Lamu Yan poured all his thoughts into his body, finally finding the spirit core. But he didn't know how to break it open, or how to make the energy flow through his limbs. Suddenly, he remembered his previous life when he was in physical education class. During volleyball lessons, the teacher told everyone to learn how to concentrate all their strength into their wrists and arms. Does feeling the power of the crystal core also feel similar to feeling the strength of muscles? In this life, Lamu Yan has a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge, but when it comes to practice, he slips up. This life, You declare you can no longer be that weak chicken. After trying everything, in the end, Lamu Yan also feels this very sensation. He reached out to the core, squeezing it until it shattered and glowed from within his chest. Instantly, Lamu Yan's body lit up, causing the giant snake to swell its belly. It screams in pain, wailing uncontrollably as if about to vomit. And soon, the serpent's body explodes, revealing Lamu Yan's massive form above. The crocodiles couldn't hide their shock when they saw Lamu Yan's monstrous form. Now, are you guys really enjoying bullying me just now? After a long while, the snake was killed, and the crocodiles were beaten to a pulp. Lamu Yan Seahilled. Never expected that just two small creatures could be so dangerous. Luckily, he managed to hold on, or he would have died right here. From now on, even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't turn back into a human. Although my mouth is a bit big and my belly a little round, my hands are short and my legs are a bit rough, but Lamu Yan still feels like the king of the tyrannical dinosaurs. But down below, she shouted in surprise because you were too big to hear clearly, asking why you suddenly changed your form, and also noting that you are much taller than the last time you fought. After hearing this, Lamu Yan revealed that he had grown tall quickly because he slept early, woke up early, and ate meals on time without skipping, secretly thinking that his transformation secret should not be casually shared. At this moment, Lam Yen is still using explosive anger to roast some crocodiles and give them to little Cam and the girl who practices martial arts, each taking one, although he is still haunted by being inside that giant snake's stomach. For a foodie dinosaur, wasting food is something he shouldn't do. At this moment, the system announced that Lam Ouyen had won a Life Monster prize. The monster's life fruit contains a core of great vitality, and no matter how severe the wound or how close to death, it can easily be healed. But when he looked at it, Lam Ouyen doubted life itself. Clearly, this was a bitter fruit. Seeing this, Xiaokong explained that the second image shows a bitter fruit similar to the one eaten and that it is also very nutritious. Inside the bitter fruit, there are proteins, vitamins, potassium, and many other minerals in high amounts that help clear heat and toxins, relieve stress, and reduce pressure. But Lam Ouyen still complains that life was peaceful, and now it has to turn into the bitter taste he hates most. Throwing it away would be a pity. So he decides to give it to the girl with martial arts skills, because her chest wound still hasn't healed. Then Lam Ouyen handed it to the martial arts girl and told her to eat this after finishing her meal. The girl thought he was giving her fruit, so she immediately took a bite, but as it went down her throat, her taste buds were paralyzed by the bitterness and she felt like vomiting. Meanwhile, she kept vomiting repeatedly, but at the same time she realized her wounds no longer hurt. The agile girl placed her hand on her chest, as if it had healed, then directly took the bitter fruit and kept biting into it because she knew it had saved her life. Immediately afterward, she straightened up and punched her chest, declaring she felt full of strength. And Lin Yuan quickly reminded her that this habit needed to be changed, and she shouldn't always be patting her chest and howling like that. If it weren't for this habit, her chest wound would have healed long ago. But the martial arts girl believes that when facing monsters, just shouting is enough to solve everything without fighting. After hearing this, she wondered why the first time they met, she didn't distinguish between black and white and immediately punched her. Seeing that, the martial arts girl also revealed that, at that time, Lam Ouyen was waving her hands wildly, thinking she was stealing her food. So she had to give her a punch. These things make her feel helpless and think she shouldn't reason with a glutton. So, while eating, she also explains that because she can't roar or defend her food territory, she has to punch. On the contrary, Lam Ouyen argued that if the food and territory are not satisfied, they will just roar twice or fight. In fact, the world of monsters is quite relaxed, simple, and brutal, without any malicious intent. Lam Ouyen wondered if shouting loudly was really that powerful, imagining herself roaring and punching back while breathing fire, making her feel like a true dragon. Then Lam Ouyen continued to eat in order to accumulate enough evolution points to help the martial arts girl revert to her original form. But suddenly I wondered how I almost got pecked to death by that bird earlier, and how you managed to dodge it while eating the fruit, and how you ended up being caught by that rotten bug again. At this moment, the martial arts girl finally recounts in detail how she went fruit picking and then immediately transformed back into her human form. As she was just telling this, Lin Kong noticed that Lam Ouyen's face was turning red, and he looked eager and expectant. causing her to shout loudly and slap a piece of bone onto his head. Then she felt reassured and continued telling her story. At that moment, she was holding a stone under the cliff, but suddenly saw a divine lizard being knocked away. After climbing higher, she saw many rotten bugs fighting with the spirit creature, whose head was battered and battered. Lamu Yan couldn't believe that the spirit creature was being bullied by the rotten bugs. You think that the enemy of your enemy is your friend, so you want to find Ling Diao to talk. Then the martial artist girl recounts how Ling Diao was eventually chased away after being beaten, while she herself was captured by the rotten bugs. After hearing that, you wonder why the bugs didn't eat her if she was captured from the mountain cliff to the cave. But the martial arts expert guesses that they probably captured her to present her to the Bug King. Hearing this, Lam Ouyen opened her mouth in shock, suspecting that the Trung Vuong wanted to capture the beautiful Kin Kong girl to be his concubine. But she looked sad as she recounted. Before, this island was very beautiful, and Manvien's family had lived here since she was a child. One day, a giant rotten insect suddenly appeared and invaded the island, digging up the land and destroying the creatures on it. Hearing this, Lam Ouyen quietly thought that surely Lam Ouyen had not realized that the area around the rotten insect's lair was so deserted and gloomy. Manvien's parents and some uncles went to the tribe of the Insect King to fight, but her parents never returned. After growing up, she also fought to protect the island and searched for their nest, hoping to reunite with her parents, perhaps still carrying their scent, which is why she was captured. After hearing that, Lam Ouyen reassured her because she's not fighting alone anymore. If she's already like a little sister to him, then as her big brother, he will definitely help her fulfill her current wish. Kuk Ouyen Island is also Lam Ouyen's second home, and I am determined not to let those insect armies destroy this island. Then he declared with a bitter arrow in his heart that the Trung Vuong could defeat Manvien's parents and kill many other monsters, which was definitely not easy. He decided to quickly level up to become a monster over 100 meters tall and go find the Insect King to seek justice. After that day, Manvien enthusiastically invited Lam Ouyen to her house, and every day they hunted and worked hard to gather fairy transformation points. Every time that happens, Manvien punches back and roars, making Lam Ouyen furious as she grabs the scene of her complaints. She is currently not in the form of a giant monkey, trying to maintain her delicate lady image, but still unable to break her habit of pounding her chest. When suddenly Lam Ouyen is startled to realize the roar is coming from inside the forest. Turning around, there are two giant saber-toothed tigers, each 8 meters long, weighing 24 tons, with sharp, pointed teeth, and they are genius hunters. The two tigers slowly and stealthily approached Manvien, making Lam Ouyen realize that even this chest-beating roar could be used to his advantage. Immediately, the two tigers charged straight at Manvien, ready with their long claws slashing towards him. From behind Lam Ouyen, just a slight kick was enough to topple one of the tiger's hind legs, causing it to fall flat on the ground and become helpless. Those two lecherous guys have been waiting outside for a long time without showing up. But as soon as Manvien appeared, you rushed over like crazy. As Lam Ouyen spoke, he showed an angry expression that made the two tigers tremble and cower, only able to cling to each other before suddenly pressing their heads into the middle of the tiger's body. After a while, the two pieces of tiger thigh were grilled to a fragrant aroma in a corner of the cave. And as Lam Ouyenate, she observed her surroundings, guessing this was Manvien's nest. It looked like a boudoir, but with this chaotic appearance, it didn't resemble a girl's room at all. But you wonder why it seems convenient to borrow Manvien to lure the monsters. Yet there are so few monsters in her territory. Hearing that, Manvien said, not at all, because she eats 8 meals a day. But recently, those monsters haven't been seen anywhere. After hearing that, Lam Ouyen seemed to realize who was calling her, because if Manvien said so, then all the monsters recently had been eaten up by her. But Manvien recently changed her hunting grounds, which made him very upset because if you're changing locations, you should also keep a low profile so everyone can coexist. If she keeps like this, all the monsters on the island will be eaten up and none will remain. Suddenly, Manvien turned pale and stopped eating, as if she was choking on something. Manvien keeps hugging herself, making Lam Ouyen and Camno panic. She sprawls on the ground, clutching her chest in pain. But Lam Ouyen dares not touch her because his hands are full of claws and huge. At that moment, Xiao Kong noticed her body gradually cracking, probably a side effect of staying in human form for too long. Hearing this, Lam Ouyen looked puzzled, and Xiao Kong explained, "Indeed, transforming shapes causes the original life essence of these monsters to grow larger, requiring them to shrink their core, which is extremely dangerous. Moreover, monsters do not understand how to properly use this energy source. Therefore, the longer the transformation lasts, the more the original life essence is excessively drained, leading to internal organ bleeding. Manhwa has been transformed for a week, while Lam Ouyen only reverted herself back into a monster." Xiao Kong shook her head. This time it should have been over. But luckily she is also a strong monster. Moreover, she ate Lam Ouyen's life fruit, which is why she could endure for a week. If she were as weak as Lam Ouyen, she would have collapsed in half a day. After listening, he kept asking about how to save her and wanted to know how long Manhwa could hold on. But his current evolution points were simply not enough to trigger the transformation. Xiao Kong revealed that Lam Ouyen only has to quickly accumulate 100,000 evolution points immediately. He then put on a distressed look, knowing he still needs 90,000 points and wondering where to find them to eat. But even asking Xiao Kong is useless because if its owner, someone like me, ignored it, then there's no way Manhwa would pay attention. So Lam Ouyen went outside the shop to activate the monster compass. And it seems Manhwa's territory is completely empty, so he has no choice but to go elsewhere. Luckily, Lam Ouyen has the compass, and he sees a bright spot here, which is the best option. It's probably a powerful monster with more evolution points. But what still worries Lam Ouyen is not knowing the strength of this monster, and whether he can fight back. But the urgent matter now is to save Manhwa first, recalling his past life. He used to hide timidly and never dared to risk his life against others. This time, Lam Ouyen declares he will risk everything to the end. Then he reminded Manhwa to hold on tight and told Cam Nyo to find a hiding spot first, waiting for him to save Manhwa before coming back to rescue it. Just after leaving the cave and walking a short distance, Lam Ouyen discovered a 1-meter-long, 7-ton ancient tree frog, but it was camouflaged in the dense forest and moss. It just opened its eyes and saw Lam Ouyen with an open mouth, wanting to devour it alive, not knowing its place and even trying to jump up to eat him. Seeing that, Lam Yen used one hand to slap its face and scold this dirty frog for wanting to eat him, then continued to use both hands to push all the frogs away from the tree it was standing on. He even didn't mind the dirt and directly put the frog into his mouth to chew messily. While the system notification congratulated Lam Ouyen on the first time devouring a giant ancient frog, earning a special reward of 2,000 primordial points. That's why he stood up and declared he would keep eating until he was exhausted to save Manhwa. Even if he bled, he would swallow it all. After finishing off the frogs, he then discovered a giant 5-meter-long ancient centipede with venom. At this point, Lam Ouyen doesn't even care what kind of creature it is. All he can think about is eating. Eating whatever he encounters. He just eats, from the 3-meter-long scorpion with a sharp, venomous tail to the giant 1-5-meter dragonfly with incredible speed. Lam Ouyen had already finished eating before the system even finished introducing them. It also successfully flew straight into Lam Ouyen's bed. After eating for a while, his nosebleed started to gush out, and he became extremely annoyed, wondering why he kept encountering such hard-to-eat things. Moreover, this dish is so stimulating that blood starts pouring out of my nose everywhere. Suddenly, a roar echoes from the forest behind, and Lam Ouyen immediately guesses it's the growl of a monster. Unlike his previous worried attitude, this time he felt extremely lucky to have escaped from being eaten by frogs and toads. So Lam Ouyen immediately ran over to join in. At this moment, a pack of wolves is attacking something, and the system provides information simultaneously. Spiny-backed wolf, 10 to 30 meters long, weighing 30 to 90 tons, fierce and brutal, aggressive biting, highly alert, with madly powerful jaws, with sharp and pointed spines on its back, cautious and sharp. Watching this scene with suspicion, giant spiked wolves. What is the pack of wolves surrounding? They are attacking a giant chimpanzee, 35 meters long and weighing 105 tons, capable of using its hind legs and tail to form a 3-point stance, allowing its body to stand upright. It angrily slashed out with its sharp claws, sending a spine-backed wolf flying away as they were thrown off. Lamu Yan appeared from behind the trees and caught them with her mouth. Then they took turns charging back but were all pushed away by the chimpanzee. Eating while enjoying the battle scene. He happily laughed. Haha. The more intense the fight, the better. I don't even have to lift a finger, looking incredibly fierce. It could take on 10 enemies alone. Calling it lazy would be wrong. It should be called 100, the system immediately announced. Sir, you have successfully devoured the thornback porcupine with an evolution point of 250. Soon after, the injured chimpanzee, almost unable to hold on, kept biting its back. Suddenly, it got up aggressively and threw off the thornback worms clinging to it. Seeing the chimpanzee rushing towards Lamu Yan, it paused briefly and thought to itself, "What is this? Could it be that the chimpanzee has discovered me, trying to fill the boat with water? With such a fierce momentum, there's no way it can be overturned or stubbornly resisted." Because the monkey's steps became slower from exhaustion, I suddenly rushed to catch up, startling it and causing it to stumble. It then face-planted on the ground, sliding forward for a long distance before stopping. Lamu Yan steps on its body, holding it firmly and slowly savoring the prey. He happily enjoys it and comments, "This meat still tastes the best." The system voice echoes, "Tin, you have successfully devoured the chimpanzee," gaining 500 evolution points. Hearing that, he marveled at how high the evolution points are. Truly amazing. As Lamu Yan was tearing apart the monkey's spirit, the wolf's back leg approached. Seeing him, they bared their sharp teeth and growled. Then a bent-over figure jumps up to attack while you are inspecting the spoils. Seeing this, Lamu Yan's eyes turn sinister, and he glances over with displeasure. He immediately stood up, opened his mouth, and bit the approaching wolf. Then, with a stern face, he bit down hard, splitting them in two, and they exploded with a loud bang. He angrily turns around with bloodshot eyes and shouts, "Disrupting my meal, which I cannot forgive." The wolf-like creatures also don't hold back. They growl fiercely and attack all at once. They keep jumping up to attack his body. Lamu Yan angrily opens his mouth wide. He immediately grabbed the one biting his neck and bit into it fiercely, then swung his tail to deal with another, turning it into two. Then you directly stomped down and crushed the thorny wolf pup. At this moment, the monster clinging to your shoulder was so frightened it trembled. Seeing them open their mouths wide, she tried to resist and shouted. When they rushed to attack, he immediately stepped in to protect her. So he took this hit. Lamu Yan scolded without forgetting. So small, but still trying to take the pain for her, not wanting to waste energy. He released the sparks of electricity from his back and angrily said, "Come down here and face me." Then, Lamu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up and they were all struck by electric sparks, going crazy. After a while of electric shocks, the thorny worms fell like rain to the ground, and they emitted a strong fragrance as he calmly enjoyed everything. The little ones, seeing their kind being torn apart, growl at you, then suddenly lift their heads and let out a loud howl to call for help and revenge. Seeing this scene, Lamu Yan calmly sat and ate, saying, "Oh, can't fight back," so starts complaining. It laughed loudly. "This is my evolutionary point, not enough. So I proactively offer myself." Suddenly his eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and he turned around to say, "Well thought out indeed. I'll give points to this one." Soon after, a large fierce wolf leader with spiky fur approached, and when it confronted them, it threatened him. Lamu Yan was still eating and watching them approach, thinking to himself, this guy must be the leader of the wolf pack, so his evolution points should be a bit higher. At this moment, the system announced, "The situation. Congratulations. You have successfully devoured the chimpanzee, gaining 510 evolution points. The brightest monster on the leaderboard is this one." The creature's steps have stopped. After calculating, I think to myself, well, it's pretty stubborn, not easy to catch. Lamu Yan focused on eating and talking, still thinking this was the most delicious meal, and the system kept popping up. The leader of the sharp-toothed wolves, seeing that you showed no reaction, grew annoyed, still eating as if nothing was happening. Then suddenly it went berserk, leaping forward with its sharp claws aimed at you to attack. Its messy behavior annoyed him. He was just eating his meal. Why did it have to bother him again? It said, "Good food should be shared," not willing to give up. Lamu Yan immediately opened her big mouth, causing the leader of the wolf to startle in fear. It slumped down and looked at him, then bit the wolf behind him. Get away. Get away. The wolf is too fierce to stop. Don't interfere. Wait until I finish eating. After a hearty meal, you just leave like that. And the system rings out, congratulating you on successfully devouring Zoi Luangai. The evolved leader gains 210 and 250 points. It can only silently stand still. Glancing behind, realizing it's being ignored, it grits its teeth and thinks, damn it. How dare they overlook the leader like me? Seeing Lamu Yan still eating happily, it decided to take a risk and suddenly jumped into the river, reaching out its hand toward him. Suddenly, he happily jumped up, raised his hand to cheer, finally reaching 100,000 evolution points. But the thorny leader couldn't stop in time and was hit directly in the face by the thorns on his back. Lamu Yan enthusiastically agreed immediately. Yes. Start the transformation analysis and add 2,100 points to increase the progress. The system immediately displayed several lines, starting the analysis and modification process. The current progress is 40%, with an estimated completion time of 18 minutes. Then you quietly watch and care about how difficult it looks for her. Seeing her struggle through the intense transformation with sweat pouring down, Lamu Yan worriedly said, 18 minutes. I wonder if the crystal can hold out, and there's no more food left for us to survive on. You two are to blame for wasting his precious time. If that's the case, then Lamu Yan's eyes also light up with excitement. He immediately turned to look at the fierce Zoi Luangai leader and said, then we can only use the original to add more points of divine transformation. At this moment, it suddenly leapt up, claws sharp and swiftly slashing toward him. But before it could do anything, Lamu Yan grabbed it and lifted it up, making it panic and struggle wildly, shouting for help. Then he let it witness his fierce expression, making it realize there was no escape, and it was doomed. Lamu Yan turned his head and directly spat it out, causing it to fall some distance away. The thorny wolf leader was injured but still struggled to stand, panting heavily. Then it refused to give up and, filled with rage, challenged you directly. Remember when she ate freely and you got angry? Thinking. In the world of monsters, for territory, food, if you don't submit, there will be a fight. Fine. Lamu Yan glared and swung his arm in anger. Already told them not to disturb him while eating. It was about to wipe itself clean when a large hand reached out and struck it forcefully, to the point where it flew far away. The land and rocks stretched out in a long trail of dust and smoke before stopping. Yet, the leader of the Gaigoli wolves was not defeated. As the dust settled, his face full of hatred was clearly revealed. To prevent the opponent from counterattacking, Lamu Yan immediately inhaled the essence of heaven and earth into his mouth. When his power was fully gathered, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Your current form looks like a heavy strike that makes it widen its eyes in horror. Without hesitation, you launch a wave of thermal radiation. That unstoppable force of power tore through space and headed straight for it. Suddenly, the black leader of the wolf pack, Luangai, was caught off guard by the wave. The power then struck it and shot straight into the sky, causing a huge commotion across the area. The white mist gradually dispersed to reveal the black chain leader, Zoi Luangai, with no hair left on his body. But at the same time he had undergone a transformation, becoming more agile. Only now, noticing its body uncovered, it nervously covers itself, crying out in pain as it looks up to the sky. And this act shocks their observing eyes. They immediately charged forward aggressively to protect the leader. Luangai. Seeing this, Lamu Yan chuckled happily and sneered. Oh, you want to support each other. But for me, this just means more food. Feeling puzzled, you keep glancing around suspiciously. But why does it keep shouting nonstop just then? Not far away, a golden-haired wolf with a sword observes everything. It frowned in frustration, its sharp eyes revealing a calculating look. It stood upright on a rock, and the sensing system suddenly activated with a notification. Bean Tree Lang possesses the power of the ancient beast Tree Lang. With a body length of 50 meters and a weight of 150 tons, Lamu Yan was startled and quickly reached out to look over. Damn it. The leader of this wolf trap is an unprincipled guy. Sure enough, he's out here calling people over again. Moreover, what are these newcomers doing? Everyone else arrives empty-handed, and you come in a large group carrying a bunch of weapons. Being Tree Lang, a tall and majestic figure, just arrived and made everyone bow respectfully. Seeing this display, Lamu Yan frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that no matter how he looked, this guy didn't seem like a member of the Zhoi Luang Gai tribe. His build is just as big as mine, and that huge pain he's carrying on his shoulder, what's it for? Pretending. Acting tough. At this moment, Man Vien, exhausted, is lying on your shoulder, his body tense with the strain of transformation. Seeing your tender care and protection for him, he has finished his calculations. But this look made Lam Ouyen annoyed. Why does this guy keep staring at the pill? Could he be a pervert? The entire soldier radiates a golden light before rushing toward you. Thinking to himself, he's coming at me now. It opened its sharp-toothed mouth and lunged at the bead. And realizing its intent, you panicked and thought to yourself, it's over. Why did this guy just rush up and target the bead like that? Lam Ouyen immediately dodged to the left to escape its teeth, then angrily sarcastically said, so all that effort was just to drag along that huge pain, so it was only used to buy time to spin around before you could even react. It lunged its claws toward you, and Bin quickly leapt forward to give Lam Ouyen a loving swipe across the face. Seeing it land smoothly, Nguyen Rang, Nguyen Loi thought to himself, could this guy be pretending to attack the villain, actually aiming to hit his eyes? No way. He even knows Duangdong Kichte. In the tense situation, it immediately slammed on the brakes, then spun around to run a short distance before leaping high into the air. Once again, it raised its sharp claws toward the unconscious man on your shoulder. Lam Ouyen dodged and raised his hand to protect her. Understanding clearly that it was not Duangdong Kichte, he recognized his own weakness. Just need to attack the muzzle to distract me. Damn it. Has this wolf become a spirit now? Then he turned around and thought to himself, the tiger wants to test its intelligence against me. When it rushes at you again in a frenzy, you hold it back and scold. It's just a yellow-haired beast. Lam Ouyen immediately swung his tail to knock it down on the ground. I am the true human, the rightful owner of Earth. Then he flicked his tail to send the mist flying towards Qilang's troops. However, it managed to dodge the cloud of mist and instead crashed into the rocks behind. The boy gathered his strength and used the thermal radiation blast called Hum. Look here. And upon hearing this, it was startled and looked over, remembering the attack and the wolf leader with the spiked back. It knew the strength of this move. Then Lam Ouyen opened his mouth and shot a heat ray towards Qilang. But anticipating the attack's direction, it immediately jumped to the right to dodge this deadly strike. However, it couldn't completely avoid a foot that struck it, and it roared in fury. It sneered and said, "Ha ha, stupid wolf, we're even now." At this moment, Bing Qilang jumps and strikes the tree to push himself up high, then quickly adjusts his stance, watching his shadow from above conceal him. Now it finally turned around, grabbed the sword on its back, and drew it out. Seeing that, Lam Ouyen was stunned, eyes wide open, sweating profusely, shouting, "It's over. He's really going all out now." It immediately performed several beautiful sword moves, striking the middle of the gate before rushing forward. While you were stunned, it slashed straight into your shoulder. Seeing the counterattack go smoothly, Bing Qilang became more cautious, planning to strike you with another slash. Now Lam Yan's whole body is covered in wounds and bleeding, and the cuts are so deep and nasty, but using a sword to fight, it's really impossible to take it lightly. If I had to fight barehanded, there's no way I could win. Imagining it ruthlessly slashing your head with a sword, I panic and shout, fighting hand-to-hand with the dog. Then I hurriedly run away like a flying arrow. What kind of world is this anyway? What kind of dog would use a 40-meter longsword to chase after people like this? I said that rebirth would turn me into a monster, so I could bathe in molten lava and enjoy a massage. Suddenly Lam Ouyen suddenly remembered the man Vien still on her shoulder. Yes, I am already a monster. I can't run away just because the opponent is holding a sword. I still have to save Vien Mui. I must seize the time for Vien Mui to return and become a man-beast. Fighting 2 against 1. I will definitely defeat this guy. You lift her with both hands and say, Mui. Mui on her body has become my weakness, making me have to fold my arms and endure the pain. But she still nods in understanding. Then Lam Ouyen placed her on a branch and told her to find a tree to climb and wait there. I will immediately turn Miu back and not notice it rushing toward us. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Bing Zilang struck him in the thigh, while a few meters away Manhwa was trying to climb higher, and he was gritting his teeth, struggling to uproot another tree. He used all his strength and soon managed to uproot the tree, immediately. Lamu Yan threw the tree at it. Don't think only people know how to use tools. The tree master rushed forward, but Bin Zilang quickly dodged aside to escape. Sensing the moment was right, he took a deep breath, gathered his strength in his mouth, and unleashed a fierce attack with destructive earth energy and streaks of lightning. Lamu Yan's attack hits him directly but causes no damage at all. And immediately Bin Tri Lang runs up and spins around gracefully. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "It's over." The thick flesh armor makes the violent earth breath unable to penetrate, and it bears the boss's mark. I can understand this. But why hit so hard? The pain in my mouth is still dry, and I can't spit it out. Lamu Yan was calculating in his mind that it was too sharp and even more deadly than claws and teeth. So he had to find a way to make the pain drop. And he made up his mind to say if that was the case. Thinking quickly, he runs into the thick dust, taking another strike from my ambush, to see if he can still hold that pain. Then uses the Kwai Long Ba Kuk Dao. Suddenly, the wolf leader Luong Gai opened his mouth wide and lunged forward, biting your leg in an attempt to drag you down so you couldn't fight back. Lamu Yan felt excited watching their actions. Just then, Bing Chi Lang leapt up, biting with a thunderous roar and streaks of yellow lightning. Luckily, it struck the wrong spot, and you managed to dodge just in time. Oh, are these creatures all turned into spirits now? And they even know how to coordinate, holding tightly onto the pain. The wolf spirit moves as nimbly as a monkey, and now it even knows how to pull legs. You are caught in a dilemma, initially pressed by it. Then the leader Zoe Luongai jumps in to attack. Knowing it's hard to fight against Lamu Yan, he gets furious and fights 2 against 1. One young man. One, truly shameless. High above, a large bird spreads its wings, silently watching the fight below with its bloodshot eyes, its sinister gaze searching for something. Just then I saw someone lying on a branch. It grinned mischievously, thinking to itself, "I've finally found someone." It immediately opened its beak, spread its wings, and charged straight at her, causing the Manhwa to panic. She quickly leapt away to escape as it crashed into the tree branch. Hearing the golden sound, Lamu Yan was startled and paid attention, wondering why that monster was here again. Vian Mui is in danger, unable to catch her. It looked around before burying its face in the silent trees to search for the man Vian's figure. Realizing she was in danger, he panicked and shouted loudly. Vian Mui, faced with this impossible situation, Lamu Yan silently thought that the little bead has no friends, let alone someone risking their life for her. Images of her keep flashing in your mind as you are filled with anger, thinking I won't let anything happen to her. You ignore the battle here and rush to her side, because once he agrees, he will definitely help her fulfill her wish. Bin Tri Lang is determined not to let him go and chases after him. It fiercely stabbed into your massive body, causing blood to flow out. Seeing the sword on his body, Lamu Yan was terrified, wide-eyed, biting tightly, unable to believe it. Even the spine leader's spiky back keeps biting and tearing at you. Lamu Yan stands frozen with a dark face, not moving at all. Suddenly, the sharp spikes on his back shot out sparks, and Bin Tri Lang felt uneasy. The pain from the blade also got stuck, causing it to jerk in fear and sweat profusely. You just spat out a sentence through the gap. "Kid, you've fallen for the trap." Immediately, Lamu Yan used a sneaky move to attack him, deliberately revealing a weakness for you to fall into the trap. Just need to dodge the attack to avoid damaging your internal organs. With this fragile body, your pain is nothing. I've been punched for 17 years. But this scene makes Luong Gai, the wolf leader, stare in horror. It was scratched by your sharp thorns and then thrown forcefully onto the pile of trees, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. At this moment, Lam Yen frowns and sharply glances at the leader of the thorny gully. Having dealt with that pain, next is the turn of the person to contribute their evolution points. Hearing this, they panic but still refuse to let go. Quickly, you handle its head, and the system pops up a notification. Yes, you have successfully devoured the wolf leader Luong Gai. Gaining 500 points of divine transformation. Devoured the wolf leader Luong Gai. Gaining 490 points. The host has paid 1,000 points. Current analysis progress is 67%. after paying another 1,000 points. Progress is now 89%. Bintri Langbo, knowing he's crazy, became frightened and could only stay silent and cry softly. Then the system asked if you wanted to take the real fruit now that the transformation analysis was complete. You happily agree and say, "Oh." And as soon as you finish speaking, the system gives you a tiny green mushroom, which you quickly throw to Manhwa Yan, telling him to eat it quickly. When the mushroom was thrown near her, two monsters revealed the green foliage and saw her eyes flash with a smile, saying, "Here it is." Manhwa Yan quickly grabbed the mushroom and bit into it greedily. It opened its huge beak and roared. Hearing this sound, she was frightened even more. At this moment, Lamu Yan panics loudly. "Quickly transform. Use the method I taught you before. Transform now." This command echoes through the monster's mind, causing it to suddenly open its eyes in shock. She clenched her teeth, swallowed her fear, and reached out, observing the action without threatening or intimidating, sneering with a smirk. Suddenly, Manhwa Yan stretched out his hand to slap her hard, then swung his arm to push her away. The dust clears to reveal Manhwa Yan in a chimpanzee form, excitedly punching his own cage while you are being healed by the system and crying out in pain. Lamu Yan's transformation into a monster has been fully completed and dispersed. After Long Sa defeated Bin Chi Long, he exchanged the fruit to give to the little girl. She hurriedly eats and gradually evolves into a martial artist. Using his strong, powerful hand, he slapped the monster hard, sending her flying into the air and then crashing down painfully. Yuan Mi feels happy because she has transformed back into her martial arts form. "I have transformed back." She shouts loudly as if to let the whole world hear. "That's great. I have transformed back." The joy didn't last long. And immediately, Long thought, "Enemies with enemies are friends. So should I go find that monster to talk?" She replied, "If wait a moment. Long.ca means to find him to establish a close friendship." "All right, then I will go find him to talk." Vian Mui raised both hands high above her head, bracing herself as she leapt into the air toward the monster. Immediately, she stomped with incredible force on the helpless body, her eyes wide open, screaming the letter A, showing extreme pain. Ket Ba immediately throws punches without saying a word, while asking, "Do you want to become our sworn sibling or not?" Vian Mui shouted loudly, "Hurry up or I'll kill her." Then she attacked relentlessly, making her furious but helpless. Seeing her stubbornness, Vian Mui gathered her strength and leapt up, preparing to deliver a final blow. Catch Vian Mui. Ket Ba kicked her away, sending the monster flying high into the sky. She was very angry, pounding her fists against her chest and shouting loudly. It was truly accidental and very unexpected. She saw many pieces of wood on the ground, scattered around, then quickly came up with a clever plan. Thinking quickly, she grabbed a piece of wood, threw it at her friend with the fireball, then took a running start and aimed straight at her target. Then, summoning all his strength, he threw them as far and as hard as he could toward the monster's flight path. She panicked and looked back, the wooden stick flying straight toward her. It panic-strickenly responded, "Oh no. You idiot. Does anyone else have a connection like yours?" Facing Brother Long, he faintly heard that the monster just opened its mouth to curse, and his face showed indifference as he took a deep breath. "You look at the opponent in front of you. Fine. I know how to play rough. The little monkey knows how to open its mouth and curse, so it's no surprise. It's just that. Damn it. I've traveled to this crazy world. The enemy in front of him is still there, so I'll leave the one who knows how to scold to the little girl. I have to focus my mind on dealing with the guy in front of me." But strangely, Lang just stands there, motionless. Wait. Why does he look so frozen? He hasn't moved to attack. Maybe seeing the small human suddenly turn into a chimpanzee scared him. Thinking that way, Brother Long felt happy and smug. "Now I have an extra helper, and you have lost your partner. You should probably know when to retreat." "Right. Hey. I'm telling you, our fight isn't over yet. Do you still want to keep fighting, just as you're enjoying yourself?" You suddenly hear a sharp, piercing sound. It approaches cautiously, jumps high, then slowly moves towards Long. Did I say something wrong? Why do I suddenly look like a feathered chicken? What must come, will come. He was beaten so badly, he was covered in blood, face turned up to the sky. And after fighting for so long, his speed and strength still didn't decrease. He looked at the sword stabbed into his body, Realizing that this guy's target was the sword, this pain was something he had to risk his life to take back. So how could he let the thief get it? You started to feel something was wrong. But this body was already starting to rebel. With a pounding heartbeat, damn it. This huge body, you're so reckless. Is it because you've lost a lot of blood? At this moment, your big tail just swept us aside, causing it to fall down. It collapsed onto the ground. And both you and Vian Moi looked at it anxiously. Suddenly, the monster swooped down from above. And Vi Miu couldn't guess its intention. Its foot aimed straight at her to strike. Instantly, Vi Miu threw a series of punches in response. Brother Long looked worried and reminded me, but I should focus on my opponent during the fight. The strange monster's cunning tactics give it the advantage in the air. And if it lasts too long, Manchak-chan will suffer losses. He looked at Thon Dao with concern. And although my body is currently strong, the pain right in front of me is too much to ignore if I keep fighting like this. No. I have to end the fight now. Take down one first. But right now my opponent is sneaking up behind. Qilang immediately tried to grab the knife with his mouth, but he realized it was a bad idea. Seeing that, Vian Mui fought the monster fiercely, worriedly warning Long Xiao that she was rushing to save the shop. No monster would let Vian Mui go so easily. Taking advantage of her distraction, the sharp claws struck Vian Mui, causing the chimp to fall to the ground with a thud, then turned back toward Anlong and Qilang. The two continued their battle, neither giving way. Long.ca is now sweating profusely from exertion and dares to follow closely behind me with this state. He calls himself fighting her. At this moment, the sharp spines on his back flicker with streaks of electricity, and its movements come to a halt. The terrifying energy from the sharp spines made Qilang jump off your back. Brother Long snorted, watching his fleeing opponent, knowing that fear is good for a fox. But right after, you open your mouth to shout. The gathered power is ready to unleash. Even if you regret it, you're already caught in the trap. Actually, my target is you. Looking towards the monster bird. You still don't realize danger is closing in on you. Long Ta unleashes his power with the Bao Letho Tuk technique, aiming straight at the monster bird. A supernatural force rushes toward me, and it screams in agony, "Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Long.ca was sweating profusely. I really can't believe it, this weak chicken, bullied all its life in the past, now fights side by side with its sworn sibling to save both of them. At this moment, you have lost your strength. Your body is slightly trembling. Now it's time to see the bug. Qilang's beast has bared its sharp teeth, preparing to attack you. Without hesitation, the lead guard jumped into the air and then swung both fists down in a powerful strike. The strike aimed straight at him, knocking him senseless, blood splattering everywhere, and he collapsed to the ground in pain. Immediately after, Qilang leapt into the air, opening his mouth to roar fiercely in midair, then descended to the ground with a sharp, furious expression. He slashed forcefully at the ground, causing stones to fly everywhere, then ran up to the pebble, biting her leg, making her bleed continuously. With a determined expression on her face, boldly, she slams her pure white hand down on the ground, causing everything around to shake. Even Qilang cannot avoid it, but he is also very clever. Clinging to the large tree after being counterattacked, his sharp eyes fixed intently on her, Yuan Mi directly struck his mouth with her hand, thinking she had hit him, but he caught her and bit her painfully, realizing he was incredibly strong. As for Long Ke, he felt proud of his little disciple for helping him escape death. This wolf was too strong, and alone. The little disciple couldn't defeat him. The fight is fierce and selective, with both sides refusing to give in, neither willing to admit defeat. Suddenly, Longxia realized that the others had all retreated, and this wolf wanted to use an advance to retreat, move. He's really clever. So unpredictable. In that moment, the girl tried to push the wolf away with all her strength, blood streaming from her hand, but he chose the right moment, and instead of attacking his old enemy, he changed targets, none other than Longsa. He's finished. He's coming over now. He used a trap, focused on the girl, exploited my weakness, and attacked, making it impossible for me to anticipate. At this moment, Long Xie and the fox were about to attack each other when the pebble immediately rushed toward the fox. She grabbed his tail, spun around her, then with all her strength threw him out, crashing into a tall ancient tree and causing a loud crash that made leaves fall all around. Longsha wondered why he wanted to attack so badly. Even though he was injured and had to fight two people, with the pain still lingering on his body, suddenly, he understood the problem. Yes, it was the pain that made him vulnerable. And he must have a complicated background because he wanted to regain the 2 stars. His eyes fixed intently on every move and gesture of the wolf, unaware of his whereabouts. And moreover, hitting the target was not easy at all. Vian Mui and he are still fighting fiercely. So Long Xiao felt this battle couldn't go on, and he shouted loudly, "Stop fighting. Enough." Long Kie then changed his tone, speaking gently to the fox, trying to negotiate with him. But when he looked at Vian Mui, he really wanted to continue fighting and make him lose his soul. To change her mind, he carefully presents a very reasonable argument. This wolf doesn't want to take over our territory or steal our food, so there's no need for such a fight. After hearing that, Vian Mui also felt it was right. Her quick agreement was only because she had eaten the fruit that transformed her. That wolf has understood my meaning. So the reasonable explanation is that I see this pain as very important to you, and I intend to return it to you. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. The wolf's face gradually changed to a lighter expression, his eyes looking towards Long Si. He asked the pellet to pull out the dagger from his body. Her expression was emotionless and slightly dissatisfied with his request, so she confidently drew out the painkiller. Long Xiao felt pain all over his body, shouting out loud as blood splattered everywhere, as if the Mui wanted him to die. In such a painful situation, hearing the howling of the fox echoing through the sky and earth, both of them turned around with puzzled looks, not understanding what would happen next. The fox uses its tongue to lick the dry earth and cover the wound, but it still hasn't cooled down. Long Xiao saw this action and thought the best way to stop the bleeding was to use dry earth, free of contaminants, and press it firmly onto the wound. It can't be wrong. This fox must have had contact with humans. So I suggest the bead hold the dirt tightly and press it firmly on the wound. And before leaving, he believed that the fox would obey the promise he made. The old woman pulled the thorn out of Long Xia and threw it straight onto the ground near the fox. And then, he also used his mouth to hold the sword and slowly walked away. Looking towards the big tree, a girl who had witnessed everything happened appeared again, and it was none other than her. She sat there chopping, then suddenly looked proud. If she couldn't take the ancient man Vien's spiritual core, then I will take yours for now. The forest has now returned to its quiet state. Long Yan collapsed on the ground, injuries all over his body. Man Yuan anxiously asked, "Longka, are you okay, Long Yan?" Lying there, struggled to breathe and replied, "How could I be okay? Look at my stomach." The man villager quickly grabbed the handful of dirt that still had some dung in it and suggested, "Let's quickly cover the stomach with some dirt and press it down." Seeing that pile of dirt, Long Yan couldn't help but scream inwardly. That dirt she just piled on my back probably isn't this stuff. Right. No. I mean, my stomach is about to be hungry first. Let's find some more food and recharge our energy. That really worked. Manvien quickly ran off saying, "Okay. Wait there. I'll go find some food." And at that moment Long Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. It seems there's no need to cover that dirt pile anymore. Under the ground are the dead spiked-backed wolves, next to a blazing blue fire. Manhwa, holding the captured beast in one hand and the spear in the other, looks serious as he mutters to himself, "I must grill and eat the spear first. I don't know if that thornback wolf is dead yet." Only seeing Manhwa's strong grip crushing it until its eyes rolled back, Lam Yen covered her face and said, "He's finished. So rough. He's not dead yet. And he's been pierced. Light the fire." The two pinned animals are being roasted. Manvien keeps flipping the one he just caught. Lam Yen shouted upon seeing this, "I just placed it on. Don't rush to turn it over. Let the fire cook it a bit more." Keep repeating that to yourself. Your way of grilling things really makes Brother Lam angry. Always reminding and reminding again. You fool. Whoever heard of grilling with a spear and pressing down on it like that? After grilling for a while, Manhwa picked up the skewer and laughed loudly. "Haha, we can start eating now." But before he could, the fire burned his hand. And watching Manhwa put out the flames, Lam Yen also had to helplessly cry out to the heavens, "Ah, fire, oh no, it's burning. Who told me to put my hand on the fire pit if I didn't want to burn myself otherwise?" I finally managed to cook one cross, but it all fell to the ground. After waiting, I finally ate the meat. but it wasn't tasty at all. So Lam Yan ate while sighing with a bitter face, thinking that teaching clumsy kids like this was even more tiring than doing it herself. If it weren't for the evolution points, only a demon would eat this. After finishing, he received a notification that it was burnt and bitter, covered in dirt. But Manhwa kept eating as if possessed, to the point of snorting and dripping nose, making Lam Yan also admire. Such an appetite truly surpasses a tiger, not just an ordinary eater. Without waiting too long, the system immediately sent another message. Lam Yan looked at the system screen and saw that the host's body was severely damaged, automatically using evolution points to heal the wounds. Seeing the meat, Lam Yan also recalled the powerful monsters he had seen before. But judging by the present, that dream still seemed far away. Now he could only sigh to himself. I thought that rebirth would turn me into a monster, allowing me to obtain the violent earth energy, then transform into a lightning dragon, gently blowing everything up and killing all, becoming invincible in the world. The gap between dreams and reality is vast. Before becoming powerful, Lam Yan had to face many opponents, all of whom were superior. But unexpectedly, she encountered a few spirit insects. Removing those monsters from the army caused such a devastating defeat. According to the little orb, my parents died that year to confront the rotten insect king, having allied with many beastly experts, but still failed to obtain anything. I never expected the gap between us to be so vast. While chewing on the meat, Lam Yan looked at Manhwa and thought to herself, it seems I need to keep tearing and developing further, eating crazily every day to accumulate more evolution points. After Manhwa finished eating the life fruit, her strength increased significantly. From now on, if the system grants additional rewards, I will share some with the orb. After all, having an extra guardian will make things more secure. Thinking of this, Lam Yan suddenly had an idea. That's right. Speaking of guardians, Lam Yan then turned to ask, Little Miu, where did the monster bird I fought earlier go after being hit by my explosive earth attack? Did it fall somewhere? Manhwa pointed to the right and replied, That one. It fell over there. After hearing that, Lam Yan ran over excitedly, shouting, It's been so long with no movement. I guess it's done for. Perfect timing to add some grilled chicken for lunch. If I don't eat the army token, I can't pass up this chance. And I wonder how many evolution points I'll get from a bite. Maybe even unlock a new skill. Leaving Manhwa staring blankly behind. But when both of them went back to the place where the monster bird had fallen, they only saw the empty ground. The monster bird was gone. Lam Yan was panicked, thinking she could earn more evolution points, but ended up empty-handed. Yet somehow she still felt something was off. Why was there nothing at all if she waited? There's only this one. If we try to run away, we'll just be spotted by them. And the man Vien is still calmly eating, chewing, as he says. I looked around just now, but it's no longer here. We still don't know where the monster bird is when suddenly Xiao Kong appeared. And Lam Yan asked, Hey, Xiao Kong, why did you show up? Seeing Lam Yan talking to herself made Manhwa, who was eating, feel strange too. Tu Khan looked around and then said, Swit, this place is filled with the power of a violent monster. Tu Khan's words shocked Lam Yan, shouting loudly, Diko, could it be that that monster bird has transformed into a human? He quickly reconsidered the strange thing about the monster bird transforming into a human. And the person Lam Yan thought of with this ability was Tu Khan. So Ban turned to question him. Turning into a small person and quietly leaving would really go unnoticed. But transforming into a human form requires your own transformation fruit. Xiao Kong hurriedly explained to himself that it had nothing to do with him. He was very professional. How could he still be attached to that ugly bird? After hearing that, Lam Yan continued to press him, thinking that it was more about trying to manipulate the host's mind. Xiao Kong didn't say anything, just looked away as if he didn't know. Quickly, Xiao Kong changed the subject and brought up the past. But compared to the monster bird transforming into a human form, I paid more attention to something else. Do you still remember what happened after your first fight with it? It swallowed the spirit core of the transformed man to heal his wounds. But Lam Yan still didn't understand and asked again, Do you remember? But then what? Xiao Kong explains that there is a reason behind the monster's human transformation. I once said that transforming into a form is the essence of a monster's life, condensed into a core. So, basically, the monster eats the spirit core to heal and the flesh and blood to recover, both based on the same principle. Hearing this, Lam Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Over here, Manhwa sat there watching Lam Yan mutter to herself the whole time, not understanding what was happening. And I just thought, did Brother Long wipe out the army and beat the 5 people? And now he's just muttering to himself for no reason. After a moment of surprise, Lam Yan sat down and asked Xiao Kong again. If the monster bird can use this method to heal, then it can also be used to level up. Right, Xiao Kong replied. This, at the moment, still cannot be determined. You can find an opportunity to kill it. Then I will analyze. Maybe I can solve this puzzle. At this point, Lam Yan was truly overwhelmed. That monster I beat twice, but it still didn't die. And if we meet again, I don't know who will kill whom, but thinking that the host is the one taking the hit, Xiao Kong wasn't too worried and calmly said while examining under the microscope, actually, there's no need to catch the whole thing. Just take a little from it, cut it into small pieces, and study it a bit to get the results quickly. Lam Yan also knew how to keep himself safe, sitting there leisurely eating while refusing Xiao Kong. Or maybe, you should go on your own. I'm not free right now. I already have a plan to return to the territory and keep leveling up. No undefeated, no going out. Don't tell Xiao Kong anymore. Lam Yan stood up and signaled to Manhwa, then said, Sister Yuan, let's go. Follow me back to the territory. Anyway, the corpses of the beasts where you live have all been eaten. So when you go back, you'll have to go hungry. Right. Manhwa, after hearing this, was skeptical and asked again, is there really a lot of food on Ouyen's territory? And Lam Yan smiled and replied, of course. I feel that with Sister Vienne coming along, there will be many fun things ahead. Haha, I really want to see the interesting expressions of the monsters happily seeing me off when they realize I brought back a glutton. A week later, inside the cave, Lam Yan just woke up, stretched loudly, because when Lam Yan sleeps, she only wakes up when she's truly rested. As soon as I stepped outside the cave, I saw Manhwa diligently gathering the thornback wolves stacked neatly in the cave. And there were also other crocodiles looking over at Xiao Guozi, who had already collected enough firewood. Lam Yan happily praised, well done, our VN girl. Already finished harvesting the herbs. Xiao Guozi is so obedient. The firewood is getting more and more neatly stacked. But before she could praise for long, Lam Yan pointed to the sign hanging on the cave, where 2 venomous spiders were left there. You helplessly shouted, how many times have I told you not to catch this poisonous spider anymore? Then Longka's teasing for Vienne Moi. Right as Lam Yan was instructing Manhwa and attentively taking notes to learn. Although with our monster physique, eating little venomous spiders isn't a problem. The taste of this dish is truly hard to get used to. After defeating the 4 spiked wolves, Manhwa lit a fire to grill the food. Here, the best part is that Lin Yan, who just woke up, already has food ready, sitting there enjoying and waiting to eat. Let's get started. While waiting for the food to cook, Lam Yan silently imagined Manhwa using wood to make fire, wondering if she should wake her up and teach her how to do it, so I don't need to do anything. Just open my mouth to eat every day, move my fingers a little, and just lying down makes me stronger, living a carefree life every day. Thinking this, Lam Yan snapped her fingers and called the system. System, I want to sign the contract. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately sent a message. The signing location is the Cu Ki Yen Engao Long Mat Lam Island, with the reward of an A-level skill. The Demon Dragon Battle Colossus. The Demon Dragon War Colossus. Your roar can inspire passionate support from your allies, causing enemies to fall into confusion quickly. The creature's movements stopped, and the most powerful beast in the world, the Extreme Peace Beast, received the system's message, causing Lam Yan to burst into tears with joy. Finally, after so much effort, there's a result, tears streaming down. I shouted out, this is amazing. After 20 days of signing, success is finally near. Dad, I did it. Little girl happily shot fireworks to celebrate, congratulating the host on successfully signing the peace treaty on the island for over a month. Getting the big gift, the help from the new monster, made Lam Yan unable to hold back her excitement. It's really been all good news since this morning. Lam Yan asked excitedly, what's the big gift? What is it? Could it be even more powerful than a level skill? The little girl smiled smugly, her expression now mysterious. Ha ha ha. I've prepared even more powerful rewards for new players. Not just skills. There are even more surprises. To avoid making the host wait too long, the system screen displays 3,000 evolution points, along with the map and shop. And the little girl continues to speak loudly. The host has signed contracts continuously for a month, and I will unlock important support functions like the shop and map on the system, as well as giving the host 3,000 evolution points. This time's reward is truly too generous for Lamu Yan to hold back, her eyes shining brightly as she keeps urging. It's gone. Opening the shop again costs evolution points. So new players really have to go all out. Open the shop quickly so I can see what's inside. Sunlight shines everywhere in Lamu Yan's cave. A blue light flickers past. Lamu Yan just now was excited to check the shop, but now she can't close it because she's too shocked. The shop that the little girl mentioned is actually inside her mouth. Looking at the 3 items, Lamu Yan stood waiting for her husband. Everything was real, and the shop interface was in your tent. Having a shop is fine. Where it is doesn't matter. Lamu Yan just smiled and said nothing more. Haha. Let me see if there's anything interesting. One by one, the item's information appeared: double thunder fruit, Tai Chi, deep rotation, and fake gold armor. Starting from thunder double fruit. The product name. Thunder double fruit originates from the world of ocean raiders. And mentioning ocean raiders makes people feel excited. Lamu Yan thought to herself that using it would be really awesome and impressive. Oh, this is great. Possessing power that transforms the body into thunderclap. In addition to emitting high-voltage electric beams, it can also redirect the electric current at high speed, allowing it to perfectly handle large monsters that move somewhat clumsily. Next is the Taiji Deep Rotation Spirit, a product from the world of demon pictures, which will be engraved all over the cliff wall. Lamu Yan happily said, "This is even more amazing. Not only does it help me see everything clearly, but it can also find the weak points of opponents. It's truly incredible." Finally, the Tai Kim Fake Armor, a product from the Tai Kim Heap world, is so loved by Lamu Yan that her eyes are filled with heart-shaped images. If used on Long Co, wearing the armor and continuously attacking enemies would really be impressive. Just imagining it made him uncontrollably shout out loud. This must be the Tai Kim Heap version of Longsa. A mechanical armor. A man's romance. Even though she's fascinated, Lamu Yan also knows to look carefully. She nervously asks, "With so many good items, a person with 3,000 evolution points like me, carrying each one home. Wait a moment. This price. Over 1 billion. Little girl immediately followed the master's wishes and displayed the prices of each item on the system panel. With the reincarnation fruit priced at 500 million evolution points, and the Tai Chi Lianyan at 200 million evolution points. The mechanized combat armor costs 100 million evolution points. Seeing that price, Lamu Yan was stunned. Could it really be that expensive? It's over. 1 billion evolution points. Little girl Khan. Are you stealing? Little girl quickly explained to her master that these are the most reasonable prices. All items come from the balanced universe. Just the shipping fee alone is already sky high. The host says it's too expensive. You can click the box on the right to reduce the price back to the original. For now, I won't look at the previous items. Lin Yuan swiped across the system screen, surprised, and said, "So you can also swipe to flip through the items. It's truly high-end." After hearing that, the young girl couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Of course, I am already a high-tech product. The screen currently shows 3 items. In order: a refined alloy container for core powder priced at 50 million evolution points, a sleep enhancement device costing 20 million evolution points, and a subterranean energy capsule valued at 10 million evolution points. Just looking at the prices, Lamu Yan was stunned and exclaimed, "Is this not stuff from the universe? Are all these prices sky high? Everything is expensive." But Lamu Yan refused to accept it, thinking there must be something he can buy. So he starts scrolling even faster in a frenzy. As I look at the items, I complain that after half a day of drawing, there's not even one under 100. 000. Clearly, they're mocking my poverty. What's so great about it? The Lamb clan has always been struggling. Just a little evolution point here and there. I'll gather enough eventually. But by then, I might have already become a giant monster over 1,000 meters tall. Even if they gift me these things, I wouldn't want them. There are no cheap items. Lamu Yan became more frustrated and shouted loudly, "Get out of the store," while the little assistant tried to stop Lamu Yan from leaving. "Don't leave so quickly. Actually, The host can use the self-selection function to directly find products priced under 1 million. If there's an item within the right price range that can keep Lamu Yan. I should have known and tried it earlier. A few minutes later, just as Xiao Kun said, there was an item under the price that made Lamu Yan so happy she almost cried. Wow. This one, finally found an item under 10 million. The product name is the fire generator for adjusting flavor. Worth 1,000 evolution points. Although the price of this item is quite reasonable, it seems Lamu Yan is still not fully satisfied. Adjusting the flavor is just that. Monsters can't leave empty-handed. After purchasing it, Lamu Yan received a notification from the system that the host had paid 1,000 evolution points and obtained the flavor adjustment device. Congratulations. The host has successfully purchased the flavor-adjusting fire generator. Just tilt your head slightly and nod. Take a small step forward and achieve great things. Items falling to the ground are only because they are being watched by water. According to the system's explanation, it's this era's 3D printing technology. Lamu Yan looked at it in panic and shouted, "It's ruined. Disgusting. Can it be cleaned a bit better?" Although it looked dirty, Lamu Yan still had to pick it up and splash water on it with a helpless expression. Meanwhile, the back of the spiny worm that had been exposed earlier was gradually cooking, and a fragrant aroma was starting to rise. Lamu Yan sniffed with a delighted expression. This is the taste. The sweet and sour from the eyes of the fish, making her tear up uncontrollably. You reply, "If I could exchange for a few more cans of soda, begging while drinking, that would be perfect." The meat is cooked. Everyone sits in their spots to gnaw. And while eating, Lamu Yan also tells Tiokan, "The system store is like that. Anyway, there's nothing to buy for now." Little Khan, check the map again. Xiao Kong immediately opened the map, pointing to each spot and explaining. The system map was actually created by Kong through a scientific method. Proceed to overview of the Ouyen island with a broad scope. But because the island is very large and its terrain complex, only the area where the contract has been signed is included. I can only display the specific terrain once I identify it. Lin Yin, who has been observing, then understood and replied, The fog of war is the bright spots on the map. I understand these things. But Ouyen Island is really vast, and at my speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, I only managed to spot a small part of the lights. Focusing on a spot on the map, Lamu Yan zoomed in on it. This map can still be expanded. Let me take a closer look. Wait a moment. What is this desolate and remote place in the west? It looks a bit creepy. Also, upon closer inspection, there are similar gray spots in the territory of the witch and the monsters. The little insect pointed with its stick and said, "This is all contaminated land. The places that were once rotted by bugs in the middle of the realm." You probably noticed that the sky is very gloomy. The land is arid, and the plants and animals are withered, all resembling that dull gray color. Tuquan's words made Lamu Yan realize that these pure bugs are still continuously expanding their territory. The pure spores must be eaten quickly to stop them, based on the map signals, to wipe out these creatures. The little beast excitedly pointed to the previous spot and then said, "Kid, go ahead and swallow them all with your mouth. Use your steps to light up the map." Lighting up the map. You are the Vice Lord of Ouyen Island. Lamu Yan, after hearing this, leaned in and asked, "Is there a reward for lighting up the map?" Then she used her hand to zoom in further on the map. Lamu Yan continued, "I don't care about becoming the ruler of Ouyen Island." She turned to look at Manhwa happily eating, making Lamu Yan think about how her own Mew used to be happy beside her parents. "What I want to do is defeat the rotten king in the middle. Avenge my parents and make Ouyen Island peaceful and beautiful again." Feeling someone watching her intently, Manhwa turned her face around. Long Xie's hand on her forehead made her momentarily freeze. Seeing the little one eating happily, Lamu Yan finally made up her mind. As for the king of Ouyen Island, let the little one do it, muttering to herself. After all, when Lamu Yan excitedly shouted at this point, the man beside her was startled. "Becoming the king of monsters is my true dream. But it seems like your little friend is still quite fond of poetry." Manhwa, holding his skewer, loudly said, "Is there anything more fragrant than the meat on the skewer, like the king of Ouyen Island, or the king of monsters?" Making Lamu Yan burst into tears over what he just drank. This guy truly knows how to enjoy life. Being the king of Ouyen Island, or the king of monsters, are just lofty titles. Nothing beats the feeling of a full stomach. Let's not talk about this anymore. Longka patted Man Yuan's shoulder happily and said, "It's nothing. Come on. Let's keep eating." Suddenly, a green liquid fell right next to Man Yuan's hand from somewhere. That thing was on my hand and got on the meat. It seems Man Yuan still hasn't realized what it is. He sniffed it with his nose and asked what it was. It's a new seasoning that Longka just added. Now Man Yuan opened his eyes and looked at his hand. His face twisted in disgust. Oh no. This is the part. As Manhwa finished speaking, a voice echoed down from above, and a flock of 3 flying dragons appeared. Mocking. "How do you like my smell of dung?" Manhwa suddenly woke up, moved the piece of meat elsewhere, and immediately jumped high. If they wanted to mess with him, he would play along, being so high up. The pebble was almost within reach. But it seems I was too optimistic, as the dragon suddenly retracted its leg, causing the pebble to slip away. Even though they managed to escape, everyone was sweating profusely. Only when they saw the Man Yuan fall and hit the ground could they finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that flying high would definitely be safe. Although she fell suddenly, luckily, the pebble managed to hold her position, flipping her over to land on her back. And that last move of hers made Lamu Yan stop eating and turn to look, unable to move the others. Manhwa was unwilling, and quickly ran toward the largest stone. Seeing Mui's actions, Lamu Yan immediately understood the intention. Oh, that fierce one isn't planning to lift the stone and throw someone, is he? The guards desperately tried to lift the huge stone, and Lamu Yan couldn't help but gape in amazement, shouting loudly, "Those stones are usually used for filing nails. Aren't they still properties like that husky guard dog? Don't let her do it herself." Lamu Yan cleared his throat and said, just in time for Ka to test his new skill. Then he looked up and roared loudly. Guilong Qian Kong. The Guilong Qian Kong really works. The entire group of Jat Long are affected by that sound and keep howling. Lamu Yan excitedly shouts, "I was really scared stiff. And the effect is pretty good. The distance from the ground to the Jat Long is really far." So Lamu Yan continues to unleash his heat radiation attack, with a blue beam shooting straight up and exploding, taking out all the monsters. After the attack, all 3 of them simultaneously billowed smoke and fell freely downwards. And after dealing with some matters, Lamu Yan turned back to look at Vian Mui, lost in thought. Vian Mui. She is the one I chose to become the queen of the Ouyen island, if even the long jolt monsters can't handle her. What can I do? It seems that although Sia only needs to eat to become stronger, in order to enhance Vian Mui's abilities, a top-tier special transformation is still necessary. Finally, Long Ouyen said loudly, "Muni, from tomorrow on, we will begin the transformation practice, and I will turn Muni into a woman just like the queen." Man Yuan also didn't know if he understood what was just said, only seeing you bite your hand and ask, "What kind of alchemy training is that?" Even better than skewered grilled meat. Long Ouyen stepped onto the stone, contemplating his plan for the first beast transformation training. What were the events in the physical education test again? I think there was a bar climb. 1,000 meter run. What else was there? Then he reread the contents on the stone, including training endurance to do 1,000 pull-ups, running 100, 000 meters, and the 2 mats, which were discarded. These 3 were the initial steps to forming a level 3 monster. Long Ouyen pointed at the stone and declared to Manhwa, "From today onwards, I will start a week of level 3 monster training for you, to help you level up and become the king of the Ouyen Extreme Island." It was holding a skewer of meat while scratching its head in curiosity, wondering if leveling up strength was tastier than grilled meat. He explained that leveling up your strength means you can punch monsters with your fists and kick them with your legs to defeat them. The soldiers lie there unenthusiastically enjoying the skewered meat. Not interested. They didn't even try to steal my grilled meat. So why should I fight them? Lamu Yan knew right away it would say that. So he quickly thought of a way I knew it. I can't use normal tricks to deal with this gluttonous fool. I bought more spices just for this moment. I used to be a devoted servant, and the neighbor's second wife has seen and judged me. After finishing his plan, Lam Yen spoke. Viens. Just follow my instructions. And every time you complete a task, I will reward you with a giant, super delicious, world-class grilled meat skewer coated in special seasoning. And Manhwa's eyes light up when she sees the seasoning jar. The most delicious special training makes even Lamu Yan gasp for breath and think. The world of a foodie is that simple. The situation is similar, I admit, but I am no longer the same person I was back then. Lamu Yan begins the special training. The first item on the training agenda, practice it 1,000 times. The main movement is simple, jump up. Hold on to the horizontal bar. Lift your body up. And then I'll show you how to do it. His legs bend to prepare for the jump, but his hands can't reach the horizontal bar above. Lamu Yan uses both hands to reach for the wooden bar, forgetting how exhausted his arms are. Thinking quickly, he jumps up with force. But this won't be a challenge for me. Lamu Yan jumps up and uses his teeth to grip the wooden beam to prevent his body from falling down. Then continue guiding Manhwa to throw kerosene. Tu Duong will speak, starting with capturing the mysterious entity in the air, while it sits below. Not understanding what Lamu Yan is doing, he looked down, and suddenly Manhwa had disappeared, catching Lamu Yan off guard. When suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him, drawing his attention. That was Manhwa climbing up the fresh wood branch with a smile. Reaching out his hand to him, it's just climbing a tree. What's so hard about that? Come on. I'll help you. Lamu Yan jumped down from the tree branch and said, Fine. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bought the crane without consulting the experts. I am the ancestor of the slackline enthusiasts. But still, even if you have greater strength than others, there's nothing to boast about. The key to real combat is endurance. So next we will proceed to the second phase. After a while, a tall shadow gradually appeared before the crocodile king in the pond. Then Manhwa's foot stepped on the crocodile's body to crush it down. After training endurance by running 100,000 meters and kicking it, it immediately ran away, causing the other crocodile to panic when it saw its comrade in trouble. A strange noise drew the crocodile's attention, causing it to turn in fear. In front of it, Lamu Yan and the zoo from the other side were approaching. He walks past the crocodiles, causing them to jump up in surprise. Lamu Yan is rushing to catch up with Manhwa. He has never beaten his sister before. Damn it. I've turned into a monster. So why can't I beat my sister in a race? It turned around playfully, holding up 2 fingers to indicate skewers and a jar of spices. All the animals in the forest were disturbed by the brothers' chaos, but they could only cry softly. They all shouted and waved their signs, refusing to run like crazy, giving way to pedestrians, not running too fast, and not hitting people. Loud howls echo through the cave as the arena outside has been destroyed by Lamu Yan and Manhwa. Lamu Yan continues to instruct Manhwa. Listen carefully. Strength and endurance are just the basics. What truly determines victory in battle are tactics and experience. Watch the move. The divine dragon wags its tail. During the special 3rd-level training duel, unexpectedly, Lamu Yan, wagging her tail, startled Manhwa into a panicked reaction. Quickly, her tail was swept away by Lamu Yan's tail, making a loud crashing sound. Manhwa suddenly sits back comfortably, silent and still. This made Lamu Yan panic and run over. Hey Vien, are you okay? If you're not careful and your tail hits too hard, didn't I already warn you not to get hit? As he approached, Manhwa immediately punched Lamu Yan in the eye, causing him to flinch. He yelled angrily, Damn it. You learned bad habits. Even faking death to ambush. Don't you know how to hit the face when fighting? Lamu Yan suddenly opened his mouth. A blinding flash appeared, startling Manhwa. Lamu Yan blew forcefully at it, causing him to quickly dodge away, so he could taste the breath of violence. These bright flashes also quickly spread around and then shot at innocent beasts displaying different signs, knocking them apart as someone's voice echoes. The 2 of them are destroying the house to move the territory. Xiao Quan appears, looking at the ruined scene in front of him, unable to help but sigh. Such a good place. It used to be a beautiful landscape, but now it's shattered like a broken nest, and soon it will catch up with the dull, dead land of the Saurian from Hu. Keep training like this, and we won't have to worry about the Saurian king. We can just roll around and sink this island. Lamu Yan pondered and said, Yeah. I also feel this scene is a bit too much. If the beasts run away in fear, what's the point of conquering them later? But to deal with the Saurian king, I definitely need to level up my strength. Is there a good way to do that? Little Kuan turned his head briefly, but didn't look at the figures of the 2, just stomping his feet to shake the ground, and still wanted to train intensively through such vigorous activity. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had an idea. As long as the physique isn't too large, just like Xiao Quan Quan, we became humans and trained specially. So maybe we can also strengthen the power of the monster form. It should be possible, according to the principles. Based on the human form for special training, it can enhance the body's load capacity for energy cores. When the load increases, the energy of the spirit core will naturally increase as well. And when transformed into a monster, the origin of life, released upon breaking the core, will also change accordingly. Ouyen nodded, then looked at Manhwa and said, "Okay, then Manhwa and I will become humans and undergo special demon and ghost training. By the way, Xiao Guan, what will we look like when we turn into humans?" Hearing you ask like that, it immediately said, "Probably because you read cultivation novels." Then, he quickly extended his hand, transforming into a monster by breaking the core with his mind, channeling the energy into his limbs and bones, like breaking the pill to become a monster in a cultivation novel, where the monster turns into a human through the mind, gathering strength in the dantian to form a core similar to the one in the cultivation story. Lamu Yan, with his piercing eyes, said that before it was about breaking the pill to become a monster. Now, it's about forming a pill to become a human. You said what you obtained was a cultivation script. But now, to avoid destroying the house further, I have decided to become a human and continue training. Manhwa walks over and sits down, and Lamu Yan tells him to imitate his posture. First, removing the pillow and sitting cross-legged, then focusing his mind. And Manhwa quickly follows suit. Lamu Yan continues to guide and perform at the same time, as light gradually appears all over his body, imagining his inner strength gathering at his dantian. Suddenly, Lamu Yan opened his eyes and noticed something, then furrowed his brow and thought, "I have a feeling now," feeling the urge to pee. Jokingly, when gathering energy at the dantian reached the point of needing to pee, he quickly sneaked away to pee first while Manhwa was meditating. After a while, I finished everything and felt completely relaxed. I couldn't help but exclaim how truly freeing it was, but when Lam Yen turned back, he couldn't see any sign of Manhwa. Where did she go? Could she also have lost control and peed herself? He looked around anxiously. Suddenly a sound made him turn around. It was Manhwa, who had transformed into a person, jumping into the large pond to get Lamu Yan's attention. "I am here." Lamu Yan stared in disbelief. "Wow. She's already transformed into a person so quickly." He thought to himself, could it be that even after turning into a monster, he still looked down upon by his sister? Thinking then, Lamu Yan focused on meditating, a line of words appearing on his forehead, indicating successful transformation, as he recited the mantra seriously, channeling his entire body's energy into his dantian to condense into a spiritual core. "Lilan Shithuk is my strength. I will not let others look down on me." Manhwa surely sat by the rock, waiting for me to have an epiphany. Lamu Yan still diligently contemplates despite Manhwa lazily eating skewered meat. By evening, Manhwa also reverted to his beast form, carrying another beast on his shoulder, and telling you it's time for dinner. Long. Light the fire. He was about to break down because Manhwa kept shouting every now and then, making it impossible for him to focus and meditate peacefully. Suddenly, Lamu Yan shouted loudly, startling Manhwa. "I know transforming is serious, so please don't walk back and forth in front of me and disturb my enlightenment." And then a miracle happened. At this moment his mouth emitted light, and he didn't even know what it was. What is this?" Manhwa shouted in fear. Brother Long kept his mouth shut and hoped. Why did he shoot out the violent breath again? But he couldn't answer, and only thought. He didn't intend to release the violent breath. Suddenly Lamu Yan understood the principle. Perhaps the method of releasing fierce breath is similar to transforming into a human, both requiring focus and gathering body strength at one point. Which is why, thinking this, he raised his head to put the sphere back in. "No. If I release the fierce breath here, I'll destroy my house. Swallow it back quickly." Lamu Yan trembled all over, lowering his head to try to swallow the violent breath's power. After a difficult moment, he finally managed to swallow it, and he let out a relieved sigh, as if he had successfully swallowed it back. Suddenly, all of Lam Yen's limbs and body started to glow. He looked at his hands in amazement. This is a flash of light, and he has become human, smiling happily. "I can transform back into a person after swallowing the fierce breath. It seems that this violent breath is actually a shortcut to boost the body's energy flow." Lamu Yan looked at his body, clenched his fists, and said, "I was always busy running to escape last time, and didn't have time to test the strength of this body. The sun gradually disappeared behind the trees, and the evening light seeped through the forest. Ouyen is now laughing happily. Whether running 100,000 meters or doing 1 pull-ups, this body has no problem at all. Then he ran around the camp and the unconscious animals, setting fires. Yeah. Night has fallen, but Ouyen is still tirelessly doing pull-ups, ignoring the hungry villagers over there. They are starving to death. He just inhaled and said, "You need to redefine the concept of the 8-second boy. The so-called 8-second boy is the one who can do 10 pull-ups in 8 seconds. Early Monday morning, the sunlight gradually rises into the cave, and Ouyen has inhaled 4,002 breaths of death so far. He drops from the bar to the ground to rest, still transforming into a person to carry out special training more effectively, protecting the environment, and saving resources. At this moment, Lamu Yan realized that Manhwa and Tu were sleeping soundly together, their snores echoing. How could these two be sleeping all at once? Then he quickly went over and shook them awake with punches. "Wake up now. Don't sleep anymore. Keep training. Little two, you stay on watch. If any other monsters come closer, immediately let me know. Manhwa, turn into a human and keep practicing." Manhwa, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes as a human, and Ouyen began to speak confidently after transforming. "You can now move freely without hesitation. If you can beat me this time, I'll give you 10 skewered marinated meats." Ouyen hadn't finished speaking when he heard the words grilled meat and saw Manhwa's eyes light up as he continued talking. Manhwa already flew up, ready to attack him. Manhwa said, while fighting, "The 10 grilled meats are yours." He was beaten and lowered his head, then explained, "I haven't said start yet." Then came a series of stabbing motions from Manhwa, and Lamu, with a swollen face, could only shout out to stop. A week later, a dinosaur head sculpture appeared above the entrance of the cave, resembling Ouyen. He sniffled painfully and told the man, "Over the past week, under your guidance, my strength has improved a lot." While the man was happily walking ahead, Ouyen reached out and calculated, "I also managed to earn 600,000 evolution point. Keep more than 100,000 points for later use. The rest will be used for evolution." The insect whip appears along with the system screen, and he orders Xiao Kun to increase all 500,000 evolution points for the form. The system immediately reports, "Host Lam Ujin, Trim Talk We Talk, renamed, Loi Bao Long Clan. Form, mature form capable of evolution. Bloodline of the Overlord level can be upgraded. Height 58 meters. Weight 580 tons. Attack methods include ramming and biting. The divine dragon wagging its tail has a special skill of S+ level theft. Visible in the night at E level. The level E light is a B+ level monster, with a S level violent breath, an A level heat radiation, a B level thorny armor piercing, and an A level Kwai long combat aura. Ouyen's body is glowing intensely. Manhwa looked puzzled and stared intently as the system continued to report that the blood flowing through your body is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas as belonging to the noble ancient divine beast Overlord. You have gone through a pure and innocent youth, entering the troubled period of maturity. His body has stopped shining. Manhwa looked up in surprise. "Brother Long, why did you suddenly grow taller?" Ouyen, feeling even more proud, responded with a shimmering starry glow. Because he was still on his growth phase. Eat on time. Be not picky about food. Sleep early and wake up early for good health. And exercise regularly to grow taller. Manhwa over there raises his hand to measure his height. Ouyen opens the system and says to Manhwa, "Let's go. Today we check the results of a week of training. You found a lair in the south of the secret forest area where many lizard monsters gather. Follow me to eliminate them all and enjoy some grilled lizard meat." Manhwa really loves this dish, so he's very excited, with his eyes shining like hearts. It shouted, "Destroy the lizard from the jar." Seeing Manhwa's reaction, Lamu felt disappointed and thought, "It seems I've become skilled enough to talk to someone who loves to eat." At this moment, the guards standing on skeletal remains are patrolling the territory in front of the reptile cave. Ouyen and Manhwa are hiding in a corner watching. He says, "There are only a few guards outside the door. We can quietly sneak in afterwards. As soon as he finished speaking, Manhwa beside him disappeared. He turned to look to the empty side and called out in surprise. Vien. Vien. So it ran to their cave. And Lamu Yan could only feel helpless and foolish about it. You don't know the thrill of ambushing. When the reptiles saw Manhwa, they quickly opened their mouths and lunged, but were immediately beaten back by Manhwa. Other divine beasts appeared at the cave entrance, circling and watching Manhwa. They charged all at once, but still couldn't trouble Manhwa, who handled them in an instant. Then inside the cave, thousands of other divine lizards appeared, waiting for Manhwa. Lamu Yan appeared, staring intently at the cave entrance and said, "So, do you think dealing with them is very easy? That's because your strength, speed, and reaction time have all improved significantly through special training." Lamu Yan smirked maliciously. From now, until he faced the monster bird and the wild sword, he had never been satisfied. But today, he could finally fight freely. At this moment, the divine group has surrounded Lamu Yan and Manhwa, and he uses his strength to shoot out beams of energy. With so many of them, we have enough to eat for a week. And Manhwa is tearing them apart crazily. Lamu Yan assessed the situation. Although there are many of these reptiles, the fact that they are coming in waves like this is actually good. And Manhwa on the other side is still fighting fiercely. He grabbed a divine beast, squeezed its essence with his hand, feeling the thrill of dominating alone. Manhwa, no matter how many reptiles I kill today, I will add special seasoning for skewers just for you. Thinking of the skewers of Manhwa grilled meat, I get excited and stomp my feet and pound my chest. Skewers of grilled meat. Skewers of grilled meat. I want to eat 500 skewers. Lamu Yan is proud. This kid may look unusual, but his fearless spirit for food deserves praise. And among my old enemies, I vow to honor you as the bravest. More and more divine beasts are appearing, looking fierce and intimidating. While inside the cave, screams suddenly echo out. When they reached the cave entrance and saw Lamu Yan and Manhwa, they suddenly turned around and looked back into the cave. Watching them slowly crawl back in, both of them looked at each other, puzzled, wondering why they turned back. Lamu Yan was speechless as he watched their actions. Just moments ago I called you brave, and now you're slapping my face. You think you can play like that? Manhwa was angry because his skewered meat was being wasted. Skewered meat. Lamu Yan was very curious why they suddenly retreated during the fight. What kind of environment was inside that cave? But he couldn't find out. Forget it. Observe first and decide later. Manhwa stomps angrily, holding the skewered meat, then charges forward shouting, quickly returning with 500 skewers, seasoned with my special spices. Lamu Yan is caught off guard and can't stop him. Hey Vien. Wait. Watching Manhwa rush in alone, Lamu Yan helplessly followed, and the two hurried into the cave. The deeper they went, the darker it became, with only faint blue lights flickering inside. Looking at the map, he was suspicious. Where did he hide? Why can't I see any of them? And there are no signs of monsters on the map either. There's definitely some trickery involved. Vien. I suggest you go outside first so we can plan our next move. Suddenly, glowing eyes of the demon lizards appeared on the ceiling, and they jumped down onto Lamu Yan and Manhwa. Both of them had to face thousands of these legendary divine lizards. Then each fought their own battles against the creatures. They keep attacking Lamu Yan and Manhwa, who stare at them fiercely. He looks at the residue left by the divine lizard on his body like a sting, biting his teeth tightly. Although the poison from these reptiles is only mildly harmful, their sheer numbers now make the amount of poison quite troublesome. Then Lamu Yan opened his mouth and used a fierce breath to fight them off, only able to unleash a powerful attack against these creatures. At this moment, the two of them had already eliminated part of the reptiles, and suddenly the surroundings began to shift. Suddenly, from behind Manhwa, there was a loud noise as a giant beast burst out from inside and rushed toward the two of them. Lamu Yan quickly pushed Manhwa aside with force, under the intense gaze of the giant beast. Carefully, then let himself be pierced directly by the lord of the divine lizard. Lamu Yan was hit by a burst of blood that shot up and hit the ceiling of the cave. Manhwa shouted out for him. Long. Manhwa wanted to run over and call for help, but was blocked by other divine lizards. Lamu Yan struggles to get up after the blow and touches the ground. As he raises his head, He sees the giant venomous demon worm about to swallow him whole. Lamu Yan immediately used his hands and feet to stop the demon lizard's mouth. Its venom glowed inside its mouth, surprising him. But he managed to bite it, and then it injected poison into Lamu Yan's body, causing him to fall back as rocks and debris flew everywhere. His bloodied hand showed the poison, and seeing the wound on his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Is the corrosive ability of this beast's water so strong? The system displays information about the giant beast in front of me. The king of lizards, its venom, and its bloodline from the main lineage of the lizard king. As the vice commander of the king, leading a group of deathly reptiles, they gradually invaded the extreme Ouyen island. Standing 60 meters tall and weighing 480 tons, Lamu Yan looked at the information on the system screen in surprise. Casually counterattacked and discovered a character who couldn't withstand it. If I corner you and threaten your father, the king of the savage reptiles, to force him off this island, I wonder if you would understand that. The fierce venom continued to open its mouth and spit poison at Lamu Yan, standing opposite. Lamu Yan watched the stream of poison rush toward him, quickly jumping aside to dodge. Seeing the corrosive effect on the rock, he secretly thought that this guy's venom not only has a strong toxin but also a high offensive power. It can easily pierce through the rock wall. Luckily, its speed isn't fast, so as long as you stay focused, you can completely avoid it. Behind the poison is a pair of swirling round pits filled with toxic liquid. This venom has grown faster and larger than before. Is this some kind of ultimate move? Immediately, it shot out thousands of streams of super strong poison towards him. Lamu Yan watched in horror as this scene unfolded. Damn it. It can shoot continuously. The giant beast kept firing at Long Ka. Most of his body was hit by its saliva. His powerful attack caused Long Ka's massive body to fall down with a loud crash and slide across the ground. Manhwa is surrounded. Thousands of lizard men clinging to him. Unable to reach Long Sa. Only able to reach out and call. Brother Long. The focus of the battle is forming a triangle, with one side Tin Tin struggling against the horde of lizard men. Unable to escape, Long Ko lies still on the ground, while the son of the lizard king from the jar is waiting eagerly. It seems it also used quite a bit of strength for that attack. Looking tired, biting its teeth and spitting out that disgusting green stuff while gasping for air. Luke Dao, too, stands still, watching Long Co lying on the ground, waiting to see if the creature in front of him will move. Tin Tin also doesn't know what to do to stop the danger approaching Long. As the giant head steps drew closer and closer, she was still struggling to save herself. Watching up, Tin Tin saw the stalactites on the top of the cave and realized she could use them to her advantage. She uses all her strength to leap high, causing the reptiles clinging to Tin Tin to fall to the ground. And Manhwa escapes from them. His hand reached the stalactites above the cave, gripping tightly and hanging on the middle section, using the terrain to move while the reptiles from below still chased inside the cave. Manhwa desperately used his grip to shake off the remaining reptiles clinging to him, causing them to fall onto their allies below. When it moved above the giant head, Manhwa stopped and looked down at it, and it also noticed him, lifting its head to look up. Tin Tin lets himself fall, using his body as a shield to protect Long Ka, who is still unconscious and cannot be given a chance to get close. The most primitive attack of King Kong comes from the limbs, so Tin Tin naturally chooses his advantage by raising his fist to target the head of the six-headed giant. Tin Tin's punch carries a force like a spinning attack, aimed directly at its head, capable of stirring the surrounding air and hitting the six-headed giant's brain. Turning around once more, Tin Tin punched it and sent it flying to the left, far away from them. Unable to fight back, its body like a toppled large vehicle, clinging to the cave wall, it opens its enormous soft exterior to gather fluids, ready to counterattack. Long Ca is able to get up, and he quickly warns Tin Tin, "Be careful." Luckily, thanks to his warning, she quickly dodged his spit and just laughed mockingly, nothing more. Far from Long Ca's fierce breath, Long Co recalls the scene when he used that destructive move and then thinks, it seems better not to mention the polite words that have become an involuntary reflex of the young disciple. Tin Tin continues to take advantage of her advantage to leap up and punch the big-headed lizard in the head. While she was executing a combo attack on it, something unexpected happened. The saliva Tin Tin just dodged somehow spun back around. Long Co grabs the reptile's death grip, handles the jumping ones, notices something strange again, and shouts loudly towards the guards to warn them. The guards carefully watch behind, but this time there was no time left. And she ate the pile of saliva from the big, six-headed beast. Suddenly knocked off balance. Tin Tin lost her footing and clung to the six-headed creature. And in that fragile moment, Tin Tin moved lightly away from him. As a result, she fell to the side of him. Surprisingly, a splash of saliva was powerful enough to knock King Kong back. Long Ka shouted in panic and worry. "You little brat. How could that venom fly back again? There are too many deadly reptiles surrounding him. I can't even count them." Layer after layer keeps appearing. They are covering Long Ka's back, neck, and even the top of the cave. It's really unlucky to be surrounded by these creatures. I can't help but curse them, damn it. If they keep pinning him down like this, Long Sa won't be able to escape. And the more dangerous Yivian gets. He's really furious this time. Get lost, all of you. Why do you keep forcing Long Xie to get angry? He will definitely deal with them. Activating his armor mode, with spiked thorns evolving on his back. Damn these trash monsters. This is the punishment they deserve. Damn them. The big-headed lizard jumps forward with its sharp legs and green body, knocking the chimpanzee to the ground. It lies beneath her body, its mouth wide open, and its two side gills puffed up as if charging energy to spit corrosive saliva and destroy the chimpanzee. But it didn't go as it wanted. The experiment still hasn't closed the test. With its tail behind Long's and right at the jaw, its large head shot out as it flew. But its saliva had already formed into spheres, shooting out towards them, because it couldn't be controlled. Its speed and force seemed off, and it flew over Long Xia's head, which probably made him happy too. Behind them are the gang of traitors who will have to face these corrosive spheres coming straight from their own allies. But when the saliva touched them, not only did nothing happen, but it also reversed direction and flew back. Long Xiao and the chimpanzee watched this phenomenon with such amazement that their eyes nearly popped out and their jaws had to be clenched tightly. Or they might have fallen off. Who would have thought they could play like this? Saliva spun back. Long used his body to shield the chimpanzee, ensuring not a single drop touched him. Manhwa shouted loudly. Long, this corrosive effect doesn't do much to Long Ka, but I have to see it for myself. It's because he touched it. You're careless and still think these deadly bubbles have low IQ. But I didn't expect they can organize into a pinball team. Luke Dao. To keeps firing blindly, facing it for so long. They haven't been corroded to death yet, but they've already tested its patience many times. This time, its shot aimed right at Long Ka in the middle of the chimpanzees. They each dodged to the side. Is there more coming? Are we playing until the end? Because it dodged. The spitball flew farther, and a dung beetle wearing a cow hat on the rock was targeted. If we follow the previous pinball rules, surely, when these two objects contact, the spitball will bounce back, so no one told him to let that continue. Long Xie slammed his tail into the rock, causing the deadly bubble to be knocked away and lose his turn for staying too close to the bubble shot. It sticks directly to the wall. Whether it can become a fossil in 1,000 years is unknown. But from that moment on, it is officially out of the game. Even the hat on your head was snatched away by Long Xie from the water platform. I don't know where he found another stick. He put a mischievous smile and said, I let you play with her. But knocking away the hand that catches the ball is not allowed. Luke Yu roars loudly, the sound echoing through the cave. And this time his voice isn't like firing a gun, but seems to be signaling to the executioners. Long Co and the chimp are struggling to turn around. The situation is changing badly. We're doomed. If we are really on the pinball court, there are too many catching points now. Teeth like a spider web. Even with the big-headed beast having a sliding shield, the chance of another creature catching it is too high. Long Co couldn't hold back and shouted, Why are so many catchers running out? Not only on the ground, Long Co observes the walls of the cave where they are also present. They've filled the cave already, and now they have to unleash their ultimate move. The big-headed creature goes back to preparing, pulling out the beak-like mouth with its toothy jaws, and inhales the surrounding energy. After gathering enough energy to swell his two sacks, the big-headed lizard returned to the ready position on the arena, with its tails fanned out like peacock feathers. Clearly confident of victory, all of its actions and preparations are seen by Long Sa, who keeps thinking to himself, Don't think I'll let you have an easy shot. It's not just him who knows how to use his mouth. If you let Long use it, he won't be any worse than anyone else. So let him shout out loud for everyone to hear and see how strong our spirit is. The sound of this attack is so overwhelming that everyone in the cave is deafened, and the big-headed beast has to grit its teeth and endure. Its thick legs wobbled and almost lost balance, with the sharp claws embedded in the ground having fallen over, nearly causing it to fall. Because of this impact, when releasing a series of saliva balls at once, their directions no longer seem to match the original ones. Long Si realizes there's a problem. Everything's a mess. This roar has turned from a focused blast into a chaotic one, making it even harder to deal with. As he finished speaking, he quickly lowered his center of gravity and bent down to smell, luckily avoiding two of them. Tintin wasn't much better, though big and fierce. It was still agile enough to dodge its saliva. The spheres fly past, eliminating targets one by one from the jar. Sometimes one, sometimes two, along the walls or on the ground. Everything was reversed, as if equipped with an automatic device that turned back upon contact. So in this game, the flying projectiles caused no damage at all, thanks to the chaos caused by Lanka. Now the area around them is like a laser trap, with blue beams shining everywhere. If you can't dodge, you'll be caught in the crossfire. Not only did it fly over our heads and past us, but it also went straight through right below Lanka's groin. And I couldn't help but scold. Damn it. I almost became a eunuch. I must find a way to make them all fall down. Now it's hard enough to escape, let alone avoid being caught. And the big-headed guy outside the yard keeps adding more materials for them to play with. Damn it. This guy is even adding more materials. Lanka's commanding voice echoes loudly. If things keep going like this, the number of casualties and foam bullets from the 6 giants won't decrease. If we don't think of a quick solution, won't it just keep increasing? They are pushing people too far. Lanka doesn't want to, but has to use brutal force to teach these thugs a lesson, until they are sure they are dead. Its power makes the whole group explode. I told you to gather and catch that girl. Seeing the corpses burned on the ground as the result of his work, Lanka was pleased. It was perfect. The burned bodies couldn't retaliate with poison darts. If that's the case, I have to risk it. Lanka is ready to try again. One more shot. To hell with the poison darts. I must burn this gang of corpses first. But unexpectedly, before he could act, only a faint glow appeared in his throat, and the green beast behind him, with its sharp leg raised, was attacking Lanka. It tore 2 gashes in Lanka's leg, causing him to fall in pain. With bright red blood spurting along the claw marks, the foam bullets quickly rushed toward Lanka as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Tin grabbed a death ball in his hand and ran toward Lanka, shouting loudly, "Long, be careful." There was no way to run over and catch him. In that urgent moment, Ting threw the death ball in his hand toward Lanka. Watch out for the deadly attack. Surprisingly, Tin threw with perfect accuracy, their paths crossing and then diverging, causing the sphere to collide with the deadly creature and immediately turn back. But this beautiful illusion helps Lanka unlock new knowledge, revealing that the deadly orb can counter poison attacks as a hidden function. This is the secret they discovered, a strength that can also become the opponent's weakness. Lanka picks up a death orb, so why don't they use this to counterattack? If that's the case, the poison finds your actions hard to understand. But once you grasp the principle of how it works, nothing can stop you on the path to victory. And the athlete Bin Bon Lam Ouyen steps onto the stage. Bin Bon, the model athlete, is not used to relying on teammates. You can use the toxin spitting to reflect the poison darts back. At first, he kept firing at them non-stop, shooting several rounds in a row. This guy must not know tiredness. Lanka's eyes shine brightly as he confidently blocks 3 bullets at once. As if he's a champion athlete. Come on. Watch me prepare to be amazed. But he couldn't block it, missing all 3 shots. If it goes on like this, there's no way to score anymore. We're definitely going to lose. It hurts so much. Another wave is coming. This is the chance. And his confidence in winning will surely lead Lanka to success. He swings wildly, no matter where the balls are. Actually, Lanka doesn't really know how to play pinball, hitting in frustration all the while. I can't believe my accuracy is this bad. Isn't the video all about swinging the bat like that? It blocked 1 shot and sent it flying in another direction. But unexpectedly, it hit the tight-fitting armor. And thanks to your carelessness, the ball soared up to Lanka's head. When it fell, it hit his head, and Lanka held his head in pain. My head. Because of this action, the tight-fitting ball was dropped, giving other balls a chance to attack while he was distracted. At the crucial moment, luckily, Tintin arrived. And just one dance from her was enough to block all the venomous darts. Tintin stands in front of Lanka, and this feeling of being protected doesn't seem quite right for her. She looks more like a real man, still caring and asking, "Brother Long, are you okay?" "No. Are you all right?" "Let Tintin, the pinball queen, come onto the stage." Manhwa mischievously turns his head, thumbs up, and winks at Lanka. Everyone has their weak moments, and this time let her be the one protected by him. At first, they didn't have time to rest, continuing to fire like a storm. And next time, it will be even more intense than before. Next to Lanka is Tintin. Look at her upgraded King Bat Ouyen and her dual King Bat Quan techniques. Even he has to be a bit amazed. Watching her back from behind, her hands never stop, marking them all. Not a single shot gets through. Lanka clasped his hands, eyes filled with awe. Gods above. This special training session's effect is truly outstanding. Tintin, exhausted but still determined, continues to protect Lanka as thousands of deadly reptiles watch the battle below. Stop the attack for now. The giant head roars again, and no one knows what it will do next. As the rotten beast's head changes position, Tintin looks on in confusion. Even the area above his head is now completely covered in their slime. There must be a reason they climbed up there in such numbers. Lanka watched this and quickly realized, warning Tintin to retreat and be careful. The big snake-headed lizard arranged the small corpses and started a new fight, serving the first shot and then opening its mouth wide to fire a venomous attack. This time they all aimed directly at Tintin at once, and all the projectiles targeted her. Tintin still moved swiftly, knocking them all away in one go, which looked a bit too easy for her. The bullets are knocked into the air by Tintin, and on the roof, a swarm of zombie corpses crawls back, bouncing back upon contact. No matter which side it hits, the result is the same every time it makes contact. It's like a spring bouncing back, sending it right back. Because Tintin's speed when blocking them is so fast, the counterattack also increases accordingly. With Tintin standing in the middle, surrounded by deadly bullets from all directions, with no escape route. If you can't escape, then you must learn to face it. Tintin activates the enhancement mode, ready for full combat. She is like a superhuman with the ability to split into clones, catching everything that comes her way, whether left or right, above or below. She is faster than Tintin. After a while, it formed an unstoppable tornado, while the poison darts kept flying back and forth endlessly. In Lanka's eyes, the brilliant performance of the girl couldn't help but make him marvel. Oh my god. Vienne's skills, could it be that her special training was to nurture a national athlete? Tintin keeps holding the two poison bombs. Salt here and there, like 3 heads, 6 arms. Lanka stroked his chin thoughtfully, but through Vienne's relentless fighting, the speed of the poison darts is getting faster and faster, no longer falling apart or cracking. And that's not the way. The root of this battle is the 6-headed beast, which keeps opening its mouth wide to load bullets from afar. And Lanka comes up with an idea. Instead of constantly dodging its attacks, they will eventually tire out and give up. So it's better to fight back. Thinking of that, Lanka pointed towards the big head and told Tintin, "Vienne," to shoot the poison dart at that big head. She is very obedient. As soon as the bullet arrives, Tintin pulls it back and redirects it toward the original Earth location, which is the giant head. But it's not easy to bully. The big head has some effectiveness, as if it can anticipate their intentions, so it has to be a surprising response. The first bullet is returned, and as a striker, it launches the poison dart at Tintin with a flick of its tail, giving Lanka and her another chance to gape in amazement. Unable to give up, Tintin keeps fighting back the balls, but the effort is taking a toll. If not, she might have fallen long ago. Lanka, beside her, signals to strike towards the enemy's head. Keep going. The big head uses its body's mechanism, hitting each incoming attack back immediately. Tintin looked at it in fury, really wanting to go over and beat it up. But if it weren't for this complicated poison dart, she might have already rushed over and knocked out all its teeth. Luke Dao to being targeted also means they've been fighting for so long that they not only know how to avoid the poison, but also know how to fight back. While shielding himself from the projectiles, the giant head didn't notice Lanka until he finished his Shadow Blade attack and sensed something was wrong. Tin Tin beside him was still frantically blocking the attacks, while Long Ka had prepared a special move for the giant head. His eyes lit up, as if it were a punishment. He bullied the weak while they were exhausted, and only by holding back could he have a chance to end this fight. Long Ka unleashes his fierce breath straight at the big six-headed beast, knocking back the venomous projectiles, which are blown away. The big six-headed beast quickly moves to dodge, but it's quite difficult. Long Ka's speed is too fast. This power is no joke. The breath unleashes the strength of the heavens and earth, and the cave is being heavily damaged. After the thick smoke cleared, the giant head tried to minimize the damage, but still lost its tail and several sharp legs. Chimpanzee was very happy to see that, pointing his finger at Long Ka and shouting, "Brother Long is truly handsome." He glanced at her, mouth holding a blade of grass while his hand trembled, looking proud but gaunt, as if this one breath had drained him completely. And Yuan was wide-mouthed, too thin. This time the injury made the Lizard King not only hurt but even more furious, commanding the herd of reptiles once again. It must surely retaliate with its beak. Long Ka hurriedly pulled Tin Tin back. He no longer had the strength to face the fury of the old leader. Why stay there? The wind is about to blow, and your fierce breath can only be released twice a day. After that, I really can't take it anymore. It was furious to see the beast fleeing. They caused such serious injuries to the sixth head, and now they just say they're leaving. Is it allowed or not? How can the two of them just disappear right in front of us? The former head immediately ordered the reptiles to chase after, and Long Ka shouted in panic, "Chase over here." Even after losing some parts of his body, Kuda's pursuit speed didn't slow down, and he was right behind them in an instant. The chimpanzee and Long Ka sped up faster than the thief, splitting in two directions as they reached outside the cave entrance before losing sight. Luke Kudao hurriedly ran out to chase after her, while the chimpanzees ambushed at the cave entrance. And as he stuck his head out to look for her, she tripped him up. Because of rushing without paying attention, Luke Dao too fell straight down, making it easier for Tin Tin to achieve its goal. Seeing the big-headed guy struggling in the distance, Long Ka didn't run away alone either, and he laughed heartily at his fall. Sneaky attacks truly are unmatched. I didn't realize before how much I've suffered. I won't stop there. Long Ka just pointed at the old head and asked if you really thought I was planning to run away. But actually, it was to make you angry, leading you out of the mountain cave. The terrain inside favors you, but unfortunately, we won't let you go back there. The two brothers, Long Ka, stand guard at the cave entrance, barely escaping outside, unable to let it have a chance to go back in. The giant head roars, daring to play tricks. So it will show them what respect truly is. Tin Tin and Long Ka turn to look into the cave, where hundreds of glowing green eyes stare back. An uncountable number. Hearing its voice, it rushed out of the cave, climbing onto Long Ka and Tin Tin, blocking the entrance to the old head. With some kind of mental strength, the big six-eyed creature tilted its head back, and the reptiles from the pit below also followed suit. Then, the small reptiles approached and swarmed around its severed leg, gradually transforming into a viscous substance that clings tightly to the old head's wound. This is a sacrificial offering of body and life for the leader. The result of sacrificing some individuals to restore the perfect leg for the big-headed one now shows a satisfied smile. The current scene makes Long Ka find it hard to believe his eyes. Damn it. It can even be reborn like that. He tentatively touched some of the remaining essence on his body, doubting, could it be that this zombie reptile's body is a good medicine capable of resurrecting the dead? But it seems to have no effect on me. Thanks to the sacrifice of its kin, the severed and burned parts of the former head fully recovered. Once again, a perfect relic. And it screamed once more. They both assumed defensive stances. After the giant head recovered, its true strength was unknown, so they couldn't let their guard down. Repeating the same move, it still swells its two large sacs and releases poison darts, playing this game endlessly without getting bored. Anyway, they know how to respond now. And this place isn't a cave. So Long Ka ordered the Manhwa and MVN contestants to fire all the poison darts at the common target. Spirit Tin Tin remains close by, continuing to refine and perfect this ball-striking technique. The bullets have lost their ideal catching points and can't bounce back at them. Just as Long Ka said, "Big head, I told you, in a tough situation, your bullets won't work." The six-headed beast seems a bit slow-witted, so it only stopped its vicious stare after Tin Tin had knocked everything away. Simple attacks no longer work in this situation, so it switches to a different method. Huh. With that big mouth of yours. While the sharp teeth of the big-headed lizard are lowering to target the reptiles below. Each one was swallowed and digested. Yet they showed no resistance or attempt to escape. Probably because they were almost equal in strength to the Emperor. Tintin and Long Ka keep going from one surprise to another. Damn it, what is this situation? It's swallowing the person who's high on it. We've provoked it so much it can't tell friend from foe anymore. What's even stranger is that these reptiles are now crawling into the big lizard's mouth one after another. Long Ka exclaimed. Strange. These creatures from the jar suddenly become proactive in offering food, since they have reached its mouth. Let it enjoy itself. Feasting happily, as if the battle between the two sides is on a break. Long Ka thought carefully and shouted, No. Something's definitely fishy. This big-headed bastard is really evil. Let it keep biting. The consequences are unknown, but definitely not simple. He activated Tin Tin. Ouyen. Let's rush in and stop it. Don't let it keep eating. Long Ka kicked away the reptiles while giving battle instructions. You. Viens. Jump high. I'll hold their legs. You go, stop them. Don't let them keep eating. They work together seamlessly, fulfilling their assigned roles. But just as the blind Luke Ku Dao Mum is still chewing, they realize the meal has been disturbed. It's eating so much that it might as well be renamed from Big Six to Chubby Six. When suddenly Tintin's head appeared very close. Faced with its attack, the quickest way to respond is to dodge. And luckily, despite being full and round, the giant head still moves well, not yet familiar. Takes a deep breath. Its body swells like a big balloon, with two round gills almost covering its mouth. As its size increases, the number of bullets it fires also rises, sometimes up to dozens at once. Tintin, full of experience, remains fearless. Standing tall with both hands ready to counter, she still comes to pick him up, her strong hands skillfully fighting back. Like a daily workout. However, a difference has appeared. The corrosive effect of the bullets has increased, causing the jar that Tintin is holding to suddenly split in half. Like chunks of meat falling apart. She was caught off guard and couldn't dodge the next barrage of bullets. So they hit her, and she fell to the ground. Long Ka watched this scene from afar, panic and worry crossing his mind as he ran through the debris towards Tintin. The girl, but the big-headed guy kept loading his gun, with poison dripping like rain. He came up with a new way to fight, crouching down and rolling on the ground to dodge the bullets flying overhead while increasing his speed. Long Ka is now like a giant gear wheel, clearing out the enemies wherever he goes. Moving left then right, because I have to be faster. I keep rolling regardless of the carcasses still sticking to my back. The big-headed lizard also doesn't stop, always with its mouth open. Bullets flying out continuously like an automatic gun. The poison shot at Long Ka again, causing some of the parasites on his back to pop out. The big-headed Luke detected this, but since it had used up a lot of resources and was exhausted, it couldn't do anything to Long Ka. It's no wonder he acted like that earlier. Long Ka stood up, with deathly venom all over his back, smiling as he looked at it. Now I understand why I was rolling around earlier. It's because I want to wear this armor to fight the deadly beast. Getting to this point wasn't easy. Maintaining the thorn armor state costs a lot of stamina. So I must win quickly, Long Ka silently prayed. Knowing that his remaining time was limited, Long Ka decided to fight quickly and then leapt up, showing off his armor against the deadly horse guard. The thorny bushes favoring him, the six-headed dragon's head, swollen and full of green liquid, tiredly opens its mouth and sprays green liquid towards Long Ka. The green streams of liquid shot straight at him, creating immense pressure that caused the liquid to scatter in multiple directions upon contact with Long Ka. There are countless deadly creatures on his head, and Long Ka struggles to grit his teeth and dodge the streams of liquid. The huge green head keeps spewing that liquid, but it seems to be exhausted, sweat trickling down its face. Long Ka still had to strain himself to dodge as the liquid streams shot straight at him, with the death blood creatures taking the brunt of the attack while they were on top of him. That disgusting blob of liquid shot straight into the deadly creatures on Long Ka's head. He thought, damn it. His speed and the force of his poison darts were getting faster and stronger. Despite the continuous attacks of the poison darts, Long Ka faced it head-on, preparing to strike and shouting loudly, "You bastard! Go to hell!" He charged straight at the big lizard, still shooting bullets, clashing loudly with it on both sides. and Long Ka threw himself into it, overtaken by Long Ka's surprise attack and letting down its guard. The giant head was pushed back by his force. A loud crash echoed again, this time with the giant head hitting the ground and flipping over upon landing. Accompanied by loud thudding sounds, he opened his mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth and bit into a part of the giant beast's body. Yes, he bit into the part from the joint to the sharp, long claw, blood oozing out along with its pain. But Long Ka had no intention of stopping. Before he could get distracted, in a flash, Long Ka bit through that leg, still holding his opponent's limb in his mouth, while his eyes emitted a blinding light that made it hard to identify him. Big Head not only lost that part of his leg, but was also thrown far away, spinning several times. Appearing very powerful, Long Ka releases the leg, now looking at him with a fierce expression, his mouth wide open, revealing blinding white and blue light, his eyes blazing with the same color, emitting primordial atoms and infrared radiation. The strange but powerful source of light exploded directly at the Big Head, which had already been wounded quite badly earlier and now had to endure more, knocking it down to the ground. The huge head was beaten up and down, so this time it forced itself to open its mouth wide and let out a loud, harsh cry like a cry for help or anger, calling its subordinates. Hearing the call, thousands of ancient reptiles approached it, surrounding the one who called. Blood dripping from its body as it counted without hesitation, it opened its mouth and let each reptile crawl in. They entered automatically, without needing to be forced. While standing aside, watching, Long Ta, sweating profusely, thought to himself, so this guy again refuses to create a front leg for himself and keeps going berserk. He just assumed a ready stance to counter any sudden attack from the opponent, while thinking to himself that he must have planned to launch a big attack. Continuously maintaining the thorn armor, state that's about to drain his strength. He needs to catch it quickly, standing from afar, observing the opponent on the other side still focused on their own affairs. Brother Long seemed to have some plan, turning to look at the large-headed opponent across, who probably finished his task and looked more relaxed than before, his mouth wide open as if ready to unleash his familiar move. Seeing that, Brother Long focused and said loudly, "Whew. Still want to deal with me the old way for the second time. You now have no legs to support you. But I want to see how you shoot out." As soon as he finished speaking, Vuong Chi Luke's giant claw spewed out an unimaginably large amount of disgusting green liquid it had accumulated, amidst the scattered white fragments of some unknown creatures on the ground. He stands to one side, while the other side features a giant-headed figure with its mouth wide open, much larger than normal, as the strange green liquid coils inside. When it could no longer contain it, it spat out the huge sticky sphere forward with a burst, and the sphere rolled towards the predetermined target, growing larger as it swept across the ground, forcing the scaly creatures to dodge quickly amid a loud roaring noise. Seeing the enormous green sphere filled with deadly poison rushing toward him, Long Ka gasped in tension and said, "Damn it. It's so big. How is it shooting out like that?" Without hesitation, he rushes forward and uses his spiked back and the reptiles on his back to block, confidently saying, "I will hold this." Perhaps the pressure from this sphere is too great, making Long Xie struggle to stop it, his feet sinking deep into the ground and causing a lot of dirt to be kicked up. The scene is extremely tense, and he's struggling to hold on while everything around is watching his every move. He says, "Can't I push this big thing away? Zis. Come help me out." King Kong roars fiercely towards Long Ka. "Stay strong, Long K. I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Tin Tin rushed straight at him, grabbing him forcefully and pushing him backward. And in pain and panic he shouted, "Are you trying to run me over and kill me?" King Kong's push caused the two to fall to the ground, and the old reptiles were thrown aside as well, while the giant sphere had already stopped. Long Xie was excited, glad that they finally managed to block the attack of the big-headed monster. He quickly stands up, still holding a powerful blue and white energy sphere in his mouth, and says to the big-headed guy, "Tit for tat. I'll give you a shot too." After saying that, he unleashed a fierce breath attack, a lightning bolt aimed directly at the big-headed lizard, piercing straight through the energy sphere like a memory. Long Ka's attack shot straight into the open mouth of the still foaming Luke Dao. While it was completely unprepared, it was thrown back and lost its fighting spirit, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust, defeated by Long Se. Finally, the old reptiles slowly moved away from him, slithering past the sharp claws to get down. Seeing the huge beast defeated, Long Se gently sat down on the ground, his body battered and exhausted after the battle. And he said, "Oh my God. Save me. Finally, it's finally over. I didn't expect that a little fight would lead me to meet such a powerful boss. My luck is terrible. But when luck comes, it just won't let me go." Hearing him say that, King Kong also sat down to rest, leaning on his hands and praising Long Ka, still the mighty hero. Suddenly Long Sa looked down, his eyes wide with amazement as he stared at the object that caught his attention. At Long K's feet are shimmering patches of plants, a butterfly fluttering over the grass, and Long Xia's voice full of surprise saying, "Ah, this is it." Long Ka and King Kong sit together on the lush green grass, surrounded by towering mountains. Under a clear sky with fluffy white clouds, the gentle sunlight softly bathes everything in warmth, casting their shadows on the picturesque scene, as they seem to be paying close attention to something below. Both with surprised and focused expressions, King Kong suddenly, completely stunned. Long Xiao then looks confused. How did it turn out like this? Xiao Kong appears wearing a mask, glasses, and a white coat, observing something below. Long Xie thoughtfully asks, "Xiao Kong, do you know what this phenomenon is?" While observing, Xiao Kong replied that previously I had detected a mutated force not belonging to this world inside the body of the lizard, self-inserting into a simulated world. Bon Kan was just holding a research paper and a test tube, with laboratory tools nearby and a giant lizard with a slimy green mouth still lingering. Tiokan said, "It is the type of life energy that can combine and suppress everything around it, causing death to turn into ash. I think conducting research analysis on this type of energy will be very difficult, because this energy in the reptile's body has clearly been mixed and is extremely scarce. But this time, the energy inside the Green Prince's body is very pure and abundant." Xiao Kong raised the test tube with the green liquid high and observed thoughtfully before continuing. "So I guess that this type of energy uses the bloodline as a conduit. In other words, the closer the green color is to the bloodline of the Hu reptile king, the stronger the force of the essence." After listening to its analysis, Long K shared his thoughts while it was arranging the test tubes with the strange liquid according to your instructions. "It seems we don't need to eliminate all the giant reptiles. Just killing the king and the big-headed one should save the island completely." Xiao Kong nodded and replied, "That's right." He was both excited and determined, with a confident look on his face. "All right. Then let's pick out the biggest strongholds of the Saurus from the map and wipe them all out. Not only can it improve combat effectiveness, but it can also enhance the environment that weakens the vitality of these reptiles. So why not do it?" Long K's stomach was growling with hunger as he turned to look at King Kong, who was happily skewering the defeated reptiles onto sticks, seemingly ready to grill. Long Ka, holding his hungry stomach, said, "But first I need to fill my belly and recharge my energy. I'm about to starve." "Oh, it's still our little one who works hard. Manhwa, with bright eyes and a cheerful expression, told you across from him, sweating and looking awkward. Long, light the fire." Long Ka now salutes with 2 fingers, his face gaunt and strained, eyes drooping. Having built many corpses, he sighs in despair. There's no way. After firing 2 bursts of fierce breath and maintaining the thorny armor for so long, I'm out of energy now and can't shoot anything. Lam Yan Chetwa. Ding Lam Je, Jo Vui Venoi Voi, Joy Fung. Zung Roy. Kong Yo Ande Em Kach Quan Go. Tao Lu Khong. Nghe Thai Điêu Chua Tung. Nghe Bao Zio. Man Viengedo Takmak. Quan Go Tao Lua. Standing behind, watching the curve of the bow, adding some leaves to help burn the wood, holding another stick with both hands, rubbing it to spin and create friction so that sparks and leaves underneath might ignite. Long Xie said yes. That's right. Use force to spin this dry stick. Sitting on the lush green ground with tools in place, Manuan vigorously spins the cardboard. His face was tense and clearly visible, while he cheered on from the side. Yes, yes. We did it. More. More. After a while, the pile of leaves now dried up caught a small flame, and King Kong happily and excitedly took a burning leaf. Placing it onto the pre-prepared firewood, the team member sat cross-legged, happily smiling as he took a few pickled vegetables from the jar and placed them on the blazing fire to grill, while using 2 fingers to hold the pan. The person waiting for the food to be ready, Long Ka, looked at King Kong, still busy grilling, and felt extremely proud. While King Kong also really wanted to enjoy it. My stomach keeps growling with hunger, Long Ka grimaced and asked, "Is the rice ready? Yet I'm starving." She's still busy grilling the lid. Waiting. Long Ka. Disappointed. Faced with the chef who had started cooking while waiting too long. Sai-he then asked, "Hey, chef. Is the meat done yet? I've been waiting so long even the flowers have withered." Unable to hold back anymore, King Kong threw the whole pile up. And the grilled meat along with the flames soared into the sky. It got so angry that it yelled, "Why isn't it cooked yet?" While the other side muttered, confused and embarrassed, "Damn it. What's going on here?" Holding the request to grill, still not cooked. He faces Manhwa, who keeps punching back in frustration. While Long Sa looks puzzled and wonders why after so long. Nothing has changed. It's not surprising that it doesn't cook properly when Xiaojun, holding the specimen tray and using the glasses, turns around to look at Xin Nuong and says, "It's not cooked." That's normal, because the energy within their bodies does not belong to this world. The fire of this world cannot cook them, because the energy from your fierce breath and heat radiation gland also doesn't belong to this world. That's why you can burn them. Reflecting on each moment when Longxie himself used that white and blue light of power to destroy everything and defeat the six-headed beast, it glanced over and continued speaking. So the strength of the monsters on this island is probably greater. But they still can't kill the splayed reptiles. Only you are an exception. So I'm afraid that even the monsters with the strongest powers, like Vien's parents, might not be enough. Even if they join forces, they can't defeat the jar reptiles. Their sacrifices are in vain. And I wonder how Yen will feel when she finds out about this. You're tired and trembling, rubbing your stomach and complaining. While Man Vien is still studying, forget about it. Don't think too much. Or you'll starve. Long Xie took the roasted reptiles from the jar, looked at them, and then put them into his mouth to eat a few. Starving from hunger. Seeing that, King Kong was stunned and shouted in panic at the same time as he said, "Even though it can't be cooked, it can be eaten raw. Haven't you ever eaten like that before?" After just a few bites, Long Xia's face turned pale with a look of disgust. His jaw clenched tightly. He spits out the piece of meat. Still slimy. Ugh. It's so hard to eat. Like being slapped in the face. My stomach hurts. This stuff is poisonous to eat raw, he said while stuffing the reptile from the jar into his mouth and chewing it recklessly. For the evolution points. For the energy. Just risking it. Like eating a spicy hot pot. King Kong looked disgusted, covering his mouth as if he was about to vomit. While the system kept notifying that you successfully seized the reptile from the jar, evolution point increased by 700 after eating. Long Ka sweats while Man Vien, still confused, turns to gossip eating so much. He must have enough now. Then, Long stood up, opened his mouth, and spat out a stream of blue and white energy, igniting the dry wood on the ground, leaving King Kong stunned in surprise. Finally, Long Sa happily roasted the lizards from the jar with the fire he created himself. And from a side view of Long Xia's actions, King Kong thought, so it turns out only the fire that Long Xia shoots out. Man Vien bowed his head, realizing only then that he could cook the lizards from the jar in his hand. Thinking back on everything that happened before, the soldier deduced that only Long K could kill these reptiles. Every time we fight, we always have to rely on Long's fierce breath to win. It seems I haven't gained anything at all. Hearing that, King Kong's face darkened with sadness, while Long Sa looked over curiously, guessing, why does this kid suddenly seem so full of worries? Even when facing the meat he likes most, he shows no emotion. Could it be that it's that time of the month? From the higher ground, several meters above them, they could see the vast mountain range stretching out, as if someone was gazing down below. It has a foot with long, sharp claws, a dark purple demonic color, standing on a mossy green stone surface. The monster and its subordinates look fierce and defiant. Thinking, those two are really stubborn. Wait, what is in front of them now? The monster looks sharply at King Kong and Long Ka sitting below, surprised that they can actually neutralize the venom. The monster recalled when it fought the big-headed beast. It laid eggs on its head, used its beak to pull out one of its legs, gaining the upper hand. But the big six-headed one is not weak either. It opens its mouth and spits out that disgusting toxic fluid to attack the enemy. Kuai Diu couldn't dodge in time and was covered in its deadly slime. and its leg couldn't stay on the beast and fell off. The monster fell to the ground painfully, and the lizard-like creatures swarmed onto it at the same time. They charged at the monster, causing her body to ache so much that she had to use her wings to cover herself. Luke Dao, too, also approached her and bared his teeth to threaten and intimidate the monster. Reflecting on the past, the monster couldn't help but ponder, his face darkening as he silently gazed at the scene below. The scene shifts back to the present. The Ruklong team approaches Kwai Diu to report, kneeling respectfully as they ask, "Should we kill them all while they are weak?" The demon just flew away while telling them to spare them this time. The urgent matter now is to catch the Zhoa Dao Lang. I don't know where he ran off to. Suddenly, a system notification informs Long Xia and King Kong that Ding has seized the sixth giant head of the king. With 10,000 bonus point. While King Kong and Long Ke are happily enjoying a delicious hot barbecue. Ding! You have successfully seized the sixth king of the beasts. Your evolution points increased by 9. Ling Ling Ling. Congratulations on your first conquest of the sixth king of the beasts. Poison injection. You have earned the skill reward Violent Bullet. An A-level skill. A weaker version of Violent Breath, with a short charging time. Can be used repeatedly. Effective like a strike and explosion. Allows double jumps on surfaces. With the third jump causing an explosion, now's the time to show off your pinball technique. Long Xie was overjoyed when he saw the notification, laughing, tears streaming down his face as he imagined telling the hot, delicious flesh of the lizard to the crown prince. You're truly a good reptile, even after dying. You can still pass on skills to me. Among all my subordinates, I genuinely consider you the best. The clear blue sky and bright sunlight shine over the lair of the rotten carcass. The barren land around it is now covered with green plants, and scattered throughout are the white misty skulls of the carrion. Ouyen and Manhwa sat leaning against each other, each holding a few rotten carcasses in their hands, enjoying the delicious aroma of the grilled meat. In front of them, the flames created by Ouyen still burn brightly as he continues grilling the meat, and the surrounding ground is scattered with the white mist of the fallen. While Ouyen was staring and chewing the water from the grilled meat, the system screen displayed a notification. Congratulations on your first conquest of the creature secret realm. The reward of 2 million evolution points surprised me a little as I looked down and said to Xiao Kong with some disbelief, "Finally, you're being more generous." Xiao Kong, dressed in a vest and wearing a wide-brimmed hat that looks like a disguise, casually lifted his glasses and said to you, "Our insect always has been very generous." Right. With these skills, aren't all the tools supposed to be of intercity value? Hearing it praise me like that, Lin Yuan couldn't help but scoff, slightly disdainful, and then mockingly said that if he called him fat, he would get angry. Then he still held tightly in both hands a rotten insect while roasting it, his mouth full of squirming insect meat as he asked Little Khan about the recent announcement. "Hey, what kind of creature is this secret realm? When I seized the rotten pest before, it wasn't here." His eyes narrowed as he explained calmly. "Because the mutated power of the common rotten corpse bug is too weak, making it impossible for me to analyze easily." Zhao Kong stroked his chin with one hand, recalling the image of the self-proclaimed six-king bug and its venom just now, just like the data it had analyzed. It continued explaining to Ouyen. Luckily this time they obtained the venom of the sixth prince for analysis. "We just discovered that this energy comes from the secret realm. No wonder the rotten insect and its poison have such rare and strange abilities, and that the monsters leave no trace of them." Ouyen listened for a while, but still couldn't understand the question he was asking. So he asked again what exactly that secret realm was. It seems that, to help you understand, Xiao Kong projected a large virtual screen in front of Ouyen. Above is an image of the extreme Yin Island, and below it is another landmass that looks like an ancient tree trunk supporting the island. Xiao Kong recounts this to Ouyen based on the data it has collected. It is said that in ancient times a terrible catastrophe occurred on this world, causing a part of space to split and creating a mysterious parallel realm alongside the human world, inhabited by the most powerful creatures of that era, even surpassing the extremely powerful energy of the current world. They are all contained within the secret realm, the formation of a strange ecosystem species. Surprisingly, this legend is true. The unknown power within the corpse of the fallen might come from the secret realm, and they all likely originate from an entrance to the secret realm located beneath the extreme abyss island. Ouyen listened to those words, rubbed his chin and mumbled, So exciting and full of anticipation, while imagining his tall, mighty, and powerful figure in his mind. He also thought excitedly that the power far surpasses that of this world, and the monsters are beyond this world's strength. If I could enter that gluttonous secret realm, I could definitely unleash even more Tron, and points of enlightenment. But you quickly hid that fragrant face, snapped your fingers at the small insect to command it, while your other hand still remained on some rotten bugs roasting in the middle. As the small insect opened the system's shopping mall, Xiao Kong, hearing your request, immediately spread his arms, and his small body quickly transformed into a larger form in front of Lan Yuan. It folded its arms, lifted its chin, closed its eyes tightly, and a light emitted from the horn right at the top of its head. A yellow screen appeared in front of the now enlarged body of the little insect, with a shopping cart icon in the center. Lam Ouyen reached out to touch the icon and asked, "Little Con, is the monster life fruit you took from the giant snake last time available in this shopping mall?" Xiao Kong, as if it were natural, looked down from above and replied, "Idiot. You can directly enter the item name to check." As soon as the shopping screen displayed the information of the life orb, the item name, the monster's life orb from the monster mother's world, and the price of 500,000 evolution points appeared. Lamu Yan couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "What the heck? Wubai. 000 evolution points. That's so expensive." You hesitated, reached into Little Bug's mouth to take out the life fruit, and kept muttering to yourself, "Forget it. Wubai. Nola is visisata. Ling ling ling." You look again at the manju with closed eyes enjoying the divine grilled meat. And amidst the white fur on his shoulder, there's still a large wound, because the meat there looks burnt. I remember the wound from the slash of the painlang last time healed quickly, probably due to the strong corrosive effect of the venomous dart. My wounds have healed, but the ones on his body show no signs of recovery, especially the bald patch on his back. The host confirms using 500,000 evolution points to exchange for the monster life fruit. In his mind, he recalls the effects of the life fruit he knows, the monster life fruit. Inside, the orb contains the source of great life force that can heal even serious wounds, and even in life-threatening situations, it can be easily cured. Then he turned to the man and threw the newly obtained monster life fruit toward him. "Manhwa. Here. Catch this pellet. Eat it quickly, and your wounds will heal faster." While the other man Yuan hesitated for a moment, tilting her head back and opening her mouth to release the life orb, Lam Ouyen on this side closed her eyes and thought of the death spirit. Talking about Chui Long, could it be that the head and neck of the death spirit were also damaged from fighting with the rotten insect, causing a mess? And then you mentioned fighting and singing something. The man was finished with the life orb. A green light enveloped her, and even the wounds glowed with green light. She happily waved her hands, excitedly telling you that her wounds healed so quickly, and that she also felt her strength had become greater. "Brother Long, isn't this one enough? Give me a few more." Hearing that, Lam Ouyen just tilted her head back and smiled smugly, thinking this is just a roadside improvement. Although I told Man Yuan that, seeing her change, I secretly worried for her. Even her height has increased. This life monster fruit works pretty well. I'll need to exchange more points for the pills later. Meanwhile, Lam Ouyen wore a cunning, calculating smile, thinking about the head of the death spirit bird's feathered chain. A bad idea came to mind. Haha. It seems I can use the life fruit monster to negotiate with that feathered chain bird later. After eating the life fruit that increased her power, Man Yuan also grew taller. She cracked her fingers and smirked maliciously at Lam Ouyen. "Haha, now you've finally grown taller than Long. You pretend not to care," raising a finger to warn her. "So what? I need to be careful then." But then, he shouted at Xiao Kong, "Add another 1.5 million evolution points to my height." And Xiao Kong immediately nodded eagerly in response. "No problem." Then suddenly Lamu Yan's whole body emitted a brilliant light so intense that the shield nearby had to cover its eyes. The system notification displays information about you. The host Lam Ouyen, of the same race and demon race, renamed the Loi Bao Long clan, with a mature egg-shaped body capable of evolution, a dominant bloodline, potential for level up, height of 70 meters, attack methods including touch, beat, and tail flicks, extreme demon long, Ultimate Demon Long. Special Skills. Level S Mastery. And Night Vision Level E. The E level brightness is a B level beast. The Fierce Breath is S level. The Heat Radiation is A level. The Thorny Dust pierces armor B level. The Demon Feather Battle Roar is A level. The Violent Bullets are A level. According to the system's assessment, your body flows with the blood of an ancient divine beast, monarch, and demon, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Having experienced a pure and innocent youth and now entering a tumultuous young adulthood, Manhwa looked up in disbelief and disappointment and asked, "Ah, Brother Long, how did you do that? You've already grown that tall in just a moment." She looked confused and scratched her head, asking Lamu Yan why she ate more green-like food and even consumed a monster's life force. Yet she wasn't taller than him. Lamu Yan sweat and wondered how to explain the height boost just now. Only able to silently think, maybe you wouldn't understand even if I told you I'm a gamer, but then he clenched his fists tightly, chuckling with interest. Now let's see what new skill I will try next. As soon as the words left his mouth, the spines on Lamu Yan's back started to glow, emitting a faint blue light. Manhwa, with his mouth full of unroasted rotten iron ore, looked surprised at the glowing spines on Lamu Yan's back, and wondered what you Long, and you, what are you doing? Lamu Yan also didn't answer her. A bright sphere of light gradually formed from his mouth. Seeing that scene, she was so frightened, she jumped up and threw away the iron spear in her hand. She stared in shock as Lamu Yan just spat out a lightning ball, which shot forward with great force. The ball, like an arrow, sped quickly toward what was once the lair of the rotten iron. Manhwa, terrified, looked at it, sweat pouring down his face, and reached up to soothe his head, trying to calm himself down. Not because of his heavy breathing or being scared of the beast, but she didn't have time to relax as the lightning ball slammed into the wall of the bug's cave, then bounced back like a rubber ball toward Manhwa, causing her to panic and scream. Then she turned back again. The guard was stunned and instinctively ducked down, narrowly avoiding the trajectory of the sphere. Lamu Yan stood nearby, seemingly pleased that her prank had frightened him, and smiled happily. After a while of chaos and flying around in the forest, the sphere was finally knocked into the sky and flew away into the distance. While Lamu Yan's eyes shone brightly, she excitedly and proudly said aloud, "Not bad skills. I guess I need to clear more dungeons to get rid of the rotten iron." The man beside him was so frightened he wanted to crawl on the ground, staring at him with horror. "Long, how did you learn such a move from that big-headed guy?" At the same time, the death spirit was flying through a vast and desolate mountain forest with its subordinates, while constantly cursing in its mind that the damn Zoa Dao Lang was wasting too much of its time. Suddenly a bad feeling crept up from behind, making it turn around cautiously. Damn it. This sudden sense of unease is, as it turned its head, it saw a blue energy sphere rushing from afar, and that made it panic, recalling the sixth prince of the rotten bugs with his wide-open mouth spewing countless poison balls. Lin immediately and without hesitation raised a paw with claws extended toward the long-beaked subordinate flying nearby. It quickly used the captured subordinate to shield itself, just in time to block the dangerous-looking blue energy sphere. As soon as it touched the subordinate bird's body, the sphere exploded into a blue flame. He tightly grabbed the neck of the subordinate, whose soul was about to ascend to the sky, sighed softly as he looked at the green flames clinging to his body. Not poison darts. It hovered high above, turning to look at the approaching sphere and saw Lamu Yan and Manhwa below, which made it feel much more at ease. I thought the poison had come back to life, but it was just the two unlucky subordinates behind it, who narrowly escaped and are now shooting at the unlucky one just used as a shield. When the sun sets behind the mountain and the last golden rays shine on the peak of the cave that was once the star hole of the rotting bugs, it is also the moment Lamu Yan and Manhwa have finished eating and drinking. You let out a satisfied burp and told her, "Yeah, we've eaten our fill and are drunk, so it's time to go home. Bien muy. Let's pack up all these rotten bugs and take them home. With this food, we won't need to go out for supplies for at least 2 days." Manhwa completely agreed and shouted, "Oh, in 2 days." At the cave covered with stones, there is also a dragon with its head raised, roaring, and right in front of the cave entrance is a sign that reads, Lamu Yan Cave. Lamu Yan still as usual, happily doing his weightlifting routine while informing Manhwa, who is vigorously swinging 2 homemade dumbbells behind him, eyebrows raised. Today's training is over. I'll take you to another base of the decayed bugs. And since we've already eaten all of them, we can go out to buy more." The guard's eyes immediately lit up, and without hesitation, he threw the 2 homemade weights on his hands to the ground, eagerly responding to Lamu Yan. "Yes. Yes. When do we leave?" Seeing her attitude, he couldn't help but be speechless. At that moment, a huge shadow suddenly cast down from above over both of them, causing Lamu Yan and the man to look up in surprise. There are several giant blazing dragons in the sky, called mutated wind god blazing dragons, also known as storm snakes, 31 meters tall and weighing 31 tons, soaring through the air. Seeing them, you can't help but feel alert and wonder if another blazing dragon is coming to attack this place. But at that moment, the flying fire dragon suddenly swooped down and kept biting the neck of the lower flying fire dragon, leaving Lamu Yan stunned by the sight. What is going on? Fighting alone? Huh. But then he quickly realized that there seemed to be something on that Ruklong's neck. A dragon knight. Actually, on the neck of that fiery dragon, there is a wolf-headed monster clinging tightly, one hand gripping and stabbing deep into the dragon's neck to prevent itself from being blown away. The other clawed hand also spread out, trying to hold on to the dragon's body. The monster reached back, drew the sword at its hip, and its brow lifted slightly as its eyes shone with determination. In an instant, it simultaneously drew both swords, one still embedded in the Ruklong and the other still in its sheath. He quickly spun around and leapt up, swinging his sword to attack the flying fire dragon above. Lamu Yan covered her eyes with her hand, tilting her head up in amazement at the sudden scene unfolding in the sky. Oh my god. What did I just see? It seems like someone from the Ruklong clan used a sword to cut another Ruklong. On that bird, there is also a dragon knight. And beside him, the man Yuan is copying the same gesture, still staring up at the sky with his mouth open. In the sky, the beastman has landed back on the back of the red dragon, looking up at 2 other red dragons soaring overhead. A Ruklong from above spots the weakness of the beast, while he remains completely unaware that he's fallen into its sights. It timed perfectly, swooping down from above to peck at the neck of the fiery dragon where the beast was standing. But he reacted quickly, smoothly lifting himself up to avoid the attack. The beastman leapt up to eye level with the Ruklong's head as it bowed to strike. Still clutching 2 swords tightly, he landed on the side of Ruklong's face and, with his long sword, hesitated briefly before stabbing straight into one of its eyes. Ruklong cried out in pain, its massive head constantly shaking, trying to shake the person still stabbing its eye down. The beast used its leverage to swing itself, and Ruk quickly drew his sword from Ruklong's eye, jumping down onto its long neck. As he landed in a favorable position, he swung his sword to slash through Ruklong's wing. It roared wildly again, flapping both wings forcefully, one of which had been torn apart by the beast's sword. Ruklong, wounded in the wing and seemingly unable to fly, plunges headfirst into the ground, carrying the mole that has stabbed a knife into its back and clings tightly to it. The blazing dragon giant from above swooped down quickly into the dense mountain forest below. Manhwa and Lamu Yan immediately realize the danger below and shout to him, "Long! He's coming at us." Immediately after, she tensed her body, glowing all over, while Lamu Yan quickly stepped back. In an instant, Manhwa transformed from a small girl into a giant serpent, roaring loudly and smashing her hands against her back instinctively. She easily uprooted an entire tree, including its roots and trunk. Manhwa without hesitation swung her arm and threw the tree trunk at the rushing fiery dragon, hitting it squarely on one side of its face. Her strength and that strike successfully changed its direction, causing the raging dragon to fall to the ground far from where the two were standing, knocking over the surrounding trees. The Zoe follows Ruklong as he falls, lightly stepping over the uprooted trees and weaving through them to rush forward. He forcefully lands on the ground in front of the two, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the dust settles, the wolf-shaped figure stands up, one hand gripping a broken sword, the other resting on the hilt of a hanging sword at his waist, and coldly says, "I've finally found you." Then he slightly tilts his head and glances at Manhwa, commenting that she's just a useless woman. Then he stepped closer to Lamu Yan, lowered his shaggy wolf head to his face, sniffed him a few times, and declared, "Maybe you're just a Tyrannosaurus." Lamu Yan still looked at him with a puzzled expression, slightly leaning back and stopping her face to look at him. "A stranger. Someone familiar to us. Yet inside she kept repeating, person. Person with the wolf-like face. Werewolf. Dragon. In the end, I couldn't hold back and shouted at the little insect. Little insect. Tell me clearly. Is the world I transmigrated to a cultivation world or a Western fantasy world? The wolf-like creature bit down on the hilt of the broken sword and said to Lamu Yan, we have met before. It glared. Slightly leaned forward, biting down on the broken sword in its mouth, like trying to recall the image of the wolf biting the sword before, and asked Lam Ouyen, don't you remember anymore? At this point, both Lam Yen and Man Vien realized it, causing both of them to be so surprised that their mouths gaped open. Together, they pointed at him. Damn it, you. Are you that sword-eating wolf? You also know how to turn into a human. Oh my god, didn't you say that after the national monster is tamed? It can't turn into a spirit. Why are the monsters around me all able to transform into humans? Lam Ouyen painfully knelt to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he mournfully whispered. Over the years, everyone has learned to transform. The wolf-shaped creature, having achieved its goal, reached up and took the sword from the old man's mouth, glancing at Lam Ouyen issuing a challenge. Let's fight again. I lost last time because I was in my wolf form. He slightly bent down, pointing both swords forward, adopting a fighting stance and confidently declaring that this time, in human form, I will not lose. Lam Ouyen frowned, annoyed as he pulled back his sword pointed right at his face. Are you sick? Suddenly rushing here wanting to fight me. Moreover, your words sound really strange. It seems you were originally human. But turning into a XOI to fight me must have cost you a lot. The wolf-like creature also stopped talking to you, lowering its body. One hand holding the sword, reaching forward to touch the ground. The other hand pulling the sword back. Its whole body tense. Lam Ouyen's face turned pale as he saw the stance like crawling on 3 legs. One leg holding his sword up. Eyes wide open. Could it be that you also ate the wrong transforming fruit? But the creature hasn't fully transformed yet. Its head is a wolf's and its body a human's. Still standing on 4 legs. Could it be that the human-shaped monster isn't fully matured yet? Lacking strength, the wolfman also paid no attention to your taunts. And after grabbing onto it, he immediately shot up into the air. He somersaulted and jumped down, wielding both swords as he roared loudly. Launching a fierce attack at Lam Ouyen's head, he quickly threw his head back, glaring as the sword narrowly missed his face. Then he quickly crouched and jumped up, avoiding the attack from the wolf who had thrown himself down below, shouting in anger. Damn it. You really mean it. Just say the word and I'll cut. The attacker tilted his head, then resumed his attack. Looking up at Lam Yen, who had just landed not far away, he charged again. Than Trong continuously slashing fiercely at him with a fierce look in his eyes, shouting out his fighting spirit. Don't attack anymore or you'll die. Lam Ouyen narrowly dodged Han's sword strikes, secretly feeling that things are not looking good, when one of your calves was slashed by a sword. Damn it. This body isn't as thick-skinned as a kneeling peasant. I couldn't bear the pain anymore. The screenwriter glanced over and immediately saw several streaks of blood along the raised sword path. She angrily jumps up, her face showing determination and bright eyes, gritting her teeth as she raises both fists, ready to attack with full force from the opponent. Her giant fists slammed down on the ground, causing the earth beneath her to crack. But she completely missed as the opponent lightly leapt away to dodge. Then I try again to strike with my huge fists, but the opponent quickly retreats, avoiding her attack. The warrior kept swinging her huge fists and her giant body to attack her opponent, but the masked man was quick to dodge left and right, then took advantage of the opportunity to slip between her legs and get behind her. He looked at her so angry that veins bulged on his face, his mouth wide open with fangs bared as he kept howling and concluded, this beast is not human. It's a monster's fighting style, relying only on strength and ignoring coordination. He clenched the long spear in his hand and threw it toward Lam Ouyen, who was still standing nearby. The giant fist of Manhwa chased after him, quickly sweeping toward Lam Yuan in the same direction he jumped. But this move was meaningless. Manhwa, unable to distinguish friend from foe, threw a punch at Lam Ouyen's position, causing him to panic and jump aside, just like the man XOA. You get angry and shout at her. Moi. When you fight, you must first distinguish between friend and foe. The guy who erased just landed on a nearby rock and looked up to provoke her. Hoof, Vien Moi. Our situation now is really different from the first time we met. Lamu Yan, standing nearby, immediately realized the intention of that erased man. He was provoking Vien Mui. As expected, those words seemed to touch something deep inside Manhwa. Her teeth clenched tightly, and her anger flared up once again. He slightly pursed his lips and looked up at the sky, where a few dragons were flying around. But his words were directed at Manhwa, saying sorry. But right now I'm not paying attention to you. I just want to compete with humans. A monster's image appeared in Manhwa's mind, roaring with glowing red eyes. But she clenched her fists and continued to attack. Lamu Yan outside saw Man Vien punch and smash the stone where the guy who erased was standing, and he was so shocked he jumped up. Oh my god! I knew it was a trap. He turned his head and the rat ran far away from the area being ravaged by Man Vien's fury. Annoyed, I yelled at her loudly. This impulsive girl. Wasn't it supposed to be careful and pay attention to me when fighting? But right after, the assassin appeared behind you, pressing both of his swords against Lam Yen's neck, completely stopping any of your actions. If I'm not mistaken, maybe you are human. I'm a bit confused by what this wolf is implying. Does he mean your current form is human? You turn your head, smile mischievously at him, and your body begins to emit a bright golden light. I'm afraid I might disappoint you. I prefer fighting in my beast form, but secretly I've gone many years without being human. Showdown slightly kneels on the ground, looking up. As the golden light from Lamu Yan's transformation envelops his entire body, you can freely switch between human and monster forms, which is a bit surprising. But why don't you want to fight me in your human form? Lamu Yan pressed the huge dragon head close to Dao Lang's face, his eyes wide with confidence as he replied. Are you sick? You know you could crush him with this form. Why am I still foolish enough to fight you in a tiny form, when your guardian has 2 swords and I have nothing? Yet I still kill. Only a fool would fight in human form, and even the mighty raging dragon king would hold back. Showa Dao Lang still looked up at Lamu Yan with a hint of regret in his eyes, and said to him, I don't know why you turned into a monster, but a monster's body doesn't suit a person. Lamu Yan in his giant dragon form looked down at Showa Dao Lang, who was tiny like an ant beneath his feet, and scoffed coldly at his words, dismissing them as untrue. Huh. In the land of extreme tranquility where giant monsters roam, what use could a human body like that of a cricket have? He once again seemed to want to prove his words with action, bowing his body down so that he was almost crawling on the ground, only one hand holding the long sword raised high, calmly responding to Lamu Yan's previous question that the human body can reach its highest potential when fully utilized. Immediately after, he stared intently ahead, his entire face moving in sync with his quick leap upward. His 2 feet, claws fully extended, stomped forcefully against the tree to gain leverage. Showa Dao Lang uses his kick to propel himself forward. The long sword in his hand pointed straight ahead, loudly warning Lamu Yan to be careful or he will stab into his carotid artery. Showa Dao Lang, like a sharp arrow, wielding a long sword that cuts across the width of your massive body, leaving a long blood streak. He jumped down to another tree, turning to prepare for the next attack, while also warning that this time it would be from the front. He once again pointed his long sword forward and charged at Lamu Yan, who had no time to react and nervously glanced at the attack stance of the Showa Dao Lang. But immediately after, Lam Yan raised a large hand and struck hard at him. But the Showa Dao Lang quickly recognized his action. He slightly dodged, his foot advantageously kicking up against Lamu Yan's outstretched arm. He triumphantly leapt into the air, still pointing out the unusual point in Lamu Yan's recent action. Clearly, they all brought him close enough to bite with his mouth, but he used his limbs to catch him. When a person is tense, they will act on instinct. He continued speaking casually to him while spinning the sword in his hand, then clenched it tightly again, showing that he has agile hands. Developing the function of the hands to an extremely high level, as well as over-reliance on the hands, are also the biggest issues. He gripped the sword with both hands, pulling it back toward himself, ready to thrust forward with the movement of his body. Several blades with sharp glints twisted like a snake, attacking ahead. Lamu Yan was so frightened that he opened his mouth, sweat pouring down his face as he stared at the dagger only a few centimeters from his eyes, with Showa Dao Lang standing on his nose, clutching his sword in his hand, finishing his sentence as a human. Lamu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud, staring intently at the tip of the sword just a few centimeters away from his face. The Zhou Dao Lang seems pleased with your performance, and his voice softens considerably, slightly withdrawing his hand. You truly are human. Luckily, today's plan was successful. Lamu Yan still felt confused after hearing those words from him, and only when the spear was no longer in front of her did she furrow her brow and ask him what he meant. You look at the Zhou Dao Lang still holding his sword tightly, and several thoughts run through your mind. It seems the origins of the Zhou Dao Lang and humans are deeply intertwined. Are you so used to human behavior and gestures like that? And this swordsmanship and martial arts of his were also learned from humans. At that moment, a giant bird swooped across the treetops, cutting off their conversation. Zhou Dao Lang and Lamu Yan both look up at the sky cautiously. I won't give you a second chance to jump up. As the words fell, the deadly demon descended from the sky, grabbing the Zhou Dao Lang with its massive claws and lifting him up. Han was startled and couldn't react in time, letting out a cry of surprise. Lamu Yan nearby couldn't help but be furious and shouted, "Damn that monster." He angrily glared at the audacious intruder who dared to trespass on his territory and shouted, "How dare you come to my Long's domain to kidnap people? You deserve a beating." Lamu Yan didn't say much either, then quickly adjusted the Bao Long Dan, shooting out a stream of blue energy like a giant lightning bolt straight into the sky. The death spirit turned around, surprised to see the dragon shot, and exclaimed, "Damn it. It's this trick again." The monster immediately grabbed a blazing dragon flying in the sky and shouted in panic. The monster held the flaming dragon out towards the bullet shot by Long Ka, and suddenly, the bullet hit the flaming dragon, then ricocheted in another direction. The monster looks confused. What's going on? Suddenly there's no damage, and the fiery dragon that was just caught by the monster is now released. It's panicking, threatening to kill me. And the bullet Long Ka fired is now off course, heading toward another Rook Long. The bullet hits the fiery dragon and then ricochets toward the monster, which looks on in surprise. The bullet strikes the monster's belly with a powerful blow, causing it to suddenly grunt. This deathly spirit beast was pierced by the bullet, causing it to gape with wide eyes in pain, trembling and crying out, "It hurts so much." The force of the bullet's impact made the wound smoke and weaken the monster, and its legs no longer had strength, so it opened them up and let the sword and axe hang loose. Seeing the monster defeated, Long Ka laughed loudly. This was the third time he had shot down this monster. Haha. The smell of gunpowder from the barrel. Long Xiao was confident. Long Xiao silently thought that just now Zhou Dao Lang clearly had a chance to seriously injure him, but chose not to attack, only to taunt him with gestures, and it seems he is very familiar with humans. If I could admire him and team up against the lizard from the swamp, he would surely be a valuable ally. The Zhou Dao Lang is falling from the sky now, and Long Xie points up and says, "Now is the perfect time to return the favor. Viens, go save that scorpion dog. Raise your hand confidently and help him." Immediately, Vienne Man uses her powerful leap to jump into the sky and rescue the scorpion dog. While Vienne went to save Zhou Dao Lang, Long Xie ran to find that monster. He smirked and decided to see if his old friend had ever been his target 3 times. He ran to the spot but didn't see the monster's shadow, only a dent in the ground. Long Xie looked around puzzled, wondering if she didn't care about Zhou Dao Lang and her own subordinates and just ran off like that. Suddenly, there was a noise nearby, and Long Ka turned around quickly, noticing movement on the other side. The Death Realm commander is now in human form, her body entangled and hanging from the tree by vines. Coughing weakly, Long Xie remembered what the little girl had said earlier. And at that moment, he was surprised when the little girl appeared and asked, "Haha, little girl, you're here already." She replied, There's energy wave from the monster that turned into a human here." At this moment, Long Xie was utterly amazed and exclaimed, "Oh my god, you are that ugly bird after all, so you can transform into a human, and you're a girl too." Seeing the beautiful appearance of the Death Realm, Lord makes Long Xiao bleed from his nose. He praises, "But you transforming into a human makes you even more worth appreciating than when you were a bird." Now, she finally opens her eyes and wakes up. Angrily, "I grabbed the ugly dinosaur of yours. You have confronted me 3 or 4 times. The first time, you and that monkey secretly ate my transformation fruit, turned into humans, then ran away. And I searched everywhere, but didn't expect it to be saved by someone. In the second instance, you secretly ran to eat my transformation fruit. I stopped you, and you even hit me and wounded me. So I pretended not to hear and whistled casually. Angrily recounting. This time, I decided to settle the score with that monkey girl to punish her for secretly eating my transformation fruit. But in the end, I was still stopped by you. I haven't even come to settle these debts with you yet. But Bin Chi Lang already ate my transformation fruit. So I came here to catch him. And yet you once again blocked me. Fine. Since you saved me from the poison, I won't blame you for mixing my transformation fruit. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, and don't bother me while I go after Bin Chi Lang. Brother Long approached, sneering as he said, I came here following your noble path, originally planning to turn you into grilled meat and bones. But since you're a high-spirited young girl, I'll let you go this time. Let's consider it a truce. Do you agree to cooperate with me to deal with the murderous traitor? Why should I cooperate with you based on what grounds? Long Gay stepped forward and said, since we share the same enemy. For example, the killing demon and their poison of the Sixth King. But he tilted his head to the side and scoffed. That poison is because I was too busy and didn't have time to ask about it. So I was taken advantage of. Long Tazier mocked her. Oh, so you. But I heard from the medic that you got hit badly by poison darts and even lost your hair. The death spirit worm is so ashamed it turned red. Enough. Shut up. Long.ca casually mentions that a hair growth fruit can help you get rid of your bald head. Longtot thought about the moment when she was poking her hair. But after using a cucumber-like fruit, she would grow all her hair back. The death spirit talisman. Her black eyes narrowing. She said nothing, but exuded an overwhelming pressure. You are truly clever. Even I almost fell for your trap. But I know your real goal is just to buy time for that monkey to save Bin Chi Lang. She points to the sky and reminds him to look carefully with her dog-like eyes. Do you think I haven't prepared anything? Following her gesture, Long Xiao turns around and looks up at the sky. Bin Chi Lang is currently being captured by a mutated ancient winged dragon, and two others are attacking MVN. Suddenly, MVN was caught by the two ancient divine winged dragons, and she was surprised as she looked at her hands. Seeing MVN being taken away by the two mutated ancient divine winged dragons, Long Xiao was extremely worried. MVN, Long Ka, angry, turns to look at the death spirit butterfly and warns, if you dare to touch the MVN, do you not understand your own situation? She confidently takes out her long vu. Do you think I would let you tear me apart now? You're mistaken. From the very beginning, I haven't considered you a problem at all. She frowned seriously and warned that this long sword is very precious, and there's no need to use such weapons from you guys if you don't want to bother me, no matter what. Today, to let you see my true power, I will demonstrate my skill with the long vu. The Bak Fuang wind rings. Immediately, wind rings appeared around me and shot straight toward Long Si. The flying wind rings headed straight for Long Ka, making him panic, damn it. This is a magic attack. Long Ca tried to endure the wind rings tearing through his body, and wounds appeared all over him. Tu Vong Nindo proudly held a long feather and said, if you knew how precious this long feather was, you would surely be moved to tears by my generosity. That long staff was to punish you for saving that monkey. This one is to punish you for helping Bin Chi Lang. Immediately, Tu Vong Nindo used the long vu to slide back the tornadoes, and Long Xiao could only lie flat on the ground. I aimed the tornado directly at Long Xiao, with surrounding whirlwinds knocking over trees that fell on him. Long K was crushed under the huge trees, his body covered in wounds. Coughing harshly, Tu Vong Nin Do holding another long sword. The third one above, looking down at Long.ca as if tormenting him. He tries to hold back his anger and curses. Damn him. His body is pressed down and can't move anymore. If he gets hit again like this. Suddenly, Tu Vong Nin Do remembered. I will spare you. I initially wanted to punish you for stealing my transformation fruit, since I'm showing mercy because you're begging on the ground. I'll let it go this time, haha, now you know the extent of my power. A's entire body is glowing, as the trees below shake violently. Long Ka struggles to get up. The illusion transforms and rises into the sky while issuing a warning. Next time, don't let anyone disturb me. Below, Long K looks at him angrily as he flies away. This ugly bird doesn't seem to be a cruel schemer either. There's no reason to spare an opponent who can't fight back. Long Xia looked at and the army of divine winged dragons gradually flying away with the captured Bing Zhilang. Feeling angry and annoyed, now is not the time to deal with this. MVN and Bin Trilang will be taken away. But they are so far apart that I can't reach them. And that ugly bird is right in front of me. I can't think anymore. I can't just sit here and watch my team get taken away. He's the one blocking in front of me. Long.ca doesn't care anymore. He stands up and concentrates all his energy into the sea. You aim directly at the death spirit bird and use the violent bullet skill. Shouting, "Watch this. You damn ugly bird." He glanced back with disdain, then turned around again. He kicks the bullet back at Long Ka, looking down on him. This toy only explodes for the third time. Just need to kick it away before it goes off. Brother Long, angry, fires 3 more shots in quick succession. If one can be stopped by a barrier, then what about 3? I'm cursing you in my head. Damn it. Are you insulting my intelligence? This kind of explosive light ball. Don't talk about 3. What if there are 30? You think I look down on you? Watch me kick away those bullets heading your way with a single kick. Again. It said that adding more doesn't matter. This time it might truly break someone's spirit. Boring. The bullets I kick away now are heading straight for the ancient divine dragon mutants flying in the sky. Long. You underestimate me, huh? Huh. You fool. Do you think I really want to fight you? Even though I'm not good at PE. I still excel at the triangle law. The bullets are bouncing in the air and hitting the ancient divine dragon mutants. They've already bounced 3 times and exploded near them, causing one of the mutants to panic when they see their friend blow up. The death spirit widened its eyes in shock as the bullets it kicked out hit the ancient divine dragon mutants behind it. Brother Long is smiling down below. Good. From such a distance. Luckily, you helped and shot at them. A creature that hasn't been hit yet is grabbing MVN, trying to flap its wings and fly up to the sky. MVN glances at it, enraged. Envien hoofs, causing the ancient divine dragon mutant to panic and look down below. Manveen grabs its wing, flips over, and pins it to the ground, causing the ancient divine dragon mutation to momentarily cease its pain. Long Toddy anxiously runs over and asks, "Are you okay?" MVN. And MVN excitedly stands up and glances at Long Ka. MVN shyly looked at Long K and said, "I'm fine, sorry Long K. I couldn't save Soadao Lang." Both looked at the death spirit bird flying over. Long Ca comforted Ouyen. "It's okay. I saw Soadao Lang fall behind the forest earlier. It should be fine. But the top priority is dealing with this ugly bird. She can use her feathers to unleash a powerful wind blade. So be careful." Long Xia reminds Ying Yuan to just grab something and hit that ugly bird on the head. Ying Yuan then raises the mutated ancient divine winged dragon she just defeated. The command token, MVN, suddenly throws it straight at the death spirit bird, but she quickly dodges the attack. Long.ca is surprised and says, "Oh my god, don't take the dragon wing. I haven't even claimed it yet." Long Ka mischievously laughs. You can dodge 1 attack. But what about the second? He concentrates his energy into his mouth and warns, "I'll burn away all the feathers on your head." He immediately used a fierce breath attack aimed directly at the death spirit bird in the sky, surprising her as Long Ca fired another shot. The strange bird casually dodged to the side with ease, laughing as it looked at the energy Long Ca shot out. It then contemptuously looked down below, daring to attack my precious feathers. How shameful. Both Long Sa and Yuan Mui below shout and curse at the death spirit bird in the sky. Yuan Mui is surprised to find Bin Chi Lang clinging to the back of a mutated ancient divine medicine dragon. Suddenly, Bin Chi Lang used all his strength to leap off the body of the ancient divine medicine dragon. He grabbed a sword and jumped toward the little death spirit bird, who was now surprised to see the battle spirit wolf rushing toward her. Bin Chi Lang charges straight at the death spirit bird's eye, angrily raising his sword and striking with full force while it gazes at him in shock. But she quickly dodged to the side, causing the blade to miss, and shouted deeply, "Do not use human weapons against me." He was angry at missing and snorted. Bin Chi Lang kept slashing at the feathers of the death spirit bird, making her so furious that she burst into tears. She cried so much that tears formed a river, rushing straight to where her precious feathers had fallen. Those invaluable feathers of mine. Bin Chi Lang lands on the ground with a very cool stance, with a long sword on his back. Long Xia and the young disciple watch intently. Bin Chi Lang raised his face, his eyes suddenly shining, and he decided to do something. He swung his sword to cut all the feathers in half, causing the death spirit bird's feathers to fall. And he said, as long as he can grasp the direction and find the key point, nothing is uncuttable. Brother Long suddenly realized that the monster bird could shoot wind blades with its feathers, and this wolf could easily cut through those feathers. Meaning this wolf is the monster bird's trusted ally. Long.ca approached to praise him. Indeed. Brother Lang is formidable, before fighting the enemy. Let's form a team first to deal with the strange bird together. Bin Chi Lang sneered dismissively. In this dense forest where the leaves are easily buried. What use is a giant? Foolish monster. Long.ca felt this line sounded so familiar. He was surprised and thought, oh my. This wolf still bears a grudge. Long.c sincerely said. Brother Lang. Your guidance is correct. This beast has been lurking on the extremely peaceful island, which is the perfect place for humans to fight. And I secretly criticize my own words. For they are truly hypocritical. Long.ca makes a request. So first, let Lang help me defeat the monster bird in front of us. Then we will both become humans and take our time to fight. How about that? Bin Chi Lang proudly shows off his sword. I dislike bare-handed fights. They're too brutal. I only use my sword. Long Ka cheers amidst tears. Suit yourself. Lang. Can I wear protective gear? Another fool. Tu Vong Ning is desperately trying to gather feathers of his own. She looks down on us too much, licking her face and begging for a useless creature to become human. That evil dinosaur. Don't you have any dignity as a monster? Moreover, I was merciful to you earlier, but you repaid kindness with resentment, ordering your minions to destroy my feathers while loudly boasting outside. But deep down, I worry that if these two really team up, my friends and I, even with all our strength, are basically no match for them. At this moment, you decide that your despicable demon is not worthy of your skin. Goodbye. Long Ca noticed she was trying to escape, and thought to himself, this excuse to run away is really too flimsy. Huh. It's good that you know fear. Teaming up with the Xhua Dao Lang was the right move. Immediately, Long Sa provokes her. Hey, ugly bird. Don't think it's over just like that. You trespassed into my territory and interrupted my duel with Lang. Guanchum Hoi Sam. Vai Ngoi Mwanzi. Muanta Sin Loi Ngoi Sao. Kong De Dao. Long Ca loudly announces his proposal. I need help dealing with the Saurian king from Hu. Join us or leave your magic feathers here. In his mind, Long K thought, with such precious feathers of hers, I must definitely exploit this weakness of hers, looking down on us. You think you can fight the reptile king from the swamp? You're truly a fool. And besides, I want to fly. Do you three think you can stop me? Long K warns her. If she wants to fly, just try it, but don't blame us for not warning beforehand. This bamboo forest with tangled trees is very unfavorable for her. At this moment, Brother Lang is holding on to the branch. She wants to fly up from this dense forest, but it seems unavoidable that she will suffer some pain. She turns her face in disdain and lets out a sharp cry, suddenly flaps her wings and flies up. Dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Bin Chi Lang sees this and immediately disappears from the tree. Suddenly, when she saw Bin Chi Lang holding a sword and jumping towards her, she exclaimed, "You're really here," as Bin Chi Lang swung a horizontal slash, and she quickly dodged to the back. After dodging, he fell heavily down, painfully tearing apart, his eyes bulging out. He shouted for his companions, while the ancient divine beast Duok Long mutants were gathering in the sky. Hearing the call of the death spirit, they quickly rush down to where I am, and seeing them coming, the Mui angrily grabs a nearby tree branch and shouts, "Ready to fight." Vieni Mui's attack sent one of the ancient divine beast mutations flying up into the sky. While the ancient divine dragon was trying to stop them, I took the chance to escape, running with my legs, thinking to myself, damn it, I have to at least get ahead of that scoundrel with the sword first. Once I reach the refuge, they won't be able to catch me. Brother Long was surprised to see you running on foot instead of flying, and he had to exclaim, "Oh my God, this guy has already turned into a swift deer in the blink of an eye." Long.ca quickly chases after him and shouts, "Baldy, you're on the ground and your tiny legs can't outrun me." Long.ca swiftly surpasses the death spirit, surprising him with his speed. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to face you, unleashing the demon dragon skill. With a powerful strike, he made you spew water like a fireworks explosion. He charged at me and stabbed me from a very far distance, leaving me no chance to fight back before he finally stopped. You look at Ah and ask if our strength isn't as bad as she said, that we can stop you, and also stop the king of the savage reptiles. So, with me, M. Vien, and Bin Chi Lang, working together. We can defeat the king of the lizard race. Right. Commander Lang was on Ouyen's shoulder and was running here when he heard Long say and shouted, "Wait a minute. When did I agree to deal with the Saurian king?" Long Cha, it's, with a gentle face, reached out to A and said, "Come here. We need you." A said, "You know, you are the one who begged me like this." Suddenly, she kicked at Long Co and shouted, "You're just as stupid as that fool Vuong. What are you so proud of? You think you can bully me easily." So Bin Chi Lang jumped down and cut off her tail with a quick and clean strike. Not only that, he also chopped the tail feather into many small pieces with multiple strikes. The dead all look at their own tails, tears welling up in their eyes. No words can describe it. "You fools. What are you doing?" I became even angrier, my rage burning fiercely. "Do you know how precious this feather is? Every single strand of this feather is the source of life for the monsters on an island." At this moment, Long Ka realized that she was actually a monster who had transformed into a human, then seized their core stones, storing the source of life within the core stones and her feathers. And you still want to use this method to kill Bin Chi Lang and MVN, and seize the core inside their bodies. You have decided we can't be friends. So we will be enemies. I cannot let you go when an enemy has taken their lives. At this point, the death spirit needle becomes serious. Even if you let me go now, I won't leave. You cut off many of the feathers I painstakingly gathered. So I will use your lives to pay for it. A furious A turns away and says, facing the top-ranked enemy, to save him requires immense strength. So, the monsters on the island are continuously pouring their power and life force into me, turning into these precious feathers. Not only did you not do your best for this, but you also wasted my good intentions. Long K shouted, "This is the power of reversing the test of the sky. Do you know how furious I am right now as I steal these gusts of wind? Damn it. Both tails are completely gone. I must have used over 30 to 50 feathers. Probably trying to unleash a big move. She uses her skill, Death Storm, with gusts of wind surrounding her body, now able to defend and attack at the same time. Long.ca was affected by the surrounding winds. Feeling that the force was too strong to hold on, Long.ca was thrown into the air by the gust of wind, his massive body being swept back and forth uncontrollably, flying further and further away. Long Ka glanced back and saw Yen Yen had dug a hole and crawled down, waving her hand to call him. "Long, hurry and come down this hole." Vien sat in the corner watching Long scold. "This is too much. What kind of ultimate move is this? Truly a genius. How am I supposed to tell them to fight?" After a while, Long calmed down and asked, "Vien, you're okay?" "Right, wait. No. Where's Bin Chi Lang?" Suddenly everything calmed down, and Long.ca exclaimed in surprise, "Huh. The wind force has weakened. Could it be that Kwai Day has used up all her magic feathers?" Long K and MVN looked up. Death Nymph is gradually moving away from Long TA. She's doing something. Long K thought. Have the monsters all gone far away? Wait a minute. It's An Long leading her away. Long Ka pondered. It's strange. No matter how I look at it, the threat from me and MVN seems greater. So why did the monsters abandon us and chase after An Lang? Could it be that love turns into hatred? Even though Lang's speed is quick. Facing that moment, he probably couldn't do anything. I have to think of a way. Brother Long suddenly realized that a large swarm of monsters was flying here in great numbers. The system introduces Rook Long, a 5-meter long, 5-ton creature that lives in groups of 7, skilled at borrowing strength from opponents. Despite its small size, but thanks to its speed, sharp teeth, and powerful bite, it can quickly tear through larger opponents into white mist. And Long Xia scolds, "Ugly bird, this is the 3rd time you've been flirting with him." Even the man-eating ant army of Rook Long has stepped in. Hearing someone scolding her, Tu Kong Lin quietly glanced and looked at the 2 people hiding in the hole. "Ah." She turned to call the swarm. Then Rook Long, who was flying in the sky, came to her. "Ah. Just point in the direction where Long and the others are hiding to attack those 2. They received orders to quickly clean up and return to their positions. Both of them panicked, jumped up and ran away. And Brother Long was so angry that he charged straight at us. "Run now. Don't you think their teeth are sharper than the pain of An Lang? And if they keep chasing, They'll be bitten to white bones. The raging serpent pack chases after both of them, threatening with their sharp teeth. Suddenly, he decides to stop. No, he can't run. Anlang is still in danger. Both of you are now surrounded by the raging dragon formation, with no way out. Long K orders. Aim vient. Seize the chance to escape and support Anlang. I leave this to you. He poured all his energy into his voice as Long used his skill. Kneeling dragon combat roar. The furious flying beast heard this sound and froze in panic, no longer daring to step any closer. At this moment, Long shivered and, after defeating the 3 fierce dragons, they collapsed. He shouted, "Emmy, run quickly. Seize this opportunity. Emmy, run and get out of here fast." A wedding dragon charged straight at him, biting down hard on his hand with its sharp teeth, causing a severe injury and heavy bleeding. The whole group took the opportunity to attack and tear at Longka, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Those annoying nya-nya sneers attacked so quickly and densely that he couldn't defend himself. I feel insulted and start to get angry. I say, "You guys keep biting me until I bleed." Right. I am the founder of the biting profession. Long immediately caught a raging dragon spirit beast, bit into it, and tore its body in half. System notification din. You have successfully seized the raging flame form. 900 points of the evolution skill have been added. Congratulations on your first conquest of the raging flame form. You receive a special reward. 500 points of the evolution skill have been added. Long.c at this moment chews and munches. Surprised. An unexpected gain. It turns out that during the fight, the acquired transcendent points can also heal wounds. A raging flame beast seized the opportunity to bite Long's head, causing him to cry out in pain. But the pain from the bite was not lessened at all. I'm furious as I rush to swallow these raging flame form creatures. Damn it. This little pain is nothing, as long as I eat faster than you guys. I won't lose this battle. System notification, zing. You have successfully seized the raging flame dragon, and your evolution points have increased by 900. Brother Long shouted, "Come on, you little chickens. Let's see who eats whom first." Facing it is the monster bird, which raises its sharp claws toward the sword wolf, surrounded by a constant gust of wind. As the sword wolf faces it, he silently considers that the true power of the storm greatly increases the danger of the attack. Its claws aimed straight at the Dao wolf, forcing him to jump up and successfully dodge the attack. The spot hit by the monster bird immediately shattered the earth and rocks beneath its claws. The demon wolf stepped back and pressed its claws against the ground, while he kept thinking of ways to counter, but only the speed of the storm kept increasing. The direction remained unchanged, and her 2 claw attacks were ineffective, so she adjusted her body's balance, and therefore, next. Once again, the monster bird screeches, and as Dao Lang predicted, he jumps to dodge. Indeed, using its beak. From the preparatory actions, you can judge the method and angle of the attack, so evading is not difficult, he carefully observed, replaying each of the monster's actions in his mind. But as long as he couldn't break through the protective storm of wind, he had no way to attack proactively. He calmly concluded that being defeated by her was only a matter of time. The blade wolf moved swiftly, jumping onto the large rocks lifted by the monster's attack, then quickly ran away, calculating in his mind, right now, all I can do is use my remaining strength to lure the monster away. Hoping those 2 fools seize the chance and run away quickly, the furious monster is chasing closely behind. And the swordmaster secretly feels a bit regretful. Only regretful that in the end he can't have a proper fight with that human. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Ah, Lang. Don't panic. I'm here to help you." A large spotlight blocked the sunlight in front of the monster. Ao Lung turned his head to look back. He saw King Kong spreading his arms to block in front of him. Dao Lang bit his teeth angrily and shouted, "Damn it. What are you doing here? A fool like you. This isn't your business." The monster bird saw another creature joining the fight and flapped its wings fiercely, creating more whirlwinds that headed straight for the 2 of them. And the foolish ape didn't even try to save himself. Seeking death, King Kong was immediately hit in the stomach by the tornado, pushed back strongly by the force, and couldn't bite back at all. The ape was forced to retreat quite far, sliding along a path inside the forest, and from above it was clear that the commotion was significant. Gibbon is lying flat on the ground, Dao Lang, holding a weapon, jumps in front of it and says, "The monster bird is here to catch me. I'll handle it myself." King Kong advised him not to be polite. And Long once said that as a team, we should help each other. Dao Lang angrily turned to retort, "Who's being polite to her? You fool. Can't you see? I'm just saying you're getting in the way." The chimpanzee immediately raised its head and replied firmly, "Then let's just lose together. After all, we won't abandon you." He suddenly remembered someone saying before, "Tubin, don't follow me. Your figure is so big it would be inconvenient." The big beast beside him roared and slowly refused. I won't abandon you." Dao Lang was stunned for a moment and also had to marvel at how foolish these two were, to the point of being adorable. But the strange bird won't let the two talk peacefully. It rushes forward with its claws, grabbing onto the monkey's body, coming here to seek death. "I'll make it easy for you. Both of you are caught off guard." Dao Lang, furious, brandished his weapon and shouted, "Let her go." He leapt up, aiming straight at the claw, pressing heavily on the martial artist. Unexpectedly, his attack just now didn't even touch a single feather of the monster bird. Dao Lang frowned and cursed silently, realizing the wind blocked him at the last moment, and he held his weapon horizontally in his mouth. The entire body of Dao Lang was covered in a blazing orange flame, burning fiercely, as he used his technique, the Golden Ryu Slash, towards the monster bird's claw. Its claw was knocked away, causing the monster to lose its balance, and Dao Lang, with a very stylish move, lightly covered the ground with dirt. The monster bird fell to one side, sending dirt and rocks flying, carving a deep scar, and it furrowed its brow with a harsh sound. Jai. Since it was created in a very chaotic state, it seized the opportunity to wrap around a large stone and throw it forward. Dao Lang suddenly had no defenses and was hit by a large flying stone. Crying out in pain, blood spurted from him, and his body immediately fell backward into the grasp of a large hand. Tintin immediately grabbed him and ran, while raising a hand to his mouth to signal for Dao Lang to be quiet, as he was still caught up in the chaos behind. Over here, Long Yen just finished a fight with the twin-shaped she-creatures, pressing his body against the dead bodies of the recently slain Rook Long, then looked up at the sky. From afar, I hear a joyful shout saying, "Long, we're back." And Tintin happily runs over here with both hands, holding Dao Lang in one hand. As Long Yen looks over, "Your body also bears quite a few wounds." He thumbs up and praises you. "Well done." Luckily, everyone managed to escape the gaze of the monster bird. Tintin shyly scratched his head and smiled as he explained, "I took the chance while the monster wasn't paying attention to hide Long in my hand and run away." And Dua Lang sat on his shoulder. Han raised his hand in a defensive gesture and warned, "You're just inviting trouble. Why didn't you run away earlier? Do you really think you can defeat a monster like that, genius?" Long Yen listened carefully and remembered some of the techniques that the monster had used. So there might be a way after all. That big bird relies on its wings and tail to catch the wind. As long as we lead her into a confined space where the wind can't reach, she will be trapped like a fish in a net. Dao Lang looked up at you, hope shining in his eyes. "Human, do you have a way?" He silently marveled at how cruel human thinking can be. Long Yen shook his head seriously in denial. "Not at all. The theory might be correct, but where should I look for the right place? And I think that bird's attitude is like that of a mental patient. It seems like even inviting her won't make her go anywhere." Then Dao Lang asked, "Do you know why that monster is chasing me?" He revealed the truth he knew. "In fact, I have always known her tricks. She tricks monsters into eating fruit that transforms them into humans. It's because she can only extract the spirit core from a human body." Long Yen asked angrily, "So I still fell for it?" He ignored your teasing and continued speaking. "Of course, to obtain this human body, the final conclusion is that I will be the bait, so the monster will definitely pursue relentlessly." Tin suddenly let out a sound, and after hearing the two people talk, it remembered a suitable cave. "Brother Long, I remember a suitable place. We might reach the cave where we previously fought the poison. The last time we saw the monster being blocked by the reptile from the pit, which was also in a similar cave." Tin hesitated and expressed doubt, but Ah Long didn't know the location of that cave. So his main point was that the bait should be left to me. Long Yen looked down from above and disagreed. "How could such a dangerous task be given to me? That monster has already gone crazy. If it catches you, without letting you finish speaking, Tin Tin cut in, determinedly. I know this forest very well. It won't catch me. On the other side, the monster spread its wings and soared high, going berserk as it whirled through the thick dust and smoke in the forest. Everyone turning their heads to look in its direction, the monster suddenly seemed to realize something. It turned its bird head around and looked in a certain direction. The monster flaps its wings and rushes forward with great speed. Dao Lang urges everyone to move quickly. The monster is coming. Hurry up and decide. Tin Tin is also determined. Long. Let me go. I want to contribute a little too. Long Yan thought to himself about Tin Tin's true strength, reflecting that he has always considered Vienne as his younger sister and must try to protect her. But in fact, before I arrived, she was always alone, fighting against the mass murderer and other monsters on the island in complete silence. You turn to look at Tin Tin. Vienne, your task is to lure the bird with a knife, and I and Lang will do our best to hold it back, slowing down its pursuit. King Kong nodded seriously, and Long Yan added, besides, you should ride the little emperor. That way it will be faster and safer. You give a broad kiss, little Guozi. It's finally time to use you. While Tin Tin on the side screams, its body shining with a transformed light, Long Yan muttered in pain. Brother Lang, so that MVN can lure that damn bird, you have to hide in my mouth. Han nodded silently, and after a moment, the little national creature ran out from behind a tree chirping. Long Yan signaled. Everything was ready, and the battle began. Chimpanzee has transformed into a human form, riding on the little prince's back, holding it tightly and shouting, Little Prince, let's go. The little prince, carrying Manhwa on his back, sped through the forest. After running for a while, Vienne Mui finally turned back and suddenly realized that the monster bird behind them was not chasing but standing there looking around. While Man Vienne was worried because the monster bird was still stubbornly trying to catch An Lang, she immediately acted, flipping up to grab the rope overhead. No. I have to think of a way to lure the monster bird over here. Little Prince, wait for me up ahead. He looked back in confusion, but Man Yuan had already gone too fast. She swiftly swings from the trees, flips, and jumps with incredible skill. After all, this is their specialty. Man Vienne finds a high spot, facing the confused monster bird nearby, and shouts back, Hey ugly monster bird, I challenge you. This is my ultimate move, provocation. The two giant saber-toothed tigers here start gossiping after seeing the man's actions. One, frightened, says, Here they come again. Last time my two brothers were tricked. As a result, the T-Rex escaped and ate it, and the one next to him had to mock. Huh. Too late. Only the fool got fooled. It covered its mouth and was about to continue speaking, about being deceived, when suddenly a shadow enveloped its head. The two small saber-toothed tigers saw the monster in front of them and immediately hugged each other tightly, trembling with fear, begging repeatedly, We're wrong. We're the fools. Actually, the monster bird didn't pay any attention to them. It was staring intently at Man Vienne standing on the tall tree. It used its own whirlwind to uproot the surrounding trees, and the earth and rocks were swept into the air. A large stone blown by its wind immediately shattered a tree. Man Vienne knew he had succeeded in attracting the monster's attention, so he immediately let his body jump down and shouted, Imperial bird, catch me. The bird king immediately ran over, perfectly catching her on his back. The demon bird, with a contemptuous look, stared at the two small creatures fleeing on the ground, and he mused with amusement. Wow, that female ape has transformed back into a human. Man Vienne turned around and pointed at Tu Quoc Tu. The strange bird has been lured here by me. Little Prince, hide in the bushes ahead. The strange bird is secretly pondering that the transformation effect on the female ape is not as stable as it seems. However, during the fierce battle, it couldn't really run far when transforming back into human form. So it made a judgment. The female ape is easier to deal with than Bing Zhulang. Before capturing Bing Zhulang, use Ada's core to compensate for the large amount of energy I have already spent. If it has already decided what needs to be done first, it lifts its head and roars loudly, finding its shape along the trail in the forest really inconvenient. So it calls the winged dragon to lead the way. It called out once but received no response, so it turned its head to look nearby, where Duke Long's neck and body were being held by Lamu Yan. It was speechless, truly useless and annoying, and although it didn't want to, There was only that one left. The monster immediately flapped its wings and took off, closely following Manhwa, its wing beats making a loud noise. After a while, a flock of monsters chased from all directions. These were mutated ancestral waterfowl with bird-like heads, claws, teeth, and wings that could fly, standing 3 meters tall and weighing 3 tons, along with mutated dodo birds, large and plump with soft feathers covering their bodies, their wings too small to fly, standing 5 meters tall and weighing 5 tons. Manhwa turned around and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why is a bunch of fallen trees chasing after us like this? The little prince weaves through the forest, with monsters chasing after him hurriedly. The tall grass and bushes are much higher than him, and he leaps over them. The mutated ancestral bird, tasked with aerial reconnaissance, scans back and forth, not missing any traces. The mutated dodo birds suddenly rush out and block in front of the Manhwa, opening their large, long beaks, aiming to bite him. The little prince, with his small body, skillfully dodged through the monsters, causing them to miss, then struck their ground with his beak. Lamu Yan saw what was happening and shouted loudly, reminding Manhwa to first get rid of the 3 ancestral birds on her head. They are leading the dodo and the monster bird, with the monster bird still flying above, destroying many trees in the forest as it passes. Manhwa immediately responded. Yes. She grabbed the vine on her head and swung. Wow. The chasing birds were stunned, leaving only the little prince running ahead. Manhwa suddenly rushes past from the side. Are they looking for me? I'm here. The mutated sacred bird is too surprised to react. She wrapped a few more vines around it, successfully binding the sacred bird into one. It struggled in panic but couldn't escape. The thorny vines were eventually used by Manhwa to tie the 3 guardian birds, who served as scouts. Together, all 3 struggled. But the more they fought, the tighter the ropes became because each one wanted to escape in a different direction, which only bound them closer together. Manhwa looked at his achievement, raised his index finger in a playful gesture, and said, "This is the bird-catching net that Anh long taught me." Suddenly a gust of wind rushed in. A loud shout was heard at the same time. "Be careful. The monster is behind you." Manhwa immediately turned around to look back. Manhwa closed his eyes tightly and leapt down, spinning to successfully evade the attack of the monster bird. The monster bird is still busy attacking Manhwa, so it doesn't notice that Lamu Yan has quickly run up behind it from somewhere. You use the dragon spines on your body to stab directly into the monster bird, the evil dragon's ultimate power. The thorn armor. The monster angrily turned back. "It's you again. You evil dinosaur. Get out of here." It created a whirlwind, rushing toward Lamu Yan. You jumped into the air, gathering energy in your mouth. Lamu Yan releases energy from his mouth while pushing Dao Long away with his technique. "Here I come." Reindeer missile. The monster bird was surprised and confused as Dao Lang suddenly appeared and charged at it. Brother Lang above. The sphere launched by Long Kafun aimed at the strange bird. It quickly tucked its head into its body to dodge and sneered. "What? So inaccurate." Brother Lang glanced at the monster above and spoke. "It's still too early to draw conclusions now." Then he used his strength to propel himself upward, causing the sphere to bend along his Dao force and return toward the monster, which looked up in amazement. "Damn it. Is this even possible? With a bird, what else can it do? This toy needs to hit the target 3 times to work." Before it finished speaking, the sphere had already struck its long bridge, causing the monster to use the impact to loosen its restraints. A Lang is above, changing the direction of the ball, shouting down to the monster below. "Use that beast's head to count carefully." That was the first time just now. Quickly, Brother Lang used a needle to stab and slash at the strange bird. Only then did it come to its senses. A single strike was raised high and then cut into the fragile neck of the strange bird, causing it to fall backward. Looking at the fallen monster, Manhwa, sitting on the little prince's body, breathes a sigh of relief and orders, "Phew. We almost got caught. Little prince, run quickly. It's almost here." A wound from your sword just now appeared quickly on the monster bird's neck. It struggled to stand up. "You cunning bastards." Then she stood up straight, spread her wings wide, and the monster bird roared angrily, "I won't forgive you." Ruklong and Chimdo rushed forward. Inside the tiny prince's forest, Manhwa is desperately fleeing, with the bones of ancient beasts beneath Cam's small feet. Manhwa crouched down, holding tightly onto the little country's feathers. With a flock of doves, a blazing dragon, and a strange bird chasing behind, the strange bird looked in the direction of the little prince, frowning in doubt, as if this was the path leading to the poison's territory. That female ape just wants to do something. No problem. Since the poison has already died, I really want to see what they can do when they fly out. After a while of moving, the little prince ran back to the cave, and Camnio quickly darted past the dry bones at the entrance and jumped inside. The vulture did not stop. They stepped onto the dry bones of ancient beasts. The leading bird stopped, and the ones behind couldn't react in time. They suddenly surged forward and then collapsed into a small hill. They gaze up at the two dragons flying above. While inside the cave, the Manhwa looks proud. Little prince, our mission is accomplished. Manhwa looked back at the cave entrance, puzzled, wondering why the monster hadn't come through yet. And just as he finished speaking, the creature's voice sounded from outside. A bunch of trash. The poison has been completely eradicated. What are you afraid of? Go in and catch that monkey for me. The guard listens to the monster's words and quietly worries. Damn it. I forgot. This mountain cave is Knockdock's territory. Normal monsters wouldn't dare enter here. What should we do? Then suddenly she had an idea. It seems the monster knows. The poison has been completely killed. Seeing how scared these guys are, I wonder if mimicking the poison's cry will scare them to death. The birds and the fiery dragon suddenly fell silent, nervously peering inside the cave. Suddenly, sounds echoed from inside the cave, causing the bird monsters to panic and scatter below, while the fiery dragons flapped their wings trying to escape. And Ruklong listened to the sound with a faint worry. Damn it. That call. Then it quickly realized something was wrong, especially with the large creature trying to escape alongside the bird monsters and the Ruklong. What a bunch of fools. They can't tell that someone is mimicking the sound of poison. Back inside the cave, Manhwa was opening his mouth to mimic the sound of the poison, while Xiao Quat Tu beside him was stunned. The strange creature, angry at these reckless fools, flapped its wings wildly at each of the birds. The angry birds were driven away, their eyes wide with shock, as the monster slaughtered them wildly and shouted, "You pesky brats! Get lost! You little pests!" An Lang stepped onto the mountain peak in front of the chaos, calling out to the strange creature. Hey, ugly bird. An Lang, on the mountain peak beside a large boulder, hearing the call, turned his head back to look at him, only see An Lang strike with a golden spear, slicing the rock into small pieces, which then rapidly tumbled down the mountain slope. The monster outside the cave was struck by a large stone with a loud bang, knocking it back to the entrance of the cave, where it spread its arms and legs to hold onto the doorframe, preventing itself from being pushed inside. Long K had already set an ambush on the opposite mountain peak from the cave entrance, then jumped up and curled his massive body into a ball. Kondia Ho Lo. Kneeling Longba Kuk Dao. Long Sa at that moment was like a wheel rolling endlessly down the mountainside, heading straight for the monster clinging to the cave entrance. Long Xio keeps increasing his speed as he charges forward. After hitting the monster, Long Xia activates the Spirit Mountain Cauldron skill, and the thorny armor, with its sharp spikes, pierces into the monster's body. Longka and the monster maintain their stance, rolling from outside the cave door all the way inside. The sound of their bodies hitting the cave wall echoed loudly, and after it stopped, Long returned to his human form, echoing inside the cave, tears streaming down your face. You painfully reach out to support your back and stand up. Ah, my back. I must have fallen so hard that I lost control and turned back into a human. After a self-directed performance, Long Yen now looked around, searching. That proud bird is hurt. Your deathly gaze stopped on the person lying a short distance ahead, her body covered in wounds and her clothes torn from the recent battle. Strangely, due to the aftershock of the fall, she has reverted to her human form, one hand holding her head in pain. Long Yen approached with a smile, asking her satisfied. Your arrogant demon girl was turned back into a human by me. So what do you say? Are you convinced or not? Dieu. Not satisfied. Suddenly bites Long Yen's arm, making him scream in shock. Hey, you dare to bite me again. Are you a dog? Long Yen struggled to pull her arm away, but she bit down hard and refused to let go, leaning to the side to avoid Long Yen's attempts to shake her off. Seeing that, It seems even more obvious that she's growing stronger. That wound doesn't look like it was caused by her biting someone. Don't think that just because she's a girl now, I won't dare to fight her. Mdo still bows her head and bites Long Yen's hand, his gaze fixed on the wound exposed on her neck, which is, Long Yen's other hand reached out to touch the wound. But Mdo was biting his arm, and he glanced away. She immediately swung her hand and slapped Long Yen's hand away, causing his hand to jerk back from Mdo's neck. Looking at Mdo's wound, Long Yen frowned and asked worriedly, "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Mdo covered her wound with her hand, her face blushing, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Long Yen. "When did I turn back into a human?" One hand covers her neck, the other, her torn clothing, her face full of embarrassment as she leans back. "Don't move." As the words are spoken, the blade of the sword appears from behind, pressing against your neck, and she raises her eyebrows in restraint. An Lang's face was serious as he tightly gripped his sword against Yodieu, threatening her. "Move even a little, and I will bite your neck." Mdo is now surrounded on all sides with no way out. Long Yen asked calmly, "So what? Proud monster, are you ready to surrender? The three of us working together, even if we unleash all our firepower, wouldn't someone like you still fail against us?" "Oh." I fold my arms and laugh arrogantly. "Who? Do you think all my firepower? You're overestimating. These feathers are priceless to me. How could I waste them on you, fragile little ones?" Long Yen imagined the sight of Mdo's bare skin, smirking mischievously at her. Still stubborn. If she transformed into a monster now, she would have lost all her feathers by then. Mdo was so angry, then seemed to remember something, and haughtily replied, "Huh. You dare to let me turn back into my monster form. Aren't you afraid I will take everything from your little weaklings?" Long Yen casually stretched out his hand, showing indifference in this cave. "I'm not afraid of you turning into a monster. I ask you honestly." "Yes. When I see the wound on your neck now." "What happened? You remember the series of wounds on your neck, the scar on your chest, and the ones on your body. So you asked me about it." So I raised my eyebrows and replied with a charming look. "You probably also know the deadly trait of the jar's contents. No matter how serious the wounds are, they can come back to life. I remember myself trying to endure the pain to eat from the jar, so I could only finish them all. But the poison inside them makes me suffer beyond words, and it left this ugly scar on my neck. I remember Lamu Yan using his fire to cook the jar, and I slyly thumbed up and said, 'I also used to eat the deadly jar before, and it was terrible. Moreover, after eating, I would have a stomachache, but with Long around, it's no problem. His fire can roast the jarfish until it's burnt on the outside and tender inside. If you add a little seasoning, wow, that taste is incredibly delicious.'" Lamu Yan beside her, mouth open in a proud smile. She frowns in disbelief and replies, "Fine. You're very useless. But I must admit one thing, your fire can kill the jar-bound beast, and this matter is more powerful than me or any other monster on this island." Lamu Yan listened and happily asked again, "So she agreed to cooperate with us to fight the Bo Sat Vua from who?" And she responded thoughtfully, "The three fledglings beating me once is just to make me see you in a different light. Dream on. I still want to observe a bit more." Then she turned to remind him with his sword, to cut through the pain and let go of the suffering. Lamu Yan didn't pay any attention to the teasing and smiled brightly as she suggested. She didn't object, so I took it as her acceptance. "All right. Since you're all a group, can we get to know each other better? I still don't know anything about you two." Lam Ouyen placed his hand on his chest and sincerely said, "I don't need to introduce myself anymore. I guess both of you already know. So I will introduce myself first. My name is Lam Ouyen. I come from Thamhai. I discovered this beautiful island and formed a bond with MVN, so I plan to settle on this island. I have finished my introduction, so it's your turn now." Looking at Mr. Lam and Mdio, Lam Ouyen smiled and expressed his curiosity. "Zoa Dao Lam. I am very curious why you have so many human weapons and know how to use them. Mdio. I also want to know about you and the transforming fruit." Lam Lam turned away and replied to Lam Ouyen, "I never said I would cooperate with you to fight the Saurus King from Hu, so I can't talk about my affairs for now." Hearing his words, Lam Ouyen was surprised. "Huh." Mdio, standing beside, crossed her arms and looked at you. "Yeah. I advise you not to hope for this Zoa Dao Lang. He is a cowardly demon, too afraid to face the Saurian king from Hu directly." Lam gently glanced at Mdio and retorted, I am not like your monster Dio. You may ignore your subordinates. But I cannot. I have kin to protect. I just pointed at him and responded, acting like I'm some kind of saint. Don't think. I don't know your useless bunch isn't worth protecting. Lang angrily stared with blazing eyes and shouted at Mdieu. What did you say? Ouyen raised both hands in a conciliatory gesture and said, All right. All right. Everyone, stop arguing for a bit. We're all on the same side. Ouyen forced a smile and approached to hold An Lang's hand, asking, So what about Mdieu? How could she have discovered the transformation? And moreover, that she knew it could condense the source of life of monsters into spirit cores. I cross my arms and turn away, acting upset. Why should I tell you that we are very close? Ouyen stiffened, as the autumn wind blew a few leaves past him, soaking him through. Ouyen helplessly thought to himself, Oh my God, these two proud monsters. He reached out and brushed his hand across the system screen, ignoring the arrogant humans. H-aim sha. I-T-H-A. I-T-H-A. I should show my sincerity first. Just now. I also seized a lot of subordinates from the monster, gaining some evolution points. The life orb quickly appeared, and Lamu Yan threw one back at you with a friendly smile, saying, Earlier I took quite a few of your subordinates. This is a gift for you. It's the life orb I mentioned earlier. Maybe it will help with your bald head. Here. Take the life orb and have a look. After hearing Ouyen's words, I was so angry that I threw the life fruit forcefully at his bald head. You bald guy. Your whole family is bald. Ouyen could only stammer long sentences in protest. Ouyen caught the hit to his head, painfully correcting himself. All right, this life fruit can heal your wounds. MVN beside her was crying and pointing at the life orb. Sister, eating this orb not only can heal your physical wounds, but also improve your strength. I wonder where this life orb came from. It seems to have suddenly appeared in his hand. But judging by the expression of the beast, it looks suspicious. It probably isn't fake. MVN eagerly asked Ouyen, Brother Long, can you give me another one? The young man declined. That one. Give it to the new teammate first. Ouyen hands the life fruit to An Lang, who doesn't hesitate and reaches out to take it. Here. An Lang. This is for you. I've always been very curious. Since we both ate the fruit and transformed, why did you go through such a great battle and nothing happened to you? Ouyen frowned as he recalled the previous scene, looking seriously at An Lang. Do you remember the first time we met? I turned into a person because I ate the fruit. An Lang looked at his body and suddenly understood. So that's how it was. I had already sensed the transformation of my body. However, as a martial artist who constantly pushes the limits of oneself, this is also a form of cultivation. Ouyen, hearing his response, patted him on the shoulder and praised him. You're still impressive. And An Lang's whole body stiffened. Lang Kai collapsed and sat down, and Ouyen looked on in surprise, asking, Are you okay? Lang Kai, looking at Mr. Lang struggling to stand with his hands on his hips. I reached out to remind him, Mr. Lang, if your body truly can't take it anymore, don't force yourself to stand, just eat this life fruit first. It can strengthen your body and help you resist the violent power within you. Ouyen crossed his arms and smiled as he continued. Besides, now, you probably don't know about your monster form anymore. But it doesn't matter. I can help you freely transform between human and monster forms. Mr. Lang. And he was stunned to hear this. I was surprised to hear that Brother Long can make Chi Lang transform between wolf and human forms. Oh. I just realized something. Turning into a human isn't because of unstable power but because of eating the transformation fruit. So when did he start eating it? Long.ca looks proud of himself, feeling that he can do anything. He calls himself the god of agriculture, who rewards hundreds of herbs, sacrificing himself for love and science. Actively trying to eat the transformation fruit, Miu looked at Long with admiration, thinking he must have accidentally eaten the transformation fruit. And yet he turned such an embarrassing story into a righteous tale. Miu still remained suspicious, wondering if the energy of the human transformed fruit can truly be controlled. Is this the work of the god of agriculture, Bach Tao, or a human mistake? Long burst into laughter and teased her. If you don't believe, just give me a fruit of the transformed, and I can grant him the ability to transform at will. Upon hearing that, Dieu Mui immediately changed her expression and angrily told him, the one still daring to ask for the fruit of transformation. You are the one who broke the branch of the transformation tree. Long asked where that transformation fruit came from for him to eat. And Lang also felt that such a selfish girl like her had no way out for herself. He was immediately scolded harshly by Mui. You cowardly devil. Protecting a bunch of turtles that hide their heads and are useless. Yet you dare call me selfish. I only want peace for the entire island. Even the wolf is not inferior. And you dare say I am useless. Don't blame me for being rude. To ease the tense atmosphere, Brother Long hopes you two won't argue, as anger harms the kidneys. Mui wants to keep some of the transformation fruit for herself to boost her strength, she said, while placing her hand on her forehead in thought. The voice is firm. To obtain the fruit of the transformation, he must prove that what he says is the truth. Then I might consider joining your group. After hearing this, he smiled fiercely and excitedly replied, Yes, I agree. They all hesitated to tell him the truth because it was impossible to reach that place. That place is full of swampy graves. Have you ever heard of it? That's where the fruit of the transformed is hidden. After hearing that, An Lang asked again to confirm he hadn't misheard. I take pride in looking down on you, wolf, who only crawl on the ground. How could you ever dream of reaching that place? Only someone noble like me can go there. After hearing that, the wolf snarled in anger, glaring at her face. I can't fly. But didn't I already cut you once earlier? And Vien Mui also retorted, No more. Nullis. At that moment I focused on you, so you could seize the opportunity. If you're not satisfied, come out and compete with me again. Turning to Long Ka and Yuan Mui, he asked if she knew about the bone marsh. She replied clearly that she did not. With a look of curiosity on her face, when Vien Mui said that, he focused on the two people, who were still arguing, and asked where the bone swamp they mentioned was. The story says that the bone swamp is where all the monsters are buried, surrounded by fog that obscures the view. There are also extremely powerful monsters hidden nearby that can attack at any moment. And that place is filled with terrifying carnivorous plants. Anyone who passes through is doomed to die. After telling that story, the cold-faced woman asked Long Xia if he still wanted to go there. Lang seemed to say that he didn't need to sacrifice himself in such a dangerous place. I also have no intention of transforming into a wolf form. I can resist the power of this monster. Long K's face looked mysterious, curious, and even a bit like a carnivorous plant. It sounds interesting. Is it far away? How do we get there? Xiao was immediately surprised, wondering if he had really misheard. Because Mui is no different from him, and he wants to know why he sacrificed himself so willingly for this wolf. Long Sa hopes to prove his abilities to both Mui and Anong, strengthening his case. And Mui also encourages Long Xia to go. He can find a way to handle danger and make her trust him completely. But after hearing this, Lang feels helpless. I also suspect he's a smart person. But maybe spending too much time with that reckless kid is draining his mental strength. There's no other way. I accept arranging Saju and Chimdodo to take them, because he already gave me this ugly fruit. Long K sends everything, and then replies, No need. No need. This is just a meeting gift. If Mui and Long Sa turn into monsters, they might go faster. An Lang wants to remind them once more why that swamp is called the Blind Grave. Small monsters can still get through, but large monsters like you two, I fear the trap will sink too deep for you to escape. So he hopes that you both keep your human forms and ask Chimdodo to go. And after hearing this, Long Ka feels it's reasonable. Li immediately agrees, expressing gratitude to An Lang and Du Mui. I was about to leave, but Long Xia still wanted to ask why you two are holding that fruit I gave you without eating it. Afraid I put poison. The two of you immediately ate it then, with a subtle change in your expressions. Wow. After tasting it. Damn it. What kind of flavor is this that's so hard to eat? Not long after, Lang and Du Mui gradually felt a growing power within their bodies. Surrounded by a blue light, they felt satisfied and happy. And suddenly the wounds disappeared, immediately devouring the fruit. The two of them ate voraciously, not missing a single piece or leaving anything behind. I am happy and excited because I see that this fruit can make Longvu's damaged area grow back. I still desire to have more. So I asked Brother Lang if he still has that fruit. I can trade for the transformation fruit. Long Xie thinks that dessert is enough. There's no need to use the transformation fruit anymore. Everyone was ready and stepped outside the cave. When they learned that Lamu Yan couldn't give more, Ta Feng Ma was annoyed and angry. upset that the exchange was refused. So I tell you, the one who knows that the coral reef where I hid the demon fruit actually has a number is you. You can only take one fruit. Hearing that, Lamu Yan hid and forced a smile. That toy is useless to me. I only need one. The little girl immediately shouted for Dodo to come and take you both away. I only pointed out the two birds to remind you that the evil dinosaur and the coconut are your mounts and are not to be considered food. Lamu Yan and Vian Mui were completely surrounded by a golden light. They immediately felt at ease, knowing he wouldn't casually bite the transportation even if hungry. A dazzling light flickered before Diu Mui's puzzled eyes. You have transformed into a divine beast beside the one that appeared with a golden horn. You look at Cam Xiao and say, "Little Quat, throw it away." Then you and Lamu Yan head to the secret retreat. After observing, I was stunned, feeling that they transform more easily and freely than I do. What kind of power is it that allows them to easily control the fruit of transformation? The journey begins as Lamu Yan and everyone rush off. All right, let's set out. When they reach a place surrounded by dense fog and mountains, with a fiery red sky above. It's truly extraordinary. Zoa Dao Lang sat on your shoulder and said, "Crossing that mountain is the two-bone swamp. The hunger in the forest is intense. I think we should eat something first and rest for a while. MVN and I can only transform back into human form once a day. So we'll wait until tomorrow to go to the two-bone swamp." She immediately volunteered for the task. Long. I'll go over there. He happily agreed to the request. All right. Give me the pill. And you go light the fire. It was already evening. And the three of them sat around a blazing fire, devouring grilled meat with intense focus. Long Ouyen contentedly pondered. Indeed, in front of delicious food, everyone is equal. The best way to win over a wolf is to win its stomach. Remembering the time I was given a piece of Xoa Dao Lang meat, and felt so happy I cried. This is the delicacy, the taste of grilled meat. Suddenly, he saw you pull out a bag of earth. Long Ouyen cheerfully opened the leaf layer and said, "Here, try this fragrant chicken I made." The fragrant aroma of the chicken wafts to him, making him crave it fiercely. You will give the drumstick to Manhwa. This piece is mine. Then you share some with Zoa Dao Lang. And Lang, this one is for you. He felt warm and happy inside. It had been over 10 years since he last enjoyed such delicious food. Seeing that, Long Ouyen happily asked him, "Did your master used to give you good food before?" He shot a quick glance and said, "Don't drag me into this. Wait until the right moment and I'll tell you." But he still warned, "I hope you can consider whether it's necessary to enter the marsh of sea bones. Just imagine those red eyes always watching him, warning him not to come to this dangerous place for my sake, even though he has never been to the marsh of sea bones. But I heard from my subordinates who survived life and death situations that the most terrifying thing is the tentacled carnivorous plants attacking the beast San." After hearing this, Lam Ouyen Sihil and said, "You really don't understand reason. How can a stubborn lone wolf like you live with your subordinates?" Then he shouted loudly at him, "I hate arrogance the most. Thinking you are always right and believing you can control the energy of the crystal beast inside you. But look at yourself struggling to fight the spirit bird. How can other monsters compete?" He lowered his voice to remind him that his strength in human form was very powerful, but not sustainable in the long run. If you push him to the limit, he will explode. Lamu Yan added, "We came here voluntarily. No need for you to repay this kindness. The sharp tone of your voice makes you even more imposing. Lamu Yan's friend believes I won't let you watch him die." After listening, the swordsman looked at the boy thoughtfully and said, "It's already late. Rest early tonight. I'll stay watch tonight." He thought unhappily that I hadn't agreed yet, but he already considered me a friend. The master once said that humans are the most terrifying animals, but he was more like a wolf cub. Turning around, he saw Lam Yuan sleeping soundly and talking in his sleep. "Damn it. Why do we have to run a kilometer for the test tomorrow?" Reporting to the teacher that my leg is injured. He felt strange. Truly a strange person. In the quiet space, the saber-tooth leapt onto a large tree branch, looking into the distance where blue lightning flashed among the trees, and he wondered if there were swamp monsters hunting for food. That greenish light was from them. The sky was already brightening, and the three dodo birds approached the swamp. Lam Ouyen happily smiled, surprised to find that he could even send the green-winged bird for a walk in the forest. You cheerfully say 10 words, but this bone and swamp are nothing. Yet he keeps focusing ahead, highly alert. not to let his guard down. At that moment, Manhwa saw a fallen tree lying horizontally and felt a strange sensation rising. Why is this tree suddenly lying here? It's so bizarre. Zoa Lang immediately reacted upon hearing that. Don't go there. The thing in the swamp is dangerous. Don't touch it. Suddenly, a giant horse-shaped lump appeared, blocking the surrounding light. The soldier was startled and looked up to see it. A shoe-meter tall, low, 5-ton, mutated dry horse gourd. Nguyen Trang skillfully transforms into a dry tree, ambushing the unsuspecting hunting beast as it passes. With a massive and extremely sharp weapon, seeing Man Vien blocked by the mutated dry horse trunk, Lamu Yan and Zoadao Lang both shout warnings, cautioning him to be careful. Hearing this, he quickly stepped on the mutated bird to avoid danger. They used their sharp weapons to strike directly at the mutated birds. Luckily, the soldier landed safely, avoiding their attack. But unfortunately, the spot where he landed was a swamp, and he couldn't pull his foot out. Lam Ouyen nearby quickly shouted to reassure him. Viens. Don't move randomly. I'll come and pull you out. Because he was too loud, the mutated dry horse bag caught their attention. Taking advantage of that, Zoadao Lang drew his spear out, observing to find their weak points to attack, and he swiftly slashed into their side. While at the same time Lam Ouyen moved closer to rescue Man Vien. The mutated dry horse's bloat gnashing its teeth. Distracted, they launched a chi function attack at him. Fortunately, Lam Yen managed to dodge the attack just in time and catch your hand. After an attack from Zoa Dao Lang, he was starting to find it a bit difficult, thinking to himself that the outer shell was too hard. They keep attacking him with sharp weapons, and the mutated Chimdo panics and flees. They try their best to escape, while behind them, the ferocious, mutated dry horse pursues relentlessly. They used sharp weapons to slash repeatedly, and Zoa Dao Lang quickly moved away from the mount. The mutated Chimdo he's using has been cut in half. Zoa Dao Lang screams at Lam Ouyen. Hurry and take her away. Then he leapt up to eye level with the mutated dry tree trunk, surrounded by a golden light, holding a sword in one hand and with the blade held horizontally. Zoa Dao Lang used incredible speed to cut them into many pieces. This move is called Kim Du Tram. He hovered in the air, watching the broken branches of the mutated dry tree fall into the swamp. At this moment, Lam Yen embraced the remaining mutated bird and caught Zoa Dao Lang, shouting, "Lucky I managed to catch him." After settling in, looking down at the swamp, he exclaimed, "Oh my! Are the bones outside the swamp as large as objects? I wonder how many dangers are hidden deep inside the swamp." Then seeing the vehicles all flying wildly from overload, Lam Ouyen was worried. The transportation means that the monsters all gave up on losing 2 of them. I wonder if that proud monster will punish me for this. Han Yi. It's still time to go back now. He immediately objected. No way. If we've come this far, how can we return empty-handed? Or the ugly bird will mock us. And besides, I really need the fruit of the alchemist. Man Yuan was worried. Now only 1 dodo bird remains. Is there still hope to reach the 2 bones deep in the swamp? Lam Ouyen smugly replied. This won't be difficult for me. In theory, you are a giant. Seeing the big tree, you coordinate. Lang. Use your pain to help me cut the bark of this tree as wide as possible. Yuan. You climb the tree the fastest. I need you to cut down all the vines. She quickly agrees. Yes, sir. And Zoa Dao Lang still finds it confusing. Lam Ouyen and Zoa Dao Lang watched Man Vien quickly climb the tree. Behind them, the mutated dry tree was attacking fiercely. And hearing the noise, he quickly turned around. The mutated bird was finally beheaded by them. But luckily, you were grabbed by the hair and thrown up high by the lizard to avoid the attack. Holding onto the tree trunk, Lam Yen hid in frustration. Damn it. Another one. Seeing the mutated bird headless, he's scared stiff. It's over. The last vehicle is completely gone. Seeing them pulling more closer, he shouted, Damn it. 2 more are coming. Looking at Man Vien, the Zoa Dao Lang shouted loudly. Quick. Climb up. And you agreed? Yes. Yes. Climb the tree first and then speak. The mutated dry tree bugs also started flying after. Lam Ouyen's group is doing their best to hang on higher, while behind them the pursuers are relentless. Seeing this, he panics and shouts, Damn it. How did I forget? The bugs can fly. The situation was extremely urgent. Everyone continued to cling to hope, while they still kept close behind. A giant insect charged straight at the man, but he quickly dodged. Without hesitation, he counterattacked, causing one of them to bleed from the attack. Lamu Yan, biting his lip, was hanging on, in an extremely urgent situation as the mutated dry tree demon was closing in. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid their attack, and because they used all their strength, it caused a loud explosion when hitting the tree trunk. Before he could recover, Lam Yen saw them appear right in front of him. With no way out, he decided to fight to the death, shouting, "Damn it! You want to bully me? Right, I'll risk my life for this." Lam Ouyen leaps up, dodging one, soaring high, then jumps onto the back of a second mutated dry tree beetle. Lam Ouyen's eyes blaze with fury as blue lightning surrounds him. He bites fiercely into their bodies while shouting, "I will kill you all." Lam Ouyen bites through the entire layer of skin of the mutated dry tree beetle, biting furiously and shouting, wanting to throw him away. But there's no way. Just then, bubbles rose to the surface of the swamp below. A long tongue protruded from the muddy layer, reaching toward the praying mantises. It wraps around them, sticking to Lamu Yan's body too. He screams, "What is this sticky and gross as hell?" That is a giant mutated swamp toad, weighing 18 tons, hiding in the swamp waiting for prey to come by. Seeing it, you've broadened your horizons. Damn it. Is that big beetle? This is a praying mantis hiding behind the beetle. The giant frog's tongue clamps down on the praying mantis. Sensing trouble, Lam Ouyen quickly jumps to another branch and says, "This isn't good." Just in time, Man Yuan swung across the vine to help you. She shouted, "Long. Catch me now." Just in time, the scout grabbed Lam Ouyen's hand, holding onto the vine with one hand and clutching him with the other. The two hurriedly leapt onto a large branch. Seeing Man Vien about to stand up, Lam Ouyen quickly stopped him. Lying close to the tree trunk, that huge bird only reacts to moving objects. Looking below, Zhao Dao Lang is already safe on a branch, while the giant bird continues to catch grasshoppers. Its neck swells up as it swallows the last prey. Then it continues to look around, searching for a new target, not daring to breathe heavily. He whispered to Man Vien, "As long as we stay silent and still, it won't see us." Seeing it take a deep breath and puff up, they wondered what it was doing. Beneath the giant cup, it opened its mouth and spat out a round brown water droplet from the swamp. Lam Ouyen was so amazed her jaw almost dropped, shouting, "What the heck? It even knows how to spit water." It sprays water directly onto the ancient tree, causing everyone hiding there to break it in half. Losing balance, the dragon's tongue falls straight down. The giant cup immediately stuck out its long tongue to wrap around his body, then forcefully pulled the beast, nearly choking him. Quickly regaining composure, he bit down hard on a branch. "Hey!" Man Vien and Lam Ouyen hurriedly climbed the rope to pull him up, calling out to An Lang non-stop. "Ang Lang!" Try to get closer to him and shout loudly. "Ang Lang! Give me your pain. I will cut its tongue." Zhao Dao Lang bites down hard on the tree trunk, speaking through his throat. "Catch it." He aims at Lam Ouyen's position and then drops the sword. Looking at the sword, he smugly replied, "New problem. Rest assured." But Lam Ouyen missed 10 times, panicking and shouting, "I can't catch it." Seeing his beloved weapon fall into the swamp, the deadly beast angrily forgot it was biting the tree and started singing, "My pain, you idiot." Taking advantage of that, the giant frog immediately pulled him away, and Lam Ouyen scolded, "Why did you call him out?" Seeing Zoa Dao Lang being pulled away, you quickly shout, "M Vien, hurry and go there." Man Vien immediately responds, "Got it." Lam Ouyen also struggled to climb the rope and grab a remaining praying mantis from the swamp to use as a weapon. He grabbed it, holding the rope she was hanging from to support her, while the Xoa Dao Lang was still tightly gripping. Using all his strength, Lam Ouyen cut off the giant frog's tongue while singing loudly, "Watch my praying mantis suffer." The tongue that was gripping him tightly gradually loosened. But while it was still in pain, the blade master swiftly jumped onto the rope they were hanging from. He drew his sword and stabbed it straight into the giant toad's head, causing it to writhe in pain as it clutched its body. A bright golden light radiates around the sword-wielding man, causing the giant frog to fall heavily, its flesh blending into the swamp. Escaping danger, Lamu Yan and the man jump onto the giant frog, smiling to soothe it. But Lang is mighty and indifferent, furious and demanding his pain back. He scratched his head awkwardly and shyly replied, I'm really sorry. My accuracy is still too poor. I couldn't catch it. But it's okay. Another day I will definitely give you a new spear. Behind her is just a trick. Brother Lang. Look quickly. The pain is on her side. They looked down and saw the spear stuck in the tree. And Zoa Dao Lang cried out in pain. My pain. Master Han jumps over, grabbing the sword. Tears in his eyes. Ouyen is confused. This sword belongs to his pursuer. He took the treasured spear and asked Zoa Dao Lang. Even the last dove has disappeared. What should we do next? You excitedly replied. That was just a simple tune earlier. Of course, now we continue collecting bark and vines. After a while, he trudged heavily on the ground, carrying a bundle of vines on his back, following behind the two of them. And Shoa Dao Lang Sihid. Not a bad method. But what is the point of these vine enthusiasts? As he walked, he pondered that the biggest difference between humans and monsters is their habitat. Humans know how to utilize their surroundings to craft tools easily. Although I now have a human form, I still need to learn from this little bastard in this regard. Lam Yan pointed to the hook and explained, It's just a hook for emergencies. At that moment, a terrifying sound echoed from the forest, and Zoa Dao Lang was startled and shouted, Listen carefully. What is that sound? Hearing the echo from the forest, Lam Yan was worried. This is terrifying. Why would there be the cry of a human baby in this swamp filled with bones? Your words surprised Manhwa and made him ask. The crying of the human baby. Dang also wondered if there were humans in the swamp. Lamu Yan frowned and confirmed yes. Human children crying would sound like that. At that moment, the sound suddenly stopped as if it had never been there. And I doubted myself, was I hearing things? They cautiously moved closer to the forest. There is a pair of red eyes watching from behind them. But no one senses the danger approaching, he mutters as he walks. Wondering if the child's cry is actually from the lizard, Lamu Yan was startled when he saw a shadow covering him. A giant lizard appears, standing 20 centimeters tall, weighing 27 tons, fierce and aggressive, with sharp teeth. Once bitten by it, it's hard to escape. They panic and shout, Be careful. It opens its huge mouth trying to swallow everyone. It bites just short, but they quickly seize the chance to run away. Shouting and rushing forward, it is chasing closely behind. And you realize we can't. We're in a swamp and can't get past the back of the giant lizard. Thinking of a way, Lamu Yan quickly turned to give instructions. Vien, throw the vine in your hand onto the branch above. Quickly. Immediately, she grabbed the vine and spun the rope to gain momentum. Then the vine was tied firmly to the tree trunk and secured with a hook. The three of them swung up the rope, using the swinging motion to avoid the lizard's bites. Turns out, collecting vines is used like this. With her petite figure, Ouyen quickly manipulated the vine to temporarily keep them at a safe distance from them. Just as they were about to rejoice, they suddenly saw another pair of red eyes staring at them ahead. Another giant lizard opens its enormous mouth to swallow. Everyone screams in panic. Damn it! There's an even bigger one. We are already within their sharp teeth's range. Lang shouted loudly. Hurry! Let's run towards the back. Lamu Yan, still clinging tightly to the vine, helplessly replied, No, not enough time. If those two jaws bite, it will be huge. The giant lizard has never chewed its prey before. It just swallows it whole. We wait for the right moment to jump into its mouth. Previously, when humans were swallowed by a giant snake, the monster's body could resist their stomach acid. There was no other way. They decided to crawl into the giant lizard's stomach. Train on. There's no other way now. At most, transform back into a monster form. Jia gives the command. Jump. And Ling and Manhwa immediately follow, gritting their teeth as they slide down the mouth. After countless flips inside the intestines, they finally crash onto the bottom of the giant lizard's stomach. Manhwa pin his nose and sighs. It's too disgusting. The smell is unbearable. He looks around curiously. This is the stomach. This bubbling thing is stomach acid. Does every person or monster have a stomach? Lamu Yan clenched his teeth as a surge of electricity confirmed, yes, this is a stomach, a place specifically used for digesting food. He thought to himself that both the dry horse bladder and the giant mutation corner earlier didn't even get a chance to bite once. Lang Sua, seeing Lam using violence to tear apart the giant lizard's stomach, thought while biting, I don't even know what skill will burst out the first time I seize it. It would be great if I could trigger the giant sword of the dry horse gourd. At this moment, the system announced that you successfully seized the giant lizard, her mouth still gnawing fiercely. Lam Yan angrily shouted, the cry of the giant lizard. Damn system. I just barely acquired the skill. And you give me this toy again. Man Vien pinched her nose and asked in disbelief. Long. I remember we had breakfast before we left this morning. So why are you already this hungry? Standing next to Brother Lang, I saw you biting nonstop and wondered if you wanted to tear this beast's belly open with your mouth. There's no need, although this place is cramped. I believe I can cut it open from the inside. Suddenly, a powerful tremor occurs. Vien is startled. What is happening? Lam Yen said. This kid seems to be controlling it. You are surprised and suspicious. The giant lizard is naturally fierce and will fight among themselves when starving. Could it be that the giant lizard chasing us before is the same one? At this moment, outside, the two giant lizards are attacking each other, with the larger white one gaining the advantage. Inside the stomach, everything has calmed down again, and everyone agrees that Senza has finished the fight. The giant lizard that swallowed us might be bigger than the other one, so it must have won. Lam frowned worriedly. This is bad. If it really swallows that huge thing into its stomach, we will be crushed to death, not just by stomach acid, but also by the pressure. Without hesitation, An Lang bit down on his sword and said, It's nothing. I will cut it apart now. Han launched the Kim Ruu slash, and while it was still devouring its kin, it suddenly felt pain as a beam of light from the sword sliced through its belly. The newt still had part of the red divine lamb in its mouth. It didn't even get to eat before it was killed. A horizontal cut from its belly split it into two parts. There's still some of the lizard's water on him, but luckily all three of us have escaped now. Man Vien just came out and shouted happily. The outside air is good. The rotten smell inside just now is gone. Zoa Dao Lang looked over his body and then said, Lam Ouyen was right. Half of the divine creature outside has been swallowed by this guy. Lamu Yan has been silent all this time, and both Showa Dao Lang and Man Vien looked down, worriedly asking, Brother Long, we've all come out already. Why are you still eating? Lam Ouyen is now full and eating while talking. You guys wouldn't understand. The meat from this toy is incredibly tender and delicious, which means we can't cook it anymore now. If we don't turn it into grilled meat, the flavor will be even better. Such delicious food. Just hearing about it makes Man Vien unable to resist. Really? Or should I try it too? Over here, the Zoa Dao Lang isn't paying much attention. He looks around for an escape route. Not sure if there's a giant divine beast nearby. Let's get out of here first. Lam Ouyen and Showa Dao Lang carry their belongings and walk on. Only Man Vien, carrying a large piece of meat, walks along casually eating well. Not bad at all. We keep going deeper into the two-corpse swamp, and as we walk, Lam Ouyen carefully reminds the others behind him. This swamp is even muddier than before, but luckily there are some exposed trees you can step on. This place is already difficult to traverse, and as we go further, the fog thickens. But the fog is too dense to see clearly ahead. Suddenly a strange smell filled the air, and after smelling it, Lam Yen added that there was also a rotten smell coming from something decaying in the middle, behind Man Vien. Do exception. My hand covering my head, as I struggle to say, Brother Long, I feel more and more tired, dizzy and lightheaded. As soon as Man Vien spoke, Lam Yen immediately snapped out of it, his face changing color as dizziness and fatigue took hold. He felt the same way. Lam Ouyen immediately turned to Zoa Dao Lang and asked, Do you feel tired? Zoa Dao Lang stroked his head. Even he is affected. Yeah. A little. All three of them are in this state probably because of the smell just now. Lam Ouyen guessed it might be the fog, when suddenly Man Vien pointed ahead and shouted, Brother Long, look over there. In front is a giant flower tree, with the trunk below and the blossom above. And more importantly, it emits a scent all around that is the mutated Thai Than Mavu. The large flower stands about 10 meters tall, emitting a rotten corpse-like smell that is definitely toxic to other insect monsters. He pinched his nose with his hand, looked up at it, and realized it was really too late now. Damn it. This Mavu mutation is toxic. Lamu Yan immediately called Xiao Kong out. Xiao Kong ran over, still unaware of what was happening. Just enjoying the fresh air. It's been a long time since I last appeared. Obviously, that smell also went into Khan's nose, making it vomit constantly. So disgusting. Turning to Lamu Yan, he quickly asked, "Do you have a gas mask?" Khan didn't know when it took out the gas mask and put it on. But unfortunately, it replied that there was no gas mask. If the host needs it, I can pay 10 million evolution points to go to other parallel universes and buy it within exactly 48 hours. Sen still can't rely on Xiao Kong. Lamu Yan angrily tears his own shirt to cover himself, knowing early on that he can't hope for him at crucial moments. "I ask you, can you fix this outfit?" Xiao Kong immediately replied, "Yes. Paying 1,000 evolution points can automatically fix it." After tearing it into 3 pieces, Lamu Yan kept one and gave the other 2 to Manhwa and Showdown Lang, telling them to use urine to warm it, holding the piece of cloth. Showdown Lang asked, "Do you want this place to become my territory?" And the reason is because of the animal's territorial marking behavior, but that was not Lamu Yan's intention. But quickly he shouted again, "The thread. There is no water here, so we can only use urine to warm it, then use it to cover your nose and mouth, which can filter out some of the toxic fumes from the demon flower. Because the reason we feel tired, dizzy, and lightheaded is due to the poison in this flower." Both Lamu Yan and Showdown Lang then turned to leave and deal with it. And as they walked away, he said, "This is just a human method. Leave Manhwa sitting here, blushing shyly. So what should I do now?" Lamu Yan immediately hands the wet shirt to Manhwa and says, "Here. Use mine. I have plenty of urine." The smell on the item in Manhwa's hand is really strong, and my face shows clear helplessness. There's just no other way but to do this. All 3 of them, after finishing, continued to go deeper, observing their surroundings as they moved, while Lamu Yan looked around, pondering, why are there so many? The Showdown Lang seems to have heard something, and quickly warns to be careful. It seems like there's some strange noise. The creature making that sound is a 5-meter long, 2-ton mutated blue centipede with a thick shell, emitting a hissing noise to intimidate enemies. And it has powerful claws and mandibles. The giant insect stood in front of the 3 of them, and the poison blade wolf shouted loudly, with the demon king using the foul smell to lure this insect to help him. A flower this big definitely means the creature being lured here is not gentle. Immediately, the armored insect charged forward to attack, causing Lamu Yan, Manhwa, and the sword slasher to retreat in unison, temporarily avoiding the blow. All 3 of them are ready to attack the armored insect in front of them. The sword-throwing wolf quickly steps on a tree to gain leverage. The whole body of the sword-wielding beast glows as it rises into the air. Attacking forward from behind the insect, it drives its sword into the insect's head, ready to end this mutated creature with a golden slash. Its scream echoed several meters away, and the entire body was powerless, falling dead from the previous strike. The Showdown Lang stood there, one hand pulling the sword out forcefully, with green blood splattering around its blade. Just after taking down one, I didn't even have time to rest. More of the surrounding bugs were already waiting there. Damn it. Are there really so many with such a similar rotten smell? There are really too many of them. The 3 of us can't fight them all. Running away is the best option. Lamu Yan urges everyone, run quickly. There are already 4 Tythan Mavu plants at Lamu Yan's group's location, and behind them are the chitin creatures. From above, Lamu Yan looked down and saw another mutated creature covered in thorns, shouting out loud, and there were many strange plants like that. Meanwhile, a giant insect was chasing after Lamu Yan's group, but suddenly lost their trail and stood still. The insect remained motionless, giving a chance for a nearby carnivorous plant to strike. It quickly devours the armored insect. That is the mutated insect-eating plant. The mutated plant can eat large insect troops, with thorn-covered leaves, and once caught, they can't escape. That action made Lamu Yan's group stop running, and Manhwa asked in shock, "What is that plant?" Lamu Yan replied while pointing at the plant, asking, "This must be the carnivorous plant you mentioned." "Right. Below are countless trung thou, each one chewing on a different trung. Above are the plants that just finished digesting the bugs, and below are more bugs. But instead of running away, they are chasing after Lamu Yan's group. They kept running while looking back, and the stupid armor bugs made Lamu Yan unable to hold back and shout at them. Who told you to stay low? In this situation, they still want to chase us down. Lost in the run. They didn't realize what was ahead, until Lamu Yan suddenly stopped in shock. The three of them, confused, ran straight into the mouth of the giant plant, and Lamu Yan shouted loudly, "This is bad." In the current situation, as expected, Long reacted quickly by running ahead and shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Then Lamu Yan used all his strength to push Manhwa and Zhou Lang out of the way. The two managed to escape from the mouth of the swarm plant. But Lamu Yan still hasn't gotten out. They all turned back to look at Lamu Yan. And Manhwa anxiously shouted, "Brother Long, are you okay? Hurry and run back." Manhwa tries to pull Lamu Yan out. "Long, I'll pull you out now." Shout out. We can't pull him free. His right leg and shoulder have been pierced by thorns from the leaves. Zhou Lang calmly said, "Don't worry. Let me clear away the leaves." Zhou Lang hadn't had time to do anything when he heard Lamu Yan shout loudly, "Be careful." As the giant insect approached them, the giant insect rushes straight in to attack, while the Trung Thao tries to hold Lamu Yan back and pulls him to one side, with Zhou Lang also desperately grabbing Manhwa. Lamu Yan still returns to his original spot, rolling into the mouth of the giant plant. Manhwa reaches in from outside, grabbing his hand and pulling him out. From then on, looking up, "I don't know what you felt." The warning signal was loud. "Don't come here." But it was already too late, as the mutated plant's mouth on the city wall released corrosive fluid, causing Manhwa to lose her footing and fall. Both of them fell into the yellow liquid of this mutated plant. Lamu Yan looked up, accidentally swallowing the liquid into her mouth. At the same time, the system displayed information that the mutated Chulung plant, a carnivorous mutated plant, contains corrosive fluids capable of digesting large insects. It can dissolve prey to death. After regaining composure, Lam Yen looked around in panic. "Damn it. I've fallen into the Chulung Thao again. Where is MVN? Mvia. I can't find my little sister." Lamu Yan dives back down into the Chulung Thao to search. Swimming around was no easy task as the Chulung Thao kept secreting more slime. "Damn it. This plant contains a sticky mucus that can trap prey." After a long while, Lamu Yan finally found the man's leg trapped by the sticky mucus, and the corrosive nature of this substance was very strong, causing the wounds on his body to start hurting intensely. Lamu Yan struggles to swim forward. Time is really running out. "Damn it, this mucus is too bizarre. I can breathe underwater, but the Manhwa can't." The Manhwa is struggling to breathe and can't hold on much longer. Seeing the situation, Lamu Yan is deeply worried. It seems the MVN won't last much longer. As I got closer to Manhwa, I realized I couldn't save him now. I could only think of a way. I couldn't just accept death, so I had to transform into a monster. Lamu Yan tightly holds Manhwa, his whole body shining as he prepares to transform into a monster. But our current position happens to be right in the middle of the swamp. Once transformed into a monster, my huge body would surely fall into the swamp in the blink of an eye. From within the dense thicket, countless beams of light shot out, and Lamu Yan shouted loudly, not able to worry about much else. Currently in monster form, Lamu Yan is glowing and tearing through the dense jungle from within. This giant monster appearance has truly scared away the other jungle plants below. Lamu Yan turned to Zhou Lang, carrying the Manhwa on his body while shouting, "Ang Lang, catch it." Zhou Lang quickly jumped up and managed to catch the Manhwa. We managed to free the seed, but with Lamu Yan's huge monster form, he still can't escape the swamp, worried for his comrade. Manhwa anxiously asks, "Brother Lang, what should we do?" "What should we do?" Zhou Lang replied, "Our bodies can't support him. We must find something that can bear his weight." It seems Zhou Lang has found a way to save them. He points ahead and tells Manhwa, "Look at that tree. The tree that the Exa Dao Lang pointed to is the tallest here, and the vines wrapping around it are very sturdy. The vines of that tree should be able to support Lamu Yan." Manhwa, glowing all over, quickly prepares to transform into a monster, then turns to Lamu Yan and shouts, "Brother Long, look up." Manhwa, now in a martial arts stance, jumps high with a burst of strength. Quickly, he clings firmly to the tree trunk, Manhwa grabs a few vines and throws them down to Lamu Yan, shouting, "Long. Catch them." Lamu Yan quickly grabbed a vine from below the swamp, his current hope for salvation, and looked up, praising you. "Well done." Manhwa, holding the vine tightly in his hand. Lamu Yan tried to cling to it with all his might to escape the swamp, finally out of there. Lamu Yan sat exhausted, looking up at the tall tree. After all, it was thanks to it that he was saved. If there's a big tree nearby recently, unless it's really huge. But this tree looks strange somehow. I wonder if there's something unusual about this tree. I was just suspicious a moment ago, and now I suddenly feel startled. Looking at the big tree, the system displayed information, the legendary Tonba Thuknyanthu, the most terrifying existence in the swamp, where no monster has escaped its deadly fate, sucking it dry. After reading the information, he looked at Manhwa, who stood there unaware. Lamu Yan shouted in panic. "Ah! Tunba Thuknyanthu!" Lamu Yan shouted in panic below. "Warning. Bien. Get down. This tree is very dangerous." Manhwa above still didn't understand what was happening and stupidly wondered why Lamu Yan was so worried, until the moment the Manhwa realized that terrifying skulls were reaching towards her. She shouted out loud, "Oh my God." While she was distracted, a vine from behind was about to attack. Quickly, Manhwa is tightly bound, and Lamu Yan only manages to shout out, "Aim bien." The rope wraps around Manhwa's body and lifts him into the air, causing Mvn to panic. Unsure of what to do, fortunately, the Lang demon quickly leapt up from below, gradually approaching the captive. When it reached the tightly bound person, it swiftly drew its blade, ready to cut, but before it could touch, another rope that was still wrapped around the prisoner immediately struck Cao Dao Lang, causing the prisoner to panic and shout loudly. Brother Long, seeing everything that happened so far, really angered Lamu Yan. A blue light burst from his mouth. Once again, Lamu Yan shouted loudly, "Don't bully people too much." The tree is growing with knots all over the house, aiming directly at the tangle of vines wrapping around Manhwa. A beam of light from Lamu Yan's mouth shot straight out, releasing a heat ray. The fire burning on the vines caused it to release the Manhwa in pain, leaving nothing to hold on to, and the younger brother fell powerless below. Along with the Manhwa, the vine that had just been burned also quickly rushed after. Targeting that vine, I stabbed down and extinguished the fire on it, and seeing Lamu Yan calmly scolded, "Damn it. It even knows how to use a trap to put out the fire." One vine plunging into the pond, with Lamu Yan still feeling normal, but then several other vines rushed down in succession. It's truly terrifying. What is going on here? The little one also landed safely and shouted loudly as it descended. And Lamu Yan seemed to realize what the vines intended. Could it be that they wanted to moisten the vines to counter my flames? Once again, the man orb rushed toward the tree trunk where another vine was. Not knowing what he intended to do, Lamu Yan turned around and saw Mui biting and tearing at the vines in anger. And he shouted anxiously, "Manhwa, be careful. Don't get agitated." But this bunch of vines, after soaking, immediately floated up with their bodies covered in mud. They tightly intertwined to form a large hand, the color of the hand being the color of mud. Zoa Dao Lang rushed forward and was also stunned to see this. "This is a hand." Lamu Yan looked up in surprise at the scene. These vines had woven into a human hand. Damn it. This tree has become a spirit. And Manhwa beside him only said one word. Hand. As Manhwa was still holding the vine, a fist was about to strike down from above. When the fist hit the ground, Manhwa leapt away just in time to dodge the attack. Manhwa quickly jumps up, both hands raised to strike down the vines, with a firm hand confronting it against Manhwa's immense strength. Suddenly, another vine from behind tried to ambush him, but luckily he noticed in time. First, there was a tangle of vines forming a hand shape. Then another thick vine appeared. And now Manhwa is trapped in the middle with no way out. That's sad. Muddy Hand pulls back to make way for the vine to deliver a straight punch at the soldier. Their actions really got to Lamu Yan. A glow appeared from his mouth. "You little brat. You deserve to die. This big tree even knows how to combine punches. Watch me burn your left hand." That tree seemed to sense Lamu Yan's intention, so it immediately kicked right between his legs. Unable to describe the pain, even Lamu Yan's precious gem was taken to heaven. Furious and hurt, he cursed, Oh my god. You only know how to ambush. Lam Ouyen's whole body trembled as he looked at Tonbathu and said, You strange tree. Stealing birds is not the act of a hero, Lam Ouyen screams. If you have the courage, let me go so we can fight fair. Soa Dao Long then appears to rescue him. I'm here to save you. Golden Wine Cutter. I have to say, Tonbathu is really very clever. It immediately put Lam Ouyen in front to block the attack. Shoa Dao Lang has a sword in his mouth. With the current situation, he can't attack. Damn it. He knows how to use Lam Ouyen as a shield. Lam Ouyen facing him. Luckily Soa Dao Lang managed to stop in time, or that sword would have struck him. After stopping, Soa Dao Lang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. Luckily, he stopped just in time, but it wasn't long before a hand made of those cords from Soa Dao Lang's body suddenly took shape and snapped, causing Soa Dao Lang to be thrown far away. Showed Lang was knocked back, but also helped Lam Ouyen. He clenched his teeth and silently thought, Brother Lang, thank you for helping me buy some time. A beam of light shoots out of Lam Yen's mouth, and he decides that this is the moment to attack. Watch me fire a shot through this monster's groin rage. Before Lam Ouyen could finish speaking, more vines tightly bound his mouth, leaving him only able to utter a few meaningless words. I can't use my skills to make Lam Ouyen angry and curse inside. Damn it. My mouth is tied up now. I can't unleash my violent powers. Looking to the side, both Shoa Dao Lang and Manhwa were also tied up. If this continued, we would definitely die. We're doomed. The whole group is going to be killed. The vines are tightening around Lam Ouyen's mouth, making his eyes open in helplessness as he screams silently. Pain, pain, pain. It's using force. This strange plant wants to strangle us to death and then turn us into its nutrients. The vines gradually bound the entire group, turning them into nutrients that were absorbed by the tree. Lam Ouyen struggled to think, feeling like he was about to be killed. But he wouldn't just accept his fate without a fight. Seeing that I can still speak a little, Lam Ouyen immediately called Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong Kong. Quickly check how many evolution points I have accumulated recently. Xiao Kong quickly replied, I see. There are currently 2,100,000 evolution points. Lam Ouyen said loudly. All right. Add all of it to my height. In Lam Ouyen's mind at this moment, he envisions a bird caught tightly, thinking that if its body could swell on its own, it would surely be able to escape. Now that the monster has tied me up so tightly, as long as my body suddenly swells, I can definitely break the vines. Thinking this, Lam Ouyen's whole body started to glow and gradually swell. The ropes tightening around Lam Yen's body stretched as his skin gradually expanded, as expected. The ropes couldn't withstand it and snapped one by one. In the end, everything was broken, and Lam Ouyen now had nothing left to hold him back. After the giant E-rank dragon's cry, the system's evaluation records on your body reveal the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, Demon Lord, documented in the classic of mountains and seas. You have gone through a time of innocent childhood, stepping into the turbulent years of youthful maturity. Seeing Lam Yen, the sword master and the demon beast couldn't help but be amazed. The demon beast exclaimed loudly, Ah, Long has grown taller again, while the sword master wondered to himself, Wow, he's really grown bigger. There is nothing left to take. Lam Ouyen fell freely downward, along with the broken vines. Now that I've landed, Lam Yen looked up at the monster and challenged. You were very ruthless earlier. I feel like my eyes are about to be gouged out. The monster's face transforms into a human face. It bends down and says to Lam Yen, Kid, I haven't lost to you. Now you're stuck in the swamp. If I don't intervene, can you get out on your own? But Lam Ouyen didn't think so. Instead, he proudly said that there are many ways to get out. And then he suddenly had a strange smile, thinking of a very interesting method. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Yen acted immediately, lifting his head high and crying out loudly, the roar of the giant lizard echoing through the swamp. Lam Ouyen's cry was truly unbearable. Even the most terrifying monster in this swamp had to admit defeat. Hey, I'm not going to hit you. Why are you crying? Don't even think about causing trouble for me. I wouldn't do such things. That chaos just happened to suit Lam Yen. But he turned to the side and listened while giving instructions to the man Yuan. Ah, it's here. Manhwa, pick up some vines from the ground. We'll need them later. A familiar person of yours is coming soon. Manhwa responds loudly. Understood. The giant lizard runs over here from somewhere, looking around this way and that, thinking to itself, maybe there's weak chicken nearby. Perfect to fill its belly. But where's the weak chicken? Its bloodshot red eye scans around until it spots the weak chicken that the giant lizard is looking for. In front of it, Manhwa is holding a vine loop, ready to catch prey. With a cunning face and a prepared stance, Manhwa's shadow covers the giant lizard entirely. The man-worm steps forward, and at the same time the giant lizard turns its head back because it knows it is no match. But quickly, the lizard's tail was caught tightly by the man-villain's foot. It panicked and struggled to run away. And I looked at it and asked, "Do you want to run? Can you run?" Now I'm holding a vine in my hand, pulling it straight out with both hands. A cunning look on my face. And I say, "Just now I was swallowed by one of my companions." After that mishap, the Manhwa smiled brightly, holding the excess rope wrapped tightly around the lizard and lifting it up. On this side, Lamu Yan leaned to listen to the distant sounds echoing back, smiling happily. More came. At the same time, they hear the frantic cries of the giant lizards. "That huge monkey. Don't come over here." At the same time, the vines tightly wrap around 3 other lizards, pulling them into the swamp. In front, countless choked lizards are struggling to run, while behind, Lamu Yan is urging alone, gripping all the thick vine ends tightly. "Come on. Use your strength. Haven't eaten yet." And Lamu Yan immediately spits fire to help you block the flames. A fierce volcanic eruption version of a lighter. The flames surrounding the vines made the little lizards all feel hot and uncomfortable, their faces twisted in pain. Then, Lamu Yan lowered his head into the muddy water below the swamp. Lamu Yan looked at the monster with pride and said, "So what? Monster, if my long doesn't rely on you, I can still get out of the swamp." The strange tree, holding a cloth to wipe itself, with a suspicious look, asked, Hey, I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the fire salamander." Ignoring the strange tree, Lamu Yan focused on the main matter. "Hey, strange plant. I'm very curious. How do you know how to speak human language? And you even have a human expression. Did you also eat the transforming fruit?" Holding the red fruit in his hand, the strange creature looked at it and then asked Lamu Yan again, "Is this the transformed human fruit you mentioned?" The monster brought the fruit closer, and Lamu Yan looked at it again to confirm. Yes. This is the one." Looking up at the monster, Lamu Yan continued, "So he absorbed the flesh of the transformed fruit, can speak human language, and can even weave vines into limbs that resemble human arms and legs. Lamu Yan Nui that Sukethu Kong Hio. No Lian Hoi Lai. E.G. Day. Kong Hio. Lam Ouyen Suaswatai. Nu da Kong Hio ti Tua Kokung Kong Kan Mak Kong Ji Ti Nua. Bodi. Zhao Go Nu Ein. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. That's right. A big tree like you can't run around everywhere. Where did you get the fruit of the transformed human?" The monster gestures with its finger and laughs, saying, "Don't look at me and think I can stay here easily. I can't go. But I have my own scouts." The creature on the monster's body now is a white bird, which is the scout it mentioned. The scout is actually one of my reconnaissance soldiers that was found earlier in a very hidden cave, Lamu Yan just exclaimed in surprise. "Oh. A nearby mountain cave. That's great. It must be the place we're looking for. At last, there's some good news." Lamu Yan asked if your scout could lead us to that cave. The strange beast pointed behind and said, "It's right in front. Just follow the swamp path and you'll see it quickly. But if you're really looking for the fruit of the transformed human, I advise you to hurry, because my scouts told me there is a group of crabs fighting over the mutant fruit in that cave. I'm worried you might arrive too late and not get a single one." Lamu Yan still holding the giant lizard's vine in his hand. After hearing that, his face went blank, and he kept asking repeatedly, "No way. A bunch of crabs fighting over the fruit of the human transformation." The monster just casually replied, "Believe it or not." Upon receiving the news, Lam Yuan didn't hesitate anymore and quickly turned to Man Yuan and M Yuan, telling them to leave immediately. "These 4 lizards are for you. I'll teach you how to handle them." Meanwhile, while Man Yuan and Lam Yuan were busy dealing with the lizards, the monster turned around and chuckled quietly to itself, thinking, "I didn't expect to meet someone on this strange island who has the ability to transform into a monster. Maybe I can ask them for a favor." Lam Ouyen's feet are on two wooden planks used for sliding through the swamp, with the soldiers following behind, mainly pulled along by the four lizards in Lam Ouyen's and the soldiers' hands. Look, there's a hidden entrance in the cave ahead. It's probably our target for this trip. They had just started to enjoy themselves, when suddenly, they froze at the sight of two crabs, each holding a mysterious fruit. By the time Lam Ouyen realized it, the two crabs had already scurried away, only hearing his loud shout. Damn it. There really are attacks. Lam Ouyen looked at the two crabs. Really couldn't keep up. So he turned to tell Manhwa to run faster because he couldn't catch up. Watch over these lizards. I'll check inside the cave, Manhwa said worriedly. Be careful. Long. Lam Ouyen replied briefly. Rest assured, as I entered the cave, it was unusually quiet, and I could sense the presence of the two strange birds below. Looking at the cave and realizing there's nothing left, Lam Yuan shouted angrily, Mom, these thieves didn't even leave me a single fruit, seeing the strange bird lying there. You call Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong Kong. Exchange for a life fruit. Xiao Dao Long. Holding the life fruit. Feeds it into the strange bird's mouth as Lam Ouyen instructed. As I feed the Zoa Dao Long, I regretfully say, why bother giving it such good fruit? Lam Ouyen looked at them and replied, those two are definitely arranged here by the strange bird to guard the fruit of the transformed human. I need them to go tell the monster. Otherwise, that two-faced guy will blame everything on me. I can't handle this mess. Outside, after Manhwa tied the lizards to the tree, she quickly looked around to watch the area. Something suddenly flew out of the cave. Startling Manhwa in fear, Lam Ouyen also shouted out loudly, Manhwa, there are no more Hoan Han in the cave. Then both of them immediately grabbed the rope in the midst of the restless lizards and urged it forward, with Lam Yuan blowing fire onto the rope as he said, we must catch up with the crabs from earlier. Lam Ouyen and Manhwa followed the lizards, chasing after the crabs carrying the mutant fruits. The system displays their information. The ancient trap chain, driven by urgency, is 6 meters long, weighs 5 tons, and has a pair of very strong pincers. You stand there puzzled, thinking, what does the system mean by urging us to retreat? Could it be that someone is forcing the crabs to steal the mutant fruit from the monster bird? Remembering its arrogant look, I felt awkward inside. That ugly monster bird could have offended another beast. But what kind of beast would be able to urge this crab swarm? Lam Ouyen no longer cared. Swung her tail to lift them up, not caring who they were, just focusing on the task first. Grabbing the fruit of the transformed creature while nibbling on the crab. This delicious seafood can't go to waste. The system immediately announced that you successfully acquired the ancestral beast's urging relic. Your fusion points increased by 2,600. Congratulations on successfully conquering the ancestral residence for the first time, earning an additional 10,000 fusion points. Then calmly handing it over to the 4 insects. Diao Kong Kong, help me get it first, right now. Fighting Tonba with the real body, using all the transformation points. So for now, there's no way to modify the transformed person. Manhwa pointed at the fleeing enemies and asked irritably, Brother Long, should we keep chasing? Lam Ouyen straightforwardly replied, yes, although it's quite annoying. They are still our teammates. So we help her retrieve the fruit of transformation. Once done, Lam Ouyen and Manhwa immediately lead the lizardmen to chase after them. He sternly kept hitting the claws with his tail, making the crabs fly up high, and the captured creature slipped out of its grasp. Then Lam Ouyen quickly grabbed the trach Xiu Ku, Che the wound, and bit down hard. Manhwa also reached out directly to catch one, while Zoa Dao Lang stabbed the claws with his sword to take the fruit of the human transformation. When he looked up, he saw the remaining ones escaping and heading straight into the green smoke village. Witnessing this scene, along with the fierce lizardmen, Lam Ouyen shouted angrily, "And stop. Stop right now." This makes Manhwa confused. Brother Long, what's going on? Seeing the crabs gradually disappear into the fog, Lam Ouyen said the greenish-blue bones in front are very strange. Observe first. Among the things on the ground, he suddenly realized, oh, this is no longer swampland. I can finally stand on solid ground. He looked at the surrounding bone smoke and immediately became alert. This is bad. We are surrounded by bone fog. Suddenly, a giant rat burst out, and the creature on its claw also disappeared. This action shocked Lam Ouyen, who opened his mouth in surprise, thinking to himself, "Why did this crab come back? It seems a bit strange." A fierce lizard gritted its teeth and advanced toward the crab. Suddenly, it exploded itself, causing the white lizard to also be affected. This scene shocked everyone watching the Manhwa, and they exclaimed, "What's happening? Why did this crab self-destruct?" Without giving everyone time to regain their composure, they all followed each other out. The crab swarmed onto both of them, causing Lamu Yan to panic and ask, "Are these crabs all capable of self-destruction?" A green aura surrounds them, causing the group to float in midair. While they are caught off guard, one after another, they begin to explode. Lamu Yan angrily realized it was a trap. Could it be that these crabs deliberately used the explosive to lure us here and then detonated themselves to attack us? As Lamu Yan was about to leave, someone launched an attack straight at him, cutting into his fat belly and causing a stream of red blood to flow out. And only then did he realize the pain. Lamu Yan, clutching his wound, angrily said, "It was indeed a trap. Everyone be careful. Someone ambushed us." Suddenly, a monster with sharp, powerful legs appeared, and the system displayed information: the leader of the jar-bound reptile. Poison Ring, one of the 6 sons of the Saurus king from the jar, carrying the bloodline of an ancient beast of the Lu clan, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, is 50 meters long and weighs 415 tons. He looked around in confusion, exchanging glances with Manhwa. Then a monster covered in scales was hurriedly escorted in by the guards, with the system announcing more: leader of the ancient reptilian horde. Poison Shell, one of the 6 sons of the Saurian king from the jar, carrying the bloodline of ancient monsters, as recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, is 42 meters long and weighs 380 tons. You keep staring and analyzing everything. The toxic leader of the lizard from the jar. The Poison Shell. They are planning something against us again. Those self-destructing crabs are their own creation, and they even know how to use the tactic of hitting back with a stick. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a quake occurred, making both of them feel strange. Then a monster with many heads ran toward both of them, and the system announced, the king of the lizard from the jar. General Liu, carrying the bloodline of ancient beasts as recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, 150 meters long and weighing 1.50 tons. Its silhouette blocks out the light. He looked up trembling and stammered, "Saurian king. Saurian king." General Liu. Amidst the blue bones, General Liu rises with branches and twigs, opening his mouth to release the green bone smoke everywhere. Glancing around, Lamu Yan warned everyone, "This is poison gas. Cover your noses and mouths quickly." Suddenly, he reverted to his human form, looking bewildered with wide eyes. "Your whole body is covered in wounds." And not far away, the door slowly opens. 3 shadowy figures calmly step out from the smoky bones. They reveal their fierce faces. Kiet presses his stick against the wall and shouts, "Daring to report our plans to the teacher." "I haven't finished with you yet." Lamu Yan, battered and terrified, quickly raised her hands to stop them. "Please don't hit. I beg you." Hearing that, Kiet made a devilish face and sneered, "Your cowardly ass. You'll only ever be worth being trampled under our feet." Junior beside him arrogantly said, "Keet, keep editing it so I can film." He eagerly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Continue now." Fear suddenly woke him up from the nightmare that haunted him, and seeing Manhwa with his eyes rolled back and standing still. Even Showdown Lang was no different. Lamu Yan hurriedly and anxiously shouted, "Mvien, Ang Lang, wake up. Wake up." This statement awakens both of them, and Zoa Dao Lang asks with suspicion, as the Saurus king from the jar and its 2 children appear simultaneously. The power of the lizard king from the jar must be very strong, so we can only break through the encirclement from his 2 children. Suddenly, a tear rolled down Manhwa's face as she excitedly said, "Long, I saw my parents in the illusion earlier." She looked at you in pain, her whole body being corroded by the green toxic fluid, looking very miserable. Manhwa can only try to comfort them, so we must preserve our strength and wait until we are stronger to seek revenge. Suddenly, Tuang Lu spoke, "You, cruel beast, leading that demon Long to turn my many sons into ashes. And now you want to escape responsibility and leave." Then it rolled 2 objects like balls towards us. "I think these 2 things must be very popular among people." Long Yen and Manhwa watched the approaching objects with suspicion. When the object finally stopped, it became clear that it was two skulls. A thunderbolt suddenly exploded overhead, and she was terrified. Staring wide-eyed in confusion, the surrounding atmosphere darkened, and she collapsed in despair. Stammering, "Dad. Mom." Tuang Liu quickly cut her off before she could get emotional. Spitting out two slimy things, he directly shattered the two skulls. Lam Vian quickly pulled her back. Careful. Watching the two destroyed skulls in an instant, Man Yuan was sad, tears streaming down, calling out for Mom and Dad. Immediately, a fiery rage erupts inside, and I frantically punch my own chest. My eyes burn with fury as I scream. I have to kill him. Kill him. Then she quickly wipes her tears, causing Ouyen to panic and shout to stop her. Manhwa, don't go. You're no match for him. Susu looks at the scene filled with despair, then jumps to attack Tuang Liu. She clenched her fist and struck hard at one side of its face, but it was unharmed and countered by grabbing her stomach. Is that all the strength you have? Savage monkey. Then, Tuang Liu bit hard into her arm, causing her to grimace in pain and scream loudly. It held Manhwa tightly, arrogantly saying, "You savage ape. Now I will send you to meet your parents." This action made Ouyen furious and rushed forward, with Sora Dao Lang following closely behind. The poison and the intensity of the attack surged again, causing him to panic as he saw your startled reaction. Showa Dao Lang immediately jumped up and told you, Ouyen, you go hold them back. I will go save Yuan. Lam Yen tried to speak to calm him down. Lang, don't get agitated. We're not their match. Going will only mean death. Showa Dao Lang asked sharply. What do you mean? Do you want to see them die without helping? Are you afraid he no longer cared and used Ouyen to leap forward? If you won't go, I will. Then he drew his spear to attack Duan Ren, but it was blocked by its claws. It then swung its claws to knock Duan Ren away. Dao Lang somersaulted several times in the air, wielding two spears to attack General Liu. It raises its head proudly, its voice full of reproach. Bintri Lang, you are truly bold to dare to cause pain before my lord. Dao Lang just jumped in front of it, but its head quickly stabbed forward with great force, and Dao Lang's body was much smaller than it, immediately spitting out blood. Facing such a one-sided attack, the pain blurred Dao Lang's eyes, causing him to faint, and his entire body was thrown backward. General Liu still wouldn't give up easily, biting down across the body of the Dao Lang, his voice full of contempt. How pitiful to have become so weak and helpless. Ouyen, seeing the scene before him, immediately erupted in fury, shouting loudly, Hey Lang. Dao Lang was still being held in Tuang Liu's mouth. Ouyen rushed forward to confront him, while the poison ring was about to go all out. Ouyen, in a state of intense anger, with bloodshot eyes, reached out with one hand to cut off one of the claws of the poison insect. Before it could react, he bit through its body, causing it to suddenly lift up in pain. Ouyen forcefully shoves the head, causing the body of the poison ring in its mouth to fly into the air, and he loudly shouts with full fury, Get out of here. Ouyen unleashes a violent earth attack, with a burst of green energy from his mouth targeting the head of General Liu high above, who is biting down hard on Dao Lang's body. That attack hit the head, causing it to open its mouth and drop the digger, who fell from the middle of the knot. Ouyen continued to strain himself, channeling energy, with sparks shining from the spines on his back and his mouth. He once again unleashed his energy forward. Ouyen just used it once. Now he's using it 2 more times in quick succession. His body is truly at its limit. His energy drained. Liu's 2 heads biting the chimpanzee's body are both caught by this move, causing it to hurt and loosen its grip, letting her fall. Ouyen, exhausted and gasping for breath, his body covered in sweat, quickly decided that he couldn't reach it and had to seize the moment for Tui Mvn to retreat. Ouyen shouted to the 2 beasts that just fell down. Mvn, Ang Lang, I will hold him back. You 2 are already injured. Retreat first. Lieutenant Liu's body was truly enormous, so Ouyen had to jump really high up, shouting angrily, You bastard. You deserve to die. Trying to tear the Vien into pieces. You are determined to tear him into pieces. A green toxic aura constantly surrounds you as the monkey lands on the ground. You bite down hard on one of General Liu's heads, truly intending to tear it apart. The head, bitten so painfully, lifts its head and screams loudly, while another head turns back and bites into Lamu Yan's body. Fresh blood spurted from your back, and the mouth biting the other head of General Liu also sprayed red blood. The two beasts below, seeing the situation, panicked and cried out. The chimpanzee called out, "Brother Lang." The wolf also shouted, "Lamu Yan." While the two heads were struggling with Lamu Yan, the remaining head began to gather energy in its mouth. A greenish light like a glow. Lamu Yan noticed it was targeting the chimpanzee and shouted a warning. The poisonous earth attack was launched but was caught entirely by his body as he leapt out, causing Lamu Yan to lose his temper once again. This toxic earth attack is very powerful. Like a green column that easily pushes Lamu Yan's body forward, you were pushed by its force, falling to the ground and sliding a long way, leaving a huge imprint on the ground, with green toxic gas still rising from your stomach. Tintin ran over from afar with Dao Long, worriedly calling out, "Brother Long." Lamu Yan seems to be unconscious, his body not moving at all. Tin tries to shake him, calling out to wake him up. "Long, wake up. Please wake up." Tuong Lu spoke. "Today none of you will escape." Tin turned around and saw a green monster surrounding them. Suddenly, she heard a voice from the sky, mocking tone but very familiar, as the three useless ones were beaten so badly. A bird figure with wide wings above them. That is the monster bird. It appeared afterwards and stared at Tuong Lu. "Stealing from my lady? I cannot forgive this." Thousands of shining feathers fluttering around like wings. The strange bird immediately flapped its wings, creating whirlwinds that swept up trees and rocks, hurling them fiercely at the general. It let out a long cry, summoning a whole swarm of bird minions to appear. The whirlwind rises as the monster confronts the general head-on, shouting loudly to signal below to quickly take them away. This battle is truly grand. A pack of twin-shaped Xis rushes down to attack Dunhan and Bok, trying to hold them back. The group of ancient divine serpents also charged down, knocking away the monsters that had just surrounded them, and they even took a defensive stance in front of the three beasts. The two ancient divine medicine dragons suddenly grabbed the body of the chimpanzee with their claws, and all three were lifted into the air by a flock of ancient divine beasts. Then they flapped their wings and flew away. "Stay here. The battle is still fierce." With the whirlwind swirling wildly, the general sneers at the monster bird. Defeated enemies still dare to come and play the hero. The monster bird also didn't accept being bullied and responded coldly. Once a mighty reptile king, now resorting to shameful sneak attacks. How embarrassing. While fighting the wild monster, it suddenly realized the abnormality. The general raised a head and saw the winged dragons carrying 3 people and flying away. It angrily cursed. "Damn those damn bugs." While the 2 heads were holding the monster bird's legs, the other head gathered energy in its mouth and unleashed a toxic attack straight at them in the air. With a green light shooting upward, one of the ancient winged dragons was finally hit, while the others dodged the attack. And the chimpanzee bit down tightly, leaning to the side. The ancient winged dragon, infected with poison, immediately lost its color and began to stiffen like a stone fossil. The next second, they fell straight down, showing how powerful this poison was, while the others continued to carry them away. Tintin saw the tragic fate of the ancient divine dragons, struck by the dark blue aura and turning into dry corpses, and was worried earlier. Your dragon was also hit. Could it be the same? At the battlefield, the strange bird continues to create tornadoes, tearing up dirt and rocks from the ground and rushing straight ahead. Lieutenant Lu's 3 heads are not weak either, continuously spewing poison gas, and any falling rocks are stopped by the toxic substance it sprays out. The strange bird, knowing it can't win, saw the others retreat successfully and ordered the surrounding birds to withdraw. The twin-headed demons, not eager to fight, immediately took flight following the strange bird's command. General Lu couldn't swallow this anger, since they've come to cause trouble. Then keep the person here. He directs the toxic earth aura straight at the strange bird. The monster turned its head to look at the approaching power. Feeling a shiver in its heart, it's doomed. It turned to face the toxic breath directly. The commander sneered dismissively, trying to ambush her. No way. And a light immediately enveloped the creature. The monster successfully transformed into a human form just before the toxic earth shot forward. And with its small body, It was perfectly able to dodge the attack. It turned around and continued flying in human form, with its flock of young birds immediately following. It descended onto the back of a twin-shaped bird. The bird was surprised, but still flew steadily through the clouds. The strange bird looked towards the Lamu Yan group not far away and ordered the twin-shaped she to go. Leave the swamp of sea bones first. Seeing the group of beasts fly away, a head nearby turned and asked, "Father, what should we do now?" The main head remained silent, without answering. General Liu told his sons that the demon dragon was very special, and if my toxic soil shot at it, it could kill it. However, I can sense the toxic earth's breath giving me a completely new kind of power. It confirms that it is stealing the source of life from that demon Long, and my children all turn to look at it. The toxic gas seems about to engulf this place. General Liu's body gradually disappearing behind the poisonous mist. He speaks, "Call all your brothers and sisters. Chase after those monsters. I need to quietly digest the power of the source of life within my body." At Lam Ouyen's place, the celestial dragon of the winged dragon took them far away from where they were earlier. And here, the sunlight shines warmly. The strange bird crossed its arms and turned to ask Dao Lang, "So what now? Where should we stop? All my territories have been taken over by those reptiles." Dao Lang turned back and looked at Lam Yuan, lying unconscious behind him, speaking, "Come to me." Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, stammering, "Everyone look quickly. Brother Long. It's him." The two immediately turned their heads back. The strange bird looked puzzled, wondering what was wrong with this giant dragon. It hadn't transformed. And then they quickly understood the situation. Long had shrunk down. After a while, in the middle of a forest surrounded by a mountain range, in front of a cave staircase, a group of Tik-Tik Ho Lang was playing. Inside the cave, Lam Ouyen suddenly opened his eyes wide. "You stop your evil hand and look at your body. Long is suspicious." Lam Ouyen glances up at the two shadows looming in front of him. Lam Ouyen looked in amazement at Dao Lang standing beside him with his arms crossed, and asked curiously, "Hey, Lang, why are you taller now? And also a humanoid monster?" Dao Lang was speechless, not knowing how to explain. Tin had to bow his head to explain to you that Long is not taller than us. "Da, you have shrunk." And Lam Ouyen is already sweating. Tin's current form is also much larger than yours. Lam Ouyen nervously raised his claws to touch his face, exclaiming, What? How did it turn out like this?" You shrank quickly. "Call the little con now. Is it there or not?" Suddenly, the whip appears to show him the system interface. Current status. Host Lam Ouyen. The Kwai Tak lineage, renamed as the Loi Bao Long clan. With a mature form capable of transformation, the bloodline of a supreme ruler can level up, standing 8 meters tall, weighing 80 tons, with attack and combat methods including biting, divine dragon tail waving, and Kwai Long Ba ultimate skills, plus a special S+ level stealing technique. In the night, level E, Dawn, level E, B+ level beast compass, S level fierce breath, A level radioactive heat, B level thorny armor piercing dust, A level Kwai Long combat roar, A level fierce training bullets, E level giant creatures cry. The system's assessment of your bloodline, the ancient divine beast king, is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. You went through a pure and innocent youth, then entered the troubled years of adulthood. Lam Ouyen widened her eyes in confusion. Explain clearly what it means to be beaten to the point of being useless and having to start leveling up from scratch. Little Conthang Yen said that, according to my analysis, the poison earth of the S2 Bull King can absorb the original life essence of creatures, leading to their rapid death. It points at you. And your original life force was formed by the points of evolution you gained since arriving in this world. So, in conclusion, what the toxic soil essence absorbs are all the evolution points you have obtained, which will not cause death. Lam Ouyen is sweating all over. Suddenly, Kong thought of that Luwu general. A look of suspicion appeared on its face. But there was one point that made people extremely worried. The poison earth can take away the original life essence and add it to the King Bull S2 confirming that it now has all the evolution points you have gained since arriving in this world. He exclaimed in panic and asked again, "So you mean it has taken all my original life essence?" And Lam Ouyen is extremely angry with its claws. Its mouth, that S-cow has already grown very large. And it has also seized so many primal lives. Isn't that defying the heavens? But right after, he seriously and optimistically reconsidered, losing something to gain something else. Now I am no longer a match for that S-bull. It seems I can only wait for now. Lamu Yan silently resolves to risk everything, devouring everything in sight to gain evolution points, waiting until he becomes a giant 100-meter monster before reclaiming what is his. The mutant leech looked down at the tiny Lamu Yan beneath its feet and sighed, saying, "You really are quite special. Your Earth Fury could kill the S2 cow that we can't even kill. And it suspects that the aura of the S2 King cow can kill any creature, but can't kill you, only making your form smaller. So what exactly are you?" Lamu Yan, hearing it ask, was so angry he nearly fainted, and he rolled his eyes as he retorted to the strange creature. "What do you mean? What kind of thing am I? You know I can talk. Right, I am a sky-breaking Qilong, a man who wants to become the king of monsters." The monster made a rough estimate with its claws, sneered contemptuously. "Relying on someone like you, so small, still wants to be the king of monsters." Lamu Yan stands tall with great presence. "Who says I'm small? Men can't be small. Look at this. As long as I don't die, I can eat myself to death. And soon I will turn back into a handsome big dinosaur." Now I remember something else. I turned to ask Dao Lang, standing silently beside me. "Hey, where is this place?" Gibbon, sitting nearby, continues explaining. "Brother Long, this is your Lang's cave entrance." Lamu Yan looked around with an interested expression. You look inside the cave and immediately exclaim in surprise, "Wow, so many weapons, is this your armory?" Dao Lang, "Why is there a grave with a large sword stuck in it?" Dao Lang paused for a moment, then looked at the grave and explained. "The person buried there is my owner, a human, and these weapons also belong to him." Ouyen approached the swords, then looked back. So he once lived among humans. Did his swordsmanship and fighting skills come from his master? You hesitated and asked again. But as a human, how could you wield such a huge weapon? Dao Lang recalled the image of that person. A man with light blonde hair who could control the weapons around him. My master is a human esper whose power is controlling energy because he loves cold weapons. So his fighting style is to control various weapons in battle, even a multi-meter-long greatsword. He can wield it with unstoppable force. Ouyen became curious about this person and directly asked, "If you wanted, Au Manisper, does this world still have other Esper beings?" "Hurry up, Dao Lang. Tell me quickly. I wonder in my mind that the world I was born into is not Earth after all, where monsters and psychic humans are on par with monsters. I wonder if there are any other supernatural beings that exist." Lang continued to recall the image of a man wielding a black sword slashing at monsters around him, with corpses and fresh blood scattered nearby, and a fox also being himself standing before that man. He recounted that 5 years ago. "I met my master by chance when I entered this island to escape pursuers, and he saved me from the jaws of a saber-toothed tiger." He remembers the days when he had to train with a sword and wooden stakes. His master was very interested in the giant creatures on this island, even investigating underground to find the source of their monstrous growth. And he also taught me swordsmanship, sword techniques, and how to use various weapons. But I am just a wolf, without powers and unable to learn the refined martial arts he possesses. Dao Lang continued to speak. "And my master told me that the human world is full of extraordinary powers. Some can control fire. Some can unleash devastating attacks. Some are born with divine strength. And others can withstand terrifying monsters from the abyss. These people can be good or evil, divided into two factions, righteous and wicked. The master only arrived on this island because he was being hunted by the enemies of the evil faction. And shadows hiding among humans and monsters alike are everywhere in society. A person and a beast have been together for a long time." And he explained the origin of those swords. His owner likes collecting all kinds of weapons of different sizes. He has a space ring created by a space ability user, which can store all his weapons and carry them with him. Long Yan's eyes immediately lit up like stars when he heard that. He quickly thought of a large diamond ring and excitedly asked, "And there's also a ring with space to store words. That's amazing. So where is the ring now?" Dao Lang didn't answer him but kept talking, saying that the owner and I like to live for 10 years. Then suddenly one day, the owner's enemy came onto the island. The owner left to fight so as not to involve me. And later I found him dying in the chaos of the forest. He had defeated the enemy. I was also seriously injured and remembered the helpless image of myself watching the wounded man sitting slumped against a tree. Han raised his head and looked at you. And for 10 years I have led my clan to protect this place. To protect the master and everything that belongs to him. So, for someone who has died and these scraps of corpses, are you willing to make a non-aggression pact with the Lizard King? Despite those damn reptiles destroying this island piece by piece, the house is gone. So what's the point of protecting this pile of scrap? Dao Lang's face immediately darkened. Han glared angrily at the monster and ordered her to shut up. Monster. I do not allow you to insult my master. The monster was unafraid of Han's anger and continued to speak. I am telling the truth, Bingqi Lang. Although you are no longer in your original form. It seems the Lizard King from Hu has already recognized you. You betrayed the agreement by drawing your sword at Han. So do you think you can take care of yourself? At this moment, Han remembered the time when he swung his sword at the general and had scolded him. Bingqi Lang, you really have guts to wave your sword in front of this king. Ouyen saw the situation was getting tense and quickly intervened. All right. Can you two stop talking for a moment? He asked a question to divert attention. Bingqi Lang, is there a hiding place here where you are? The reptiles don't know. The rogue still angrily replied with a sharp sound. I don't know. Ouyen didn't care about Han's answer and happily patted his stomach. So that's good. The first thing to do now is to gather as much food as possible. I want to switch to a binge-eating mode. Monsters and Dao Lang both angrily looked at him and scolded. When did it happen? And you still want to eat? Ouyen shyly scratched his head and said, I just want to supplement my nutrition so I can grow up. Outside the cave, several king crocodiles and giant saber-toothed tigers are lying unconscious. The chimpanzee happily sits nearby, grilling those monsters, with the king crocodile meat arranged in a circle around it, flames flickering with a blue hue. Ouyen held a large tube, marveling at the spiked-backed wolf and the many monster corpses piled at its feet. Then, with a surprised exclamation, he brought back so many prey, he really has a good little brother seeing you arrive. Tin immediately called out, Brother Long, you're here. Ouyen hugs his bottle and jumps beside the grilled meat, sprinkling something on it. Here I come. Ready to add the finishing touch to the grilled meat. Bursting with delicious aroma, he held up a piece of grilled meat sprinkled with seasoning. Dao Lang eagerly drooled without caring about his usual composure, while the wolf's tail wagged vigorously and the strange bird nearby sniffed the enticing aroma. I wonder what that bottle is, and why it smells so good. I can smell hints of incense and cinnamon inside. Dao Lang exclaimed, happily, it's so fragrant. Chimpanzee holding a large piece of meat in front of the spiked-back wolves, saying, don't rush, don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Everyone sat down together to enjoy the grilled meat, and they all exclaimed in praise. Wow. So delicious. So delicious. After a while, Ouyen patted his full belly, relaxed and at ease. As he visited Lang's territory for the first time, I wonder if I can find something good here on my first visit. So I call out, Little Con. I want to mark the spot. Suddenly, the spear appears with the system panel, marking the Lang Sam Lam Lake area and awarding an A-level violent demon marking skill. The Little Beast, the violent Jiao version of the Little Beast, is a small monster with a violent Jiao human form. Sharp teeth, immense biting force, incredible speed, making it easy to arouse the blood essence of a full-body beast with a larger body than yours. Ouyen read the information board as if struck by lightning, then suddenly stood up in shock and shouted, The violent demon juvenile beast. System, you're just going through the motions, questioning me. And also, why does this little beast make me feel like it's full of prejudice against my height? Bong Khan calmly explained that this is a version of Khan based on a comprehensive analysis of his current living situation. In particular, the skill customization is extremely suitable for him, as it considers various different animals and tries to interpret them. As long as your strength is sufficient, you will be able to tear apart beastly creatures like fish devouring humans, carve through trees like woodpeckers, and dig burrows like chain monks. Ouyen was speechless. If it eats fish, then humans can too. If it's a woodpecker or a burrowing animal, then forget it. He added, A true dragon eats meat, not dirt. A few days later, still at this place, Dao Lang's den, Ouyen, feeling shy, lying comfortably on his side with his belly full, turned to call Dao Lang and said, Here, this is for you. Eat it. You can transform back into the former Lang, and later freely switch between human and XOI forms. Then he threw the fruit of the transformed being to Dao Lang. Dao Lang also didn't ask much. Took a bite, and the strange bird beside him looked at him suspiciously as he ate. Lamu Yan sat up and gestured with his hand, instructing, Lang. Now, you need to concentrate your mind and sense the presence of the spirit core within your body. Later, by using your will to shatter the spirit core and channel its energy throughout your body, you can transform back into a beast. He added, of course, the process isn't easy to predict, but he probably can transform back in a day or two as he meditates quietly. Dao Lang sits cross-legged, sensing inwardly. Before Lam Yen could finish speaking, a large wolf figure covered in light emerged from Dao Lang's body, howling loudly. Startling you. It's clear, Dao Lang has reverted to his beast form, the battle spear wolf. Lam Ouyen opened his mouth in shock, forced to admit that everyone was a genius. The strange bird beside him was just as amazed, opening its beak wide and thinking to itself, indeed, it has turned back. Can my own transformation really be used like this? It's extremely suspicious. What exactly did this Lam Ouyen do? The chimpanzee happily plays with the wolf on the other side. Lam Ouyen, Decitus. Alright. The problem with Anh Lang is solved. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. You excitedly called out. The system added 200,000 evolution points to your height, and secretly hoped that now, with over 200,000 points, reaching 20 meters tall wouldn't be a problem. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the middle of the forest, and the system announced that the host had spent 201,002 evolution points, increasing their form. Suddenly, Khan crossed his arms and said his final words. 2 meters. Lam Ouyen looked incredulous and helpless. System, Khan, are you joking with me? You don't understand. I've already restored the default settings. So why does it take 200,000 evolution points to increase height by 2 meters? Little Khan shrugged and said, please, you didn't erase everything and start over. Okay. Your current state can be explained as having lost all equipment and skills, but the level still exists. So, it concludes that even though your height is now only 8, the number of evolution points needed to increase your height to match the amount needed at 50 meters is the same. And Lam Ouyen immediately slumps down weakly. You're empty-handed on the ground, tears streaming down your face. Oh no. When will the old man return to his previous height? Lam Ouyen looks pitifully at Xiao Khan. The Khan system. If you don't force the host to death, you won't stop. Right. Bong Khan didn't say much to you and raised his hand, instantly enveloping Lam Ouyen's entire body in a green light. You look at your body in shock. What is this green light is? The sudden Khan sheepishly scratches his head and explains the effect of the Lizard King's poison from the jar is still active. Furthermore, it can continue to take away the fundamental life essence through the exchange of your evolution points. Lam Ouyen has become more sinister. So does that mean I will never be able to grow again? In another place, inside a deep, sucking cave, there are irregular paths and jagged, terrifying rocks. Liu Zuo raised his head and spoke. I just felt the primordial life force of that kneeling dragon transfer into his body again. It wondered what method this person used to gain the primal life force in such a short few days. It looked up at the sky above, where the clear blue sky could be seen through the open space. It laughs joyfully. But I have already sensed your positions. This time I will catch all of you in one net. Return to the lair of Bingji Long. Long Yen lowered his head in frustration, obscured by the shadowy beasts in front of him. And one beast speculated that the greenish glow earlier must have been the toxic earth aura from the reptile king. The strange bird calmly continued. I didn't expect this reptile king to be able to seal the awakening within Long Yen's body, which is suspicious, as it is equivalent to our poison. The poison has been secretly consuming his life force from the very beginning. And Tintin and Shilong, standing on either side of the strange bird, both look down at Long Yen. The strange bird explains that you can increase your height by taking over power, but the toxic soil in your body is like a lock on your growth. Tintin anxiously calls out. Sister Lin Du, you have to find a way to save Brother Long. The strange bird lifts its wing to stroke its chin, pondering. If we can defeat the Saurus King from Hu, the poison will naturally dissipate. But given our current strength, it's impossible. So we can only find a way to detox. Bin Qilang also looked at it with doubt and asked, "Can you cure this poison?" The strange bird turned its head to look at him and shook its head. It spoke. And the only one on the entire Ouyen island who can dispel the deadly poison is the beast lord hiding at the snow-capped peak. The majestic Bok Trake standing on the high snowy mountain. A noble creature. After hearing it, Long Ouyen became curious, currently at Snow Peak. The Beastmaster Bok Trake, who could this be? It sounds quite impressive. Even if I don't quite understand. The strange bird thought about the appearance of that beast and explained that according to legend, Bai Jox has the ability to live forever, and living on the Kukuyen island in Van Nam makes it one of the beings closest to the beast god. There. Other monsters have come to the door to beg and stayed for a long time. The strange bird continued. But they never asked anything about Kukuyen Island. It always dwells in the snowy peak. A place surrounded by snow and wind all year round. Extremely cold, making it very difficult for even monsters to reach. And then it added, however, as long as you rely on your willpower and courage to reach the snow spirit realm, you can pay a certain price to have the Beastmaster Bai Jia fulfill your request. Long Ouyen comments. It sounds like a fairy tale. And he skeptically asks what price must be paid to have that day fulfill a request. Strange things approach Long Ouyen, creating a dark and oppressive aura, forcing him to give up what he values most, like health, freedom, soldiers, or loved ones. Long Ouyen nghe vậy liền phải tai hùa lanh mót tiếng khinh thuông. Nghe ra sao, lại càng ngày càng young, than con ghét ngồi. Tin doesn't agree with your words and advises you. Long. Bok Trak's matter is real. I also heard my parents mention it before. Maybe we should go and check it out. Bin Tri Lang also suggested. Long Ouyen. Tu Vong Lin Dieu is telling the truth. When he was alive, my master once visited the Snow Sage Peak to inquire about Bai Jia. Long Ouyen crossed his arms. Truly at a loss but had to accept it. Fine. Since looking for Bok Trach, it seems there's no other solution either. So I asked Kuai Dieu. Then where is Hien Jia Tuyet Fong? Dieu, could you trouble your subordinates to take us there? If we fly, we won't need to take a detour. The strange creature calmly said, I already mentioned earlier that the snowy Virtue Peak is very high. And with the hidden snow and wind, basic birds can't fly there, it added. My subordinates can take you partway up the mountain, but only to the halfway point. Suddenly, the ground where they were standing trembled violently as if it was about to crack open. And Long Ouyen shouted in panic, What's happening? Is this an earthquake? The ground nearby, where a few spiked-backed wolves are standing, suddenly collapsed. So be careful, everyone. A deep, massive pit formed, with many death lizard creatures crawling up the sides and emerging onto the surface. Everyone was on alert, and Long Ouyen warned that the monster that just arrived was a toxic reptile. But he couldn't understand how they could find their way here. Then Long Ouyen suddenly realized that when he previously upgraded his form to his green body, could it have been because of the poison excretion inside me? You're amazed that the king of the deadly reptiles can use his toxic excrement to locate me. After several of the deadly reptiles climbed up, the poison ring also emerged, and it roared loudly. Meanwhile, the toxic creature appeared, releasing a stream of poison gas. Zoi Luong Gai faced the deadly beast, both groups on alert, ready to attack and tear each other apart at any moment. The toxic venom continued to be released from its body, filling the air with poisonous fumes as the blue smoke billowed violently, and the thorny wolves watched warily in its direction. Qi Lang shouted anxiously, Don't be reckless. Come closer to me. A few of the injured So Luong Gai have fallen, and Qi Lang leads them into the cave, while the remaining Zhou Luong Gai quickly follow his command and rush inside. The ground continues to crack open, and the surrounding trees quickly wither from the toxic gas, their leaves turning brown. Long Ouyen looked at the ground and cursed. Damn it. The deadly reptile is about to appear. He's worried it's not the king of reptiles. Is it? But crawling out of the hole is a chubby, round monster. Just a leader of the deathly reptiles. He is the leader of the deathly reptiles. A poison master. One of the 6 sons of the deathly reptile king, carrying the bloodline of an ancient beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It is 48 meters long, and weighs 430 tons. It turned around and revealed several long tubes, which it used to lift itself up, instantly filling the area with a green poisonous mist. The two sides split into 2 opposing factions, Long Ouyen's group and the group of deathly reptiles. The deathly reptiles roared excitedly and charged forward. Everyone here secretly understood to protect Long Ouyen in the back. After all, he is currently in a very small form. One of their claws could easily knock him down to the ground. Suddenly, from behind Long Ouyen, actually from inside the cave, a stream of golden light shot out towards the reptilian monsters, and he fiercely stared at the light right beside himself. Bin Chalong jumps out from the cave, teeth bared in pain, radiating energy as he leaps forward. He swiftly slashes through the lizard monsters, severing their tails with each strike. The group of vile reptiles surrounded Bin Chalong, who calmly cut down each one, killing them one by one as they were continuously knocked back. It seems the sword no longer changes. It keeps slashing towards him, and Tri Lang immediately uses his sword to block. The light from the claws and the sharp sword clash strongly, creating a flash of sparks, revealing how quickly these two monsters strike. Tin Tin punched back passionately and shouted loudly, "We can't let the reptile destroy our territory," she called out. "Brother Long, let's join in too." Man Vian rushes to attack the monster, which immediately exhales blue smoke. When Man Vian throws a punch, it swiftly flies away, leaving Man Vian stunned. The toxic insect was behind the soldier, but thanks to Lam Uyen's warning, "You need to be careful. It's behind you." As the deadly creature's sharp claw lunged at him, the soldier couldn't dodge in time and was bleeding from his leg. He fell down, and, at the same time, more deadly creatures appeared. It quickly attacked Man Yuan, making him scream in fear and panic, followed by a huge explosion, causing Lam Uyen to worry and Yu Yuan. The monster appeared on the man's shoulder but was quickly rescued by Lam Uyen, with the little one carefully attending. During the fight, the poison attack exploded, causing him to panic, and he flew down, clutching his mouth. "Oh my God, my teeth," then quickly ordered the bird to blow away the smoke. He thought, "The poison is deadly." The skill that causes other creatures to self-destruct is brutal and hard to deal with, hiding in the smoke, making it impossible to tell where it's hiding. The flying bird saw and understood the situation, so it used its wings to blow away the smoke. Lam Uyen praised. "Well done." And after the smoke, he saw the poison shell. "Found you." Then he used his violent earth power to strike it, causing the poison shell to fly into the air and then fall to the ground before Lam Uyen's strength. He shouted out a bright light that frightened the poison shell. Lam Uyen uses the ferocious beast taming skill to attack the poison shell's tentacles. At this moment, the system announces that you have successfully seized the reptile leader from the poison shell. Evolution points plus Ds. 000. You have successfully seized the reptile leader from the toxic cocoon. Evolution points plus 9. 000. Congratulations on seizing the reptile leader from the toxic cocoon. For the first time, the A rank violent bullet skill has been upgraded to S rank. S rank violent bullet, a weaker version of violent earth fist, has a short charge-up time, can be used continuously, and is effective in combat. It explodes and can bounce multiple times on the surface of objects, only detonating if controlled by your mind. Be careful. Without your permission, it will never explode. At this moment, the tongue of the poison cocoon spawns glowing seeds. Surprising, Lam Uyen, oh my God. This guy is creating himself. Then it exploded, knocking him far away. Lam Uyen said, "I can't completely kill this guy, but I can seriously injure him. Moreover, I can acquire new skills by seizing the poison shell." Zoa Dao Lang appears to confront the poison ring. Lam Uyen, you and the monster. Go ahead first. I will cover the rear. Lam Uyen protests. "No. If you're going, then take me with you. There are 3 of them. I can't handle them alone." Zoa Dao Long said, "You guys go ahead. If the Sat Tu Hu Bull King chases after you, no one will be able to escape." At this moment, the monster Diu saw bullets coming from the hole below and quickly dodged. System notification, poison image. Leader of the Sat Tu Hu cattle, one of the 6 sons of the Sat Tu Hu king, carrying the bloodline of ancient beast, General Lu Ti. Recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Length 43 meters. Weight 390 tons. Lam Uyen shouted. It's another Sat Tu Hu leader, who can change color to hide. This old fox always looks for a chance to ambush. Really annoying. Shoa Dao Lang saw and said, "You see it. Right, these bulls want to summon all their strength. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. I have a way to escape. Don't worry about me. Let's go. Showa Dao Lang ran over to the Sat Beast monsters. Lamu Yan nodded and said, All right. Then you have to be careful. Then Lamu Yan, Manujen, and the monster Du Lian moved out. Xiao Yuan and the little bird. Let's go. The poisonous shadow appeared along with a cloud of green smoke, and countless bullets exploded. Lam Ouyen nervously told Man Ouyen to be careful. That the border dragon was already chasing after them, Lam Ouyen was furious. Now is the perfect time to test his upgraded destructive blast. If he wounds another enemy, it could help him and Lang ease the pressure. Then he immediately used the violent shot to block the attack, firing continuously at the approaching toxic image, even shooting past it. Then came the poison ring, which suddenly wondered what these things were, hitting the body without causing much pain. Lam Ouyen proudly said, I suddenly thought of a super cool move to activate the destructive blast. He snapped his fingers, causing all the surrounding monsters to explode and everything nearby to blow up. Lam Ouyen was overjoyed. Wow, this effect seems just as powerful as the explosive technique. Then he ran off with Man Ouyen and Kuai Diu. And before leaving, he said to An Lang, All we can do is this much. I hope you can escape quickly. The poisonous blade was slashed by the Lang sword and screamed in pain as it was wounded in all 4 limbs, finally defeating that guy in the green smoke. He thought that Lam Ouyen's group had left, and the poisoners had also retreated. The purpose of the Reptile King is us. The Master's tomb and weapons are useless against him. Sorry, Master. I will be back soon. Then it rushed into the shop. Suddenly a cry from behind startles him. No. No. In the distance, blue smoke and the ground are burning together with a frantic scream. Master, now there is a large dust-filled hole there, and another reptile appears. Surprising Zoa Dao Lang, it is the deadly creature glaring at him fiercely. Zoa Dao Lang angrily rushes over. Damn it. Destroying the owner's tomb again. D for me. At the snowstorm scene, the strange bird flew and said, The ancient divine dragon can only fly this far. After that, it will have to walk on 2 legs. The other birds drop the pellets down, sliding rapidly under the snow. It warns Lam Ouyen that the snow is very thick, and Long needs to be careful. He confidently said, It's nothing. Just snow covering everything. Man Yuan was surprised when he jumped down, but sank into the deep snow and couldn't see anything. Man Vian runs to the hole to look for you. Long. Are you okay? Suddenly, a thermal radiation burst emitted from the hole caught it off guard. Long Ouyen climbs up. Damn it. The snow here is over 10 meters thick, and the hole is huge now. The strange bird has turned into a person and lazily scolds him. You fool. Not knowing the difference between shallow and deep, Long Ouyen is angry and asks why you turned back into a human. Don't you need to climb the snowy mountain? I said that with such a big snowstorm. I can't fly, and I'm not a dove. I prefer to walk lazily. The monster bird ordered the ancient dragon to take that letter back for me. She quickly grabbed a cover bag. Long Ouyen asked, What are you preparing this for? Of course it's for a fun trip. Long Yuan looked inside and said, You really treat yourself as a travel vehicle. The strange bird replied, Less talk. Do you want to go in? Wearing the bag on the little one's back makes it easier to move. He then thought of the scene where his mother carried her child with these woven baskets and said, Why do I suddenly feel like I've become a child of Xiao Yuan? Then Man Yuan immediately put the bag on his back. Brother Long, you're overthinking this. Life Spirit Beast is very thoughtful, so this makes it much easier for me to move. Suddenly, a strange noise surprised him. Huh. What's going on? Then both of them fell to the ground, screaming because the bag tore open. Damn it. Your bag's quality isn't good anymore. The bottom is punctured. Long Ouyen fell onto the thick classroom floor as the monster bird scolded. The evil dinosaur complained. Can you eat less this time? So small, yet so heavy, he angrily said. You eating so much is also for everyone's good. Long Ouyen thought that now he couldn't use evolution points to level up. Only accumulate more points and hope to encounter a complicated situation. Then go to the shop to exchange for items that could resolve the problem. He angrily asked Shao Kahn. System. Help me check if there's a carrying basket in the shop that can hold me. It quickly opened its mouth to search. Already starting to check for the owner, the system announces that the item is a cover basket, specially made for the cute monster baby. originating from the adorable baby world of the monster mother. Priced at 10,000 evolution points. Long Ouyen was surprised and puzzled. Does this little monster really need such a heavy-duty item from your shop? Can this hold my weight? It doesn't seem very reliable. It's okay. This was specially made to support your weight. It can definitely hold your weight. Long Ouyen asked. Was it made on purpose for your weight? Forget it. I'll choose it then. The monster bird sneers. You really do have a lot of secrets on you. With such a big bag. Where did you hide it earlier? Long Ouyen climbs in and knocks on the bag. This is my secret. Do you want to come in? Then Manhwa put the bag on his back. Long Ouyen sit firmly. He shouted, Okay. Ouyen. Let's go. We must conquer the snow sage together. Manhwa struggles to climb each snowy mountain. Long Ouyen and the monster bird are both freezing. What kind of hellish weather is this? So annoying. Fortunately, the dinosaur's special physique prevented it from freezing solid long ago. The cold bird shivered and said it's freezing cold. The man member, sneezing, suddenly realized something. In front of it was a sheer cliff with no way forward. No more options ahead. Long Ouyen asked, Can you do it? Little one, this cliff is very steep. And it confidently replied, Don't worry, brother Long. Climbing is your specialty. He said, Why don't I feel cold? Oh, your thick fur is really good. Manhwa held onto the mountain ridge and instructed the two of them, Brother Long and Sister Lin, to hold on tightly, then struggled to climb up the ridge. Unfortunately, Manhwa stepped on a rock and quickly slipped. All three fell down the mountain. Oh no. But Manhwa was not afraid. This won't stop her. It quickly grabbed onto a rock. Then all four limbs slid down the cliff face. Manhwa was determined. This time I will definitely be able to climb up the mountain ridge. Manhwa's ears have touched the mountain peak. They have reached the top at last. Yen Kai praises. Finally we've made it. Vien, it was hard for you. But when you get back, I'll definitely make you some really delicious skewered grilled meat, he said happily. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard. Thank you, Long. As soon as they finished speaking, the scene before them left them stunned. Could there really be such a large lake atop the mountain? Manhwa slowly walks across the thick ice on the lake, carefully and confidently saying, This ice looks quite thick and sturdy. I think I can cross. Just risk it. Then Manhwa jumps over the ice. Manhwa slowly walks on the ice of the lake when suddenly a huge fish shadow appears beneath the ice. Its fur bristles, revealing a giant beneath the surface. As Manhwa takes a step, he hears a splash of water. He warns, That guy is trying to break the ice. Run quickly. Run now. Then the man quickly fled, running wherever the ice broke apart behind him, the cracks spreading more and more, and he could only keep running and flying away as fast as he could. Crossing the ice floes in the vast lake was no easy task. But suddenly something emerged as the man ran past, sending it soaring into the sky, and then they fell into the lake. All three of them sank to the bottom of the deep water. When Lamu Yan opened his eyes, he saw a sea creature appear, a distant nightmare sea elephant, 55 meters long, weighing 80 tons, with huge fangs. Lamu Yan was furious. Realizing this damn bastard was sneaking up on him, the sea monster quickly swam towards them, and Lamu Yan warned, Vien, be careful. Manhwa managed to escape the creature's fangs, but couldn't avoid its swift tail flick. It suddenly hit her hard in the face. Seeing this, Lamu Yan asked, Vien, are you okay? Manhwa, dizzy but still calm. Don't worry about me. Save Chi Lan Dio first. Only then did Lamu Yan realize the strange bird had fainted. Lamu Yan saw her struggling and calling for help, and realized that this arrogant monster was actually a shallow duck. At this moment, Manhwa was trying to hold onto the seabird. Lamu Yan saved the strange bird and said, Ouyen, I'll take the bird to the shore first, then come back to help you, and then swim to the shore, but the lake's surface has already frozen over, damn it. It's so fast the water has turned to ice. My body is too small right now to break through the ice. He immediately used fire to burn and release thermal radiation. But it didn't work, damn it. Thermal radiation won't ignite underwater. Then he looked at Manhwa and thought, Ouyen can't hold out underwater much longer. I need to get to the shore quickly. Lamu Yan turned back, and Vien stepped aside. Let me do it. I don't know if the violent volcanic eruption will be extinguished or not. I have to try to find out. Manhwa pushed the sea creature away, watching as it looked at Lamu Yan, running towards him, and then at him, circling around its body. Then it ran to the back. Lamu Yan quickly unleashed the violent volcanic eruption, its power knocking it over, and it soared onto the ice surface. Right now, all three of them have climbed up. The whale from earlier has fainted. Lamu Yan said, "Fatty, you can boast all you want underwater, but on land, you're just a salted fish." The ancient sea creature quickly regained consciousness, then used its sharp fangs to strike the ice surface forcefully, creating a splash of water. It looked at the frail figure sitting easily and cast its gaze over the people and beasts approaching. Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, Lamu Yan, holding Mdu on his back, stared intently at the ancient sea elephant, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He sneered, "Fat and obedient. Go inside with your uncle." The guard standing beside him adds, rubbing his fists, "With so much flesh, it must taste great when grilled." At this moment, the little demon suddenly woke up, then fiercely punched Lamu Yan hard on the head and shouted loudly, "No! Every monster of the snow wind sage can be a servant of the white tract." Ignoring Lamu Yan and Mdu's argument, the sea elephant used its tusks to strike the water's surface, causing the ice to shatter instantly. Seeing the ice break and reveal the water beneath, the sea elephant quickly jumped down to escape. Seeing that the elephant has escaped, Lamu Yan said, "Fine. Little bird, smile for me. I'll spare its life." Yuan beside her also let out a soft snort. Sitting in the bamboo basket, Lamu Yan complained, being beaten without even being able to fight back. "It's so frustrating," Mdo calmly explained. "On the snowy mountain, many monsters adapted to the icy environment live there. Basically, they are subordinates of the white fox. If you kill these monsters, it also means that Hong encounters the white fox. The snow on the mountain has grown thicker, and the wind blows stronger and stronger, making Yuan struggle to walk through the freezing snowstorm. They struggled to walk from night until dawn, and finally they saw a cave surrounded by blocks of ice. Lamu Yan stands up from the bamboo basket and points toward the cave, saying, "Hurry and look. Is that the white fox's den? It's so big and tall." I think the bird next to me nodded slightly. "Probably yes." Suddenly, a loud roar made the three of them startle and turn around, stopping in their tracks. In the distance, a huge white bear charged fiercely to block the cave. It is huge and mighty, the guardian of the sacred land, not allowing anyone to step even a single step inside. This bear is the ancient Snow King, 60 meters tall, weighing 180 tons. With extraordinary strength, a single paw can crush an opponent's head. At this moment, a furry-footed beast emerges from the cave, staring suspiciously at the group. Why did her long-haired monkey bring humans here? Then it roared loudly again. This is not a place humans can reach. In front of them stands a large black gorilla. It is the snow giant ape, standing 70 meters tall and weighing 210 tons. The legendary Snow Mountain Great Kua monster is mysterious and fierce. With a hot temper and a reckless attitude, Yen's fur suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" The polar bear and the giant saw monster can speak human language, but it seems like only the two old masters in the clan can understand them. "Are you all so angry that you're staring with wide eyes? Am I really human or not?" As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly shook her body and immediately transformed into a monstrous form, fiercely flapping her wings and shouting, "I just don't want to climb snowy mountains in this form." The giant axe demon waved its hand and replied, "Being able to transform into a human means having a relationship with humans. Everything related to humans is not allowed to enter the holy land of the Lord." Yuki Hung seems to remember something and approaches Lamu Yan to ask, "Was it you? The small one, who fought the great sea elephant?" Lamu Yan also didn't hold back and quickly responded, shouting, "You're quick to spread the news." "Huh. I fought the great elephant. So what? Who told it to attack us first? Moreover, I am not a small guy. In the past, guys like you were just my younger brothers." Then he turned back to the giant beast and said that anyone related to humans is not allowed to enter here. Remembering that someone had come here before, that was Cao Daolong, who told Lamu Yan that when he was alive, "My master had visited the White Bok track at the Shuyen Feng Shrine." You speak firmly to the giant beast. But I heard that over 10 days ago, a human ability user came to pay respects. The great axe monster replied with a wave of his hand. That was in the past when I hadn't yet arrived here and wasn't under my jurisdiction. But now it's not allowed. Leave quickly. Or don't blame me for being unkind. Lamu Yan is on the back of the large beast. We barely managed to climb to the top of the mountain. And you say you want to chase us away? That's impossible. If you want to fight, let's go all the way. Seeing that a fight is about to break out outside, a sound comes from inside the cave. Da Hung and Da Kwok. Let them in. Hearing the familiar voice, Da Hong and Da Kwok immediately turned around and obediently bowed. Yes. Lord Baizi. Da Kwok gritted his teeth and said to the group, Lord Baitrach has spoken. Go ahead. Don't leave the game. I will watch over you. The group slowly entered the cave. And as they passed by, both Da Hung and Da Kwok secretly swore to themselves to rely on the host's power and meddle in other people's affairs. The group gradually moved deeper into the cave, surrounded by towering, sharp ice blocks arranged in succession. At the end of the cave, they saw a large white beast sitting upright on an ice platform in the center. It asked, What do you want here? This is a white fox, containing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Bai Zhe, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, weighing 180 tons. The most mysterious presence on the island. A divine beast of good omen that can turn misfortune into blessing. I respectfully bow and explain that my friend has been poisoned by the toxic energy from the beast of the Waste King, having had its original life force taken away and its body transformed into its current form. I hope that the Great One can purify the remaining energy of the toxic reptile within him. Hearing this, the white fox was surprised and widened its eyes, thinking they were just playing and teasing the Saurian from the Waste King. It said that this little dinosaur had been poisoned by the silt spirit from the Waste King. But its body had shrunk, and it was not life-threatening. He looked at him and quickly realized it might also be a human, seeing that behind the dinosaur's body is a human soul. It secretly wondered why humans exist in the form of monsters. There is still other energy inside him besides the toxic reptile energy from the Huvuang. And there is also a type of energy never seen before. From the extremely peaceful outer island, Bak Trak looked at Dieu bowing respectfully, then spoke. You've made up your mind to ask me to help him. And then it glanced at Lamu Yan, thinking that he was a very interesting guy. Upon hearing the question, Dieu raised her face and replied, Yes, I have decided. I hope you will help my friend cleanse the remaining energy of the toxic reptile in his body. Lamu Yan stood to the side, listening to their conversation, but he couldn't understand. He was curious about what they were saying. What was this decision they were making? Why couldn't he understand? Bak Trach spoke. Yes. Then a bright light appeared around Lamu Yan, and Sang enveloped his whole body. He exclaimed, Oh my God! This song is. Luang Sang's light shone brightly, gradually lifting Lamu Yan into the air. Luang Sang dispelled the poison in your body, and you couldn't help but say, this feels so good. My whole body feels much lighter. The light gradually fades. You stand on the ground and look at your body, saying so it's all over now. You lift your gaze and mutter to yourself, Little beast, can you analyze whether there are still traces of the energy of the poison earth technique on the person? Xiao Quan immediately appeared, pointing at the electronic board and saying, Through my scan, the energy traces of the toxic earth art in your body have truly disappeared. I didn't expect this white stone to really be like what was written in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, capable of repelling evil creatures. Lam Ouyen laughed excitedly. Great. Then what are we waiting for? I ate a lot on the way to Snow Mountain. I already have over 300. 000 evolution points. Hurry. Little Kun Kong. Add IQs. 000 evolution points to your height, and see if you can grow another 2 meters. Bai Chao looked on with wide eyes and an open mouth, constantly marveling inwardly. The body of this Kuai Long suddenly grew taller in an instant. Could it be the effect of the mysterious energy within him? That ability can transform the essence of life into magical power stored in the feathers. And this Kuai Long can use the mysterious energy within its body to grow itself. Truly fascinating. Lam Ouyen has now grown back to his original size, and he happily jumps around, wanting to laugh out loud. Haha. It's great. I'm not going to shrink again. Then he bowed respectfully with clasped hands to Bak Trak and thanked Lord Bak Trak. It looked at Lam Ouyen, then at Lin Dieu, and slowly spoke. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your friend Lin Dieu. Hearing that, He was surprised and confused, saying thank you. He looked at Lin Dieu standing beside him and softly said, "Why should I thank you, Lin Dieu?" He remembered that during a previous conversation with Lin Dieu, something was mentioned, and he had said it before. It sounds like a fairy tale. You have to pay a price to fulfill a request like that. Then you calmly proposed a request, and Bytrack directly healed her, but didn't ask her to pay any price. Just like that day, she also responded to you by giving up what she valued most, such as her health, freedom, honor, loved ones, and so on. As if realizing something, Lamu Yan turned to question her. What treasure did you pay for him? When did you agree with him? Why don't you know anything at all? Seeing Lam Yuan's intense reaction, Bai Chak, sitting above, calmly said, "All the monsters of Ouyen Island know. The price to reach me and ask for my agreement to a request is to give up your own fundamental life essence, the original life essence. She has given away her fundamental power." Bak Trak's words hit like a thunderbolt, and suddenly I realize I have lost my life essence. My body shrinks. The ancient dragon's wings have lost their life essence and have turned into a mere carcass. Lam Ouyen asked Bai Chak, "After she gives her original life force to you, what will happen to her? Will she become small like me? Or what?" Bak Trak replied softly, "She doesn't have your strength. Losing her primordial life force will cause her to age rapidly, or even die directly." Hearing this, Lam Ouyen reacted fiercely. His eyes widened with horror. Aging and wasting away to death? No. It can't happen. I must not let it happen. Then he turned to look at Lin Dieu and shouted loudly, "You ugly bird. I usually think you're very smart. So why are you so stupid now? Why do you have to use your life essence to pay the price?" Lin Dieu turns away quickly. "I prefer to use someone else's life essence if I want. No need for you to bother. The more determined you are, the more it's none of your business. You pay the price. I will respond. Don't worry. It's not as scary as Lord Bytrake said. I won't fake my death. At most, I will just become more mature and charming." Lam Ouyen pleads to Bytrack, "Master Bytrack, please cancel your transaction with him and her. Explain it to me. It should be my original life force used to pay." Bytrack immediately refused. "You can't. Because you're human. As the Beastmaster, I won't trade with humans. I won't agree to any of their requests." He mumbled to himself. How could he still see that I am human? I shout out. "Lord Bai Cha, I have not been human for a long time. You keep talking. Now I am a monster. A fierce dragon of Ouyen Island. Standing behind Lam Ouyen. Eyes fixed on your back. Is he really human? I heard Bin Trilang mention before that he was human. But didn't he turn into a human form after eating the fruit of transformation? But the behavior of this evil guy really shows human traits. Which is why Bin Trilang was willing to approach him. I fold my hands in sincere respect and will not sacrifice my friend's life for my own benefit. I hope you can reconsider." Watching the two people interact from a distance, it felt a bit exhausting as it closed its eyes and let out a sigh. It just pointed at Lin Dieu and Lam Ouyen and said, "All right, you and Lin Dieu have such a spirit of selflessness. It's truly rare among monsters, including the perseverance of this man who relied on his own strength to help you reach the top of the mountain. I agree that you can withdraw the deal with Lin Dieu." Lamu Yan happily responded. "All right. Thank you, Lord Bytrack. You can take my life essence." I immediately object. "Lord Bytrack, please don't cancel the deal with me. I can pay this price." Bytrack said, "I will not take your life essence. As long as you complete my next trial, the transaction remains valid." When the three of them heard this, they all stopped in confusion. "Trial? Yes. The trial. Follow me to this place, Master Bytra. What are we doing here?" As I guessed your thoughts," Bytrack said, "don't worry. The sea elephant won't bother you anymore, and the ice on this lake has been reinforced by me, so it won't break." It just performed a serious magic test and spoke. "Lam Ouyen, if you are human, then we will use human methods to test your abilities." As soon as the words were spoken, Lam Ouyen imagined himself fully equipped with clothes, shoes, gloves, and a specialized staff. And Bai Cha said, "Let's play a game of Quidditch." Hearing this, the three members of the Lam Ouyen Guild looked at each other with questioning expressions. "And you asked, even knowing the game of shuttlecock, you still claim you have never interacted with humans?" Bytrack replied softly, Because I understand all things. It continued to explain that to make it easier for you to move freely. I designed a very spacious arena, and the game doesn't have to follow human rules. You don't need to wear skates. Use a shuttlecock racket, or any specific skills. Just hit the shuttlecock into the goal. A cutting clock appears in the sky and says there is only one rule if you agree to become a monster and have your own team. So you must compete in your monster form, using this clock to time it, and the side that scores more points wins. Then looking at her Cheng, Bai Cha continued, but if the trial is conducted in the human way, then it does not follow human rules. Therefore, I will exaggerate a bit the rules for the shuttlecock and the shuttlecock court, based on human competition standards. After hearing the explanation, Lamu Yan glanced at the tiny ball beneath his feet and gasped, "Such a small ball. And without a cue stick. How can it be played? This clearly is meant to make things difficult." But Bok simply replied that if it's a trial, it must have a certain level of difficulty. Remembering the table tennis game and the two guards outside, Lamu Yan reluctantly accepted. Fine. This is everyone's territory. There are 3 of us. And you still need 2 more. The 2 great warriors and the great speedster. I wonder, although I haven't played shuttlecock in my previous life, I have played it on a table, and basically it's just hitting the shuttlecock into the opponent's goal. Bok replied, "No. We are 2 versus 2. He pointed at Man Vien and said, "You and Lin Do form a team. I and this girl Man Vien form another team." Lam Ouyen was startled and asked again, "What did you say? You want to be on the same team as Vien? 2 against 2. Bok stepped forward and said yes. "You heard correctly. The girl Man Vien should stand on my side." She scratched her head, looking awkwardly at Lam Ouyen, saying, "Brother Long." "Me?" Lam Ouyen calmly replied, "It's okay. Vien. Just follow what Lord Bok said. Go over to him. And at this moment, you look very proud and secretly smile. Hi. Vien is my person. Run to the official and become an informant. I can win this trial even with my eyes closed." Master Lam Ouyen said that, even though he was reluctant, he had to obey, and his eyes looked anxiously at Lam Ouyen and Dieu. Seeing Man Vien approaching, Bai Tra cast a threatening and dangerous glance. Next, during the fight, you must use all your strength to stop Lin Dieu from escaping. While I deal with Lam Ouyen, if you dare to betray, I will cancel our previous agreement. At that moment, she will have to choose whether to keep watching Lam Ouyen continue to be harmed by the residual energy of the toxic earth, or to watch Lin Dieu lose its original life force and become an old spirit. Man Vien was so angry that he clenched his teeth and couldn't speak, and seeing him raise his voice, Bok stepped closer. "You don't need to say anything else. Just nod in agreement with me. If you don't agree, the previous deal will immediately become invalid." Although very dissatisfied with Bok Man Vien immediately nodded due to the threat. Having received a satisfactory answer, it loudly declared, "All right. Then the match is about to begin. You said you would team up with Man Vien. So why are you leaving now?" In an instant, it had climbed onto a high platform that offered a clear view of the entire match, and it struck the ground with its foot, with commanding authority. "The height difference between us is too great, so I will go down to the arena to compete, proving that I am bullying you, and therefore I will have to step in as your representative to participate in the match." As soon as the words were spoken, loud laughter erupted. "Am I late?" In front of everyone, a small, white-haired girl with a cute, petite figure appeared. Bai introduced her briefly. "This is the representative player I have to send out. A weak little girl who can't hold her ground. But in the picture, she and the boy have already gained the upper hand, giving them an advantage." Seeing how small the girl is, Lam Ouyen chuckled. "Ha. Her height isn't much different from a soldier's spear. Is there a little girl who's 2 meters tall like her? I think calling her King Kong Barbie would be more fitting." The little girl, a bit nervous, clutching her stick tremblingly, said, "Big brother, please don't bully me when we fight later." Lam Ouyen just chuckled. Now both teams were evenly matched and separated by a red line. As if they were both ready to fight, a loud voice boomed. The match began. Tu Lo Lai was very excited. She swung her stick and hit the shuttlecock precisely, sending it flying past Lam Ouyen. She gained momentum, sliding quickly on the ice rink, her skillful little girl swiftly passing by Lam Ouyen. Seeing Tolo Li slip away, Lamu Yan also began to realize, turning around to chase after her, but as he just lifted his foot, he slipped on the ice and fell hard onto the ice rink. Seeing Zhao Luoli getting farther away, Lamu Yan shouted loudly, Dieu! To stop her. Dieu heard her teammates' words, lifted her injured leg off the ground, and spread her wide wings to rush toward the girl. But unfortunately, a hairy hand grabbed me, holding my leg tightly. Because I was blocked, I couldn't fly up and instead fell hard onto the ice rink. Despite everything, little Lolly quickly pushed past everyone, rushing forward to throw the ball into the goal. A loud voice shouted, "The White Bach Trake team scores." No. Lam Yen and Lin Dieu could only gaze in admiration as Lin Dieu turned around and stood up. "Hey!" She turned around to scold him. "You silly monkey. You really know how to act. Stopping me from doing anything." Tuvin stammered, scratching his head, apologizing. "Sorry. Sister Lin Dieu, the next match is about to begin." Lam Yen and Bai Tu Duong are in their ready positions, both staring intently at the shuttlecock. A loud shout rang out. The ball was hit, and Lam Yen's tail and Xiao Luo Li's stick were ready to seize the ball. Bak Tu Duong was quicker, and the girl successfully stole the ball, hitting it hard so it soared far away. Seeing the ball being snatched away, Lam Yen shouted a curse. "Damn it. Such a small ball. It's really hard to hit them." Little Lo Li swiftly skates forward. The girl turns her head towards Lam Yen and grins provocatively, chasing after her. The original dinosaur, Lam Yen chased after Bach Bach, struggling to keep her balance on the icy ground, about to fall. With quick and agile skills, Bai Tu Duong skates smoothly on the ice like a pro, quickly hitting the goal and continuously scoring. Both girls practiced powerful shots, and the puck sped straight into the goal. With skill, Bai Tu Duong easily scored again. After a long while, as the sunlight began to seep through and shine onto the ice rink, a loud roar echoed once more. Seeing Lam Ouyen right behind her, Bak Tu Duong smiled softly. Not bad at all. Already able to keep up with her speed so quickly. From the sky, Dieu slowly appeared, fiercely glaring at Bai Tu Duong, blocking her view. Rang spread her huge wings wide and struck powerfully, instantly creating a strong gust of wind. Because of the gust of wind blocking her way, Bak Tu Duong couldn't move and had to stop temporarily to brace herself against the wind, avoiding being blown away. Seeing Bak Tu Duong being blocked, Lam Ouyen's face lit up with joy and he exclaimed, "Well done, Dieu," then ran over to snatch the ball from Bak Tu Duong's hand, despite her grinding her teeth and watching him. After grabbing the ball, Lam Ouyen shook his tail, and the ball hit hard, shot straight ahead. He ran to the ball, staring at it, and now it's our turn to turn the tables. Seizing the opportunity, his large tail immediately struck the ball with great force, but because of the excessive power, the ball didn't hit the wall, but shot straight into the air. Dieu suddenly appeared behind Lam Ouyen and angrily struck him on the head. "You bad dinosaur. Why use such force? You wasted a good opportunity." Seeing Dieu's anger, he gently pats her head and confidently looks at her, saying, "Don't worry, there will be a second time after the first. Next time I will definitely get the point." A familiar voice continues to speak, hitting the ball. "Lam Ouyen is too big. The ball is mine." As soon as the words were spoken, Lam Ouyen and Bai Tu Duong rushed forward to get the ball, their faces showing clear determination. She glanced back and saw Dieu flying behind her, with great strength, and Dieu caught the ball. As she finished speaking, she swung her tail powerfully to hit the ball, sending it flying far away. Dieu hears the call, then rushes forward to grab the ball, kicking it with all her might. As her foot was about to touch the ball, she was startled by a loud shout. It was the young soldier, who was angrily raising his fist towards Dieu and rushing forward. The little player punched towards Dieu, but sensing the danger, she quickly twisted her body and soared into the air, easily dodging the punch. She shouted, "Damn monkey. So strong. But those moves you keep repeating. I've seen through them all long ago." Then she turned around and landed next to the shuttlecock, using her large wings to hit the shuttlecock towards Lam Ouyen. Seeing the ball right in front of him, Lam Yen chuckled happily, finally about to score. Haha. This time he must get the point. As he prepared to lift his tail to hit the shuttlecock, a stick suddenly blocked his foot. Bai Siyu quietly stood behind Lamu Yan, gripping the stick tightly and pulling hard. Lamu Yan kept falling again, sliding quickly forward until he collapsed onto the ice. Lamu Yan is dizzy, shouting loudly that Bak Thach is breaking the rules. King Kong Ba Bai used a broken hockey stick to hit me. She's cheating. Bak Thach calmly replied that the only rule in this match is to compete in beast form, and any other actions are not considered violations. Bak Tu Duong gently lowered her eyes and stuck out her tongue at Lam Ouyen. You silly dinosaur. This is what I call a reasonable collision. Lam Ouyen retorted fiercely. Finey. If that's the case, Long here will show her what true proper collision looks like. Seeing that both Lam Yen and her younger sibling are full of anger, the girl softly said, her family's man Yuan, with speed and strength that are not weak, but only know how to use force. Moreover, looking at this silly dinosaur, who has already mastered ice skating, she still moves clumsily. She continued, do you think my balance is good and I am skilled at tactics, so I can skate freely on the ice? And the little girl nodded in agreement. Bai Tu Duong. You're wrong. On the surface, it looks like I'm skating away. But in reality, I treat it as a form of cultivation. When my body loses its balance and is about to fall, I will adjust my posture to remove the falling force. Learning how to release and borrow force. She can spin like a top, spinning at high speed without losing her balance. Feel this force with her heart. Hearing that, Xiao Yuan immediately realized that Loli was guiding him, teaching him a method of cultivation. Until now, his strength had always been weaker than Lang and Lin Dieu, always a burden to them. Then she smiled with determination. All right, this match is a form of cultivation. I must catch up with Lang, and Dieu. The young soldier accelerated suddenly, quickly keeping pace with Bai Tu Duong to protect the girl. She spread her arms wide, circling around, her mind focused on repeating the phrase, release the force, release the force. In her hasta, the little disciple immediately kicked her legs and fell forward with a thud, crying out in pain. Seeing the little soldier fall to the ground, Dieu quickly took the opportunity to kick him in the back and take off into the sky. Then she turned around and said with a sarcastic tone, you fool ape. Still so much strength. Serves you right. Man Yuan was furious, telling herself she couldn't panic. She had to improve her skills and not become a burden to Long. Man Vian nervously stood up, gritting her teeth as she tried to reassure herself to stay calm and steady. Once standing firmly on the ice, the little Vian smiled proudly. I think I've found the feeling. Yes, that's probably it. Over here, Lam Ouyen and Xiao Luo Li are fiercely fighting over the ball. He chuckles loudly. Haha, I got the upper hand. Dieu swooped down from the sky towards the rope, using her claws to snatch it away. The little bird caught up with Dieu and lunged at her. Sensing the danger, that idiot monkey turned around and saw the little bird. Dieu exclaimed, this fool is so fast he caught up again. I quickly lift my legs, causing the little bird to immediately brace for the ground, thinking, oh no, I missed, losing my balance and falling forward. What does this little guy mean? I say as I put my hands on the ground. I can do it myself. Haha. Then I somersaulted a few times and successfully returned to a standing position. A series of actions unfold, and seeing the little one do a somersault. Dieu stands from afar watching happily. Man is joyfully smiling like a flower, his face full of excitement and enthusiasm. Yes, I did it. Seeing what just happened, Dieu is so happy and excited. Oh my God. When did she become so agile and quick? Man Viand, seeing the ball in front of him, exclaimed with joy. It's the ball. He quickly knelt down beside the ball and held up 2 fingers towards it. With a powerful flick, Man Vian successfully scored the goal, and a loud cheer erupted. Earning the point, Bak Tu Duong smiled brightly and happily. Ha ha ha. Man Vian scored. Long Yen and Dieu were stunned when they saw Tu Vian score. You fold your hands and point at the young soldier, shouting, young soldier, help me stand up. What is this nonsense about apple picking? Man Vian just chuckled. Sorry, An Long. Sorry, haha. Long Yen rested his chin in thought. Why did Vian voluntarily help Bak Trak and Tu Lo Li? Could it be because of intimidation? That's right. You sneer and clench your teeth, but inside you're trembling. Well done. You guys, if you won't talk about martial ethics, then fine. But how dare you threaten innocent MVN? I will make you all regret it. Long Yen quickly rejoined the fight, staring intently at Tu Lo Li as he rushed forward, moving my tail to block Bak Tu Duong's path as she swiftly passes the ball. I smile and say, oh dear. I'm getting too aggressive again. Bak Tu Duong quickly jumps up, immediately dodging Long Yen's tail. The girl smugly thinks, haha. I saw through this trick long ago. Long Yen turned to look directly at the girl with a dangerous expression. You've fallen into my trap. You little fool. Instantly, he raised his hand into the air, and a transparent shield appeared, pushing the girl away. The suddenness of the attack left her no time to dodge, and the forceful impact directly caused Xiao Luoli to fall face down onto the ice. The little girl immediately sat up, crying out loudly in distress. Oh dear. Lord Bai Trach. He bullied me. Hu. Long Yan looked at the proud face of the little girl and slowly said, see. This is truly a proper collision. The little girl's face turned as black as a pot, and she slowly stood up, emanating a fierce aura, thinking to herself, fine. You big dumb dinosaur. It was you who forced me, so I can't blame you. Suddenly, the little girl shouted, come out, sisters. A bunch of other little loli appeared, lining up neatly, pointing at Long Yen. The girl said, have you seen that ugly dinosaur yet? It's him who bullied me. You and the guards are stunned. Long Yen said, annoyed. Is this crazy woman really calling for backup? He glanced to the right and saw a little lolly holding a huge hammer, and his face suddenly turned pale. You shout. Lord Baizi, didn't you say it was a 2-on-2 match? But this little Lu Li has called more people. And what's the meaning of that girl holding the big hammer? Bok Trake casually replied. This is her clone technique, so it doesn't count as cheating. The match continues. Long Yen looked furious, his eyes wide. Fine. So it's about skills. Huh, I have plenty of skills too. Hurry. Use your skills to shout at them. Mdia quickly obeyed. She spread her large wings forcefully, each flap causing the little loli to scatter chaotically. Long Yen stood to the side, laughing loudly. Ha, let them fly up to the central area. The gusts of wind continued fiercely. The little loli were gradually lost in the snowstorm. Long Yen witnessed this scene, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Where is everyone? Looking at the ice surface where the little loli just stood, Long Yen quickly jumped and realized it was now covered with snow and several of the loli clones. He looked at the pile of snow and realized that these clones were all formed from snow and ice. Alright, since they are made of snow, my heat radiation can effectively counter them. Looking at the defeated clones, that's right, there's still one clone missing. Where is the one holding the hammer? You scan around and search, as the little loli holding a hammer slowly appears behind you, both hands gripping the hammer tightly. Aiming straight at Lam Yen, Bak Tu Duong hit the long person on the head with her stick really hard, making him cry out in pain. The little girl kept hitting and running around, leaving him no way to fight back. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground in tears, unable to cause any more trouble, his head swollen visibly from the relentless beating by the little girl. Xiao Luo Li took advantage of the opportunity and scored a goal for the Bai Jia team, making the current score 0-1-0. Long K angrily thought to himself and decided to leave, even hitting someone in the process, since this was a football match and he wouldn't continue anymore. Shouting loudly so the kid could hear, Long.ca felt resentful towards the old man and wanted him to return the residual energy tomorrow. The poison soil had previously been purified and returned to my body. With a sharp voice, I will not beg for help even if I die. Bok Trake stands on the city wall, speaking and smiling with contempt for Brother Long for being too weak, already unable to handle this little trial. If there are no difficulties, how can it be called a trial? The Beastmaster immediately demands that he only needs to hit the ball into the net to pass this trial. After hearing Bai Trok's words, he wondered if he was really that lucky, with a hint of suspicion that he might be playing him. So he agreed to this deal, but to be more certain, he needs to negotiate with her to avoid any mistakes. As the competition begins, Long uses a full blue light energy move to get the ball. Little Loli reacted very quickly, grabbing the ball into his hands. The kid had asked his sisters to play with him, but it was clear that Long was still too weak in his skills. My skills in the depths of my mind are still plenty. I say as I run to shoot the ball into the net. The little kid also doesn't hold back, asking the sisters to stop that reckless move. Loli's trick is to hit people. And he gets caught again. He threatens the kid not to think I won't hit just because he's a girl. No matter what you say. He still got beaten up and pushed back. The kid kept pushing the ball closer to the goal. Brother Long thought it was too ordinary. So he immediately used his heat radiation technique to burn those people alive. He flew straight at little Loli, leaving her no time to react, not knowing she had been struck from behind and set on fire. With flames now erupting behind her, Long K looked serious, but with a bright smile when he found the true body. Back to Duong just laughed and said, "So what if I found it? I won't let you eat me. You'll definitely lose this trial." Little Loli ran to the ball, ending this game. Brother Long used his fire spell to defeat her instantly, and she watched as his move was too precise, combined with the monster bird, which is even stronger many times over. The bird perched on Long's shoulder, creating a great source of power that burns around little Loli, causing the ice block where Bak Tu Duong is standing to melt. When he ran out of options to attack, he took the opportunity to slowly put the ball into the net. But when he looked back, the kid could be at the bottom of the lake, melting the ice on the surface so quickly. He started to find it hard to predict that move, looked around, and focused on listening to find out which direction that kid was in. Long Xie realized he was in the attack zone and was a step too slow, causing the spot where he stood to suddenly melt away. He was quick-witted enough to use his fire breath to score immediately, and the Lamu Yan team gained the points. Vien Mui, Dieu Mui, and Long Xie all fell onto the ice sheet. He felt proud of himself for quickly scoring the goal. We won, and he's happy with the result. Little Loli jumps up from the melting ice block and stands alone in front of Long, who and his friends are frozen and unable to move. The little girl looks dissatisfied with the outcome. Looking at Long, he seemed dissatisfied with the kid, defeated but still refusing to let everyone down. The little Loli is smug, arms crossed, acting indifferent. Just one ball. What's there to be proud of? I and the ball are the ones here. Bak Trak immediately approached the four of them to inform that, according to the rules of the match, they had already won and successfully passed my trial. Long's cheerful and happy face is so obvious, while Mui and Vien Mui are a bit surprised but also feel happy. The Beastmaster will also not take away anyone's original life force. They have been set free on the ice sheet and are no longer trapped. All three sincerely thanked Lord Baija. But the story was not over. The Beastmaster looked at the doll and felt guilty for forcing her into his team. So he rewarded her. A small, glowing yellow gem is handed to Vien Mui. When she holds it, she feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity and nostalgia. Bai Jiao then says that this is her parents' original life essence. After hearing this, the little girl sadly wondered if her parents had come here to plead before and if they exchanged the original life force with him. Hoping and wishing for what? He said they begged me to protect her so she could grow up safely. And after hearing this, the little fairy tears streamed down her face as she clasped her hands together in gratitude to her parents. He will give her this original life force, integrating it into her body to enhance her abilities. A golden light surrounds her body, making her feel her power and strength grow stronger, and her body become more robust than before. Brother Long and Dieu Mui looked up at the detailed actions of the bead, feeling that the bead had grown taller and looked much stronger. Not knowing how to repay you, Yuan Miu could only express her gratitude to Lord Baija. The three of them took their leave from the host and continued their journey ahead. The story seemed to have ended, but Brother Long said something no one expected. Lord Baija, I wonder if you would agree to join us. After hearing that, Dieu Mui and Vien Mui were stunned for a while. Did his brain freeze recently or is it broken now? Lord Baija is a divine being of the extremely peaceful monsters. How could he fight alongside us against that pathetic reptile? Yuan Mi shouted at Long, calling him too stupid. Long.ca also strongly objected. How could it not be possible, if he is the divine being of the extremely peaceful Beast Island? Shouldn't he protect and oppose the Reptile King? The master feels he's too old to hike the mountains often, and using his life as a toll to become a bridge. He gains nothing, but he considers asking Bai Tu Duong to go with them instead. Brother Long was dissatisfied to hear that the kid was recommended to go along. He couldn't trust him too much. And Lo Li wasn't an ordinary person, since she had already been beaten by this young lady. Immediately, the two companions agreed that having Bai Sichuan go with him could bring some valuable benefits. To gain more trust from everyone, he sacrificed his own life essence for Bai Si Teng, so her strength would become greater. Dieu Mui is deeply grateful for your kindness, while Long Se is indifferent and dissatisfied about taking in that little kid. The journey continues, and she is much larger than the surrounding disciples. With a basket on her back holding her friends who are traveling with her, nothing was happening until the man opened his mouth and said, "Can you go faster?" "Mui, I want to go beat that reptile king," Brother Long sighed. "This is an ambush, not a playground. I really don't understand what little Loli finds fun about this." The little girl happily laughed and said the best way was to snowboard. With a quick move, the old woman stood up on the board, gliding down faster and faster. Everyone else felt it was necessary to slow down, or it would be very dangerous. But little Lolly was excited by this feeling. "Watch out. You're about to hit a tree. Slow down quickly." Miu can't control the skateboard and keeps sliding down the trail. A large lake appeared in the forest, surrounded by scattered wolf carcasses with spines and reptiles from the pit. With trees fallen everywhere, Long Tca and his group, Man Vien, Kedieu, and Bak Tu Duong, returned here and saw this scene. Little Loli couldn't help but wonder why this place was so chaotic. She might not know since she just came down from the mountain. But Long immediately understood these monsters from the pit really go around destroying everything. He moved closer to observe and found that the cave where An Lang buried his master and stored weapons was no longer there, based on the rotten reptiles scattered on the ground. It seems the reptiles from the jar pierced through to the bottom of the cave, causing the collapse and likely dropping the corpse and other weapons inside. Near the edge of the pit, Long noticed a long blood stain on the ground. The blood from the carcass was green. But this red blood stain means that An Lang must be seriously injured. He turned his head to look behind, searching for any signs he might have left. The spiked-backed foxes approached them. The clan members of Lang. Long calmly approached and asked, "Do you know where Lang went?" They shouted in response, which just means they have no idea. Long K has to seek help from the translator Tin Tin. What is she saying? The information from the conversation has even made Tin Tin panic. This is bad. Brother Long. It's a pity that Long said he was taken by the lizard leader from the swamp. But when Long heard that, he lost his composure. Wasn't there a way to escape? According to their account, the cave where the Joa Dao Long buried the owner's body was destroyed, driving him insane and losing his reason, forcing him to fight desperately against the Saurus leader. At that moment, other leaders of the Saurian clan took advantage of Lang's distraction to ambush him, and he was seriously wounded. In the toxic fog, with no strength to resist, An Lang was wounded and fell into a coma. Then the lizard leader from the pit took him away. Looking at the bottomless pit, Long Ka clenched his fists. Those damn reptilian leaders. An Lang was captured, and the situation was too dangerous to wait any longer now. We go save An Lang. The monster blocks his way, preventing Long from entering the big pit. Relying on our current strength is a path to death. Moreover, after so many days, Lang's injuries might have healed somewhat. Long Xie immediately dismissed that thought. There's no way. It's definitely not. The target of the Reptile King is you. Capturing Brother Lang is meant to lure Long here. So until they kill him, they won't kill him. They still have a chance now. The monsters still find it too dangerous. They don't know how many reptiles are lurking underground. So they unite all the strength of the calmest monsters on the island to fight against what is now inside your body. The residual energy of the poison hand means the first thing to do is to recover its strength by consuming. Big Brother Long no longer has the patience. You can't rely on eating to recover your height and strength, which might take forever. But now, if we delay for a minute, Brother Lang will face more danger, and they must go rescue him immediately. From his perspective, he kept growing taller, his big round eyes feeling strange. This kneeling dragon guy is indeed interesting, blinking and already taller. Honestly, I have to say that this height is nothing. I basically can't compete with the king of the Hu reptiles, Brother Long, lifting the carcass of the reptile from under his foot to increase his height. Still not enough. So he keeps eating. He can do anything. Just put it in its mouth and bite it. After all, there are many reptiles from Hu on the ground, so he can walk and eat at the same time. Little Lulu watched him eat, covering her mouth in disgust as Kuai Long, your brother, was eating a corpse. Even though they are both ferocious beasts, man and monster can't escape the feeling of disgust. These living reptiles are hard to eat, let alone when they are the corpses of Long's men. Risking everything. Long says, Do you suggest uniting all the monsters on the extreme path now? Or is that your plan? How many more of your dodo subordinates can you gather? The demon should do some calculations. Within its territory, it can gather about 100 to 200 of them. It's best to prepare and try to call even more so it can summon them here. Long Ta turned to Tin Tin and asked if she was curious how many more of his wolfkin could be summoned. She sat down, and after a brief exchange of growls, Tin Tin replied that he liked the howling wolf and could summon over 100 wolves of various types. Long Ta's fist grew even more solid, meaning they now had over 300 monsters. And then they needed to summon other monsters from the extremely peaceful Dao. The number of sets is done. Next is to assign tasks. Long plans for you and Ouyen to go down and scout first, while the monsters and Tuduang go to summon the beasts. Little Loli pointed at herself in confusion, wondering if there was a mistake. Why was she the one assigned this task? Kuai Diu shared the same doubt as Little Loli. What kind of arrangement is Long.ca making? This makes no sense at all. Actually, his thinking is very simple. Ouyen can fly quickly and take Bok Tuduang with him, while Loli, as a subordinate of the White Lord, probably has the best ability to command and respond, making it easier. No one agrees with Long Xie's opinion, and Kuai Diu objects first. Relying on you two to go down and scout the way is just asking for death. Little Loli shook her head repeatedly. She just came down from the mountain and isn't familiar with life here, so she probably can't persuade anyone. If no one agrees, how can we gather strength? But what they say also makes sense. This problem is hard to solve. Just as Long is struggling with a headache, he hears a small voice calling, "How did you manage to find the money?" Long asked as he saw Cam and inquired where you came from. Long.ca couldn't understand the howling, but recognized the sound of a small voice. Cam wanted to train the monsters, but there's no way Xiao Guozi could find anyone going there, is just asking for death. Small body, strong will. Little Cam does not give up, continuously persuading Brother Long, even though small. Little Quoc Tu will prove that he is not useless. Alright, if Cam Enjo is that persistent. Long got relented and looked back at everyone behind him, seeing if you understand now. Little brother, because Brother Lang or even Little Quoc Tu are both eager to take on the task of convincing the bigger monsters, even if he's 20 meters away. What's that compared to a little guy like him? It's truly astonishing that they agree. But I can't stand to see you and that stupid ape rushing to your death. If you're going crazy, then I might as well go crazy with you. With everyone's agreement, they took turns jumping into the big hole to defeat the enemies and save An Lang. Long Sa led the way, and after a period of freefall, he landed safely, hitting the ground first. Before she could stand up straight, Little Loli didn't land on the ground but on Long Xia's head. Luckily, her small body wasn't hurt too badly. Still, he's going to get hurt. So why does Little Loli keep stepping on others' heads? She jumps off Long K's head. If Tu Duong were him, he would leave this place quickly, instead of standing here arguing. Long.ca hadn't even had a chance to respond when another object approached from above, making him cry out. But no surprise, it's Tin Tin's foot. Tin Tin lands like an earthquake, knocking Long.ca away, or even stomping on him. Does she want Long.ca to go find the King of Hell? The last to arrive was the monster bird. Tin Tin shook its head and apologized to Long Sa for moving too quickly and losing control. Look at these guys. They're no different from a bunch of fools. Why is the monster bird with them? They've really lowered their intelligence. The underground scene is surprisingly vast, with many tunnels, passages, and underground streams flowing through, shrouded in thick fog. I never expected there to be such a large cavern beneath the extremely peaceful island. Everyone settle into position. Brother Long leads the way. Xiao Loli is carried on the man's shoulder, and the monster bird brings up the rear time to go rescue Brother Lang. The path they took was filled with piles of white mist everywhere as they went deeper inside. Scattered deathly reptiles appeared, but not in large numbers. They hid behind the fog close to it, silently observing the situation. It seems they have entered their territory. Long Xio gestured in that direction and reminded them that this is the lair of the deadliest reptiles, and they don't know how many there are. It's best not to disturb them. Quietly find the Bin Tree Lang and rescue him. A reptile was lazily lying on the ground, sensing something unusual, and was about to open its mouth to call out. But unfortunately, it was crushed by a chimpanzee's foot. Like a clump of mud, Tu Duong knocked down another one behind, using a hammer almost bigger than her, smashing its head flat. Long.ca still held his position to recover his strength. While the crazy eater didn't want to waste any resources, he will definitely eat everything, making sure to finish it all. And before eating, he checks if it's safe. That one was just killed by the little girl. This guy is reckless. And both the monster and Bak Tu Duong are so disgusted by this scene they want to vomit. The monkey keeps killing the reptiles, whether on the ground or on the wall. And even a single hand of it can call them out. Long is just there to eat. Bak Tu Duong also works hard to clean up. She's small, but her strength shouldn't be underestimated. She attacks anyone who dares to be her enemy, while Long is exhausted from eating, devouring every creature that comes his way. The monster bird can't sit still. Its enormous body makes this little group just a tiny ant, and Long is even more well supplied. After a while, even little Lo Li had to frown and worry about whether he could really make it, or else he'd burst from overeating. After a full stomach and even picking his teeth, there's no reason to say no to a man. He can have another 100 if he wants. I'm full enough already. Just as I finished speaking, Brother Long covered his mouth because he was a little embarrassed. The big head peeked out of the cave wall. Their eyes met for a few seconds, probably curious because of Long Ca's noise. What kind of creature is this? We're in trouble. It's the king of reptiles' son. We've been discovered. Strangely, instead of attacking, it turned around and ran away. Did they meet and scare it so much because they are many? How could it escape? I hope to stop it. Little Loli doesn't allow her to go anywhere. She reaches out her hand to cast a spell. Running away won't be that easy. Standing on Tintin's shoulder, Tu Duong releases a beam of light. One shot is enough for the little one. Everyone wait and see how it turns out. The beam of light chasing after the ring of light hiding in a corridor thought its speed was enough to escape. But it was mistaken. The beam transformed into Tu Duong's clone and surrounded it on all four sides. The move was too quick. After hitting the target with a hammer, it was gone. It also didn't have time to react, immediately falling to the ground. Well done this time, King Kong Barbie. Next, Tintin steps into the arena. The man of power has arrived, and no one believes the ring can withstand it. It managed to escape only to stop and fight. Instead of waiting for Tintin to attack, Duke Nan wants to take the initiative to gain the advantage. At first, it tried to stab Tintin in the stomach with its sharp leg, but she dodged with a well-timed move. Additionally, using the force from the attack of the ringed beast, Tintin moved behind it, and the arena appeared like a Bagua diagram. Perhaps this is Tin's Tai Chi. The opportunity has come. She throws a punch aimed precisely at Duke Nan's head, hitting him so he grimaces, with Long Ka cheering enthusiastically from afar. The remaining spoils. The big corpse belongs to Long Ka, and every piece of flesh on the eye-piercing creature will not go to waste. The system keeps notifying. The four of them jumped in to deal with it. Now, the one wearing the ring was like fish on a cutting board, with people attacking and killing. It just escaped, covered in slash wounds and missing some flesh. But it had to run headlong away. The four of them fought fiercely. It deserved this treatment. A group beating that made the system notification pop up happily. Congratulations to Long Ka for successfully taking over the reptile leader from Hu Dak Nan, marking his first acquisition of the A-level Long Kai Tram skill, elevating his status to A-level, curling your body and moving at high speed like a chainsaw cutting through everything. Remember that the chainsaw has nothing to do with you or Long Ka, who has just gained a new skill. Deep inside the cave, a sound attracts everyone's attention, signaling danger is approaching. Everyone is on high alert. It seems to be the secret voice of the Lizard King. Have they been detected? Bright blue spots appear from the corners of the tunnel. This cluster is definitely the head of the Sutsaurus. The four are surrounded. With no escape route, all doors are sealed, it's over. They've truly been discovered. Could it be that they killed the son of the Saurian king, triggering some ancestral mechanism? Which sounds too fantastical. The first to appear is the leader of the trash reptiles. A single creature, one of the 6 sons of the trash reptile king, carrying the bloodline of ancient monsters recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Measuring 89 meters long and weighing between 600 and 800 tons, it must be several times larger than the others they cut down. The last prince is finally fighting. With such a big build outside, how did this guy grow so tall? A thick layer of smoke swirls around their feet. Long Kali immediately understands that the owner of the poisonous mist has arrived. Maybe they don't fight alone. The 6 princes lost 2 to them, and the remaining 4 have all arrived. Are you guys ready for battle? Kuei Diu and Tin Tin both have fought them before and understand their opponents fairly well. Although Diu Loli hasn't fought them yet, she's a talented girl who won't underestimate her enemies and always stays alert. The deadly creature is gradually approaching, and since sneaking in to rescue the people silently is no longer possible, they have no choice but to face it head-on. Let the strongest one handle this. Tin Tin keep punching himself. And Longka, the big brute, will deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, like two bulls charging at each other, Tin Tin and the poison body are both strength-based fighters. Evenly matched, Monster Diu flaps its wings and flies away, not forgetting to remind Longso that the evil dinosaur and the toxic fog are countered by Ada. You have to go out and find the two guys who like hiding in the fog to ambush, which of course is no problem for Longka. Now only Longsa and Tu Duong are left. He has to guide the girl. As King Kong, 3BM, has never fought them and must be careful. In the toxic fog, a dense group of rotten reptiles suddenly appeared between the house and attacked Longka. Their numbers numerous, crawling all over the ground. Long K's tail moves, sweeping through to clear away a few of the undead. These reptiles are truly relentless. They just won't die. Having been tormented by Xiaolo Li, it seems that Dung Dung's tail pulling out items is much more impressive. The girl wonders. Just now, he saw those reptiles being swallowed directly into his stomach. So why isn't he eating them now? Did you see those just now that got thrown away and exploded like fireworks? There's someone else in the distance, casting a shadow. They can't be the same. Long CA can't swallow the toxic fog. These guys have provoked a storm. Their toxic powers turn them into biological bombs. Eating them causes stomach pain and death. Suddenly, Xiaoluoli was struck, and two streaks of light pierced through her body, causing Long CA to panic and shout her name in horror. Turning to look in the direction the girl was flying, Xiaoluoli wouldn't just accept that fate. She couldn't die. She's the subordinate of the Beastmaster, the guardian of the body fusion. While Long Xio was still worried, a familiar pair of legs appeared behind him. Xiaoluoli wouldn't be so easily defeated. Long Se saw the girl roll her eyes, realizing that earlier they had acted together with Tu Duong's clone, while her main body was hiding behind without revealing itself, which she calls careful defense. Another dawn attack on the girl, and she still disappears without a trace in front of Long Xie's eyes. Still just a fake. After being targeted several times and revealing some weaknesses, it was found by Xiaolo Li and is ready to attack. The clone of the girl has split into several, holding a hammer, and must respond to what it just did to Tu Duong. This scene looks so familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. So tragic. Offending these 3BM monsters will get you beaten so badly you won't even recognize your own mother. The monster bird fights for a while, finds the opponent's weakness, and reports to Long Se that the evil dinosaur, when it turns into mist to escape, will stop releasing the mist. Giang spreads her large wings, her head attacking non-stop. The monster follows closely behind him. Yu and Bai Tu Duong handle Du Bao and Du An first. Now that Long Xie has entered the system stage, it's his turn to deal with it. Although Du Bao has lost a certain skill, there will be no benefits, but a single bite can trigger a point of enlightenment. Du Bao. Longka is here, surrounded by lightning, with his mouth wide open. His true form a dinosaur, biting fiercely like you. Outside, in another part of the forest, there was no fierce battle like the one underground. The little national seed doesn't seem to be doing well. Its tiny body is thick with fur, and the tall shadow looms over the small one. A minor hero trying to get them to retreat and avoid confrontation with the reptile king. The leopard leader sensed that the small fox's body contained the aura of the two great kings, the Kuei Jiu and An Lung. But this does not necessarily prove that they are the ones who must come here. It shattered the stones and chased the tiny prince away. If it weren't for how small it is, it would have swallowed the prince long ago. This blow was not light for Cam Yo, who was covered in injuries. It was already the third time. Again, no one agrees to believe in the little prince just because he's too small. Thinking about what little Cam Long would do, there's no turning back, and the little prince keeps rushing forward. Long's group, fighting desperately on the island of extreme peace, cannot give up even against the small reptile king. Long Guozi is determined to face the beast alone. Cam and Hyo is moving quickly through the forest. We need to speed up more. The person sent to search has finally seen that the little prince has been found. Duke Long looked at the path the small beast was taking and guessed its destination. But it was too dangerous there. Immediately turning around at top speed, Duke Long must report. That direction is the territory of the ancient beast, the nemesis of the little prince. It uses all its strength, speeds up, and returns to the gathering place, landing on a wide-open grassy field. Looking panicked and hurried, I realize it's not good. I have found the small national creature. But Cam is trying to run toward the territory of the ancient beast. As if hearing the news, he didn't expect the little prince to run towards the territory of the ancient beast, according to the dragon. It seems Cam doesn't want to tame any monsters. The wolf leader let out a long sigh. Even the little prince is in danger, because the island is extremely peaceful. Commander Bin Tri Lang did not hesitate to risk his life, and bravely move forward. What are we waiting for, all brothers? Let's go. Many monsters, including the fierce wolves, the strange lake wolves, the Duke Long, the Zhongxi, the bird-headed creatures, and various others, are all advancing towards the territory of the ancient Muthu. They dare to move even a single hair of the little prince will be killed. The little prince is fleeing desperately when something is chasing from behind, and the small Cam is almost exhausted and about to collapse. A prehistoric beast lunged forward, its long claws reaching out to the little prince after invading its territory. Does it still think of running away? The ancient beast presses its foot down on Cam's head, holding him firmly to the ground. No matter how much Kwok-Tu struggles, it's useless. And the predator again tries to call the others to bother the Saurus King. Even though the little prince is under pressure, he still tries. The ancient beast may not help, but please let the little Cam go. Gather the other monsters. The arrogant Komu Thu sneered at the young prince, relying on the other monsters to do the work. This weak Komu, obsessed with bullying, Cam NGO, is oblivious to the surroundings. When suddenly a pure white claw appeared, he gave it a slap that sent it flying, causing the ancient beast to flip backward, with an arm as thick as its entire body, thrown back several meters, feeling both pain and anger. This is its territory. Who dares to face the ancient beast in broad daylight like this? Of course, it's the leader of the terror wolves, who arrived just in time and didn't come alone. Besides the wolf clan below, the sky is filled with blazing dragons, and the ancient beast trembles in fear, stammering and stuttering. What do you want to do? Wolf. Wolfpack. Blazing dragons. The mighty wolf leader paid no attention to it, bowing respectfully to Cam Nyo, the young Kwok-Tu leader, and asked to be taken to support King Kwai-Long. Wait for Kwok-Tu to jump on its head before the mighty wolf looks down at the crowd of ancient beasts. You only have two choices, fight with us or surrender. The gaze of the wolf tribe leader is full of authority and sharpness, or they will be killed by us. The Komu beasts have no other options left. They kneel and bow, forced to submit. Back in the battle, in the underground cave, the poison beast is exerting a lot of effort fighting Tin Tin and continues to attack her. Tin Tin quickly dodged its attack, causing it to lose its target and crash headfirst forward due to inertia. Tin Tin moves with agility. A circular formation of monsters appears, preparing to strike it from behind. The beast receives the gift, crashes headfirst into the wall, temporarily loses its fighting ability, and the advantage shifts to Tin Tin. Bai Tu Duong relentlessly pursues with continuous attacks, leaving it no chance to dodge her hammer. The monsters also handled the fat poisoner well, and the wind it created is the nemesis that controls the toxic fog. So of course the poisoner can't do anything. Brother Long also tried his best, firing a series of violent bullets. Everyone was making an effort, so he couldn't be left behind. The fury bombs surround the toxic beasts, making them scatter wildly, but none of them are a real threat, so there's no fear at all. Isn't it true that Long's cunning is always sneaky? With his calculating eyes and a flick of his finger, don't think you're the only one who can blow up. Brother Long can blow up too. When the explosive bullets hit the nearby reptiles, they all detonated simultaneously, causing a loud explosion throughout the cave, scattering their corpses, and knocking Doc Bao out of the ledge. If you want to mess with Long, you're still too inexperienced. After running out of weapons, it tried to escape but was provoked by Long. The nearby lizard was already dealt with. So what could the beast use as ammunition? Or maybe it should blow itself up. This is just a warning for Doc Bao. If you dare to speak, you must be prepared to face the consequences. It has nothing left to lose, and risking death or a failed trap with them is not impossible. Doc Bao truly turned his head and opened his large mouth, his body gradually tensing up, ready to help Long cause him some suffering if he wanted. No way. Long just acted like he was ignoring it. He wouldn't really take it seriously. Isn't living peacefully better? And now he wants to blow himself up. He took a running start and jumped high. If Doc Bao no longer needed his life, he would do it a favor. Long curled into a large gear shape, using his long Ki Cham skill for the first time. So it was his chance. Doc Bao has no way out now. Looking at the scene before him, he trembles. Having never seen anything like this before, I didn't expect Long could do this. Brother Long rolled over and split the creature in two, ending the life of the reptile from the fear of the herd. Landing safely, Brother Long said he's just a pain-addicted junkie. Tintin looked at him with admiration, eyes shining with wonder. I didn't expect Long to have this move. The strange bird was also surprised. During the fight earlier, even when beaten into a pig's head, it didn't see him use this move. Could it be something he just learned? Little Lulu nearby happily relies on eating to absorb the new energy from this kneeling Long, making the girl more and more interested. Inside the cave, a sinister sound echoed, the poisonous mist still lingering everywhere, not yet dissipated. Brother Long exclaimed in panic. It's happening again, just like when I was refining the poison ring last time. Senja, the king of the reptile death clan, can sense her son's death. Is she more furious than ever and ready to strike? The figure of the reptile king flickers deep inside the dark cave, with one head protruding from the ground. Its body appears with many snake-like lizard heads swaying, daring to kill its offspring. Tuang Liu must kill them all, tear everyone apart, and swallow them whole. The general was furious, his many heads constantly ready to tear and bite, roaring loudly. A swarm of bugs daring to invade my territory. It just spat venom at them, while threatening that they will be just like that ferocious wolf, dying a terrible death here. Hearing about Soa Dao Lang, Long Ka was startled and still asked, "What did you say?" "Ang Lang." To him, time seemed to freeze, and both Kin Kong and I stood stunned, while Tu Lo Li was also in a similar state. He also froze, forgetting what he was about to say or do. Surrounded by the fog, Long Ka looked around anxiously, wondering, where am I? At this moment, among the poisonous creatures, he saw a sword flash. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a picture of Brother Lang lying on the ground with a sword stuck straight into his heart. Long Ka shouted, "Brother Lang." No. No. The surrounding images become blurry. The sword also gradually disappears, and there is a voice saying, "Kneel Long. Wake up quickly." He is startled to see that Bok Trosh Lang has changed into someone else, and the evil voice calls out, "Bok Trock Dine Han." Long Ka didn't understand what was happening, and saw everyone below still standing still. He wondered why only I had woken up from the illusion. Little Loli explains that I have a purification ability granted by Lord Bai Jia that can cleanse poison creatures, and she advises not to move, maintaining the illusion. We plan our moves carefully, but when the king orders the attack, they might launch a surprise strike. Seeing that King Kong and Mdieu are still dazed, Long Ka asked if the others had also escaped the illusion. Right now, the illusion looks so real. Oscar owes each of them a wall of gold. The girl gently said, "I just purified him. It's not their turn yet." He was too embarrassed and quickly turned away. Tuang Liu thought everyone had been poisoned, so he mocked them and enjoyed the terrifying illusion gradually. Then it bit Long Ka and ordered the poison clone to bring the demon dragon here. At this moment, he quickly put on his spiked armor. The light from the armor flashes with many sparks as Tuang Liu, in pain, pushes Long Ka away. He couldn't believe how quickly this demon dragon escaped the illusion. When thrown off, he quickly landed on Duke Vu and Duke An. At that moment, Jingong and my sister also escaped the illusion and rushed to help Long Ka fight off Du Vu and Du An. Tuang Lo couldn't believe he's fully awake again. He widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "Taking advantage of your weakness to end your life." Long Ke rushed towards it, shouting loudly, "Watch me split you in two with a single strike." Tuang Lo's attack was deflected, sending him flying. Another head was chopped to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. It was furious beyond measure, shouting threats. "Damn you, Demon Dragon, the one who killed my 4 sons. I will slowly erode you until you turn into blood." Tuang Liu kept attacking Long Ka non-stop, and he also dodged quickly, losing his temper. He struck wildly, but none of the hits landed, and he kept shouting, "D for me." Seeing Xiao Lo Li, King Kong, and Mdio below, it switches targets and sprays deadly venom at them. The green poison liquid shoots toward Mdia, and it quickly runs away. You shout, "Mdia, be careful." Long Ka grit his teeth and braced against the approaching toxic attack, but somehow the strange creature kept calling it a bad dinosaur, and the poison's force was too strong. Pushing him away and past Mdio, Long Ka fell hard to the ground, sliding quite a distance. She struggled to stand up, then looked back and called out, "King Kong, Babi, can I purify this?" Xiaoluo Li steps forward to purify. Feeling excited, "Great. Now, I can also purify the toxic breath. Check if your body is uninjured." Long Ka sighed in relief. Luckily the purification was quick, not fully restored to its original state. Probably only shrunk by 2 to 3 meters. Tuang Li, after observing the situation for a while, thought to herself that she could once again dispel the toxic soil poison, and the Buddha language poison was probably also dealt with by her now. The girl stood still, offering a challenging smile. You look at the big-headed one, frowning and demanding repayment. "If you want to take my original life essence, then I will take it back from your son." After finishing speaking, Long Ka started biting and tearing all over its body, and the system kept announcing that you successfully seized the reptile leader from the pod. The toxic body. Evolution points increased by 1. 500. You successfully seized the Saurus leader from the egg. Pure form. Evolution points increased by 1. 800. After a long time devouring the big-headed lizard, the system excitedly congratulates you on your first capture of the reptile leader from the hive. Gaining the S-rank skill Demon Dragon Rage, Long Ka's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, those little offspring of the Sultan reptile are really good. They just dropped a new skill again." The general's common tactic, the S-rank Demon Dragon Rage, makes your power surge when angry, significantly increasing your defense and attack under the rage state. All attack power increases when using skills, once every 3 days. Each rage lasts for 1 minute, and after ending the rage state, there will be a long sigh. You can recover faster by eating. Just be careful not to miss it. A minute for a man means that person. Long Ka is obedient. What does a man's minute even mean? It's so arrogant, with such a huge side effect. And it keeps pushing for a whole minute. If you can't kill the enemy while in berserk mode, you're just waiting to die. You're annoyed. Little brat. Are you trying to torment me now? That's not enough. Right. It doesn't bother to respond. Don't underestimate this 1 minute. If used well, it can create a surprise attack effect, killing instantly. This is also a combined version where Donnie, who usually looks like a sick chicken, designed this fake skill of a pig eating a tiger for you. Brother Long. Tired of the little brat. I usually look like a sick chicken. Just say it clearly. But never mind. Never mind. I now have 1,000,000 evolution points. Accelerate the process for me and scare that murderous king to death. Then you tensed up and shouted, "Raise yourself higher for me." System notification. Consume 1,000,000 evolution points. Increase height by 10 meters. The scar on General Lulo Sang's neck. It hurt, and he cried out in pain. "You damn bastard. What did you do, seeing it suffer?" Brother Long was surprised. "What's wrong with you? Just that, and you're already scared of me." After some investigation, Xiao Quan said, "I checked the king's neck from the tomb and found the primordial life force of your power. The primordial life force he took from you is probably stored inside it. You are surprised to hear the system question. It has not absorbed your original life force. And, moreover, when you use your evolution points to increase your height, it will resonate with the power within your body. And this is the reason it causes pain. Seeing the weakness. I feel happy. If I bite through that spot. Could I recover my original life force?" Xiao Quan said seriously. "Maybe we should try." Long reports to his team that the primal life force taken from my body by the king has not been fully consumed, and I can reclaim it to restore my strength. King Kong happily exclaimed, "Really? Brother Long can recover his strength, that's great. You lead. You guys lure the other 2 heads. I'll attack the one in the middle. Little Loli is also joining. I and my clone will lure the left head," King Kong suggests. "Sister Lin, you lead. Or should we switch and have Long lure the right head?" "Okay, Mdia agrees, and reminds. All right, evil dinosaur. Be careful, Tuang Luo shouted in anger. You damn puppets. I will make all of you corrode completely. Long's team launched a simultaneous attack, shouting together. Everyone charged forward. Little Loli uses her claws and multiple clones to smash the Lu general's head, continuously kissing. While the sisters beat the bastard to a pulp, Dieu and King Kong also take turns punching and stabbing the right side of his head. Meanwhile, Brother Long focused on the head in the middle, attacking fiercely, and you quickly dodge to the side. You violently pounce and tear at General Liu, biting and saying, "How dare you bite me? I am the boss of biting people." As you bite, a tooth from Long K sinks into its body, bleeding and tears streaming down. Pain jumps around wildly, crying out loud. Oh my god. This guy's skin is thick and tough. I might lose my teeth from sucking porridge soon. Hinero Liu, angry, looked at Brother Long fighting on the dirt field and used his head to toss him into the air. Loli's side can't hold on anymore. She angrily yells, "Stupid dinosaur. Is that enough? My side is about to collapse. Everyone else is also running out of strength. You evil dinosaur. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and look. Re-equip your teeth and reassure everyone. Hold on a little longer. I'll be done soon." At this moment, a series of yellow beams shoot out from the smoke, piercing directly into Long's body, causing him intense pain. Before he could calm down, Dokuvu appeared behind Long Sa and cut straight into him, injuring him. The monster was startled and instinctively called out, "Evil dinosaur," and Long shouted in panic. Xiao Loli also froze when he saw Long being injured. He was surrounded, in a life-and-death situation, with General Liu in front and Poison Vu Lam Nai approaching from behind. It opens its mouth wide and leans down to Long K, who was injured. Biting down hard, it tears into his wound, causing Ho to bleed profusely. The martial artist rushes to save Nuji. Access, Long, the damned reptile king. Let Long go. She distracts one head and runs toward the cave where Xiao Lo Li and the clones are standing. Suddenly, a move of golden wine slash was launched, striking directly at the only armor on General Liu's body. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Huh," while sweat poured down his face as he still held Long Ca tightly. The armor around its neck gradually cracked and shattered. A flash of light erupted there, and the beast of the land roared in pain. At this moment, Long Ka receives his original life force, and his body begins to glow. Long Ka raises his sharp claws and roars. "So you plan to bite me like that? When will it be?" Then he used all his strength to tear open the Lizard King's mouth. Long attacked directly at the reptile from the jar, hitting one of its four heads, and cut open its mouth with his hand. He immediately jumped away after punishing him. A dense layer of bones surrounded the Lizard King, with small but formidable monsters in front of him. Vien Mui is overjoyed that Brother Long has regained his strength. Brother Lang. Brother Lang. Longka is looking around everywhere to find him. On the high rock, Ang Lang, sword in hand, slowly descends toward his disciples. As he approaches them, he wants to know why they found Lord Bai Trach and yet still came here. Dieu Mui shows her dissatisfaction and reluctance to come. But because of this giant dragon, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't even care about his life or death. Contrary to Dieu Mui's serious expression, Dieu Mui happily reported to An Lang that someone would help us. That is Bach Tu Duong, the one standing on the back of the little girl. And Xiao Luoli thinks that Lang is an interesting monster. As for Long Ke, he still believes that Long Xio was killed by those reptile kings. Master Lang once told a story. I was seriously injured and unconscious, so they took covert actions after I woke up. But when they weren't paying attention, I managed to run outside. In that cave, thick blue mist filled the air, surrounded by the small monsters of the Lizard King, and I was searching for the remains of the owner, which is why I only found this sword. After hearing this, Long's face hardened, and he said if everyone is ready, let's deal with these reptiles now. And Vien Mui and Dieu Mui also seriously want to help An Lang. The final battle is approaching, and the four of you rush to the monsters to eliminate them. Long will handle the leader of the reptiles and the others, while you all distract the three heads of the reptile king. He looked at them and told Han to demonstrate her full strength, showing how powerful she was. Then he started chewing up the smaller ones thoroughly. The others kept approaching him, and each time he finished one, the system notified him that he had successfully captured a dinosaur from the jar, gaining 800 evolution points. Towards little Loli, she uses her magic to fly to the first head of the Lizard King, repeatedly hitting him with a hammer from all sides. Just as Lang runs toward the second head, with its mouth holding a sword, it attacked him directly with its foot, while the giant curved horn on its head leapt onto the final head, arms tightly wrapped around to prevent this beast from moving. An attack from 4 people, each using their own powers to destroy the king of reptiles. The beast becomes passive and unable to fight back. An Long looked at them with disdain, feeling that their flesh was worth more. He immediately uses his fierce ability to leap into the air and approaches the giant monster, biting off parts of its body, rendering it unable to fight back. And finally, he succeeded in seizing the reptile leader from Hu, Duang, with the system reporting 700 evolution points gained, and an additional 21. 800 evolution points. The 3-headed monster is still fighting the other 3. Bien Mui and Dieu Mui attack, using their legs to kick the top of their heads. The Lizard King saw that the demon Long was not attacking him directly, but was instead biting the others. Could it be that he can strengthen himself through eating? Long keeps attacking the small monsters, unaware of the threat behind him. Bien Mui immediately shouts to warn him to be careful. The Reptile King quickly moved forward, surpassing the demon dragon and devouring his small monsters. Bien Mui and Dieu Mui saw that he was truly cruel, eating even his own children. And Long, while eating, realized that the monster didn't want him to eat to increase his strength, and the offspring of the Reptile King immediately retreated to prevent Kuai Long from becoming stronger. But he had already gained a lot of evolution points, so there was nothing to worry about. This battle has brothers by his side. Long calls on his brothers to focus on killing the Reptile King, each taking a side and attacking relentlessly. The first head was cut off by Long's sharp sword. The second was pierced through by Long Ka's powerful blast. And Bien Mui and Tu Lo Li were not far behind. It caused the monsters to shatter piece by piece, and they died at Long Xie's feet. And he looked down and saw they deserved it. For the sake of Bien Mui's parents and the monsters on the island of Kukyen that you slaughtered, go to hell. After saying that, he used his power to destroy and eliminate them. No forgiveness. Just when everyone thought it was over, giant reptiles appeared from the small caves, and all 4 were stunned, surprised that it was not just small ones, but larger and even bigger ones, right behind the 4 of them. Loud sounds and thick smoke obscured their view, and Long reacted fiercely. What kind of demon is this? Dieu Mui quickly realized a monster was about to attack him, shouted for him to get away, and used his strength to prevent the creature from launching its attack. As the fog gradually clears, she screams out, because right in front of them is a huge creature with blue eyes staring directly at us. That is the ancient Reptile King, the true body, carrying the bloodline of the prehistoric monster Lu Thi, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, with a body length of 150 meters and weighing 140 tons. His name is General Liu, with a large, stern face and a tongue that extends as if wanting to swallow everything. An Long realized it was too huge, and discovered this was the true body of the Reptile King. No wonder he previously thought those heads didn't look like a 150-meter-long beast. This monster only used its tail to cover its eyes, making all 4 of us fight to the death, thinking it was over. It really is the key to the decision. And yet, the angry knows. This despicable guy always hides his true strength. Lizard King General Liu announces to you that he has never revealed his true form in front of others for hundreds of years. So dying in front of me is your honor. The monster finished speaking and immediately used its power, loudly chanting the spell of death reading. As a green mist slowly approached them, Tiny Loli used her hands to hold back this terrifying power, and suddenly realized that this was an illusion. It was truly frightening. And the real strength was so great that even she was hit by the attack. Tiny Loli is facing a huge, massive beast in front of her, with a slightly frightened expression. Not knowing how to escape this illusion, the situation is becoming more and more dangerous, and the monster keeps attacking the kid, forcing her to reveal her true identity in order to fight back. The small Loli Li suddenly transformed into a huge white dragon, with glowing eyes and sharp claws, leaving the Beast King stunned and surprised by the sight before him. The 2 of you really knew each other before, and the true form of the Reptile King has been around for over 1,000 years. So in the end, you couldn't hold back and struck me. Bok Trak doesn't want to fight him, But since I agreed with that great person not to give up, that's why you were able to seize the secret realm left behind by the great person for over 1,000 years. It's a pity. I have found the worthy successors for the great master now. Bachtrach stands on a high rock, showing a regal and commanding expression of the reptile king. The four people below are clueless about what's happening. Bachtrach uses the pure and holy attack straight at him, while the beast king also retaliates with the death soil breath technique. The one who refuses to submit continues to use the sacred imperial move. And the four of them are all worried and unsure of what to do. Long Xie looked around and saw the blue mist, sensing that he had once again entered that terrifying illusion. Turning to call upon Lord White Tract, the young man looked up but saw that Lord Tract had arrived. Yet everywhere he looked, Bak Tu Duong was nowhere to be seen. Up above, they are fighting. He asks everyone to think of a way to deal with this guy, as the true form of the reptile king is very powerful. I can only forcefully suppress his poison words and poison earth, so I will attack while you speak to prevent things from getting worse. Long Xie follows your words and focuses on thinking of a way not to let you down. The four of them immediately charged at the beast, their faces full of joy and smug smiles, mocking the little kids. Is it because of you? Baiza. I want to stand in front of you and make them corrode into blood water. He uses a death move for poison, and his power approaches their group. These green clouds are really strange. I feel like this is a very potent toxic fog, and I feel extremely itchy all over my body. Long couldn't bite the sword anymore as his body showed signs of corrosion. Seeing everyone struggling more and more, he thought if this kept up, we would all die here. I can't afford to fall here. So I rush to Long and blow away all this toxic fog. I use the ancient wind technique to dispel the green smoke, and the other disciples are finally freed from that place. All four of them, after leaving the monster's true form, immediately charged to kill it, feeling very annoyed with these pesky insects. He uses his move and hopes they all retreat, but they counterattack and fly away, causing everyone to feel pain. The true form of the reptile king, a giant and brutal creature, never expected to have to use his strongest form to deal with a bunch of insignificant pests he had looked down on from the start. His anger grew stronger, and his power erupted like an uncontrollable storm. The four people below, including Long Tio, Vien Mui, Jie Mui, and Bach Trach, all felt bewildered and scared when faced with the true face of the reptile king. He moved his long, powerful tail in a terrifying way, wrapping around everything nearby and stuffing them into his mouth. The scene shocked the entire group, especially Long Ke. He watches the strange behavior of the reptile king, feeling worried about what he might do next. From its mouth, a sharp, poisonous tongue extends, emanating a toxic aura. Long Xie immediately warned everyone to be careful. This sharp tongue must be poisonous. With a powerful strike, the Lizard King slammed down onto the ground where Long Sa and Yuan Miu were standing, causing a splash that shattered the earth and knocked both of them away. He has no intention of stopping. His overwhelming strength prevents the heroes from counterattacking immediately. In the critical moment, Mui quickly suggests a strategy to use pain to distract him. Focus on his head, while Vien Mui handles his body. En Lang, with speed like lightning, rushes ahead first. He takes a run-up and jumps, the pain glowing brightly in his hand as he charges straight at the enemy. Your attack forces the Lizard King to focus on you, giving Vien Mui the chance to rush in and deliver a powerful punch to his body. But surprisingly, that seemingly fatal blow did nothing to him. The Lizard King chuckled coldly. You damn monkey. Do you think you can hurt me? Immediately after, Long Xie arrived and unleashed a powerful burst of destructive energy straight at the reptile king, but he used his deathless defense technique to easily break through this attack. Long Xie couldn't believe his eyes. How could he possibly withstand my violent earth explosion? In another direction, near the battlefield, a group of monsters led by the fierce dragon and the little prince is approaching. On the way, the little prince looked around and realized that this was originally the entrance, but now it has disappeared, probably sealed off by the reptiles from the swamp. The whole group began to worry about the situation of King Long the Great below. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky, and the little prince realized it was the ultimate violent earth attack of King Kwai Long. He shouted loudly, "The king must be right beneath us." Underground, the battle continues intensely as Lang, wielding his spear, keeps attacking the reptile king. But each strike is deflected by its giant wings, A powerful sweeping attack from him knocked On Lang and the Jindu tram sword into the air, causing a series of explosions on the ground. Large fragments shattered and fell onto the monsters standing above. Seeing this scene, Long and the other monsters realize the group of heroes fighting below. Without hesitation, they decide to dig into the ground to help. Below, the Saurian king combined the poison spirit with the cloud poison, causing the white Baku to unleash a deadly attack. That thing is trying to hold on. Damn, Reptile King. How can it keep releasing poison and venom non-stop? Could it be that they don't realize they're reaching their limit? I won't be able to hold on much longer. On the upper side, Spirit of Death also admits that I am about to lose my endurance. Just how much poison gas does this guy have in his stomach? On the opposite side, the wing of the Reptile King quickly knocked away MVN and Long Ka as they flew far apart. At this moment, Baitroc announced that he and Lindia could no longer hold out against his poison speech and poison affair. We must quickly win on the opposite side. Brother Long gasped for breath. After fighting for so long, he's still incredibly strong. Does he not get tired? The MVN is also exhausted, panting and gasping. I can't go on. I can't fight anymore. Long.ca looked at Bin Tri Lang being knocked away by the Reptile King and said, Your Lang's stamina is also nearing its limit. If this continues, we will all be deafed. At this moment, Captain Long told Cao Lang to tear off its wings so I could find a way to attack its weak spot. I will take the left side. You handle the right. Bin Tri Lang agreed immediately. Okay. Seeing that, MVN asked Long if she wanted to take on the mission. Long. What about me? Long Tazier turned to ask her. MVN. Do you remember our badminton match on the snowy mountain? She nodded. Remember. What happened? Long K smiled and told MVN to wait and show off her shuttlecock skills, then turned his head away. Immediately after, Long K launched a series of violent projectile skills straight at the Reptile King. These bullets are flying straight toward one wing of the Lizard King. But he has already sensed the ambush and turned his head to look back. He casually brushed away all the explosive projectiles and then looked at them with contempt. Your techniques are useless against me. At that moment, the Bin Tri Lang charged at the Saurian King. Bin Tri Lang slashed with the Kim Du Tram on the Dragon King's body, but he still looked down on it. Useless. On the opposite side, Long continues to fire furious projectiles, but they cause no harm, making it laugh loudly. Still useless. Ha ha ha. When the bullets start bouncing back, Long says, Emmy, it's time to fight you. Immediately, Emmy steps into her designated position, shouting loudly, Yes, I will fight. I will fight. I will fight. She repeatedly punches the explosive bullets with both hands, causing them to fly out. And immediately, all the bullets continue to shoot back toward the Reptile King. At this moment he still looks puzzled. Seeing that, Long suddenly smiles smugly and begins to gather energy inside his mouth. Fierce. Leet. The fierce and furious attacks that you threw at this moment pierced into the body of the Reptile King and exploded. He was angry because he was hurt so badly. He cursed and called you a little brat. Immediately, the Lizard King delivered a deadly slash to Long K's abdomen, causing him excruciating pain. He shouted out, vomited blood, and unleashed a powerful energy blast directly at the Lizard King. This attack pierced straight into the body of the Lizard King, causing it to start bleeding. At this moment, Long Xia also begins to feel tired because this is his strongest attack, having poured all his energy into it. A bright energy immediately surges from the belly of the Lizard King and targets its head. This attack split the Lizard King's head and body in two, its face now filled with pain. Immediately after, Long Xia's energy was depleted, and he stopped. And the Reptile King also fell from above to the ground, Long Ka panting heavily. Is it over now? His whole body weak, and he still has a poison-inflicted slash in front of him. This leaves everyone else half in disbelief and doubt. Is he dead? Is the Reptile King dead? Did we really kill the Reptile King? Long.ca finally exhausted all his strength and collapsed to the ground. It's finally over. Seeing that, everyone rushed towards him at full speed to check on his condition. Bok Trak places his foot on Long Sa and tells him to stay still. Your wound is very deep and infected with Anmon's deadly poison. But I can heal it. Just give me some time. But just then, the Lizard King started to move slightly. Suddenly, a slash from the Lizard King's sword shot straight at everyone. While everyone was not paying attention, Bin Chi Long seemed to sense something behind him. Bin Lang immediately used his body to rush out and block that slash for everyone. Immediately, Yan Vian and the Death Spirit ran over to support Bin Lang, worriedly asking about him. Brother Lang, look closely. When they turned back, the body of the Saurian king was gradually healing itself because it still had the ability to regenerate. This seems to have caused everyone to panic. Not understanding what just happened, how is he alive again? Death Spirit. Spirit could no longer bear the Saurus King's arrogance, so it retaliated, using all its remaining strength to strike at the Saurus King. The Saurus King, underestimating himself, easily deflected the Death Spirit's tornado. Tuvong Lin Dia was surprised to see the tornado he unleashed now turn back and head straight for him. And this counterattack made him unable to believe his eyes. She was truly fallen to the ground, surrounded by a pile of bricks and stones, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that, MVN couldn't bear it anymore and shouted in worry, "Sister Lin Diu," and immediately she spun around, ready to punch the evil reptile king to death. "You evil reptile king. D for me. Go D." The lizard king directly spread his wings to warn you. "You rotten head. Go to hell with your parents." The lizard king's wing was about to strike, but I immediately turned around. She angrily rushes towards the vile reptile king, using all her strength to strike him down. Immediately, MVN clenches the reptile king's head and shouts, "You should go down there." MVN uses her strength to lift the body of the lizard king, her legs as if nailed to the ground with no movement, her feet barely touching the air. Immediately after, MVN, with her eyes blazing red, shouted out loud, pouring all her energy into this moment. The Death Lizard King also didn't hold back. Grinding his teeth and using all his strength, it stared with glowing blue eyes at the front of its face, looking intently at the girl with a surprised expression. But just then, all the wounds on the Lizard King's face started to crack open as it spat out a multitude of toxins from within its body. It seems that the white fox also noticed this and exclaimed, "The wound on the face of the Lizard King is cracking again." The Reptile King glared at Ouyen with anger and said, "If you rush to your death, I will grant your wish," and then it swung its sword directly at her. The sword was swung straight into MVN's back, causing her to cry out in pain as she was flung backward. Immediately, the white trache appears there, worried first, then rushing over. It uses both of its hands to heal her. Gradually, MVN's body emitted a greenish glow from Baiche. Her breathing grew more rapid, and her eyes seemed to flicker. Bach Trake is trying to help her wake up, quietly thinking that the wound on the surface of the Saurus King's face is starting to heal. Perhaps because of the fate of the ancient land, Bach Trake stares intently at the Reptile King, emanating a tremendous energy. The ancient land can suppress the Reptile King. Suddenly, the Dragon King spoke again. "Bach Trake, for over 1,000 years, you must have taken quite a few primordial lives. However, you still cannot oppose the one who has absorbed the energy of the secret realm. Your names have been severely wounded by my decay, and now you are destined to die. Just now, you always wanted to confront my deadly poison. You're probably using up a lot of energy now, you can't save them. So just leave the remaining primal power for my child to use." He laughs loudly. Ha ha. The Reptile King points and orders his newly born children. "Attack him." They obey his command and all rush to attack Bai Trash. Just then, Long Ka asked casually, "Is it about to end?" Suddenly, a loud commotion from above caused a pile of bricks and stones to fall straight down. The expression on the Saurian King's face seemed extremely worried and panicked about what was happening. The falling pile of stones knocked away the group of dying Saurians rushing forward. Up above, a huge hole has been created in the roof, with light shining straight down into the dark and gloomy cave. Every one of the monsters here is jumping down, ready for a large battle. This makes Long Ka feel even more energized and proud, and he exclaims, "Are the monsters and the little prince successful?" The little prince is riding on the back of the wolf, leading the way down. Immediately after, the little prince pointed and ordered the defeated reptiles, 500 brothers, while the wolf dog howled loudly in support. Then, the entire horde of monsters charged forward and knocked all the fallen reptiles below aside, forcing the entire army to retreat wherever they went, with each one being torn apart. This seems to have driven the Lizard King crazy. He declared you all as damnable pests. "I will make sure none of you leave alive." But just then, Baija stood up and seemed to use some terrifying technique, stretching both hands out to create 4 glowing electric orbs. A sphere suddenly falls right into Long Ca's back, and as he feels it, He is surprised. This energy is the primal life force. Everyone on this side also stood up, realizing that this is Lord Bai Jia's original life force. Master Bai Jia has transferred his fundamental life force to us, and his entire body now serves as the source of energy for the 4 people here. Master Bai Che has transferred all his fundamental life energy to the 4 of them before disappearing, leaving them in panic. Master Bai Che. Suddenly, Bak Tu Duong appears. She chuckles and reveals, "Yeah. No more pretending. I'm about to play my hand. I am Bak Trach, and I have given you all my original life energy. I can only use this minimal form to conserve power." So they all knelt down to watch Bak Tu Duong, the 4 of them, watching her intently. Right after that, Bai Sichuang pointed at the Reptile King and confidently said, "Everyone, it's time to counterattack. I observed it just now. The Death Reptile King probably absorbed energy from the underground necropolis beneath its feet. It needs to be prevented from touching the necropolis to be defeated completely." From the front, the illusionary monsters charged with an endless army, directly confronting the undead reptiles, no longer hiding as they did before. Seeing that, the Lizard King became furious. "Those damn jumping creatures. Go D for me." It condensed and shot out 3 streams of Vong Chi Tho Tus. The King of the Death Lizard attacks the monsters head-on, with the Vong Chi Tho Tuk hitting a buffalo, while the little nation's ruler looks on worriedly. It suddenly got hit with a blast of Vong Chi Tho Tuk and collapsed, causing it to stop in its tracks. At this moment, the little prince is turning side to side, searching for Long Ka's whereabouts. At this moment, Long Ka's appearance makes the little national spirit excited. "Oh, it's Brother Long. Brother Long has recovered." Having just recovered, Long Ka uses his body to insert the 2 targets of the Vong Chi Tho Tuk into his left abdomen, but this made Long Ka unable to believe it. He was happy to see his body. But it's okay. The divine essence of the white trunk has accepted him, allowing him to resist the poison of the earth. At this moment, Long Ka couldn't forget to praise the little prince. "You did it. You completed a mission that others could never accomplish. You have created a miracle. Little prince," eyes shining with joy as you are praised. You display a confident expression and shout "Chi Chi." In Long Ka's eyes, as he looked at the lizard and all his comrades, he realized that compared to the Lizard King, we are truly small and weak, but our smallness dares to challenge his 1,000-year authority and create a miracle. The death spirit above has launched a surprise attack, flapping her wings repeatedly to send 2 gusts of wind toward the Saurus King. But with just one of the SSS's wings, he was able to knock her away, causing her to spit blood. At this moment, from afar, my younger bird subordinates saw their king being beaten so badly they couldn't stay still and wanted to rush over to save him. "King, we are coming to help you." My followers swarmed in without hesitation to surround the Reptile King. But immediately, the Reptile King roared and swung his wing. "Get out of here." But from afar, other monsters also want to rush in to help. So we also arrived. "Let's go together." The groups of saber-toothed tigers have already left the area with the satrap. And with us, we will bite the despicable satrap to death. Bite him to death. Bite him to death. Seeing them like that, Bin Tri Lang is also deeply moved. "Everyone, is there still a monster on the extremely peaceful island?" Now, because of the peaceful island, they are no longer afraid of death and are willing to risk their lives. Meanwhile, Long Ka curled up and used the ultimate technique of Kneeling Dragon, making the thorn on his back sharp and glowing, directly leaping to stab the Reptile King repeatedly. Bin Tri Lang also realized that all of this appeared because of Long Ka. But beneath the appearance of a monstrous form, it was clearly the soul of a weak human. This made Bin Tri Lang remember his master asking, "Little Lang, do you know what kind of thief is the strongest?" Then this master revealed that a thief who steals for others is the strongest. It seems that now Bin Tri Lang has also understood the easy-to-please words of his owner. "Owner, I finally understand what you mean." Immediately, Bin Zilong charged forward and declared, "From now on I will use the sword in my mouth to protect the peaceful island." And so, Bin Tri Lang leaped up, activating the spirit blade technique, and the entire sword suddenly glowed. Bin Tri Lang closed his eyes and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike directly at the Dragon Lord's wing. The mark of that slash is also imprinted on one of the Dragon King's wings, and at this moment he has also realized that Bin Tri Lang is attacking him from behind. The Lizard King, eyes full of hatred, looked at Bin Tri Lang and immediately flapped his wings toward him. believing that Bin Tri Lang's pain was useless against him. But Bin Tri Lang still carried a determined heart and declared, "Useless. Huh. If one pain isn't enough, then add another." And so, Bin Tri Lang kept using the Kimdu Tram. The sword slicing through the tough dragon scales also caused Bin Tri Lang, and then the sword emitted countless mysterious energy streams, surprising Bin Tri Lang as well. No one could have expected that Bin Tri Lang's owner would appear from the sword and be joined by his blood dripping down. "We have achieved this miracle together." After just meeting the owner of Bin Tri Lang, Xiao Lang greeted him finally. "We have met. I asked the white fox beast to hide half of my original life essence inside the hilt of this sword. As long as you comprehend the truth of pain, you can break the seal on the hilt and seize my power. It seems I have succeeded." The owner of Bin Tri Lang was very happy. But this also moved Bin Tri Lang so much that tears welled up in his eyes. And he exclaimed, "Master! Master!" Then, the owner of Bin Tri Lang merged his body into Bin Tri Lang to become one with him. "Not only that, but I also remind you, little Lang, I have never left you, because I am always by your side. Go ahead. Use your sword to cut through all the thorns." Immediately afterward, Bin Tri Lang's entire body shone brightly as he merged with his master, charging toward the reptile king. Now the spirit of the wine blade has been used. With Bin Tri Lang below and his master's soul above, this strike successfully cut off one of the lizard king's wings, making him cry out in pain. For the first time, Bin Tri Lang felt truly moved. He had finally managed to cut off his wing. But right after, Bin Tri Lang staggered out, exhausted and unable to fight anymore. His steps grew slower and more weary, until he could no longer stand firm. Immediately, Bin Tri Lang's body could no longer withstand it, and he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, the remaining wing on the reptile king's body and the wing that fell to the ground started spewing venom as if trying to regenerate together. In front, MVN also realized this and immediately warned everyone. "Something's wrong. His wings are about to regenerate." It seems she sensed how fast this regeneration was happening, so she directly threw herself to grab the head of the lizard king. "I won't let your wings be reborn." MVN directly lifts the entire body of the lizard king into the air and shouts, "Come on." This made the lizard king extremely furious. And just then, its tail also happened to grab hold of its sword. When the tail raised the sword to attack her, she immediately realized, damn it. Just as the sword was about to strike MVN, Long Xia happened to curl up and rush in with his ultimate move, the Dragon's Roar Slash. Finally, you managed to cut off the tail holding the King of Reptiles' sword, and the poison kept spewing out non-stop. At this moment, the Reptile King was lifted into the air by the girl, unable to touch the ground. Long Xio then turned around and told her to use the weight-throwing technique he taught her. "Throw him." MVN immediately tensed all her strength, gripping tightly the head of the Reptile King, her entire body bulging with veins. And with just her two hands, she managed to fling the Reptile King's body into a circle. At the same time, Long Xio quickly used up all his energy and declared that he would activate the Berserk mode, ensuring a deadly strike, pouring everything into his skill. Demon Dragon Rage. Lightning and thunder continuously surged from Long Xie's head and the spines on his back, while a glowing orb also formed inside his mouth. In front of you, the girl never stops, continuously spinning around the Lizard King to keep him dizzy. Finally, when the moment came, she released her hands to send the Lizard King flying like a balloon, and Long Xie quickly combined his Demon Dragon Rage with his violent earth energy to unleash his strongest attack. Finally, he succeeded in using this attack to pierce through the body of the Reptile King. The strike caused the Reptile King's body to shatter into pieces, with each part exploding and falling to the ground. Long Xio was exhausted now. Looking very gaunt, he wondered to himself, since he's shattered like this, he probably won't be reborn. Right. Young Yuan, standing opposite, also burst into tears of emotion. "Dad, Mom, did you see this? I finally avenged you." Behind the other monsters, they couldn't hold back their emotions and cried together, sobbing, "We won. Finally, the King of Reptiles is dead." But suddenly, Bai Tu Duong pointed at the dinosaur, causing everyone to panic and look at its body. "He's not dead. He's about to come back to life. The body of the Lizard King is still moving and seems to be about to reattach itself." Immediately afterward, She ordered everyone to quickly gather the fragments of the Lizard King from the jar and keep them away from the necromancer. And everyone rushed over in a panic. But before they could reach the place, Bai Tuduang and those around him suddenly realized something was wrong. Everyone was startled and looked down at the ground. Seeing that, Bing Jilang turned around and looked around. But the dark, gloomy cave was gone, and all the grass had appeared below. Grass also begins to grow around the remains of the Saurus King, which are still moving at this moment. Seeing that, Long Xie wondered why this grass carpet, even though it doesn't affect the remains of the reptile and the underground cave, shouldn't be covered with such lush green grass. Then he turned around and saw something appear behind everyone's back. Oh, it's Tonbathu. Isn't it supposed to be easy for it to dig into the ground? And it can even run here with the monsters. So it stomps its hand on the ground to create a large patch of grass. The grass made it impossible for all the pieces of the reptile king's body to stay frozen together anymore. Then the tree god sat down heavily on the ground and sighed. Haha, I'm exhausted. This tree is dead for sure now. Seeing that, Lonka waved his hand and said, Thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect you to come too. Longkan smiled and said, Haha, it's what I should do. After all, the bottom is also part of the extremely peaceful island. Lonka approached the reptile king and wondered if I could bite a piece of its flesh. I could surely gain a large amount of evolution points. You could even get a stronger skill. But just seeing that face made me want to vomit. I can't stomach it. The more Lonka thought about it, the more he felt unsatisfied. Unsatisfied indeed. After all the effort, he gained nothing in return. Suddenly, Bai Suying appeared and asked Lonka why he wasn't eating it, to seize its power, causing him to startle. And she also asked Lonka if it was because of this disgusting face. It seems that in your fog, you still refuse to eat humans, or something similar to humans. Although you're a monster, you possess a self-sacrificing quality that monsters lack and can maintain your principles and nature. Not bad. I really admire you. As she finished speaking, Bai Tu Duong reached out her hand, a beam of light shooting straight toward the body of the Lizard King. She channels her energy to the face of the Reptile King, and soon his primordial life essence condenses into a glowing orb. Bak Tu Duong said that you have saved the Extreme Peace Island, and as the Beastmaster, I will not waste what you have sacrificed. This is your reward. The primordial life of the Reptile King from the jar has not yet completely dissipated. Then she sent the primordial life essence of the Lizard King from the jar towards Long Ka. You quickly succeeded in seizing that life and received the notification that you have successfully taken the original life of the Reptile King from the jar, gaining 100 million evolution points. Hearing that, Long Xio was stunned and exclaimed, Damn, 100 million evolution points, impressive, I have to use them all at once. After absorbing it, suddenly, 2 furry mounds appeared in front of Long Ka, and there were also tough armor on both of his legs. At this moment, Long Ka was excited to see his entire body had evolved. He happily called out, Little army bug. Check it quickly. Did any top-tier skills drop from the evolution points? Xiao Junkan was smoking and checking. Let me see. An S-rank skill dropped. The system displays congratulations on your first acquisition of the Reptile King's life crystal from the jar. Obtaining the S-rank skill Longsheng Ku. Longsheng Sheep Clone S level. You can release 9 vengeful spirits, identical to you, to cut down enemies and fight. Note, congratulations. Shell conversion successful. As soon as I heard that, Long Xio felt something was off. What kind of skill is this? Am I really risking my 3 souls and 7 spirits, and successfully shedding my shell? Can't you give me a normal skill? Seeing that, Little General Khan reassured him. You can think of them as 9 clone bodies with infrared scanning, heat tracking, and many other functions. Very powerful. At this point, Long can only sigh and say, forget it, whatever you want. I see now, you're a silly system. But when Long turned around, he was surprised and exclaimed, Huh. You see those saber-toothed tigers going to eat the body of the Reptile King. Then Long.ca stopped them. Hey, you guys saw the venom from the sarcophagus saps earlier. You ate its flesh. Are you trying to die? You also seem worried. That's right. The king of reptiles earlier dispersed all the reptiles from the jar. And there are many of those reptiles. If we let them go like this, it will definitely be a hidden danger. Now that we have more people, I suggest a large-scale search to kill all those reptiles. Listening to Long Xia, Song Bak Tu Duong fully agreed. Yes, Eradicate them completely. Bin Chi Lang and Van Tu Vong Lindio, you and your companions will go with the clan members. My brother and I will follow the other monsters, and we will split up into 3 groups to carry out the sweep. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 of them were full of trust and determination. Very well, Lord Baiji. Then everyone searched everywhere for the sclerotic reptiles in the caves, but couldn't find a single one. Brother Long wondered. Strange. There's not a single sclerotic reptile in this area. On the contrary, seeing so many of these fluids being tasted. Logically, with so many reptiles, they shouldn't have revealed themselves so quickly. At this moment, Bai Tu Duong bent down to observe the fluids that the reptiles from the jar had left behind. I believe these greenish fluids are the scrying creatures from the jar that we are looking for. As he looked down at the pile of viscous substances below, Brother Long couldn't believe it. Yes. This is the saurian from the jar. Seeing your expression, Bai Tu Duong also recounted that over the years, the saurian sludge has caused a lot of harm to many monster tribes on Ouyen Island and has been besieged by monsters several times, but the number keeps increasing. So I suspect that the sclerotic reptiles, including their leader, are all created by inhaling the venom of the sclerotic reptile king himself. So after we killed the lizard king, all those lizards turned into liquid and disappeared. You laughed loudly. Haha. That's great. We don't need to do anything. But just then, the little nation messenger seemed to be calling everyone over. Chirping. Longka. The little nation messenger is sitting on the head of the giant wolf and coming over. Little kingdom child announces. Brother Long, the weapons and treasures of your master have been found. So I am here to inform everyone. Lord Long is overjoyed. This is great. Let's go take a look. When everyone gathered here, I couldn't believe there were so many weapons, and even a mountain of gold and jewels. Long wondered. Heaven and earth. So many weapons and treasures. Long.ca picked up a crown and looked at it. Where did the reptile king find so much gold and jewels? And why is there a crown? Could he have defeated a king? At this moment, Bai Si Tang also recounted that 2,000 years ago on Ouyen Island, psychics from the human race often led groups to attack the island and kill monsters. So these gold, silver, and jewels were probably brought there by them. Later, that supreme being killed all the humans on the island, and this person descended from the sky with a body encased in a tube. They set up a barrier around the surrounding waters, which finally restored peace to Ouyen Island. At this moment, Bin Tri Lang finally stands before Bin Zhenji's corpse and apologizes. Master, I am too powerless. I couldn't even protect the Sea Nation. Bin Tri Lang bowed his head and promised that such a thing would never happen again. I swear. But Long Xiao wondered why the reptile king wanted to take the owner's relic to keep here. After hearing this, Bin Tri Lang thought that bastard definitely wanted to continue using the owner's remains to threaten me. But suddenly MVN seemed to discover something, catching her attention. Seeing her keep walking forward, Long Xie called out, "Where are you going?" MVN. But MVN still paid no attention and continued forward. Hoara MEVN is heading towards a gold ring among this pile of treasures. MEVN bends down to pick up the ring, her eyes wide with surprise. This is her father's Luke Vuong Dong Huang. She then put it on her wrist, wearing the royal power amulet, which can increase the attack power of her punches. That year, her father wore this royal power amulet with her mother, along with a group of senior monsters fighting against the reptile king. Suddenly, your father's soul appeared before his daughter, saying, "I never expected you to actually do it. You managed to find the Force King bronze crown. It proves that the reptile king has been defeated by you. That's great. Your parents are proud of you. Your father transferred his last life essence into the royal power orb, and today was the day he waited for. Before leaving, he reminded you, this is the last blessing from your parents. Seize that ring and your original life force, and keep growing stronger because your journey ahead is very long." MVN was crying her eyes out now, shouting out loud, "Dad! Mom! This is the last time I can see you." At this moment, Long Xia also let out a sigh of relief. "It's good. I finally helped Yvian fulfill her wish." Suddenly, Bach Tuduong's voice rang out, declaring that the monsters on the island of extreme tranquility are kneeling before Long Lam Vien, leading us to kill the reptile king. So the weapons of Bing Chi Lang and everything else here are all spoils of war taken by Long Sa. Does everyone agree? The other monsters also nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. We agree. Bai Si Tong continued to express his opinion, saying that every year I protect the current Yeti Peak. Basically, I didn't ask about Kukyen Island, but it needs a leader who can mobilize all its strength in dangerous moments. So I recommend Kwai Long Long Seo to become the king of Kukyen Island. Immediately, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Lord Baiza said right. We have no objections. I agree. Let's choose that kid then. He, Long's strength, already the leader of the Sukyen Island, has no objections. No objections. And then everyone together shouted, Long live the great king. At this moment, Long Seo turned back and spread his hands to restore order among everyone. Then he spoke. Everyone, this island once had a great king who fulfilled his duties to the end. And just then, to help the island escape the fog of the reptiles from who, without hesitation, she decided to oppose the reptile king and sacrificed her precious life. And the only descendant of that day, inheriting the legacy of her parents, grew up alone, fought alone. And today, she finally succeeded. She was not afraid to die to create a precious opportunity to kill the reptile king. As Long Xia said and handed the small crown to MVN, you declared that I, MVN, am the king of Kukyen Island. But immediately, MVN pointed an angry finger at herself. She quickly waved her hands in panic and refused no, Long. Whether in strength or intelligence, you are destined to be the king of Kukyen Island. After hearing this, Long Xia blushed but still refused to admit it, saying no. I am a man who wants to become the king of monsters. Kukyen Island is too small for my great deity. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned by Long Xiao's confidence. But then Baktu Duong also agreed to Long Ka's request. Fine. I agree with Long Xia. Man, Vien's younger sister also deserves it. I recommend her as the queen of the Calm Isle. Immediately, all the monsters showed excited expressions and roared in agreement. Lao. I agree. Lao A. I agree. Seeing this, Long Xia also handed the crown to Man Vien. You said that life should have a sense of ceremony. If it's a coronation, how can there be no crown, MVN? Put this on. MVN hesitated holding the crown and said, Brother Long, this crown is too small. I can't wear it. After hearing that, Brother Long could only hold his face in helplessness and remind her, Silly girl, why didn't you think to transform back into a human? Oh, you're so foolish. At this moment, the MVN also remembered that she could flexibly transform from animal form to human form. That's right, why didn't I think of this before? Immediately, they both light up their entire bodies to transform back into their original human forms. Then the MVN places the crown on her head. Seeing that, Bin Chi Lang and Tu Vong Lin asked each other what they were doing and why they had transformed back into human form, while Jumui thought they were just some useless things of humans. Annoying. The other monsters also wondered why both great kings had transformed into such small and weak appearances. And one of them, Ho Jiangqian, thought this must be the great king's hunting method. Transforming into a small and weak form is the only way to lure prey to attack them. Our second young master and his two little ones were caught in such a trap and ambushed the great king. As I recounted the story of the Huojiang sword, I couldn't help but think, wow, this method is amazing. If I could transform into that form, the prey would come to bring food automatically. I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of hunting, replacing a Hojiang Qiam to reveal. I also want to transform into that form. I told you in a clever way that you should go to the Spirit Fruit Pavilion of Lord Spirit Fruit, where there is a fruit that can change your appearance. Really? As soon as they heard it, they immediately agreed, leaving Longju sitting nearby speechless. In the end, she still warned them. Idiots. Don't listen to him. If he secretly eats the fruit of Lord Lingdeng, then just wait to be eaten by Lord Lingdeng. Just then, the voices of the wild wolf and little Quat-Tu warned everyone to shut up. Be quiet. Be quiet. Hua. On behalf of the above, I send my thanks to everyone. I will definitely protect our extremely peaceful island, but suddenly a black bear roared for Hung Tam to surrender, clearly indicating that Lord Kuai Long had killed the reptile king. Why do you want to be king? You're just holding the reptile king's position. And I, Hung Tam, can do the same. At this moment, Emian also shouted angrily, Hung Tam, what do you mean? And Long Sa, standing nearby, just watched eagerly. It's like the king of monsters is ascending the throne and causing chaos. A good show is coming. Down below, Black Bear charged at Hung Tam and said, I will fight alone. So I want a one-on-one with you. At this moment, MVN also rushed out of her position and immediately transformed into a swift figure. Fine. I accept your challenge. So, MVN from above takes the initiative to strike Hung Tam with a powerful blow. Up above, Bai Tu Duong is criticizing this three heroes, as if he's just ascended the throne peacefully. But he's causing chaos. After hearing that, Long K laughed triumphantly. Haha, it's okay if you're not convinced. Come on. This is the style of a beast. Truly exhilarating. But just as they were talking, the three heroes below suddenly knelt down and expressed their utmost respect. Man Yuan, great king, I surrender, please spare me. Seeing that, MVN kept punching back and roared. Is there anyone else who doesn't submit? Come and fight me. At this moment, all the monsters bowed down together and shouted, Long live the great monster king. We submit to you. Long live the great king. Seeing that, Bai Tu Duong spoke up to remind them. All right, we've fought and caused chaos enough. Call the monsters back first. Then she reminded Tu Vong Lin Dieu that this cave is very deep and there might be monsters that can't climb out. So let her dragon horns help them get up. The death spirit worm did not speak in protest but only bowed in agreement. Yes, Lord Bai Zi. After finishing everything, Bai Tu Duong reverted to her original form as Bai Jax's body and told everyone, let's go, and we will see the great butcher's sword used by the reptile king. But before leaving, Bai Tu Duong asked Bin Qilang, do you like cold weapons like that? Are you interested in that sword? After hearing that, Bin Qilang immediately expressed that the dagger had been soaked in the body of the reptile king for a long time, filled with corrosive toxins, and was not suitable for him. But Bai Tu Duong suggested if I could refine the corrosive poison on that sword. What then? Bin Qilang immediately agreed and said, really, then thank you. Lord Bai Trach, Bok Trake reached out to lift the sword, and after being purified by him for a while, the sword gradually turned a blazing red. As soon as he grabbed the sword, Bin Qilang immediately swung it, and sure enough, its power was overwhelming. After that, Bin Qilang kept praising the sword, saying it's a good sword. Really a good sword. Ha ha ha. Bok Tu Duong also mentioned that he had seen this sword before, called Blood, which was left by a human Esper 1,000 years ago. The original owner used this sword to kill many people, so it is filled with a deadly aura, which suits you perfectly. Bin Qilang immediately bowed his head in gratitude to Bok Trok, while Long Ka reflected, realizing he had never seen him show such a joyful expression before. It's true. You're a hardcore fan of cold weapons, even Mdia said. Huh. That fool couldn't resist when he saw a cold weapon. Immediately afterward, the Saurian king's cave exploded, destroying everything around it. From below, the minions of the death spirit condor, along with a few raging tooth tigers, soared into the air but could no longer continue flying. This seems to have everyone worried as suddenly this happened. Long Ka was panicked. What? An earthquake. And I fear a giant beast might appear soon. At that moment, a frightened Duke Long hurriedly flew back to report. Great King. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Exhausted, Duke Long fell straight to the ground trying to report that Lin Diufeng has collapsed. After hearing about Tu Vong Lin Dieu, I am extremely confused and worried. Everything has collapsed. What exactly is going on? Explain it clearly to me. Duke Long recounts that Lin Diufeng has fallen. The ground has collapsed, and many clan members have already died. After hearing Long Ka call out, Lin Dieu also said unclearly, maybe we should go outside and check. Tu Vong Lin Dieu agreed as well. All right. Immediately after, Lin Dieu hurriedly pulled Long Ka and his men, bringing along Vien, Bing Qilang, and Bach Tu Duong to go upstairs. At the same time, Lin Diufeng was submerged in a vast sea, the water rising high, and Min Mong could no longer see any caves. Uncle Kook scolded them, those fools in North America, for just a giant dragon monster, and they sank this island, while next to Long Can, drinking and laughing. I haven't had a drink in months. I miss it so much. Long Can also scolded that bastard Lester for being provocative. After hearing that, Uncle Kook wondered if Muok Lao had developed feelings for this island, because he had waited here for so long. Long Can also admitted, Tehaza, hey. You're right. The monsters here are quite easy to coexist with. I even know a few very interesting monsters. If they hadn't defeated that giant reptile, you guys would only be able to stay outside the island and keep drinking the northwest wind. Long Can takes a sip of his drink. And after months of hardship, Uncle G finally admits that the offshore area is full of storms and mysterious energies that cause electronic devices to malfunction. Only a plant-type esper like an old man can enter inside. He wondered, but even now I still don't understand. Why does the mysterious energy cause electronic devices to malfunction, and how is it related to that giant dead reptile? Hearing that, Long Can thought, why think so much? Isn't it just about entering the secret realm to find out? Uncle G told me that upon receiving his signal, I immediately took a motorboat here. We must get into the secret realm before anyone on the boat detects my traces. Those guys are numerous and powerful, using every trick they have. I don't want to cause unnecessary conflict. Master, Lamcan reassures you. Don't worry. They are just small clans. They can't cause any trouble. Even the Holy Church wouldn't dare to tear apart the face of our Tien Wu Hoaha nation. At this moment, Long K's group just happened to return to the ground from the sky. The Death Spirit Orb shouted in panic. My Spirit Wind Orb. What happened to it? Long Ka thought. Even my violent earth pulse couldn't sink the entire island like that. What kind of power is this? But then he remembered Long's words about the giant black pillar flying over and touching the top of the spiritual wind, followed by fire and an explosion. You immediately realize it must be a missile. Only human-made missiles have that kind of destructive power. But a missile couldn't create such a perfect hole. At this moment, the young girl quickly called Long Ka to look down. Long Ka, look over there. It seems like there are two humans. Long Xia was then filled with surprise. Are they humans or monsters that have transformed after eating the fruit? Then Long Xia called out, Little Quan Khan, can you scan them? The little insect replied, No problem. After scanning, it identified the young man as Chu Kuxi, a human esper with a power system, and the old man beside him as Lam Can, a human esper with a plant-based power system. Long Xia asked, So they are indeed humans. All of them are esper users. Are they the ones destroying the spiritual insect storm? The little beast thought for a moment and replied, That old man named Lam Can. The anger on him feels very familiar. Immediately, the death spirit roared as it charged down, cursing and vowing to bite and crush the humans. But below, the two of them also heard the cry of the death spirit, and both looked up. Then, Long Ka safely landed with a giant body, causing dust and smoke to rise around Two Tongue. They all looked angrily and with hostile eyes at the two people below. This made Uncle Kook look terrified and wonder again. Another giant monster. And yet they also know how to use the Rook Long to fly. At this moment, Long Xie pointed at the two of them and asked, Did you humans sink this island? After hearing Long Xie's words, Uncle G again was stunned. What, this old dragon can speak human language, and behind it, the old man wears a large bracelet. The old wolf carries an ancient sword. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly the death spirit angrily spoke out. Evil dinosaur, why bother wasting words on them? Destroy the wind spirit. They must die. Hearing that, Uncle G was startled to find that the death spirit could talk, but he didn't want to hear them jump again. Angrily, he spread his wings into a whirl and immediately charged at Uncle G. Go and die. Zhu Ji immediately jumped away from his position, feeling that it's really interesting that it can also use wind-type supernatural powers. As he jumped up, he controlled his sword to appear in front of him and lightly flicked it, causing the sword to slash across the death spirit's body. Seeing Long Ka, he was surprised. This is the true strength of a psychic when facing a giant beast dozens of times larger than oneself. He can also respond calmly like that and even use his power to control Myo Dao, which is impressive. On the lower side, Long Can stepped forward to stop Tran An. Mom, why did you start fighting before even saying a word? Stop fighting. They are all our people. Our people. But on the opposite side, Bing Qi Lang rushed forward shouting. Who is his own person to him with all this noise? Long Can nervously stepped back, repeatedly explaining, Q Lang, don't hit me. I'm one of us. I already said they're on our side. But it seems Bin Tri Lang doesn't want to spare these people. Next to Chu Kuch, The Qulang also noticed that although it was wielding a great sword with its mouth, each strike was very precise, like a master swordsman, with exceptional skill. Then Chukuk looked at Longsa and wondered to himself, do the beasts on this mysterious island all possess human intelligence? Chukuk stared at Longsa intently, thinking to himself that the feeling given by that giant dragon was entirely human. But immediately after this thought, he wanted to dismiss it as ridiculous. Why would I think that? Sure, they have some intelligence, but ultimately, they are still monsters. How could I compare them to humans with advanced science and technology and powerful skills? As he thought that, he immediately unleashed the flower light and wind slash skill directly at the death spirit worm. The death spirit worm was surprised, not expecting this guy to be so difficult to deal with. Chukuk's slashers all aimed at Long Xiao, and I stood behind, angry and shouting, "You evil dinosaur." As soon as the attack ended, "It's fine. I saw that your long vu was already limited, so it couldn't be cut further." I immediately got angry and snapped, "I don't need your concern about my long vu." At the same time, Chukuk also opened his eyes wide at Long Xia's action of using his body to block the pain for his teammate. Is this the behavior that monsters know how to do? Just then, Long Ka charged straight at Chukuk, threatening a girl. "What kind of skill is that? I'll take you on." Hearing Long Ka, Chukuk suddenly realized that, damn, that ugly bird is actually a female. But by the time he realized it, it was too late. He was immediately struck by Long Cha's tail attack. Chukuk hadn't yet understood what was happening when Long Sa used the Quilong Ba Kuk Dao, charging straight at Chukuk with his shoulder. Chukuk only then realized Long Xia's true intention, deliberately jumping up to launch a pursuit, or to summon a creature with an intelligent head while in mid-air. As soon as he realized it, he was thrown into the air, blood spraying everywhere. But before falling to the ground, Chukuk still deliberately waved his hand and warned, "Don't think I have no way to deal with you." Right after that wave, Chukuk unleashed a fierce whirlwind attack towards Long Ka. Seeing that, Long Xia immediately fired 3 violent bullets, causing his sword to be struck back by the attack. But when he saw the 2 bullets surrounding Chukuk from both sides, he still didn't realize the danger and thought, what is this supposed to mean? Is his aim really that bad? But at the same time, Long Xia snapped his fingers to command the destructive bullets to explode. As a result, Chukuk was caught in the blast, plunging him into a sea of flames. Then Chuji fell with a battered body and, overwhelmed by the blackening flames, retreating. Long Xia was startled. "Are you okay, Xiao?" At this moment, Long Sa quickly ran over to stop him, saying, "Don't fight anymore. I am Ton Ba Thu here. Ton Ba Thu, who once helped you fight against the Iron King." But when Bin Chi Lang suddenly rushed forward and struck Long Ka's head, shouting, "He clearly didn't look like a tree. Look how painful." But just as Bin Chi Lang's sword was about to pierce Long Xia's head, he also began to use his own energy ability. Long Xia released 2 huge trees forming arms to hold the sword tightly so it wouldn't strike down anymore. This left the 3 witnesses stunned. "You really are Ton Ba Thu. So how can you be human?" At this moment, Long Ka shouted that, "Of course I am human. I am a plant-based illusionist, so I can control plants and even transform into plants." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and thought to himself that such actions mean you're not human. But at this moment, Long Ka came to accuse him. So he brought this person here. This place was destroyed because of him. Long Xie feels that this subtle way of speaking really resembles that Ton Ba Thu. Chukuk Lo Ro sat up and explained that what happened here has nothing to do with us. I am not the only one who landed on this island. There are other forces, and those people are all ruthless and relentless. But Long Sa loudly responded, "Do you think I will believe your words? Chukuk, rely on your foolish monster brain. It's normal not to believe. But if you keep wasting your energy on us, another part of this island will be breached." Suddenly, Lam bit back and explained, kneeling before Long, "We are not your enemies." He recounted that 60 kilometers away from the island, there was a warship full of power users anchored, and the gravity blast from that ship was what sank this place. Hearing this, Long Xie suddenly looked confused and asked, "A gravity bomb? A gravity bomb? Is there really such a thing?" Long Ka casually replied, "You just don't know about it." Long Ka also explained that this bomb is created by a manipulator-type esper who combines the abilities of gravity-type espers. And when it explodes, it generates an extremely strong gravitational force within its range, crushing all objects inside. Only then did Long Xie realize that in this world, besides monsters and Esper users, science and technology had also advanced to this level. At the same time, on another side, the giant wolf was being punched so badly by a robot that its face was unrecognizable. Not only that, the tigers and wolves were also beaten to death, with none left alive. It turns out another group of people has appeared rushing in, led by Ovis Kin Kin, who smiles proudly. What a bunch of monsters that can't handle a single blow. Now fully grown with such a huge body. But just as they were about to attack, another group of monsters appeared from afar, aiming to confront these people. Seeing that, Ovis directly drew his gun and aimed at it with a confident look. So many monsters, how long do I have to keep killing them? Then he shouted loudly, declaring that he might as well give them a gravity bomb. The projectile flew straight into the sky, far above the ground, illuminating a large area. At the same time, a large motorized ship appeared on the calm sea, approaching the island. Inside are advanced computer systems, a team dressed in black, and staff monitoring the situation. At this moment, a subordinate approached to ask Lester for his opinion. Lester, Lord Ovis has issued a new attack order on a specific coordinate. Should we proceed with the attack? Lester didn't even hesitate, and immediately ordered the attack. He calmly said that since we could land on this island, we have stayed in this sea area for over a month. Ovis must be exhausted by now, as long as he's happy. Then he turned to the black-clad people and asked, Your Highnesses from the Thon Thon Temple probably have no objections. Right. After hearing this person's statement, this warship was funded by the Lester family, and the Lord of the Palace and the 6 elders will not interfere with Ovis's plans. Immediately, a gravity bomb missile was launched straight into the sky. Suddenly, the gravity bomb veered horizontally and flew directly toward the Ouyen island. The missile is heading towards the spot where Ovis lit the flare in the sky, moving at an extremely high speed. At the same time, Bak Tu Duong blocked its path right in front of the missile, feeling surprised as something was flying toward her. At this moment, she called Long Xia. Kui Long, quickly look up at the sky. Something is flying towards us. Hearing that, Long Xia immediately called Tu Vong Lin Dieu. What's flying towards us? Dieu. Take me up so I can see. On the sea road, Long Xia immediately realized what was flying toward him. Damn it. A missile. With this size, it could wipe out a quiet corner of the island. Then Long Xia remembered Tu Vong Lin Dieu. Little bird. Stay strong. I will shoot down that missile. You blew out a violent explosion of earth towards the missile, causing Dieu to be pushed back. Even so, the missile exploded under the immense force, scattering shrapnel everywhere and engulfed in smoke and flames. At the same time, on the ship, staff send alerts as a sudden beam of light appears on the island, destroying the gravity bombs. Unable to trace the origin of that light, it's rated S level. Hearing this level of destructive power, Lester was immediately panicked. With an S-class destructive force, could there be an S-rank light-type Esper on the island? Then he quickly ordered the team below to go there and check. In the middle of the island, Orvis and his men saw a missile flying along the way suddenly explode after being hit by a beam of light. Orvis looked curious, wondering what kind of demon the light was and how it could easily destroy the gravity bomb. Huss believes there are even S-rank Esper on this island, and it seems likely that they are light-type Esper. After hearing this, Orvis looked confused and wondered if it was the demon dog of that young man from China. But Han guessed that the kid from Huajiaguo wasn't a light-type Esper and probably is still on the battleship right now. At the same time, this person announced that Elder Huss, Lester, had ordered us to check the area where that beam of light was emitted. Before leaving, Huss ordered, deal with these obstacles first. Everyone stared intently at the monsters in front of them. In front of them were the Hell Wolf and the Great Mountain Sea Monster, both showing great anger towards these humans. Immediately, Orvis drew his sword and charged forward, followed by others with sinister faces rushing to attack. If we can't use gravity bombs to kill these mutants, then everyone should warm up their bodies. At the same time, at Lingdiu Peak, everyone also saw the appearance of fire missile. Uncle Kook asked, "Do you believe now?" He warned that if they didn't go, stop those people, a missile would fall. Then silently thought to himself, the strength this tyrannical dragon shows is probably level S. Judging by the bright light earlier, I guess even with an old man teaming up, we can't stop it. After hearing Brother Long land and express his temporary trust in them, He reminds them to remember that this is our island, and it's best for you to be honest. Then he turned to Dieu and asked, Dieu, go and take us to the place with that red smoke to check it out. Dieu immediately agreed. All right, before leaving, Bai Tu Duong reminded Mvn. Mvn, since everyone has crowned her as the peaceful queen of the island, such matters should be handled by you and Kuai Long. Without hesitation, Mvn replied, Yes. Bai Trach Yan. After saying that, Bok Tu Duong left, causing Long.ca to shout in confusion and ask why he wasn't coming with us. And hearing that, Dieu punched Long Ca. Oh. Explaining, Master Bai agreeing to go down the mountain with us to deal with the Bullfrog King is already a great honor. So, this small matter doesn't need to bother Master Bai Truck. At this moment, Bai Tu Duong suddenly asked, Gui Long, the ones who entered are humans. Once your compatriots. Do you intend to help humans, or to keep the monsters on the island completely at peace? After hearing that, Long Ca felt she still didn't fully trust him, so he decisively declared, So far, does Bai Jai still not trust me? I am a monster. I must help MVN protect this island. Anyone who enters with ill intentions, I will bite them to pieces. After hearing that, Bai Tu Duong felt a bit more at ease with Long Ka, so she turned to leave. All right. With your words, I feel reassured and will do as I see fit. At this moment, Long declared, Go. Comrades, quickly confront those bastards. MVN shouted in agreement. But down here, we overheard their conversation. Master Zhu could only be speechless. Indeed, they are just simple-minded monsters who simply decided to leave us alone. Longkin laughed. He. They only think that we won't cause any big trouble. And I even helped them before. Long should remember this kindness. Then he called out, Let's go, kid. Although he said he wouldn't do anything to destroy this place, the mission assigned from above still needs to be completed. So I will take you to the entrance of the secret realm. At the same time, Orvis and his team had already taken care of almost all the monsters blocking their path. With a giant wolf being beaten so badly, it collapsed to the ground in a bloody heap. Seeing it still dazed, Han rushed forward with robotic hands, ready to devour it alive. Now, but suddenly he jolted in surprise when a loud roar came from behind, and when he turned around, he saw Hung Tam with a monstrous figure and an angry look rushing toward him. Hung Tam tried to grab Han with both hands, but he quickly dodged to the side, ultimately missing his strike. Seeing this, Hung Tam roared in anger, daring to do evil on the territory of the great man. I'll kill you. But whenever Hung Tam unleashes his full strength to strike somewhere, Han's name can easily and skillfully dodge it with finesse. Not only that, he also looked smug and sneered, finally facing an opponent with some skin. But at best only on par with a level C Esper. Han clenched his fist and charged at Tam Hung's head, saying, In front of a B-level Esper like me, you basically can't pose a threat. And so Tam Hung shouted to scare this guy. But in the end, he was hit with a punch from his robot hand. His fierce scream turned into a desperate cry when struck in the eye. Suddenly, a horizontal slash across the neck caused Hung Tam to lose his life in an instant. It turns out that the slash was made by Orvis, who told Han to stop playing and quickly wipe out these monsters. At the same time, Wulong, lying in pain beside him and witnessing Hung Tam's passing, is filled with rage and screams out, Hung Tam. But suddenly Han jumped up and delivered a punch that killed Nguts Lang, causing a shockwave, and then a golden slash appeared out of nowhere just as Han leapt up. At that very moment, the golden slash was the divine sword of Bing Chi Lang that split Han's men in two. The scene left Orvis's followers wide-eyed in amazement, shouting Han. Finally, Bin Chi Lang appeared furious that his people had been tortured to death by these humans. The image of a giant dragon holding a huge sword made Orvis feel overwhelmed. Damn it. This giant dragon is still holding a huge spear. Han looked up and saw the other monsters jumping down. Han was surprised and used the giant bird and the flying dragon to fly away. Are these monsters already turned into spirits? A loud crash echoed as Long Ka's enormous body finally landed on the ground. As soon as he saw the other monsters scattered on the ground, he also realized that they are the group of monsters helping him deal with the Reptile King. If it weren't for the small arrow from the storage pouch, they wouldn't have gathered so densely here. But suddenly, Long Ka and his younger brother both turned to another direction. both surprised as they called out Hang Tam's name. At this moment, Hung Tam had been beaten so badly that his head was almost detached from his body, causing the two leading monsters to roar in terrifyingly loud voices. Long Ka poured out all his confusion and fury, hatred burning in his eyes. As humans' false skills are dying, destroy my peaceful island. Kill my fellow monsters. Not a single one of you will escape today. Teacher Long Ka's ability to speak made the entire group of Orvis start to feel a bit uneasy. And this beast also knew how to talk, especially when its rage was overwhelming. At the same time, remote-controlled planes suddenly appeared in the sky, equipped with guns and aiming directly at the four of them. Long K immediately realized that the drone was continuously firing at their location, targeting the three of them and pushing them to the limit. As a result, a drone completely destroyed the trench route of Bing Chi Lang, splitting it in half, and a tornado also struck, leaving the nearby one in ruins. Suddenly, the young girl jumps from her position and punches the remaining plane to pieces. These hits left Orvis's group stunned and open-mouthed, unable to believe their eyes. These were not just monsters. Right. But then Elder Husquaries came to ask Orvis. He called out, "Kid, do you think monsters can talk, use weapons, and have wind-type powers? Because these creatures are very likely to be shape-shifting beast-type Esper monsters." But Orvis said, "I've never seen a beast-type Esper that can transform so dramatically." Husquaries explained, "Maybe it's a beast-type Esper that has never been discovered before." At the same time, the ship also received the news transmitted from the drone. Lester was furious and shouted, "What the hell is going on with these people?" And the images of the three of them appeared on the screen. He asked, "Has anyone encountered a monster who can dance with a sword and use wind-type psychic abilities?" The man in black offered an explanation. Could it be a beast-type psychic? But suddenly an officer sent a report saying, "Lord Lester, Han's life signs have disappeared. He's dead." This caused everyone behind to look visibly shaken. Han is dead. How could he be dead, killed by those monstrous beasts? The B-rank psychic. And the other staff member also reported that all three drones have been destroyed. I don't know what the situation on the island is right now. Immediately, Lester issued orders for Squad 2 to quickly move to Orvis's location and dispatched 10 drones for support, with the personnel shouting their commands loudly. A moment later, above the island, only the image of the beast soldier with his entire body glowing could be seen. The beast soldier transformed into a werewolf-like form and flew away. I have always longed to use this kind of form. Fighting humans. Kneel down. Vien. Ling Dieu. You don't need to intervene. I can handle it myself. This made Orvis's eyes widen in surprise. It can transform into a humanoid form. Still, with a wolf head. But these guys are definitely beast-type supernatural beings. Immediately afterward, he asked, "What family do you belong to that you managed to land on this island first?" But this island has already been spotted by Lester's family. So quickly pack up and get out of here. But these words meant nothing to Bin Chi Lang, who drew his 2 spears and charged at Orvis. He's too arrogant. Time to die. But when Bin Chi Lang's sword strike was about to land, it was immediately blocked by a shield emanating power. Standing behind is the big family head who challenges others, saying, "If you want to fight the young master, you must go through me first." After hearing that, Bin Chi Lang also declared, "So, according to your opinion, Bin Chi Lang continuously attacked the family's shield, while on the side, the system displayed the information of the 4 people. Can you scan the level of the Esper?" Seeing that, it immediately revealed, "Yes. When you fought Uncle Cuke and Old Moo, I had already completed the functions targeting this human Esper. That made Long curious about what level we are compared to human Esper. And if Bin Chi Lang fights them in human form, he won't be at a disadvantage." At this point, Xiao Jun begins to analyze. Bing Chi Lang's beast form is level S, but after transforming into a human form, it drops to level A, though thanks to his miraculous swordsmanship, he won't be at a disadvantage. After hearing that, Mr. Long was curious, "What level are we, and your team, under the beast form?" Tu Vong Ningju is level S. Manvian is level A. And you are S+. According to the young soldier's judgment, you are too inexperienced in human form. Probably not even at level B. After hearing this, An Long immediately said that only someone as delusional as Bin Chi Lang would have the desire to fight in human form. And the Man Vien is only at level A, even with my S rank. Normal training isn't enough. But I'm still curious about what kind of kwai this S rank of mine really is. The young soldier explained that it's actually above S level. You're a top-tier player with an extremely powerful champion system. But you still insist that with your crappy system, you're still incredibly invincible. At the same time, Bin Qilang's attacks grew more intense. He slashed once, bringing his sword down from above. Senja earlier was a bit panicked. This guy's speed is too fast. He no longer confronts directly but keeps retreating. But at that very moment, a strike from Bin Qilang ended his life and sent him to the afterlife. This method has also been reported to Lester's ship. Commander Lester, the life signs of the target have been lost. That method caused a shockwave among everyone present here. They were confused. How could this be? 2 high-level deaths in less than a minute. Someone speculated that it might be experienced mercenaries with rich, real combat experience, licking the blood on their tongues in pain as they just landed. Having faced so many monsters like this and still advancing steadily, why are they being repeatedly defeated now? Could it be that there are extremely powerful monsters with S-rank strength on this island? Black Masked Ant King has also noticed. Haha. The stronger the monster's power, the more it proves there's a secret realm on this island. Moreover, it's a high-level secret realm. But Lester immediately expressed that the one facing the super-strong monster is my son. Then he stepped forward and asked where the second team was and whether the drones had been dispatched. Officer reports to Lord Lester that the second team will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. 4 of the 10 drones have been destroyed outside the storm set area, and the remaining 6 have penetrated through the storm set. As soon as Lester angrily ordered, "That damn set thunder area. We need 10 more drones." The staff there shouted loudly. Got it. Meanwhile, on the island, Orvis began to look frightened. His skin was also touched, and he stared intently at Orvis. Seeing that, Old Man Hust wanted to step forward to show off. Come on. Let me go. This little head of yours is probably only level A. But with your mysterious pain magic and rich experience, you're very hard to deal with. Then Elder Hust gathered 2 thunder orbs in his palms and introduced himself. I am Hust, Elder of the Lester North American psychic family, and I do not know who you are. But for Bin Qilang, he's just saying pointless words. The dead don't care about knowing my name. That statement was like a challenge to old Hust. So he didn't hold back and directly unleashed the Thunder Set Sphere. The same as before. Facing that move, Bin Qilang still did not hesitate and swung his sword directly at the sphere. The clash between the sword and the sphere created a mysterious light that dispersed around. But, unfortunately, all the lightning bolts from the sphere shot straight into Bin Qilang's body, causing him to be knocked backward and thrown several meters away. At that moment, Bin Qilang used all his strength to keep his body from falling over, which seemed to panic Old Hust, as he couldn't believe this guy could recover from paralysis so quickly. Before he could use his next move, Bin Qilang had already leapt up from his stance, aiming straight at the top of his head. But he's not an easy opponent. He quickly turned around and threw 2 thunderbolts, declaring useless. Your metal weapons only conduct more electricity. Suddenly, Bin Qilang's next move made Elder Hust panic as Bin Qilang directly bit the jade sword in his mouth. And with a single strike, he sent the lightning orbs flying away. Not only did it knock them away, but it also split the 2 spheres in half, rendering them useless for attack. This made him panic and fear. Unable to believe his own spheres could be cut in half, a sudden slash cut straight across his abdomen. But he quickly dodged. Seeing that, Orvis shouted, Elder Hust, and the 2 men rushed forward as if to attack Bin Qilang together. But they didn't know that above, little Diu had been watching him all along and was just waiting for the right moment to strike. The treacherous sneak, ambushing from behind. Little Diu waved her wings to create 2 large tornadoes. The tornado directly hit the opposite side of Orvis and Mike. Orvis quickly dodged. But Mike was not so lucky and was immediately caught in a tornado unleashed by MVN Town Mo. The guy who knocked out Mike immediately recovered, smirking. These tiny winds are basically useless against me. Suddenly a thunderous voice boomed, saying, Sister Lingju, let me handle this. Lao. At this moment, Mike is still holding back his anger. As the stone man, Mike just looked up. He saw a huge palm of the MVN about to press down, like Mount Tai collapsing. What is meant to come will come. An MVN presses Mike down firmly, but gently, causing the ring on her hand to glow and make her entire body grow several times larger than before. When MVN pulled her hand away from the ground, She saw Mike's body lying flat like a crushed bug. But of course, MVN still couldn't forgive him, immediately punching straight down to crush him. But this blow still didn't satisfy MVN. So she kept punching down with both hands until the ground caved in, furious and shouting, "Go die, go die." This also unintentionally made Long turn pale with fear at how brutal MVN was. And only when she truly couldn't see the face of the guy who knocked out Mike did she finally stop. She stared intently in that direction and saw him buried under a pile of dirt below. Seeing that, the two others still loudly called out Mike's name. This made MVN angry and turned to declare the next move. "Now it's your turn." She then clenched her fist and threw it straight along the trajectory toward Orvis and Hussey's faces. At the same time, the ship also received the news that Lord Lester, Mike, is also dead. Every time he received such news, Lester couldn't hide the panic and worry on his face. "Damn it. It must be an S-rank monster. I have to go myself." But the masked person next to him thought there was no need to rush. "Lord Lester, isn't the Elder Hut also present beside Orvis? It seems he's a top-tier A rank, about to break into S rank. Also, the second and third squads with the drones are probably arriving soon." Hearing about Lester, he immediately ordered Ating to take some level A and S psychic users and quickly board the boat. "You are an S-rank crystal-type Esper, even more defensive than Mike's magma type, with lightning abilities outside Famvi Island." Receiving the mission, Ating lowered his head to accept the order. "Yes, Lord Lester," and prepared the troops and supplies. At the same time, Lester stared intently at the image of Old Man Hust, silently urging him, "Hust, your old man must persevere for me." But at the same time, on the island, Old Man Hust was beaten to the ground, his body covered with cuts from Mingji Lang. He told Orvis, "Thief, I'll hold them off. You find a chance to escape. These monsters are so strong, and Bao Long still hasn't fought yet. We're about to be wiped out." As soon as he finished speaking, Hust used the Thunderbolt chain and condensed 2 more lightning orbs in his palms before launching them at Min Ji Lang. He quickly urged, "Run faster, little brother." Unfortunately, Bin Chi Lang is trapped by these 2 spheres on his arms, and he struggles to break free from the Thunderbolt chain. But it seems impossible now as the Old Man Hust just used all his strength to hold Bin Chi Lang's hand, trying to use the Thunderbolt chain and wind. While trying to trap Bin Chi Lang, Hust's head tilts back as he shouts, "Run, Zhaora." Orvis quickly retreats backward, while Hust holds Bin Chi Lang's leg in place. Bin Chi Lang quickly threw his spear straight at him, stabbing it into Hust's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. There's no other way. He grit his teeth and endured, as my lightning chain wrapped around him, with electric shocks and the ability to throw pain. This guy's willpower is too strong. At the same time, Orvis saw the Old Man Hust fall to the ground, seemingly gravely injured, but he couldn't bear to run away. Calling out Hust's name, but with no other choice, he kept his eyes tightly closed and ran straight forward, constantly shouting for help. "Someone save me. I don't want to die yet." Brother Long immediately realized that Orvis was screaming for help and running away. So he spoke up. "Oh, you want to run? Just as I was using you to test my new skill." A huge sphere suddenly condensed inside Lamu Yan's mouth. It turns out this is the Long Shin Ku 2, which helps him create 9 clones of himself. Long TA orders, "Move forward. My children, beat him for your father." They immediately receive the order and rush forward, while Orvis runs away crying. He shouted loudly, "Why has the drawing style suddenly changed? I already said it was a cute style. So why did it turn into a horror version?" Suddenly he saw the drones and was overjoyed to see drones on the battleship. He kept waving his hands and shouting for help. "I'm here. I'm here. It's great. Reinforcements are coming. I'm saved." On the battleship, an officer announced that Elder Huss had died, which surprised Lester. Even Huss is gone. Orvis's image appears on the screen, and an employee reports that the drone has detected Orvis missing skin. That's great. Missing skin is no problem. The drone detected the second squad and can join up with missing skin after a few more wires. Suddenly, a staff member exclaimed in panic, "Look quickly. What is behind the missing skin?" A bloodthirsty, ghostly figure. At this moment, the A-Long creatures are relentlessly chasing after Orvis, causing panic among the people on the ship. A moment later, the second squad also arrived to support, and it seemed like a central force unit had just arrived. calling out for Orvis the Skinless. Orvis could no longer hide his excitement, reaching out and bending forward to beg for help. Save me. Save me. As soon as he touched Nuke, Orvis could no longer run and collapsed face down. Nuke said, "It's okay now. Orvis the bare-skinned. You've been hit." But from behind, the greedy look of wanting to devour Longca's spine still charged forward without any sign of slowing down. And so all the clones you created also targeted the two in front, who are now hugging and crying desperately. In the end, what must happen will happen. A massive explosion occurs as Long Ka's clones directly collide with the two of them. Inside the smoke, these two finally let go of each other and were blown backward. It seems like this was an enormous explosion that even Team 2 had to step back and watch. The disgrace of the young master and the team leader made the entire second squad visibly furious, as they hurriedly called out Orvis' young master and team leader Nuke. But just as they were regaining their composure, they realized the ground was trembling and another giant beast was approaching. Everyone be careful. In front of them are enormous monsters with dangerous faces. Their strength is still unknown. But given their size, one step from these creatures could mean total death. Longca and the young girl glanced at them with contempt, and Longca said, "More fools seeking death." They panic. "Oh my god. Such huge monsters, and they can talk. Are they the ones who killed Orvis the Reckless and Captain Nuke?" But suddenly a few more drones appeared in the sky. They started firing their bullets to attack the monsters. And MDU, Longca, and MVN couldn't react in time, only able to stand and endure for a few seconds. These actions made Orvis's followers think they had already won, and they flew out with smug expressions. It's a good opportunity. The drones have caught them. Let's go. They seem to have gained extra strength and are attacking Longca, MVN, Bintri Lang, and MDU. Seeing this, MDU looked up to the sky and shouted, "Cheap," to call his followers. From afar, the winged dragons received orders from MDU, and all moved together without missing a single one. The cowboy with the gun was so panicked he didn't dare fire another shot. And they even knew how to dodge. The winged dragons in the sky immediately attacked the drones, and the two sides clashed. Suddenly, inside the spaceship, a subordinate reports that Lord Orvis is missing, and the second squad of 5 from Captain Luke's team has all been killed. This seems to have pushed Lester over the edge, and he declared, Orvis, my poor son, will now go kill those monsters. I want to tear them to pieces." He decided that Haas and Mahanda would go to the A-ship first. "And you all bring everyone from the Lester family. The landing craft will head to that island to meet me." After hearing this, the masked man realized the situation was becoming more and more complicated and had to report to the Lord Elector. After a while, the masked man reported to the Lord. And upon hearing this, the Lord was surprised. Lester is preparing 2 landing ships to bring people up. Lester has 6 sons. And based on his character, losing one son wouldn't normally cause such a fuss. He's just taking this opportunity to lead his people onto the island, first to search for the secret temple. He ordered, "Bachu, I command you now to go and gather with Lester. If they kill the monster or find the secret realm, report to me first." Bachu obeyed the order and replied, "Yes, my lord." At the same time on Kukuyen Island, the sky had already turned dark and heavy rain was pouring down. A series of terrifying lightning strikes are hitting A-Tinge's warship, and he has now condensed a sphere to protect himself from the lightning. But inside, he's also struggling to hold on, wondering, damn it, when will this lightning storm finally end? I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt shot straight toward the ship's protective barrier. The lightning struck, but it seemed to be unable to harm the ship. A tin turned around and looked, and he had to exclaim, "Lester, sir." So Lester came here to support. Seeing that, a tin immediately asked Lester, "Lord Lester, why are you here in person?" Lester's face darkened as he revealed Ovis is dead, killed by the beast on the island. After hearing that, a tin immediately bowed his head and said, "Lester, master, please hold back your grief and kindly lead us to kill those damn monsters." To avenge the young master Ovis, those around him all shouted in unison, seeking revenge for the young master. Suddenly Lester sensed something, and this feeling was 3 words. He suspected that the Holy Temple Ming Toi didn't trust me, so it has to be 3 words up to this point. But it's also good that there is a soul-type S-level Esper at the Y market, so those giant beasts will definitely die. Then Lester immediately ordered a tin to contact Haas. telling them to come ashore from elsewhere on the island and quickly find the entrance to the secret realm. Divide the troops into 2 groups. Our team will be responsible for revenge for Ovis, stripping and pulling apart each of those monsters. Bright white lightning flashes across the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder, as waves crash against the base of the floating fortress on the water. A person dressed in a black robe, shrouded in dark aura, slowly steps onto the boat. The black mist disperses as under the bright lightning-filled sky. He reaches up to remove his hood. Looking at the 2 people in front, Mother smiled. And that person was none other than the special envoy of the Mingxin Holy Church. Lestor clenched his fists and frowned, surprised that the envoy of the Holy Church of Mintoi came all the way here. While Ting also stared intently at him, Bachu didn't care about Lestor's words and smiled, saying the Lord of the Temple knows his son was harmed by a beast and is extremely angry. Especially calling me here to help. Lester angrily shot a lightning bolt at him, saying, "It sounds nice, but actually, it's because you're here to supervise me." He chuckled loudly. He. Lord Lester is a smart person. My face is full of veins as I recall those beasts. And I quietly reply that I came here because of the Lord's deputy. More than that, I am very curious whether those 4 ferocious beasts are human-like skill users, or if they are divine beasts born with spiritual consciousness from the energy within the secret realm. The old man's sinister expression continued. If they truly are spiritual beasts with sentience, I hope you can spare them a breath after venting your anger. Then the 3 words waved their hands and laughed loudly, because I wanted to absorb their souls and craft them into my undead divine beasts. Hearing his words, Lestor's face changed suddenly. The 3 words. The undead divine beast. He has grasped the secret art of creating undead divine beasts. Holding his hand tightly, he chuckled. As long as I can craft those 4 giant beasts into my soul beasts, I can wash away the shame of the past and make the spirit of Death Temple regret offending me, Lester retorted. So after being expelled by the Spirit Soul Temple, his joining the sinful Holy Temple was only a temporary plan. Before he could finish speaking, he happily chuckled and said, the Holy Church of Sin only has 1 SS-level Esper. I don't even consider it important. Lester nodded in agreement. Fine, I will help you get the souls of the giant beasts, but you must help me find the secret realm too. By then, everything in the secret realm will be ours. And as long as we can obtain the secret realm of this island, neither you nor I will need to worry about the attitude of the Holy Church of Sin. In the forest of giant beasts, scattered everywhere, there are still plumes of smoke left from where they fell. Lonka looked down at the psychic users lying on the ground and said, "No. I couldn't swallow them before when the Saurus King Tuhu had a human face. And these are all real humans. The more I can't swallow them. But if I don't swallow, I can't gain evolution points or absorb their powers. So isn't all my effort wasted?" The fierce wolf standing in front angrily told the hyenas and ancient cats. "Esteemed elders, these humans have killed too many of our kind. We must clean up their corpses and bite off their heads." Lonka suddenly spoke up to stop them. "No. These bodies still have use for me, especially since their heads are too small. Basically, you can't justify it by just watching his actions and thinking that Long Ouyen could kill his own people, but chooses not to swallow them." It turns to look at the Wolf and Rook Long clans deep in thought, swallowing their own kin, and the monsters feel no psychological burden. So is this the difference between humans and beasts? The Khan suddenly appeared, happily laughing and saying, "Haha, I am truly great. This has also been figured out by me." Lonka looked at it, confused, "And you suddenly appeared talking to yourself. What are you saying?" The insect holding the scepter in its hand turned to look at you. "I know you are picky about food and do not agree to swallow human corpses, so I specially analyzed the method used by the white trachea to extract the original life essence of the reptile king from the jar." The spiritual entities slowly rise up, separating from the bodies of the energy users below, and it continues to analyze. "Now, I can also extract the original life essence of human Esper beings just like the White Trench did, by swallowing these original life forms to gain similar effects as eating monster meat." Lonka opened his eyes wide and looked at the blazing golden spirits, shouting excitedly. "Really? Is that true? That's great. Little Con, we're so lucky to have you." Looking at the Zhilong and Manhwa in front of him, Lonka asked seriously, "That's right, little Con. Yuan. Can Alang and the others also swallow these primordial lives to gain more abilities?" Xiao Kong looked at you seriously and replied, "I am your system. So the original life force that I die with can only be seen and swallowed by you. Lanka chuckled with a squinted eye, imagining 2 ways to ask Shao Kahn. Haha, then it's only beneficial for me. How should I use this? Internally or externally? Little Khan slapped his hand in frustration, twitching the corner of his mouth. Of course, it's for internal use. Huh. Because of something as useless as you. The owner. The bug really shattered my heart. Lanka said while drinking and turning to argue. Huh. The system can't be trusted like you. Yet you dare to call me useless. Ding. You have successfully seized the original life essence of a B-grade magma-type esper. Evolving points increased by 150. Lin. Shao Kahn was stunned. Ibai Wusher. 000 evolution points. Lanka looked at the notification and was also surprised. The points gained are almost the same as the Lizard King leader from the trash. I thought such a small human would get very few evolution points. Ding. Congratulations on your first time seizing the fundamental life essence of a human esper. Doubling your joy with a new skill. Seeing this notification, Lanka raised both hands in celebration, amazed and proud, while the little insect beside him also puffed up with pride, quickly grabbing a soul and swallowing it. Ding. You have successfully seized the original life essence of a human esper with speed type B, gaining 130. 000. 2 evolution points. Lanka quickly swallows all the floating souls into his body as the system keeps sending notifications. Ding. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human-type lightning and electricity ability user at level B, gaining 130. 0002. Evolution point. Ding. You have successfully seized the original life essence of a human with a level B injury-type supernatural power, gaining 140. 0002 evolution point. The final notification sounded, ding. You have successfully seized the original life essence of a level A electric-type human esper, gaining the special skill reward. The Thunderbolt Thorn Armor, the reinforced thorny armor. This notification made Lanka's eyes light up with excitement, and he grinned widely. Oh my god. I finally got a skill, seeing everyone still busy absorbing the giant beasts. He pondered, because this place had lost 2 squads of human esper, and they definitely wouldn't stay quiet. We don't know how many esper users are on that battleship, so gathering everyone in one place is unsafe. Thinking it over, Lanka waved his hand towards the Qilang and shouted loudly. Hey Lang, tell the monsters not to gather here. Quickly return to your territory. Qilang nodded and said, I and my people will take them back. I don't know if there are other human esper on this island. Then you turn to look at the strange bird and the little bird, and order all your clan members to search the sky for any signs of other human esper. Remember, if you find a human, do not attack under any circumstances, and must report to me immediately, following my strict instructions. The strange bird nodded in response. Got it. Manhwa raised her hand and ran towards Long K, asking, Brother Long, then what about me? What is my mission? Man. Vien frowned at Long.ca, then covered his face with one hand and waved dismissively. I Vien. Now I am the king of the island of extreme peace. These things should actually be assigned by me. Before I could finish speaking, he hurriedly corrected himself. Then left, helping the old master to lift you onto the horse and taking you a short distance. Long got points and orders. First we will bury these bodies, then find a nearby area. Manhwa nods with 2 hands making an OK sign. Understanding, Manhwa crouched down and carefully placed the bodies of the human esper into his hands, while Long.ca looked around and observed. Long.ca looked into the distance and seriously warned. The officials have just fought a great battle with the reptile king from Hu, and they still don't know how many human esper they will have to face. Your eyes become serious, and your warning echoes across the island. Focus on recovering your strength, and be ready to fight at any moment. I want them to know that this peaceful island is not a place they can just come and go as they please. Back on the boat, Ba Tru was now closing his eyes to sense the aura. With faint streams of dark energy emanating around him, the sky darkened with continuous rain, and the old man raised his hands covered in black aura high into the air. Master Batru pointed to the distance and said to the person behind him, Lord Lester, I sense the soul aura of little Ovis coming from that direction. Lester didn't hesitate, and loudly ordered, Let's go. Batur looked at him and reported, Also, I can smell Chuku's soul aura. He is probably landing nearby. Lester asked him carefully. Chukuk is from the Heavenly Talent Department of Huasha. The sharp-eyed boss replied. Yes. He probably landed here before Ovis. He clenched his fists until sparks flew from his fingers, speaking angrily as if dying. Yet he was the first to set foot on this island. Those monsters must be for his demon. Because of his exclusive control over the secret realm here, he killed Ovis and the others who landed on this island. Ba Truzoa chin-cupped his chin in protest. I don't think so. If Chukuk had been able to avoid the mysterious energy around the island earlier, he wouldn't be sitting on the warship with us now. So those 4 ancient beasts are probably native to this island because the energy in the secret realm has awakened their spiritual awareness. Atin looked at Lester, who was clenched fist, and reported, My lord, the Haas group has successfully landed from another location. After hearing that, his whole body sparked with electricity as he quickly turned to instruct them to find the location of the secret realm and to kill Chukuk on sight, no matter what. The group arrived on the island, and Batru pointed to the freshly dug graves in front of them, where Ovis's remains are buried below. Lester waved his hand to signal Thoke behind him, and he saw him step forward toward the grave. Reaching out his hand, Thoke immediately channels his power with both hands, then touches the ground a short distance from the identified Ovis's grave. A status display appears, showing Thoke. Earth Elemental Skill Level B. Soon, those inside were affected by the skill and floated mid-air in front of Thoke. Seeing the boy now lifeless and lying still there, Lester softly called out Ovis. My son. His whole body immediately erupted with his ability, his eyes shining brightly as sparks flew, gritting his teeth to shout loudly. Don't worry. Father will definitely help you avenge. Looking at the remaining bones of the giant beast, the fully covered person was suspicious and strange. Why are those monsters not eating their corpses, and even burying them instead? Could it be that they are truly just illusion skills of monsters? He hadn't finished speaking, but Lester was already filled with intense anger. Whether it was a human or a monster, I want to tear them apart into 100 pieces. Ating suddenly pointed upward and loudly called out, Sir, look at the sky, causing Lester to look up at the sound. Looking at the giant beast spreading its wings and flying high above, Lester confidently calls out Rook Long. The blazing dragon flying above turned pale when they were spotted, and the voice below kept echoing, as if it had already discovered us. Then a series of fierce lightning strikes hit with powerful wings. They cried out in pain, their voices echoing across the island as if announcing to everyone. Ating looked at the scene with wide eyes in shock. Are they passing messages to each other? It really is spreading the news. He quickly used his power to form a spear, then threw it at the fiery dragons below. The energy arrow, surrounded by a blue glow, streaks toward the high-flying Rook Long, piercing through its body as it screams in pain. Then it immediately fell freely, separating from the remaining fire dragons, which could only turn their heads to watch it slowly fall. Earth Summon. A B-rank Earth-type Esper looked at the sky full of giant fire dragons and exclaimed loudly, So many fire dragons. Uoda. A B-level fire-type Esper also looked up and shouted loudly. They are really calling their comrades. Lester watched this scene with a clenched fist and an excited look. This is great. I want to kill all the monsters on this island. A swarm of Rooklong formations like a storm rushes down, heading straight for Atin and Lester. Seeing them approach, Atin spread both hands to block a barrage of energy arrows attacking the raging dragon. Meanwhile, the Earth-type creatures and Earth-type constructs still used their Earth attribute powers to launch sharp claws at Rooklong. Thousands of arrows and psychic claws clashed in a rapid confrontation. At this moment, the monster bird appears from behind the raging dragon, rushing swiftly toward the sharp claws, causing raging dragon to quickly dodge to the sides. With just a flap of its wings, the sharp claws and arrows turned back. The monster was furious. Godi, humans are dying. Atin uses both hands to create a barrier of energy, with earth pillars and earth bridges, to block the movement of the sharp claws and arrows. He shouted back, Everyone, be careful. That is a wind-using monster. My firepower is strong enough to burn this ugly bird's feathers to ashes. He reached out his hand and directed his palm at the strange bird, unleashing a large ring of fire from his fire element ability across the open space. The strange bird was unfazed, so when its wings met again, they created a gust that dispersed the raging flames. It straightened its long neck, its fierce face shouting down at the fire below. Kid, You want to burn my precious feathers again. The first one I will kill is you." Hearing the angry words of the strange bird, the roaster, the hen, and Ating couldn't help but be shocked. As expected, it can talk, and even calls itself the old lady. Looking at the demon bird flying in the sky, Ating sneered. It seems to be a psychic of the female attraction type. The strange bird flapped its wings and hovered, then lowered its head to observe the barrier created by the supernatural power, and a loud commanding voice boomed. Come on. I will turn you into roast chicken." After declaring such a statement, he tilted his head back, clenched his fists, and gathered fiery energy into his mouth. Then he bent over, using all his strength until his face contorted, and spat fire at the high-flying monster. The fire was unleashed, rushing like a hungry tiger toward the monster bird, which immediately raised its wings and pulled them back. Its eyes flashed fiercely, then immediately it flapped its wings to counterattack, unleashing a series of sharp curves that struck the flames. The huge flames were quickly swept away by the combined wind, leaving no trace behind. The sharp curves of the 8 directions wind ring, like blades piercing through the fire and cutting into its limbs. The cut areas quickly gushed blood. His head was severed and fell to the ground, and his whole body collapsed as well. The ground kicked up a layer of dust from the shock, the fire imprint, and a voice loudly calling out his name. The 7-color ring of wind continues to exert its pressure, relentlessly attacking the sturdy barrier. While behind Ating, muffled sounds and dust fill the air. Fragments of the barrier shattered and flew everywhere. And Thoka and Thokao, who were maintaining the barrier, couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "That monster bird is too powerful." The monster bird above turns its head to look down, its beak clenched in thought. "I need to hold these guys off first, then wait for the evil dinosaurs to arrive before launching a combined attack." Ating looked up in suspicion at the decisive flight of the monster bird as it flew away. Lester's expression was unclear at that moment. His whole body clenched as sparks flew around him. Ating hurriedly stepped in front with his teeth clenched, trying to buy more time until the other monsters arrived. Lester couldn't accept it. Sparks of his energy crackled around him as he shouted loudly, "Do you think you can kill my people and just walk away?" All you can see is his large hand, with each finger gently curling to form a psychic ability. And suddenly, Lester's whole body emits pink and yellow electric sparks as he quickly crackles. He roared loudly, "Come down here for me." His arm raised. A lightning bolt shot out towards the monster. The flying monster was struck by a lightning bolt on its wing, instantly burning it black and causing it immense pain. Thick black smoke billowed from its wing, and the creature was struck by its own electric ability, injuring its wing and causing it to lose its ability to fly, plummeting rapidly. This scene makes the Ruklong group flying by stop in their tracks, their brows furrowed in panic as they call out, "Your Majesty." The noise and sounds from the other side of the island quickly draw their attention, and Long.ca looks on with concern, exclaiming, "Something's happening over there. Could it be that your bird and your Ruklong detected the fake supernatural powers?" Kalong and Manhwa immediately ran off, complaining as he ran, "I told you. That ugly bird. Didn't I say not to fight when encountering human-like mutants? Wait for the others to gather later." Thoki and Ating watched the wounded monster, both excitedly shouting, "Ugly bird. Accept your death." All three, Thoki, Ating, and Thokao, still with their psychic powers, are about to attack the monster that just fell in front of them. The monster bird, furious, used its uninjured wing to create a gust of wind that attacked them. A series of raging dragons then poured down from above, opening their mouths at the top of Ating's group. Ating quickly spun around, holding a spear and shield in a defensive stance, glaring fiercely at the raging dragons. This monster can control the raging dragons. It seems beast-type abilities don't have that skill. Lester now leaps into the air, his hands crackling with lightning powers, ready to face the raging dragons, while the monster below keeps howling to warn the dragons, "If you're all fighting to come here and seek death, then I'll kill you all." With that, he lunged forward, unleashing lightning from both hands. Thousands of lightning bolts raged down on the Ruklong and the monsters, causing them to cry out in pain. In the forest of the island, groups of giant flying beasts are soaring through the sky. The guards below look up in panic, and Ating turns around with a serious expression to inform everyone that more giant beasts are coming. The violent bullets, They look like streaks of blue flames rushing through the air, darting past the trees in the forest. A swarm of violent projectiles surrounded Ating's group, and the strange bird looked at each high projectile and spoke. That evil dinosaur and silly ape are playing what tricks? It took so long to catch up, and my old dragon dance has already been burned away. The blazing dragons above also formed a defensive formation to block the incoming bullets, causing the violent bullets to surround Ating's group, and he wondered what these glowing orbs actually were. In response, a snap of the fingers signaled the barrage of explosive bullets from Long Ka's side, hidden behind a bush, which then detonated, causing the bullets to scatter into small fragments flying toward Ating's group. The green smoke cloud gradually dispersed after the explosion. Ating's earth spirit and earth turtle lay scattered on the ground, the earth turtle angrily saying, "Damn it. What exactly are these luminous spheres?" Long Ca charged out loudly after a barrage of explosive bullets, asking them as he ran whether his explosive bullets were really so satisfying. No need to rush. The more exciting part is ahead. As they approach the Thokao, Long Ka grits his teeth and swings his massive tail, knocking the Thokao group back quickly. He was knocked high into the air with a loud sound, then thrown back with a big shout. Wow! Then Long Ca grabbed him with his sharp-toothed mouth, and the Thokao screamed in fear. Long Ca immediately pushes him aside, tilts his head, and spits him out. He groans as he falls to the ground, causing a small explosion. As the dust settled, Thokao was already lying in a pit, his body covered in bright red blood. Seeing him like that, Long K suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting out with bloodstains still on his mouth, releasing a powerful aura as waves of sound echoed. The demonic dragon roared in battle. The aftershock caused Atin Tokay and the others to simultaneously panic in fear. Seeing others being controlled by Long Ka's psychic power, Bachu's eyes widened in panic. This is a mental suppression. Then he quickly turned to shout loudly to wake everyone up. It's a mental attack. Everyone, wake up quickly. Wake up quickly. On Long K's side, at this moment, he has died abroad, and behind him, swarms of giant beasts are flying over, causing the entire forest to tremble. Man Yuan's eyes blaze red as he clenches his fists and rushes out from the bushes, shouting loudly, daring to threaten the spirit bird sister. Die all of you for the evil. Manvian's large hands slowly lowered, forming a shadow that shielded the rooster in front, causing it to fearfully step back. Suddenly, Manvian's fist struck down, creating a hole in the ground instantly, with dirt and rocks splattering everywhere, its arm retracting with fresh blood smeared on the stitched wound. Manviang straightened up, clenched his fists, and roared loudly, a circle of energy emanating from him. Long Xia also stepped back to defend and coordinated with Manvian, opening his mouth to unleash his technique, a massive fireball accompanied by lightning and wind. Lester was too slow to react, and Ating saw the prince next to Lao rushing over to warn him. Your Excellency, be careful. He immediately clapped his hands to form a shield, protecting both of them before the raging fireball charged like a beast. But Ating underestimated the pressure from the sphere, and he quickly spat blood, trembling as he blocked the attack. The glow of the violent earth energy rapidly expanded and caused a mountain peak to explode as it passed. Lang looked up and saw the residual glow of the sphere, exclaiming in amazement. That light was Lamu Yan's destructive earth aura. They had encountered a human skill user. Then he rushed out, quickly instructing Lang and the others to continue escorting the monsters back to the territory, while I went to assist Lamu Yan. Ating and Lester looked up at the distant mountain peak billowing smoke, stunned by the immense power of this beam of light. Lester nearby was also shocked. At least the power of an S rank. That beam had destroyed the gravity fusion missile. Brother Long also stared in shock, thinking, wait a minute, this crystal human figure can reflect the violent earth element of his own. Is this possible? You become serious again and glance at Shao Kahn, telling him to sweep them away. What is the strength of these people? Shao Kahn obeys, and the information of Lester's group is displayed on the system screen one by one. Lester, human-type lightning skill user at S level, Ba True. Human-type soul skill user at S and A levels, Ting. Human-type crystal skill user at S level, Nana. Human-type flight skill user at A level, Agreco. Human-type beastman skill user at A level, Babylon. Human-type commerce skill user at A level. Looking at each person's strength, Long sighed softly. Wait for the ground. Lady level S. Lady level A. Is this a star team? The attack there is at least S rank. It has already destroyed the gravity missile. Captain Long points to Lester's group, warning Manhwa and the monsters. Birds and beasts. These people are all stronger than Elder Hust. Everyone must be careful. Agreko sticks out his tongue like a snake and roars loudly. A blue aura of energy radiating from him as he stares fiercely at Long. In just a moment, Agreko's entire body transformed instantly, becoming larger and turning into a giant beast with scales like a snake, glaring fiercely at the man-beast. After completing the transformation, Agreko opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and roared, causing the entire forest to shake. Long Ki ate. Manhwa and the monster bird tilt their heads and look at him, surprised. As they say, this is beastification and gigantification. The strange transformation of Agreko makes Long Ka frown in anger. But the appearance of this giant divine beast makes me very uncomfortable. Could it be an effective way to accumulate hatred? Agreko opened his huge mouth, howling as he charged at Long. Long leans back, using his lower body as support, one hand holding Agreko's arm, the other gripping his mouth on his neck. Ting also refused to fall behind, transforming the crystal into a weapon, then rushing toward the monster to deal with it. The monster bird, responsible for Lester and Nana, soared high into the sky, summoning its wind skills to create 2 tornadoes that swept toward Lester. Nana then leaps from the ground facing the monster bird, causing it to startle and look at Ting. Nana smirked confidently, narrowing her eyes as she looked at the strange bird. You little bird. Don't think you're the only one who can fly. As Ting finished speaking, a pair of jet-black wings sprouted from behind, their feathers shimmering with a radiant glow. Nana flaps her mysterious black wings and flies toward the strange bird. With 2 sharp swords in Ting's hands, the monster suddenly turned its head and looked down, just in time to see Nana rushing in at full speed, now closing in on its wings. Below, Agreko's hands are desperately trying to tear apart Long Ka's mouth, while Ba Chu stands silently watching. Suddenly, he sensed something and shouted in alarm. Lord Lester, there is the aura of Orvis's soul on this giant dragon. Lester froze, pointing at Long Ka and demanding, what did you say? How does he have the aura of Orvis's soul on him? Ba Chu, looking terrified, quickly removed his mask and replied, I don't know how it did it, but it seems capable of seizing souls. Orvis's soul is missing, along with Husks and the others. All of them have been taken by it. After hearing the old man's words, Lester's whole body erupted with power, his eyes blazing fiercely, killing my son and stealing his soul. I must use the thunder of hell to crush him into dust. Ignoring the battle on the other side. At this moment, in a part of the forest area of the island, a huge hole appeared underground, with sunlight shining down into the deep pit. Under the pit, a purple wall blocks the way, and inside, 2 people are standing in front of the wall. Those 2 are none other than Chu Cook and an old man. Chu Cook forcefully touches the wall, cursing in frustration. Damn it! Discovering the secret realm, but unable to enter. The old man, after taking a sip from his gourd, remembers Long Ka and shakes his head. That Kwai Long should be able to enter the desert. Chu Cook turned his head and glanced at an old man, asking why that Kwai Long could enter. An old man pointed inside and replied, there are also green fluids in the desert after the Bosat from Hudong transformed, proving that these reptiles can freely enter and exit the desert. An old man looked up and told you that the one kneeling had stolen energy from the king of the beasts, so he could also enter. Chu Cook, after hearing this, turned around in disbelief, realizing he could also absorb energy from other creatures. No wonder his strength was so formidable. Suddenly, layers of earth and rocks fell from above, causing both the old man and Chu Cook to sway from the tremor. It seems like Lester's group and the kneeling group are fighting. Another old man smiled and continued, this is good. Lester is about to kick the iron plate this time. Turning to look at Chu Cook beside him, an excited old man suggested, after all, since they can't enter the secret realm even for a moment, why not go outside and have some watermelon? Back to the battle situation at Long Ka. The sky is now a fierce duel between the demon bird and Nana, with Ada launching sharp strikes at the demon bird. The monster bird moved swiftly and gracefully, bending its body to dodge all of Ada's attacks. Nana pursed her lips in a smile, suddenly appearing from above, swooping down towards the monster. It glanced briefly at Ada. As fast as a swallow, the monster spun around, flapping its wings fiercely. A whirlwind of wind and dust rushing toward Nana. And Ada leaned aside to dodge. Nana's weapon swings in a graceful arc through the air before it slashes into the wings of the monster, causing it pain as it opens its eyes and cries out. Nana grabs her flying sword, smugly laughs, saying, "My flying sword can freely change its direction." And suddenly Ada's eyes light up. Nana shouted deathly wind and sword, then swung her lone dao forward, causing it to ripple like a wave and approach the monster bird. The monster, following the flight path of the sword, panicked and dodged the curved attacks, while Babylon below aimed precisely with a sniper rifle and fired a shot into the central joint. The blazing red bullet streaked toward Lone Dao's sharp curves, then cut those curves in half. The curved path of Lone Dao was cut off, causing it to change direction and ram into the struggling monster's wing, which was bleeding from the impact, and it let out a loud cry. Nana saw the injured monster and smiled with delight. "I told you, my Lone Dao can change its flight direction at will. Next I will cut pieces of your flesh off." Below, Manhwa is facing A-Ting, throwing an untrained punch infused with deadly energy towards A-Ting, who quickly steps back to counterattack, with the spear in his hand. Now his whole body is covered in dark energy, his eyes shining brightly, both hands raised to unleash his psychic power, his soul pressing down on Manhwa. Each wave of sound like a magical disturbance slowly approaches Manhwa as he fights against A-Ting. The space around Manhwa quickly changed, becoming surreal as if pulling him in, and Manhwa looked around in panic. At this moment, a huge reptilian beast charges toward Manhwa, opening its long, sharp mouth wide. Then it bit painfully into Manhwa's arm. Manhwa clenched his teeth and glared at it. The reptilian A-King from the jar, snapping back to reality. Manhwa stared in shock at his wounded arm, the spear still embedded in it. Realizing he had been hit by an illusion, Long Ka looked at the monsters and Manhwa struggling, silently thinking that these humans with supernatural abilities have very rich combat experience. One frontline fighter and one support, working together in perfect coordination. Long Ka's eyes show seriousness as he falls into deep thought. Damn it. How can we break this situation? Greco felt insulted and shouted angrily at Long Ka, fighting with the old man distracted. Really not taking me seriously. Lester uses his telekinetic power to hover above and says down to Greco, "Just kill him." Long Ka's entire body was surrounded by a layer of lightning, and he opened his mouth with a long, ringing cry, causing Greco to pause slightly. Come on. Enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning with me." Long Ka, facing the gathered Esper, stared intently at Greco, kneeling in a stance of utmost reverence. Lester watched this scene in shock, unable to believe that after being struck by his lightning, they were only paralyzed for a second and could still fight back against the lightning to attack. Long Ka's entire body was covered in lightning, claws baring as he lunged at Greco, who instinctively dodged by leaping away. After seeing Greco soar high as planned, the spikes on Long Ka's back immediately grew larger, protruding towards Greco. You excitedly shout. The trap is set. Long Ka is now covered in a layer of blue lightning from his powers, with a spiky armor crackling with electricity. Greco, unable to stop in time, widened his eyes in shock as Long Ka's sharp spines on his back emitted sparks of lightning. Staring directly at him, he lowered his head, causing the sharp spines on his back to become more visible, piercing through Greco's body in midair, making him scream in pain. Lester stood there watching this scene, biting his lip and frowning. He also has an electric attribute skill. No wonder he could counter the lightning from earlier, push Greco off his back. Long Ka looked at him and shouted loudly, his face looking just like a murderer. I felt nauseous just seeing him. Godi. He was cut by the sharp thorns and bleeding. Before Long Ka could say another word, Lester struck him hard on the head with his electric hammer. Long Ka gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to lift his head and knock Lester away. He turned his head to look at him, his arm raised, eyes wide with fury. Damn it! How dare you ambush me? As soon as he received the blow, Long Ka swung his arm toward Lester, who blocked the attack with his shield. Long Ka, furious, leaned in and struck the shield hard, forcing Lester to retreat quite a distance. Lester's whole body was now surrounded by lightning, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. If you can also resist electric attacks, then I'll smash your head in. Seeing Lester unleash his skills so intensely, Long Ka paused and couldn't help but marvel. Man, you really look like Captain America. As soon as Long Ka finished speaking, he saw Lester wielding his electric hammer vanish and shoot straight up into the sky. With only the residual lightning glow below, he closed in on Long Ka and decisively brought down a powerful hammer, causing Long Ka to furrow his brow and quickly dodge backward. Lester keeps hitting the lower leg of Long Ka with the hammer, causing him intense pain. One powerful strike lands on the ground beneath his foot, and Long Ka, clutching his leg, cries helplessly, painful and furious. Damn it. The mighty Thunder God doesn't talk about martial ethics. Do you think you're fighting a two-legged boss in a game? Lester didn't answer him. He kept raising the hammer high, preparing for the second strike. Then a series of punches landed all over Long Ka's stomach and legs, while Lester swiftly dodged and only saw flashes of the hammer's glow. Long Ka's body is covered with bruises from the electric hammer strikes, and he is now so overwhelmed by pain that he cannot speak. After tumbling for a while, Long Ka finally lay flat on the ground. And Greco, seeing this, opened his mouth and shouted loudly before rushing in quickly. His foot rises and falls repeatedly, stomping on Long Ka's face as he collapses to the ground in pain. Greco didn't control his strength and forcefully stomped on Long Ka's face, prompting Manhwa nearby to rush over, while the flying monsters quickly dodged Luandao's descending attacks toward Long Ka. Even though worried, he still teased him with a taunting remark. You evil dinosaur, what kind of trick are you up to? And you're even worse than me. Manhwa and the monster bird rush swiftly toward Long Ka, while Lester quickly hurries to their side. He grins mischievously, signaling to the monster bird. I've been waiting for you to get close to him. After saying that, he immediately struck with a punch, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that pressed down on Long Ka and the others below. The lightning bolts strike towards Long Ka, standing on the ground. While monsters and Manhwa rush over, they all cry out as they are hit by the lightning. The monster bird, affected by the man earlier, is temporarily unable to fly and is slowly falling. Manhwa kneels below, raising his head and shouting. Sister Lin Diu, Kim Diu appears. A flash of light erupts from the forest, and suddenly a sharp sword strikes toward Long Ka. That sword strike was like a streak of light moving at maximum speed, hitting Greco's neck and injuring him. As the residual glow of the sword's light gradually dissipates in the air, it is also the moment when Greco's head is severed from his neck, tumbling onto the ground. Lester, Nana, Babylon, and Ating all jump in surprise, their faces filled with horror as they shout his name. Greco. An Lung rushes out from the forest, stepping on branches, holding two tightly gripped swords. As a warning voice rings out, be careful. He's as dangerous as his name. An Lang descends and lands on Greco as he slowly falls, his face hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, Greco's body was propelled forward, and the cut on his body once again sprayed blood. An Lang's body like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight toward Lester above. A swift and beautiful sword strike is unleashed by An Lang, followed by a blinding beam of light, and Lester quickly raises his shield to defend. Lester clenched his teeth and raised his shield to block the sword energy from An Lang. His strength is truly formidable. An explosion caused by their psychic powers erupts, knocking both of them back in opposite directions. Long Xia rises from the ground, radiating a fierce aura, daring to step on the handsome face of the old man. The old man must wipe them all out. If the team is assembled, then let's execute a dazzling coordinated attack. Laman quickly orders Manhwa and Mvn to capture the target. Manhwa, the commander, reached out towards Ating, while behind him, Long.ca opened his mouth and spat out a violent bullet. Ating used his psychic power to raise his hands and block the incoming explosive bullets. The destructive power of this blast is even greater than before, causing a sudden explosion that sends Ating flying backward with the force of the shockwave. Manhwa seized the opportunity and grabbed him with his hand. He grinned triumphantly. He got you now. Ating. Caught, he said nervously. This is bad. Brother Long happily watched Manhwa hold Ating in his palm, then kissed him deeply and said, Mvn, hold on tight. Watch me blow him up. Ating is caught by Manhwa, his eyes blazing with energy, and his whole body radiating with his powers, trying to imprison me. It's not going to be that easy. As he finished speaking, Manvien's hand was pierced through by shards of crystallized energy. Blood flowing from the wound. Brother Long, from the opposite side, is gathering his energy to form a massive destructive earth sphere aimed at Manvien. Ting, now encased in crystal within Manvien's hand, looked at the approaching sphere in panic, thinking he's gone mad. Gone mad. Is he so desperate that he doesn't even need his teammate's arm anymore? The sphere shoots straight toward the arm holding Ting. A blinding light from the energy source illuminating the area, while dust clouds rise from the shockwave behind. Ting's mouth bleeds as he looks at the protective crystal, laughing loudly. Haha, you fool dinosaur. Making my crystal reflect your light. You can't kill me. After Ting's words, the trajectory of the sphere changes, forming a jagged path that shifts in a different direction. Ting watched this scene with a smile. Haha, see that? Your light is useless against me. Manvien stepped back, his legs buckling to steady his body, creating friction that dragged a winding line across the ground. Manvien's whole body tensed up. He raised his head and roared loudly, causing the crystal to refract the beam, controlling the sphere to change direction and attack another target. Ting was now panicking. Oh no. They are changing the direction of the refraction. He shouted loudly to Nana. Nana, get out of the way. But he hadn't finished speaking when a sudden burst of rage surged forward, charging at Nana above. Ata couldn't react in time and could only watch as the shining sphere approached closer, then could only let out a desperate scream. Then a sky-shaking explosion erupted. Ting cried out in pain. Nana. Damn it. Damn it. The two monsters once again used their crystals to reflect. Suddenly he collapsed into Manvien's huge hand, his body covered with sharp crystalline spikes twisting inside his palm as he looked up in confusion. Manvien's eyes flash fiercely as he claps his hands together, still stubbornly resisting. Trying to kill me. Haha, my defense is the strongest on the surface of the earth. Not letting him laugh for too long. Long K stepped forward, pressing his palms against Manvien's hands, showing disdain. Oh, I see. I really want to see how many seconds the strongest on the surface of the earth can resist. As they finished speaking, Manvien and Long Ka joined forces, pressing their palms together tightly, causing the ground beneath them to shift accordingly. Ting inside is forced to the point of a distorted face, his tongue flicking out blood, his eyes bloodshot as he screams for help. No. No. Save me. Save me. Save me. Ting's cry for help echoed through the forest. But hardly anyone paid attention, because Lester was busy fighting with On Long. The shattered fragments of the crystal broke apart. Blood splattered out. And inside, Ting was shattered into pieces. Seeing his teammates fall one by one, Lester's face turned pale with horror as he exclaimed, "2 more people have died." The 3 of them also looked up and muttered, "Even Ting S rank has died. How strong are these monsters really?" Babylon also couldn't help but look up, his eyes wide with shock, and he shouted loudly, "Ting, see, we killed them," just like smashing a fly. Longka rushed forward shouting, "If you invade my peaceful island, you'll be crushed by the vehicle." And Manvien also swung his fist, shouting after Longka. Babylon activates the gun in his hand and turns to the 3 characters, requesting, "Lords, please help me hold them off for a few seconds." Longka stopped, reached out to block Manvien, and gently reminded him, "Be careful. That strange gun in his hand feels very dangerous." The 3 characters raise their hands, and the old man's body is enveloped in a dark aura as he begins to chant, strange symbols appearing. Immediately, magical circles appeared around Manvien and Longka, forming a battlefield that enclosed both of them. From within the swirling circles, mysterious symbols on chains gradually emerged. They quickly wrap around his arms, and Manvien's body sees the chains approaching him. Longka frowns. "Damn it. What is this?" Manvien is tightly bound and screams loudly. The gun in Babylon's hand is now charged with energy, and a bright beam shoots out from its barrel. He leans back and uses his strength to hold up the gun. "You damn beasts. Try the taste of gravity." Longka and Manvien are now bound by chains and unable to move, with exploding bullets above them. They resemble a large fishing net cast overhead to trap the 2 from above. The water shell bursts out, with the inside resembling a separate space pressing down on Longka and the others. And he couldn't help but be amazed. The gravity field. The gravity field. Manvien beside him also stared in shock. both of them being forced to bend over. Was that a gravity bomb? And is there also a handheld gravity weapon like this? Babylon keeps firing gravity bullets, his whole body excited as he shouts, "Haha, I will crush you all, crush you all." Inside the space, Lanka and Manvian are now bloodied, while Babylon outside laughs heartily. The bigger they are, the greater the gravity they must endure, feeling your internal organs shattering under the force. Ha ha ha. Lester then laughed proudly. Well done. Babylon raised his hammer and struck again, adding his strength to them. Both Lanka and Manvian had to endure the pressure of gravity while also taking a blow from the electric shock. They immediately fell down screaming in pain. Lang and the monster bird both looked up and called out to them. Ouyen. Mvian, the evil dinosaur. The silly ape. Lanka pushed himself and told Manvian, who was nearby in the same situation, that Mvian and that guy were right. Our bodies are large, so the gravity we endure will be even stronger. I count 1, 2, 3, and we all turn into human form, then jump across the river. Manvian quickly agrees without hesitation. Yes, yes. Mr. Long. Lanka pushes his whole body, the pressure from the inner space growing stronger. He loudly counts 1, 2, then shouts the final word loudly. 3. As Manvian nearby begins to glow and transform. In just a moment, Manvian's form transformed back into a human, but the light of change still flickered across his body. As if sensing something, he suddenly looked up with a start. During Manvian's transformation, Lanka used his massive body to shield Manvian from above. Seeing that you still haven't changed your form, she asked in amazement. Long, why haven't you turned into a human? Lanka used his hands and feet to kneel and support himself, and with a gentle pressure he replied, You fool. We all turned into humans. Who would save you from the gravity field? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened his mouth to gather his skills and form a sphere of explosive bullets. Then the sphere of energy fully enveloped Manvian, who was pushed out of the gravity field before he could react, and he could only turn his head and call out, Brother Long. Lester watched the whole process and then exploded with rage, transforming into a human. You really are beast-type skill users pretending to be humans. His eyes bloodshot and glaring fiercely at Lanka's group. Who gave you the guts to kill my son Orvis? Lester, after finishing his words, gathered all his strength and launched an attack at Lanka to vent his anger. If you want to save your comrades, then let you bear my fury alone. This blow causes a fierce shockwave, causing explosions all around, and Lanka inside screams in agony. Manvian, outside the gravity field, seeing Lanka like that, shouted loudly. Brother Long, An Lang and Manvian quickly rushed towards Lester, shouting loudly as they lunged forward. I have to kill you. Manvian's entire body transforms back into a beast, and without hesitation, he throws a punch at Lester, who dodges and dismissively scoffs at the commanding officer. Watching Manvian wildly throw punches and kicks in anger, Lester, from above, mutters helplessly. A man driven only by rage and powerlessness. Manvian below swung his arms, kicked and punched repeatedly at Lester, ignoring his taunting and mocking words. An Lang suddenly appears in front of Lester, grabbing the sword in his mouth, catching him off guard. An Lang, with murderous intent, swung a precise fist towards Lester, while wielding his sword and shouting loudly, Die already. Lester gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, using all his strength to block this blow. Damn it. An explosion erupts in the sky as two forces collide, shards of weapons flying in all directions, before Lester's shield, which was soaked from the recent defense, was split in two, and he was thrown aside, the aftermath of the battle causing him pain and distress. The monster bird flies over to get it. An Lang descends and lands right on its head, the monster bird's eyes glaring ahead as it says, glaring fiercely, ready to kill him in one swift strike. An Lang did not respond to the monster bird's words, but continued to take advantage of the momentum to jump, like a fierce god reaching out with his hand rushing forward. Bok Chu below extends his hand, trying to unleash a protective skill on Lester, who is being chased by An Lang. Manvian realizes his plan and quickly turns around, shouting loudly. Not good. He's trying to release the Xingshik skill again. To prevent him from achieving his goal, Manvian strode forward aggressively towards the old man. The old man glanced at Manvian, quickly raised one hand, and unleashed his soul skill again. Manhwa, running forward, was caught by the power of the old man, causing him to fall face down on the ground, the impact making the earth shake, and he let out a faint cry of pain. After grabbing Manhwa's leg, he immediately raised his hand again, unleashing the soul skill towards An Lang. The whirlpools formed inside the dragon's scales, and seeing them, the monster bird let out a cry. This is bad. Soon the chains tightly wrapped around Lang and the monster, both struggling in vain. They lost control of their bodies and immediately fell to the other side of the forest. Brother Long clenched his teeth and frowned as he assessed the situation. If this continues, we'll all be killed. That thunder god on the middle stage is the hardest to deal with. We must take him down. Remembering the violent scene where the exploding bullet pushed Manhwa out of the gravity field, Long Ca lost consciousness. The speed of the exploding bullet didn't slow down. So won't my other skills be unaffected by the gravity field? Thinking quickly, he crouched down and shouted, then opened his mouth to reveal a blinding blue light inside. Long Got looked up with his mouth wide open. A dazzling blue light. The long life and death survival skill. And a swarm of small dragons formed around him. You point and order the small dragon group. Guys, do you see those 3 humans? Beat them up? The little dragons smile cunningly and reply, got it. One of them, the leader, raised his hand to call the others to count. Brothers. 1, 2, start counting. 1, 2, 3. Each of them raised their hand to count in order. Long.ca watched helplessly. You clench your fists and open your mouth like a lice. I told you to go beat the enemies. What are you doing now? They were scared by you and ran away in chaos. They quickly straighten up and report together. Reporting to the boss. We are dividing into teams and assigning attack targets. The others also step forward to speak. Team 1 attacks the white-haired name, meaning Babylon. Team 2 attacks the dead fish, referring to Bachu. And Team 3 attacks the southeast land, meaning Lester. Brother Long is speechless watching their deployment scene. Stunned, the battle has become intense. But with their appearance, it suddenly quiets down. Lester scratches his head in confusion. What kind of monsters are these? Batru also couldn't help but wonder. The battlefield was peaceful. So why does it suddenly feel like being in a kindergarten? Before he could finish speaking, the small little Long and his group flew over with wicked smiles. Let's fight. Let's fight. They split up and fly in different directions out of the gravity field. One group heading toward Babylon, who is holding his gun defensively, putting the gun on target. Babylon aimed and said, I've seen these before. It was them who blew up the office chief. His bullets had no effect on Long Ca and the little ones. They easily dodged and laughed maliciously, their eyes shining as they rushed toward Babylon. He opened his eyes wide and shouted in surprise. Damn it. I couldn't do anything to them. Long Ouyen's spiritual energy excitedly rushes towards the old man wearing a cowboy hat, shouting, to receive the fire led by our father. He leans back, placing both hands on the ground to dodge, saying, I avoid. Then the spiritual energy immediately rushed at him. He jumped up to escape on both legs. I dodged. When it charged again, he quickly placed his hands behind his head and twisted his waist to dodge. I dodged again. But these actions also caused him to stumble and collapse onto the thick ground. It seems that as long as they don't touch him, we won't explode. Looking in all 3 directions and rushing away, he exclaimed in shock. Damn it. It can change direction too. Is this a tracking ability? Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his shoulder. Hey, what are you looking at? He looked over confused, seeing Ling Chi covering his mouth and giggling. He was terrified, shook his head, opened his mouth wide and shouted, Damn it. Why is there another one here? He was stunned, pointing at it and asking why you are here. Weren't the 3 of you supposed to split up and attack separately? The spiritual energy you fold your arms and reply angrily. You idiot. We did that on purpose. This is called strategic deception. At this moment, from above, another spiritual energy caught sight of the argument between the 2 sides and angrily pointed at Lester. The cowardly one. Playing with us. Didn't we agree to attack this lightning guy together? It died. He forced a faint smile and replied fine. Actually, it was mainly because the weakest one said that, which made him look grim and scared. Then it suddenly unleashed its power. So it dealt with the person first and then caused an explosion. A big explosion suddenly occurs, and he is knocked away without time to react. Now that the gravity pressing on Lamu Yan has been lifted, he happily praises them. Well done, everyone. He stood up and sighed with relief. Finally, free from that deadly gravity, which was pushing him even more. Living late would have turned him into a meat patty. The attacking group saw the target defeated and angrily scolded him. This cowardly guy didn't show any honor. That's right. Clearly, that was our target. Then, the two guys from the group rushed forward. Brothers, if he has taken our target, then we will go beat that Loi Dia Nam. Another guy worriedly tried to stop him. Do we really have to go? That guy seems very strong. Batru immediately used the soul chain to shoot out the chains, trying to trap the spiritual energy but failing. He looked terrified, glaring and shouting. Damn it. This soul tether can imprison both the soul and the body. But these things, aren't they souls? Clearly. It's a vengeful spirit's face. So why aren't they souls? Did they appear just now? Then all three charged in and exploded into a fierce battle, causing the old man to bleed and collapse on the spot. Lester is covered in sparks, sweating, and in disbelief. No way. He's an S-rank psychic. He wouldn't be easily blown up like that. He frowned in anger and reached out his hand. Damn it, are all spirit-type psychics' physiques so weak? Then he released a bolt of electricity from his hand, causing one of your spirit energies to explode. Lester happily opened his mouth and laughed loudly, wondering if his electric power could destroy these spirits. Then he struck again, killing more spirits, causing the remaining three to fearfully cry and run away. Mom, this guy's strength is too powerful. We're no match for him. It's only your first trip out. You can't be defeated. Seeing Lam Yen leading the charge. These three cowards are finished. Truly shameful for your fathers. Lester was determined not to let them escape, immediately unleashing 3 lightning bolts to destroy them all, then arrogantly tilting his head back and laughing mockingly, showing how useless their tactics are against him. Suddenly he sensed something unusual behind him and turned around to check. Lam Yen, fierce and aggressive, stepped forward. The man wielding the electric whip refused to die, then used his move, the Qilong Kin, to cut and slash. A vortex forms in the sky as a heavy strike crashes down, knocking him to the ground and creating a cloud of dust. The smoke gradually clears to reveal a land full of cracks and fractures. Lester, covered in wounds and with torn clothes, struggled to get up, furious as he cursed. No one has ever beaten me to this extent before. You all will pay 100 times over. He declared with blazing eyes that he would risk everything and make all of you turn to dust. Lester angrily shot up, unleashing lightning bolts that made the ground tremble and rocks fall. Then the lightning spread even more fiercely, and he stood in front of Man Vien with the monster behind him. He suddenly unleashed a thunderstorm, causing lightning bolts to shoot straight at you, followed by Lester wielding the Inferno Spear to fiercely attack. Seeing that, Ouyen angrily shouted, Damn it. This one is about to die. How are we supposed to assign tasks? Man, Yuan worriedly said. What should we do? The number is too many. We can't handle it. The wide-toothed monster with annoyed wings said, Are you dying already? I won't accept that. Afraid of pain, Lang Nuyet said, as she looked up. This is the true strength of an S-rank powerhouse. He took a deep breath and made up his mind to fight back before he died. Then unleashed the violent bullet technique, sending out the blue bubbles. The attacks from both sides collide and cancel each other out. But Lester's arrows are numerous, and the balloons can't block them all, damn it. There are still so many. You're out of breath and panicking. It's not good. We're running out of space. Lam Ouyen angrily shouted. Dying or not? How can the man say he can't? Give me the life orb in exchange for my life. The more the better. We're about to die. Accumulating so many points for evolution. What's the use of that? My sword appears and follows your orders. Lam Ouyen desperately forces the life orb into his mouth and bites down fiercely, just risking everything. Then he keeps firing explosive bombs. Explosive bombs. Soon after, the Zhao Daolong became serious, drew his sword, and shouted, Let's risk it. Then he continuously slashed sharp sword strokes. Kim Ruu Cham. The monsters also join forces. Northern Wind Ring. We must stop these early lightning spears. The largest stone fragment roars and throws, and I throw the ball. The cannonballs and spheres collided with the blades and wind rings, rising up to face his lightning bolts. Lam Ouyen's mouth puffs out smoke as he sighs, about to die. Although he has gained the fruit of life, The energy it provides isn't enough for his own head. Seeing the lightning bolts rushing like rain, you said, luckily, more than half of the bolts had been repelled by us earlier. Then you turned around decisively and said the rest can only rely on their strength to withstand. Seeing Lamu Yan stretch out his hand to catch the monstrous creature and shouting loudly, "You evil dinosaur, what are you doing?" he firmly replied, "Don't come here. I can hold it with my raw flesh and bones." He uses his body to block all the lightning arrows, crying out in pain. Seeing that, Zhao Dao Lang is terrified. "Lam Ouyen!" Kwai Dia Susat shouted. "The evil dinosaur." Manvian Hoang Mang called out. "Ang Long." Lam Ouyen was knocked back by the force of the arrows and fell backwards. Your body glows with lightning, causing the villagers to shrink back, transforming the dinosaur form back into a human. The lightning strikes so fiercely that your hair stands on end. Seeing him fall to the ground in pain, Manhwa asked, worriedly, "Why did Long turn back into a human?" And Kwaidu replied, "His stamina must have been severely drained to revert back to human form. I remember that Lord Bai Bai also experienced this kind of situation before." Lester happily chuckled and said, "Having been turned back into a human form, the victory still belongs to me, despite your setbacks. Are you afraid of pain?" Lang can't hold back anymore and immediately drew his sword to mock. "That previous attack must have completely exhausted you." "Right. He doesn't boast now." He raises the syringe to respond. "I brought the essence of life fluid. I can become as strong as a dragon instantly. I told you. I want to turn you all into dust." Long Yan sneered and slowly stood up. Still unsure who would win or lose, "You happily carry out your big gun. But anyone who truly thinks I was turned back into a human after being beaten is mistaken. I just think this form makes it easier to control the gravity gun." Zhang Lam Yan immediately fired a giant white sphere. "If you're going to play with such a fun weapon, I also want to join in for a bit." The sphere shot straight into the screen in front of him. Lester was shocked to see this. It immediately caused him to fall from above. Damn it. Damn it. The great gravity made Lester crash to the ground, causing the syringe in his hand to roll away. You excitedly laugh and keep firing. "My powerful cannon is truly formidable." He angrily tries to climb out of the pit, cursing, "You bastard. You despicable son of a bitch. I won't let him unleash his terrible power any longer." With a furious shout, "I curse him, damn it. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I will make you all die. Go. Die, everyone." Everyone watched as he unleashed his thunderous power to suppress gravity. Both of them were startled and immediately shouted out, "This is bad, he's going to self-destruct." The death spirits suddenly felt something happening behind them and turned their heads to look back. As soon as I saw him, I realized Lam Ouyen had returned to his monster form, his entire body emitting streams of blue lightning. "Even the spines on your back have turned a light blue." He confidently told her, "Don't worry. I will not let him get away with it." Lam Ouyen opens his mouth wide. A powerful stream of energy with a burst of light pouring out from deep within his throat as he unleashes a fierce, explosive attack. The massive energy blast unleashed by Lam Ouyen, accompanied by purple lightning, quickly heads towards the energy sphere created by Lester. The giant energy sphere from above descends, sealing off all of his escape routes, leaving him only able to stand still and look up as it approaches. He let out a desperate scream as his upper body was swept away by the powerful energy. The attack launched by Lam Ouyen struck Lester, piercing into the ground behind him and causing a massive explosion. When the dust settled, only the lower half of him remained, kneeling on the ground in the deep hole Lester had created. While Lam Ouyen exhaled a few puffs of smoke, the man at the front couldn't hold back his excitement and jumped up shouting, "We won! We won!" After catching his breath, he quickly threw a life orb into his mouth, reminding the man to not celebrate too early. There is still a boat on the sea carrying many human skill users. Lam Ouyen casually threw a bunch of life orbs towards the man team, while the monsters and Dao Lang had gathered in front of him, still alert to their teammates. If they all have strength comparable to this bunch, it will be very troublesome. Come on. Eat the life fruit quickly and recover your stamina. The corpses of Nana and half of Lester's body lie in a straight line on the ground, their bodies emitting a faint yellow light, from which small energy spheres float out. Here are the bodies of A Ting, Babylon, and a masked man, all in similar condition, with energy spheres constantly emanating from their corpses. Xiaoguan, holding a staff that looks like a wizard's wand, wearing a witch's robe, lifts a cloth to wipe his face, then speaks contentedly while gathering the small energy spheres together. All right. Useless master. The primal life energy is cooked and ready. Time to eat. Lamu Yan stood apart from the group of monsters. Manhwa and Dao Lang sitting in a circle, calculating intently, and looked at the life spheres, asking Tiao Quan with curiosity, "Little Quan Kong, why are there 9 bodies but only 8 sources of primal life energy?" Xiao Quan Khan shrugged and replied, "I don't know either. I couldn't find the primal energy of that human named Ba. Did you beat him so badly that his body and soul are both destroyed?" Lam Ouyen looked at it speechless, sighing heavily. "Your body and soul have been killed. Little Quan Khan, please stop reading fantasy novels." Although he said that, you didn't pay much attention and quickly gathered the life spheres into your hand, then threw each one into your mouth and left, hoping to get a new skill to drop. The first sphere just entered the stomach, and the system announced, "Din, you have successfully seized the original life force of the human crystal type S-level skill Mimic. The defense power of the armor increases, and the armor on the back glows as it is transformed by the system." Feeling unworthy and frustrated, "Damn it, I'm exhausted." "Fine then. You won't give up. Head back and keep swallowing one life orb after another. Each time a sphere is swallowed, the system immediately displays a notification. Din, you have successfully seized the original life essence of the divine level human skill at level A. Fate conversion points 280. 0 times dose. Ding. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human mimicry skill in the fire system level A. Fate transformation point 250. 0 times dose. Zing. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human skill mimicry of the aerial system level A. 200. 000 points of divine transformation doubled. And Lam Ouyen helpless, tears streaming down her face. Why is it all about divine points? Instead of abandoning the image of a cool black dragon with wings in my imagination, or I even thought that the wind system would drop wings. How awesome would that be? Just as Lam Ouyen was overwhelmed with disappointment, the system announced that Din had successfully seized the original life essence of the human lightning system S-rank skill Mimic. You have obtained a special skill reward. The Thunderbolt Cannon. Xiao Kong raised his staff happily and cheered, congratulating the owner on acquiring a new skill. Lam Ouyen also clenched his fists with excitement, his previously disappointed dragon eyes now shining brightly. Ah, they tried it. Xiao Kong quickly displayed a large screen showing Lam Yuan firing a powerful energy beam from the spines on his back, explaining that the electrolysis cannon accelerates charged particle clusters and releases them to destroy all objects. Lam Ouyen looked at the illustration and felt speechless, helplessly suggesting to it, "Kokun, can you please not look so terrifying?" Then he reached out to pick up the gun he just used. Lam Ouyen remembered how he had to use almost all his strength to struggle and pick up the gun from the ground, then slightly leaned over to ask Tu Kon, who was floating in front of him, "Little Kon, tell me, if I swallow this gravity gun, could I gain gravity control skills or not?" Xiao Kong really just shrugged and laughed. "You really are a glutton. Careful, you might have indigestion." But Lam Ouyen was not upset about not being able to eat the gun. He covered his mouth and chuckled mischievously, thinking about the Manhwa and the strange 2 people during the weightlifting training who couldn't lift the homemade weights used for practice, and told Tia Kon, I'll put this into the system space for now and study it later. I suddenly thought of a pretty good training method." He. While Lam Yen was still smirking at his own calculations, the corpse of the twin-shaped demon, Rook Long, was covered in a cloud of black smoke. Its body was soft and limp as it slowly sat up, its insides now replaced with the soul of the Overlord. And he silently exhaled. Luckily, the old man has a soul extraction technique and the ability to possess other creatures. Otherwise, this time he'd be selling salt. It took him a moment to help the monster's body stand on its own 2 feet, trembling slightly but maintaining his composure, while silently thinking that even Lester was killed. He must report this to the Lord immediately. It awkwardly and slowly soared into the sky, then quickly sped away, feeling dissatisfied and plotting in its mind. You can't possess another person's body, so you'll just find a monster to take over first, and wait until you return to the ship to find someone to exorcise. Still not forgetting to grind his teeth in hatred towards Lam Yen's group, he pretended to wait there. Those damned monsters. I will definitely invite the Lord to settle this score here. Lamu Yan notices the island soldiers, but remains very calm. Then casually points at the monster beside him and throws in a few sharp words. All my subordinates pretend to be dead. But whatever happens at the end of the fight, those monsters just glance at you and then clarify. I don't have subordinates like that. Zoa Dao Lang also raised his head to watch the fleeing bird, suspiciously noting that this twin-headed fiery dragon seemed a bit strange. His neck was already twisted that badly, yet he was still alive. When suddenly a loud screeching noise sounded beside him. Could it be a zombie? Lam Ouyen quickly regained his serious demeanor, waving his hand majestically and saying, "Forget it. Leave it be. Let's go meet our other friends." He pursed his lips but looked very serious, his whole body also in a defensive stance. Behind him, monsters and strange creatures were all ready to fight. Everyone in the group looked forward cautiously, and Lam Ouyen, taking the role of spokesperson, said, "I ask you too, how long do you plan to keep watching? Stop hiding already. I've known about you for a long time." From behind the large trees, two people, Mulao and Zhuji, slowly emerged, with the old man holding a large flask in his hand, smiling as he explained to Lam Ouyen, "Haha, we're just here to see if we can find any openings. But you're the real one." Even an S rank was killed. Lam Ouyen clenched his fingers and growled at the two, while behind him, Man Vien and the others also looked over warily. Could it be that it's not your doing? That you just let it go? That you didn't intervene to help those bastards? And of course you don't see yourselves as enemies. Then he descended from above, glancing at the two people below, asking his question, while also not forgetting to utter some threatening words. "But I am very curious why humans suddenly appeared on Cook Ouyen Island. I hope you can give me an answer that satisfies me." Chu Cook, hearing your question, stepped forward and spoke on behalf of both of them. But he also cautiously set a condition for the Lam Ouyen group. "Because of your relationship with Mok Lao, I will tell you what I know. But first, I want to confirm that you are truly not human skill users." The four members of Lam Ouyen's group all looked at Juju with suspicion, not to mention Man Yuan, who even pointed to his head as if asking for clarification. Lam Ouyen still spoke on behalf of the group, shrugging and asking him, "Why do you think we are just human-shaped monsters, when we are all genuine monsters living on Cook Ouyen Island?" Master Cook still held his opinion, raising his head to ask again, "So how can you transform into human form and even possess such intelligence?" Lam Ouyen then exaggerated and assumed, smugly pointing at Chukuk and confidently asking, "Are you saying we're smart? Haha. In a place of such blessed feng shui as Cook Ouyen Island, where the land is rich with talented people, isn't being smart just a basic requirement for us?" Even Chu Cook, hearing such self-praise, couldn't help but be speechless. But Lam Ouyen didn't pay much attention to his attitude, still pointing his finger at Chu Cook and slightly leaning his large body to look at them. "So you're the one who's proud and questions us, and you only allow you guys to become monsters, but not us to transform into weak human forms." Lam Ouyen, recalling the monstrous forms of Mu Lao and Zhu Ju, firmly confirmed that you are awakened humans and we are awakened monsters. Chu Cook stroked his chin, considering your words. There's some truth to it." Lam Ouyen saw that he was starting to be persuaded. "While the iron is hot, I bow my head and ask again. Can you now tell me why you appeared on Cook Ouyen Island?" He finally no longer doubted, and the image of superpower users with different abilities like turning to stone, flying, controlling fire, and manipulating water appeared in his mind, and he began explaining to Lam Ouyen that 200 years ago on Lam Tin, many people suddenly awakened superpowers, possessing various abilities, and could grow stronger through continuous cultivation. A sea area with submerged mountain peaks rising above the water, where the remains of ships and planes that sank here can be seen on the surface. A vast, desolate, and barren desert with a row of tall statues, with strange human faces lined up across a wide field. With the appearance of the supernatural, humans turned their gaze to the mysterious forbidden areas that were previously inaccessible. In a strange stone room, a supernatural being sits cross-legged practicing cultivation, while ancient inscriptions on the stone floor keep glowing. Underground in these forbidden areas, humans have discovered secret realms where the energy is surging, and training inside can rapidly increase one's strength. Inside a vast cave, a group of people happily take photos beside the carcass of a giant monster. Furthermore, The secret realms also contain giant beasts, strange monsters, and are equipped with weapons and treasures of great power. The scene shifts to a vast underground stone chamber filled with gold, silver, and precious gems, where a group of people cheer excitedly. So, all the major supernatural factions around the world are fighting to find and seize undiscovered secret realms that have no owners. Finally, Uncle Cook mentioned Ouyen Island, and the scene unfolds as he describes a sea with a split sky, one side bright and the other dark, storm clouds swirling, lightning striking down onto the ocean, and the giant whirlpools on Ouyen Island. It is a forbidden area that has been discovered by humans with supernatural powers in recent years. The waters outside Ouyen Island contain underground springs, thick storm clouds, and can render all human scientific equipment useless, making exploration impossible. Chu Kook finished speaking and immediately tightened his grip, his face grim as he mentioned the forces aiming for Ouyen Island. So the Lester family in North America has mobilized all their strength to investigate the secret realm targeting Ouyen Island. Uncle Kook imagined a powerful esper sitting atop a high peak, surrounded by waves of chaotic gold-colored energy. Behind him, a giant shadow with glowing red eyes spreads a cruel smile. And below him, many power users are gathered. His words sounded like a warning to Lamu Yan's group, and they even invited a major figure from the Holy Church of Sin, one of the strongest forces in North America, to help. Lamu Yan, hearing that, looked at the bodies of the recently defeated Esper and asked Ju Ji, "Is the big figure you mentioned also hiding here?" Kook looked at the bodies and revealed the identities of a few of them to Lamu Yan. The lightning element user was the current head of the Lester family in North America, and the person in black was a special envoy of the Holy Church of Sin. Then he looked up again and seriously warned you that if that important person arrives, this battle won't be as simple as it seems. Lamu Yan, hearing Chu Kook's implication, couldn't help but be a bit surprised and asked again, "So you mean there are even more powerful people on the boat than that Lester guy?" The two guards beside him also looked on with serious expressions. Uncle Kook then remembered the luxurious room in the Holy Palace, where several figures stood around a majestic man sitting on a high throne. Min Toi Holy Church has a church leader and 6 grand elders, named after the 7-year-old disciple. This time, the person invited by the Lester family is Du Chi, one of the 6 great elders of the Holy Temple, an SS-level metal elementalist woman. In Uncle Kook's story, a tall woman appears, even taller than the skyscrapers in the human world. Her entire body was covered in a metal armor, but she was originally an ordinary A-grade metal esper from the Holy Temple. But during an exploration of a mysterious realm, they obtained a miraculous super metal resource, and after perfected, they successfully ascended to SS rank, becoming the 6th elder of the Holy Temple of Min Toi. Hearing Chu Kook's description, an image of a muscular, towering little Li appeared in Lam Yan's mind, taller than skyscrapers. He was excitedly showing off his strength but couldn't help but shed tears. "Oh my god. This is the true powerful Loli." Shuo Daolong remained very calm, looking down from above and asking Uncle Ji, "What is her fighting style? What kinds of skills does she have? Do you know about this?" Chu Kook closed his eyes and shook his head in helplessness before replying. Since becoming a senior, he rarely fought. The intelligence I have is only about before she was promoted, so it's not very useful. Lam Yan looked out at the beach again and asked Chu Kook, "Do you know how many more Esper on the battleship and how many gravity bombs are left that could destroy the island? You may look calm on the surface while probing the situation, but inside, you're crying silently. So exhausted. With such intense fighting. Are you done yet, or will you suddenly die from overexertion?" Chu Kook frowned, leaning on his chin as he honestly told Lam Yan that most of the people on the battleship are ordinary and B-rank Esper, posing no threat to you. But the Lester family and Min Toi City definitely have A-rank and even S-rank experts. The Death Spirit bird couldn't help but worry upon hearing that and turned to tell Lam Yan, "You evil dinosaur. If these people come ashore, it will cause trouble." Lam Yan furrowed his brow and worried about a different issue, imagining massive blasts of force bombs like enormous beams of light descending from the sky onto the island. And he heavy-heartedly told the evil bird that if they only went to the island, there was no need to worry too much. "The thing I fear most is that they find out Lester and the others have all died here. And in their shame and anger, they'll use gravitational bombs to destroy this place." But suddenly recalling what Uncle Kook just said, Lam Yan couldn't help but wonder and turned around to ask him, "Yes. You just said this island would render all scientific and technological resources useless, but why can they now board boats, drones, and even bombs into the island? Master Ku couldn't help but think of the waters outside the island, where dark clouds churned and drones flying into the island's airspace all crashed into the sea. The ship has been in the Tien Kiem Sea area for a month now, and we detected a mysterious energy outside Ouyen Island that can disable all electronic devices. No matter how many drones or reconnaissance planes try to enter the Ouyen Sea area, they all become ineffective. But today, that mysterious energy suddenly vanished. Lamu Yan, upon hearing that, immediately remembered the recent battle with the Death Reptile King, and thought to herself, could that mysterious energy be related to the Death Reptile King? Today is the day we face the Death Reptile King. Could that mysterious energy be connected to him? The Chu on the other side mentioned his origin, which is a city built in ancient Chinese style. It looks like a tall city wall from the outside, with a huge red-painted gate and a sign engraved with the name of the Heavenly Martial Department of Ha Kingdom. Mok Lao and I come from the Heavenly Martial Department of the Huaxia Kingdom, and since this extreme Yin Island is very close to Huaxia, the Heavenly Martial Department discovered its special nature before Lester. Han slightly turned his head, looking at Mu Lao leaning against a large tree, tilting his head back to drink from a wine gourd as he continued speaking. After testing all scientific devices with no results, the Heavenly Martial Department sent Mo Lao to use his Level S fake technique to successfully reach the island for inspection. Lamu Yan, upon hearing the origin of the two uncles, was startled to realize that Bo Thien Vo is from Hoa Ha country, a compatriot from the parallel universe. No wonder they share such a natural kinship through blood. Old Mu lowered the bottle in his hand and, recalling the king of reptilian toxins, continued the conversation with Uncle Suk, saying, I have been exploring Ouyen Island for half a year. They finally discovered that the source of the mysterious energy on Ouyen Island is the Saurian king of the dead. Lamu Yan was shocked and exclaimed loudly, saying that the source was the Saurian king of death, implying that we killed the Saurian king of death. The mysterious energy disappeared, allowing humans with special abilities to infiltrate. And when you said that, the man beside you also showed an expression of surprise. Even the peaceful death is angry and reckless. The Saurian Death Lord and his sons have always harmed this island. How could there be protective energy for the island? And Zoa Daolang next to him also shared the same surprised and shocked feeling as the others. An old man calmly stands under the tree, looking at Lam Uyen's group and affirming that although he is old, he is not confused. The king of the Saurian tyrant is likely a creature from the secret realm of the extreme Yin Island, so it carries mysterious energy that can interfere with electronic devices. Lam Uyen heard those words and couldn't help but hold his head, feeling himself fall into a whirlpool of despair and silently crying out for help. Mom, I really am a doomed dinosaur, killing the rotten reptile king, now facing the hidden danger inside the extreme island. I didn't expect it to lead to a threat from outside. The sky is clear and blue, with warm sunlight shining down, and the air is exceptionally fresh. Lam Uyen clenched her fists and silently made up her mind. I must quickly deal with these people. Lam Uyen looked at you, making the suggestion. Lam Uyen, let's take the opportunity before they react, to proactively strike and attack the warship. Monkey excitedly agrees, making noises. And Lang says it's right. The strange bird flaps its wings and pecks at Lam Uyen, angrily shouting, You idiot! The waters outside Ouyen Island are treacherous with hidden currents and storm clouds overhead. If we try to swim across, with our skills, we basically won't make it. It spreads its wings to show, if you rely only on me to fly you over there. Based on my abilities, I can easily fly out of the storm clouds, but I would become a living target for others to shoot. Lam Uyen looked at the strange bird and smiled, giving a thumbs up to reassure it that he was born in the deep ocean and was an expert in swimming and diving. You tell me your plan. I will go down to the sea first, gradually approach the warship, wait for the chance to attack, and create chaos for you guys. Lam Uyen stroked his chin and continued speaking. Then you and I will descend from the sky to attack the warship. Dao Lang called out. Bird pecking. He asked the monster bird. Can your species fly out of the storm clouds? The strange bird, angry at being called, retorted stubbornly. Stupid. Pay attention when you talk. And responded with a commanding call. My subordinates can basically fly through the storm clouds. It's just that they're not suited for long-distance flights. Otherwise, I would have already taken them away from this damn place. Dao Lang didn't care how the monster called her and continued speaking. Yes, being alone in the sky makes her target too clear. But if there are many blazing dragons, they can hide the eyes and ears of others. And these extreme dragons can also increase my mobility, making it easier to carry out intelligence gathering for you from outside, not far away. Chukuk was puzzled as he listened to their discussion and stammered to call the person sitting drinking beside him. Mew. Mulao. Have the monsters been used to reading military books lately? He was already used to their differences, and replied calmly. You guys are very clever, especially that demon dragon, and it's full of schemes and tricks. The old man pats his head helplessly and sighs. Not afraid of strong monsters, but only afraid of monsters with culture. Out beyond the distant sea, a large metal ship is approaching the island, and a flying dragon-shaped creature is soaring past. On that ship, a young man with long hair happily raises his sniper rifle and says, Look quickly. There's a dragon in the sky. A man dressed in bizarre, bright red tight clothing, seemingly observing openly. This dragon looks quite strange. The person in front, of course, didn't listen and raised the scope. They exchanged a glance, then pulled the trigger. Instantly, the bullet shot through the dragon's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and it died 100 times over. Seeing that he had hit the target, the young man with the gun smiled proudly and said, Haha, it was so easy to take you down. As the body of the dragon fell into the sea, suddenly a shadow appeared on its body, with eyes glowing eerily. The one who is smug doesn't notice this difference and dares to rush forward when I fire my gun. So it must be you. The black shadow rushes back toward the ship, causing a ripple on the water as it passes by. A human face appears before the boy, his eyes wide with shock. Then his face changed color, filled with terror. He couldn't scream. Oh, what is this? Devil. Save me. Save me. But the black shadow appeared behind him, a sinister smile on its face. The gun slips to the ground as the person suddenly raises both hands to choke himself, his face contorting in agony. And the black shadow watches this scene with interest, while the other person was crying out in pain. He kept squeezing tightly. The next moment, the person's facial muscles relaxed, but their condition had changed, with dark circles around their eyes looking very strange. That shadow just now was none other than the boss. He shook his wrist and sighed in dissatisfaction. Yeah, the soul of a C-rank Esper is really tough. Then he turned around and left. But it's better to quickly report the situation on the island to Elder Lu, as it seems nothing has happened here except for a gun lying abandoned on the ground, in front of the main gate. The elder of the Lester family was explaining to two fully covered guards standing watch. The master has sent people to the island. An hour has passed. All communication methods have lost contact, and most likely they have encountered trouble, he expressed. I humbly request Lord Gentil to allow me to take the other members of the Lester family to the island for inspection. Suddenly, a voice rang out. There's no need to go anymore. Everyone who went to the island has already died. And everyone turned to look at the speaker. The elder of Lester looked at the young man before him with suspicion, hesitating. He saw Batru's face and the black aura swirling around the young man's body. And the elder shouted in surprise. You are Batru. You stole someone from the Lester family again. Batru simply nodded and replied. Yeah. This soldier is from your Lester family. He sneered with contempt. Just a C-grade chicken. Take him if you want. The elder saw his attitude and asked, Why did you return alone? Where is the head of the Lester family? And, a tin, Batru confidently replied. As you can see, everyone is dead, killed by the beast on the island. The great elder was shocked and frightened. His body was unsteady, and he immediately incredulously retorted. No way. The family head is an S-rank peak illusionist. And there's also a tin, the #1 speaker of the sect. How could such a group be easily dealt with all at once? He doubted and asked the person in front of him. They are all dead. So why are you still alive? Elder Ba pulls the corner of his mouth and looks at Elder Lester with a faint smile. Is that all the intelligence of the elder of the Lester family? He insists that I am also dead. So I had to take others' lives. Doesn't he know that killing a soul-type ability user is harder than reaching the sky? The Grand Elder angrily approached and questioned. Everyone else is dead. Only he remains alive. And he added, I can see clearly that you are a coward. He should have fought bravely with them instead of sacrificing others to survive. And Batru simply smiled indifferently. Facing them, or rather ignoring his words, a person in gray robes behind stepped forward angrily to remind him to watch his tone, as he was speaking with the envoy of the Mingthon territory. While someone behind seemed to be communicating with someone else, the elder wanted to say something else. But the other man in the robe looked at Ba Tru and spoke up. Ba Tru, jealous, had already called him in for a meeting. Ba Tru approached the main door, saying, as he walked, "I suggest you consider the future of the Lester family. This time your failure is serious. Even the family head has been killed." Then he let out a long, bitter laugh as Elder Lester clenched his fists tightly. He watched the old man's back, feeling resentful inside. "Damn you. You bastard." Back on the peaceful island, the situation is a bit tense, and the monsters immediately oppose their approach. "No way. I don't agree with you going alone to fight the Vanguard army. If we're going for a surprise attack, we must go all out and fight with our full strength." Lamu Yan propped his chin, looked up at it and explained, "You and your sibling are not good swimmers, and this time you have to infiltrate underwater gradually. You can't do it." The monster remembers when Dao Lang attacked him from inside Lam Yan's mouth and suggests that MVN and I can transform into human form and hide inside your mouth as long as you keep your mouth closed. We will be fine. And I remember you and Zoe Nok once used this trick against me. Don't worry. We won't complain about your bad breath. You hear the monster complain about your bad breath. So you open your mouth wide to show your sharp teeth and point at your mouth with a twig to defend yourself, saying, "I brush my teeth every morning and night. My mouth doesn't smell at all." I secretly think to myself, she still remembers the time I teamed up with Bin Chi Lang to fight her even now. Women really hold grudges for a long time. An old man with a flushed face from drinking, stroking his beard and smiling at them with interest. Hiding inside his mouth, whether the smell is easy to smell or not, doesn't matter. Lamu Yan continued to point to her mouth to confirm that her breath didn't smell at all. But the old man paid no attention and kept talking as he descended into the sea. "The pressure of the seawater is also an issue. I have a better way to help you get into the water. And I used this method successfully to reach the extreme island of Ouyen." Lamu Yan looked at the old man in surprise and said, "Do you have a better way?" "You bastard," threatening him, glaring at him. "What method? Speak clearly." Because he's a monster, he thought of creating a sphere from tree branches that can float and withstand water pressure. And Lamkin smiled. "I can create a sealed sphere for you that can withstand water pressure and has enough air inside for you to breathe for 2 hours. This sealed sphere on Lamu Yen's neck looks good, and it doesn't have any smell or affect her movements." The monster immediately praised. "This is a good way." And you then looked at the old man with suspicion, wondering why you wanted to help us. "I guess you definitely have a plan for the secret realm." "Right." An old man, after hearing Lam Ouyen speak, became very angry, slapped himself, and scolded him. "Damn it. Aren't we comrades? This little trick shouldn't be a problem. I don't have such treacherous intentions. And Lord Ji also guarantees it. Rest assured, we are only interested in the unclaimed secret realm. You need to prove with your actions that you are the owners of this island, so the heavenly martial peaceful kingdom will not avoid theft." Lam Yuan listened expressionlessly to this, secretly sneering inside. Clearly defeated by us, yet still talking about some kind of authority. Chief Jiuk thinks about the cooks and cleaners on the ship, and he speaks up. "If there are conditions, I hope you can spare the ordinary people on the warship. The skill users came to seize the island of Kuk Ouyen, and those ordinary people are only here because of some work. Are you saying that if we let them go, they will run back and bring more skill users here to kill us?" Han replied, "I just hope you can spare those ordinary people, even if they know about this place. They can't persuade the high-ranking skill users to come here." Chief Cook clenched his fist firmly, his eyes serious. "And moreover, I have a way to make them forget about the Kuk Ouyen island." Lam Ouyen looked away without immediately nodding in agreement, simply replying, "I will consider it," and then added, "But once I fight, I can't bind myself with worry for them. At that point, life and death are in fate's hands." After a while, an old man finished creating a simple sphere for them. His hands grew large, holding a round ball, and he called out, "Nai Nai, 2 little girls. The sphere I destroyed is done." And then he left. The bodies of the monsters and the apes simultaneously emit beams of light, shrinking gradually. The 2 revert to human form, one cold and aloof, the other mischievous, Exchanging a knowing smile, the man pushes inside first, and the strange beings reach out to touch the surface of the sphere. Once both are inside, the door shrinks, closes, and no light remains inside. An old man with a melon-shaped head holding a sphere calls out, "Come on, Lamu Yan. Put this on." He obediently put the pendant around his neck, thinking of the lucky cat image, and he quickly compared it, feeling like he had become a well-behaved beast wearing it together. Lamu Yan stepped towards the sea and said, "All right, everyone, we're leaving first." He waved to Dao Lang and Ying Lang, and said, "You start in 10 minutes. Lamu Yan stands on a mountain cliff overlooking the sea, then quickly jumps down with the monster and the manstone. Let's go," and confront him together. In a room on the warship, a voice rang out. "Even Lester is dead, and I really didn't expect there to be something on that island that is hard to deal with." Ba Chu reports to a man that those giant beasts are not only powerful and cunning but also possess human intelligence, can speak human language, and even transform into humans, his eyes burning with fire. He let out a sound and spoke in human language, transforming into a human. "So this is a planet. And you're sure you're not a shape-shifting skill user of the beast type?" "This is the Electric Lord," Ba Chu immediately confirmed. "My lord, I have fought against them before, and I am sure they are not human skill users transforming into monsters." Finally, he desperately begged for mercy. "Your Excellency, please intervene." While the Electric Lord sat there in a relaxed posture, Ba Chu continued, a sinister smile on his face, determined to destroy that island and then conquer the hidden bird realm. The sect leader cast a glance and asked loudly, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" The old man immediately trembled in fear and bowed before the other. No, I dare not." He waved his hand and said, "I already know. You can go out now." Ba Chu immediately replied, "Yes, Your Excellency," and he gradually stepped back toward the door. The Lord looked at the figure of Ba Chu disappearing behind the door until it was completely closed. He sighed and, originally wanting to lie down, "It seems I will have to step in myself now." He looked at the data sheet in front of him. As the data streams into his body, a girl with long hair appears there, sighing that it's been a long time since she last appeared in this form. She looked with sharp, scolding eyes, like some beast. "Go to hell, all of you. This is one of my 7 sins. The sin of the clear electric. Jealousy." At the control station, everyone heard the announcement and all left the control panel. "From now on, I will personally take control of the spaceship." And everyone watching in shock looks up at the source of the sound. The entire control system is coursing with electricity, and the lightning flickers. From the weapon hatch, the announcement is still ringing out, and the machine is forcing everyone to leave the main control. Starting now, the spaceship is personally taken over by me. When we arrived at the control room, everyone quickly left. The sound kept repeating, and from now on, I personally took command of the spaceship. An elderly man with white hair asked suspiciously, "The superintelligent AI is about to take over the battleship, and the person with the gold star on the faceplate speculates that this mission to the island will be very difficult to handle." Lord Du Kai had to personally intervene. The person with the red circle behind him mentioned that activating the superintelligence might be related to Lord Lester, who is said to have fallen in battle on the island. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Do you not need to open the ship?" He looked confused. "What does it mean for the superintelligent AI to take over the ship? Explain clearly." "Gentlemen, this battleship is controlled by an advanced superintelligence. It can operate autonomously," he explained. "But activating it requires a lot of energy. So normally we handle it ourselves." Suddenly, the battleship sped forward. Everyone was pushed back by the force and couldn't stand firm. The crew members shouted in panic. "Oh my God." The ship was accelerating rapidly. Another person also exclaimed, "It's too fast," he proudly said. "Look, if it were controlled by humans, it couldn't accelerate so quickly without blinking." Suddenly, someone looking at Zada's surveillance on the screen shouted in panic, reporting that an unknown creature was rapidly moving toward us. He was incredulous and terrified. "Oh my God." Zada detected something underwater that was nearly 10 meters long. The old man with white hair guessed, could it be that the beasts that killed Lord Lester, who has a gold star on his face, are able to leave the continent, venture into the sea, and swim quickly underwater? Are they here for revenge on us? Outside, in the seawater, Lamu Yan opened his mouth wide, gathering a huge amount of energy. Then suddenly launched it fiercely toward the battleship, but was blocked by a bright yellow barrier. The people on the ship were thrown off balance and couldn't stand firm, falling left and right. A red-haired person stammered in shock. "What's happening?" The green-haired person beside him replied. "The beast is attacking us." The red-haired person shouted excitedly. "Look outside quickly. The ship's defensive shield has been activated." A green-haired person reassures the others. "Don't be afraid. The defense shield of this battleship can withstand attacks from a level 2S Esper." The man with the gold star on his face was surprised that he could withstand an attack from a level 2S Esper, and he wondered if this battleship was really that powerful. At the place called the Super Brain by them, the arrogant one angrily shouted, "How dare that damn monster attack me first?" She was furious. "Don't think hiding in the deep sea means I can't fight you. Try my torpedoes." 3 torpedoes emerged from the bottom of the ship beneath the water. After releasing his move, energy still rippling in his mouth, Lamu Yan was surprised that this warship had such a strong defensive shield. The destructive energy of the violent earth element is halved underwater and is not suitable for breaking through defenses. Lamu Yan saw the battleship launch 3 torpedoes towards him. He sneered disdainfully. "Is that all? Daring to show off such tricks?" Lamu Yan immediately releases 3 sources of energy. In violent bullets, 3 blue spheres shooting rapidly forward. The energy from the attack clashes with the torpedoes. 2 forces colliding and exploding quickly, sending flames into the sea. Lamu Yan smirks happily and decides to change tactics. Lamu Yan's entire body seems to be enhanced by a layer of energy he uses, kneeling in the ultimate stance, with layers of thorns that appear to become more solid. He charges straight at the warship but is still blocked by that defensive layer. "Your continuous attacks keep shaking the ship." Elder Lester shouted angrily. "Damn it, we can't let the aquatic parasites attack the defensive shield." He called out, "Water-type Esper, stop standing there and go underwater to encircle that beast." "No, Elder, with this defensive shield in place, we can't stop it. We also cannot go out," as the yellow defensive shield of the ship still stands in front of them. Lamu Yan thrashes her tail underwater with force. He leapt up completely out of the water, his eyes shining as he gazed at the battleship, causing everyone on board to look up in fear at his enormous form. A person with blue hair shouted in panic, "Oh my God, that's the giant beast." The blonde-haired person beside him exclaimed in amazement, "So big, so terrifying." And Lamu Yan's shadow seemed to cover the entire battleship. He also transformed his body, with sharp spines running from his head to the tip of his tail flashing with electricity. Then Lamu Yan used his transformed tail to slam down hard on the defensive shield, causing a powerful shockwave. The spines on your back stand upright, sharp and flickering with electricity. The people inside look up and can see that the defensive shield already has water stains. The green-haired person exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my God," transforming into pain again, slicing through the defensive shield. The blonde-haired person next to him doubts that this defensive shield can only withstand a level 2S attack. Is that all there is to it? Lamu Yan saw the result of his previous attack and felt happy, then dove back underwater, deciding that one more strike might break through this defense. Lamu Yan's body swims swiftly through the water as he turns to head back toward the ship. He pushes his entire body up once more, causing the person inside to scream in fear. "Oh my God. He's using that move again." Duoji, seeing the situation is unstable, angrily shouted, "Damn it. I'm not stupid. Waiting for you to chop my neck off." The warship suddenly surged forward, catching everyone inside, off guard, and tumbling in fear. "Oh no." Lamu Yan spun around and used Lam Ki Cham. Inside, Duki is also not willing to lose. She is furious. "I am an experienced racer, and the warship tilted its head up to avoid your attack just now." Lamu Yan looked at it in amazement. "Wow, can the spaceship do a wheelie too? I wonder who the experienced pilot is." Inside, Duki is probably winning. "Don't worry, there's still a surprise for you." A lot of missiles are launched from the ship. Lamu Yan exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The people on the battleship cheered happily. One shouted about the missile, choosing the missile, and the person with the yellow star on his face laughed joyfully. "That's right, just blow up that island and kill him." The person next to you clenched his fist proudly, attacking from all sides. Truly a top-tier mastermind. Those missiles weren't actually aimed at me, but at the island behind me. I watched it, about to hit the island in disbelief. unable to believe it. How dare they attack my home without even considering honor? Lamu Yan opens her mouth and unleashes a barrage of fireballs towards the fire display. The barrage collides with the missiles, causing explosions. But due to their overwhelming number, some still continue to fly forward. Lamu Yan clenched his teeth and growled in frustration, realizing he could only use this. From his mouth, he released a few small lizard-like creatures resembling himself. With beautiful feathers and sharp claws, Lamu Yan immediately ordered them to stop the missiles now. Right now. And the small Kwai Long fiercely charged forward. They shot straight up to the water surface towards the missiles flying in the air. Responded with a yes. Brothers. Go. The guy with the shark hat couldn't believe it. Damn it. What is that? The person with the orange hat and fish scale mask beside him speculates. Could this beast actually fire missiles? And it even seems to have a tracking system. The blonde-haired guy over there might be thinking more clearly. What kind of antelope is that? Has anyone ever seen a missile that looks like a fierce spirit with such a cowardly face? The missile is flying ahead, followed by a swarm of small feathered quails, looking from afar like a cluster of shining stars. They quickly caught up with the missile and caused two of them to explode, but one remained in the middle. The small, feathered kwei continued to accelerate and chase the last missile. Lamu Yan below watches anxiously. Damn it. The extreme Ouyen island cannot be destroyed again. He encourages. Come on. My children. You must catch up. In the sky, suddenly flashes of light burst out from the thick black clouds, shooting straight down and splitting the flying missile into two halves. The last missile exploded in midair, and from the flickering flames a figure gradually appeared. As the fire faded, Dao Long, riding on a fiery feathered beast, appeared with a long sword in his mouth. From the dark clouds above, many fiery creatures descend led by the howling wolf. The people on the warship panic. The shark-masked ones are terrified. Oh no. All the missiles have been destroyed. The orange-capped person, surprisingly a dragon rider who only knows how to buy that sword, is riding a dragon. And there's a female psychic covering her face in admiration despite being an enemy. I can't help but feel she's really cool. The Dao Lang assumes his stance, and a yellow-clad man appears behind him, drawing his sword. As the giant in yellow behind him swung his sword with unstoppable force, the dragon slashed his blade down onto the defensive shield of the warship. Lamu Yan received the signal, and he swam quickly toward the ship. Now is the time. He propelled himself into the air, spun smoothly, turned around, and his feathers touched. Two red and gold lights fell together and touched the defensive shield. At this point, the shield could no longer hold. Water-like cracks spread out, shattering into pieces of gold that fell down. The people on the ship are now truly terrified, all looking up with cold sweat running down their bodies, shouting loudly, "It's broken. The defensive shield has shattered." The person next to me is just as scared. Oh my god, I don't want to face such a terrifying beast, yet we're hopeless. It's all over. We're about to be swallowed whole. The Dual King was also furious and shouted out in anger. How shameless. To fight two against one again. She sneered and shouted, "Don't think I can't do anything just because you come close. Go to hell. Go to hell." Facing the blazing dragon bullets coming at them, the guns and cannons of the warship were raised. The cannon and gunfire are fired simultaneously towards the dragon. The feathered bird below shouts anxiously, "Be careful." And Lang. Dao Lang calmly pressed its head down on Ruklong's back and ordered, quickly, to dive down below. Han turned around and saw that many of the Ruklong behind him had been hit by bullets, wounded and falling down. Dao Lang immediately shouted out, "Get out of the way. Quickly get out of the way." The Crimson Dragon obeyed, waving its tail to dodge the incoming bullets. On the battleship, Elder Lester pointed to the sky and shouted, "Everyone, these monsters have killed the Master if they are coming to us on their own. Then let's team up and kill them all." Everyone around shouted in response, "Avenging the Master. Destroying these monsters." He commanded to divide the Esper into different groups. First, the flying Esper attacks the fiery dragons and beastmen in the sky. The water-type Esper assaults the giant dragon underwater. And the others, unleash your strongest long-range attack skills. They quickly obeyed his command to support them and carried out their tasks. While the flying Esper soared into the sky with guns and ammunition from the warship, they all launched fierce attacks on the fire dragons in the sky, forcing the dragons to dodge desperately. The water-type Esper also jumped into the water to carry out their mission. They follow a group that keeps searching under the sea, pulling out weapons, grenades, and all kinds of equipment. The battle erupts. Flames light up the sky as spells collide, and psychics fill the air. Densely packed, Lamu Yan clenched his teeth as he looked at their formation and thought to himself, why do all psychic fighters love to gang up on others? With so many attacks hitting the body, if not dead, then at least losing a layer of skin, he shouted, I also know how to shake my body. Lamu Yan dodged the weapons, arrows, and water thorns, and quickly swam to the surface. As the head of the Kwai Long rises and hits the warship, causing it to tilt, those still on the ship also tumble and quickly adopt defensive stances out of fear. You throw the sphere toward the warship, and those on the ship look up in confusion, their heads questioning what it is. It seems to be a sphere. The person next to Wu Qi thinks the old dragon is inviting us to play shuttlecock. But another person continues to examine it, and it looks like a sphere made with vines for destruction. From inside the sphere, a thorny woman appears. She is Manhwa, along with the strange bird. The two jump out of the sphere, surrounded by a golden light. With long wings spread out in the sky, the monster bird reverts to its beast form, let out a long cry, and flaps its wings to blow the wind. All the psychics who could fly in the sky were thrown off balance by the wind of the strange bird, and the sharp gusts cut through them, splitting their bodies in half. They all fell into the sea one after another. The birds disappeared. Manhwa also transformed back into a monster form, plunging into the ship, and the water immediately splashed up. The battleship tilted heavily to one side under Tintin's weight. She let out a sharp cry, threatening the people on the ship. Commander Lester couldn't believe it. His mouth just moved, but no words came out, and those around him were just as terrified. Tintin grabbed their guns, and with a little force, broke them in half. She lifted the entire shooting device and slammed it against other firing equipment on the ship, causing a powerful collision that made the device explode. A blonde-haired man with a trembling voice watched Tintin's actions and stammered. How could a monster come out of that vine-covered sphere? The crew members on the ship ran chaotically, and one angrily cursed. Damn it. Does it think it's a Pokemon or something? Damn it. Two more giant beasts appeared. The giant dragon and the giant stone. One person running ahead warning everyone to be careful. Chaos in the sound. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lamu Yan watched the chaos caused by the monster and Tintin, cheering underwater, saying, You're skilled. You're powerful. Impressive. Grand Elder Lester angrily points forward, trying to continue commanding the skill users, causing everyone to panic. This giant beast is on the deck. Perfect for us to take down. He orders everyone on the deck to focus fire and kill this giant beast first. The illusionist team was filled with determination, using their skills and multicolored lights to fiercely target Tintin. Doki inside is also extremely angry. She is gloomy. That damn rotten monkey, with its stinky foot, dares to step on Old Nuong's face. Old Nuong will definitely ruin you. Just as the skill users were about to launch another attack, the voice of the super-intelligent mind ordered everyone to board the rescue boat and get off for me. The repeated sound. Everyone on the rescue boat is ready. Get on the boat for me. And all the people on the boat look sinister. Chief Elder Lester looked suspiciously at the person next to him and asked, Get on the boat. The rescue team. The person in the shark hat next to him also looked confused. What does that mean? The fight hasn't even started yet, and they've already abandoned the boat, he suspects. Is the brain's circuit board malfunctioning? We haven't lost yet. Why should we leave the boat? Watching the panicked group run away, one guy clenched his teeth in frustration. The blonde guy held back, someone fleeing for questioning. Hey, who told you to leave? We haven't lost yet. So why should we leave? The other person explained nervously. The superintelligent AI won't be wrong. If it says we should leave, then we must leave. The blonde-haired guy, furious, pressed the knife against the other's face and said, I told you, you're not allowed to leave. Stay here for me. If not, the other person screams in fear. Let me go. Let me go. Defying the super-intelligent mind. She will be very scared. And the ship's gun suddenly turns around. Before he could finish his threatening sentence, it was shot through the chest, crying out in pain, while the person he was holding back now trembled and stepped back in fear. The blood from the yellow-haired man's wound splattered bright red. leaving the other person speechless with horror at the sight before them. As the voice of the super-intelligent mind continued to echo, "Anyone who disobeys my orders will die. Anyone who tries to stop my evacuation will die. Anyone who doesn't get on the boat will die." The tone is extremely commanding. "We haven't even killed the chicken yet, and you're causing a panic. Everyone's scared. We're going crazy. We're going crazy." The blonde guy suggests we retreat first. Elder Lester stood nearby, signaling with his hand, cursing. What the hell is this mind control? Killing even our own people. Retreat. Retreat now. At this moment, the superbrain's voice echoes again. The rescue boat is full, and everyone immediately jumps off. The High Elder and a person with a shark hat were stunned. What? The sound repeats. They immediately jumped off the boat, so the boat's surface kept exploding one after another, and everyone immediately jumped into the water, cursing. Damn it. They don't even let us sit on the rescue boat anymore. Is the mind gone crazy? He must be crazy. Damn it. I can't swim. Hurry up, jump off the boat. Jump off the boat. The shouting and cursing fill the sky. The group of monsters all looked suspiciously at their strange behavior. Lamu Yan puzzled. What the hell is going on? They haven't even started fighting seriously. So why did they suddenly abandon the boat and run away on their own? What's going on? What's happening? Suddenly, the warship beneath your feet shakes violently, and a furious voice scolds you. Damn monkey. How long do you plan to keep stepping on my face? Tintin, not understanding what just happened, she immediately asked a question. The warship tilted to the sides, trying to make her fall out. Go down for me. Tintin's hands trembled as she tried to keep her balance. Terrified, the battleship completely flipped over, and the monkey fell straight into the water. Lin Yuan looked at the scene in shock, wondering why the ship was tilted like that and sinking, as if he hadn't even pierced through it yet. The battleship is completely submerged, and the monkey falls in without reacting. She senses that the warship is activating something and thinks that it wants to escape, so she swims straight down to the bottom of the ship. The monkey grabs the side of the boat with both hands, snorts coldly, trying to escape. But it's not that easy. It decides, I have to push you to the surface. Suddenly, the boat reappears, and the monkey looks up in surprise. Before her eyes, metal bars appeared, connecting together, and a sharp one pierced through instantly, causing the monkey to bleed, a bright red stream that mixed with the water. Because I was underwater and had to hold my breath, I couldn't scream despite the pain, and I was confused what exactly is going on. Are these metals alive? The chimpanzee, seeing the connected metal bars in front of it, decided that its large body could easily be pierced, so it transformed into a human form first and then spoke, with a bright yellow light shining on its body. When transforming into a human form, she looked up in surprise and realized that the metal pieces were gradually closing again. This is bad. I am completely trapped. The remaining monsters look at the pinkish glow emanating from the sunken ship at the bottom of the sea, forming a whirlpool, and Long Yen observes it, wondering what this masculine pink light could be. From beneath the water, a pair of eyes opened and shone on the face, with all the features of a chest. Even the hand resembling a human, called a robot, held a large sword with a cute brown bear lock. It rises above the sea surface, taking the form of a female android with fiery red hair. Long Yen stared in amazement at the newly appeared female robot. Mouth agape, damn it. This battleship is actually that level 2S metal-type Esper. You think of a charming Gundam robot smiling, and now it has transformed into a female Gundam. Long Yen blushed and thought to himself, weren't these people all on her earlier? He wondered how she could stand having so many bugs on her, while he would find it extremely uncomfortable. The energy users over there are just as amazed. One stammering with wings. Wow. The battleship turned into a mechanical person. They're excited. The super-level intelligence can also control the transforming battleship. And another person added, this time it's enough to smash those ancient beasts to pieces. The boss sitting cross-legged on the rescue boat with a calm smile. Now you guys don't understand. That's not some super AI or anything. This boat is actually the Envy Lord. She possesses a level 2S metal-type ability, allowing her to transform into any metallic form. That female robot is speaking. Husky, the giant snake, the bald bird. Get ready to face the fury of this old lady. One sentence that provokes the entire group of monsters. With Lamu Yan being the giant snake, he is speechless and pleads, can you please be a bit more serious during the fight? Don't casually give enemies nicknames. Husky is the blade wolf. He just scolded him. Idiot. The bald bird is the monster bird. It got angry and retorted. You're the bald one. Your whole family is bald. At this moment, Lamu Yan realized and asked, That's right. Why didn't I see Yen Vien? The strange bird replied. Earlier, she was overturned into the sea by the warship. Lamu Yan immediately dived into the water. Vien's water affinity isn't good. She hasn't surfaced after so long. She might be in danger. I'll go down and check. You guys be careful too. At this moment, the dual rider saw you trying to swim away. She angrily raised her sword and ran back to her master. The dagger wolf by the winged dragon's side flew close to the water and said, Let me handle her. At the moment the dual knight's sword swung down. The blade master leapt up, blocking with his own sword. I didn't expect this robot's strength to be so powerful. He was pushed back, falling off the back of the dragon. And Dao Long cried out in pain. The sword spirit was caught by a dragon. He sheathed his sword, and with one arm crossed in admiration, he marveled at the overwhelming strength that completely suppressed him. The demon on one side uses the wind ring Bachi fangs towards the war chariot, with two sharp whirlwinds swirling up. How can the sword beast recover now? He swings his sword, creating a dazzling golden arc, a blade of gold and wine. As the gust of wind and blades from the two monsters approached, the dual knight raised a pink barrier in front of herself, perfectly blocking both attacks, causing the seawater to splash violently. The robot's eyes flashed with light as she suddenly drew her sword and struck again. At that moment, a shadow leapt out of the water. Lamu Yan used the Kwai Long Ba Kuk Dao technique, charging her body directly at the dual knight, forcing her to raise her hands to defend. Her whole body unsteady. She dodged a move from you. Her body was pushed back hundreds of meters, and the water was splashed up by the shock. The strange creature flew over to Lamu Yan and asked, Have you found MVN yet? He replied, Late. Not finding her. How could this girl disappear so mysteriously? It's an urgent matter. Dao Lang spoke sharply, his eyes cold, determined to kill this person quickly. Han added, then went to find the gem. Facing the opponent standing firm, the woman angrily scolded, Damn snake. No honor. And resorted to sneak attacks. All three monsters are rushing forward without paying attention to her words, launching their attacks simultaneously. Golden wine slash. 8 directions. Wind ring. Violent bullet moves flying through the sky. Jealousy forced to raise a shield to block. The monkey inside the robot presses his hand against the metal wall. Feeling the shockwave, the fight is outside. He tore his hand free from the head. So what should I do now? I need to go out and help. Then Tintin kept kicking the surrounding metal fiercely. Let me out. Let me out. Jiqi stands behind the protective barrier, watching the attacks come at her with a sneer. So this is all your strength? Huh, not much to it. All three saw that it was ineffective and paused. Lamu Yan, scolding. This damn protective shield can't be broken at all. She swung her sword and declared, If that's the case, then D for me. Jealousy swings her sword forward as the monster bird spreads its wings and takes flight. Lamu Yan seems to dodge her attack. She scoffs, thinking that running away can avoid my strike. A damaged gun is raised, gathering red-tinged energy, and Ji's person quickly fires many shells toward them. Lamu Yan kingak, ngung kang bao, moi ngoi kan then. Dan phao nai bam theo nhô nhiệt jojo. Sau đô cầu lap tuk dung bao liệt gender doi zao voi mai qua jan phao jang bai toi. The fireballs shot by Lamu Yan collide with the incoming shells and explode in midair. But the number of cannonballs far exceeds the amount of flame fire he created. And after many explode, only a few remain. Lamu Yan still gets hit by the cannonballs, which explode on his body. Lamu Yan was pushed back, and then thrown backwards, while the monster bird above couldn't avoid and was hit by several shells. Only Dao Lang kept using the Kim Mien slash to split the cannonballs in half, causing them to explode before hitting him. But many cannonballs were still flying toward him. The corner of the mouth twitches in admiration. Husky's pain magic is really impressive. Koa gathers a source of energy in her hand as if controlling something, meaning anything made of metal must obey her. Pain Lang is stunned as the weapon in his hand trembles. It kept being pulled forward. He had to use his other hand to hold on. Clenched his teeth. This force, this suction was the pain channel being drawn through. Damn it. Where is my pain? Dao Lang's legs had to push hard against Juklong's body. Lamu Yan looked at the bird carrying Dao Lang, struggling in the air. Puzzled. What's wrong with On Lang? After a moment he realized it was the Force. You think of this robot when you're in the city. Amazed that she's a super metal esper who can control all metals. Dao Lang desperately tries to hold on to the spear, hearing Lamu Yan call out. He says, "She can control metal. Let go quickly." He refuses firmly. "No. I won't let go even if I die. This is the owner's keepsake." The opponent on the other side raises a large gun, sneers contemptuously, and mocks the fool, then goes to die with that sword. The artillery shells are immediately fired, all aimed at Dao Lang. Just before the cannonball hit, a shadow leapt in front of him. Ouyen took all the cannon fire instead of Dao Lang. He shouted out, "Ouyen." Kwai Diu also called out, "Giant crocodile." The monster turned to blame Dao Lang. "The stupid, stubborn wolf. Just one Dao. Do you want to kill us all?" Dao Lang didn't reply. The psychic users over there watched the battle unfold with excitement. One with bird wings praised, "Well done, Lord Doki," completely suppressing those three monstrous enemies. The people on the rescue boat laughed loudly, feeling excited. And a person in red armor shouted loudly, "Lord Doki, please help us kill these guys." Grand Elder Lester looked at them coldly and promised, "Don't you see that Lord Doki cannot kill these monsters in half an hour?" He called out, "So let's cheer for Lord Duel and work together to kill these monsters." They looked at each other with mixed expressions, their voices trembling. And one person spoke up, "Elder, that was a divine battle. What difference does it make if we go?" A person in red armor speculates that perhaps those monsters could already have killed us by now. The golden-haired person also nodded in agreement. "That's right. That's right. Our going is to help resolve the trouble and avoid upsetting the Great Master." Senior Elder Lester was displeased, his whole body crackling with electricity as he scolded. "A bunch of turtles hiding their heads. The Lester family has wasted your efforts." He stood up with his fists clenched. The family head was killed. As the chief elder of the Lester clan, how could I stand by and wait for others to avenge me? He releases the lightning around him, taking advantage of his illness to take his life. The lightning shot straight at Lamu Yan from Elder Lester. "So I can avenge the family head and personally cut down my enemy." Lamu Yan saw the golden lightning heading straight for him and tried to dodge, carefully avoiding the lightning. The lightning still shot straight toward him unhurriedly. Lamu Yan was struck by lightning, his body like it had been thrown into coals, with sparks of electricity running around him. Blackened, he muttered to himself, forgetting he was in the sea and couldn't possibly avoid it. Lamu Yan turned around suddenly and realized something. Lamu Yan looked at the fighting machine in front of him, also burning just as fiercely as himself, and burst out laughing. "I forgot she was also in the sea." It seems she was also shocked by that old man. She clenched her lips in anger at the sound of your laughter. Duelist raised his gun and shouted, "A bunch of useless trash that's not enough to be garbage. Go die for this old woman." This time the cannon fire is aimed at the skill users over there. They were terrified and panicking. Someone shouted, "Run, quickly. Lord Daokai has a malfunction and is about to start killing his own people." The person with the shark hat begged, "Master, this has nothing to do with us. It was all that old man's doing." The person next to him shouted angrily, "I told you. Interfering blindly will upset the master. Save yourself." Several rescue boats exploded. Flames burst out brightly. Lamu Yan looked at this scene, sweating and speechless, scratching her head. This mechanical girl has gone crazy again. Well, it's better to kill them all so I don't have to do it myself. The rogue thief rushes in, shouting that her protective shield seems weakened. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. Lamu Yan immediately smiled with interest. If she was afraid of thunder and lightning, then this would definitely be useful. And his whole body was covered with blue lightning. Lamu Yan's aura rose with sharp spikes. He used it to kneel in the extreme way, his armor covered in thunderbolt thorns, his whole body surging with electric energy. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold sneer, still trying to ambush. When the psychic users soared out of the water, the rescue boat was also lifted into the air. Elder Lester looked at the approaching boat in amazement. What? A loud explosion rang out in the sky, sending everyone there flying backward. Screams of agony echoing loudly. A few bodies fly back towards him. He swings his weapon in a wide arc, cutting them in half and clearing the scene. Using this move to deal with them really tires Longxia out. He's panting, and a few of them are pierced by the thorns on his armor. Convulsing from the electric shocks, Lester's elder also ended up among them, pierced by Long Xiao's back spikes and constantly electrocuted. How could an ordinary person endure that? He just didn't expect that after years of playing with electricity. He would finally be electrocuted to death. His original goal wasn't to leave them behind. That annoying machine girl. She's really quick to react. After a while of smashing, the dust and smoke gradually cleared, and she made a new discovery. The electrical circuit on the wall in front of us was exposed, and Manhwa struck it until it smoked, showing that her attack was effective. The Manhwa's eyes lit up with excitement. She loved this. Clenched her fists, ready to increase her strength to break through the room. Hanghai worked with all her might, wiping from one sheet to another. Her spirit very commendable. Jealousy is being disturbed by the monkey inside, hiding her face high up. She has a stomach ache. Could it be that some crew members haven't evacuated and are still inside her belly? Who's the ungrateful one, causing trouble and annoyance? Damn it. Those useless idiots dare to disobey the old captain. They still keep watching intently. What the hell is this crazy woman doing? Why is she making things more dramatic for herself? The opportunity has arrived. Long Ka draws his sword and leads the charge. The shield protecting the horse is about to vanish. Now is the time to strike, with everything you've got. Only the Birdgate warrior arrived, and his skill was still unrefined. But his strength seemed blessed by divine power. One of the jealous one's arms has been defeated by this sword, completely cut off and fallen to the ground. Long Ka cheers. Well done, Brother Lang. Having gained the upper hand, he prepares to continue the attack, aiming to showcase his strength and completely destroy her remaining arm. Jealousy, clutching her stomach. Surely something must have happened inside her body to cause such a significant drop in her fighting ability. Although she's a machine, you can see her discomfort. Tears welling up, sweat pouring down, clearly showing her nausea. In the end, she couldn't hold back anymore and expelled the contents of her stomach, causing her to writhe. Inside were all screws, metal wheels, and a living creature called Manhwa. Monkey fell into the water and was so happy. Finally, he's out of that room. Long Xia closed his eyes, thinking about Sun Wukong. When did the little orb get into this mechanical girl's stomach? Her sorrowful expression isn't caused by the little creature inside her stomach. Is it truly impressive? Worthy of being the successor of the great master Ouyen. Tintin got into her sight. Now jealousy knows who caused her poor digestion. It turns out it was your stinky monkey. Jealousy angrily swung her sword to deal with Tintin, aiming to cut her in half and make her lose an arm for causing her to lose face. Fortunately, Long Sa once helped Tintin escape danger and warned her to be careful of this mechanical woman. Tintin just stepped out and hasn't had time to adapt when she's threatened with a chop and a kill. Is this the battleship from earlier? And why has it turned into a person? Why care so much? Tintin jumps off Long's body, glowing brightly, and charges down to face Du Kai. Whether it's a person or a battleship, she transformed back into her true form with a curved spine, appearing right before the mechanical's eyes, catching Du Kai off guard. No need for words. Tintin's instinctive fighting action is to rush in and punch Kiki until her face is distorted. She doesn't care who she is. Just smash everything. Ting sat on Du Kai's body, forcing her face down into the water, her hands alternately striking until debris spilled all around her stomach. Kai feels like Tintin is trampling on her. That disgusting monkey who stepped on her face earlier is now climbing on her. After enduring this torment, she summoned all her strength and managed to throw Tintin off her. At that moment, jealousy suddenly lunged, aiming to cut Tin in half as he was flying forward. Just then, a sharp clawed limb appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Tin's large wing. It is a monster bird that comes to rescue her, avoiding Du Kai's deadly blade, and she slashes in anger. The monster bird flaps its wings, trying to fly away to avoid Du Kai's attack. They manage to escape. While Du Kai has no wings but uses jet engines, chasing after them is no problem. Once again, they are overwhelmed by pain, and there's no way for them to escape from her. From afar, the small-sized soldier chariot squadron flies over, and before her attack can strike, there is still a chance to block it. Keen Kai's mind is too weak. People fight as a group, not alone. And Lang uses his skill to strike her a second time, just chasing after the monster. Jealousy was careless and forgot about the other teammates, and by the time he realized it, It was already too late. Using pain to block this attack from the man, she lost her chance to revenge the monkey and also had a hard time defending herself. The damage she sustained was too severe and shattered into many pieces, and Duki was also knocked far away. Fortunately, with modern equipment and a motor on his back, he was able to lift Duki back up. She staggered on the water's surface, struggling to keep her balance, her usual confidence waning, and her chest armor shattered. What's the point of keeping the pain that's already gone? Dokuki gritted his teeth and decisively threw the pain in his hand into the deep sea. Dukai was furious, losing his arm again. But even with only one side of his body, he could still handle them well. Her hand unleashes a terrifying lightning attack using metal manipulation. If Binjalong has already moved against Duki first, then she will cripple him first, with a weapon in his mouth. Brother Lang looked up, and jealousy was still using that old trick, controlling with metal manipulation if he kept playing without getting bored. He would eventually tire him out, taking advantage of the small scale of the battle as a stepping stone. The soldier darted through the air like a blade cutting through the wind. Clenching his teeth, his eyes shone with a strange light, and his face revealed a sinister expression. His true nature was never innocent. So you think my wolf is just a little dog? Watch him transform and be amazed. Only now does this majestic appearance reveal his true face. Dukai looked on in horror, eyes wide open, mouth trembling and almost speechless. A giant wolf. The crowd around is eagerly watching. Of course, they are wide-eyed at this development. The wolf transformed into a giant beast. This is the fourth giant beast now has. Dukai already lost. The demon wolf bites down hard on her other arm, and Doki is caught off guard that his target is actually his own arm. I try so hard to make him let go, but I can't, no matter what I do. Long K's teeth stay there, even clutching tightly with his foot. Long Xia's large wheel descends from the middle section, causing Dukai to panic even more. And Long Kai reaches this point. Working together with An Lang holding the arm, Long Ka arrives just in time, the gear on his back slicing through one side, and Dukai bids farewell to the remaining ear. Long Xia straightened his back and looked back at Do Ki, whose arm was cut off and hanging in mid-air at the middle of the stitch. She gazed absent-mindedly at the broken circuit. Only the sparking wires remaining. Nothing else left. Not even a single one of them. Holding her injured body in her arms and filled with ultimate hatred. Both her hands are gone. And Doiki mutters to herself, "Damn you all." Her eyes lit up with a very different color. Like awakening, but also like a warning of danger. She opened her eyes and mouth wide. Dukai prepared to unleash a destructive tease. Only then could she vent all her hatred. 3 missiles shot out at once, without hands. Her weapons are unnecessary. Those despicable people must have their island sunk. Longgat watches the missile heading towards the peaceful island and wants to call his mother, not expecting Dukai to use this tactic. The missile speeds at an incredible pace, and if not dealt with urgently, the consequences on the island would be unimaginable. All right then. Long.ca opened his mouth wide, preparing to use a fierce skill to handle the immediate situation. Suddenly, Dukai rushed forward, revealing that she intentionally launched the missile to lure him into a trap. She smiled, and then from Dukai's mouth, a new weapon was revealed to deal with Long Xie, clearly aimed at his mouth. That bullet flew straight from Dukai's mouth into Long Xie's throat. From the very beginning, her target was always him. Long Ke clenched his jaw, choking, eyes wide with smoke billowing from his mouth, his head trembling violently before his massive body sank into the deep blue sea. Bin Trilang watched this scene underwater, unable to do anything but struggle and call out Lamu Yan's name. Tension was at its peak, as Long Xia and the others' bullets gradually disappeared from sight, their fate uncertain. Damn it. She called out to the evil dinosaur. No one could have predicted she would use such a deadly poison. Dukai laughed triumphantly. The Tapdan Shimao is what I fed him with my mouth. I wonder what it tastes like. She refuses to stop there, determined to destroy everyone who caused her shame today. And it's all thanks to Kim Thuok Thao Kong. No one will be left out. And as for the others, jealousy won't let anyone go without experiencing the power of the shrapnel. The bullets seemed locked onto their targets, precisely aiming at each person, and kept coming. Lang quickly realized this and shouted urgently, "Watch out. The bullets are coming back." Everything happened too quickly. The bullets exploded. No one could escape, whether in the sky or under the sea. Long Ka was blown unconscious, his body badly injured, and the bird gradually sank into the ocean. Tintin's condition is similar, showing no signs of remaining consciousness, all blown apart beyond recognition. The monster bird falls freely from the sky into the vast, deep blue sea. No one can withstand this attack. The battle gradually comes to an end, no one remaining standing. The great ocean gently embraces them all. From Long Ka, Ang Lang, Tintin, to the strange bird. Sinking into the depths of the sea, the crowd on the boat cheered for the hero, victorious over the villain. No wonder he's the leader of the holy temple of Min Toy. Able to destroy all these monsters. They have won. Long live the hero. Meanwhile, Long Ka, unconscious and lying in the water. The system sounds a notification, confirming the presence of a pseudo-life form, primal energy, and the theft skill leveling up, beginning to take over. He gradually regained consciousness. The process of the non-life energy essence being seized was complete, transforming into the original life essence and restoring the host. The process is complete. Long Ka also died and opened his eyes to wake up, not knowing how long he had been unconscious. Check your body. I remember you swallowed a missile earlier, but you're fine. Is the little vortex here? What exactly is going on? Explain it. A missile suddenly appeared in front of Long Ka. Just a missile. What's so amazing about it? You are the Kwai Long, who bathes it in lava. According to it, you used to fight monsters on the extremely peaceful island, and never came into contact with weapons. Human advanced science and technology means the ability to seize non-living energy bodies has not been activated. Long Ka must thank that girl. Her direct shot activated his ability to seize non-living primordial energy forms. Are you trying to tease Long Ka? It's already so late. Speak properly. What do you mean by personally planting? It keeps mentioning that now you can not only seize the original life force of humans and ancient beasts, but also take in thermal energy, terrestrial energy, luminous energy, and even core energy. Is it that impressive? Long Ka's face lights up with joy, as Teo Quan Quan means he can really use lava to bathe and ballistic missiles to massage. Just thinking about it makes people happy. Look up a little. It's not just Long Ka here. Someone else has also been knocked down. Even little Quan Quan is watching. Long Ka realizes that Tintin is falling. She is unconscious and right behind him. And everyone's situation is not looking good. Long Ka swims over and calls out a few times. But Tintin obviously cannot respond right now. Long Ka supports Tintin. Xiao Kan Kan observes her gunshot wounds, but she doesn't have the healing ability you possess. Above his teammates, An Lang and the monster are sinking. That hateful woman. I will not let her get away. Long Ka speeds up, carrying Tintin on his shoulder. He must eliminate her and make her bear the consequences of her actions. Long Ka pulls all his teammates up, determined to get them out of here and seek revenge. Ki uses her metal control ability to gather floating metal debris on the water's surface. After a while, the left arm returned to Kai's side, restored to its original state. He opened his hand to move it, monitoring the motion and the quality of the product. This familiar feeling makes Du Kai satisfied, a triumphant smile on his face. Even after being cut, she can still do it perfectly again. Suddenly, the surface of the sea roared with a huge disturbance, waves crashing toward Ki. Could it be a new anomaly or a monster? It's an old acquaintance, just left for a moment. Long Ka is holding An Lang and Tintin in his arms. The bird is sitting on his shoulder. They're back. Jealousy stared in amazement at the monsters, especially Long Ka, who swallowed 50 tons of energy without any issue. What exactly is he? However, seeing the current situation, Lang and Tintin are still unconscious, and Long Ka is now completely out of control. Jealousy is very confident. She has fully recovered, and those four couldn't beat her earlier. Now only he remains alone. What can he do to fight back? Keen will use a stronger move, if 50 tons of energy aren't enough. This time, I will give you a 100-ton nuclear micrograin missile. The bad news is that if you avoid the extreme calm behind, it will be completely destroyed, meaning Long Ka has no choice. Urgent situation. Long Ka asks the strange creature sitting on his shoulder, which is the only one still conscious right now. Can you transform now? Of course he can. But what does he want to do with that miniature nuclear missile? There's no time to explain those issues. Don't ask too many questions. What it needs to do now is quickly get Yen and Lang out of here, as far away as possible. Being alone as Long Ka stays behind is very dangerous. But they have no other choice now. Kuei Dio can only remind him bad dinosaur. So be careful. A ray of light shines over the sea, while a few dragon feathers gently drift through the air. The strange creature transformed and took those two away, leaving only Long Ka standing there alone. But it's okay, as long as everyone is safe. Lamu Yan can handle it. Jealousy completes the nuclear missile launch. She is confident this advanced weapon will shatter Long Ka into 1,000 pieces. Jealousy is indeed a madman. He's trying to see if there's any way to resolve the danger. And the system just now said you could possess the energy core as a human. So, can Lamu Yan take over this fully formed human core? But Xiao Kong Kong said that the skill to seize non-living energy entities has just been activated, and the energy is too strong to be seized. Long Ka wants to know what the consequences are if he cannot seize it. Of course, overeating it would lead to overdose and death by explosion. Moreover, even if you use violent earth energy to destroy the nuclear bomb, the residual explosion will reach Ouyen Island. So Long Ka can only seize it. Even if he can't seize it, he must try because behind it is Ouyen Island. His teammate, Long Ka, is ready now. Even if he gets a meal box, he still has bananas. Now he's a former beast with a grudge against the land. Who fears whom? The nuclear missile approaches, and Long Ka catches it, directly putting it into his mouth without hesitation. Then, Long Ka and the giant bullet sank to the bottom of the sea. Only in this way, even if it explodes, it won't harm the extreme Ouyen Island. Long Ka chews it in his mouth and tries to dive as deep as he can, as long as there is still time. The surface only shows a faint light, signaling the impending nuclear explosion and Long Ka's sacrifice. The deafening explosion not only shook the sea but also caused strange phenomena in the sky. With such a terrifying sound here, what should Long Ka do to carry it away? The monster screams in pain. The long dinosaur mourns. The sea rages fiercely. The crowd murmurs again. That quivering Long can swallow a nuclear bomb, and the nuclear explosion is beneath the sea. This power must have blown that beast into pieces. Everyone move away quickly and watch out for radiation. Long Ka has not yet met the King of Hell, and the system is still warning loudly, detecting that a non-living primordial energy entity is beginning to take over the host's body. Long Ka just experienced a shockwave. His whole body stiffened, unconscious, unable to be fully possessed. The system keeps warning that the non-living primordial energy within the host is too strong to be fully taken over, and alerts that the host's body cannot withstand the residual energy. Long Ka's eyes widened in shock, blood vessels visible, reaching the limit as he faced the risk of a violent outburst. The system's red alert blazed through Lam Yan's body, warning of a continuous risk of violent explosion. Is he about to blow up right here? After all, still young, Long Ka doesn't want to die prematurely. Looking at the sea. Damn it, all. This is caused by that arrogant bastard. Even if he dies, I definitely won't forgive the group of students or the peaceful path. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Is Long Ka's sacrifice still not enough to bring peace to the realm? No matter how much he explodes, he would still drag that woman Wundam down with him. He said he would do it. But before his body could explode, Long Ka took the chance to swim quickly toward the surface of the sea. Xiao Jun-gong reappeared beside him, smirking confidently at Long Ka, claiming that he is truly a genius for having adjusted the body's system within him. Long Ka can release energy without forcing it in and out like that, and he won't have to die from overexertion. Long Yan is overjoyed. He's been saved. But how can he release energy now according to Xiao Quan Khan's instructions? Among your skills, the most powerful is the violent earth eruption, which you can use today to release energy outward. It seems that the remaining energy can be released through the violent earth explosion method, just like how he usually fires it. But this time he must fully concentrate his entire strength within the earth domain. Wouldn't it be perfect if Long Ka and the others could take the opponent's power and use it against her? The monster is flying in the sky, constantly looking down at the sea, and Long Ka's situation has left it stunned. Tin Tin and Ang Lang, in the hands of Kuei Dio, are gradually regaining consciousness, opening their eyes to a scene no longer of battle but of flying in the sky. Tin Tin looked around, noticing Long Ka was not there, and asked Kuei Dio why An Long was missing. It told them that the evil dinosaur swallowed a missile fired by the enemy after it exploded at the bottom of the sea to save everyone. Tin Tin couldn't accept the truth, screaming and struggling. Without Long Ka, there's no way he can leave like that. Lin, let me down. I have to kill that bastard. The monster refused Mang Vien's request immediately. Before the evil dinosaur swallowed all the missiles and called for it to take them to safety, Bin Tri Lang is still the one who understands the big picture best. It's just that his cold lips only said that Lamu Yan is dead on the extreme island. Where is there a safe place? An Lang transforms, armed and escaping from Kuai Diu's grasp. He must fight anyway. How could a great king like him turn back and abandon his comrades? Long Ka is Mang Vien's older brother. Telling her to give up is impossible. Tin Tin let out a cry. Brother Long, using Tri Lang's method, she transforms back to her true form to avenge An Long. Even if it means turning to dust. She will crush her, because their bravery has touched the heart of the demon. There is nothing left to hold on to. Let's move forward together. If that's the case, it will go mad with us. And even if it means descending to hell, we will go together. The three of them each seek revenge. No matter what. They must make her pay for Long K. Seeing them, jealousy points her gun up. If these three fools are so eager to find their way to death, then she will go down there with that giant demon too. At this moment, a giant object appears in front of the Tin Tin group, and she recognizes it as Long Ka. But why does he look fatter now? Tri Lang clearly realizes that his current state is not normal. It's like he's about to explode. Long Ka concentrates his energy at his mouth, and his female Gundam returns to give her the missile here. The energy is enough. This day of yours will be specially called by a unique name. The Bao Core. A massive and destructive energy bursts out from Long Ka's mouth. Finally released after holding back for so long. Jealousy can only watch as all of this unfolds. She cannot comment at all in this situation. The power is too great, and she can only endure, with all resistance being futile, even gradually dissolving into nothingness. What is happening here? Bin Tri Lang is very surprised that Long Ka can release such powerful energy. Tin Tin and the strange creatures are also trembling in fear. It's too terrifying. The group following jealousy always stays on the sidelines, luckily escaping unscathed. This intense red glow is terrifying. After releasing all their energy, Long Ka returns to normal, and the crowd is in chaos. If our jealous lord has been killed and not even a fragment remains, how can this ancient dragon do that? It's truly terrifying. They immediately hold their heads, cry out in despair, and try to run away. The mastermind has been taken down, and the next ones will come for them. So they must retreat quickly to save their lives. The energy core exhausted Long Ka, making him gasp for breath. He probably wouldn't bother playing again. Too much energy used up. Luckily, I managed to release it in time. Everyone swam over to Lamu Yan. The monkey trusted him the most. My Long won't just throw his life away. That's great. Long Ka still has his handsome looks and charming personality. Strange. That evil dinosaur is really good. Long was curious and seemed more powerful earlier, which doesn't seem to match his previous skills. How should I explain this? Actually, Long Ka was just lucky, swallowing Ada's missile, but now he can't digest the missile's energy. He should have exploded and left this world. He didn't want to leave in vain, so he risked unleashing destructive energy that couldn't be absorbed by his body. And unexpectedly, the power was so great it killed the female demon. Bin Tri Lang pondered, using another skill to release the unprocessable energy from his body and contain it to neutralize the attack. Truly a clever method. The monster detected that the group was secretly retreating. Do they think they can escape before my lord? It orders the chaos to go and crush all those people to see how they resist, as the monsters chase after them, and they still don't want to face their fate. The raucous army attacks from above, while the people below are as small as a finger, making escape extremely difficult. Some refuse to fight and choose to defend themselves with magic and weapons. Keep coordinating your attacks. If you don't work together well, the monsters could kill you at any moment. The most important thing is to quickly set sail and escape from this area. Suddenly, a floating head appeared on the surface of the sea, staring fiercely at a crew member, making him turn pale with fear. Frightened and falling backward, he stammered, pointing at that woman's head. Her head moved. Damn it. The head of envy is crazy. A bunch of useless fools, scaring you to the point of life and death. Her head tilts back as she absorbs the surrounding metal, chasing after the people on the boat, such a fearsome sight that they don't deserve to sit on her rescue boat. With a gun in hand, the boats beneath their feet are disintegrating. She can manipulate metal. Oh, envy of the great, please. They are begging for life. Envy of the great. Have mercy, and spare them. Envy is not a kind of goodness, regardless of anyone's pleas. Their lives have nothing to do with her. Yet she keeps drawing metal around her. Brother Long told me to call Shiruk to come back. They had already agreed with the uncle not to hurt ordinary people before. Strange anomaly detected in the distance. A light of unknown origin. Everyone look quickly. What is that? The head is floating in the middle of the scene. The strange phenomenon is definitely caused by her. Is this a horror movie scene? That even just a head can survive? What kind of god are you? Careful observation shows she is dissolving and merging metals. Could she be the female demon from earlier? This is her true face. I can't believe it. Getting hit directly by the explosive blast can allow you to survive. But if it hits someone else, only a head would definitely not make it. Brother Long immediately acted, diving into the water, no matter how extraordinary the situation. For some reason, he couldn't just stay still. Both Long and the monster are chasing after her, no matter what method she uses to survive. She definitely won't be allowed to escape. The group lost their boat, surfaced on the water, turned around at the commotion, and were so frightened they lost their senses. Long is approaching, with a massive ice-like barrier chasing after him. And all the monsters are surfacing. All 4 of them have arrived. They don't want to be swallowed by the beast or turned into food. So please, Duki, save us. She has finished her escape rocket and can't save us anymore. In Dokai's eyes, we are a bunch of trash to be left as prey for the monsters. Dothraki launches a missile into the sky, not forgetting to taunt Lord Long, as the giant god chases after me. Get out of the way behind Long.ca so he can catch this crazy guy. We can't let her escape or it'll be a disaster. These people are too troublesome. Long can't make it in time. I'll push through and knock them all aside. That damn Kai. Stay here. She is extremely excited that he caught up. That stupid big god rolling. Now Envy is the missile lying there. The flying object is getting farther and farther away. Envy is pleased. Lamu Yan is exhausted and still can't catch her. Even if it's true, hearing her provoke and not being able to catch her is so frustrating. The 4 of them tried their best. Brother Long accelerated as much as he could, but in the end, she still got away. What a fake disaster. Tintin looked at the tiny figures on the sea. What should Brother Long and the others do now? Everyone is begging for their lives, making up all kinds of excuses about being tricked here by latter family members, not knowing this is your territory, and claiming they are just small pawns below. Brother Long is very easygoing. You yelled in their faces, invading my Ouyen island, and still want me to forgive you. Just then, a voice echoed, saving these people from a disaster. Lin Yuan asked his subordinates Liu Ren, who dares to get involved in the Ouyen island affair and takes responsibility for these people. Suddenly, an old man on a small raft in Zukyuk appeared, flying through the air, with the latter family as the main culprit. Please forgive these people. Master Suk looked around and saw only these people left, and an old man had to nod in praise of them. You are impressive to have defeated jealousy. The people underwater really know how to eavesdrop. Who are these 2, and why did they show up now? It seems they are trying to stop the beast from killing us. Could they know the beast? Anyway, please, you must persuade the creature. Some of them recognized that Chukyu was a member of the Tianwu department of Hoaha country, a guy with 2 buns of hair points at Juji. That's right. He was on the ship with us before. So why did he appear from that island? The clown-faced man suspects that all of this might be a trick from the Heavenly Marshal Department of Huaxia, while the bald man beside him is stunned, wondering if the Heavenly Marshal Department is against the West. These fools, the hunchback clown and the bald guy, are being pushed into the water by a sharp-minded person. Be careful what you say, because right now, you're all meat on someone's chopping block. Shut your mouths, or you won't know what hit you. Chu is negotiating intensely with Longka, knowing her working style. The others can be left to him. There aren't many members left of the latter family, and he will take them back to the Heavenly Martial Arts Division of Huaxia Country. Then ask the experts from the Heavenly Martial Arts Division of Thuai Province. Long Kea didn't care about these little brats, as long as he wasn't bothered. He could take them all. Adien said they ran away, and the future of Kukvien Island will face greater danger than now. Long Ka's top priority is to figure out how to confront the threat and quickly negotiate with the little girl at Bach Tu Duong. There's one more thing. It's crowded here and not suitable for talking. So Cuckoo suggested they speak privately, and they each left one after the other, giving the others a chance to breathe again. Let's go somewhere suitable and talk. Long Ka said to Chu Kuch. All right. Why so cautious? He thanked him for respecting the promise as a token of gratitude. Now Kuku will tell him the location of the secret realm on Kuyuan Island. This intelligence was obtained after an old man spent half a year. This is good news. Long Kai's face lit up with excitement, asking if the Kukvien Island truly has a secret realm, and urging to be told where it is. After discussing the Jinyuan Island with Lam Vien, Chu Ji continued, revealing that the secret realm is located in the underground cave where you previously fought the reptile king. Lam Vien pretended to be thoughtful and replied, just as I guessed. It is indeed inside that underground cavern. I was too hurried earlier to check that cavern. Zhu Ji stands on the sword level with Lam Vien's face and says the underground cave system is extremely complicated. With many passages, however, an elder specifically marked a path for you, descending from the great cavern you excavated. Heading straight northeast, we can reach the entrance of the secret realm very quickly. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy, and he thanked sincerely. That old man is truly kind. Thank you. Thank you. But then Lin looked a bit suspicious and asked, aren't you guys going into the secret realm to investigate? Master Ji responded, the secret realm isn't easy to enter. There are countless traps right at the entrance. And without caution, you could lose your life. The danger could be poison gas. And with each shot fired, the traps in the secret realm are countless. Chu Kuk continued, saying that the secret realm is protected by a mysterious array at the entrance. And no matter how many explosions or attacks from human skill users there are, it cannot be opened. There is a mysterious and powerful ancient beast guarding the entrance, and it will cost a great price to kill it, Chuzui said, with a serious expression. This proves that it is very dangerous. The secret realm beneath the underground cave of the extremely peaceful island is protected by a mysterious energy barrier that is not fully understood. The mysterious energy branches out like tree branches, acting as a protective shield for what's inside. Zhu Ji continued, saying this energy contains all external power and cannot be entered. Humans have encountered this type of secret realm entrance before. The 3 SSS-level experts used their strongest skills to attack for over half a month, but still couldn't break through the energy light covering the entrance. Lamu Yan felt a bit overwhelmed by this difficult secret realm, and he scratched his face with his finger in response to Chu Q Chu. Not the 3 SSS-level experts attacking for over half a month. If a little chicken like me almost gets destroyed by an SSS-level attack, wouldn't I be blocked outside the door? He continued with a slightly sad tone, pretending to be cheerful for a moment. Chu Kyuk seems to trust Lam Ouyen very much, and he said if it were him, he might try it. I heard from an old man that you have seized the energy of the reptile king from Hu, so the energy light screen at the entrance to the secret realm probably won't stop you. Hearing that, Lam Ouyen's attitude became cheerful again, and he kindly smiled and replied, if what you said is true, as long as I can enter the secret realm smoothly. You and an old man are brothers of Lam Ouyen. If you ever need us in the future, just say so. Lam Ouyen is absolutely sure of that. Lam Ouyen then turned around, waving his hand to tell Zhu to follow him quickly, saying let's go. I still need to clean up the battlefield while Zhu Kuk was deep in thought. Bing Trileng, Man Vien, and Lam Ouyen all turned back to watch the sphere created by an old man. An elder tries to use magic to hold the orb. The survivors all move onto it. And one elder says, the survivors are all here. I will seal the orb later. Lam Ouyen happily raised his hand to thank an old man, smiling as he spoke. Thank you, old man. And the old man threw something in. An old man felt suspicious and couldn't believe what he just heard. He wondered to himself, when did this young guy become so reverent and fond of children? Meanwhile, Bon Khan appeared and told Lam Ouyen that there was a large group of sharks at the bottom of the ocean, devouring the corpses of human supernatural beings. If they keep eating everything like that, I won't be able to refine the energy of the original life source anymore. The beast spirit showed a more aggressive attitude, saying, even my food dares to be stolen. Hearing Bon Khan say that, Lam Ouyen immediately dove to the bottom of the sea but also quickly said, everyone, I suddenly have something urgent. I'll take my leave. Everyone was stunned by Lam Ouyen's actions. Man Vien spoke up. Brother Long is so anxious what's going on, I've noticed everything too. But who knows what he's going to do next? Lam Ouyen is swimming down to the ocean floor with Bon Khan, asking as he swims, little Khan Khan, when did the sharks arrive, and how many have they eaten so far? Bonkan calculated the time the sharks would arrive and responded. If they eat all the corpses, I will go eat them. Bonkan hesitated, then continued. It also feels pretty creepy. Then Lamu Yan asked again. And besides, if that's the case, they wouldn't be able to steal the original life energy of the human DG users either. Bonkan showed Lamu Yan the system interface, which marked the shark's location, and he smiled, saying, "Don't worry, they just arrived. Earlier, when you fought the female Gundam, they had been hiding far away." Lamu Yan sped down even faster, shouting in frustration at these despicable creatures who sneak in to seize the advantage right after the fight. Dreaming of success, under the ocean floor, many people are drifting and floating there. The sharks have arrived. They smell something tasty, and they are telling each other, "Brothers, charge up. Let's have a feast." A shark was about to open its huge mouth to swallow all these people. But suddenly it had to stop when it saw the shadow of a creature 100,000 times bigger than itself. Lamu Yan quickly swallows the shark into his mouth. The other sharks are all surprised by what just happened. Surprised by Lamu Yan's appearance, Lamu Yan Sihil, frowning, speaking in a gentle but firm tone. "That kid, he's not easy to discipline, or he'll go astray. You guys have been proud again after I've been away for a few days." The leader of the sharks remembered who Lamu Yan was, and nervously whispered to each other. "It's not good. It's Onthan. It's been a short while since he passed. But why does his form look so much bigger now?" The leader quickly turned away from the wrath of his children and said, "Run quickly. Brothers, Onthan is coming." Lamu Yan opened his mouth wide and shouted, wanting to run inside and end everything. Wherever Lamu Yan goes, he eats the sharks there until his cheeks are swollen. And the sharks scream, "Don't come here. Save yourself. I've already killed them all. You devoured all those sharks," turning the blue sea into the red of shark blood. After a while, the sky darkened, and the sea turned red with blood, with shark meat and tails floating on the surface. Chu Kuk and Mok Lao looked at this, and both felt confused. Kuk Tu asked, "Could it be that that guy is eating the corpses at the bottom of the sea?" Mok Lao replied, "I don't know if he didn't eat humans before, or if he's burying these bodies. That's what I suggest." The humans sitting inside the sphere watched the scene in horror, everyone trembling, realizing that this old beast is indeed eating. "They will eat us too." Someone cried out, "This is too terrifying. Mom, I want to go home." Another replied, "No. No way. To you. You're not scaring me. I saw everything and said, it's a small matter. During the recent battle, the evil dinosaur was badly injured, so it must eat to replenish energy and recover its body." Uncle Kook and Old Mock looked at each other without knowing what to say. Salt water splashed everywhere as everyone shouted, "It's coming out." Lamu Yan appears with sharp eyes, looking a bit terrifying, his body covered in seawater and blood. The people inside the sphere are so frightened by Lamu Yan that they cling to each other and cry out for help. After Lamu Yan ate the sharks at the bottom of the sea and floated up, his mouth was full of seawater. And Mr. Lian saw that and thought, a single breath of water infused with the primal life energy of dozens of human skill users did not drop a single skill. All of it was divine points. Lamu Yan just now heard the humans singing and saw their frightened expressions. Lian said with a slightly reproachful tone, "What are you looking at me with that surprised look for? Do I look like I'm threatening someone? Weren't you all thinking just now that I was eating corpses underwater?" Lamu Yan was a bit angry that no one believed him. So he threw the shark remains he had just eaten for everyone to see and said, "Just now, a bunch of blind sharks came to eat the human corpse. But I cleaned them all out. I even dug a deep hole at the bottom of the sea to bury the corpse. I do it easily. So why bother hiding and burying it?" The person inside the sphere looked at the shark bones I just threw out and didn't know what to say. You lead Mok Lao over and say, "Mok Lao, have these guys finish setting up their formation. If they're done, let's go quickly. I find these people annoying." And as you say that, you point at the sphere. Uncle Kook and Old Moo had nothing to say. So they bid farewell. "Let's say goodbye here. Farewell." With that, Mok Lao and Chu Kook left, while Lamu Yan waved goodbye and said, "See you next time." I all climbed onto your shoulder, looking at the crowd, and asked you, "Are you really going to let them go like this?" Lamu Yan threw some life orbs and said, "Envy has run away. Killing these people won't do any good. The first thing we need to think about now is how to face the stronger enemies coming. Eat these life fruits to boost our strength. And then we can go mining. Everyone took and devoured the life fruits greedily. I kept asking about mining. As we all swam with Lamu Yan, he kept saying that the underground lair of the reptile king from the jar holds a secret realm. You smile and say, "Now I am also part of the mineral house." Everyone together, let's go and mine. We've reached the cave entrance, which is very dark and has many different passages. The four of them arrived at the largest cave shop, surrounded by a purple light, and Manhwa was surprised, saying the cave shop was so big. Lamu Yan just pointed and said, "Look. Inside that purple light screen, there is a blue liquid formed from a transformed reptile, proving that these reptiles came out from here." Manhwa touched the purple light screen and forcefully pushed it away as if it was nothing. And Quadia immediately said, "The purple light screen looks translucent and a bit illusory, like a wall." Seeing that, Manhwa immediately punched the light barrier. Lamu Yan then told Manhwa to save his strength, because this light screen blocks all external forces. Hearing that, Quadia immediately asked, "So how do we get inside Evil Dinosaur? Don't beat around the bush with me. Just tell me quickly." Lamu Yan smiled and put his hand into the barrier. And his hand went through it. He said, "The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Watch me now." Manhwa's eyes lit up, and he praised Lamu Yan. "Wow, Brother Long is amazing. The pterodactyl doesn't like to cause trouble. Just say it quickly." Lamu Yan explained seriously that because I previously swallowed the original life essence of the king of the demon reptiles, the energy in my body is similar to the barrier, so I won't be targeted by it. Manhwa wondered. "Long, I've eaten quite a few from the Sat Tin clan. So why am I still being targeted by the light barrier?" Ouyen, with a thoughtful expression, replied that perhaps those reptiles were only illusions of the blood of the Saurian king from Hu. So the energy of the Saurian king in the body was very limited. Even though you ate a lot, it still hadn't reached the level where the light screen would exclude you. Manhwa still felt a bit confused and asked, "So how exactly are we supposed to get in?" Ouyen looked thoughtful and spoke seriously, recalling that Chukuk had mentioned there are various strange giant beasts in the secret realm, and if they already live inside it, so there must be a life essence in the body, similar to the secret realm. I plan to go in and hunt some to bring back first. Eating these monsters might help you advance into the light barrier. Manhwa excitedly agreed with Ouyen's idea, and said, "Hoa also means we will have a feast here." The monsters looked at Manhwa and judged him as a glutton. Ouyen went through the barrier and told the three of them, "Yes. Wait for me here." Manhwa, now, with a high level of skill, greets Ouyen and wishes him well. "Be careful alone." Ouyen also signals back, "Rest assured. You are a ruthless beast, destroying the evil temple. The cave is very large. Everything inside is darkening." Ouyen looked around. "I've been walking for a long time but still haven't found the end of the cave. This cave is really long," he said. After walking for a while, he saw a light at the end and wondered, I've reached the end." Ouyen looked around the light and then looked up at where the light was coming from. "It's very high up there," he said to himself. "Another tunnel leading upward. I thought I had to go down further." Ouyen made a pulling motion on his sleeve as if preparing to act, and he said, "Go up and check it out." He jumps up and crawls toward the source of the light. After trying to climb out of the line, Brother Long immediately falls headfirst to the ground with a powerful crash. "Damn. I really fell hard and got ambushed." Now a huge black ancient snake with glowing blue eyes appears, sticking out its tongue from its mouth. It is an ancient serpent, 93 meters long, 7 meters wide, weighing 93 tons. Extremely toxic, with very tough scales. Longxia looked up, and a vision of the secret realm appeared in his mind. The ancient serpent wasn't the guardian beast of this secret realm. Was it also? Isn't this gate and secret realm illuminated by a strange light? The ancient snake spat out green venom that splashed onto Long K's right hand, causing him to clutch his arm in pain. Damn it. This poison is quite strong, and his right arm is slightly damaged. The giant snake suddenly lunged wildly from above straight at Long Ka, but Long Xie narrowly dodged to the side. He shouted, "But my weapon is my mouth." And then he quickly bit into the old snake's side. The snake fought back fiercely, breaking free from Long Xiao's mouth and circling around. The old snake fiercely resisted, breaking free from Long Xie's mouth. But Long Ka, in full control, shouted and unleashed a barrage of violent bullets again and again, like a deadly white spider web covering the entire street. The ancient snake was hit. Brother Long confidently said, "This narrow alley is my battlefield for the violent bullets." Then he flicked his finger and triggered an explosion. Large explosions erupt along the line, hitting the old snake repeatedly, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. But no, the old snake still lifts its head, eyes cold and furious. While Longsa remains calm, seems like the black scales are quite tough and can take a hit. The giant snake raised its head and roared, spitting out a stream of disgusting green venom. Long quickly dodged and shot back, its mouth full of thick, sticky saliva. This guy really has no sense of martial ethics. The giant snake spat that out and then rushed up to escape. Long Ca kept chasing, even wanting to run away. "You're really a coward. Thinking that just because you're a legendary beast of the secret realm I can't reach you." Brother Long unleashes a fierce earth attack. This move is truly powerful, hitting the giant snake. It, like a pillar of light, stabbing into the shop and shooting straight into the sky. The light shines over a large area of the ground, disturbing many monsters nearby. The giant snake was cut in half by the human owner and fell down below. Longka bit down hard on the giant snake's tail, not knowing what kind of treasure beast is inside the secret realm, whether good items will drop or not. But there are definitely many evolution points. At this moment, the system issued a series of notifications. Jing successfully seized the ancient giant snake, gaining 130,000 evolution points. Your defense armor scales increased, and you successfully seized the ancient giant snake, increasing poison resistance. Jing successfully seized the ancient giant snake, with 180,000 evolution points gained. Brother Long still isn't quite satisfied. Armor scales, defense, and poison resistance increase. What's the use if there are no skills anymore? It does increase poison resistance and the body's detox speed quite a bit. So let's go up and check it out now. Then Brother Long climbed up, his hand already touching the ground on the shop. Long Co heaves a tired breath and finally gets up. He looks around and realizes that this place is... The mysterious scene here has a pinkish-red hue but isn't very clear. Long K lies still, gazing at the world that is not yet tinged with red. This is an underground secret realm. After all, this is definitely a crossing into another world. Did you hear something? What is that? Damn. What kind of demon is this? A huge beast appears. Is it a monitor lizard? Damn. A monitor lizard with fur. Long.ca. After seeing the strange creature, with Long Ca's puzzled surprise, the young girl said, "Your creature is caused by the reckless physical education teacher. Dinosaurs and birds share a common origin, and during their long evolutionary process, there are intermediate species with feathered wings like these. It seems this mysterious space in the secret realm is a prehistoric world. Those strange creatures are ancient behemoths, 20 meters long, weighing 28 tons, with terrifying bite force and venom in their saliva." And Long K looks clueless, maybe a bit disoriented. 4 prehistoric beasts appear, roaring loudly and rushing swiftly towards Long Xia to attack. Long Ke remained calm and said, "What's going on? Are you trying to make me your prey? I'm big and tough, with thick skin and flesh, so you can't break my teeth." As Long used his tail to knock one away and sent it flying, he grabbed 2 by the neck and lifted them up, while the remaining one, not hit, bit into his stomach. You stretch out your hands with the 2 on top, and from far above, something is approaching. Damn, that's too much. Already ambushing and beating them up. While dealing with the flying creatures, you turn your head back to see that in the sky, a flock of winged beasts appears in the sky, including the ancient bird dragon, 18 meters long and weighing 18 tons, skilled in flight with sharp claws, and the ancient little Dao dragon, 15 meters long and weighing 15 tons, fast in flight and extremely agile. Brother Long looks pleased. The Vienko Dieu Long and Teodao Long are both dinosaurs with Long Vu and Teo Quan Con. Your judgment was correct. This is a strange world where evolution takes a wrong turn. That's not right. Why are these different species attacking me together, when my size is several times theirs? Don't they know which way is advantageous or harmful? Continuing with system notifications. Din. You successfully acquired 150,000. Ancien vous teach. Evolution point. Din congratulates the host on their first acquisition of ancient Vu Teach and awards 500,000 evolution points. Zin, you successfully gained 180,000 evolution points from the ancient Vu Teach. Xiao Quan spoke up, noticing that this place is filled with primal energy similar to that of the Lizard King from Hu Sao. Moreover, it is extremely concentrated, although some is on your body. The energy is very weak, so I analyze that they see you as an outsider and must be eliminated. The demon dragons, flying like moths and screeching loudly, rush towards Long Xia. Long K just bit the tail of a Vu Tich and sighed. So the old demon bullies the new one. But it's okay, I'll warm up first. At this moment, Long.ca also rushed to grab the neck of a Dulong. The system announces that Din Ban has successfully seized the ancient devil dragon. With 190,000 experience points gained, Din congratulates the host on their first acquisition of the ancient demon dragon, awarding 580,000 evolution points. The entire demon dragon and little Dao dragon swarm attack Long Xia again. Brother Long is very focused on dealing with these guys. Soon they'll know who truly rules Kook Ouyen Island. Even though this place is an underground secret realm of Kook Ouyen, it's still my territory. Haha. Dealing with your little minions. I basically don't need to use my skills. I just fear that once you get into the big mouth, it can tear all of you apart. These beasts are very fierce, each one seeming ready to fight to the death. Another beast appears, with huge claws that look terrifying, but its face seems a bit dull. Long.ca turned around, covered in scratches from the little demons. As the new beast appeared, running and howling loudly, Long.ca shows no fear. Another one appears, even bigger and more fierce. He spins around, ready to counterattack the beast. To save the fallen rider before the horse collapses, Long K unleashes the ultimate Kwai Long Ba technique, spinning quickly to attack. Where is he? The beast swung its sharp clawed paw, with a huge curved talon, attacking Long Ca. Long Ca was struck by its incredibly sharp claw. Blood splattering. You fell face down, your butt in the air, and dragged along the ground. Frustrated, you got up, cursing. This guy is a football player, and he even knows how to dribble. This creature is an ancient Tatu Long, 78 meters long, weighing 78 tons, skilled at running fast with incredible speed. And its foot has a very large, sickle-shaped toe that is extremely sharp. Long Cass sneered when hearing the name of this creature. The Tatu Long, a dinosaur wearing a velvet tank top with duck feathers. And Zhao Quan looked knowledgeable. So, I was right. That Tatu Long hasn't given up yet. It continues to charge wildly at Long.ca. Long K and the Tatu Long have a real battle, with him unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks. The Tao Long crouched skillfully to dodge the bullet. Long Xio was stunned. He could evade my fierce attack so easily. This guy's speed isn't normal, is that so? You want to use the same move to deal with me a second time. After your attack failed, Long Ca jumped high to the back of the Tat Tao Long and landed steadily. From afar on a rocky peak, another beast silhouette appears, and Long Xia feels a bit confused. Could it be that another enemy has appeared? The new beast rushes straight toward Long Ka. That is the ancient Liem Dao dragon, 70 meters long and weighing 70 tons. Agile in its movements, with large, sharp, sickle-shaped claws resembling a death god, claiming lives. Long.ca stared wide-eyed in shock as the ancient swordfish lunged straight at him. Liem Dao Long unleashes its move, stomping its front legs to create powerful whirlwinds. Fiercely attacking, Long.ca continues to retaliate with violent blasts, and their clash causes an explosion. Before defeating Liem Dao Long, Tat To Long unexpectedly launched an attack on Long Ka, swinging his tail to knock Long Xia into the air, causing him to fall hard and be slammed face first into the ground in pain. He was annoyed. So big, but still fights 2 against 1. Not to mention martial ethics. During this time, he had become accustomed to fighting together with the 3 younger brothers. Suddenly facing 2 powerful enemies alone, he was a bit unprepared. The speed of those 2 flying vortex dragons is very fast, and even the violent earth spear might not be able to hit them. Plus this place is too wide for the violent bullets to bounce back and attack. We must lead them into the forest so that my barrage of bullets can use the dense trees to bounce back and maximize their effect. Plus, The forest makes it easier for me to evade their attacks. At this moment, the spear-knife dragon spread its two front legs with sharp claws and let out a deafening cry. Suddenly, another spear-knife dragon appeared, and both charged forward together to attack. Brother Long was sweating and wide-eyed. A T-Rex charging at him like a rooster. This really messes with his mind. Damn it. Luckily, another one shows up just in time. And at the same moment, the T-Rex also charges forward. The tortoise dragon points its sharp claws straight ahead as the long spear charges forward with its head, front legs, and claws attacking simultaneously. 2 against 1 is clearly unfair. Those two beasts are using their strongest moves to fight, and Long can only dodge. Damn. I can't see their hands. I can't see their feet. Are you two acting in a martial arts movie? Long doesn't counterattack. He turns and runs for his life, but as planned, you lured the two beasts into the forest. And now we finally reached the forest. Haha. Now it's my time to shine. According to the plan in this forest space, you used the retaliatory destructive bullets against those beasts. They chased here. Now, in a passive stance, they cease their attack, and the destructive bullets form a battle array. The power of the violent shot is fully unleashed here, like a white spider web trapping the two beasts. Long Xia is now triumphant. You're surrounded by me. Following the usual procedure, you snap your fingers and it explodes. The booming sounds echo and merge into a massive explosion. The two beasts burst apart in an explosion, with Long.ca standing tall, in control of the game, feeling the dominance. They haven't died yet, turning their heads and growling as they all run away. Long Ka doesn't seem willing to forgive. Wants to run. Just turn into my evolution point. But Tat to Long didn't want to wait. It jumped up, its legs clinging to a tree trunk. Using its claws to grip tightly onto the tree, it spun around the tree at incredible speed, as if to build momentum for a stronger charge. And Long Ta was quite surprised. Yes. It used this force to launch a powerful attack towards Long Xia. Long Ka is stunned. What kind of move is this? And it can spin so fast, too. After the spin to jump, the beast lunges to deliver a deadly bite to Long Xia's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Long's sword also joins the attack on you. Overpowered by the two, Long Xia takes many hits and is covered in wounds. You grit your teeth, partly enduring and partly furious, fighting back and shouting that anyone who dares come near me will get a taste of my fury. Brother Long couldn't hold back anymore and shouted out, simultaneously unleashing a storm of lightning and thunder from his armor. The two beasts were hit directly and roared as they were thrown backward. You grab the front legs of the Liam Dao dragon with both hands. Long Xia makes the decisive move. But it's not over yet. Not until the violent eruption of anger. Too powerful. The longsword dragon's head is severed from its body, billowing smoke. After defeating the longsword dragon, you turn to finish off the Tat to Long. And then it's your turn. The mutant dragon panicked and turned to run away. Long Ka watched. Are you just shaking your body? Who? Ire. You think you can shake off some powerful beast. But it turns out it was just that chick I defeated earlier. At this moment, all the beasts surround Long. Vutech, Long, Dao Long, and the other Long monsters. Long drops his hands to the ground as if preparing for a new move. That's right. Brother Long is brave. The new skill he gained from defeating Lester he hasn't used before. This time I'll test it on you. You haven't finished charging the attack yet. Long calls out, unleashing a tremendous power. With a single strike, he annihilates all those beasts. Each one got hit by the leader, flying everywhere. The beasts scattered and were quickly defeated. Long's master was decapitated by the leader, while the others lay sleeping across the ground. Long.ca used this attack for the first time and didn't expect it to be so powerful. Its force is really strong, and it can even shoot projectiles. Attacking within range is inevitably bad, and this one got burned black by the electricity. I wonder if it can still be eaten. Long Ca devoured the meat of the ancient dragon. It has a slightly burnt taste. The meat texture is similar to grilled charcoal meat, and he had already taken down a group outside the forest. This harvest isn't bad either. I'll bring some to the team to eat. And I wonder if we've gathered enough energy to enter the secret realm and pass through the light barrier. As usual, this is a system notification you have successfully seized the ancient Tat to Long, with 220,000 evolution points added. Your faction successfully captured the ancient Tuo Long. With a rapid increase in speed, Brother Long is still not satisfied. The speed is increasing rapidly. Is that all? Why not give me a thumb that can move like a human? Try biting a few more pieces of the long sword to see if anything drops out. And sure enough, the system reports back. Your fortress successfully seized the ancient long sword, and the sharpness of its 2 claws has increased significantly. Longa shouted, "What the hell is that? I risked my life and spent half a day and didn't get a good item. Little Khan, come out and explain clearly to me." Little Kun appears and calmly replies, "From your dark face? What can I do?" Brother Long is annoyed. "What are you talking about? Your heart is clearly too black. Like a good idea just came to mind." Long was beaming with excitement. "That's right. I haven't marked today yet, based on the system's usual spirit. Changing the marking location might yield some good loot." System. I want to mark the location. The system complies with your request, marking the underground secret realm of the extremely peaceful Red Great Land. With the lava form reward. Reward for marking the magma form. The magma form means all the energy in your body is transformed into hot magma, turning you into a magma beast like emerging from hell. Note that this form consumes energy very quickly, so it can only be used once a day for 60 seconds each time. Long Ka muttered while holding the ancient sword dragon in his mouth. "Damn it. Lava beast form, this is powerful. Little brat. At least you still have some conscience." There's a new notification from the system. Jing. You have successfully seized the ancient long sword, gaining 220,000 points of evolution. Jing. You have successfully seized the ancient long sword and received the special reward of the magma blade. Long Xiao is delighted. Haha. I just gained the magma form and the corresponding skill dropped. What luck. System notification: A-level magma chariot can only be used in magma form. Your lava cleaver is not only sharp but also extremely hot. Even harder objects can be easily sliced through. Be careful. It feels like cutting with a hot knife. After defeating the beasts, eating their fill and gaining a bunch of good items, Long Xiao lay back to relax, full and ready to pack the rest to take away. After the pile of monsters, I was a bit hesitant, but with so much monster meat and corpses, I couldn't carry it all alone, and I still have to crawl down into that deep cave myself. You ask Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong Kong. Doesn't the system shop have items like storage scrolls or storage bags? Those tools with large internal spaces. And Xiao Kong, clasping his hands together, says, "You read too many cultivation novels. Where would you find a storage space tool like that? You're really dreaming, but I can add a storage space into the system for you." Brother Long. That's great. Quickly help me open a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. Xiao Kong reacted. Wow. Do you think you're building with wood blocks? And it's just that you can finish building quickly. I just discovered a new function of the system that requires a lot of spiritual energy, time, and effort. Brother Long crossed his arms and said, "So what if it's an important benefit? Tell me, how many points of divine transformation do you need?" Xiao Kong counts and calculates. Not many. I'll estimate first. About 10 million points of enlightenment for 100 cubic meters. After hearing that, Long was stunned and thought, why didn't you just go steal it yourself? Xiao Kong looked indifferent. Happy to open it if he wanted, but I'm too lazy to bother with that. Long.ca reluctantly accepts. Eating to ease his sadness. Fine. You scored 20 million points. I need to open a 200 meter cubic storage space. Xiao Kong happily agrees. Let's do it right now. While Xiao Kong was working, Brother Long stood aside, complaining. I fought monsters until I was exhausted and barely accumulated 30 million fairy points. And this guy just said he earned 20 million already. 5 minutes later, Xiao Kong happily announced that the 200 meter cubic storage space had been successfully opened. Boss Long was a bit stunned. So fast, weren't you saying it takes a lot of mental time and energy to do this? Xiao Kong argues that time is life, and this insect abides by the principle of conserving the host's life, providing the most efficient service. Long is helpless. I trust you. That damn monkey. Your insect system is extremely evil. Xuan Khan ignored what Long Sa said. Come on. Come on. Come on. If you want to put something into the storage space, I will show you how. Do you want to store these prey in the storage space? From now on, just say the word, and I will place the designated item into the storage space. Xiao Kong issued the command, and a circular space appeared, which was the system's storage space. A pile of monster corpses are gradually stored into the storage space. Then, Little Khan happily says, "Look, it's all gone. The prey spell has disappeared." Long also had to marvel. Wow, it really disappeared. Impressive. What about those prey? You won't directly dissolve them. Right, those are all things I painstakingly hunted. Xiao Kong uses magic to let Long Ka see the images of the monster's corpses in the storage space. Everything is stored there, so whenever needed, he can take it out quickly and conveniently. After finishing, Long turned and walked away. Good. I trust you, Xiao Kong asked as he followed. What are you going over there for? Aren't you coming back? Long waved his hand and said, I'm going to get some firewood. Returning to the cave, Bien muy. Dieu. And On Lang sat there waiting for a very long time. Bien muy was overjoyed to see Captain Long appear. Captain Long is back. You knew he would come back, she said, and she told Lao Nuang to report the situation downstairs quickly. Long Ka glanced around and replied calmly, eating as he spoke. He said to the system, help me out. Let's eat and talk at the same time. And as he finished speaking, the system releases the corpses of some monsters. And everyone's eyes widen in surprise and delight. Oh, they all sat around the fire, eating and listening to Long.ca tell stories. After a while, Long.ca summarized that the situation was roughly like this, including the fact that he had indeed traveled to a red-colored otherworld. In just a moment, I encountered so many fierce beasts, so that red otherworld must be extremely vast, even larger than the Extreme Peace Island. The city lord has fled, and I believe it won't be long before the people from the Holy Templar Temple will attack our gates. One city lord almost wiped out our entire army. If the traitors arrive, we basically can't fight back. The purple barrier can block all external energies, so this is our best refuge. I plan to have all the monsters agree to follow us into the secret realm to avoid the danger of the Two Min Holy Palace. The prey I caught is enough for everyone to eat a little, so let's try to see if we can enter the luminous screen. Yuan Mi stood up, stepped forward, and since you ate the most, you try first. It reached into the light curtain, its hand able to pass through the barrier. It chuckled. Haha. 4. You can now enter the light curtain. You all moved forward to pass through the barrier into the light. Only Lang is unable to enter. I turned my head back and said, look, earlier I suggested you revert to your giant wolf form and hunt more prey in the secret realm. But you didn't listen, so you deserve not to be able to enter. Lang pondered. It seems this purple light screen is based on my giant wolf form to gauge the concentration of spiritual energy condensed within my body. And even though my body is smaller, the energy I seize cannot be less. Brother Long said that after you and the little girl both ate a large number of creatures in the secret realm, you can smoothly enter the purple light screen. Our initial judgment was correct, so the next step is to gather the monsters willing to follow us, so they can eat the creatures from the secret realm and accumulate energy, allowing us to enter the realm. However, for herbivorous monsters, I wonder if feeding them the plants from the secret realm would cause the energy to condense in their bodies like that. We'll have to try to find out. Brother Long, you gather all the clan members here, I'll gather all the subordinates. If any monsters agree to follow along during the process, they can also be brought in together, marking the first wave of monsters entering the secret realm. Em and I will go ahead to hunt some monsters and bring them back, which can also help us deal with the dangers around the secret cave. Commander Long said firmly. All right, the expedition begins. After entering the new secret realm, he seemed very excited. Wow. The red atmosphere. The red ground. It's truly amazing. Seeing that, Long happily announced, Manhwa, this red land will be our territory from now on, and our journey begins here. So, you feel very comfortable as the continuous energy flows into your body. Right after hearing what I said, Man Yuan admitted, yes, I can feel it now. This energy comes from the same source as the energy released by the Reptile King. At this point, Long Yen revealed that we just need to wait inside this secret realm. And even if we do nothing, our strength will keep increasing. However, through continuous fighting and eating, they will absorb this type of energy more quickly to accelerate their strength. Then the two of them will synchronize and start hunting from this Z food. After a while, Everything seemed to remain silent, with no battle taking place. It turned out Ouyen and Manhwa were hiding in the bushes, waiting to observe the prey rushing out. Ouyen wondered. Strange. He had just arrived here, and was already surrounded by fierce beasts. So why does he see none now? Suddenly, Manhwa called out. Hey Long! Look over there, quickly. Did Ouyen see something when he looked in the direction she pointed? The two of them ran over there, startled and panicked. The footprints were too big. This is the footprint of the Bavwang Long. The boy stepped his foot into the footprint to test. His footprints are much bigger than mine. So this guy must be at least a 100-meter giant beast. Ouyen remembered that although Tu Quanquan said he had the bloodline of a demon, from his appearance he looked just like Bavwang Long. I had never encountered the king dragon on the island of extreme silence before, but suddenly I felt a sense of anticipation. But at the same time, a sound rang out, and a creature appeared. It turns out it is a sword dragon, 80 meters long, weighing 85 tons, with a sturdy spine and a sharp tail, with incredible defensive power. As soon as she saw it, Ouyen showed a look of disdain. What is this? It's a Veem Kim Long, still with the same strange style as before, and Manhwa was completely waiting for this prey. So she immediately used her fan dance technique, learned from Brother Ban, to warn Ouyen. Ouyen, you can rest now. I'll handle these two. As soon as she wiped a bit, Ouyen warned. Be careful. Manhwa, their defense is very strong. I understand. And just like that, the opponent's side was no pushover either, moving towards the Manhwa. Suddenly, halfway there, it stopped and turned to look in the same direction. It seems this is its distraction tactic. A huge tail swinging straight at her, but she's not as easy to fool as they thought. Manhwa immediately jumps up to avoid the tail attacking her. It charged straight at the Manhwa, and she immediately prepared her defensive stance. As a result, she was once again pulled by a sword dragon, falling backward. After that, the sword dragon began to look at the Manhwa with a gaze that could no longer be underestimated. It continued to turn and aimed straight at her back while Manhwa was still holding onto her arm. Seeing that, Lamu Yan shouted, "Be careful, little sister," and suddenly grabbed the tail of the sword dragon tightly. She shouted, "I got you now," then lifted it into the sky. Manhwa spun it around to make this one dizzy. Moreover, Manhwa also tormented her friend until she was lifted into the air and then slammed straight down to the ground. Suddenly, as a fellow sword dragon charged fiercely from behind, she was struck directly by the soldier's new weapon, causing the dragon to collapse. The soldier then picked up another sword dragon. She spins it just like the motor inside a washing machine. Seeing enough, the manservant lets go, so this one can fly wherever it wants, at the exact spot where her teammate had just stopped fighting and was getting up. Before she could react, she saw her teammate being thrown straight toward her. A massive collision then occurred, shaking the entire corner of the forest. All done. She returned to where Lamu Yan was standing, having finished her task, and Lamu Yan praised her without holding back. Not bad. You have the demeanor of my little dragon brother. Suddenly remembering something, Lamu Yan asked if her arm was okay. It's fine. At the same time, this battle seemed to have also triggered the curiosity and discovery of other sword dragons hiding in the forest. The sounds of their angry growls also drew the attention of both of them. And immediately from within the forest, a horde of fierce sword dragons charged out in an unstable state of mind. Lamu Yan just chuckled softly and then smiled. Seeing their calmness, the sword dragons grew even angrier and roared as they charged straight at the two. Lamu Yan decided that since he couldn't handle the 6 sword dragons alone, we should all go together, yes. Long brother. As soon as the battle started, Lamu Yan quickly used the long slash. As a result, many of the sword dragons were overwhelmed by the pressure from the dragon's slashing blade, their bodies trembling, while Lamu Yan stood his ground after that clash, still maintaining an extremely majestic and imposing demeanor. Then he waved his hand to signal Manhwa that everything was settled, and it was time to gather the spoils of war. Then, the young soldier opened the gate to record the message again, while Manhwa pulled each of the sword dragons back towards them. But suddenly the ground trembled, and Lamu Yan was startled, guessing that this shock seemed to be caused by a larger ancient beast approaching. In the distance, a figure emerging from the shadows remains indistinct, its true form still unclear. Lamu Yan and Manhwa are both staring in that direction, Oh, this is a huge foot, stomping down so hard it seems to sink the ground here. A deafening roar echoed, both piercing and powerful, revealing it as the ancient supreme dragon, standing 110 meters tall, weighing 116 tons, with a strong physique, high defensive armor, terrifying biting force, an incredibly powerful tail and limb strength. As soon as he saw it, Lamu Yan exclaimed, "Wow, a Vuonglong in a fur coat, my worldview is completely shattered," and Manhwa was extremely frightened. "Long. It looks just like you. Is it a relative of your family?" Lamu Yan helplessly replied. "No. I don't have any relatives. Even if they wear fur coats." Vuonglong kept shouting to intimidate the opponent. Seeing that, Lamu Yan was furious and said, "How dare you shout at me? Vian. Let's shout back." Both of them shouted themselves hoarse, their voices like fists pounding against each other non-stop. Seeing that the martial arts couldn't compare to those two monsters, Vuonglong's face twisted with frustration as he charged straight at his opponents. Seeing that, Lamu Yan warned, "Vian, try to hold on. This guy is much bigger than us. Be careful. Don't worry." Long. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and froze for a few seconds. Immediately after, Lamu Yan and Manhwa each dodged to the side to let the King Long pass by, moving too fast. Get out of the way. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to use his tail to knock it down and make it face the ground. Lamu Yan curled his tail close to his back. Give it a painful hit. Anyone with a temper would just get stung on the roof. That made Lamu Yan so scared he almost lost his pants. Haha. The old brother is quite tough. Suddenly, the king dragon stared at him with suspicion, then suddenly swung its tail directly at Lamu Yan, knocking him back 8 meters. After a painful fall, Lamu Yan angrily cursed. Damn it. The distance is so great again. Looking up, she saw its wide-open mouth rushing toward her. Just in time, Manhwa ran up from behind and grabbed the tail of the Vuonglong, telling it to stay away from Long. And that move successfully held it back and saved his life. But the Vuonglong in front of the trap, blocked and extremely angry, glared at her with eyes full of hatred. It roared loudly, wagging its tail that sent her flying several meters away. Seeing his sister being bullied, of course Lamu Yan was furious and went crazy, and he didn't hesitate to unleash the ultimate technique of the Demon Dragon King. By the time Lamu Yan rushed forward, aiming to stab the spines into the back of the Dragon King, it also panicked and instinctively took a few steps back. This seems to make him question himself. No way. The ultimate Demon Dragon King technique I used only made it retreat a few steps. But I always dreamed of beating it away. So, my goal is to get close to you. And as I think that, Lamu Yan's mouth has already opened somehow. Luckily, I managed to bite a piece of Vuonglong's fierce body. Continuing to bite into the second piece, I realized, damn it, this guy's really thick-skinned. I muttered to myself. I can only leave bite marks but can't tear through the flesh. This makes Lamu Yan refuse to believe the truth. I don't believe I can't tear this piece of meat apart. You declare that using violent tricks to strengthen your teeth can enhance their power. And in doing so, you've also earned quite a few evolution points. Din. You successfully seized the ancient sovereign dragon fragment, gaining 32,000 evolution point. Din. You successfully seized the ancient sovereign dragon fragment, gaining 31,000 evolution points. Zing. You successfully seized the ancient king dragon fragment, gaining 33,000 evolution points. But it immediately struck you away with its hand. Yet the system's voice kept ringing non-stop. Din. You successfully seized the ancient Vuonglong fragment, gaining 32,000 points of enlightenment. Zin. You successfully seized the ancient Vuonglong fragment, gaining 34,000 points of enlightenment. Lamu Yan grumbled. The ancient beast used to give hundreds of thousands of points each time. But now it's only this much. It seems I bit off too little meat. But you're a stubborn king who insists on biting a few more pieces. If one isn't enough, then I'll take another. I'm the ancestor of the biting sect. The roar of the battle still continues without end. And the fierce deception continues as Lamu Yan keeps using it without any sign of stopping. He focuses his land on Vuonglong's neck, until the blood dripped down from its neck. Vuonglong was in intense pain and furious. biting and tearing, then suddenly sank its teeth into your shoulder. Not only that, Vuonglong also threw Lamu Yan far away. After that devastating blow, it seemed as if the surrounding sky and earth were shifting, your body covered in wounds. It hurt so much. Even more terrifying was the sight of Lam Ouyen's tall, vigorous body about to crush down right in front of you, and all you could do was panic and shit your pants. Vuonglong's foot pressed down directly on Lam Ouyen's body, making him want to vomit blood as he grit his teeth and endured the overwhelming force bearing down on his entire body. Suddenly, a sound drew Vuonglong's attention, but it didn't seem to distract him much as he continued biting into Lam Ouyen, causing him to tremble in pain all over his body. Lam Ouyen coughs hard, still stubborn, then uses that big foot to step on him. But at that moment, Vuonglong bites directly into him as if he wants to reincarnate 19 times. Seeing Vuonglong's actions, the guards couldn't hold back and immediately shouted at him. She used all her strength in both fists to repeatedly strike Vuonglong's body, accompanied by shouts and demands for him to let go. But those punches were nothing to him. Vuonglong still calmly bit into Lam Ouyen's body, despite her sitting on him and hitting him relentlessly. At this moment, Manhwa raised a fist aimed directly at one of Vuonglong's eyes and declared, "Let go of her, or else." Sure enough, he felt dizzy and instinctively released Lam Ouyen from his mouth. One of Vuonglong's eyes bled, and the pain in his eye intensified his fury even more. Vuonglong felt the opponent was on his back, and immediately he shouted and charged forward, prompting Lam Ouyen to scream her name. "Little one." Seeing the rock ahead, Manhwa was terrified. Behind him, Lin Yuan anxiously shouted, "Little Yuan, quick, jump down. Jump now." But this thing is too fast, and Manhwa was hit straight into the rock and being pressed down like a sandwich. She finally couldn't withstand the pressure and spat blood onto Vuonglong's fur. This seemed to cause Lam Ouyen pain, and he shouted out, "Little one." As Vuonglong straightened up, she had no strength left in her body and finally collapsed face down on the ground, blood pooling and flowing out in a tragic splash. But it seems that Vuonglong still has no intention of stopping, as it bends down to bite Manhwa, who is completely helpless and unable to move at all. At this moment, from behind, Lam Ouyen shouted her name and immediately unleashed a violent earth attack to stop Vuonglong. The fierce explosion carried incredible power, knocking Vuonglong off the stage. Then he quickly helped Manhwa to her feet and asked, "Are you okay?" "Vien. I didn't expect this Vuonglong to be so difficult to deal with." Manhwa asked nervously, "Brother Long, have we won yet?" He frowned. "No, it's not over yet. It has already triggered his violent outburst. But it wasn't shattered. It was thrown away." Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, causing all the birds in the sky to scatter in chaos, and every beast in the forest turned their eyes toward it. It seems that sensing Vuonglong's fury, the trees torn from the ground are being plucked up into the sky by someone. He directly threw 8 trees at his opponent, and Long Ouyen quickly pushed Manhwa away from the attack range. Vuonglong, seeing he missed, bit into another tree and charged straight at the two of them, forcing Long Ouyen to steady his brother. Then a massive tree trunk crashed down, causing chaos. Damn, this guy even knows how to use branches as weapons. Vuonglong doesn't give Long Ouyen a moment to breathe, rushing straight at him with his mouth aimed at the Manhwa. Long Ouyen quickly throws out the lightning seal and kneels to fiercely strike its face. "I'm risking everything with you." This attack drew its attention. You immediately turned around to face Vuonglong head-on with your back spikes, but it was unharmed, and you were pushed back. Your electric shoulder and back spikes did nothing against it. This guy is really hard to deal with. Vuonglong is still full of energy and rushes at Lam Ouyen, biting into his shoulder, and Lam Ouyen bites back, saying, "I'll kill you." It seems that a pain has begun to engulf Vuonglong's entire body, causing it to scream loudly, its cry startling the heavens and making all the birds scatter in panic, the roaring sound growing more terrifying, echoing throughout the forest and attracting the attention of other monsters. After a while, somehow in the chaos, Lam Ouyen was knocked to the ground by Vuonglong, who then stepped on his chest with his foot. Over there in the distance, Manhwa, with the huge stick, charged forward with unstoppable force. Damn bastard. But it was too late. Vuonglong frantically turned to bite Manhwa again and kept shaking her violently. The man was nearly unconscious, with his eyes white and blank. But sensing the danger, he caught his breath and sat up, clinging to him, biting into Vuonglong's limb. "Let go of me. Let go. Let go." Not only that, Lamu Yan kept scratching its face to cause more damage. Seeing Vuonglong still stubborn, Lamu Yan's temper flared. "I told you to let go." His whole body had already begun transforming into a red magma form. Having just activated this form, countless nearby trees were burned to ashes, causing the man-beast to panic and stammer as he recalled how Lam Ouyen had swallowed the orb of the fighting technique before. "Ah, Long, why have you changed into this form?" The Dragon King also noticed the change, still holding the soldier's arm in his mouth. Seeing that, Lam Ouyen didn't hesitate and directly used the molten lava to sharpen his claws, making all the nails on his hands grow significantly longer. He also charged straight at the Vuonglong in a furious rage. At a close enough distance, Lam Ouyen slashed directly with her claw into Vuonglong's arm, causing one of its wings to detach from its body. Vuonglong only now realizes the fear, panicking as he sees you gathering the destructive volcanic fury of your magma form. A violent eruption of magma, like a sea of fire, shot straight at Vuonglong, quickly engulfing him in the flames with devastating power. As for Vuonglong, it had already flown away without him noticing. This seemed almost unbelievable to Man Vien. It had melted down. Today's battle was truly intense. Lam Ouyen immediately turned to ask her, "Man Vien, are you okay? How is your arm?" Lam Ouyen directly reached out to her to check. She immediately screamed, It's burning," because she felt like her hand had been cooked. She immediately backed away in fear, raising her hand to signal, "Brother Long, please don't come over. Your temperature is too high. Now I remember. Sorry about that. I forgot we're in magma form right now. I will cancel it immediately." Gradually, the true colors of Lam Ouyen's body began to appear from her face and body, but after returning to his original state, he felt extremely exhausted. He's back to normal, but he really feels tired and can't even lift his legs. He glanced at Vuonglong's figure he just fought and sighed. Very powerful but a bit wasteful of energy. Then Lam Ouyen threw a few transformation pills to quickly recover his strength. Earlier, the commotion was so loud that it probably attracted the ancient beast of the secret realm. While nibbling on some Man Yuan pills and wondering, "Long, was that a new noon skill just now? You're proud. Right, how powerful? Powerful. Powerful." King Long blinked and was gone, but then her mood sank. He and Lin Du, An Lang all have many skills, but I have great strength and know nothing. Seeing her younger sibling, Lam Ouyen quickly comforted them, saying that one person with great strength can defeat 10 people, being able to defeat 10 martial artists. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are useless. Great power is actually a weakness. Don't worry, Man Vien. I will help you find a suitable weapon that can maximize your strength. I promise, Man Vien happily returned. Thank you, Long. Then he turned to ask Xiao Kong if there was any skill in his shop suitable for M. Vien. After some thought, Xiao Kong expressed that Man Vien is more like a human, and none of you are humans. Lin Ouyen's face darkened as he pointed at himself. "Why am I not human? And you're still scolding people?" In response to Lam Ouyen, Tuekun said, "Man Vien has hands and feet, but your legs are too short, and death is basically unavoidable." The former general's form of the soldier has only 4 legs and no flexible fingers, with a few dark veins running across Lam Ouyen's forehead, as if he had those hands. Ignoring what Lam Ouyen said about himself, Xiao Kong continued and said, "So only Man Vuyen can use various tools and weapons, and she has great strength, so she can fully handle heavy weapons." Imagining that scene, Lam Ouyen's expression is extremely 3 points. "Are you trying to make her look like a female villain candidate? That also seems like a good idea," Tu Khan said confidently. "All right, leave this to me. I will find a suitable weapon for Man Vien." Mid-conversation, suddenly, a booming sound echoes what's going on. Another beast is here. As he turned around, he saw a bunch of giant beasts rushing toward him. Lam Ouyen rolled up his sleeves and grinned wickedly. Well, bringing food here then." Looking at the monsters, he was surprised to see a dragon sword among them. Then, from all sides, a bunch of ancient beasts charged fiercely at the target with quite a dense density, pushing forward and knocking down trees in chaos. Facing this terror, Both of them were stunned. Damn, there are so many. The huge beast behind is a king dragon, twice as large as the previous one, with its mouth wide open and bloodshot eyes, as if it wants to devour the two of them alive. Lamu Yan didn't expect there to be so many of them. This isn't just a bunch of ferocious beasts, but a wave of ferocious beasts. Seeing that, Manhwa turned to ask your opinion. Brother Long, what should we do? Do we need to fight? Lamu Yan waits for the right moment. With so many giant beasts, even calling both Diu and Lang here wouldn't be enough to fight them off. A true hero doesn't chase immediate gains. Run quickly, but every time Manhwa and Lamu Yan managed to escape, a whole pack of them would chase after relentlessly. These big guys are just old hands bullying the newcomers. Suddenly, a sword dragon appeared out of nowhere in front of them, blocking the way. With no escape left, Lamu Yan decided to risk everything, daring to block the path of the old man, Ouyen, and the river to go out. And so, he immediately began using the long kneeling technique, drawing the three extreme paths directly into the target's throat, pressing against its neck, causing it to die instantly. Damn it. These guys are just delaying us. We're about to be caught up. I can see the wave of ferocious beasts rushing toward us. Long Ouyen immediately decided. Mvien, you run ahead. I will hold them back. Don't dawdle. Mvien, run ahead. I'll hold them back. Be careful, Brother Long. Don't worry. I'll be there soon. Immediately, he condensed a violent fireball to buy more time with them. Continuous deafening explosions shattered them apart. Done. Long Ouyen also hurriedly ran. All right. Let's go. Manhwa. Long Ouyen and Manhwa are exhausted and barely able to walk after being chased by the giant beasts for a long distance, breathing hard. I'm exhausted. I'm dying. I'm so annoyed. Damn it. Are these guys crazy? We've already run through over a dozen paths and they're still chasing us. This is too much. Long Ouyen remembers his companions and scoffs. So you think you can bully us with fewer people? Huh, once I gather all the monsters on Kukuyin Island, I will definitely regain our dignity. Before you finish complaining, Manhwa shouted. Brother Long, there's another beast blocking our path ahead. Long Ouyen looked at the group of monsters with a slight disdain and sneered. These are a bunch of blind fools daring to block my path. You confidently ordered to attack ahead. Blow them up. Okay, little one. The newly arrived monsters were blown apart by Long Ouyen, some scattering in all directions, and he rushed forward to grab their necks. Showing his frugal nature he couldn't afford to waste, Long Ouyen threw those giant beasts towards the system, catching the small whip. Seeing this, the small whip quickly asked, Not yet. Only the dead can be placed into the space to hold the word. Long Ouyen replied, Don't worry. They're dead. They keep running. And as they run, Manhwa looks back. Long. Maybe we should charge with the spear and risk it all with them. Long Ouyen scolded him. You idiot. Do you think they only have a few guys? Just one spit each, and they could drown us both. Manhwa continued to suggest. Long. Can you use that technique to transform yourself again like before? Long Ouyen walked forward with his legs trembling from running too much, replying that the lava formation was too large and that he had already used it once before. So he basically couldn't use it again now. Manhwa sighed and complained. But if we keep running like this, when will we reach the end point? And if there's no way forward, we're doomed. Long Ouyen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Oh shit. The cliff is too high. If he jumps down directly, he won't die, but he'll be skinned. Long Ouyen glared at Manhwa and said, Ouyen, you really are a scoundrel. Manhwa avoided Long Ouyen's gaze and said, I only said that once. Long Ouyen turned his head and looked far below the cliff. Oh my god. That is, a red palace. A palace within the mysterious realm. Manhwa pointed behind and called Long Ouyen. Long Ouyen. Look over there. Those guys have stopped. Long Ouyen turned around and saw the entire herd of beasts stop in their tracks, trembling as if facing something very terrifying. Manhwa guessed that they might be afraid of something. Long Ouyen, who was also puzzled by this, suddenly heard a thunderous roar coming from the Red Palace, and the herd of monsters chasing them all turned around and fled at once. Long Ouyen watches their figures and thinks, they just run like that, causing these giant beasts to be so scared. What is really inside that Red Palace? Hearing that roar, it must be an extremely large beast. Dukololuang in the air, holding a measuring device. I checked and found the direction of that red palace. The energy of the secret realm is extremely dense. Based on my analysis, that must be the source of energy for the entire secret realm. Ouyen thought to himself that the energy source of the secret realm was there, which is why there are such powerful guardian beasts. If they return the way they came, he worries those giant beasts haven't gone far. So they need to take a detour. Manhwa said. All right. Long. They looked for a way down the cliff. Hiding behind a bush near the palace, Ouyen and Manhwa looked towards the red palace. The movement was subtle. The red palace made him feel extremely dangerous. Let's observe from a distance first. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from the sky, startling both of them. What the hell is that? They looked up, and in the sky was a giant monster. Ouyen stared in shock. The divine wind dragon is enormous. 100-meter beast. What is it trying to do? The divine wind dragon is flying straight towards the palace. Could it be heading to the source of the red energy? Before the Fong, then Duck Long could land. A black spinning creature suddenly appeared from somewhere and sped toward it as fast as a lightning bolt. In an instant, the divine wind dragon was cut into pieces by the blade of destruction. Ouyen saw this horrifying scene and shouted in disbelief. Wow! The 100-meter giant beast was cut down in an instant. Manhwa standing nearby also feels scared. What exactly is this monster that looks like a spinning top? The monster, after repairing the divine wind dragon, looked toward Ouyen hiding there with two small worms. And upon hearing that, both immediately turned and ran away. Damn. We've been spotted. This guy actually knows how to talk. Vien. Run quickly. We're no match for him. The monster realized we wanted to escape and chased after us. I've caught you. Still trying to run. You trespasser into the forbidden zone. You're dead. Ouyen stops to hold back the monster so the other soldiers can escape. You go ahead. I'll bite it back. You start unleashing your power. Green light emanates from your mouth. Unleashing a fierce rage, Ouyen's attack was deflected by the monster, causing him to gape in surprise. Yet he still managed to unleash a fierce burst of earth energy. The monster keeps advancing. Ouyen taunts and throws a series of explosive bullets at it. Come on. Come on. If you've got the guts. Take these. But these grenade shells were all deflected by the monster in different directions. So Ouyen decided to detonate them. Loud rumbling sounds echo around the monster. Smoke and dust from the explosion swirl in the air, occasionally flashing with small blue lightning. Ouyen turned around with a hint of doubt, wondering if they had defeated it, when suddenly a sound rang out, and the loudspeaker crackled. The dust around was blown away by the monster's spin, revealing the monster unscathed after the explosion. Ouyen shouted in terror. Run now. But it was already too late to escape. And the monster, still turning, charged quickly toward Ouyen. It slashed a deep wound across your chest, blood pouring out of the injury. Ouyen, looking panicked, quickly ran over to Ouyen and shouted, Brother Long, hurry up and turn around. Run fast. Don't stop. Ouyen immediately helps Ouyen, who is badly injured, to escape from the monster's pursuit. The hurried, heavy footsteps echoed through the forest. They are gradually moving further away from the Red Palace area. And as they run past the columns with strange red symbols, Ouyen glances back and sees the monster being blocked. Ouyen was also a bit surprised by this situation, but it didn't chase over here. So Ouyen concluded that apparently it couldn't leave the area within the red stone pillar. This is probably the duty of the Guardian, only able to act within the Red Palace and unable to leave. Seeing that the situation is safe, Ouyen quickly turns around to worry about Ouyen. Long, are you okay? You're holding your wound. Luckily, you reacted quickly earlier and stepped back. Otherwise, you would have been cut in half. Ouyen remembered how scary he was and immediately urged Ouyen. This guy is too terrifying. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's leave quickly. That monster seems to have smelled Ouyen's blood. Its eyes with orange-yellow pupils widened completely. It's her. It's her. It's her. Her aura is in that creature's blood, and it keeps circling around like it's found a treasure. Even its voice carries a hint of uncontrollable joy. Haha. With this blood essence, I can laugh it off now. That monster has finished summoning its minions. Little ones, get up all of you. Stand up now. The loud cry that echoed throughout the palace signaled that it was time to go. Ha ha ha. Based on those calls, giant beasts appeared around the Red Palace, flapping their wings and filling the sky. Some even perched on the palace roof. A while later, it was a vast cave where the mighty beasts of Ouyen Island were bustling and talking with each other. Suddenly, the little prince pointed excitedly at the entrance of the cave and shouted that Long and Manhwa had returned. Long and Manhwa, Long Ouyen and Manhwa stepped through the purple curtain, and as soon as they entered, Long Ouyen happily raised his hand to greet them. Ang Lang, do. And the little prince have also arrived, the beasts in the cave. Seeing the bridges return, all lowered their stance and bowed respectfully, calling out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Long Ouyen, after being asked, looked around and said, There are quite a few fierce beasts from the Ouyen Island too, but it seems there are no herbivores. Bin Trilang, hearing this, replied, With so many carnivorous beasts gathered, how could herbivorous beasts dare to come? Long Ouyen scratched his chin and chuckled shyly. Haha, you're right. The secret realm is very dangerous. Herbivorous beasts are not in a rush. We just need to deal with the threats at the entrance first and then bring them in. Bin Trilang looked at the large wound on Long Ouyen's body with a somewhat surprised tone. He's injured, and the wound is quite serious. He inferred from the condition of the wound that it seems you encountered a formidable opponent inside the secret realm. Long Ouyen agrees. Yes, I and Ouyen really did encounter a very strong enemy, and among them there is also a strange one. Based on my current strength, I definitely cannot fight back. Bing Trilang leans one hand against the air and tilts his head in doubt. Even you can't beat him. Could his strength be higher than the Bull King? If that's the case, then going in now would just be inviting death. Long Ouyen said. It's okay. That guy seems to be bound by some kind of restriction and can't leave his current area. Otherwise, this time I and MVN would have truly been eliminated. So as long as we don't enter his range, we'll be safe. Then he raised an arm and called out to the ancient beasts of the extreme abyss island. Come on. Come on, brothers. Let's eat. Little June begins to open the storage space, and the corpses of the ancient beasts along with many pieces of meat that Lamu Yan's team hunted earlier fall out, piling up into a tall mountain behind him as everyone happily eats. Only when the energy of the secret realm within the body reaches a certain level can it pass through that green shield. Seeing so much meat, the ancient beasts of the extreme abyss island had their eyes light up with joy. Ah, the two great kings brought back so many boars again. And these boars are quite large, so they must be not easy to deal with. Another ancient beast, hearing their words, immediately corrected that it was him, and that the four kings could resolve this matter in just a few minutes. The tiger cub next to it didn't care and impatiently asked, Are these things all for us to eat? Long live the king. Finally, a giant ancient beast fell from the space, shocking everyone and exclaiming, Wow, it's even bigger than that. Bin Trilang looked at the corpse of that ancient beast and jokingly asked Lam Ouyen, This corpse really looks like you. Isn't it your relative? Lam Ouyen retorted, How do you see us as so alike? And also, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and turn into a werewolf form to go eat meat. Bin Trilang looked a bit uncomfortable, watching how they ate. It really was unappetizing. Lam Ouyen immediately exposed him. Duh. Not having a taste for it. I think you just can't handle raw food now. If you want grilled food, then do it yourself. You look at the group of former beasts chanting and preparing the food offerings. But why don't you see the little bird and her subordinates? Bin Trilang replied, She sent all her subordinates to find the remaining beasts willing to come here. After all, the extreme island of Ouyen is too big. Flying through the air is more effective. And besides, she herself, the gentle Snow Peak, asked Lord Baitrak and her subordinates whether they agreed to go to the secret realm. Lam Ouyen realized, Oh, I see. The girl Tisan brought along at such a critical moment is indeed trustworthy. Even more reliable than I thought. A moment later, all the former beasts of the extreme abyss island after eating their stomachs swelled up round like balloons. They lie on the ground complaining. I can't do it anymore. I can't eat anymore. Someone help. I'm too full. Lam Ouyen told all of them to stand up. 500 brothers. Even if you're full, don't lie down. Come here and see if you can pass through the purple light curtain. The former beasts all comfortably stepped through the purple light curtain with their round bodies. And seeing this, Lamu Yan was pleased. Good. Being able to pass through the light curtain is enough. Wait here on this side. Ahead, there is a section of the cave leading straight up. You can't climb it yourself. Once my dragon subordinates return, I will take you up. After giving instructions to this group, you turn around angrily and head towards Bin Chi Lang, Langni, Little Prince, the Wolf King, and tell them to eat quickly. Bin Chi Lang, exhausted from protesting, finally obeyed Lam Uyen's words and transformed back into the form of a beast, saying, "Let's eat together." Langni, Xiao Guzi, Xiao Kan and Lang Er replied together, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yes, Brother Lang." A moment later, the winged ancient beasts are busy devouring the food Lam Uyen brought back. And he watches them with a look of admiration. They're really good at eating. "We've gone hunting 5 times already." "Right, there's no way the great king goes hunting, he's just enjoying the results." The more he spoke, the more annoyed he got. So Lam Uyen shooed them away and said, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, go do your work." Then he pointed to the fat bellies of the eaten old beasts and lifted up this useless bunch. "I hunt myself. I'm not your nanny. So why should I feed you?" Lam Uyen drove them like herding chickens. "Go quickly. Line up." The old beasts jostled and pushed each other. Some shouted, "Oh, the crowd is too tight. I'm about to vomit." "Hey, hey, hey. Whose stomach is pushing into me? That big brother's stomach isn't real." After getting drunk and full, the winged old beasts followed the old beasts from the extreme island and flew into the sky. Falling out of that enclosure, Lam Uyen chuckled triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Old beasts inside the secret realm. I haven't brought my 500 brothers to reclaim our pride yet." The scene shifts to the secret realm, and the ancient beasts can't help but gasp in amazement upon seeing this place for the first time. Unable to believe it. Even the swordmaster was amazed. "I never expected there to be such a strange world beneath the underground of Ouyen Island." Cam is also very excited. "Brother Long, is this our new territory?" Lam Uyen heard that and smiled. "Yes. The entrance to the underground of Ouyen Island is of course our territory. However, conquering the secret realm is not an easy task," he continued. "But first we must use our fangs and claws to defeat the old ghost neighbors, bullying the new ghosts here." Then Lam Uyen turned to Dao Lang and said, "Brother Lang, before I arrived here, let's make an action plan for the next few days." As he spoke, he drew the map of the secret realm on the ground. "This cave is the entrance to the secret realm and our escape route. So we must have someone guarding here. Then use this place as a base to explore outside and deal with all the threats beyond. Right now we have about 78 fierce beasts that can be divided into 2 groups. You and I will split into 2 teams to explore in different directions." Everyone listened carefully and remembered that we must unite to prevent internal conflicts over territory. Only by securing this land can we find suitable territories. Dao Lang looked at this scene and couldn't help but marvel, thinking this is truly human wisdom. If there are 2 groups of giant beasts, they will fight over the territory division, and only Lin Yuan can unite all the giant beasts on the extreme abyss island. Lam Uyen pointed to another drawing on the ground and continued, "This palace land is the territory of that black shadow demon beast. Remember, we must stay away from it. We are not its match yet. In addition, you may encounter giant beasts over 100 meters tall with great strength. Do not underestimate them. If you can't fight, don't try. Run back quickly." After explaining the plan, Lam Uyen looked at Dao Lang and asked, "Lang, do you notice anything special about this secret realm? This place is full of energy, and even without doing anything, you can feel the energy constantly flowing into your body." Dao Lang clenched his fists, feeling the energy gathering within his body. "Yes, I sensed it as soon as I entered. The energy is condensing inside me, and my strength is gradually increasing." Lam Uyen also clenched his fists and thought of Daloa and the monstrous beasts with the Holy Church of Sin. Then said, "Soon our strength will surge, and by then, Daloa and the Holy Church of Sin will be no match for us." After a while of discussing, the giant beasts prepared to depart. And at this moment, Lam Uyen suddenly felt something was off and turned to ask Dao Lang about the remaining Jid Long. "Aren't you going to call the Juk Long to join from the air? They have a better vantage point for spotting enemies or covering our flank." Dao Lang calmly replied, "There are too few Juk Long. Moreover, being in the air makes it even easier to attract the attention of the beasts inside the secret realm. So wait until I send everyone back before requesting reinforcements. After saying that, Dao Lang mounted a giant wolf, stretched, and said, I'll lead a team of fierce giant wolves and dinosaurs. The other monsters are following Vienne. Let me see how much pain the monsters in the secret realm can endure from me. Man Vienne here is also full of confidence, pounding his chest and shouting, let's go. Let those bullies who rely on numbers taste my sharp fist. Seeing the two groups of monsters leave, the young prince let out a worried sound for everyone, revealing how dangerous this secret realm truly is and how few can fully grasp it. Ouyen naturally noticed this and asked softly, are you worried about them? I am really worried too. The monsters in this secret realm are very strong. However, I can't keep protecting everyone if a large number of people attack Ouyen Island. I, Man Vienne, Bintri Lang, and the death spirit worm can't care for everyone, so everyone has to become stronger. And the fastest way to do that is to fight enemies and grow stronger through deadly battles. His words are truly reasonable. Beasts survive in harsh environments, and if you can't become stronger on your own, it will be hard to stay safe when danger comes. Those words just now boosted little Guazi's spirits, and a fiery passion suddenly surged, be stronger. I must also become stronger. Ouyen saw Cameo so excited, so he gently tapped its head with a finger to encourage it. Little Guozi is already very strong. Since you decided to go alone to summon the ferocious beasts of the extreme Peace Island to fight the Lizard King from the ruins, you have challenged the strongest on the island. At this point, he suddenly raised his voice loudly. But it's still not enough, little Guozi. We must conquer this secret realm and become even stronger here. Time quietly slipped away. A week passed in the secret realm, and the number of giant beasts hunted by Ouyen grew increasingly numerous, soon towering like mountains, with the remnants standing on a mountain of bones. Relaxed, they feast on their prey, while Lam Yen and Xiao Guozi have become round balls from overeating, sighing as they breathe out, and can't help but marvel. Living day by day without hunting and still being able to eat well is truly great. Plus, the energy from the secret realm can increase your strength, so you don't need to spend evolution points to become stronger. That's right. Using borrowed equipment. Just now, Man Vienne returned from hunting with a sword dragon on his back. Hey Long, we're back from hunting, and we had a good harvest today. Man Vienne threw the sword dragon to the ground and said, Brother Long, I feel much stronger this week. As he spoke, he raised a muscular arm. Now a punch from me could kill a secret realm sword dragon. Ouyen laughed loudly and said, Haha, Vienne is becoming more and more like the king of Ouyen Island. Then he looked at the flock of mutated dragons flying away. A creature with a sword dragon approached the entrance of the secret realm and continued speaking. Outside the purple light curtain, 0x giant beasts from Ouyen Island gathered. Most of the dragon beasts have already returned, moving the food around. At this moment, spirit girl Lin Dieu has also come back. Ouyen said, Joe, finally you, Yi, are back. And Man Vienne is just as happy, calling out, Lin Dieu's sister, like many other ancient beasts, was also amazed by the mysterious realm. Oh my god. I really didn't expect there to be such a miraculous place beneath the earth of Ouyen Island. You can tell that Man Vienne and Ouyen have changed quite a bit lately. Right. I can feel that the energy of the Death Reptile King within you has grown stronger. And it seems your bodies have also become much more powerful. That's right. Sister Lin Dieu, I feel like I've become much stronger. Ouyen crossed his arms confidently and said of course. Then asked, Aren't you going to invite Bai Tu Duong? Where is she? Master Bai said that her subordinates are all ice and snow creatures who are used to living in the snow mountain, so they do not agree to come here. Ouyen sighed and said, I see. Or rather, the climate here really isn't suitable for those guys. That death spirit Lin Dieu stood on the White Mist Mountain, even though the snow creatures on Snow Peak didn't agree. Lord Bai Trach agreed to come here with me. Ouyen looked and asked, So where is he now? Death Spirit remembered waiting for Bai Tu Duong. Originally, we came here together, but for some reason, Bai Trach's body suddenly showed abnormality. From the situation, it seems that Bai Tu Duong is having difficulty breathing, sweating heavily, and according to Lin Dieu's description, appears weak and helpless, as if seriously ill. Strange thing is, As I got closer, Bok Troc Dai Nhan's condition worsened until it finally ceased. So I had no choice but to bring Bok Troc Dai Nhan back to the hermit Tuyet Fong. After returning to Tuyet Fong, Lord Bai Bai's condition mysteriously disappeared. But due to his frail body, he will not come here for the time being. Long Yen listened and felt a bit serious and strange. Why was it like that? Long wondered. Could it be that he wanted to come, so he deliberately acted? That guy is full of treachery. Long Yen waved at Monster Dew. All right. Let's put this matter aside for now, and wait until we are firmly established here. Then we can invite her. Miss Dew, after you and your subordinates arrive here, we can report the aerial reconnaissance and expand the search area. Long just pointed to the circle drawn on the ground, indicating that the area surrounding this den is already our territory. Go further, as there is a forest and a mountain pass. We need aerial reconnaissance, and after ensuring safety, we will proceed with exploration. That death spirit is also paying close attention. The carnivorous beast from Extreme Abyss Island has already come quite close. Next, we need to gather some leaves, grass, and fruits from this forest for herbivorous animals to eat. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from behind. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Everyone turned around to look at the noise. A spiked-backed wolf rushes in quickly, tears in both eyes as it says urgently, Your Majesty, something's wrong. On our way back from the hunt, the tribe has been attacked by the mysterious beast, led by 2 giant beasts over 100 meters long, causing heavy casualties. And the Great King's 1 male and 2 females are in dire straits. Long Ouyen frowned, angry and hateful. I told you around here that no matter how we hunt, the beasts in the secret realm show no signs of movement. It turns out they are holding back the great tide. Long Xian quickly ordered, Yi Yuan, stay here and defend the cave. Dio, call your subordinates to quickly rescue us from the air. Kuai Dia and Man Vian immediately responded, Yes, sir, Long. Monster Bird and Man Yuan haven't even started yet, and the ground is already beginning to shake violently. Long Ouyen widened his eyes in surprise. In front of them, a wave of monsters of various shapes, sizes, and strengths was rushing straight toward them, the beast wave. An Long calmed his emotions. It seems there's no need to go for reinforcements anymore. This wave of monstrous beasts is heading straight towards the rescue point. The 2 of them looked in shock. Long Ouyen grinned cunningly, thinking to himself, Last time you chased us like a mourning dog. This time I must gather 500 brothers to regain our dignity. So he shouted loudly, 500 brothers, this is the decisive battle, we have no retreat. Long's side is also fierce, composed of high-level, powerful fighters determined to seize their place here. Show your fangs and claws. Long Ouyen commands fiercely, tearing through them. The enemy side has a wolf commander leading the troops, shouting loudly, Move aside. Move aside to the sides. All enemy troops obeyed the order and immediately split to both sides, with 2 groups refusing to back down, rushing quickly toward the enemy. On the other side, the giant prehistoric beasts charged forward first. Leading this side is Long Ouyen. An Long fiercely charges in, tearing and biting through them. Long Ouyen opens his jaws to inhale, gathering energy. Brother Long emits waves of undead energy with electricity. Kneeling, Long roars in battle. The enemies, seeing this, are too stunned to react and stand still as they watch the approaching sound waves. Unsure of what to do, Long Ouyen continues to strike, summoning a storm of thunder and lightning. Kneeling Long Ouyen charges straight at the enemy, knocking the monsters aside in a straight line and breaking through the surrounding encirclement. Those monsters fell to the ground in pieces, sparking with electricity around them. And An Long still couldn't kill the countless monsters, right next to the other battles, which are also extremely fierce. The wild wolves rush straight at the enemies and bite without hesitation, while the mighty 3 warriors are ready with claws to slash at the enemies as soon as they arrive. Long is still not done. He throws fireballs from his mouth, exploding with a bang. With a look of delight, he waits for the right moment and signals to strike. The loud explosion echoed as another group of monsters was defeated. Feeling great. Feeling great. I really am much stronger now, haha. Suddenly, the red birds swooped down from the sky, each carrying those tigers away. The sky is already filled with monsters. She flaps her wings and unleashes powerful vortex columns, creating a 8-directional wind ring. The red birds that just arrived had to leave immediately. The group of people cheerfully thank the great king. The great king of martial arts. She swoops down while giving orders to her army. You little brat. The flying herd of dinosaurs, guided by the monster, charged forward confidently, and she also rushed down, tearing into her. Tearing into her. The wolf leader advanced, shouting loudly, tearing into her. The savage wolf pounces on the dinosaur in front of it. The eagle from above slashes down fiercely with a diamond sword, splitting the dinosaur in half. Manhwa watched the scene and thought to himself, Long, Lang, and Lin are all so strong, I can't stay behind. He shouted and charged forward with his diamond fist. Manhwa punches the dinosaur in the face, making it tear up, then grabs its leg, unleashing her strength and shouting, before spinning around the dinosaur. The group of spirit beasts behind cheers happily. The mighty king is powerful. The mighty king is formidable. The three-horned dinosaur looks at Manhwa, who grins fiercely. Come on. Manhwa channels his energy towards it, testing who is stronger. As he finishes speaking, he grabs the blue dinosaur's horn with full force. Manhwa roared and pushed even harder, neither of them willing to back down. She began to unleash her power, her muscles bulging. The soldier shouted loudly, Go for it. Immediately, I knocked down the blue dinosaur. Manhwa forcefully knocks the triceratops down. Long Yen saw what just happened. Lin shouted out, and the young warrior fought bravely. Reaching the peak, a loud roar echoes from afar as the giant Tyrannosaurus appears. Long Yen immediately remembered what Teach Ho Long said. Your Majesty, something's wrong. On our way back from hunting, we were attacked by a mysterious beast, with two giant beasts over 100 meters long leading the team. Many clan members were killed, and the great king was left in a dire situation, with one man against two. Long Yen clenched his teeth and thought to himself, the 100-meter giant beasts that Shi Huo Long mentioned earlier are probably the 3 rack long, and this guy, the giant Tyrannosaurus, roared. Long Yen looked at it and said, Last time you chased me and fought, it was very exciting, wasn't it? Then you immediately used the Supreme Dragon technique. Long Yen quickly charged and struck the big dinosaur hard. This time I'll show you who's boss. A single kick from me sends it flying away. Long Yen proudly chuckled with satisfaction. Haha, indeed, my strength has become stronger last time. The king of beasts only retreated a few steps from my attack. Then he laughed and unleashed another fierce attack. Dozens of clones biting the Tyrannosaurus, causing it to roar in pain. Long Yen stepped back, wiping his face as he looked at it. Haha, no more playing. You and Manhwa said in unison. Game over. Long Yen jumps high, strikes fiercely with his tail, and executes the Kwai Long Cham. Manhwa also channels his spiritual power into a punch, unleashing the Great Diamond Fist. Both of them defeated their opponents at the same time. Long Yen and Manhwa shouted loudly. The group of mystical beasts behind them cheered happily. How could 200-meter giant beasts be dealt with so easily? The black bear roared with laughter. Lord Kwai Long's majesty was formidable, and the white bear also responded loudly. Lord Manhwa's majesty was formidable. Dao Lang looked at the two brothers and thought to himself, they are truly stronger now. I must also quickly increase my strength. The bird beside them, hearing that, immediately got angry and sneered. Just a little increase in strength, and already proud and arrogant. The monsters, scared, quickly ran away. Those annoying strangers. Can't fight anymore. Run fast. Long Yen looked at them and said loudly, pointing at them, Do you want to run? Have I given you permission, brothers? Focus on beating the dogs into the water. The group of monsters is happily eating. Long Yen, holding a piece of meat and chewing loudly. Haha. This time we've won completely. Everyone eat comfortably. Manhwa looked at you and asked, Brother Long, can we grill that and eat it? After so many days eating it raw, the flavor is a bit unfamiliar. Long Yen looked at her speechless and said, Well, your taste has been spoiled by me. Look over there at the group of beasts in the distance. See, many of my brothers are eating like this. We can't be special. If everyone has to be treated differently, then we might as well roast until a certain year or month. Manhwa quietly continued eating his portion. Fine. Long. I was wrong. The distant Dao Lang watched this scene and thought to himself, is this the leadership wisdom of humans? Treating everyone equally without special treatment. Everyone is equal. Long Yen's team of magical beasts is now approaching, you exclaimed in surprise. Our dog squad has returned. Long Yen looked at Lin Dieu and asked, how far did those cowards get chased by you guys? She quickly picked up the large leg and replied, we chased them far away. Lin Dieu bowed her head, gazing at the grilled meat, then added, this land is now completely our territory. Long Yen softly said, all right. Dieu. Starting tomorrow, you will continue leading the clan members to explore further outside, paying close attention to the movements of the ancient beast remnants. Long Yen happily commented that after this battle, the ancient beasts of the secret realm temporarily cannot form large-scale monster waves, which is a good opportunity for us to stand firm here. A week later, Manhwa happily chews on the delicious meat. Hee. The other communities have all left. Now I can finally ask to grill. So tasty. So good. Long Yen looked quite distressed and said, can you eat a little less? I've already grilled 500 pieces. But I haven't even had a single bite myself. Manhwa quickly ran over to take over. He. Brother Long. I've eaten enough. I'll help you grill. You eat first. Long Yen held the meat in his hand and said, it's not to help him grill. It's for the servers. Lin Dieu glanced at him and said, after a week of inspection, our territory has doubled in size. Enough for the beast community of Kukyen Island to come here and settle down. Long Yen nodded repeatedly. But we must stay in contact. After all, this place still isn't entirely our territory. Lin Dieu looked at you and said, every day, my subordinates are patrolling in the sky and will immediately inform me if they detect anything unusual. Long Yen calmly replied, actually the best place is the Misty Gorge and that Red Palace, where energy is abundant and can quickly boost strength. Plus, it's a forbidden zone for mysterious creatures, so they dare not set foot there. You continue explaining. Unfortunately, based on our current strength, although it has increased significantly, we are still no match for that black shadow Deloa. The flying dragons soared up from below, and they shouted loudly to announce that the humans had arrived. Long Yen was very surprised to hear that humans, the surrounding monsters, roared in anger. Humans. They dare to come here. Long Yen quickly stopped them and said, brothers, don't be impatient. The people coming are definitely not from the Bright Tribunal Temple. If they were, they would have already blown up the island. You look towards the Azure Dragon and ask clearly, who are these humans, and what do they look like? Then quickly recall and reply, there are two humans. Both have been here before. One person stepped onto a flying sword, another onto a support vessel. They want to see the great elders. Daolong and Manhwa immediately asked in surprise. Flying sword. Support vessel. What? Long Yen quickly searched his memory. Could it be Uncle Kook and Mook Lao? What are they doing here? Rook Long looked at you and softly replied. They also brought a severely injured ancient beast. It seems to be a large white bear. They were all very surprised and exclaimed, what a big white bear. Long Yen looked at the spirit bird and then speculated. The large white bear Dao Kuk Yen only has the Snow Peak Sage as a friend. Could it be Bok Tu Duong's subordinate? Everyone hurriedly ran over to check. Let's go. Let's get there quickly and see. They arrived at the barrier, where Bai Dai Hung, covered in blood, was lying there barely breathing. Master Ji looked at an old man and asked, one old man. How is it? Can this ancient beast still be saved? He touched Bai Dai Hung and spoke. Or I have already given up. This old beast must be severely injured, having traveled for days and lost a lot of blood to reach this place. A loud shout came from behind. Da Hung. Lin Dieu saw them and exclaimed, it really is Da Hung. Zhu Ji quickly explained. Before he could finish, Dao Lang suddenly pointed his dagger at your neck and asked, did you cut him and cause his injuries? An old man nervously said, it wasn't us. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Dao Lang stepped forward angrily and replied, do you think I can't tell the great Hung is covered in sword wounds? It wasn't you who did it. So who else could it be? Lamu Yan looked at Dao Lang and then calmly said, Lang. Vien. Everyone stay calm for now. Chu Kuk and an old man ultimately showed their stance in the previous battle on the Kuk Ouyen Island, and also told us the way into the secret realm. Saving us the trouble of searching, you turn to Mon Vien beside you and say, Vien. Quickly give these life fruits to Da Hung. She reaches out and takes them. Yes, Brother Long. Lamu Yan looked at Juji and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me quickly." He immediately drew his sword. Zuji jumped onto the sword and approached Lamu Yan. "You're too loud. It's still better to talk like this." He bowed his head and honestly explained that we came here to tell you the nearest direction to move towards the Mintoi Holy Temple, because we were curious why the beasts of the extreme Yuan Island had no trace. So we patrolled this central area. Chu Kyuk then remembered what happened then. And we found the still weak giant boar. He frowned and recounted. Even though the old man had a wood attribute ability and healing powers, but the great silver beast was too badly injured. Its massive body could only be kept alive a little longer with the healer's treatment. At this moment, Manhwa immediately handed the life fruit to the giant beast. And Chu Kyuk glanced briefly and guessed that this giant beast must have been injured a few days ago and has been traveling for several days to reach this place. It has lost a lot of blood. I don't know if it was coming to find you. But since it's a beast of the extreme Yin Island, I couldn't just watch it die. So I brought it to you. Old Mu is doing his best to treat the great silver beast. And, seeing the strange spiritual fruits brought by the man, he asked loudly, "What kind of fruit is that? Is it so effective?" This beast ate the fruit. And although still unconscious, it's no longer in life-threatening danger. So the man Vien nearby happily exclaimed, "That's great." Lamu Yan glanced at the beast and said, "He is truly an important teammate of ours. Thank you for bringing him here. Has the Holy Penitence Temple already given the order to act?" He furrowed his brow and replied seriously, "Can I ask you first, where is the beast of Ouyen Island? Have you all already gone into the secret realm?" Lamu Yan pointed to the purple area. "Of course. The secret realm is now the second base of Ouyen Island. This matter also owes thanks to you and Elder Mu for telling me the location of the entrance to the secret realm, and for the deduction based on the energy of the Saurian king from the relic, so that it wouldn't be rejected by the purple light curtain." Master Kuk observed once and then commented, "I didn't expect you to have entered the secret realm, so when you leave, the other ferocious beasts rely on consuming creatures inside the secret realm to gain energy without being rejected by that purple light curtain. It's truly not a bad method." He continued to share his opinion, and although only half a month had passed, I could feel that your strength had increased significantly. But still, Master Ji suddenly raised his voice. "But that's not enough. The Holy Church of Mintoi is mobilizing troops and gathering supplies. It looks like they will attack Ouyen Island soon." He calmly recounted that the Holy Church of Sin had recalled all the elders and was gathering intelligence about Ouyen Island from multiple sources, including the survivors of the previous battle. "We retrieved the healing artifact that had imprisoned them, but Doki escaped. And the intelligence related to you guys might have come from Doki's own mouth." He then thought of Duji and said that the failure this time made the Lord of the Sinful Holy Church extremely angry. So he dismissed Duji from his position as elder and even tried to remove the super metal from his body. If successful, Duji would surely die on the spot. Long Ouyen, upon hearing this, scoffed and said, "A defeated general is not worth mentioning. Can you tell me about the Electric Lord of the Holy Church of Sin and the other elders?" The elder introduces very seriously that the Holy Church of Sin has a church leader named Fury and 6 archbishops named after the 7 sins. The SS top-tier ability user has always stayed behind the scenes and rarely takes action, so his information cannot be known. The second elder, proud and confident, with a top-tier SS ice-type ability, possesses immense power with 1,000 forms of ice. The fourth elder covets it, SS level. Speed system ability, quick as lightning, capable of teleportation. Third elder is ambitious, SS level female with a mental ability that can mesmerize and petrify extremely powerfully. The fourth elder is lazy, SS level gravity system known as the strongest support and control ability. The fifth elder is greedy, SS level, power system, infamous for cruelty, capable of draining the life force from enemies to strengthen itself or heal itself. Lamu Yan listened and thought, Senza is about to face a fierce battle. Interesting. The gluttony skill is quite fascinating. Isn't this the skill of our monsters, to use blood and flesh nodes to enhance strength or heal themselves? Uncle Kook explained, but the elders and the Holy Temple have a wealth of internal talent. And when these powers come together, they should not be underestimated. Lamu Yan looked at him and replied, if we've made enemies, fear is useless. We really can't fight back. At worst, I'll send all the ferocious beasts into the crude secret realm to grow. He frowned in confusion and asked if this satellite phone was useful. but your current body shape definitely can't use it. Transforming into a human form and using it. Bin is also the latest energy bin, which can be used for a year. I will immediately inform you of the direction of the Holy Temple's movement. Lamu Yan looked at Uncle Kook and happily replied, "Thank you. Let's hand over Bin Trilang first. He prefers to maintain his human form. This small thing is just right for him. You're helping us like this? Aren't you worried about offending the Holy Judgment Temple? If they want to target us, they probably would have sent people to patrol around Ouyen Island already. Our concern is that the national powers will intervene. Not that a small holy tribunal is not enough to threaten the Heavenly Martial Division." Uncle Kook continued seriously, saying that Ouyen Island is located between Hoaha and Anhoa countries. And according to the intelligence we have, Anhoa has already taken an interest in Ouyen Island. We don't want the secret realm of Ouyen Island to fall into the hands of Anhoa Kwak, although I feel they can't defeat you, especially if they team up with the Holy Church. Lamu Yan, upon hearing this, excitedly shouted, "Oh, it's the little Japanese. Aha. Let them come here. If they dare to come, I won't mind calling the beasts of Ouyen Island to turn them into skewered meat." An old man laughed loudly. "So you called Anhoa Kwak what earlier? Little Japanese. We call him that too. I didn't expect a monster to use the same nickname as us. Ha ha ha. I like you more and more." Uncle Kook then spoke. "Your teammates probably have nothing more to say. We've finished our business. We will take our leave." Lamu Yan gestured invitingly. "Do you want to go inside the secret realm to check it out?" Uncle Kook politely declined. "Thank you, because I am also very curious. But now is not the time. Wait until the danger on Ouyen Island is resolved. Then enter the secret realm to ascend the tower." An old man and Uncle Kook said goodbye together. The Lamu Yan group looked at them and replied, "Okay. See you again later." Manhwa turned to the leader and said, "Brother Long, the enemies are coming soon. What should we do now?" Lamu Yan took a deep breath and said, "Hung, we don't have much time left. What happened at the snow peak of the mysterious illusionist?" Dabai Hung suddenly woke up. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, "Why am I sleeping here?" Lamu Yan happily looked at Da Hung. "Oh, Da Hung is awake." Bok Dai Hung staggered to his feet, crying out loudly, "Lamu Yan, it's really you. It's really you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Now go and save Bok Trak Dai Nhen." The group of monsters and Lamu Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Bok Trak. How is she?" Bok Dai Long frowned, then sighed and trembled. "Lord Bok Trak. She has been taken by someone." Lamu Yan then asked carefully again. "She was taken away. Who took her? What exactly happened?" Master Bai Long slowly stood up and weakly said, "This all started when Master Bai Jia's departure with the death spirit bird. Then he turned back halfway. He forced himself to tell that after Lord Bai Jia returned halfway. His health remained poor, as if he had fallen seriously ill. Moreover, she seemed to sense an impending danger and asked the ice beast on Snow Peak to descend the mountain and escape with her." Bok Dai Hung recalled the scene at that time, when the two of us and the snow monster, along with other guards, volunteered to stay behind to continue protecting Lord Bai Jia. A few days ago, a giant blood-red illusionary door suddenly appeared on the summit of the snow peak. Inside the door is a red world, with red courtyards, red forests, and a magnificent red palace. Lin Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "A red palace! A red palace!" Bok Dai Hung continued to tell that more than a dozen strange beasts with large bodies and feathers growing from the red illusory door appeared. They are fierce and savage. And before we knew it, my fellow ice beast guards and I had fallen into a desperate battle. The leader of these beasts is a black monster resembling a spinning top. Its appearance impossible to discern as it constantly spins at high speed. And even solid ice can be easily cut apart. Master Bai Zhao, wounded, led us to fight desperately against the black spinning monster and its beast horde in a life-and-death battle. Master Bai Jia fought to save us, charging into the red illusory door to confront the spinning black shadow beast. Then, Master Bai Zhao used his own destructive energy inside the illusory red door to destroy it. Bok Dai Hung, with a heart full of sadness, added, "We did our best, and finally killed all the remaining intruders, but their bodies are all severely injured, and Lord Bai Jia is trapped inside that red illusionary door. His life and death still unknown." Bok Trok Dai Hung said with determination. So I came here to seek your help. Lam Ouyen. You must save Lord Bok Trak. Manhwa, who was standing nearby, said that the Black Vortex, the Red Palace, and Ah Long are the monsters from the secret realm. Bok Dai Hung's eyes lit up with amazement. Do you guys know about the Red Palace and that black spinning monster? Lam Ouyen said in a deep voice that we had encountered that monster before in the cave's secret realm and almost died at its hands. You frown and furrow your brow before speaking. But it can't go beyond the boundaries of the Red Palace. Otherwise, we would have died that time. Why did it appear at the illusion of the saint attacking Baiza? And moreover, using that strange space door, could it be that the Red Palace has a passage leading directly to the illusion of that room? The big bear quickly regains its energy. That's great. Let's go save Lord Baidaja. Manhwa also responded loudly. Yes. Now we will enter the secret realm to rescue Lord Baidaja. Lam Ouyen looked at them and said, seriously. But based on our current strength, we are basically no match for that black monster's shadow. Although Manhwa and I have improved, it's still not enough. And it seems that the black monster can still command the beast within the secret realm. Bok Dai Hung shouted loudly. Do you really think we won't save her? Master Baija has always protected the extreme Yin Island. Now is the time for us to repay her, even if it means sacrificing my life. I am willing. Manhwa also agreed and said, yes. Brother Long, Master Baija has helped us. We must save her. Dao Long also shouted loudly, ready to jump into the water and fire to save Lord Baija. While Ling Diao silently listened, Long Ouyen quickly made a decision. We must save Lord Baija. And the final battle with the Red Palace will come sooner or later. When the enemy is strong and we are weak, we must definitely plan our strategy and prepare well for the confrontation. You look at Ling Jie and then instruct him. Jie, organize the clans and bring a few life fruits to the venerable Feng to help the injured ice beasts recover. If they are ready to come here, then tell the clans to bring them to gather with us. Lin Dio looked at the life fruits you brought and nodded in agreement. Understood. Long Yen pointed to the man Vien and entrusted. Vien. Go into the secret realm and bring food to Dai Hung so he can recover quickly. Sorry. I can't assist with that request. Long Qian looked at Dao Lang and asked for help. It has been 3 days since Lord Bok Trak was imprisoned in the red space door. I wonder how Lord Bok Trak is now. Brother Lang. Personally lead the team. Gather intelligence near the red foggy area. Be careful and discreet. Absolutely do not reveal yourself. He calmly replied. Understood. Long Yen solemnly shouted. Everyone split up to act first. Tonight, gather at the secret cave to discuss strategies. And tomorrow the decisive battle begins. Everyone is assigned their respective missions. Long Yen frowned and looked around before saying, System insect. Our strength is very different from that spinning shadow. If we're not careful, the entire army could be wiped out. Do you have any good ideas? You won't let the host see through me like that. Will you, little insect? Then, quickly respond, or I might have a way. But your strength won't increase much in just half a moment. I've accumulated quite a few evolution points over the past half month. But they only boost my own strength, and can't protect everyone. Does your shop have items that can quickly boost strategy? I remember telling you before to help me find a skill suitable for Manhwa. Xiao Kong immediately remembered. Oh, you didn't mention it. I totally forgot. I had thought of a weapon that would suit Manhwa very well. You were surprised and said, oh, really? Quickly show it to me. And Xiao Kahn happily replied. The weapon is right here in this cave. I'll take you there. Then, the little insect led you to a place full of white bones. Over here. Over here. This is it. Lam Ouyen was stunned when he saw what was in front of him. So the powerful weapon you mentioned is actually the head of the Death Reptile King. Little Khan excitedly flew around. I've already figured out how to modify this skull. With my own transformation, it will definitely change and become the most powerful weapon. Lamu Yan looked at the system with suspicion and scoffed. What kind of powerful weapon could this head turn into? Xiao Kong immediately spoke up. Do you still remember the 8 types of abilities of the Death Reptile King and its offspring? Lamu Yan quickly recalled the memories. Of course he remembered. We suffered a huge loss from these abilities. You're not planning to recreate these 8 abilities on the head of the Death Reptile King, are you? Xiao Kong laughed and continued. Not bad. Am I powerful or not? But time is too tight. And I also need to change other tools for your evolution points. So I can only recreate 2 to 3 types of abilities first. Lamu Yan happily looked at To Khan. And hearing him say that, she truly felt a bit of anticipation. Xiao Kong replied, "Just wait and see." Inside the red gate, Bai Che screams in despair as she is blinded. Something above is draining her energy. Dao Lang watched the scene before him and thought to himself, Lord Bai Zhe is indeed here, judging by her condition. She's not doing well. A voice echoes from the red vortex. Ha ha ha. Bai Trek. Your power belongs to me. That whirlpool keeps laughing and saying, once I absorb all your strength and that of your disciples, I will be completely complete, with no deficiencies left. Ah. I see Bai Trek is losing strength and laughing strangely. Bai Trek, you are willing to protect this broken island despite having a great body of power. He is just a useless trash. I will lead you out of the island of extreme silence and kill all the guardian beasts in the secret realm to seize their power. I am beginning to absorb her power. I must become the ruler of this world. The true ancient divine beast. Dao Lang looked on with a somber expression. Sensing something this mysterious, spinning wheel gave him a feeling. The strength was too overwhelming. What are these guardian beasts? The ancient divine beasts. He would immediately jump out and leave quickly to report this news to Lamu Yan. Over here, Bai Dahung and Yao Long jumped up above. Lamu Yan turned back and looked happily at him. Dahung, you're okay. Right, Dahung said cheerfully. Looking healthy. I'm fine now. Thanks for your concern. Has Lord Baijia received any news yet? Lam Ouyen then turned to Dao Lang and said seriously, Brother Lang went to the Red Palace to gather intelligence and has just returned. We are discussing this now. Our previous judgment was correct. Lord Baijia is indeed inside the Red Palace. Bok Dai Hung heard that and excitedly replied, Really? That's great. Let's go now and rescue Master Baijia. Dao Lang below immediately spoke up. We are discussing a rescue plan. Bok Dai Hung shouted furiously. What are we still discussing for? We have so many beast mounts. Just go directly to save her. Dao Lang looked seriously at you and explained that the cursed spinning top is absorbing the life energy of Lord Baijia. So Lord Baijia is temporarily not in any danger, but it definitely won't last long. That monster's strength is very powerful. If we rush in recklessly, we'll surely wipe out the entire team. Lam Ouyen also looked at Bok Dai Hung and said, We have come up with a rescue plan, just to confirm with you that because that cursed spinning top is very powerful this time, don't get caught up in fighting. Focus on saving Bok Trok Dai. Nyan, you immediately thought of a plan the three of us. Me, Via, and Lang would distract the haunting spinning top and stir up its hatred. Lam Ouyen turned to the spirit bird and instructed, We will risk everything to suppress the haunting spinning top. You are responsible for rescuing Lord Baijia. And you must get her out of the Red Fog Valley quickly. Please kindly explain. I am not sure if the cursed spinning top can still leave the Misty Valley, like before. Earlier, it was directly teleported to the snow wind scene, without passing through the purple light curtain. So I think it still cannot leave. Everyone listened to him with a serious attitude. And if it can't leave the foggy cave, then it's best if it can leave the foggy cave. We will use the terrain to surround it. But there will definitely be casualties. Bai Dahong, upon hearing this, lost control and roared, My life belongs to Lord Baijia. Because Lord Baijia can at any time do without me. So you all told me to wait here. Lam Ouyen calmly replied that if the spinning shadow puppet could already command the beast tide to invade the illusionary snow peak, then in the next battle it would definitely lead the beast tide from the illusionary beast realm to attack us. So I need you to lead the beasts of Ouyen Island and stop the illusionary beast realm's reinforcements. Bok Dai Hung immediately agreed. Yes. I will make sure they go and never come back. Lam Ouyen turned to the Howling Wolf and said, Wolf leader, you lead Dai Hung to meet the leaders of the beast clans on Ouyen Island first. They explained to each other, waited for the signal to start. The Howling Wolf bowed obediently. Yes. Lord Lam Ouyen. You look at them with great satisfaction. Lam Ouyen turned to the spirit bird, the fox, and Manhwa, and said, Brother Lang, spirit bird, and Manhwa, to increase our chances of victory, I specifically found some tools that can enhance everyone's strength. Manhwa excitedly exclaimed, That's great. That's great. What kind of tool is this? Then he held out a bracelet and smiled. Don't worry. I'm just taking it out to show you. Brother Lang. This is prepared for you. After hearing that, Dao Lang immediately imagined in his mind a ring for dogs, while the spirit bird beside him also chuckled. Kanha. This is good. Perfect for the sneaky wolf. Lamu Yan held the bracelet in his hand and scratched his head. This appearance is a bit awkward, but it really is a space storage device, although this space isn't very large. Storing dozens of types of weapons isn't a problem. He quickly explained that the dragon bone ring from the Reptile King's jar had been upgraded for him, and this blacksmith's gift was from the Black House. It can be reconstructed based on Dao's bracelet, made of extremely hard metal, which can enhance his defensive power. Dao Lang immediately lost his composure. Yumi looked at the items in front of him and exclaimed, "And are all these for me?" Lin stood beside him, speechless. This guy is really into collecting weapons. Ouyen brought the weapon in front of Dao Lang. With the moving armory storage, Dao Lang no longer needed to run to the cave to get weapons each time. He explained further that this ring can be freely enlarged or shrunk, and whether you're Lang Hin or a human, you can wear it. So, isn't it very convenient? Lamu Yan looked at Dao Lang and smiled. The size just right and perfect for him, holding the weapon in his hand with excitement. Haha. So convenient? Lin Do also just stands aside hanging around. That's right. That's right. You look even more like a dog now, Dao Lang irritably asked. Ugly bird. Do you want to fight? Lin Do bowed her head and said, I'm just telling the truth. Lam Ouyen chuckled. Imdu. Don't worry. It's your turn next. He then took out a bottle of potion and said, This is the magic growth potion. Lin R was so angry. You evil dinosaur. You did it on purpose. Where did I poke you? I don't need the growth potion. Dao Lang, standing beside her, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This thing is truly a match made in heaven for her. Lam Ouyen pressed his hand to her forehead and said, This is a magic growth potion. Just one drop on your body can instantly make new feathers grow. The main point is that the new feathers also contain magic power, making it easier for you to practice your skills. Lin Ouyen examined carefully and said, Why don't your head grow feathers? Still teasing like that. That's strange. You quickly spray a few more times. Why isn't it working? Try here. Lin is angry and scolds. You just teased her. Your whole family teases. Since you sprayed the medicine earlier, feathers grew out. Lamu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Come on. Look quickly. Feathers have grown. And they are really beautiful. She looked back and said that these feathers really have magic power. Fine. Since you're so considerate, I won't hold it against you anymore. Lam Ouyen looked at her and said, Try a little more. He tied the potion bottle to Lin's leg and silently praised it. This magic growth potion covers a large area, usually fixed on the ankle. And when used, just tap lightly with your mouth. Manhwa waved from behind, smiling brightly. Where is my long? Where is my long? Lam Ouyen looked at him and said, Don't worry. Yuan, you'll definitely like this. Then he took out the white skull. Look at this. A powerful talisman. Manhwa was extremely shocked and exclaimed, This is the skull of the deadly reptile king. Lin and the others nearby were also surprised that he could give this to MVN as a weapon. Lam Ouyen picked it up and explained, This is called exploiting trash. When the tyrannical reptile king was alive, it caused chaos on the extreme Yin Island. After its death, taking its head as part of the island's defense was the right thing to do. Manhwa asked curiously, Brother Long, how should this be used? You handed the skull to her and said it's as simple as putting on gloves, considering its weight, so she can wear it on her right hand with the force ring. Long Ouyen also asked if everyone still remembers the 8 skills of the dead reptile king, noting that poison-based skills are not suitable for VN, so we made the change. But the time was too short, so only 2 abilities were unlocked. The first is the dominant power from the king's only son, which I named Long Ba. Tuang Liu Long Qian is extremely tough, able to block any attack and even crush enemies into pulp. The second ability, Biting and Tearing, comes from the only son of the vile reptile king, which I named Long Dao. Through the powerful bite of General Long Qian, tearing apart enemies, although not deadly poison, can cause continuous blood loss effects on them. Manhwa felt very excited after hearing Long Ouyen's introduction. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Long. This is exactly what was made for me. Lin Diu looked at Dao Lang and said, "You're so biased. Giving me the elixir of immortality. Giving you a collar for your dog. And giving me such a precious treasure. Isn't that right?" Shui Xiao. She pouted at his cold expression. Then said, "Fine, I shouldn't tell you that guy turns into a licking dog when he sees cold weapons." Long Ouyen then looked up at the sky and whispered to himself, "It's getting dark. We can move now." You glance at the group of beast spirits and say, "Dieu. You and the clan members take Lang and Manhwa to the Red Palace from the shared gate first." Long Ouyen turned to Bai Chu Hung and asked cautiously, "Da Hung, the leader of the giant wolves. You and the others take the other ancient beasts to the Red Canyon by land. When encountering the ancient beast of the mysterious realm, don't be obsessed with fighting. Take the fastest speed to act and take control." Both nodded in agreement. "Understood, Your Majesty." Long Ouyen. The group of beast spirits began executing their plan. Led by Long Ouyen, setting out to rescue Lord Bai Trak. The terrifying wolf pack has also set out. Go. Head out to rescue Lord Bai Trak. Go. Go. In front of them is the red-colored palace. Long Ouyen quickly ordered Dieu to rush forward at full speed. But at that moment, Hak Am still hadn't noticed us. Then they reached the sky above the red palace and let us down. Lin Diu nodded. Understood. They follow the plan as arranged. Long Ouyen excitedly shouts, "Divine punishment is coming." When Tran touches the ground, Long Ouyen begins to use his demon power. Rejoicing, you have grown up and unleashed a powerful source of demonic energy. Beginning with a violent earth aura that illuminates a corner of the sky from where Long Ouyen stands. The dark spin angrily approaches again, with deadly insects crawling in, seeking death. Long Ouyen is now extremely confused. Damn it. The violent earth key only burned a part of the main gate, and everyone around the demon beasts is wondering what kind of divine door this is. Dao Lang turned around upon sensing the deadly aura, and shouted loudly, "So it's you. The ones who entered the sacred ground die. I will use my ultimate move now." Dao Lang exclaimed in amazement. Too fast for the eye to follow. He fought back with pain, and the two of them continued to clash. The dark vortex is so powerful it knocks Dao Lang back, causing him to spit blood. Your sharp gaze, relying only on that tiny ant-like guy, dares to challenge the chariot. Manhwa quickly moved to the rescue. "Be careful, Lang." She panted and looked at the dark spinning wheel in front of her. I don't hesitate and rush forward, pushing so hard that the guard slides back. She looks at me and speaks. Is the defensive power of the Lulong Quan general really that strong? The dark spinning top roared in anger, shouting loudly, "You damn insect! How dare you block my pain?" I heard the noise and immediately turned around. Over here, Lamu Yan is firing a violent shot at her. He shouts loudly, always provoking, as if he doesn't consider me a threat. Lamu Yan snap his fingers and blow him up. Immediately, a series of explosions follow one after another. The dark, cursed, spinning top uses its flower shield to avoid Lamu Yan's attack. He observes carefully and concludes that its spinning speed is too fast. The violent bullet cannot get close and has bounced back. It must be slowed down. Lam Ouyen suddenly realized this and tried to attack with mental power. Then he opened his mouth wide, creating a huge sound wave called Long Trin Hong. The dark spinning top was distracted. But this was the moment for Dao Lang to rush in, a great opportunity. The soldiers also used the dragon roar to advance and immediately blocked her attack. Lam Ouyen shouted loudly, his spirit taking effect, and unleashed another wave. Then he expelled a powerful love energy. A fierce outburst of earth anger. The black spinning blade quickly deflected the attack. Seeing that the previous strike had no effect on her, Lam Ouyen silently thought, this one keeps spinning around, making it hard to tell what it used to attack. It's probably a shield. Sturdy and sharp. This is the weapon hidden under the spinning shadow moving at high speed. She keeps attacking, launching arrows, slashing with her sword, and shouting, "Be careful." The guards and Lam Ouyen are hit by arrows. He frowns, pulls out an arrow, and says, "This guy's attack ignores shields and hurts, and he even carries arrows with him." Lam Ouyen immediately dodged. "Be careful. The dark spinning attack keeps coming at us." She spins around and fires dozens of arrows toward Lam Ouyen. The guards rush to block and shout, "Ang Long, you're struggling and whispering, still showing mercy. while using so many weapons. Could it be that this guy has 3 heads and 6 arms? The dark spinning top howled repeatedly. Kill. 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 She combines all 3 types. The flower, slash, the Loa Tien, and the regular Loa. Lin Dieu has now successfully entered the place where Bai Che is imprisoned. She approaches and says, Master Bai Che, endure the pain a little longer. I will take you away right now. Lin Dieu carefully observes, then successfully breaks the chains and rescues Bok Trush. She turns to look at the chaotic battle, where the evil dinosaur group has managed to hold the monster with the spinning top. Lin Dieu gently lifts Bai Che and places her on her back before flying away. Master Bai Che, let's go. Lamu Ouyen is now being thrown far away by the spinning creature, and she immediately uses her power to try to end his life. Lamu Ouyen quickly warns everyone. The same enemy is coming again. Get out of the way. Manhwa shouted out loud seeing this. Long brother. Her tears are flowing. The thick layer of stone is Lamu Ouyen in human form. He's fine, Manhwa anxiously replied. So it's still okay. It has been shrunk by someone. You look at Manhwa excitedly. He turned back into a human form to use this. Then, Lamu Ouyen drew a large gun, which was his secret weapon. He quickly fired, testing the power of the old man's gravity gun from here. The sphere rises high into the sky and then crashes down, causing her pain and agony, and its movement begins to slow down. Lamu Ouyen happily laughed, loudly. Ha ha ha, indeed, it works. This guy has finally slowed down. He continued firing several more gravity spheres. Lamu Ouyen raised an eyebrow, then said, Watch me now. You transformed into a beast form and loudly declared that the violent earth energy of the old man was barely affected inside the gravity field. Then he used his move, unleashing a powerful burst of earth energy directly at the cursed spinning top. Let's see how you feel this time. The cursed spinning wheel suddenly exploded behind the red house. And Bai Z, now awake, gasped out, Deathly spirit control. Lin Dieu quickly turned around and exclaimed, Master Bai Trek, you're awake. That's great. Bach Trach, exhausted and covered in sweat, realizes I can't leave this place. That guy can sense it. Lin Dieu replied, Don't worry, Lord Bai Ze. We have already left the Red Mist Valley area. That guy is busy with Lamu Ouyen's group and can't chase us for now. Bok Trek quickly retorted, No, that guy won't get entangled as long as I leave. The red foggy cave. She turned to look behind him. He will be forcibly teleported next to me. Lin Dieu was surprised and asked, What did you say? At the same time, Lamu Ouyen was fighting with the cursed spinning top. Her eyes were shining brightly. I would owe. That guy has been rescued. The spinning shadow laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. You fools really think. I don't know. Your true goal is to save the white Baku. Lin is stunned and becomes confused. After saying that, she disappeared. No longer playing with you all. I will go deal with Bok Trek and your team. Lamu Ouyen is furious, his eyes shining. How could he have disappeared again? Especially when he is under the influence of gravity. How could he vanish without reason? Lamu Ouyen rubbed his chin in thought. So that was her claiming to be the old woman. Could it be that this name that sounds like a tire is actually a woman? Manhwa pointed ahead and shouted, Brother Long, look at the sky. In the sky, the singing shadow spinning is rushing toward the white beast. And Lamu Ouyen anxiously exclaimed, This is bad. Lin Dieu was also very surprised. What? She looked at the White House and then used magic. And immediately her neck burst blood. Lamu Ouyen saw the scene before her and shouted out, M Dieu. Manhwa also cried out, Sister Lin Dieu. Dao Lang looked at her with concern. Birdchalk. Lin Dieu fell into the red forest, painfully trying to get up. Sobbing, she foolishly said, Why? You monster. Why did this spinning thing suddenly appear here? The cursed spinning top advances with a hoarse growl. You should. Ask the one you saved about this, but I think you won't have a chance to ask anymore. A ring of light immediately blocked the front, and Baijia tried to use her power to stop the cursed spinning top's attack, coughing up blood from overusing her demonic energy. Lin Dieu looked at Bok Trek in surprise. Bok Trek Dine Hyun. Bok Trek immediately knelt down, exhausted and weak, saying, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Lin Dieu anxiously calls her name. Master Bai Za. Lin Dieu weeps and says, Master Baiza, your current condition cannot heal me. The dark cursed spinning top shouted from afar. Ha ha ha. You blind fool. You're already doomed, and still want to go save others. I have sent my treacherous attack and rush in. Stop struggling. Those primal lives belong to me. The dark puppet continues to use the loudspeaker to attack Baktrake's shield. I shout out loud. I really want to see how long you can hold on. Kaha. Lindio looks at Baktrach in front of him and calls out. Master Baktresh. Stop now. Don't worry about me. Baktrach's face is full of exhaustion as the sinister spinning top continues to taunt. Haha. Go on. Go on. I use the thunder cannon to strike the shield with a powerful blow, causing the barrier to shatter instantly. Lindio shouted loudly as Baktrach bled in front of her. Baktrach Deinhan. The shadow puppet from above echoes down. Haha. Baija, you want to save her? Then I will kill her. Lin Diao screams in response. Damn it, the shadow puppet spinner charges at Lin Diao again. But a burst of bright light suddenly erupts from another direction. The shadow puppet quickly realized the attack. What Lamu Yan hurried over. Dieu. Bach tu duong. We're here. Manhwa forcefully strikes the cursed spinning top. Then Lamu Yan looks at Lin Diao and asks, Are you two okay? She turned to look at Baija and said, I am fine. Lord Baija used her original life force to heal me, but her breathing is growing weaker. Lam Ouyen took out a bunch of life orbs and said, Bach Dieu. Feed Bach tu duong a life orb. He raised an eyebrow and added, Wait until we deal with this spinning monster first. I looked at them and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. All four of you have finally gathered now. Give back the source of life that belongs to me inside you. Lam Ouyen looked at the fruit through darkness and wondered what she meant. Where does our original life source belong to you? I laughed, then replied. It seems your Lord Baktrach never told you the truth. Forget it. I will let you die clearly. I sneered and looked at them. I won't spin around anymore, so you can see my true face first. Then the black darkness turned around and revealed its form in front of them. Huh. Raising an eyebrow, everyone looked at her in amazement and exclaimed, What the hell is that? The male-legged monster suddenly appeared in front of Bai Tu Duong. Lin Diao was also surprised. Lord Bai Bai Trach. Darkspin laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. Isn't it shocking? I am Baktrach. Baktrach is me. Lam Ouyen looked at it with delight. How? How could this be? What exactly is going on here? Oh. I will quickly explain. Whew. I represent Baktrach's dark inner self. A monster created entirely by Baktrach. I didn't expect it. Did I? That the person you call the saint has such a dark and twisted heart, Lin angrily interrupted. Scolding. Not allowing you to slander Lord Baija. And I chuckled and replied. Ha ha ha. Why don't you ask how the virtuous master appeared? Lam Ouyen turned to look at Baktrach and asked, Bach tu duong. What exactly is going on here? She lowered her head hesitantly, admitting that all of this was her mistake, that she was the one here, releasing the darkness hidden deep within her soul, the one who created this monster with her own hands. Everyone was stunned to hear this. Baktrach begins to explain that for over 1,000 years, driven by curiosity, he had entered this secret realm on the extreme Abyss Island. I felt the source of power coming from the Red Palace, the immense strength I had been seeking, so I defeated the Fate Guard and successfully entered the Red Palace. There, I saw the source of all the energy in this secret realm, a huge red crystal. I couldn't resist the temptation of the red crystal's energy wave, so I touched it. Then I fell into an endless dark illusion and a pain that tore my soul apart. Baktrach continued to recount that in that endless darkness and suffering, he felt a very strong darkness trying to emerge from within his body. While I was trapped in the illusion, the ancient beasts in the secret realm looked at the energy and also entered to absorb the energy of the red crystal. Those giant ancient beast powers, after absorbing the red spirit stone, immediately mutated, greatly increasing their strength, including the deathly reptile king, whose power increased the fastest, the lord of reptilian beasts, driven by greed for the red spirit stones, has slaughtered all the ancient beasts that entered here. He aims to attack me while I am still trapped in the illusion. The scene where the two red eyes in the swirling darkness shoot piercing gazes at the Saurian king makes it falter. Baitrach's sad voice echoes. But it is completely separated and frightened away by Baituduang's darkness. Baituduang's darkness wants to kill me, taking away all my original life. But we are originally from the same source. No one can kill the other. Then I used a secret technique to imprison her so she could replace the guard I had killed. To protect this place and stop other ancient beasts from entering. For many years, I helped the ancient beasts of the Extreme Peace Island absorb the primal life force they sacrificed to me. In order to hide myself and prevent the Black Tu Path of Darkness from sensing my location. Bak Tu Duong, a small figure, stands among the giant former beasts, explaining that you encountered an attack from the dark Bak Tu Duong inside the secret realm. In your blood there is the original life force belonging to me. This gives her the ability to unlock the seal and tightly lock the snow sage. Lamu Yan looked sad and apologized, saying she didn't expect it would turn out like this, and that they were the ones who caused her trouble. Bak Tu Duong looked at Lun Tai Kwai. The girl reassured everyone. This creature was created by me personally, and has been hiding for 1,000 years. Bak Tu Duong frowned her delicate eyebrows. I knew sooner or later I would have to face her. The grotesque Luan Tai Kwai looked at them with a hateful gaze. So what do you think? I've told her to say everything she should. So now you can go on your way and become a clear demon. Right, Lamu Yan calmly replied without any fear. Thank you for giving us time to recover. Now, the second half officially begins. From within the forest, the sound of footsteps echoed loudly as a large herd of fierce beasts charged out. The eccentric monster chuckled mockingly. Do you think I have good intentions to tell you fairy tales? Actually, I'm just training my subordinates, so I can handle things without getting involved. No need to waste energy. Then she shouted out orders for all the new subordinates to attack. You guys go ahead and deal with them. As soon as she finished speaking, countless furious monsters charged forward, shaking the corner of the forest. At this moment, Lamu Yan smiled confidently and replied, He. Sorry to bother you. A few of our younger brothers have also come here. From behind, Da Hung and the wolf leader shouted, Lamu Yan, we are here. Followed by them are countless ancient beasts from the Extreme Peace Island, descending here for a fierce battle. King, let us handle these brats. The two forces clashed directly, with relentless clashes and screams echoing through the air. Lamu Yan, watching the fight from the side, also looked proud. The little devil spun around. Then no one would bother us anymore. Second round. With a determined and serious look, he declared that the battle officially begins. Before the audience could see how cool he looked for more than 3 seconds, he was already holding the cannon with a satisfied expression, ready to continue testing the gravity cannon tomorrow. Ha. Then he took the cannon and aimed it at the spinning top to let it taste the gravity cannon he brought. Just like that. Countless transparent spheres kept shooting straight at the spinning top. And as she watched those spheres, she was surprised and exclaimed, Oh my, it's that thing again. But no matter where these transparent spheres rush in, she manages to dodge them gracefully every time, seizing the opportunity. She only tried to escape. So Man Vien directly fought Chu Thuk Long Ba. But the agility of the Kan Kuei was no ordinary opponent and kept launching powerful attacks. Seeing that, the man-soldier smoothly shifted to using the dragon to bite straight into those swords. No one expected her to directly seize the swords with the gravity magic embedded in her legs. This made the spinning top even angrier, rushing straight at the man to snatch his weapon. But she kept retreating wherever he advanced while the man watched from behind. At a certain distance, she continued rushing forward and slashed across the face of the spinning top, her face showing a sneer. Then she stuck the arrow into the ground and walked away. Dao Long keeps attacking Luan Thay Kwai with his Kim Ru O Cham technique, but he easily blocks each strike. Dao Long retreats, his sharp claws sliding across the ground. Luan Thay monster is in a black hole. He creates slashes. Daloa slash. Luan Thay monster laughs maniacally, being foolish, and runs into the gravity field himself. But Dao Lang just sneered. You fool. The two of them continued to clash. Dao Lang's golden slash and Luan Thay's usual slash kept colliding, visible to the naked eye as endless flashes of gold meeting dark shadows. Around him, waves of gravity kept moving, and his movements also slowed down. Why is this guy unaffected by the gravity field? Long Yen clenched his fists. Well. Brother Lang is a man with a weapon. Because to increase his speed, he has already practiced swordsmanship in the gravitational field. This bit of gravity is as easy as turning a stream for him. But Luan Thay, the monster, still sneers contemptuously. He still uses his shield to block the slash, sharp and fast as it is. What does it matter? A bug like you. No matter how good your swordsmanship is, it won't do anything to me. Dao Lang's eyes shone brightly. That wave of gravity almost didn't affect him. You're mocking me again, aren't you? He strikes, jumps up, and Dao Lang is already in the air. So what now? Dao Lang transforms back into Qi Lang. Now it is a giant wolf. Luanthe monster's eyes widened. Damn it. Do all these guys know how to transform? Qi Lang held the hilt of his sword. I can spin it too. Its speed is very fast, with continuous slashes surrounding Luan Thai Kwai, attacking relentlessly. The speed is so quick that he struggles to dodge. Qi Lang seems to be pushing against a massive gravitational force. Continuing. Luan Thai, strange creature, appears unable to react in time to Qi Lang's next attack. It concentrates all its strength, and a giant figure appears, with layers of light continuously surrounding the giant. Magnificent. The strikes, carrying immense energy, continuously target Luan Thai Kwai's black vortex. Cutting through. He still uses his shield to block, but the impact of those attacks is incredibly powerful. Before it shatters, Luan Thai monster shouts, "My shield!" Lam Vien keeps cheering. Well done, Mr. Lang. You open your mouth. Ang Lang. I'm here to help you defeat her. From your mouth, endless spheres keep shooting out. Fierce bullets. Luan Thai Kwai sneered. So this is your plan, to blow up your own teammates after Lam Vien's bullets target him and Qi Lang. But what he didn't expect was that the bullets were aimed at the ground. Immediately after, Qi Lang charged forward with the bullets. And Luan Thai Kwai couldn't believe it. The bullets bounced away. Lam Vien observes the situation. The gravity field is about to disappear, so she must deliver a fatal blow before it ends. Only then can she use that move. Around him, the trees didn't want to catch fire, and Luan Thai Kwai looked back in surprise. A huge figure seemed to emerge from the flames, and he was terrified. The aura was too powerful. Lam Vien's entire body was engulfed in flames, taking on a magma form. And then it opened. Luan Thai Kwai turned pale with fear as his aura suddenly surged. Bak Tu Duong is hiding to one side, and the girl has seen Lam Vien's magma form. Her face is smeared with dirt, and Bak Tu Duong stares intently ahead. Lam Vien. He has a new skill again. Right now, Lam Vien is gathering energy into a blazing red sphere. Come and taste the ferocious earth aura beneath my lava form. Luan Thai monster thinks. This aura is truly impressive. In his eyes, there is intense focus as a stream of energy, carrying lava, is unleashed in a violent eruption. A foul smell kept emanating from him as he saw the blinding light approaching. Too aggressive in its attack. He laughed mischievously and ran ahead. But I couldn't dodge, and this old wolf couldn't dodge either. The old wolf sighed. As expected. He's a fool. Luan Thai Kwai was surprised to see Qi Lang revert to his original state. He smiled and said, I won't play with you anymore. Enjoy alone. Luan Thai Kwai was furious. What the hell? Can you still play like that? Qi Lang, now with both hands out, enjoying himself. Haha. Take your time to enjoy it. He didn't even finish speaking. You guys don't talk about martial arts. His eyes widened in shock as an explosion then shook everything. Luan Thai was thrown back, and he could only run on the ground with his legs, coughing, surrounded by swirling dust and smoke. To you damn bastard. Ouyen takes a few puffs of smoke, points at himself, and says how fierce my lava eruption smells. Then it will be your day to die. He is considering his condition. The magma form may look divine, but it consumes too much stamina and has reverted back to his original form. Luan Thai's face was full of blue veins. He wants to kill me. It's not that easy. He spun around rapidly on his legs, then ran off quickly. Wait for me there. Lam Ouyen scratched his face, hesitated. Then, after saying those harsh words, he ran away. Was that too embarrassing? Bak Tu Duong's voice came from the bushes, stopping her. She wants to enter the Red Palace to absorb energy and recover her strength. Lam Ouyen was surprised. What? Everyone immediately rushed forward. He shouted, Hurry up. Chase after her. The soldiers can't let her escape and marvel. This guy's speed is too fast. Luan Thai Kwai gritted his teeth as he saw the army chasing from behind. I have already taken to the sky aiming at him, and he keeps firing arrows, launching volleys. Both of my wings kept flapping to create a whirlwind. Huh. The bow is at full strength. The wind rings in all directions. Luan Thay Kwai laughed loudly as he saw the red palace right in front of him. He is extremely arrogant, relying on your group's speed to try and catch up with the old man. Luan Thay Kwai's gaze clearly saw the palace door. Once I return inside to absorb the red crystal energy, I can recover to my original state. And then Lao Luang will tear you all to pieces. But what he didn't expect was that a burst of light was constantly gathering before his eyes. Is Luan Thay really so powerful? Or is it you? Bak Tu Duong, in front of the palace. The little girl continuously gathering energy into a yellow barrier. A white barrier. Bak Tu Duong glows as if shining. If you can forcibly teleport beside me, I can also teleport to face you. His eyes are bloodshot. Damn it. Get out of the way, old man. The Luan Thay monster rammed into the girl's barrier, howling in despair. Damn it. Get out of the way, old man. Bak Tu Duong's eyes look ahead. The girl is very serious. No matter how long it takes, we must see it through to the end. Luan Thay Kwai has completely lost his mind. I have to kill you. At this moment, Tri Lang has also caught up. And things are not going as planned. He is now forced to face Tri Lang head-on. Tran of Tri Lang fell to the ground, followed by Lamu Yan and Manhwa. Lamu Yan's group stood in front of Luan Thay Kwai, saying, "We're here. Don't come into the palace." But he is not panicking either. "Don't think you've already won, because I still have a trump card." Luan Thay Kwai shouted to the sky, his scream creating an incredibly powerful sound wave. Everyone was trembling and covering their ears tightly. Lamu Yan thought, what kind of move is this? Is it a mental attack? No. It seems only the eardrum is vibrating uncontrollably. Chi Lang keeps trembling non-stop. At this moment, a beast with a river-like body burst out from the forest, continuously charging into gentle creatures. And even the dinosaurs seem to have lost their reason. Lamu Yan was stunned to see all the creatures converging here. The mysterious realm creatures all heading this way. And since that name couldn't fight back, he started calling for help. You signal to Dai Hung. Dai Hung. Stay strong, and don't let the ancient beasts of the secret realm disturb this place. Dai Hung is also struggling. What suddenly made these guys go crazy? They can't be stopped. It keeps attacking the approaching creatures. While only Lang is ready to fight, so I can stop these old beasts. Its entire body is covered in a bright golden glow. Its speed is very fast. Almost no creatures can react in time. It falls to the ground. Fresh blood immediately spilling out. Around Luan Thay. The strange creature radiates a bizarre power. Haha. It's coming. It's coming. Lamu Yan couldn't believe it. She was absorbing the red energy. After these mystical creatures were killed, even more red energy spilled out from their bodies and was absorbed by her. Lamu Yan hurriedly explains the red streams of light in the air. The monster wants to absorb the energy inside the mystical creatures. Killing them will accelerate the release of that energy. Manhwa rushes out. Let me handle it. It charges at the mindless creatures. Manhwa grabs the monster's head and throws the creatures into the square, then uses its strength to toss them away. But the number of creatures coming at us is too many for Manhwa to handle. Dieu. You're flying too slowly up there. Let me handle it. I control the wind, continuously flapping my wings to create tornadoes, swirling around the creatures. Over here, Luan Thay monster keeps howling. And Lamu Yan is very surprised. How can she keep shouting like that for so long? With such heavy breathing. Why doesn't she go sing instead? You are determined to stop her from continuing to scream and leading the mysterious beast into the secret realm. Lam Yen spews out a fierce roar, singing like a drum. And shut your mouth. Damn it. Luan Thay Kwai's spinning motion quickened as he saw the blue light approaching. The creatures under his control kept rushing to block his path. Your attack was blocked by the creatures on the island. Seeing that, Lun Tai Kui was very pleased. And the birds that had been killed immediately became a source of red energy for him to absorb. Right beneath his feet, a magic circle appeared. Lam Ouyen was stunned. What is this? Luan Tai Kwai's legs are equipped with weapons he is very proud of. For over 1,000 years, to chase away monotony, I have developed the most suitable fighting style for myself. A silent chain is tied into his hair. This is my ultimate weapon. The Luan Tai Kwai spin again, forming black whirlpools. And you are lucky to be the first to experience them. Lam Ouyen stared in surprise. What is he doing? Are you trying to force me to fight? Chi Lang frowned. This guy is very sneaky. Everyone needs to be careful. This execution ground is like a machine constantly striking to the right, then repeatedly hitting back in the opposite direction. That chain was used to pin Luan Tai Kwai so he could charge at Qi Lang, unleashing a full-scale attack. Perhaps overwhelmed by the suddenness, Qi Lang couldn't react in time. It was hit directly. Qi Lang fell back, and Man Vian quickly ran over. Man Vian helps Qi Lang block the deadly attack, which also struggles against the overwhelming power of Luan Tai Kwai. Lam Ouyen realizes that by spinning rapidly and firing stone pillars, her attack power becomes terrifying, forcing Qi Lang and Man Vian to retreat. Qi Lang's eyes lit up as he prepared to strike. But at that moment, Luan Tai Kwai's chain was pulled tight, allowing him to easily dodge Qi Lang's attack. That stone pillar quickly pulls him back. Lam Ouyen's eyes seem about to pop out. Are they really playing with themselves like Jojo? Lam Ouyen recalls the techniques from his previous life. Jojo. He immediately warns. Lang. Get back. But at this moment, the stone pillar collapses. It was completely designed to harness the full power of the Luan Tai monster. His eyes fixated on Qi Lang, unleashing a devastating attack. Qi Lang was caught off guard and was cut in the stomach, blood splattering instantly. Man Vian shouted, "Brother Lang." Man Vian, furious, charged forward. Brother Lang. It used all its strength to punch Luan Tai Kwai, causing the demon face on its hand to shatter. Luan Tai Kwai manipulated the chain to open itself. In an instant, he let himself be hit by the stone, and the chain link once again connected to Luan Tai Kwai. Man Vian is extremely angry because he runs so fast. He launches a new counterattack. Lam Ouyen quickly warned, "Be careful. She's behind you." But he didn't expect that Luan Tai Kwai was behind him, and he was immediately hit. The stone projectiles keep changing direction, allowing him to move easily in all directions. Luan Tai Kwai uses his loudspeaker to attack Man Vian. To prevent him, Lam Ouyen kept firing bullets, unleashing fierce shots. His bullets also used stone shards as leverage to bounce back and attack Luan Tai Kwai. His full-volume speaker clashes fiercely with your barrage of bullets. Lam Ouyen coldly promises, "Do my deadly shots look so easy to dodge? Explode for me. Explode." Based on Lam Ouyen's continuous sound, the bullets finally reacted, causing a series of explosions. You observed the situation from above. A good opportunity. Her wings beat strongly in the air. The 8 directions wind ring. But since Luan Tai Kwai ran away very quickly, the attack missed. A flash of light appeared in Lam Yen's mind, passing through the stone pillars and the chains on them in different directions across the square, to perform complex movements that are hard to predict. Even the wide-range 8 directions wind ring cannot hit her, let alone single-target attacks. The sky above is all red. The stone pillar is bent. I hurriedly called out to you, "Be careful." But the strange Luan Tai was right in front of me. He sends brutality, with loud noises everywhere. One of your wings is already bleeding from him rushing through, and you immediately charge forward. Seeing you fall, Lam Ouyen shouted out, "You all." After a loud noise, white dust billowed into the air. Lam Ouyen and the others hurriedly caught her, trying to figure out a strategy to counter her Jojo attack, or else we would all die. Suddenly, Lam Ouyen came up with a plan. Yes. Attack the stone pillar. You just need to point out that attacking that stone pillar will stop her from playing Jojo. Man Ouyen immediately rushes forward. Yes. It uses the dragon's roar to keep smashing the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately turned red. Then it suddenly flung Man Ouyen out. Lam Ouyen couldn't believe it. The stone column had a protective shield, and it seemed capable of countering the attacks it endured. The spirit beast laughs triumphantly. Haha. These stone pillars are protected by crystals that can absorb attacks and retaliate. And that big ape is like being punched by my fist. While Lam Ouyen was distracted, he attacked from behind, piling on the pressure. The evil dinosaur. Luan Tai Kwai laughed maniacally. Haha. Everyone die for me. He spun around, continuously attacking the others. Go. Die. Qi Lang hurriedly used the Jinru sword to cut the stone master from afar. The nearby stone statue immediately reacts and deflects the attack. Lang. Luan Tai Kwai's eyes glow red. Useless. You basically can't cut the stone pillar. Although the wounds are not yet healed, Qi Lang does not give up. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cut. He is full of determination. No matter how tough he is, There will come a time he cannot endure. Qi Lang soars into the sky. The giant figure of alcohol and human form immediately appears. It roars and strikes. Golden beams of force continuously attack the stone master, but it seems those strikes are immediately reflected back, and blood keeps pouring from Qi Lang's body. Everyone is extremely worried. Lang. Turn around quickly. Qi Lang has endured countless injuries, but still leaps into the sky. It continues to use the divine wine slash, striking two powerful blows that immediately alert the stone guardian. Qi Lang's attack was deflected again. Lamu Yan was very worried. Brother Lang. Stop attacking. Everyone rushes to where Qi Lang is lying. Let's think of another way. But he remains stubborn, picking up his sword again. Don't stop me. As a wounded guest, if there is an opponent I cannot cut. It only proves that my cultivation is not yet enough. Qi Lang then gathers his strength and leaps up again. The giant behind it seems to be merging with its body. Only the pain person remains unified. Only then can I cut through everything in the world. Let this stone pillar become a test of pain on my path of cultivation. A super powerful attack strikes the stone master. Channeling all my life force into this pain blade, I am pain. Pain is me. The stone pillar turns crimson and knocks Qi Lang far away. Qi Lang was thrown to the ground, its weight kicking up a cloud of dust. It was severely injured and unable to move. At this moment, it seems the Stone Lord is reacting strangely again. The Wheel of Life monster sneers mockingly. You fool. But a droplet has appeared on the Stone Lord's body. That is a slash, splitting the stone owner into two halves. And the red barrier is also shattered. The stone block crashes to the ground with a deafening sound. He was extremely shocked. How could it be that the stone pillar, protected by red crystal energy, was shattered? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. And Lang succeeded. Manhwa kept shouting. Brother Lang succeeded. Brother Lang succeeded. It roared. And next, it's my turn. I will also smash the stone pillar. The demon face keeps clashing with the red energy surrounding the stone master. Manhwa is immediately pushed back, staring intently at the stone master. He. It's just like that. The guards are frantically shouting that Mr. Lang has succeeded. It roars. Then it's my turn now. I will also shatter the stone pillar. The demon face keeps clashing with the red energy surrounding the stone master. The guards are immediately pushed back, their eyes fixed on the stone master. He. It's just like that. Despite that, I still fly high. Evil dinosaur. Strange beast. I leave it to you. Crazy old woman with them. I keep creating tornadoes. Although I said that, I still fly up high. That evil dinosaur. That monster. I leave it to you. I'm crazy with them. I keep creating tornadoes. A series of powerful attacks targeting the stone master. With the wind ring and 8 directions. Immediately, the red energy also retaliates against MDU. Luan Tai Kwai keeps punching the stone master. A bunch of madmen with no regard for life. I made them happen. He unleashes a loud attack. And Lam Yen stands ready to protect her friend. You only used your hands to block the attack. You already have countless injuries. And I am your opponent. Lam Yen roared, unleashing her fury, now multiplied many times over. She quickly used illusions to block all of Luan Tai Kwai's attacks. That red energy continues to knock Manveen out, sending him crashing down again. But soon after, the red barrier shatters, and the owner can't hold on anymore and collapses. Manveen raises his hand in celebration. I also succeeded. Bai Tu Duong is still protecting the palace and crying loudly. These kids are all doing it for me. I kept creating tornadoes and evil dinosaurs. Then I relied on you. When the vortex attacked the stone master, I looked up at Lam Yen, and if you can't kill that spinning monster, I won't let you off even if I have to make you kneel. When the stone statue shattered, it also triggered a counterattack that knocked everyone around out one by one. Lam Yen's eyes were bloodshot. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will drag that bastard down to hell with me. Everyone fell to the ground. Lam Yen desperately charged forward. Surrounded by lightning, die now. Bai Tu Duong blamed herself. All of this was my fault. All my fault. The little girl is very sad. If that means paying with her life, then Bak Tu Duong should be the one to sacrifice her life. The little girl transformed into Bai Che. Not you all. Bai Che kept pounding on the door behind. And I will open the door representing this supreme power for the second time. Although it was very painful with countless wounds on its body, it kept pounding down. But not for me. But for her. Finally, that door is opened, revealing a floating red crystal inside, promising a peaceful future for the island. Lun Tai is stunned. Bah Trach. What are you trying to do? Yen Lam also couldn't understand why Bai Tu Duong suddenly opened the palace gates. Bai Trach slowly stepped inside, as if the red crystal contained a great source of power. It remembers you. Slowly reaching out its hand, the enormous energy continuously approaching Baijia's body, as if a red light is invading it. Its eyes turned white, as if it had lost all reason. The Wheel of Fortune laughed maniacally. How amusing, so this is its true face after all. You still can't resist the seduction of the powerful red crystal energy. You are destined to absorb the red energy. After becoming stronger, are you coming to kill me? Aren't you afraid of splitting into a second Bak Tu Duong Hak? Ha ha. Lam Yan couldn't believe it. In this case, Bak Trax's two hands are two different sources of energy. Dark Path of the White Su. Actually, I should thank you. It glanced at its golden energy-filled hand. Because the one who took away all my greed and desire. Now I am the person I most hope to become. The energy of the crystal gradually transforms into a pure gold color, willing to pay any price for everyone, ready to sacrifice itself at any moment. That golden light gradually envelops Qi Lang's body. These children are the future of the Kuk Yen Island. So even if it costs their lives, I must save them. That light approaches Man Vien again. Bak Trake's voice continues to echo. I will use this battered body to filter out the negative emotions in the red crystal energy and recreate them. Lam Yen's tears fall down. Bak Tu Duong. But the eternal monster looks down on him with contempt. You fool. You'll die from absorbing too much energy and the rage of the red crystal, causing your body to explode. Bak Trak's claws extended. Isn't this the result that the Luan people hoped for? Luan Tai Kwai kept spinning wildly, an insane creature before you die. Give me all your original life energy. Lam Yan releases a huge amount of energy. You won't succeed. He keeps firing violent bullets that keep exploding to stop Luan Tai Kwai's advance. He shouted, You damn cursed snake. If you're going to die like that, I'll split myself apart for you. Lam Yan pulls the hanging chain. The spinning monster. You like to play dojo like that. I'll play with you. He keeps wrapping the chain around his waist to see whose dojo power is stronger. Lam Yan curled up, spinning around like the whirlwind monster. He just sneered and said, Relying on you. Don't be careless, or you'll get strangled to death. Lam Yan kept sweating cold sweat, feeling breathless and helpless. This damn guy. He's really about to suffocate me. The spinning monster keeps stirring up the wind. Come on, you fool. This time I will cut you in half. Lam Yan kept calculating, using her understanding of the spinning and throwing speed of the stone pillar to make her attack much more powerful than before. Although I spin faster than her, my body is heavier, and the more the stone pillar bends, the faster I can throw the skin. You remember Tri Lang's attack. And now, if I attack the stone pillar, I will gain the third type of power, the counterattack defense of the stone pillar. Lam Yan spun around, continuously bending the stone pillar further. His magma form would burn the stone pillar, but he didn't know if the pillar would interpret the external attack as a trigger for its counterattack. Lam Yan transforms into a magma form, only able to do so once. That chain of yours is also affected by your heat. Luan Tai Kwai wiped again, blocking this attack speed, so it's over. Lam Yan also charged forward, his eyes shining with magma. Your power seems to have increased. The dragon's slash, leaving the lunatic creature utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? The two sides clashed and collided. Lam Yan was seriously injured and thrown far away. He fell straight to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. The spirit of the wheel also got affected, and he was thrown away. The spirit beast of the wheel of Samsara roared in defiance. No, I can't die like this. And then it was swallowed by the flames and vanished forever. A large flame suddenly erupted in front, and Bai Che on this side couldn't withstand it and started bleeding. It struggles to tell the teacher that Bai Tu Duong Hakam is dead. Lam Yan has killed her. As a huge black energy rapidly rushes toward Bai Trak, it sensed the primal life energy and couldn't hold on, collapsing. This is the original life energy I lost. Finally returning, the scene shifts to a peaceful part of the island, where Kuang Lang and Tu Yet Hung are still tense from the ongoing battle. The monsters under control turn to look at each other, Then suddenly they gradually regained their senses. Afterwards, they all left one after another. Tuyet Hung was confused. Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Kung Long guessed that it seemed like they had lost their will to fight. Then the mighty wolf turned around and said, "It must be that the great masters defeated the cursed beast. So all the ancient beasts fled. Hurry. Let's go see." The scene in front of the palace is now just a pile of ruins and debris. Lam Vien lies unconscious on the ground. And Man Vien, also severely injured, has yet to wake up. The monsters rush over to the unconscious Bin Chi Lang, panicking as they call out loudly. Lord Bin Chi Lang, Lord Bai Che, Yue Xiong ran anxiously, asking Bok, Traich, "Are you okay? Is the battle over? Did you all kill the Quay monster?" Bok Trach then said, "The battle is over. The Lam Vien group worked together to kill the Kwai Kon Quay. Don't worry about me. Go check on them." It tilted its head and looked at the group from Lin Yuan in front. The Tuo Vo Ling bird, Bing Zi, Long, and Man Yuan. I have already treated them. But Lin Yuan has not. At this moment, Bin Chi Lang looked at his leg and felt that his wounds had all healed. But why had the energy from the secret realm in his body increased so much? The strange bird tilted its head in confusion. I haven't died yet. Not only am I not dead, I feel my strength has increased. It turned around suddenly when it heard a cry. Brother Long. Brother Long. The strange bird saw Man Yuan rushing over to Lam Yuan in worry, asking, "Are you okay, Long Yuan? What's wrong with you?" And it hurriedly ran over too. The situation with the terrible dragon was not right. Man Yuan tries to call out, "Long Yuan, please wake up quickly." Bin Chi Lang also runs over and asks, "What's wrong with Long Yuan?" Bok Trak reports that Long Yuan used all his remaining strength to perform the lava dragon slash, killed Bach Tu Duong Hakam. Myself was severely wounded by her counterattack and the defensive strike from the stone pillar. It explains that I sacrificed myself to filter the negative energy of the red crystal and treat them. During the battle, I advanced to the high platform, but Long Yuan did not receive my healing. Man Vien hurriedly begged Master Baija, "Please save Long." But Baija was also helpless. After the death of Hei An of Bai Si Tang, her negative energy returned to my body. If I continue to filter the negative energy of the red crystal now, it is very likely that Bak Tu Duong's darkness will be unleashed once more. Man Vien sobs and asks Bok Traik, "Is there no other way?" Master Bok Traik Bin Chi Lang asks if I can use my body as a sacrifice to filter the negative energy of the red crystal, instead of just letting Lam Ouyen do it. Bok Trak did not agree. You and death are involved. Man Yuan, although after I treat you, you will no longer be consumed by the negative energy of the red crystal. I cannot use someone else's body to transfer energy. Man Vien looked sad and said, "So, what should I do now? I can't bear to watch." Long Dai, Bok Traik immediately turned his head toward the Red Palace and said, "There is only one way, but it is very dangerous." The strange creature and Man Vien asked anxiously, "What should we do?" Bin Chi Long confirmed that, as long as we can save Lam Ouyen, no matter how dangerous it is, we are willing to try. Bach Trach then said, "Bin Chi Lang, Man Vien, Tu Vong Ning Dieu, you two take Lam Ouyen and follow me into the Red Palace." Then it turned to give orders to Tuyet Hung, Kung Lang, Dai Hung, and Kong Lang Tu Lin. You all lead the former beasts of the Extreme Abyss Island to guard outside the palace and prevent anyone from entering even a step inside. They respond in unison. Yes. At this moment, Bai Che leads everyone into the palace. Tuyet Hung's men are also guarding outside as instructed. When they reach the red crystal, Bai Jia says, "Man Yuan, place Lam Ouyen beside the red crystal." Man Yuan gently places Lan Yuan on the ground, suddenly becoming frantic as the red crystal immediately unleashes a tremendous surge of energy toward Lan Yuan. He was startled awake by the energy source, and then kept crying out in pain. Bok Traik observes everything and guesses that he has also fallen into the endless darkness, experiencing the pain of his body being torn apart, just like I did back then. Lam Ouyen in the darkness hugs himself, not hearing what they are saying. Master Baiza, what should we do now? There's nothing more we can do. We can only wait and hope that Lan Yuan can suppress his greed. The kids beat you up while shouting excitedly, "Get out of here. You crybaby. Beat him up for me. and see if you dare to tattletale to the teacher later. Hit him, Lamu Yan, with a fierce face. Shouts, I am not a crybaby. You emit negative energy while holding someone. Why do you keep bullying me? Why? Lamu Yan struggled to rise. I have to be stronger. I have to be stronger. Everyone around is terrified. What is that? He muttered. I want everyone to fear me. The terrifying dark energy radiated from Lamu Yan as he shouted in anger. While in reality, he was heavily affected by the red crystal. He suddenly sat up and screamed in pain. And the dark power also roared into existence. Baitroch panicked. Something's wrong. A dark presence has appeared inside Lamu Yan. I don't know what kind of monster it is. Everyone, be careful. A red leg emerges from the ground. Following that, a mouth like Lamu Yan's appeared, and To Die Long raised its head and roared. Everyone was surprised by its appearance. At this moment, Little Big Dragon finally turned around and looked back. The monster laughed loudly. This is the dark form of the evil dinosaur. A small red demon dragon. The screenwriter couldn't help but wonder, is this not Little Long version? Just with a different color. Baitroch is cautious. A person's greed varies, and their dark form also differs. So don't judge him by his appearance. But before I could finish speaking, the strange creature went over to pat Little Big Long on the head. This kid isn't that scary. After all, when the evil dinosaur was stuffed into the leg cover, I had bullied him quite a few times. Little Big Dragon turned back and saw Lamu Yan lying there, covered in wounds. It became extremely furious. Have you turned Dad Long into this? Immediately after, it unleashed a fierce attack, assaulting Long's father, seeking death. The monster was caught off guard by the attack. Damn it. This kid really fights without holding back. What the hell? Furious. Don't bite Long Vu of this old lady. Little Big Dragon quickly escaped the attack, and then used the violent little dragon fist to strike again, biting and scratching. The little guy had to bite you. What the hell was that attack just now? What are you talking about? Manhwa immediately caught Trong Tam. Master Bay Trash. This little dragon isn't a major threat. And I think I just heard it call Lamu Yan Father Long earlier. Baitroch is still warning from behind that no matter what, it really was condensed from red energy. Maybe just formed recently. Since it is not yet mature, it knows how to use all of Lamu Yan's techniques. If it were to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bin Qilang quickly understood after hearing this. It turned its head to look ahead. So that's the case. Then when it was still immature, quickly deal with it. Manhwa behind was still hesitating. Should I really make a move or not? The strange creature on this side is still fighting with the little dragon. Bin Trilong rushes forward and attacks with a spear. Little Big Dragon quickly dodges the attack. The shameless little thing. Already grown but still sneaking attacks. Then it opens its mouth and roars the dragon war cry at the small dragon. Bing Qilang was suddenly hit by an attack, and Little Dragon jumped into the air. Also knowing how to use pain, he curled up and used Dragon Ki Cham against Little Dragon. But the monster quickly warned, be careful. Pain Lang. Bin Trilang sneered in pain. The kid doesn't know how to play it smart. Then it charged forward, using a needle to attack the young dragon's attack. Little Long was knocked far away, and Bin Trilang also had to keep retreating. Despite its small body, it was incredibly powerful. Little Big Dragon grew even angrier. So many adults bullying a child. It stood in front of the red crystal, crazily absorbing energy as they tried to force it away. A dark energy source continues to grow larger and larger. White Baku is alarmed. This is dangerous. It is crazily absorbing energy from the red crystal. We must stop it. Above Little Great Dragon's head, a black hole of energy is forming, and it suddenly unleashes its attack. Bok Trash immediately recognizes it as Lamu Yan's violent earth breath. Everyone, get out of the way. Immediately, the Little Great Dragon spat out its destructive earth energy move. The strange bird and the Bin Qilang quickly dodged the attack, causing it to shoot straight up into the ceiling. The strange bird and the white tranquil wolf looked nervously at the hole in the ceiling, and although the violent earth aura had diminished, its power was still very strong. Little Long is still furious, and there's nothing that a single Bao Liet Totuk attack can't handle. If there is, then just hit a few more times. Then it crazily spins its head and unleashes another Bao Liet Totuk. The strange bird keeps spreading its wings to dodge. Damn it. When did the violent earth aura become so simple? As if it costs nothing. Bing Qi Lang keeps moving below to dodge the attacks. Every time Lamu Yan needs to do it again to unleash a second time. What's going on with this little dragon? Bok Trok transformed into Tu Duong to explain that it was thanks to the rapid release of energy from the red crystal that it could quickly unleash its violent earth attack. Then the girl with the hammer rushes forward, and we all go to make it leave the red crystal. Tu Duong jumps into the air, swinging her hammer to hit Tu Dai Long, but Little Big Dragon easily escaped. 3 grown-ups ganging up on a kid. It's truly disgraceful. Tu Duong, frowning, call out, "Come out here." Sisters. Suddenly, another clone of the girl appeared from behind Little Big Dragon and easily launched a surprise attack, knocking him away. Then, more of Tu Duong's clones appeared, hitting this little dinosaur for me. So once again, Tu Dai Long was punched in the face by her clones. Tu Duong and her clone kept circling around, repeatedly attacking Little Big Dragon, while Bing Qi Lang and Monster Bird watched the battle. Monster Bird helplessly asked, "Are we not supposed to go with Lord Bai Jia? Or did he tell us not to?" Bin Trilong could only reply, "Probably so." Little Big Dragon painfully covers his misty face. "This is too much. So many people and they all attack me alone." Then it immediately used the dragon rebirth from the Great Dragon. "Isn't it just a clone?" Xiao Jia also knows. Xiao Dai Long stood among the clones and said, "Let me introduce you to Xiao Jia's 8 brothers." The Tu Duong group couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this the little Kui Long containing the Long Sin Ku Tu that Long Ouyen spat out? Why are there only 8 of them? Plus the dark little dragon, which makes 9. Could it be that this little dinosaur is actually one of the Long Sin Ku Tu? Little Big Dragon points and orders the remaining 8. "Brothers, they fight me. Defend me instead." The giant dragons and the Tu Duong keep attacking each other. But so what? Everyone gets beaten up. Even his father can't miss a shot. So how come you guys can't just take down this bunch of brats? Hit her. Hit her. It's strange. I just have this feeling like I'm watching kids fight. Bin Shilong said confusedly. It's weird. After touching them, Yulin Little Kuai Long didn't explode, Man Yuan asked. Do you feel that they are just miniature versions of An Long? At this moment, Tu Duong called out loudly from the front. Hey, are you 3 planning to just stand there and watch forever? Come over and help out already. The monster turned and asked, Should we fight for real? The soldier replied. Fight then. The Manhwa character from the Man Vian hesitated. I can't fight like this if you're like that. Mr. Long, Tu Duong, while defending and shouting loudly, said, Don't let its appearance deceive you. It is the dark side of Lamu Yan, caused by the red crystal. The monster and the soldier continue to charge, since they already fought earlier. Just finish it quickly. Little Big Long, angry, turns around as the bird and the fool come again. Suddenly, it saw the man Yuan behind the 2 of them. You and Little Big Dragon stared at each other fiercely. Then suddenly, it hurriedly ran over. Xiao Dalong just brushed past the monster and the soldier. The soldier was stunned. Not good. He's heading towards the bead. Be careful. Manvian couldn't dodge in time and was only surprised as it saw it running towards her. Tu Dai Long quickly jumped in front of her. Then it happily hugged Man Yuan tightly. Seeing it cling to me, I was very surprised. Everyone who witnessed was stunned and confused, wondering what was going on. This dinosaur calling Man Yuan, Mom Yuan. Tu Duong watched with little interest in Man Yuan. Man Yuan asked confusedly if he knew her, and Xiao Dai Long happily replied, Of course I do. Mother is Man Yuan. Then you pointed to the people in front and asked, Do you know them? Man Yuan felt confused inside. When did I become a mother? I don't even know myself. Little Big Dragon turned to look at the people behind and said, Of course I know them. It pointed to each person standing there, one by one, calling out silly, old queen, an ugly bird tease. The furious monster roars. Hey, you! Who are you calling a troublemaker? The old queen shouts angrily. Look carefully. She's a lovely girl. Man Yuan looked at Xiao Dalong with confusion and asked if he knew them. Why did he still attack them? It then jumped down and said it just didn't feel comfortable around them. It describes a nerve-wracked monster that only knows how to cause pain. A proud creature who sees no one in its eyes. There is also a false god who only speaks half, always trying to make others guess their thoughts. And no one is truly good. Then, Little Big Dragon happily turned his head and smiled, saying only Mother Yuan. Mother is a kind-hearted, loving person, and speaks gently. The evil eel spat fire in anger. This bastard. I must destroy you. Tu Duong said sharply. It's formed from Lamu Yan's dark side. Does that mean Lamu Yan normally sees us the same way? The monster turned its head and glared at Lamu Yan unconscious. I must eliminate this evil dinosaur first. At this moment, Tu Duong couldn't help but think of the eel-like monster, as the energy from the red crystal could infinitely amplify the darkness within. Even now, I can't believe that his dark face is actually a monster. The peaceful wolf lowered its head, wondering if the red crystal had amplified Lam Uyen's prejudice against us. Tu Duong also explained that this proves that we really are like that in Lam Uyen's heart. Maybe Lam Uyen feels that we are not as easy to get along with as Vien Mui. But he has always been tolerant of us and maintained team harmony. The monster flicked its tail lightly at you. After enduring so much, it could choose to disband the team. Bin Tri Lang continued to ask. So what should we do with this little dragon now? Do we still need to kill it? Tu Duong looked at it and responded. No need. This little dragon just seems like a mischievous kid. Capricious. And it seems willing to listen to Yuan Miu. At this moment, the little girl stepped in front of the small Long. Maybe we should try to communicate first. Small Long was cautious. Old Queen Mother. What do you want to do? Don't come near me. Tu Duong quickly waved his hand and said, Little Long. We mean no harm. Lam Ouyen was badly injured fighting the monster earlier. We brought him here to borrow the red crystal to treat his wounds. Little Long was angry and said, I don't believe what the old queen says. Then Tu Duong pointed behind him and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask Mother Vien. Man Vien then raised his hand to assure you. Little Long, I can prove that everything they said is true. They are all allies of Lam Yen and will not harm him. Little Dai Long turned around mockingly. Blaming the injury on her cursed monster, Tu Duong clenched her teeth and endured. Little Dai Long sneered dismissively, saying there's nothing more to say. Right. Man Vien quickly intervened. Tu Long, let's check Lam Ouyen's injuries first. Okay. Tio Dai Long then approached Lam Ouyen, lying there. Man Vien watched from afar. The wound on An Long's body had been treated. And Tu Duong said, Looks like our method earlier was correct. Lam Ouyen slowly woke up. Saw you patting his head and sitting up. Man Vien was overjoyed. Long was awake. That's great. Suddenly, Lam Ouyen saw Tu Dai Long leaning on his hand and looking at him. He was surprised to see it here. Huh. Why is there a mirror here? Lam Ouyen pressed his face close to Xiao Delong's. Why? Why have I restored my original state? And this time even the color has turned red. Lam Ouyen was full of confusion. My lower leg skin color hadn't changed. Then I sensed my current form. And it seemed I hadn't shrunk at all. Strange Bird was speechless. Is this guy's head really damaged by that weird creature? Tu Duong chuckled. Maybe because he split half of his brain for Little Long. Lam Ouyen kept curious and guessing. I realized this must be a deforming mirror that can make my reflection look smaller. But why does the color also change? Little Big Dragon silently watched Lam Ouyen place his hand on his head. He was terrified. Oh my god. There's no mirror. There really is a red little Kuai Long. Xiao Dalong pushed Lam Ouyen's hand away and looked away. Tra Long acted dumb again. He stared in amazement. The red little Chu Long can talk. Wait a minute. What did he call me just now? Tra Long. Kuai Diu sneered and said, Bad Long. Don't you recognize your precious son? Lam Ouyen became even more confused. What are you talking about? Your son. The strange bird points to the moonstone. That's right. And it seems like its mother is the gem. I just know how to call it with a smile. Brother Long. Lam Ouyen suddenly fell into deep thought, then suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Lam Ouyen slumped to the ground, holding his head. What exactly is going on here? Wasn't I just fighting that crazy little thing and got hurt and fainted for a while? You are terrified of Little Big Dragon in front of you. How can you wake up and already have a child? Lam Ouyen kept asking Little Big Dragon in front of him. What exactly is going on? Little Big Dragon. Where did you jump out from? It casually said, Of course I asked for your child. You pointed to your head and said, How could a man like me ask for your child? Do you think I am an idiot? Tu Dai Long explains. The stupid dragon. Didn't it already vomit you out of its mouth many times before? And you even helped it fight. Lam Ouyen feels uncomfortable and asks, Who's the idiot? Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly realized, wait. Vomit it out with your mouth. Lam Ouyen immediately recognized that you are the little spirit Quilong from Longshin Kutu. Xiao Dalong snapped his fingers and replied yes. And suddenly clouds of smoke appeared in the air. Another Xiao Dalong appeared. Yes. I am the eldest in the Longshin Kutu. Lam Ouyen looked up at them in surprise. Wow. I can actually summon them directly. Tudai Long shrugged and replied. It's nothing difficult. Just call and they'll come immediately. Hearing that, you immediately hugged him in anger. Is it really that simple? Every time I use the dragon sheep from the Longshin, I almost vomit bile. It must be the system intentionally making it difficult for me. Little Big Dragon now speaks up. Dad, can't you change the way you summon us? Vomiting from your mouth, it's disgusting. Long Ouyen angrily pointed at it and exclaimed, Damn, you even protected me. Do you believe I would swallow you? Tu Dailong didn't care and said nothing. I also want to go inside. Who wants to stay outside and take a walk? But I've tried before and I just can't get back. Little Big Dragon points to the sleeping fox behind him. When suddenly a red energy bursts into his body, then I realized I was here, facing these three ugly faces. And they even resorted to violence. Angrily, Tu Duong called out, calling someone ugly. The strange bird got furious and asked who called him ugly. If he didn't beat him up, who would he beat? Long Ouyen curiously asked. So everyone has fought before too. Who won and who lost? Let's see how strong my shadow transformation is. The strange bird snorted in anger. Just a kid. I wouldn't bother with him. Diodai long nghe vai kung noi jang quay zao. Mung sao. Luke nai. I bi zeng den muk long chim de da ha. The monstrous bird screeches. You little brat. How dare you say such things? I won't care about your parents' discipline. Man Ouyen immediately smiled in reconciliation. All right. Dieu Long. Lindier. They are all our people. Dieu Dai Long happily runs toward his sister. Luckily Mother Ouyen is here. Or I would have given up already. Long Ouyen gently pats his head and sighs. Hey. Can someone tell me what this is all about? Tu Duong Thuan was wounded while fighting the black version of Tu Duong, and we had no choice but to bring him next to the red crystal. Hoping to use its energy to heal him, in front of the red crystal, Long Ouyen concluded that I, like her, was also driven by desire. The girl confirmed. Yes. Black mist constantly surged out of your body, forming this little Long. Looking at Little Big Dragon being carried in Man Yuan's arms, he tried to speak clearly and said, Oh, this little dragon is my dark incarnation, but this art style is wrong. My dark incarnation is very cute. So why does your dark incarnation look so ugly? Tu Duong held back and said, Well, everyone has different desires. Even the dark incarnations of monsters are different inside the little girl's heart. She suppressed her anger and hated that disgusting dinosaur. Go die already. Long Yen shyly twists her body. So even a dark form condensed from greed can be this adorable. Tu Duong angrily said, I'm very curious. What exactly is your greed? The little girl kept shouting in her heart. Disgusting. I want to shut up this show-off. Long Yen tried to remember. Desire must be because she was often bullied since she was young. So she hoped to become a monster so that those who bullied her would fear her. So that's why there's this little brat. Little Big Dragon irritably turned around and scolded. You little brat. Stop calling me that. I have a name. I am the divine skin in the Quilong. So you can call me Kwai Da. Long Yen crossed his arms in disagreement. This little brat and Kwai Da. Your father is your father. How can you call me that? Little Big Dragon smirked. In the martial world, rank doesn't matter. A name is just a way to call someone. Call him whatever you want. He objected. No way. Change it. Or call him Little Hong. Little Big Dragon hesitated and refused. Little Hong. Could you please be a bit more casual? Even a dog's or cat's name would be better than this one. Long Yen is not to be outdone. Who dares to look down on us? We are extraordinary beings. The man blushes and laughs. These two father and son are really alike. Strange how they shoot each other glances. Yeah. They're both quite provocative. Tu Duong frowned in thought. Surprised that Long Yen's inner world was so simple, and that the dark incarnation born from greed was actually a cute little dragon, although he looks a bit rough. Compared to him, why does my dark incarnation look so ugly? Do people really have such strong desires? Thinking of Man Vien, the strange creature, and Bin Trilon, the girl couldn't help but be curious, All three of them had been treated with red energy, unable to see through their desires. I am truly curious about what their desires are. Maybe Man Yuan's desires are as simple as Lin Yuan's. Then Tu Duong thought about the dark forms of the other two. But the greed of these proud monsters wouldn't be simple. The dark-formed monsters must be uglier than him. Why does Lord Bai Troc keep muttering to himself quietly behind Tu Duong? Lam Ouyen and Little Big Dragon angrily ignored each other, suddenly noticing Bon Ko appearing, and seeing its exhausted and fragile appearance. Lam Ouyen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Lam Ouyen pointed at Little Big Dragon making a face and asked the system, "Finally, you appeared. Hurry up and explain. What exactly is going on? Why has my skill turned into this childish thing?" She angrily threw a tantrum. "And you still have the nerve to blame me. Who knows why suddenly so much strange energy burst out of your body? Moreover, this energy has already infiltrated the system." Lam Ouyen was stunned and asked, "What? Can the energy of this red crystal affect me?" Suddenly, she transformed into a researcher. The large red crystal, could this be the source of the strange energy? It keeps circling around the red crystal, which surprisingly has energy waves originating from its source. Then suddenly, she opened the information panel, realizing she had previously sensed this energy wave and origin on the tyrannical reptilian king and the dark Bak Tu Duong. The only difference was that their internal energy waves were too weak. It remembered that the cursed reptilian king absorbed the red crystal energy and mutated, and the dark silver path condensed because of this energy. So they are all connected to the red crystal. Lam Ouyen also guessed that because of the energy waves and their origin, the system inside my body is also connected to the red crystal. So, encountering the Saurian Death King and Black Tetra is because their energy waves and origins attract each other. You can't help but frown. Wow. This is what they call destiny in legends. Lam Ouyen shook his head and continued training. "I am a good young man, growing up under the gates of the new era. I don't believe in some fate or something like that." Bon Kan flew over to analyze the Little Big Dragon. As for Little Long's background, the elegant dragon is a skill of the system, and the red energy shares the same origin as the system. So it has condensed into this Little Long. Little Big Dragon waved his hand to chase it away, telling it to go out and not wander around in front of Little Da. Long Ouyen looked surprised and asked, "You can see Bon Kan?" And Bon Kan also asked in surprise, "You can see me?" Little Big Dragon sighed and poked Bon Kan's cheek, saying with a shrug, "Isn't it obvious that everyone can see such a big thing?" Wow. Little Long also has a similar illness to Long Ouyen, liking to talk to himself and the air. And the strange bird comes over to chat too, just like father and son. Long Ouyen turned to it and said, "Look, they can't see Little Kan." Little Dai Long crossed his arms and snorted a little strange bunch. Then it irritably turned to him and said, "Hey, aren't you told to stay away from me? Hey, what are you using to look at me?" Ben Kan raised his device and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just a routine check." Then it turned around in amazement and said, "Xiao Long really isn't bad. He will become your strongest support in the future." Long Ouyen still finds it hard to believe. With it, such a useless brat as him can be a help. Or else he's just dragging me down. Little Big Long angrily said, "Dad, can't you see? Earlier, Xiao Ra took on 3 of them alone." Ben Kong smiled as he opened the system panel. "I recorded the fight earlier. Xiao Long knows how to use all your skills, even if in a condensed form. But the power is not inferior. It can even directly split into 8 U-Spirit Little Kui dragons, and can control them more precisely. It also analyzes further. Do you remember the forced teleportation between Silver 4 Hall and Dark Silver 4 Hall? You and Little Dragon can also do it. However, you can only teleport once a day, which means if Little Long is somewhere else, you can instantly teleport yourself to its location. So I can teleport instantly while fighting enemies. Right. Suddenly teleport to the enemy's back or use teleportation to escape when you're losing in a fight." Then I pushed up my glasses and said with a smile, "Xiao Long has broken free from the curse of Long Shengku, and I can still summon 8 other spiritual little dragons, but it can only endure and retreat." A Little Long, who knows how to use all his skills, suddenly appears, definitely giving the enemy a huge surprise. Long Ouyen immediately patted Little Long's head and laughed loudly, as expected of the good son, not only making his father stronger, but also in a life-saving tactic. He is proud. Little Long has many advantages. Suddenly, she changed into a new outfit and stood under the stage lights to give a speech. and she also had to announce some good news after absorbing energy from the red crystal. Her abilities had also improved. Long Ouyen immediately became excited. You're also progressing. Quickly tell me what benefits you can bring me after your advancement. It smokes while promoting. Now that you have seized the stadium object and can gain more evolution points, I can buy more items from other parallel universe stores. Isn't that very exciting? Long Ouyen saw through her tricks. I thought there were good items, giving many evolution points. So the prices of items in the shop would increase accordingly. Which means nothing has actually changed. You system. I still don't understand you. Making it only respond with a single word. Immediately afterward, the boss angrily scolded. You bastard. Not giving you any real benefits. You don't understand the power of the boss. Now I can enhance the Long Qian general data with 3 types of abilities. Tell Man Yuan to take out the Long Yuan talisman for me. Long Yuan replied with a smile. This is good. My system is truly powerful. Then he spoke. Muni. Quickly use the Long Power talisman for me, causing the guard to become confused. Ah yes. Lord Long, receiving the Long Qian Tuang Liu from the guard. I smiled and said that I had absorbed a lot of red crystal energy into my body and could now upgrade the Long Qian Tuang Liu. Both the guard and the monster were very surprised. Then suddenly she flew in to boost her power. The third skill I enhanced was the explosive ability of the Poison Bow. The son of the Reptile King from Hu. Then, Long Ouyen happily returned the Long Qian to the general. The upgrade was complete, and he gave it back to his brother. The third ability is the explosive skill of Poison Violence, the son of the Lizard King from Hu, which can blow up enemies when shot. You named it Long Bao. Man Yuan happily accepted it, seeming very impressed. Thank you, Long. Then turned around and pouted slightly, showing favoritism. Then he immediately said, Come on, little one. Try attacking me. But it made me hesitate a bit. This isn't good. Long Ouyen holds the life fruit in his hand and says it's okay. I have tough flesh anyway. If you're worried, I'll prepare the life fruit first. Man Vian finally agreed. Alright then. I will be careful. Then I rushed forward to use the dragon spear. He was immediately bitten by Liu Longquan, and Man Yuan quickly used Long Bao to send Long Yuan flying away. The ground around him exploded, and Long Ouyen was knocked flat on the ground. Man Vian saw this and became frantic. Long brother, are you okay? You immediately eat the life fruit and say it's okay. It's okay. This move is really powerful. If the enemy is weak, one strike can take them down. Immediately after, Long Ouyen became excited at the thought of Long Ba attacking, Long Dao controlling, and Long Bao launching a series of 3 consecutive strikes. Man Yuan, blushing, nodded and hummed, when suddenly the strange bird raised its wing and asked, Does anyone feel dizzy or have a headache? So I Dao Lang felt that as soon as he entered the Red Palace, he could sense the energy pouring into his body. These energies are 10 times more concentrated than outside. But over time, the body can no longer withstand this level of energy. From the explanation earlier, it's because the energy our bodies absorb has reached its limit. Like a container, it can only hold this much. Any more could cause it to break and become dangerous. Long Ouyen bowed his head and ordered, We can only leave here. Wait until the body fully absorbs the energy. Then go inside. Little Long, you and everyone else leave here. Little Big Dragon looked at you displeased. Is that all your father has? I don't think my little brother's abilities even reach the limit. Long Ouyen, angry, tapped its head. This kid, formed from red energy, naturally has no sensation. Kuang Lang turned around and said, The male venerable king has appeared. Long Ouyen's group all left the palace amid the cheers of the monsters. That's great. Long Ouyen, the great king, is fine. Hello, your majesty, the great king. Hello, your majesty, the great king. The group stepped out amid cheers, greeting the great king. Little Big Dragon proudly lowered its paw and saluted. Kuan mat hong lang, nu lai hi quan satno. Kontia kilong tinya, rano jiong, et long Ouyen denya. Tuat hung cam tai kha hiu. Bando chi ko sankinoa. Divao mabai jole. Ko the mut nguaira. Long Ouyen crouched down to pat Xiao Dai Long's head and introduced him. This is my son, Xiao Kui. Tuot Hung wondered. A son. He just came in not long ago, and he already has a child. With whom? Kulang was curious. The son of King Long Ouyen. But why did King Long Ouyen call him old? Long Ouyen quickly cut to the chase, saying that this is my son. The newest member of the Extreme Beasts Island group, Little Big Dragon was excited as everyone greeted him, saying hello to Kwai Ra, hello to Little Great King, and hello to Little Tutu Ra. It immediately approached, smiling and greeting everyone, saying, "From now on I will protect you all." Baitroc then asked if any mysterious divine beasts entered the Red Palace while we were inside. Yue Xiong turned to point at the monsters ahead and said yes. There are many of them, but we have already eliminated them all. Looking at the pile of corpses scattered on the ground, it reports that luckily, no divine beast over 100 meters tall has come here, or we might not have been able to protect this place. Long Ouyen couldn't help but be surprised. Wow. Are so many mysterious beasts from the secret realm entering like that Bok Trake guessed? The car, desperately attracted by the red crystal inside the palace, is extremely dangerous for the beast realm. Then it turned around and ordered Man Vien, Bin Qilang, and the young ones to close the large door of the red palace. Opening it like that, the energy of the red crystal will escape more and more, making it easier to attract the beastly creatures from the secret realm. Man Ouyen and Shoa Dao Lang responded together. Yes, Lord Baitroc. And immediately, the palace door was shut. Long Ouyen. This place still needs a protector. You must guard it 24 hours a day. Engon blocks the beast from entering the secret realm river, so no more terrifying opponents like the Shadow White Clan or the King of Reptiles from the ruins can appear. Snow Hero steps forward. Lord Baitroc, I am willing to protect this place. As it shook its head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness. Da Hung. But you are a creature of ice and snow, and it's not suitable for you to live here for a long time. Moreover, your current strength is not yet enough to confront the 100-meter beast in the secret realm. Lamu Yan at this moment suggested that I actually plan to make this place the headquarters of the behemoth island of Ouyen. Myself and Man Vien, Lang and I both protect the Red Square, while the other beasts of Ouyen Island live around the red clay court in the center. You explained your plan, and the four of us are no longer affected by the red crystal energy, so we can train inside the palace every day. And once our bodies reach the limit, our strength will increase rapidly. Lamu Yan said to the beasts that only when the overall strength of the Ouyen Island increases can they resist the invasion of the human experts coming here. The energy in the red-colored grove is quite dense, so the strength of the giant beasts on Ouyen Island will also increase rapidly here. Bai turned his head and said, I don't understand your idea, but because humans can invade you, four can't always stay here to protect this place. Moreover, I am not sure if the giant beasts of Ouyen Island are affected by the red crystal energy, so we must have someone with strong strength to guard. Lamu Yan smiled faintly and looked down. Suddenly remembering, she turned her head and coldly looked at Little Big Dragon, the most suitable candidate. Then he pointed at its still evil-looking face. Which is the boy? My son. The demon. Everyone was stunned. To him, Lamu Yan explains that Bok Tu Duong killed the previous guardian and then condensed Bok Tu Duong Hak Am to protect this place. I killed Bok Tu Duong Hak Am to summon Tu Long, so the boy should also protect this place. Bok Trake then corrected. Bok Tu Duong Hak Am is me imprisoning it here through the spirit avatar, not its own will. But Little Long, do you want to imprison him here? Lian said. The nature of Little Long and Bok Tu Duong Hak Am are different. Then Lamu Yan smiled and said, Bok Tu Duong Hak Am is cruel and vicious, but Tio Long is adorable. And Bok Tu Duong Hak Am considers the Red Mountain Cave as a cage, but Little Long considers it his home. And Bok Trash immediately realizes it. Cruel and vicious. He's starting to criticize me again. Then Lian turned around and asked, the Red Mountain Cave is now the headquarters of the Extreme Peace Beast Island Group and also our home. Isn't that right? Little Kwai, Little Big Dragon crossed his arms and proudly said, the energy here is abundant and greatly beneficial for my growth. Even if Dad tells me to leave, I won't be happy. Lamu Yan immediately smiled and said, I think that's really great. No wonder you're your father's son. Don't worry. The beasts of the Extreme Silence Island are all here. They definitely won't be boring. Little Big Dragon snapped his fingers and relied on those wooden heads like them. Only then would it be interesting. The spirits quickly flew out from within him. He has 8 brothers. He doesn't need them. The spirits drifted through the air, and Lamu Yan became frantic, saying, wait, why did you call them all out here? Stay back. Don't touch them. They'll explode. But the spirits just collided with each other. so he hurriedly covered his face. Oh no. But apart from that, nothing else happened. Lamu Yan opened her mouth in surprise. Again. It didn't explode. She couldn't help but remember what her master said. Maybe because Little Long can control the 8 little ghost spirits of Kuai Long in detail. That's why it didn't explode. Immediately after, Little Big Dragon opened its mouth and unleashed the violent bullet attack. Breaking the corner. The bullet immediately shot straight toward the beast horde. Lamu Yan looked stunned at her son. Little one, why did you shoot the violent bullet? Now. That path is doomed. The monstrous beasts panicked as they saw the approaching bullet. What the hell? Is the young master losing his mind? But suddenly, a ghostly spirit appeared, holding a flowing ball bat. It immediately deflected the bullet in the panic of the beast. The bullet then returned to Lamu Yan's place. What the hell? Is this some kind of ball game? Even the monstrous bird is stunned. Who would have thought bullets could be played like this? Bok Trak was a bit confused. Playing alone like that really wouldn't be boring. Lamu Yan couldn't help but think of the scene where Tu Duong played Long Bridge with her clone. Bok Tu Duong, when she feels bored in the illusion of Snow Peak. Does Bok Trak also play like that? He immediately replied. I am not that bored. The fierce wolf couldn't help but marvel. It truly is the young master, knowing all of Lord Lamu Yan's abilities. Moreover, it seems like the younger generation is testing the waters. But Lamu Yan scolded. I heard everything. This is called causing trouble, not testing the waters. Bok Trak is now at ease and ready to leave. If the matter of the guardian is settled, I should return as well. You all need to organize the territory of the extreme beast island properly. Additionally, the gates and secret realms are to be protected by subordinates of the death spirit. And you agreed immediately. Yes. I also plan to do the same. Then it turned to Kuai Dieu and Tu Vong Lin Dieu, asking a few ancient divine dragons to take me and Da Hung back to the current snow peak. I've been held here by Bok Tu Duong's darkness for so long. I don't know what happened to the subordinates at the current snow peak. The strange creature replied. Yes. Lord Bok Trak. Immediately after, Lin Yuan happily said, Don't worry. After I found Da Hung seriously injured, I ordered my subordinates to send the life fruit to the current snowy peak. They should be fine now. Bok Trak feels grateful and thanks them. You still feel regretful. She doesn't plan to stay here for a few more days. The energy here is abundant, and her strength will increase rapidly. But he still refuses. No. I don't trust the illusion of Snowy Peak. It couldn't help but worry that Bok Tu Duong Hakam has been here for over 1,000 years, absorbing too much energy from the red crystal. Now she has returned to my body, and it will take a long time for me to fully absorb this energy. Ouyen pouted and said, So she's picked up a power bank, and a large capacity one at that. He looked at Little Big Dragon with a calculating smile, thinking to let the little guy absorb a bit more, so that later he could directly seize it and quickly increase his strength. But Ouyen immediately shook his head to refuse. No way. How could I have such a terrible thought? Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its cub. And a gentle tiger like me is even more so. Little Long suddenly spoke up, noticing the malicious expression on his father's face, wondering if he was waiting for him to absorb a lot of red energy just to swallow him whole. You quickly laughed to hide it. Good son. Your father loves you so much that he couldn't wait. How could he possibly swallow you whole? Little Big Dragon doesn't believe it. Dad should try too. And then Little Ra will definitely make Dad regret it. Da Hung, aren't you going to stay a few more days to increase your strength? Tu Yet Hung scratched his head and declined. I'm also worried about my brothers at Xianjia Snow Peak and want to go back and check. If any of them want to quickly increase their strength, I'll ask them to come find you. Then they parted ways, saying goodbye and promising to meet again later. Long Ouyen stretched comfortably, considering the secret realm case as finished. Though he wondered if Zhu Ju had any news from the Holy Demon Temple, you turn to glance at Bing Zhulang and say, Brother Lang, get out the satellite phone and check. This thing hasn't made a sound since it came into our hands. Is that crazy guy playing us? Holding the satellite phone in hand, but it was completely silent. Long Ouyen couldn't help but suspect that the Min Toi Holy Temple wouldn't be silent for so long. If there was any movement, the evil god should have notified us immediately. He looked up at the sky and wondered if it was because there was no signal. After all, we are in an underground secret realm beneath the Kuk Ouyen Island. Then, Long Ouyen turned around and walked away, ignoring what had happened before. An Lang, put away your satellite phone. Immediately after, He happily told everyone. From now on, this place is our home. All the mighty beasts cheered happily upon hearing the announcement that we must thrive here and keep growing stronger. Long Ouyen declared with great enthusiasm that in the future, the extreme Yin Island would become the strongest beast island. All the fierce beasts cheered loudly. Truly powerful. Long live the great king. Seeing the wreckage before him, he began to assign tasks. First, let's clean up the battlefield and move all the broken stones away. As for the corpses in front of you, assign someone to bring the bodies of the beast spirits from the forest to the square, and arrange a unified funeral for the corpses of the extreme Abyss Island beasts from the battle. Man Ouyen looked confused. Brother Long, with so many corpses from the secret beast realm, aren't you going to eat? Everyone has been through this battle and must be very hungry. Long Ouyen confidently smiled and said, of course we have to eat. We won such a glorious battle and took the new territory we must celebrate with a fan. The confused giant beasts tilted their heads and looked at him, while Long Ouyen stood amidst a pile of corpses giving orders. Pile up the bodies of these mysterious beast realm creatures for me. Immediately afterward, he threw out 3 bottles of seasoning, which landed right in front of them, so everyone could have these seasonings. And later they would be responsible for adding the seasoning. Then Long Yen crossed his arms and asked, having made so many skewers, he must know how to season them well. Right. Man Ouyen wondered what Brother Long was planning. The cold and empty strange bird. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Little Long sighed. Wow. Silly Long has turned into a silly dog. Suddenly, a large fire erupted around you. The fierce beasts of the extreme Yin Island are celebrating our victory. Long Ouyen quickly transformed into a magma form, and I invite everyone to enjoy some grilled skewers. All the giant beasts were stunned. Is this a new ability of King Long Ouyen? I've never seen King Long Ouyen so powerful before. The other monsters quickly moved away from the fire. It's too hot. My Long almost got burned. Get away a little. Long Ouyen stands in the boiling flames. This was my initial idea. To develop a large-scale grilling method that turns myself into a giant oven. You keep digging close to the monsters in the fire. Grilling like that won't taste good. It seems I need to adjust the distance next time. Seeing the piece of meat in Long Ouyen's hand, it would be great if I could freely control the intensity of the flames within my body. It would be even better if I had a large grill that could withstand high temperatures. Only then did he look around. The security guards were still staring blankly over there, which made Long Ouyen angry. Hey, what are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and add some seasoning. Suo Dao Lang scratched his head in confusion. You're using such powerful skills to grill meat again. This really shows a lack of respect for martial arts. Long Ouyen nonchalantly explained. What's wrong with that? This is called understanding the principles. Learn 1 and know 10. Integrate martial arts into every detail of daily life. The details that determine success or failure. You can try it too. So Dao Lang, with a dark face, refused. I will never use such martial techniques even if I die. The dish was immediately prepared and served. The beastly creatures kept devouring it eagerly. Delicious. This is the best meat I have ever tasted. You personally cooked the meat for us to eat. I'm truly touched. Hey, you've already eaten over 10 pieces. This is the best meat I've ever had. It's truly touching. These are the best meats I've ever had. The best meats I've ever tasted. These are the best meats I have ever tasted. You all personally cooked the meat for us. I am truly touched. Hey, you've already had over 10 bites. This one is mine. Little Big Dragon here keeps biting and tearing at the meat. The other giant beasts in the distance are watching. The kings are really impressive. Grilling meat for everyone while still training. That's right. That's right. You see how King Bing Zilang's swordsmanship has become much more proficient. The Sword Skull Wolf is so angry. You guys, even when eating, you can't keep your mouths shut. After a while, the giant beasts, full and exhausted, lay around the pile of white bones. Long Yen was sprawled on the bones, panting. The magma form grilling the meat was good, but the effort was too much, too energy-consuming. Suddenly, you reached out and grabbed a piece of meat. Man Vien cheerfully said, Brother Long, there's still plenty of grilled meat. Come and eat too. Long Yen was chewing on a piece of meat with a bit of a hurry. The fire was a little intense, but not as refined as fire roasting. Yet the flavor was not bad. So why would a celebration do it like that? The monster angrily said, What the hell are you doing? My wind magic isn't for that. The skull blade is also dissatisfied. My pain is for killing people, not for cutting meat. Switching to the top of the extremely peaceful island, the duck long is soaring through the sky on patrol. Suddenly, one of them spots something. Look quickly. What's happening over there? A warship suddenly appears on the sea and drifts ashore. It seems to be a human vessel. The group of dragons quickly flew to hide in the nearby bushes and quietly observed what was happening ahead. It really was a human boat. Hurry and report to the great kings. Suddenly, something rushing from the foliage. A shapeshifter hiding in the tree, grinning as he drew his sword, lunged to ambush, instantly beheading one of the duck long. The remaining dragon was stunned to see its friend fall, and the other dragon charged straight to the ground, while the last one looked on in horror as the greedy one stood arrogantly in front of its friend's corpse. The guy looked up, smiled, and asked, "You idiot, where are you looking?" Suddenly, something appeared right beneath Duke Long's feet, and with a triumphant smile, it charged forward to attack, instantly piercing Duke Long's body and entering its soul. Duck Long's body kept spinning wildly, its eyes bulging, and then it completely transformed. Fen Nuo, in the body of the Duke Long, smiled with pleasure. This is the first time I've taken the soul of a beast this size, and the feeling is truly different, seeing from such a high vantage point. The whole body is filled with power, lustful praise. Powerful. Boss. A beast as big as that. An has already succeeded in claiming its head. Fan No quickly grabbed the corpse of the dead Duke Long. But to be safe, it's better to throw these bodies away to avoid detection by other beasts. As he took the body out to sea, he said, "Carry my body over here." The greedy one immediately turned and ran into the deep forest. Fen Nuo quickly dropped the Drick Long corpse into the sea and flew back. Tam Lam gritted his teeth, carrying Fen Nuo's body on his back. Damn. It's really heavy. Fan No, in the form of Duke Long, immediately snatched the body, startling Tham Lam. Damn. Do you want to swallow me whole too? Fanninger hesitated before swallowing his own corpse into his stomach. Then he took a running start, preparing to take off, while you sat in the canoe heading to gather with the others on the warship. Wait for my next order. And Tham Lam asked nervously, "Boss, will it be okay if you infiltrate the enemy alone?" Fuming, she turned around and flew away, huffing, "I could have any problem I want. It's just a bunch of big-bodied beasts, fighting against the holy church of our righteous cause. I will make sure they don't die peacefully." At this moment, Lam Yuan let out a sigh of relief from being full. Your people are now completely full. Too full to eat more. Then Lam Ouyen nudged them awake and asked, "Brothers and sisters, how are you? Are you full now?" The fat beasts replied, "We're full, and this is the best meal of our lives. Thank you. Your Majesty." "Thank you. Your Majesty." Lam Ouyen nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "All right. Next, I will call the leader of the giant wolves to lead you to the territory for confirmation." The giant wolf immediately replied, "Yes, Lord Lam Ouyen." Suddenly, a voice called out from the sky. Lord Lam Ouyen, dignified. He reported that 2 people seeking an audience at the secret realm's entrance had brought the injured Da Hung here earlier. Lam Ouyen looked up and realized, "Oh, Zhu Ji and an old man have arrived." Then he slung a piece of roasted meat over his shoulder and turned to say, "If nothing is wrong, I won't go to the 3 treasures hall. Let's go see what brings them here this time." 2 people are waiting outside the cave entrance. Cause Jue angrily touches the barrier. These fools. Playing hide and seek in front of me. And the satellite phone still can't connect. Lam Can then said, "Maybe the signal was blocked inside the secret realm." He didn't believe it. So they should also go out of the secret realm to check. Suddenly, the 2 heard loud laughter. Old friends have arrived. Lam Ouyen happily greeted them with a piece of meat, and the group welcomed them warmly. "It's only been a few days, and they already miss me." Uncle G pointed at you in frustration. "I miss you, you little monkey. Where are the satellite phones I gave you? Why do they always have no signal? Making me and an old man run all the way here." Lam Ouyen turned to look at Zoa Dalang. "No way. I thought you 2 had stopped calling each other. Could it be that the satellite phone is broken?" Kook Uncle gets even angrier. "I'm not that useless. How could I let your satellite phones get broken?" Lam Can also said from behind, "Are you guys always waiting inside the secret realm?" "As I know, there are types of secret realms with abundant energy that block all phone signals." Lam Ouyen couldn't help but think so. "So it's being blocked. The energy inside the secret realm is truly dense. Uncle Can still refuses to believe it. So you don't check periodically outside for phones. And you're just relying on high-intelligence monsters who don't even know basic knowledge. Lamu Yan could only helplessly recall what had happened well. There's nothing I can do. The monsters are very busy too. These days we're either fighting or on our way to fight. So you're so busy that you don't realize I can see you're having so much fun grilling meat that you've lost track of everything else. Right. Lamu Yan smiled and told Juji that we had taken care of all the guardians in the secret realm. So we're celebrating. Is there any problem? Chukuk was surprised and stammered. Just a few days after you entered the secret realm. You've already dealt with the guardians inside. He looked at you and then said, as far as I know, each secret realm has very powerful guardians. And in the most recent battle, Fa Luang Kingdom fought against the guardians in one secret realm, with 3 SS-level experts dying. Lam Ouyen smiled and replied, Huh. Piaoliang Kingdom is just a paper tiger. We're only the youngest in the beast realm. But in the end, we still won. Uncle Jue looked at the giant beast in front of him and said, I don't know if what you said is true or false, but I can feel that your strength has become much stronger. An old man standing to the side exclaimed in surprise, Is this for us? The meat is so big. Is this the meat from the secret beast realm? He holds the piece of meat and says the aroma is wonderful. I used a special seasoning and grilled it myself. Try some. The old man bit and chewed happily. This is the best food he's ever searched for through hardship. Uncle Kook looked at him speechless. Lam Ouyen, seeing this, asked curiously, Why don't you try it yourself? Are you afraid I put poison in it? Kook replied. I didn't mean that. I'm just curious why you invited me to eat the grilled beast meat from the secret realm. He silently thought, a senior with a level S attribute. An ordinary peer really wouldn't have any effect on him. Lam Ouyen gestured and said, I want to invite everyone into the secret realm. Only by eating the meat of the beast in the secret realm can we pass through the purple light barrier smoothly. Uncle Kook looked at you with doubt, asking if he could trust us that much to invite us into the secret realm. Lam Ouyen happily replied, Of course. You've helped me so much. You are now my brothers. Because both you and I are peacekeepers. He immediately cut a large piece of meat. And Uncle Kook smiled as he held it in his hand. From now on, Lam Ouyen, you are also my brother. He quickly took a bite. And Uncle Kook exclaimed in surprise. The flavor is actually quite good. I didn't expect you. A beast demon dragon. To have such grilling skills. Lam Ouyen shyly smiled and said, He. I know a lot. The Duke Long flock, flying in from outside, whispered to each other. It's time for the shift change. And the Great King even left some grilled meat for you. The Azure Dragon looked at Lam Ouyen's group and thought to himself, Uncle Kook is an old man from the Tien Vo Hoaha Nation. He frowned suspiciously. Damn it. The Tien Vo Hoaha Nation has indeed colluded with these beastly monsters. These giants are the same beasts that defeated Lester and fought the knight. Their strength is nothing special. Duck Long looked curiously at his brothers near the purple light curtain, wondering how they could directly enter the purple light curtain, and whether this body could do the same. It moved closer to the barrier and was amazed to realize it could go inside. Min's guess was correct. Master Cook is chewing on meat now, and explains softly that the reason we hurried here is to inform you. The Heavenly Wind team from the Sinful Holy Temple has already been dispatched. Their warships are in the waters of Ouyen Island. But jamming devices prevent radar from pinpointing their location. Long Ouyen exclaimed in surprise. What? The Heavenly Wind team of the Holy Church of Sin has already arrived in the waters of Ouyen Island. You look at Ling Diu and say, Little Diu, send more Rook Long to expand the range and frequency of reconnaissance. Especially focus on the coastal area of Ouyen Island. We can't pinpoint their location, so we can only expand the search area. Lin Diu quickly agreed. Understood. Chu Kuk Lian then added that he also received top-secret intelligence related to the Furious Temple Master of the Holy Church of Sin. Fury is a rare psychic ability, but for now we can only confirm that one of his powers is a soul-type ability. He also said that he is very skilled at invading the souls of other creatures and forcibly taking control. So you all need to be careful with all the creatures outside the secret realm. Prevent Fen Nuo from invading and then infiltrating your surroundings. Lam Ouyen then asked, After a soul-type psychic user possesses a creature that is not human, can they use other psychic powers? He mumbled. Probably not. Lam Ouyen then said, So there's no need to worry. The giant beast of the extreme abyss only has a small part of herbivores that haven't entered the secret realm. And they are not strong themselves. In the secret realm of danger, even if one successfully seizes and enters the secret realm through anger and the strength of a giant beast, survival is still very difficult. You quietly speculate, saying one of you won't be taken by anger and seized. Right. An old man with a full belly sits laughing. Kid, you're overthinking this. S-rank espers aren't so easily sacrificed. At this moment, Duok Long divided his team to carry out missions. The Great King ordered all Duok Long to rest no one, and all scouts to go outside and expand the search area. Hey, Brother Duok Long challenged the team and flew away. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Duok Long flew far away, thinking to himself that these beasts seemed to be on alert. I must speed up my plan. Duok Long had flown into the secret realm by now. And surprisingly, there were so many ferocious beasts inside. It lands on the ground and mumbles. This place is very far from the exit of the secret realm, and there are no other beasts around. So it begins from here. After saying that, it slowly spits out something. At this moment, he crawls out, enters the new body just expelled by Duok Long, and slowly sits up. Fan No observes his surroundings, then chuckles. Controlling such a huge beast has drained his spirit too much. Han mistakenly thought that thanks to the super metal parts from Doki, he wouldn't be corroded by the stomach acid of the wind god Duok Long. Fan No suddenly realized something. The energy in this secret realm is so dense. Laughing happily. This place will definitely become the headquarters of our Holy Demon Church in the future. Fan No recalled the time in the Holy Demon Church. Everyone, based on the intelligence provided by Du Kai, Second Elder has found the location of Extreme Abyss Island and successfully arrived there for the main operation. But what's puzzling is that the beast herd from Extreme Abyss Island is no longer present. Only a few herbivorous beasts remain. So I suspect that the beasts who defeated Doki have found the entrance to the secret realm and led the others inside. The Lord of the Temple then spoke. How could the beasts find a way into the secret realm so quickly? Fen Nuo quickly retorted. They can easily defeat Duji, even swallowing a nuclear missile. With such strength, finding a way into the secret realm shouldn't be difficult. He continued, saying he would infiltrate the extreme abyss, capture a beast, and have it swallow his body. Super metal will protect my body from being corroded by the beast's stomach acid. After successfully entering the secret realm, I will place the simple teleportation device away from the entrance. The simple teleportation device can only operate for 3 minutes, transporting one person at a time. And if sped up, it can teleport at most 10 people. Therefore, the 4 elders led 9 technicians, bringing apart the components of the large teleportation device that had been disassembled. Quickly enter the secret realm. Once the large teleportation device is fully assembled, the senior elder can lead everyone into the secret realm. Dian Zhuo Tram Rong said that even the fastest large teleportation device takes half an hour to be fully installed. And during that time, encountering the fierce beasts of the extreme Yin Island would be very dangerous. Fan Ho smiled excitedly. Based on my strength and the 4 elders, half an hour is no problem. Once the large teleportation device is activated, I will give those beastly creatures a grand celebration. Back in reality, he was sitting and installing the teleportation devices, then immediately activating it over the sea outside Extreme Yin Island. Lazy led the group into the teleportation device. Old has succeeded. Color. We only have 3 minutes. All technical staff prepare for teleportation, he shouted as he walked. Start. And stepped through the teleportation array. He looked around in surprise and shouted, Wow. This secret realm is really huge. Fan Ho immediately spoke up. Do you feel that the energy here is extremely intense? He quickly replied. Yes. I can sense it. It's more concentrated than any of the previous secret realms I've explored. Lazy quickly ordered the group behind him. Hurry up. Everyone get to work quickly. And finish installing within half an hour. He begins to use his power. I will reduce the gravity in this area to make the devices lighter and help you install the teleportation array more easily. They laughed loudly. Ah ha ha. This place will be ours someday. Lamu Yan's group also entered the secret realm. Chu Ku was amazed and exclaimed, It's really a vast secret realm with such dense energy. Old Man Mok also quickly commented, Yeah. If we stay here for a while, wouldn't I also fly up? Lam Ouyen looked at them and smiled. So this bit of density already surprised you. Wait until later, everyone will see something even more amazing. The flying dragon suddenly flew over. Spirit Bird King. Earlier, there was a strange behavior from a storm spirit dragon. It sneaked away into the Red Canyon as soon as it entered the secret realm, and we couldn't even call it back. Old Man Moo. Hearing that, he immediately said, "Damn. Has he been taken away?" Lamu Yan immediately ordered Lin Dieu to have all the Duke Long in the secret realm come out here and track the movements of that wind spirit Duke Long. Hoping it's just our overthinking, she quickly nodded and said, "Yes." And Ho Lang ran over from afar, saying, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Lam Ouyen turned to look at them and asked what was so urgent. And they replied, "Your Majesty. The young master of the Kwai family summoned us here." Ho Lang agreed with the matter, saying he sensed an energy not from the secret realm appearing. Lam Ouyen immediately exclaimed, "An energy not from the secret realm? What the hell? Has the Holy Temple already launched an attack?" Man Yuan and Dao Lang were both surprised and shouted, "What spirit master?" Looking at Lam Ouyen, asked, "Surely that young man wasn't talking about us." "Right," he replied. "Probably not." Zhu Ji entered an old beast that had eaten a previous beast from the secret realm, and now had powers from the realm within its body. Dao Lang hesitated and asked, "Could it really be that strange, fiery dragon that has a problem?" Lam Ouyen pondered for a moment before saying that if a rogue dragon was seized and there were so many ancient beast secret realms, it wouldn't really cause much trouble. Chukuk nge vai lin dong tin. Zung vai. Noah, thang ra. Ti ching la tu team shed. Ming toi tang dien, khom de lam tren ngu ngok nu vai. Lam Ouyen turned to Lin and said, "Go back to the Red Palace first and see what the noble family says." They quickly set out and soon arrived at the Red Palace. An old man hid and said, "Damn, the Red Palace is really magnificent." Chuji looked at Lam Ouyen and said, "As far as I know, each secret realm has a grand palace, and the guardian of the secret realm will be inside that palace." Lam Ouyen heard this and replied, "Oh, does each secret realm have a palace? So does each of those palaces contain a red crystal?" Chukuk nodded thoughtfully and said yes. Each palace contains a giant crystal, which is the source of energy for the secret realm. But it is not red in color. The Han man looked up at the sky and continued. And moreover, the concentration of energy is not as strong as in this secret realm. All the spiritual beasts at this moment respectfully greet the kings. "Hello, kings." Lin looked at them and smiled. He. The vehicle leading to the secret realm of Extreme Yin Island is the most special. Probably because the island itself already harbors powerful ancient beasts. An old man nearby also spoke. "With such dense energy, the guardian here must be very strong. And you all managed to defeat the guardian so quickly. Impressive." A burst of red smoke suddenly appeared in front of them. Zhu Ji was shocked and exclaimed, "Is this energy from a guardian?" An old man replied in a low voice, "Damn it. Haven't you already killed the guardian golem?" Lam Ouyen looked at him and said, He. Sorry for scaring everyone. Let me introduce myself." The Kwai family immediately spoke up. "Dad Lam is so silly. Why are you only arriving now?" "Boss. We just got back." Lam Ouyen proudly introduced. "This is my son." The Kwai family. Uncle Kook was stunned and opened his mouth wide. "What, your son?" An old man wondered. "If he was really your son, why do you call the boy Da Lam Ouyen?" Immediately waved his hand and said, "It's just a nickname." Uncle Ji was still in shock and asked again, "You already have a son. Chu Long is as strong as you. And you have a child too. But why do I feel the incredible energy of the secret realm from him? Only the guardian of the secret realm can have such pure energy." Lam Ouyen, Ngi, Dende Lian, Gai Dao. "Well, I'll explain in detail later when I have time." Kui Long, "Please. I prefer beauty more." He looked at the Kwai family and smiled, then introduced, "Son, this is Uncle Chu and your grandfather." An old man looked at Little Dragon and immediately smiled. "Haha, Little Dragon is so adorable." "Hey, this happened suddenly. I didn't prepare a gift for the meeting." Kwai Jia looked down on him dismissively and said, "I don't care. Weak and powerless people can't produce anything valuable." Hearing that, Elder Mok immediately took out 2 giant lollipops. But he also had something else with him. "Look at this. Super big and super sweet lollipops." The Kwai family immediately brightened up. their eyes sparkling as they greeted Mr. Sell. Mock. Lamu Yan was speechless at this child. Wasn't it said that little Long was arrogant? Yet just a few candies could win him over. Uncle G looked at him with confusion and asked Lamu, "Why do you carry such big lollipops with you?" He laughed loudly. Haha. It's to coax my nephew. Uncle G pointed at Kwai Long and said helplessly, "Do I have to use such a big lollipop to coax my grandson?" Old Mock scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. A baby over 300 months old definitely needs such a big candy. Ouyen looked at Kwai Gia and asked softly, "Son, don't just think about eating. Isn't there something you want to tell them?" Kwai Gia immediately replied, "Oh yes. Half an hour ago, I suddenly felt some foreign energies that didn't belong to the secret realm." Ouyen asked seriously, "Are the foreign energies you sensed Chuju and my Mu?" Kwai Gia immediately denied. "It's not us. The energy in our bodies is the energy of the secret realm belonging to this place. What you feel is completely not from here." Ouyen stroked his chin and muttered, "Guizia, as the guardian of the red crystal, can truly sense foreign energies. So what the boy said isn't wrong. But how do these foreign energies surpass the purple light curtain and the secret realm?" Chu Kuk said simply that just being furious and attacking that dragon would be enough to get inside easily. Ouyen looked at him and replied, "But it's only fury alone. What did my son say about those people? Can you quickly ask the Kwai family if you can determine the exact location of those people?" The Kwai family immediately replied, "No, because there are few of them, and their energy is very weak, so you cannot pinpoint their position accurately." Ouyen nodded and said, "All right, look at Lin Diu and then order. MDU. Ang Lang. Send all your subordinates to search over a large area. Remember to stay hidden and avoid being attacked by outsiders or the remnants of the beast secret realm." They respond obediently. At this moment, the complete teleportation array has appeared right in the area of fury. He laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Less than half an hour to set up the teleportation array. The scribe brought the report to inform the electric lord that generator number 1 has started accumulating energy. Generator number 2 has started accumulating energy. And generator number 3 has started accumulating energy. They kept reporting one after another, with generator 10 starting to accumulate energy. Fury gritted his teeth and smiled. Good, good. This mission is a success. You are all heroes of the Mintoi Holy Temple. A sudden object rushes from the distance. Angrily, he asks, "How much longer until the energy is fully charged?" They hurriedly replied, 5 minutes. He looked at Lazi and smiled. Lazi, do you want to have a contest? Let's see who can kill more giant beasts in 5 minutes. He scratches his head. Shoves. Definitely can't beat you. If the Lord of Electricity is in such a good mood, then let's have a contest. The group of ferocious beasts now charged fiercely at the lazy and furious one. No is excitedly laughing out loud. So these are the extremely peaceful giant beasts inside the secret realm. Huh. Lazy sneers. If you've chosen to cower inside this secret realm, why bother enduring the existence if it's not good? And why launch an attack against us? Anger raised his hand and struck back fiercely. Who cares about caring? Just kill them. The resources on these monsters could also help us gain a big reward. He immediately drew a long sword. Lazy flew into the air. The village chief and I took action to stop the monsters. You guys are in charge of protecting the teleportation formation. They immediately responded accordingly. Lazy flew to stand in front of the 3-horned dinosaur. He quickly used the gravity spell to make the beast disappear and control it. It roared, followed by a large crocodile behind the group, and he chuckled softly. Then he used his gravity-enhancing ability to drop the 3-horned blue dinosaur down. Its weight immediately crushed the monsters beneath, blood spreading around. The dragon sword also charged at Fury with full force. He quickly dodged the attack and then seized the opportunity to channel energy into his sword and strike down. The clean cut split the dragon sword in two. Fury looked at the bloodied beast before him and laughed loudly. Then he gently landed on the ground. No is so excited he laughs. Hee hee. The super metal of the combat steed is really effective. Over here, Luoi Biang quickly used a gravity control technique to push back the bloodied beasts. Fen Nu charged forward with his sword, laughing loudly. Come on. He calmly and neatly shattered the sword dragon into pieces. I give up. At this moment, in the Redland Palace, the Kwai family sensed something and then retreated. Chalong. I sense a large amount of energy from the secret realm rapidly heading in that direction. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before speaking. It must be the beastly secret realm. And another wave of monsters is coming. The Kwai family explained the direction in which the beastly secret beasts are charging. It's the place with that weak external energy. I couldn't confirm it before. But now I can be sure the external energy is coming from the southeast. Long Ouyen quietly rejoiced, understanding and replying. Ha ha, I see. The boss knows the beast. Secret realm here is most hostile to outsiders. They must have sensed the foreign energy, and that's why they started bullying earlier. You look at your son with pride. Good. Very good. Now you're worried about not finding them. Guiza, you're truly a good son of your father. Long Ouyen looked at everyone and shouted, Aim vien. Aime Dieu. Anh Lang. Let's go deal with those guys. This time we can't spare anyone. Kill them all. They nodded in agreement and replied in unison, Got it. You confidently assign tasks. Rook Long takes the lead, guiding from above. And once the target is spotted, the illusionist will handle the four of us. Long Ouyen looked at them and then said seriously, The fierce beasts of the extreme Yin Island only monitor the outside area, surrounding the entire region, and no one can be allowed to escape. The Kwai family head frowned and looked at you. So what about you? Long Ouyen glanced at his son, and then ordered you and the young prince to lead the beast troops of the extreme Yin Island to protect this place. The Kwai family quickly agreed, considering it a wise move by the father, as only the young master could protect such an important place. The young prince also happily responded, reassuring that he was confident and would complete the mission. Long Ouyen turned to look at Chu Kuk and Mu Lao. I don't want you two to get involved in this battle. After all, you two also represent the Heavenly Martial Division of Huaxia country. But I hope you can help me protect the entrance to the secret realm. Uncle Kuk Kung decisively spoke up. No. We are going with you. Old Mok calmly replied after taking a sip of wine. Yes. If my brothers are in danger, how can we not help? Long Ouyen happily shouted. Okay. Let's do it. He turned to the spirit beast and Dao Lang, M-Beast, and Brother Lang, to split the tribe members to guard the entrance to the secret realm. The opponent has a soul-type ability user who can steal, so even a tiny bug can't be ignored. Both looked at him and agreed. Okay. Chu Kuk spoke up loudly. Everyone to your places. Let's go. Over here. The giant beasts are sprawled all over the place. Fen Nuo smiled happily and lazily. Very impressive for someone like you, who fights solo with the strongest support. He then laughed. Haha. Lord Electric is too generous. Fan No turned around and asked loudly, How much longer until they can accumulate energy? The person behind responded, 2 minutes remaining. He smiled and said, All right. The mighty dragon spreads its legs wide and roars, followed by the great dragons echoing loudly. Fan No looks at them with veins bulging on his face and laughs. It seems like a leader has arrived. Fen Nuo smiled confidently. Haha. I've never tried controlling a 100-meter barlong before. Then he jumped up and landed forcefully in front of the teleportation array. Fen Nuo looked at the person behind him and said, Protect my body. Everyone. The people behind quickly obeyed. Yes. Lord Electric. Fen Nuo assumed a ready stance and quickly used his power to project his soul outward. Fen Nuo's soul headed straight for the Dragon King and merged into its body. The Overlord Dragon's eyes widened. Then it lowered its head and immediately roared. Fen Nu completely took control of this new body. He thought to himself, the power of this ancient body is truly shocking. It feels incredibly strong. He immediately bit the nearby beast while in the body of the Overlord Dragon. Feeling exhilarated, fury roaring, it charged at the group of monsters in front. Ha ha ha. Still dominating the top predator in the food chain with even greater might. The group of giant beasts was so frightened that they exclaimed, Ah, the king is crazy. Why is he biting his own people? Run quickly. The mighty three-horned green dinosaur roared and charged forward, unable to distinguish friend from foe anymore. So stop fighting for me. Both of them charged at each other. Lin Hon Fan No laughed happily and shouted, Haha, a big one has arrived. Come on. Let's see who is stronger. Everyone was trying to activate the teleportation array. They cheered happily as it charged up and started to activate. Immediately, a web of blue light covered a corner of the sky. Anger now looked up and shouted loudly, This secret realm belongs to me. At the Min Toi Holy Temple, the formation has also been activated. Great. The Temple Lord has succeeded. Hurry. Prepare to enter the teleportation array. Arrogance holding the ice cream and speaking up. Yet we had to wait 5 to 6 hours. The boss isn't good enough. His speed is a bit slow. Desire looked at him and said, "A man cannot accept others saying he can't. Be careful, or the boss will hear this and will crush you." Thom and suddenly interrupted. "Hurry up too. I'm still waiting inside the secret realm to eat those enemies." Thom Nom looked at the subordinates and said, "I, the elder, the third elder, and the fifth elder will enter first." The others quickly entered in the order arranged earlier, and they responded promptly. Yes. All 4 of them stepped into the teleportation array. Inside the secret realm, Lamu Yan immediately saw a strange blue light, and suddenly a blue glow appeared before her eyes. Uncle G quickly shouted in panic, "This is a teleportation array, and they actually set up and activate a large-scale teleportation array here." Lamu Yan wondered aloud. The teleportation array. Have humans already mastered such evil technology? Old One spoke. And there's something even worse. Chu Kuk quickly urged everyone. We must hurry. The large teleportation array is activating. Enemies are coming in every minute. Lamu Yan immediately pointed and shouted everyone. The enemy is ahead. Fan No within the King Dragon's body keeps biting and tearing everything. He quickly defeated the green 3-horned dinosaur and stepped on it while shouting loudly. Lazy looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, the boss with the kingly dragon is really happy. Fen Nuo suddenly realized something and looked towards the red forest, thinking to himself that it seemed like quite a few ferocious beasts were coming this way. Fen Nu turned back toward the teleportation array and sneered. The teleportation array has already started, and my army is about to arrive at this battlefield. All resistance is just a distraction. The Lord Kook leading the army exclaimed. Damn it. It's definitely the teleportation array, Lam Yen said. We must destroy it quickly. The Extreme Lord pointed ahead and said, seeing the 10 Cs forming a protective circle around the teleportation array. That is the foundation of the teleportation array. Destroying 3 of them will be enough to shut down the teleportation. Lam Yen looked at the Dragon King in front of him and said, Why did that Dragon King attack the Beast Realm? Chu Kuk immediately explained that it must be anger. And he has taken over the body of the Bavwang Long again. You also need to be careful not to be possessed. Lam Yen looked at him confidently and replied, Isn't it said that S-rank psychic users are not easily possessed? We are all S-rank experts. Chu Kuk immediately retorted, But you guys are different. You're not humans. You're ferocious beasts. Lam Yen looked at him with a raised brow and asked what he meant. Are you worried that the low-intelligence beast might be easily taken over? So you'll let me see the incredible intelligence within this massive body. Lam Yen immediately turned to the giant beasts below and ordered them. Mvien, Mdieu, Anglang. Let's split up and attack each of the round supports. They quickly received the order. Understood, while furious and eyeing his prey. The main character appeared. Seeing him, he grinned happily. This returning king of beasts seems to have quite a bit of strength. After the assessment, he charged fiercely toward you like you were a treasure. Ready to settle the score with the Triceratops, he was just chewing on this time. Let's have a real showdown. At first, Lam Yen was a bit timid. But then he regained his composure and provoked him. Damn. Do you really think you're a Dragon King? You fool. Furious to see himself about to reach the main character, but noticing he hasn't moved. He grew suspicious. Could it be that he's been scared into submission by my domineering aura? To answer that, Lam Yen continued to channel her magic throughout her body, then gathered it in front of her mouth to form a cluster of electric energy called Violent Earthquake. Seeing your move, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. What the heck? This guy is even more arrogant. Ready. You immediately launched that attack at him. Faced with that blow, they couldn't defend or attack in time and were immediately struck down by the protagonist's attack and fell asleep on the spot. After falling asleep, he immediately released his soul from his body, escaping just in time. Damn it. He is the mighty beast who defeated jealousy. And yet he pretends to be an ordinary beast, ambushing me. But before he could vent his anger, Bing Chi Lang and Man Yuan suddenly appeared, shouting furiously as they ran toward the teleportation array. Please stop them and protect the teleportation array. Because everything happened too quickly. The soldiers only managed to stand frozen in place. In that moment, Bin Tri Lang used the Kim Ruo Cham technique to kill off the enemies blocking the way. Because everything happened too quickly, All I could do was gasp. Yet I managed to kill a top-tier A-ranked Esper with a single sword. Just how powerful are these guys really? As he spoke, he launched an attack targeting the foundation of the teleportation array. These giant beasts are indeed too clever. The moment he activated his gravity enhancement, Trin Lang was a bit surprised. What? It forced him down almost to the ground. Seeing the opponent press down like that, Loi Biang was pleased. But although smart, he was still just a beast and didn't understand what a gravity field was. I will make it so hard for you to take even a step, not letting him get cocky. Tri Lang sneered. Is that all the gravity you can create? Using your energy to generate a furry is truly pathetic compared to the gravity of the previous gravity cannon. Once again, he uses the metal spear to attack Lazy. Hit and echoing far away. What kind of devil is that? He can still move. Then he fell to the ground. Suddenly a loud roar echoed. Get out of here. That's greed. He came again and slammed into Tri Lang, causing him pain. The strike also sent him flying. And seeing that, Manhwa shouted, Ang Lang. Calling teammates like that is useless. So her target shifted to teleportation. The man erupts in anger. Damn it. Break it for me. She rushes into the battlefield and punches it hard. Unfortunately, the attack she unleashed was reflected back. It was as if an invisible force was supporting it, and turning towards her, she was pushed back by the blow. Above, a hideous bird was watching her. Things are not looking good. The enemy has an ambush. Don't let it go to report. A seductive, teasing voice suddenly whispers in its ear. What are you looking at? That's desire. She appeared and immediately made the bird fall backward by turning it to stone. When one of its wings turned to stone and it lost balance, it panicked, its wings no longer responding to commands. It immediately fell from above, crashing onto the ground in an instant. Amid the chaos, a group of people quickly escaped through the teleportation gate. The protagonist was confused and felt like the fight time had flown by. Damn it. Someone had already gone through the teleportation formation. Before the failed event, Lamu Yan hurriedly decided to quickly break the teleportation formation. But before he could reach the place, someone appeared, because he only appeared for a moment. The protagonist didn't have time to react before being cut by his dual blades. Lamu Yan felt a sharp pain in his side, and when he turned to look, he saw the wound. No matter how panicked you are, he lands successfully without any obstacle. Damn. When did this guy appear? In a flash, he disappeared before his eyes. Damn. He's gone. Suddenly, you sense danger on the other side. Not knowing when he appeared there. Now he's about to make his move. He disappears and reappears, creating multiple illusions. And each time the main character gets more new wounds. Unable to see the person at all, how am I supposed to fight? Then you focus on your body again, looking at those wounds turning bluish. I'm sure they're poisoned. Having completed his task, he landed as the voices rang out. Boss. We're here. The boss they mention here refers to the four great elders: pride, greed, desire, and gluttony. In front of the gate of the battlefield are the reinforcement troops of the elders group, who are also the newly appeared members. Seeing them laugh loudly in their fury, even while still in spirit form. Better late than never. Seeing the growing chaos among the group, Yen Sao decided to destroy the teleportation array, or more people would come. Watch me. Yen Sao then fired a violent attack at the teleportation array. Furious, he ordered to defend as the huge bombs flew closer towards them. Don't waste the scattered items around. Gather them into a big shield to defend. We can't let it attack the foundation of the teleportation array. Following the order, the people behind set up various defensive mechanisms, including magic shields and stones summoned from the ground. The bullet kept getting closer, and one of the earlier guys focused on adjusting the shield's direction, blocking the spot he needed to cover, and successfully deflecting the bullet's path to the side. Not only him, but his teammates as well. Seeing it not explode upon contact with something surprised him and made him furious. What is this? The Great Rebound. The henchman laughs mockingly, but with no real power. Just joking. The soldiers rush in, and the bullets fly back, with Lang Chi helping out and that little bird too. Thanks to the help of the three teammates, those bullets returned to their original position as if they had just been fired. The danger was too great, and Loi Biang realized something was wrong. Then he creates a shield to reduce pressure and protect the teleportation array. Not letting the guy anticipate, Lamu Yan orders, explode for me. Boom. Boom. The continuous explosions echoed one after another, and Loi Bieng's surprise counterattack caused him to shout out, and falling into the place of rage. He suddenly dropped, causing Rage to startle a bit. "Bitch. Are you okay?" He sat up, wiped his mouth, and replied, "Boss. I'm fine." Long Bien saw that things were not going as expected. He was disappointed and furious, and it was an instant transmission during the explosion. Fuming with anger and disappointment, our protagonist prepares to deliver a decisive blow with a fierce earth-based attack to make you taste my ultimate move. Furious. Seeing you tease him, he immediately knew what it was. Things are not looking good since he just killed the Overlord Dragon earlier. Once again, he orders everyone to focus their fire on that blue dinosaur to break his containment. Then he thought, although today's attack is strong, luckily the charging stance lasts quite a while. Just need to cut off the charging stance. Fearing that everyone would unleash their full power on him to protect the ace, Qi Lang stood in front of you and kept using his alcohol blade to fight back. To prevent Qi Lang from fighting alone, Man, Vien, and that ugly bird are also fighting. "Brother Long, we're here to help you." Desire, seeing that she couldn't contribute to those violent attacks, flew towards the protagonist and cast a charm to seduce him. Touched by the wave, he suddenly stopped and unexpectedly cancelled his decisive attack. Then his eyes turned into sparkling heart-shaped bling-bling as he looked at Desire. Now, in his eyes, she has become the most beautiful person. So pure and stunning. How could there be a girl this beautiful in this world? Little bird, unwilling to let Lu Yensa fall into her trap, sacrificed herself and sealed the ring. The teacher has someone wanting to hurt the beauty, so the male lead becomes a hero, and that little pest dares to attack the beauty. He's asking for death. Then he suddenly attacked violently. The little bird was panicked. Oh my god. What is that evil dinosaur doing? I'm confused. What just happened? I suddenly like that girl and even wanted to attack her. So, that girl is actually Desire. Earlier, she used her beauty or her abilities against me, and I prefer the thrill of violence over her beauty. Having said that, the male lead once again uses violence, but Keiyu Ngao blocks it with the ice barrier. It seems he succeeded, but the attack is stronger than expected. Too overwhelming. In just a moment, the thick ice layer shattered like water. It's over. The ice shield is about to break. Don't let it break. Let Desire turn to stone. Thanks to her, that ice block held. Arrogance Hua coldly refuses to accept that she has to rely on others. Just as her name suggests, this kid suddenly appeared in the air, and her stone transformation ability can even be used on things that aren't living beings. But the male lead becomes even angrier and pushes his power to the next level, causing that piece of rock to show signs of breaking again. Seeing that the situation was unstable, he angrily used Soul Attack. But the ice shield and stone transformation defenses still couldn't stop it. We must stop it from attacking the foundation. After using it, Ouyen was immediately disabled. You got hurt and held on tightly. Man Vien urgently called to inform An Long, hearing him turn around. What the hell is this guy trying to do? A bunch of Dorriers rush in to fight him. Is he also hypnotized now? A beast like you can't fall in love with a human girl. You're not a match. Then he came again, and afterward you started punching and kicking wildly. But suddenly, a few more guys appeared. What the hell? 2 more came. She can also simultaneously hypnotize multiple T-Rexes like that. Guys like you, with so many rivals. Falling in love won't end well. I'll make sure to knock some sense into you. Without a word, the male lead used the Kuailong Ba Kuk Dao to strike the enemies right beside him. Besides the battle, Qi Lang ordered Lang Quan Ruk Long, the leader of the Kong Lang guards outside, not to let any beast from the secret realm inside. Everyone, don't look at that girl over there. They received the orders and gradually dispersed. Then, Qi Long stood up and raised his sword towards her, using the flower stone against me. But it was useless. This time I used enchantment on Qi Lang. You fool. I want you to turn around and look at me. But Qi Lang only sneered coldly and then used a spear to attack me. As girl, it will only affect the old man's speed of withdrawal. I was surprised that he wasn't affected. Why? Why wasn't he hypnotized by me? Unprepared, he was immediately hit and fell. But the words of laziness caught him. He asked if she was okay, and Ata replied, I'm fine. Damn it. What kind of monsters are these that none of them are affected by my charm? I insist that the clattering and the giant beast are definitely female, so I cannot be affected by their charm, one who cannot be enchanted. And yet he escaped enchantment so quickly, a bunch of beasts with simple minds. Why bother with their traits? They're disgusting. Simplicity is an insult to my beauty. From behind, a voice of fury rang out. No need for anger or desire. As the tyrant dragon was ambushed by that damn deadly demon dragon earlier, leading to my soul suffering some damage. But now I've recovered somewhat. I'll pick off one of them, and there will definitely be a bloody showdown where they turn on each other. Moreover, our people have gathered enough. As for the last one, the male lead finishes it off by biting its neck and tear it apart. What else is there to do? Use everything you have. Smirking with fury. My people are ready. The decisive battle is here. Is it true that your people aren't that many either? The boy replied. What makes you think our side is few? I'm just worried about scaring you so much you run away. So I told them to wait outside. Following that, both Lamu Yan and Manhwa Yan, Qilang, and the little one shouted to signal. From afar, hearing the sound, the subordinates shouted, causing the area around the teleportation array to echo with the roars of beasts. The humans were terrified, so many monsters were we surrounded. Anger burns just as fiercely. But to calm him down, I shouted, Don't panic. They're just a bunch of brainless beasts. We are the most loyal beast warriors of the sacred temple. Metal System Warrior and Ramthoch System in charge of protecting the Foundation. The rest of us and the elders will deal with this leading group of giant beasts. He ordered. Others attack. On the side of the protagonist. He also assigned tasks. Knowing that this human illusionist is very powerful, he led the fierce beasts from the extreme island to retreat to the outskirts and fought them off. Great King, do not worry about us. This is our territory, and we must fight to protect it. Yes, Great King. Please let us take part in the battle with you and fight to the death. All right, for our family estate. Crush them. With their approval, they rise again with fierce determination. Kill. Kill. Over there. They also charged in. Brothers. Kill. Kill. The battle begins. Greedy alone, fighting Lamu Yan. He then used poison darts at you. You dodged. You bastard. It's you again. With so many injuries, anyone else would have succumbed to the poison and died. But you still managed to survive and run away. Huh. Compared to the enemies I've faced before, your little poison is just for kids. As he said that, he reached out to grab him, but he dodged. This time he used the third and sixth pane of the poison strike. Explode for me. Explode. As he finished speaking, the wounds on your body burst open with blood. Why is this happening? My pain will accumulate the effects of the toxins on the enemy's body. Just 6,636 cuts will trigger the poison to explode. You have 36 points of toxic violence. Yet you still haven't fallen. But the old man only has 747 points of toxic violence left. Then he jumps high and keeps slashing at the protagonist's body. The poison will make your body numb and slow your movements. He stabbed fiercely into Lamu Yan's head, stabbing and slashing while laughing wildly. Now, all you can do is let me cut you into pieces. Over there, where the swords and the ore clash. The fight with the glutton is just as intense, and he can't help but praise his opponent. Your strength is truly formidable. No wonder you're a powerful ability user. He boasts. A half-beast like you knows my information. But I'm not just a power-type esper, he said as he reached into his pocket. Here's a mixture of a red and dirty tube. See, this is the blood of a level S speed-type esper I killed and turned into my medicine. He took it and drank. My physique has limited my speed. After drinking, he threw the bottle to the ground and it shattered into many pieces. But after using this medicine, I can simultaneously have powers of both the strength and speed systems. Qilang was surprised. This is his devouring ability. Following his words, he charged at Qilang with incredible speed. The security team is different, now struggling to defend against the arrogant ice attack. He still acts recklessly, relying on his brute strength to fight my ice, but she still endures the pain and throws herself at him. He dodges, relying on this powerful move of yours. You can't beat me. Stabilizing the spot where he placed his hand on the ground to form an ice rink. Has he ever played on such a tight ice surface before? Because the path turned into ice. She slipped and fell, and behind her back is a small, sharp ice mountain. Not good. She has to use her strength in her hand. and by shifting the weight onto it, the sharp ice broke apart. They're dying. Their strength is too overwhelming. Our little one is in even more trouble when the lustful woman uses stone transformation. Luckily, she managed to dodge it. I'm so proud of myself. Truly a clever beast. Yet I used the self-destructive feather method to counter my petrification attack. You better watch out. Your bird and your feathers won't be able to self-destruct much longer. When provoked, Bijia's fury unleashes a full wind attack, you damn bitch. Whether I provoke her or not has nothing to do with you. But before she could finish her move, flames suddenly struck her down. The kid dodged but still got hit. Damn it. Sneaky attacks. Are those minions supporting her lust? Or are you hypnotized and attacking your own people? She acts as if that's normal. My enchantment can not only manipulate minds, but also make the affected person enter a state of rage, increasing their combat power. Then she sneered again. Just imagine your girlfriend being bullied. Can you not get angry, my love? It's that damn bird that's bullying her. Back to the main character. He became more irritable due to the pain. But teasing him had already been a 4-1. 4-2 game for the children. Lamu Yan used a different move. But he still dodged and struck his neck. This time, the male lead realized how tough it was and looked at his teammates, who were also struggling just as much. Are these guys really that strong? Yet everyone is being overwhelmed. We must quickly eliminate the first one, boost everyone's morale, and start with these tough opponents. Unfortunately, luck was not on Lamu Yan's side, as he was emotionally provoked and overwhelmed. At first, he managed to hold on, but then he was pushed to his limit and spat out blood. You've been alone for so long, clearly strong, yet you got ambushed by a dog. So easy. Still hearing the mocking laughter of greed and fools. I've already cut you with the 49 painful poison slash. Go die for me. Poison slash 49. Rage. Once again, you are hit by the poison slash 49 of the barbarian. Lamu Yan screams in pain, shouting, no, it hurts too much. The Han pride. You should feel honored because I haven't even used the 7,749 deadly poison yet. If I hadn't kept you from getting too excited, a hand would have already reached you. I finally caught you. So why do you think I stood still without moving while you cut me? Even at this point, he still calmly wipes you. You fool, catching me is useless. Your claws are about to be shattered, and soon your whole body will turn into a bloody mess. But he was wrong when the heat suddenly burst out from somewhere. The protagonist sneers. It's you who's about to be shattered. You will be melted by the high temperature using the newly unlocked magma form to fight back. You put all your strength into your hand and turn it into a big flame to burn him. He screams in pain. Save me. Save me. See that? Under this form, any poison is useless against me. Seeing my teammate about to be grilled in anger, you damn little pig. Stop it for me. Paralyzed by mental attack. I collapse again this afternoon, trying to resist being controlled. You turn to greed and say no one can save you. Hearing the sound of the winged dinosaur nearby, you turn and see it about to fly over. Lamu Yan, using greed as bait. Your fury finally couldn't hold back and came to the arena. Huh. If that's the case, here's what you deserve. Then, I'll leave your life here. That mind-controlled dinosaur. It was hit so hard that it became a second version of Makima. This divine attack failed, causing him to escape and fly back to his body. Damn it. He slashed through his minions again. Bastard. And was killed once more. So he can't be taken down for now. Lamu Yan shows his power. What just happened isn't enough, try tasting this side of mine. The protagonist unleashes a fierce divine energy attack. A shot with intense heat and duration, rushing to the other side with a temperature that can burn flesh to ash. That shot turned everything into ash, just before that dangerous moment. One of the lustful, mesmerized crowd was pulled out of the trap, being pushed back forcefully. They fell flat on the ground, but the protagonist doesn't want to spare anyone. So he changes his aim. It veers to the other side, and every meter it travels turns into a shower of sparks. In fury, he shouted, "Damn it. This guy still wants to destroy the foundation. Quickly defend, so he doesn't destroy another foundation, or the teleportation array will be forced to close." Arrogantly flying out. I used the ice wall to distract the divine fire. But fire and ice are different. Only distracting, yet his ice is weakening. Damn it, I can't sense it. In anger, He had to support the super metal shield to block the ice block. Lamu Yan's energy was depleted, and his form was gradually disappearing. No. The magma form consumed too much energy and couldn't be sustained any longer. Gradually, it disappears, returning to its original form. They breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he can't hold this form much longer. But it's better to stay cautious. This enemy is too cunning and full of tricks. From the beginning, Lamu Yan took out the recovery pill and urged everyone, please, quickly restore your stamina. Manhwa, Qilong, and even the little leech all ate it together. Surprisingly, after eating the HB, the speed of recovery increased rapidly, making even the furious eyes open wide in shock. Damn, these giant beasts actually have healing abilities. Next to the ambitious woman, she is trembling with shock. She keeps screaming. Her face. Damn it. Damn it. She was furious that her face was ruined. That damn traitor Lao Nuong will tear you apart into 1,000 pieces. Appear now. Confront the mighty serpent. Crush everything here. Along with her voice, the sky and earth tremble, and Lamu Yan's eyes widen in shock as she looks at you. In front of you is a giant stone serpent emerging from behind the forest, its eyes white and staring directly at you. Seeing it look at him, Lamu Yan felt tense and worried whether he could defeat it or not. You look down on it, but the name Divine Beast is really formidable. Lamu Yan rushes forward and bites its neck. The force of the bite was so strong it split it in two. Then you glance at me again. I haven't even used my strength and the cloud is already shattered. Useless. With a faint sneer, I want to kill the ancient giant serpent of this old woman. But there's no way. Get up. Ancient giant serpent. As you say. The snake from earlier appears again. Didi loses patience, since killing the giant snake is impossible. Taking down Mei will do. Killing me is even harder, as if communicating with the giant snake. It shows its intention. It turns to stone, and its target is our little bird. As it has already been targeted because Long Yen has attacked it, Bidieu is confused, because this giant snake can also use the stone formation attack, and its power is even stronger. Bidieu had to use his feather magic to blow up the giant snake. Long Yen stood firm, kicking the stone that had just turned to ice. The ice attack. However, this little bit of petrification is useless against me. The Proud Master tried to block the main character with a sneak attack, but it failed. He said if turning to stone didn't work, then I will add a layer of ice on top. And as the ice storm hits, the protagonist stops. The lazy words rushed in and added extra gravity. Just those two things alone made him sink deep into the ground and get caught in the attack. Damn it. You didn't say martial arts, but you all attacked me with full force alone. Fury rushed over and wanted to end your life. Catch the thief before catching the king. This guy is the leader of the Beast Gang, also the one with the strongest power. Keep him in front. Just swearing and wanting to move closer, to make things easier. But greed blocked the way. To save the person, you must go through my door first. Little Diao and Manhwa also hurried. Deep Dinosaur. Brother Long. Unfortunately, I cannot assist with that request. Blocked. Man Vien is furious and deserves to die. Fawn. No grins mischievously. Today I want to kill the dinosaur. He uses super metal to strike directly at your neck. Seeing this, the three followers shouted together, no long. Feathered. Deep Dinosaur. Then a loud explosion scattered everywhere, and fury stopped the evil. He looked around and saw only emptiness. No one in sight. The three of them were also surprised. Brother Long. He has disappeared. Over there. They also wonder why the sword suddenly disappeared. He is cautious. Could it also know time teleportation? Everyone, be careful. Ji Lang told Manhwa that his Long's teleportation ability. Did Long get teleported to Xiao Long already? That's great. After the story ends, only Lang gains more strength. And the majestic mane is about to appear. For now, we just need to hold our ground. Soon, we will kill Longsa. Damn it. I will crush you all. In a dark and quiet place where time flows endlessly, our protagonist has recovered both body and mind. Suddenly, a ball is thrown at his face from the door. It's Little Big Dragon. The kid asked the main character, "Isn't your father fighting humans? So why did he suddenly come back?" He sighed. Damn it. I was ambushed by humans and couldn't dodge. So I used my teleportation ability. Hearing that, Little Long sneered. so I was forced to run back home. Long Yentu leads the defensive line. I call this a strategic retreat. Understand that while everyone is risking their lives fighting outside, you kids are just playing ball and having fun. Little Long was disappointed and felt helpless because Dad wouldn't let us go to fight. So he called them out here to play with him because he found it too boring. Looking at Little Long, and then at the surrounding spirits, the main character suddenly thought, they all know how to fly. But I wonder if I can sit on them and fly home. Will they explode if Dad touches them? Xiao Long guarantees. Of course they won't explode just by touching. And he doesn't even look to see who called them out. That's good then. After saying that, Long Yen transformed back into a human form and climbed onto the luminous spirit. Children, take Dad back to the battlefield. Seeing Dad and the little spirits about to leave, little Dai Long hurriedly said, I'm going with everyone. With my strength as the little boss, I can definitely fight them until their teeth fall out. But Long Yen won't allow it. Not now is not the time for you to go out. You are your father's strongest ace. Watching him walk away, Dai Long lets go of his hand, saying it sounds good, but actually he doesn't want to take you out to play. Before finishing his sentence, the voice of the little fairy sounded behind Long. Dad, wait for us. We're coming with you. He was angry. Hey, if you all leave, who will play catch with me? The spirits argued back. Playing ball isn't fun at all. Explosive art is what we aim for. Yes. Explode. Explode. Blow up the intruders. When they're all gone, only Dai Long stands alone, singing a lonely song. The battle between Qi Lang and Tham An is getting more intense. Turns out, the second attribute you gained, possession, has a time limit. Finding the weakness, Qi Lang did not hesitate to strike down. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation, but rage has intruded, leaving Tham An momentarily stunned. But then he took medicine and became more resilient, this time focusing on defense. Rage sneered dismissively. It seems your teammate Long has already fled the battlefield, still thinking he's so powerful. He didn't expect to be a coward, abandoning his teammates and running away himself. Hearing such words from him made Qi Lang furious. Damn it. Just fight already. Stop talking so much. He used alcohol to weaken himself, but Tham An was able to block it. Then, with a furious strike, he stabbed into his chest. He dodged, and the guy saw and praised. Your speed is pretty good. Want a little more gravity? Being pressed down by the enhanced gravity almost forces him to the ground. He sneers coldly, thinking of using concentrated firepower to deal with me. Unfortunately, this enhanced gravity has little effect on me. Man-villain, arrogant, and stubborn. That is ice and snow. It has pinned the two legs of the man to the ground. Don't dodge me anymore and let me fight properly. Qi Lang not only has to fight greed but also the giant serpent of arrogance. That serpent turns everything into stone. Qi Lang dodges. Little Dio uses feathers to shield herself. And the chaos continues. Is there any deadly trick? Qi Lang shouted. We've seen through everything. But before he could act, something suddenly reached out, making him jump back in surprise. It was Desire. She stepped out and smirked, using her gaze to turn him to stone. Qi Lang accidentally hit there and shouted, This is bad. Even though Dio was turned to stone and some feathers, she was still very fierce. Using feather magic, she blew up the giant serpent and flew over to Ms. Lang, staring deeply with piercing eyes. She hadn't gone far when Loi Biang blocked her. You can't save it. Come down here for me. Suddenly pushed down by increased gravity, the little one falls again, just as Pride calls out. Seizing the opportunity, he uses the great righteous ice spell right where the little one is falling. The little one was very angry, about to die. Seeing that the situation was unstable, Manvian ran over. Anglang. Chilindir. Fury erupts as the soul is torn from the host and taken away from Manvian. I want you to be the one to kill your teammate with your own hands. Manvian painfully convulses with him in the sea of consciousness. Seeing Qi Lang gradually being corroded by the petrification shield, her suppressed desire cannot help but smile. The frost of petrification probably isn't very effective against giant monsters and demons, but dealing with you. Stay cautious. Ms. Lang smirked, implying that your idea is that my size isn't big enough, so the frost of petrification will bite me. Now you'll see my true face. As soon as Lang finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded. Then his huge body appears. I am scared. Q. Lang. Everyone around is also scared. Is this really his true face? Kuang is completely hurt. As for Bijou, she's not someone to be underestimated either. She has stopped it. Trying to kill me. It's not that easy. Mocking and dismissing you. This little storm of yours can't shake my great ice pick at all. I also don't intend to attack your ice pick. Then a series of fairy figures appeared, swirling in size, along with the form of the child. The lazy voice was seen and widened her eyes. Again transforming her body. That giant bird was actually a girl. The child asks, the girl, to open her big eyes and see who I really am. A golden-orange sphere appears again, and the child transforms into a bird. It transformed back into a giant bird, growing larger and more powerful. On the other side, in the desolate wasteland, it was barely visible. The fairy wondered, where am I? Didn't I just enter the consciousness of the giant beast? Suddenly, he sniffed. What he saw was a huge monster. The consciousness of this beast, which felt very terrifying. Just as he was wondering, suddenly, it turned its face with sharp teeth. That scared him half to death. This is still the same giant beast from earlier. Sorry for the trouble. I'll leave right now. After saying that, he immediately flew out. Damn it. So terrifying. But as soon as he flew out, he was hit with another shock. He saw the giant monsters several times bigger than himself and started to panic. What the hell are these monsters? I thought I had already left the sea of consciousness. Qi Lang charged at it with the Kim Ruo Cham. Ata ordered it, aiming straight at the giant serpent. A clash between stone and sword. The dragon nearly turned into a second Gojo. An insatiable desire to believe what was happening before their eyes, not letting Ata rest. Qi Lang continuously unleashes his sword of alcohol. He wonders if he can still piece you back together after smashing you into pulp. After being repeatedly cut like that, the giant serpent was almost shattered. The kid saw it all and was very satisfied, slicing through this mess to see how it would reincarnate. Then, the little one used the great wind technique to strike at the giant serpent, and the wind from the tornado caused the stones on the serpent to fly everywhere, forcing the pain and desire to be spilled out. Both of them were sprayed with blood from the flames. Although the guiding elders and commanders were no longer present, the subordinates still defended with the classic techniques of Qi Lang, Dieu, and Manhwa. The tense standoff kicks up dust everywhere, with scattered bodies lying around. As desire and greed rise painfully to their feet, they didn't expect these guys to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Look over there. There's something in the sky. They only see white spots on the red sky. Something is coming. He is our main character, and the little spirits, sitting on top and smiling. I only have 3 seconds left to stop the battlefield. The people below are stunned. It's the U spirit. The U spirit of the giant dragon from earlier. And there's someone riding on the front U spirit. Fan no. Confused. What's going on? Could it be that the demon Long I killed earlier is now being avenged by the Yu Lin? But why are there 8 of them? Manhwa asked. It's Brother Long. Brother Long is back. Qi Lang breathes a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. Long Yen confidently commands. My 8 children. The main targets are the humans and the Foundation ahead. Blow everything up for me. Anger and fury. Your grandfather has returned. He asked back, confused. Who are you? The male lead sneers, then transforms into a dinosaur like before. Lazily. He seems a bit scared and says, It's a giant dragon. They can all turn into humans. Before he could finish his sentence, you stomped him flat, watching him writhe in pain. Suddenly, a ghostly spirit flew close, and that wicked woman from your family oppressed the Long boy. Didn't she? It growled, then exploded. Seeing this, Fa No announced that these Yulin would self-destruct. Everyone, be careful. They fly chaotically, self-destructing with explosive art. This is more fun than playing ball and sliding around. Continuous explosions echo, and even the proud ones are blown far away, both greedy and furious. He cursed at these fools, while the main character lazily spat out the poison, saying it's hard to swallow and a bit bland. Desire has completely fallen unconscious. There are also some psionics collapsing, and the teleportation array has been destroyed. We can't go back anymore. These demon beasts are too strong. We're no match. Let's run now. but he was struck by a dangerous aura from behind. Behind him are 4 monstrous beasts. They sneer maliciously. "Today not a single one of you will leave alive." The man begged and cried, "Lord Dragon, I surrender. Please have mercy on me." But a sword thrust through his head, and it fell to the ground. Fury and rage. Those who run away, those who surrender, will be killed without mercy. He sneers, "You monsters. Don't think that killing a few people or destroying a few foundations will get you anywhere. I will be at a disadvantage, and I have prepared a grand feast just for you guys. With furious red eyes, I will show you my 3rd type of supernatural power." Long K was stunned, gritting his teeth as he disappeared. Suddenly, he appeared behind him, and Long Xia turned around when he sensed it. No's hand holds a long sword as he steps forward. Long Xia recalls the earlier scene. No's disdain, "Yeah. I thought it was some powerful skill, but it's just teleportation." Long Xia thinks that the teleportation master in front of him has already been burned to ashes before. Fury is still watching his every move. He laughed loudly. "This 3rd type of superpower isn't very useful in actual combat. But after I fused with supermetal, everything changed." Rage slammed his hand down, releasing a huge surge of energy around him. On this side, Arrogance immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly. With many people protecting the Lord, all coming to shield him, they stand in a circle to protect Fen Nuo as he gathers his power inside. Guarding the Lord of the Electric Palace, the ground has developed watermarks from that immense power, and my current ability can maximize the advantage of this 3rd type of supernatural power to the fullest. His entire body seems enveloped by a massive surge of power. Fury unleashed. Long Xia watched his actions and couldn't help but sneer. "Isn't it just reopening the teleportation array? Still boasting like that? Are you planning to teleport behind you here to die?" Chukuk angrily clenched his fists. This 3rd ability of his is a space-type supernatural power. After using the alloy, he can open large teleportation holes without relying on the teleportation array. Just with these 2 abilities, High Lord, this teleportation hole can change at his will, becoming more powerful. The furious, bloodshot glare in his eyes widened with veins bulging. "Tu Mafta, Chukuk of the Heavenly Martial Sect of Ha Country, you've always been hiding behind the beast. But I've already discovered you and allied with the monster against our Min Toy Holy Temple, the extremely tall demon lord, along with an old man who looks just like him." Glances angrily. While a member of the Holy Demon Sect and our Hoa Nation's people are basically not worth mentioning, Dao Kuk Yen Kan of our Hoa Nation will naturally be under observation and protection by us. A large gun is created in anger, and he seems to become a different, very crazy person along with his determination. "If you also eye this secret realm, I will destroy everything here." After Kuk looked at the large gun, he widened his eyes and said loudly, "That is the super metal cannon." Long Sa appears right beside Zhu Ji and wonders what the super metal cannon is. Chukuk explained to Long Xiao that the secret realm, occupied by the Min Holy Church, is a mechanical secret realm, where everywhere is made of rare metals and strange mechanical creatures. A gigantic supercannon created from rage. Deep inside the secret realm is a massive mechanical palace with a golden crystal inside it. The guardian of the palace is a mobile cannon forged from supermetal. Many metals around fly toward the giant cannon, attaching to him like a madman, as he laughs loudly. Hair and everything else flying backward. That's right. The mobile cannon uses the golden crystal as its energy source to unleash a powerful beam of energy. Min Toy Holy Palace defeated the mobile cannon, seized the supermetal, and built this new cannon. The eyes of fury glow with veins bulging, and a wide grin spreads across his face. This is my secret weapon. Using the ability to create a deep interconnected hole between 2 secret realms, then use the mechanical secret realm's energy cannon to level this place. Ha ha ha. Filled with rage like a madman, the monster twists the cannon barrel, releasing a yellow beam as if to blast everything to destruction. If I can't have you, neither can they. On this side, Long Xia, Chu Cook, and even Diu Long above all stare in disbelief, as if a crack has opened in the sky and a gun is protruding from another dimension. Although separated by a deep chasm, they could still feel the enormous power from the other side. Chu Cook and an old man looked at Long Ka. This power was too great. You two should step back and avoid the direct attack. Long Xia also begins to gather his own power. His furious face distorts into a blue flame as he points his finger. aiming at a deadly-eyed gun, behind which the great cannon continues to fire. The super cannon mud fires straight ahead, with overwhelming super metal and deathly aura power. On this side, Long Xie immediately unleashes a spreading attack to block the assault. Unleashing a violent storm, both the yellow and blue beams collide, creating a huge explosion. No one is willing to give up. But the power of the super cannon seems to be twice as strong as Long Xie's, and the super cannon is too powerful for Long Ka to withstand. Long Xie used up all his strength, his eyes bulging with rage. Too powerful for me to hold out any longer. Long Ka was shot through the head by the super cannon and sprayed out the back. A glowing circle, like a giant eye of Long Sha, made him fly out violently. A loud explosion echoed from afar as Little Big Long saw a huge yellow light in the sky. Little Big Dragon's eyes are huge. The energy waves are too strong. What are the stupid Long Father group doing kneeling? Long Xie was beaten to a pulp, blood pouring from his eyes and mouth. His body battered and unsteady. Everyone gathered around him, worried sick, asking if he was okay. Despite bleeding and being seriously injured, Long Xie angrily scolds and creates a green bubble. Luckily, my big boss's energy was too strong, or I would have really logged out. Long Xie ingests the green bubbles to heal the wounds caused by the cannon. One of the guys recalls how Little Long unleashed his great energy, and I could feel it was just as powerful as the secret realm energy Little Long released before. The furious side here sees Long Xie's scene and laughs loudly, happily. Ha ha ha. Again. Once more. Once again. The furious figure points and forms a gun barrel of the great cannon, gathering super metal and deadly lightning to attack. The great cannon fires straight at them, but luckily everyone can dodge in time. Its super metal power is terrifying, causing devastating destruction. This level of destruction is too strong. We must stop him. Suddenly everyone looked up at the sky. The Great King is in trouble. A group of blazing storm dragons are coming to report that Ouyen Island is under missile attack. Hearing the news, Long Xie roared with a cold gaze. The soldier at his side, holding a sword and looking up, Manhwa, was panic-stricken, asking, "What?" "A missile attack. When one of the storm gods descended, a few minutes ago, several missiles came from the sea and hit Ouyen Island, setting it ablaze with many herbivorous monsters destroyed in the explosion." Long Xie and Vien Mui Ke Ku quickly exchanged signals, realizing that you not only want to destroy this place from within the secret realm, but also to wipe out Ouyen Island. Angrily laughing, happily imagining the scene on the island. If Uncle Kook is here, then surely you also know that our boat is near Ouyen Island. Before I used my power, I ordered that as soon as the teleportation link with them was destroyed, a missile would be fired to blow up Ouyen Island. He sent it to teach him a lesson. That was probably the first wave. And there will be a second and third wave. This is the price you pay for opposing the Holy Temple, ha ha ha. Everyone was furious and cursed at me, shouting that they would tear me apart, while Long Xie and Dulong exchanged information with fierce eyes. Dulong immediately ordered all the clan members to leave the secret realm and destroy the ship on the sea. All right. Old Muok and Uncle Kook are also ready to leave. Long Ouyen and I, Old Muok, will go together to quickly destroy the boat, blocking their continued assault on Ouyen Island. It's a hassle for both of you. So Xiao Long leads everyone to follow him and leave. All the clan members follow me. Anger just pointed at their laughing faces. It's already this late and they still dare to split their troops to rescue Ouyen Island. A bunch of fools, stay here for me. As the super metal cannon fires again, unleashing its deadly metal blast, Long Ka activates his superpower, flames enveloping his body as he soars into the air in magma form, opening his mouth wide to gather superpower and launching a direct attack at the super metal cannon. The violent earth energy is evenly matched on both sides, but the super metal cannon is gradually gaining the upper hand. Long Xie realizes that his current superpower still cannot withstand the super metal cannon. Even the deadly violent earth element of the lava form cannot stop him. Bin Trilang also lends a hand, slashing directly at the supporting super cannon. On this side, Manhwa also created a technique in his hand aimed at Long Ka. The three of them fought together, but still couldn't stop the super metal cannon firing straight at Long Ka. The dust particles are scattered by the impact. Over here, the Calm Keeper is no different from the dust particles, as the power of the super metal cannon is too overwhelming. Falling down, they created a cloud of dust that was quite heavy. All three were wounded. On this side, Fen Nu is happy and laughing at the scene. There's no use. I take the crystal from the mechanized secret realm as an energy source to unleash the death ray. And you basically can't stop it. All three awkwardly stand up. Die. Super metallic death ray. The cannon fires at the three of them, following the order of the explosion. All three just stood there waiting for the cannon to fire. But no red shield appeared to block it. Little Big Dragon appeared, creating a shield to protect the three, making them rejoice. Your son teleported himself here, it's Little Long. Little Big Long coming back to bother me. You're useless. Silly Tra Long. If you don't come, everyone will be killed. Anger was so shocked by this scene that his eyes widened. How could this be possible and still block his death light? Who is this little Kwai Long? Just a single leaf from Little Big Dragon was enough to block the cannon attack. Its body contains energy from the secret realm, which is why it could block my death light. Rage and fury, as intense as his name, bulge on his face. You little brat. No matter who you are, you won't stop my plan. Rage unleashes a powerful cannon attack once again. Die for me, die for me. Little Big Dragon gathers his trick in his mouth, his eyes shining super metal death light. Little Big Dragon unleashes his trick to block a stream of pinkish red light, shooting straight out. The red star's violent eruption clashes head-to-head with the super metal, and the red star's violent eruption. Equal in strength, we manage to hold them back. Everyone is happy. My son is still the strongest. Both powers dissipated. Damn it. Little Big Dragon is exhausted after the attack. Can't learn anymore. The gap in strength is too big. Although you absorbed the energy from the red crystal, this guy directly aimed the cannon at their secret crystal. Brother Long imagined some images in his mind. So your strength and the cannon are like a battle between a small room and a nuclear power plant. On this side, Fondo laughs wildly and crazily, thinking he's a formidable character. But it turns out he's just like that. Once again, Fando begins to activate the supermetal death ray cannon. On this side, Little Big Dragon is also gathering his attack. Tra Long. You idiot. Let me block his death ray while everyone else attacks his true body. Then Xiao Dai Long responds with a violent red starburst explosion. Don't underestimate your family's power. The two mighty forces collide to form a circle. Bin Tri Lang charges toward Fan No's true body. Bin Tri Lang jumps up and strikes directly at Fan No, who laughs mockingly at the sight. Bin Tri Lang is furious. Long K opens his eyes wide. Unable to believe what he's seeing, it can still pass through again. Fan No here laughs wildly. Crazily. Hee hee. Now that I've opened the portal for teleportation, I no longer have a physical form. Your attacks are useless against me. Brother Long grits his teeth and gathers his techniques. If the death ray can already attack us through the deep hole, then we should also be able to strike over there. Long Ka unleashes a move. The violent earth strikes. If I can't kill you, then destroy the super metal super cannon. Bao Let Tho Tuk curves forward to attack the super metal super cannon. Fan No here saw that and immediately panicked. This is bad. The hole is moving. The violent earth burst through the shield and directly hit the pink hole on the other side. Manhwa watched this with wide eyes, while Longka frowned deeply. Charged into the hole. It's surprising that he has already adjusted the position of the wormhole. At this moment, Brother Long recalls what Chu Kuk left behind earlier. This type of teleportation hole can change according to his will. And the stronger his power, the more it can change. Chu Kuk said that the hole can change according to his will. And this is the kind of change that allows it to freely alter its position. The violent earth explosion can indeed enter the wormhole. But because the teleportation position is transmitted, it cannot attack their super metal cannon. Fury sneered, but kept a contemptuous expression. You guys are very clever to have quickly thought of using the wormhole to attack the super metal cannon inside the wormhole. Actually, I used my space ability to open the wormhole. I can freely move the teleportation position, so your attack still won't succeed. He points the super metal cannon again and fires with overwhelming power. Let's see if your attack is faster or if my deep hole teleportation is quicker. Ha ha ha. Super metal death ray. Little Big Long creates a shield to block the attack of the super metal cannon. Tra Long is trying to think of a way out. The red crystal energy inside his body won't last much longer. Right now, K Long is discussing with Vian Mui and Bin Tri Lang. I've come up with a plan. I can use the teleportation hole to send myself there. Find the super metal cannon, and then destroy it. Bin Tri Lang and Man Vien both looked stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. If the secret realm there isn't the home of the Min Toi Holy Temple, who knows what dangers are waiting for them? That's right. Brother Long, you're taking too much of a risk. Long casually flexes his muscles with a confident smile, undeterred by the danger, ready to face whatever comes. If not for the reversal of the Shuyan Huyan and the secret realm, both would be destroyed. Little Big Long here is resisting the super metal cannon, while Yen Rang Loi glances over at their side. How can such a huge T fit into that deep hole? Brother Long happily chuckled while the little one focused on watching him. While Little Big Long clenched his teeth and glared at his father, Dad can shrink and hide inside the explosive bullets, letting the bullets push him inside, while Brother Long keeps his mouth tightly closed and emits tiny sparks outward. The third appearance of Long's two heads on either side shooting out blue beams of light, with the middle one releasing many blue rays. As the explosive bullets and blue lights head toward them, everyone wide-eyed and stunned. It's time to play ball. A hat appears on top of Little Big Long's head, and he happily laughs while holding a giant baseball bat. Ready to swing, this is very familiar to him. Hi, still hasn't played such a big game. Longa Seth, why did you put your son together? Can you be a bit more serious when playing? And what do you mean by using that baseball bat? Behind Long, many blue feathers or spikes appear with a determined face, heading straight for the super metal cannon. A large beam of light is coming directly at Little Long, who is ready to hit the ball. So watch your body. He's about to hit the ball, and Little Big Long's eyes flash as a beam of light shoots back. Watch this chaos. One strike after another hitting the beam, causing it to fly straight ahead. The shield above and below is anger, with waves of green dots flying towards it. Fury saw that and sneered dismissively. Attacks from outside the hole are useless. They can't break through the cannon inside. So Little Long adjusts his hat to look cool. If we can't attack from the outside, then we'll strike from inside the hole. Fury panicked, looking around to find Brother Long. Where did that old dragon go? Proudly. No pointed at the hole and asked. That old dragon suddenly shrank and flew into the hole just now. Fen Nuo was so shocked that he opened his eyes wide and gaped. Damn, this old dragon is too cunning. But then Fen Nuo calmed down and reflected. You think going into the hole can destroy the cannon, but you guys are also people who have fought in secret realms before. Don't you know that each secret realm has a powerful guardian? The whirlpool monster appears somewhere with a swirling vortex. Bing Jilang glances at it seriously, judging whether the cannon is truly large and solid. And based on your expressions, I'm sure my judgment is correct. We also faced a very powerful guardian in the mechanical secret realm, which caused countless casualties before we could defeat it. But above the mighty machine, there was a figure whose glowing red eyes could only be seen. There must be a guardian in the secret realm. That's the rule. But we didn't know at that time. As soon as he entered the mechanical palace, the old electric lord of our faction reached the sacred hall of the energy manipulator, a top-tier SSS-level powerhouse, and suddenly transformed into a new guardian half-human, half-machine fuming inside the deep hole while observing the overview of the super metals. Fortunately, all the guards couldn't leave the palace grounds. And that day, the old temple master still retained some of his original consciousness. So we can often enter the mechanized secret realm as long as we stay away from the mechanized palace. Bin Tri Lang and Little Big Dragon are ready to counterattack, so it was advantageous for you to become the new lord of the Holy Temple. Fury imagined Chan Long Ka being beaten, expelled, and killed, then went berserk with a big charge. Do you really not understand, or are you just being reckless that the new guardian, transformed into that giant dragon by the old electric lord who is stronger than me, is the one going to die? The giant cannon begins firing on his command as he rages and charges forward. Haha. The monstrous creatures and the giant dragon are not here, so we can take this chance to defeat you. Inside the hole, there are many super metal machines, and Long Co has stepped down. Long Ka quickly surveys the surroundings. Haha, it's another secret realm, a mechanical one. Long K saw strange creatures. It seems that the mechanical creatures here are not old ghosts bullying new ghosts. Long Co recalls that earlier, many creatures were fighting each other. Is it true that each secret realm has a different setting? Unlike the theme of the park, the theme of the extremely peaceful island secret realm is the pink one. Long K detects a light shining ahead and opens his eyes wide in shock. That yellow light marks the location of the giant metal cannon. A strange creature is about to be destroyed by the blue light. Long.ca quickly rushes over like a machine. There are many metals and substances piled into mountains around a blue glowing circle. Long Se rummaged through the metals, recalling a large building. This palace square is also the original blueprint of the secret realm. Is it possible that there is still a guardian of enormous size and incredible strength? Long Xia can even imagine scenes of Little Big Dragon and Lam Tai Kuei. A gunshot pierces through the blue hole, firing a leather bullet, and Long Xia speeds towards Ngien Giang Gian Loi's room. Long Ke, like a beast, steps forward to the battlefield with a savage smile, ready to destroy your cannon. Long Ke opens his mouth wide, as if to swallow the entire cannon. But when he bit down, he was blocked by a protective ring and couldn't break through, no matter how hard he tried. Veins bulging, Long Xi, furious, kept pounding the protective shield with his hands. But there was still a sturdy and solid shield barrier. Long Ke suddenly notices something and stares intently at the barrel of the Ngien Gian Loi cannon. The giant cannon moves, and Long seems to see something that surprises him. Keenly is being restrained and knocked unconscious by some tentacle-like appendages, or something similar. Why is jealousy here? Long's eyes widened in surprise. Chu Kuk once said that Fen Nuo had taken half of the super metal from jealousy to perform fusion. On this side, Fury still stands inside the protective circle fighting. While jealousy slowly opens her eyes in a daze, Long quickly realized this. So Fan Nuo left half of the super metal for Du Qi to try to control this giant cannon. Then they can perfectly coordinate to control the super metal cannon and launch an attack across space. Long repeatedly dodges in front of the cannon barrel, claiming that I am Kai Kai from the island, and urging Yen to wake up quickly. If I succeed in awakening jealousy and separate her from Fury, Fury might lose control of the super cannon. Anger forcing Kai to extract her super metal ability must have been extremely painful. Kai must really hate him. Jealousy saw Long Xiao and widened her eyes so much that the veins around her eyes bulged. Quickly, she ordered the cannon to fire at Long Xiao. After the gunshot, the cannon obeyed the order and fired at Long Xia. But Long Xia quickly dodged in time. Jealousy. I am not your servant. Fury doesn't care about your life or death. Forcing you to extract super metal energy from your body is your true destiny. Jealousy, with a dark face, shouted loudly. Rage, rage. Ah, it hurts so much, kill you all. The two cannons fired repeatedly under Jealousy's command. Killing. Pulling out a lot of yellow light from the big cannon, shooting towards Long Ca. Keen. Wake up quickly, I can help you kill Fury. Long.ca uses both hands to block the beams from the big cannon while focusing his mouth to gather energy. It seems she has lost her consciousness. What happened to the soul-type psychic power of anger? Long Ca counterattacked by spitting out a spell from his mouth, only able to destroy the cannon first, and then rescue her from above the cannon. Long.ca attacks the super metal cannon with a blue light carrying many metals, seeing it billowing black smoke. Yet it has already been destroyed by me. Long.ca, with a dark face and mostly white eyes, surrounded by thick white smoke, easily flies up happily toward the super metal cannon. Very good. If you can be beaten, then when you're sick, take your life. Long K grabbed pieces of the super metal cannon wreckage. Haha. I couldn't lift my head after being beaten earlier, but now it feels so satisfying to fight back. Outside the hole, the tiny soldiers and the soldiers Lang were beaten to the ground, and with anger, they pointed that way. Their eyes and smiles the same. Super metal, with eyes emitting beams of light and a loud roar. Death ray. But it's no longer the golden light of the super metal cannon. Only a missile flying past all three people watching from this side. Little Long chuckles sarcastically. So, where is your death ray, Senza Long? Stupid boy has succeeded now, and roars with fury and rage like his name. That damn bastard dares to look down on my boss. He keeps shouting again and again. Super metal death ray. Super metal death ray. Super metal death ray. But inside the hole, nothing emitted. Only a silent emptiness that made Fan No furious. Yeah. He looked inside the hole and saw something. His eyes widened like a big egg with his mouth wide open. Damn. Seeing his expression, the little dragon had to laugh while holding his stomach. Haha. Even the hole is gone. Now let's see how you shoot out death rays. So that's why the angered expression was there, because the hole had disappeared. He turned back with a serious face, still showing a look of disdain. You guys are celebrating too early, since the hole is closed. That old dragon won't be able to come back either. Hearing that, Vian Mui was so shocked she collapsed and looked at Tiu Dai Long. But Tiu Dai Long remained very calm. That's right. Tiu Long. The deep hole is closed. Long cannot return. Don't worry, Mom. Stupid father, Long is the king of ancient beasts, and that nuclear bomb is gone, so nothing will happen. To Dai Long's eyes are very sharp as he glances over. If your father really can't find a way, he can wait 24 hours until the teleportation skill cools down, and then teleport directly back. Fury, sword in hand, stepped forward. Looks like you all have a lot of confidence in that old dragon. Right. The entrance to the mechanized secret realm is in a densely populated city. And as soon as he appears, he will be immediately surrounded by powerful psychic users. Arrogant, furious, and gluttonous. They formed a team ready to attack. But even if he could come back, it would only be to let you clean up the mess. On this side, Little Long stands with one hand on his hip and the other tossing his hat behind him, with Bin Tri Lang and the Mui as protectors. 3 versus 3. It's interesting. Only after the fight is over will we know who turned into a corpse. Both sides charged into battle, fierce and relentless, with debris scattered around the damaged hole. Long Ka found Du Qi on top of the cannon. Jealousy. Wake up soon, I'm coming to save you. Don't sleep anymore, wake up quickly. Long is scratching his face, looking very clueless. With so much metal, which one belongs to her? If she doesn't wake up, and I remove the wrong one, what should I do? There are some noises above. Shouting and screaming. What is that sound? A cross-shaped red light appeared behind Long and shot straight at him. But he dodged just in time. Damn it. After Long managed to dodge that red beam, many more red beams attacked him all at once. Long Xiao quickly and skillfully dodged each beam one by one like a flicker. Who wouldn't call that martial virtue? And if you're brave enough, face me directly. That is the guardian of the secret realm, and also the father of jealousy. Appearing. Long K's body grew many large green dragons, emitting blue light. Long Ka, furious and gathering his energy, stared up at the demon Long Ba Kuk Dao, the father of Dokai. Both were ready to clash and attack. Long Ca is struck by a dark force, injuring his right arm as he clutches it backwards. The father of jealousy keeps attacking Long K, causing him to sustain continuous injuries and gape in shock. Long Gasa, furious, stomped his huge foot down to attack again. But something made him open his eyes wide in shock. He's too powerful. Which divine being is he, finally? Long's move couldn't even touch a single dragon stake or a tiny device of the arrogant's father. The jealous father's imposing figure above the super metal, teeth clenched in anger, gazes at Long. Long sees his formidable, unyielding statue that cannot be broken through. What the hell is that? You mechanical spider bastard. The jealous father's mouth with a cigarette in it looks down at his daughter, who is still unconscious, speechless, keenly biting down on his cigarette. The jealous father looks up with a furious expression, his eyes glowing red as he roars loudly while activating his technique. The intruder in the square is dead, and upon hearing the scream, the guns also activate, firing streaks of red light. Above is the face of hatred and anger of the jealous father. Below are the gun barrels firing as if to take Brother Long's life. The beams of light shoot towards Brother Long, making him grit his teeth in anger and dodge. The secret realm guardian here is firing a barrage of lightning beams. He keeps shooting wherever Long Yan runs to. He sighs in frustration at the guardian of the secret realm and says, "Damn it. Is the guardian of the secret realm this difficult to deal with?" The secret realm guardian bites and wears a cigar. Long Yan, seeing this, said, "You can't be obsessed with fighting. Just need to run out of this mechanized square's range." He looked at the beams of energy shooting out and then devised a plan. But first, he had to save jealousy. Long Yan quickly jumped up and bit into his weapon. The secret realm guardian is furious. The cigar falls from his mouth. He's finished. The intruder deserves to die. Then he pulls out his sword from inside his body. He strikes the spot where Long Yan just bit, causing it to shatter. Long Yan reacts quickly, jumping away from that position, with a weapon of his own in his mouth. Then Long Yan jumps in front of the guardian of the secret realm. Using his technique, with his people surrounded by a stream of electricity, Long Yan says, "I can also wield a sword." He charged down from above, using the Long Chi technique to strike at him. The guardian of the secret realm used his sword to block the overwhelming force of the attack. His sword and your move clash, evenly matched without anyone gaining the upper hand, until finally they produce a loud echo throughout the space. Long Yan was shot far away, and he shouted, "Ah, he's the same." He coughed once, Ugh. Long Yan used both legs to keep himself steady. You quickly rushed to the place of the rival, facing the guard of the secret realm, and lifted the stone block holding the rival. As he was carrying it, Long Yan laughed loudly and said to him, "See you later." He saw himself being ignored by Long Yan and said nothing. Then shout loudly, "Let her go back to me." Long Yan was walking when you had to stop. In front of him, a blue protective screen had been set up, leaving no way out. Long Yan charged straight at it but didn't break through. So he said, "What the hell?" Long Yan looked at the protective screen, thinking of a way to escape. The screen surrounds a space, separated from the outside. Long Yan turned to the guardian of the secret realm and said, "If you don't let me leave, then I can only kill you." Long Yan roars loudly, preparing to attack. The two clash in battle as dawn breaks outside. A flock of birds flying behind the lead bird. En is leading the flock of birds, with a little extreme and an old man walking alongside. En yen yen kao len noa. Koi kung kung tim tai chung mai roi. Officer looking at the screen reports the location and says, "Captain, we have detected a large number of flying beasts from the extreme Peace Island." He spoke up. "All cannons aimed precisely at the target. Blow them to bits for me." Just a bunch of big-sized beasts." The staff member immediately responded, "Yes, sir." The artillery was prepared, and they all shouted in unison, "Aim carefully." The artillery shells fired, and they said, "Fire." The bullets are flying rapidly toward my flock. I use my storm form, attacking while cursing. Damn bastard. The 8 directions wind ring and the wind-blocking weapon, created by Chuathuk, generated powerful gusts that shattered the fire cannon's bullets instantly. The other birds saw this and exclaimed, "Long live the mighty king, long live the great king." The cannons continued to fire more bullets. As soon as the old man activated his power, the bullets shattered into pieces. A senior with immense strength grabbed all the bullets and said, "Stop for me." The old man raised the bullet high and shouted, "Terrible." He threw the bullet towards the captain. The old man said, "Here you go." The captain looked at the situation and saw that his cannon fire was all being stopped. And he said, "Damn. These giant beasts even have psychic humans helping them. They keep using their moves. Destroying 10. Smashing rocks. Cross strikes. Firebombs. All of their attacks soar and hit the bullets, causing explosions." The captain immediately called his team out, shouting loudly. All crew members prepare to face the battle. They responded in unison. Yes. With their strange abilities, they prepared to fight. "I will fight to the end. My children, tear them apart for me." The storm of divine fury roars out with the crew, and they all unleash their attacks together. Fierce. Meanwhile, on the other side, as everyone lies unconscious from exhaustion, Manhwa is still shouting and unleashing his dragon dominance technique towards the enemy. Manhwa pushed him away and sent him flying far. Tude Long opened his mouth to unleash a violent earth attack, but too furious to withstand the blow. He stood behind and hid. That move was too powerful, knocking that thing away and making Fury fall. The three of them, Fury, Q Nao, and Tham An, are all struggling against them. Furthermore, Manhwa, Bing Qi Lang, and Tu Dai Long are the same. Fury contemptuously said, "I didn't expect that the Qulong and the monsters are not here, but your strength remains as strong as ever. But if this is all you've got, you can't beat us." Keongao said, "You've already used up your trump cards." "Right." Fury looked at the gluttony now turning sinister and said that we still have our trump card unused. The gluttony immediately drank the red-colored liquid. Then its body became terrifying. Eyes receded. Muscles grew abnormally large. Face and hands shrank. And Tham An's legs turned green and swelled up, along with his biceps. Xiao Dailong watched as the glutton grew much larger than before, much bigger than him. Gluttony now has a different appearance and happily says that in the test tube is the blood of a shape-shifting ability user, now capable of surpassing you in height. Xiao Dailong wasn't afraid, growling out loud, "Is that all you've got?" Little Da even punched a giant beast taller than you, angrily ordered to combine. Kyo, Nao, and Fan Nao jumped onto the sides of the glutton's arms. Fan Nao then moved down to the arm, sat in front of it, and pulled the safety latch. All three of them asked what this so-called fusion was, and Bing Qilang asked, "What kind of technique is this?" Xiao Dailong replied, So this is what you call a fusion technique. Turning into his wrist guard, Arrogant loudly sings, using his move, and opens his eyes wide to see clearly. That side of the glutton's body immediately forms a sword. Furious, he also used his move, and the other hand of the glutton turned into a gun. Now the glutton strides forward boldly, holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. Bin Qilang, Tu Dai Long, and Man Vian all looked very fierce under this attack. Thom An immediately jumped onto the grass, squeezing his gun, shouting and yelling. The bullet was fired at high speed. He jumped up and swung his sword at the monster. That slash instantly froze the ground beneath the man's feet. Seeing this, Showdown shouted loudly, "Mother of the Vian." Showdown immediately uses his move, Xiaolong's attack, violently unleashing his fury. The gluttonous one's gun transforms out of rage. Then it transformed from a gun into a sturdy shield, blocking Xiaodai attack. Bing Zhilong saw this and immediately jumped up. The gluttonous one tried to strike from behind, but the gluttonous one noticed and quickly reacted, sitting up in anger. Then it transformed into a weapon that looked exactly like a phone. Little Greatheart was surprised and shouted loudly, "Phone! Phone!" That weapon uses a soul attack technique. Bin Zhilong, rushing toward him, suddenly froze. Then Bin Qilang, with blood on his face, said so it turns out to be his soul attack. After attacking everyone's mind, the furious guy was pushed aside and laughed happily. Hee hee. Isn't my mechanical hand impressive? Just as I finished speaking, the phone in the glutton's hand transforms back into a gun. He shouted that he had fired several shots at the blood mage. The young hero quickly took the opportunity to jump in front of the blood mage. It summoned its power to create a semi-transparent red shield, blocking Thom An's bullets, which caused no harm to the big and small soldiers. The gluttonous one, despite his enormous and bulky body, moved swiftly toward the young master, raising his large ice sword in his right hand with the intent to strike and shouting at them. "You won't be able to wait for the old dragon and that bird to come save you." Then, the holy great axe slashed forward, and in an instant, the soldier Lang grasped his sword and rushed to defend the young master. When the two weapons and their respective energies collided, a shockwave was created that knocked both sides back, sending stones and debris flying into the air. The young master keeps retreating and complaining. When will the foolish traitor ever come back? The red crystal energy stored in his body is about to run out. Bin Qilang listened and nodded, and Jian Zhen said that in a little while longer, Lamu Yan and Lin Due's group would definitely return. They shoulder to shoulder rush forward. Man Vian remains determined to protect. Yes. Trust Brother Long. Every move is unleashed. Longba. Kim Ruwu slash. At that moment, in another secret realm, there was a starry night sky shining brightly above a landscape filled with ruins. The two attacks clash, causing a shockwave and spreading blue lightning across the area. Ouyen somersaults back several times before landing, his body covered in wounds and scratches. The guardian of the relic roars fiercely and fires two red cannons at Ouyen. He quickly ducks to one side to dodge the attack and simultaneously unleashes three consecutive waves of violent projectiles. Violin projectiles. A barrage of destructive bullets rained down on the relic guardian. Ouyen quickly circled around behind him, then leapt into the air, snapping his fingers to detonate. The booming explosions shake the air, creating a cloud of dust around the relic guardian. Ouyen keeps attacking. Her dragon spear strikes, and her mid-air assaults get closer and closer to the relic guardian until finally she pierces through his waist. Fragments of the relic guardian's equipment flew off due to the powerful attack, and he let out a painful cry. A cannon flows out of his mouth, its barrel emitting a dangerous red light. "You damn bastard, die for the ship." The terrifying cannon fires. Death ray. Ouyen was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time, and the deadly beam hit his body, causing him to lose his balance and fall back. Blood spraying everywhere, Ouyen stands up with his arms burnt and smoking, sweating coldly and gritting his teeth in pain. While Ouyen was still recovering from the deadly blow, the guardian of the relic took the opportunity to head toward the door and approach the giant golden crystal. That beautiful golden crystal emits a power that envelops the protector, healing every wound on his body. Ouyen threw two life orbs into his mouth and chewed loudly before looking towards the giant crystal. Damn it. Every time I fight him seriously, he runs off to use the golden crystal to heal, and his healing is even faster than mine. How am I supposed to fight like this? You turn to the little system and shout, "The life orbs in the shop are almost all bought out by me." System. Hurry up and restock. Xiao Huan sighed and raised both hands. Lately he's been either fighting or fighting on the streets. I've bought up all the life fruits available. Lamu Yan. Furious and blood boiling. Spat everywhere. I don't care. If you don't go restock, I'll die right in front of you. Xiao Quan also feels helpless. Really can't pump anymore. This thing is slowly growing underground and can't be forced to mature. He then turned and pointed elsewhere to warn Lamu Yan. Look out. He's attacking again. The relic guardian has recovered. Grabbing his sword and quickly rushing toward Lamu Yan, he swings his sword, and Lamu Yan raises both hands as if to dodge. He keeps avoiding the attacks while thinking to himself, I've been in this secret realm for a long time, and I still don't know how things are going on with MVN or how she's doing. His eyes showed determination. He couldn't wait any longer and had to strike quickly and decisively. Lamu Yan immediately transformed. Activating the magma form, Lamu Yan only launched the attack with magma and the supreme dark art of the Kuai Lang. Still unshaken after being slashed by the relic protector, Lamu Yan roared, his old master furious, and the consequences were severe. Immediately knocking the protector of the relic away, Lamu Yan doesn't give him a moment to breathe. Grabbing his body. Not finished yet. Hellish magma. A flame engulfs Lamu Yan's entire body. The protector of the relic was also burned by the flames. Crying out in pain. Lamu Yan continues to unleash her power. Lava and volcanic energy erupted violently, causing the relic guardian to be pierced by a powerful energy blast. He fell to the ground, bleeding heavily, but still struggled to reach out toward the golden crystal. Trembling, a faint movement of the hand in midair. Golden energy from the crystal flowing out and rushing toward the monument guardian to heal him. Lamu Yan, seeing the situation, was furious and still wanted to heal. But this time I will blow up your golden crystal. A reddish-orange light radiated from her core. Xiao Kan beside him shouted anxiously, You're crazy. The crystal of this secret realm will fan all your attacks. Lamu Yan, pushed to the limit, disregarded everything and focused on gathering energy in front of her, determined to drain him to heal herself. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind, challenging him. Stop. Stop right now. The energy sphere in front of Min was blocked and burst into sparks because of this voice. Turning around, he exclaimed in surprise. Ki. You're awake. Behind. Jealousy is half of his body emerging from a hole. Below are many intertwined steel pipes, while the relic protector is quietly tending to her and watching her. Jealousy. That damned voice. I didn't expect you to come here and save me. Are you furious about the attack on the Ouyen island fortress? Lamu Yan recounts what happened to that damn furious guy. After extracting half of the super metal from her body, opened a deep hole in the mysterious island of Ouyen. They forced her to become a super metal cannon, using golden crystals as the energy source to attack us. She looked at her two hands, frowned, and said, I am the river, and from the deep hole he opened. The enemy's traitor is your friend. You and I must cooperate to kill the Fury and reclaim your super metal. Doki remembers the past. Voice trembling. I have regained my memories. She angrily and determinedly says, I will play the role of fighting alongside you. To kill Fury. Dukai shouted towards the relic guardian. Dad, this old dragon is your friend. He came to save you. Lamu Yan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, as he looked back and forth between the two people, stammering. So the protector, who is half human and half machine, is her father. Dukai ignored Lamu Yan's unnecessary question and loudly accused his father. Furious not only for seizing his father's power, turning your father into his current form. He doesn't even care about your life or death. Forcing out super metal from your body to strengthen himself. Dukai's father, hearing about all the suffering his daughter has endured, roared in anger. Dukai tearfully continued. Knowing that after her father was transformed into a protector, he could no longer leave this place. So I want to leave here with the Q Long and kill everyone who has ever harmed us. She began recounting the past to Lamu Yan. My father is the head of the Mintoi Holy Temple, a level SS metal type illusionist. He led the 7 chief elders, including me, into this secret realm to start a great battle with the Guardian. We suffered a 7-part loss. My father and the elders were seriously injured. But in the end, we killed the guardian. I also obtained super metal from inside the guardian's body. Myself and the other elders were outside cleaning up the aftermath. Furious. While my father went into the mechanical palace to investigate, that bastard took advantage of my injured father's unpreparedness and pushed him toward the golden yellow crystal. The image shows the electric lord angrily pushing the golden crystal. The golden crystal awakened the darkness within my father's body, transforming him into a half-human, half-machine monster guardian. At that moment, I foolishly didn't realize my father was being harmed and thought he couldn't resist the allure of the crystal. We will truly become the masters of this secret realm. But unexpectedly, the anger that had been lurking inside my super metal body finally couldn't hold back and struck me. The guardian of the relic, being treated by the golden crystal, heard her desperate voice and slowly called out, "Daughter." Duoji replies, "Dad, I know you still keep some memories. You still remember. I am your daughter. Let us go. Let me go to kill the enemy myself." Duoji's father remained silent for a moment. Then he clenched both fists and raised them in front of him, unleashing his power. Lamu Yan saw this and was terrified, exclaiming in shock, "There's more to come." Golden energy bursts from his hands, enveloping both Dukai and Lamu Yan, causing them to instinctively close their eyes and raise their hands to shield their faces. Unexpectedly, the imagined pain did not come, and you slowly opened your eyes, causing Lamu Yan to exclaim in surprise, "Oh no, he's using golden crystal energy to heal my wounds." Behind Duji, golden energy swirls around her body as she relaxes and straightens up, with floating metal plates surrounding her, while Lamu Yan's eyes reflect her luminous golden form. In just a blink, Duki was healed. She stepped down confidently smiling. My body had also recovered. The super metal had been separated and yet was fully replenished. Duoki raises her head to look at Lamu Yan, the former dragon, ready to go revenge with me. Lamu Yan's face veins bulge as he clenches his fists and shouts loudly. Always prepared, Dukai smiles and says to her father, "Thank you. Dad, please remove the protective shield so we can go outside." Her father, hearing her words, didn't hesitate and remained silent for a moment before deciding to lift the shield as she wished, reminding her to stay safe. As the shield gradually disappeared, Long suddenly turned to look up and said, "The protective barrier is gone." Seeing that, Long respectfully bowed and clasped his hands before his father. Kai. Thanking him, he looked at Lamu Yan without saying anything else. After greeting him, the two of them went outside. Brother Long asked, "Dokuchi, you don't plan to just leave the secret realm like that, do you? My teammates are still fighting with fury. They could be in danger at any moment." At that moment, Dukai transformed and a bright light radiated around him, saying the entrance to the secret realm was not far and a flying vehicle would arrive soon. But since his body was too small, he couldn't take you with him. It's okay, I can transform into a handsome human guy. With a flash, Long transformed into a human form and glanced at Duji, asking, "So, am I very handsome?" "Right, with this form, you can take me flying too." Suddenly, Long looked at Dukai with shock. What kind of devilish trick is this? Long felt itchy and confused, wondering why she changed herself into a flying head. She didn't care much and said, "Hurry up and cling to me. Aren't you in a rush? This form of mine is the fastest for flying." Then Long also saw Duki climb onto her head and sit there. "Fine, as long as she's not embarrassed." As Doimo was flying, he asked, "So you can also transform into a human form? Are you really a monster? I always have a feeling you're a beast-type human skill user." And, Mr. Long just said there's no need to doubt that I am the real king of monsters. Guessing up at him, he asked if his human form would weaken his strength significantly, and if he wasn't afraid I might kill him while his power was down. Long.ca was very confident and declared that there was no reason to fear her, unless she cooperated with me. She had no other choice. She was stunned and exclaimed, "Since when did monsters become so intelligent and clever, even understanding psychology? Are you praising me now?" She also said that I really admire my teammates. They have absolute trust and leave their backs to the opponent. Guess what? They will return to their real lives and say, "My people are like saints because they respect my father, which is why they show me reverence." Actually, they all hide their true thoughts. And what they call cooperation is only based on mutual benefit. Long Ke happily and proudly said, Are you impressed and interested in joining us? Our team is very close-knit and often works together to build the group. Duo Chi looked up and smiled. Fine. Once I've defeated the rage, I'll consider your offer. Suddenly, Long suddenly said in surprise. Oh, I just remembered something very important I forgot to do. Don't slow down first. Duji Chi asked, puzzled. Aren't you in a hurry? Long suddenly said seriously. It will be done soon. I want to mark chicken. Long Yan analyzed. Back when she first entered the pink secret realm, Chicken had already obtained the magma form reward. Chicken in this mechanized secret realm might also drop some good items. So little soldier, appear and follow the order to be marked in the mechanized secret realm. The notification appears. The marked location is the mechanical secret realm, and the reward for marking is a mechanical form, which you will transform into a mechanical beast. But you don't need to worry about drinking engine oil and foot lubricant. This mechanical form consumes a lot of energy, so it can only be used once a day for 60 seconds. After activation, Long hugged little soldier affectionately and said happily, "Ha ha ha, the mechanical beast form is powerful. Little soldier, I love you so much you can go now." Even though I was happily hugged, my cheeks blushed as I said, "Don't celebrate just yet." A streak of light appears around the beast, unleashing a violent yellow earth explosion of S rank, which can only be used in mechanized form. Kim Ban can be compressed further and used as a saber like Z. And once obtained, you won't need to admire Z's style in So To Go anymore. On Long was amazed to see 2 skills flowing out of his mouth and exclaimed, "No way. I just marked it once and got 2 skills. Then Long pointed into his mouth and asked curiously, "I remember that in the red secret realm, you could only get the shape-shifting skill by eating creatures inside. Why did 2 skills open at the same time this time? Is her conscience finally awakening?" Little girl, she just looked at him silently and kept her thoughts to herself. Suddenly she explained that although he didn't eat the creatures in the mechanical secret realm, his body contained golden crystal energy given to him by the Guardian. Hearing that, Brother Long also understood and said, "So that's how it is. Haha, that uncle is really a good person." Brother Long is still talking. But how can a mechanical creature in this secret realm eat without worrying about its stomach being pierced? And it's a pity that such a good 2-layer skin can't be upgraded. Doikai wondered aloud to himself, "Is there really nothing wrong with you?" Long, scratching his head nervously and replying, "No illness. No illness." Hearing that, Doikai asked, "Can we keep flying at full speed?" "Mister." Long quickly shouted, "Thank you." Then Doikai said, "I haven't yet led you out of the secret realm or helped you vent your anger. So what are you thanking me for?" He laughed and replied, "Haha, what I meant was, thank your father for helping me with the treatment." Doikai then frowned seriously and warned me that the exit was right ahead and to hold on tightly. Following her, Long clung tightly to the 2 branches above and replied, "I can't see where the exit is. There's no big hole on the ground." She told Long to look up. And Ka Long looked up and was stunned as a small round exit appeared above her, saying the exit is upstairs. He exclaimed, "Oh, so heartbreaking." Then they shot up towards the exit. Long and Doikai flew straight to the round opening ahead. Seeing that, Lamu Yan was excited, his eyes bright. So cool. Then, through another dimension, he suddenly stopped and looked around with a fierce gaze. Anna Long wondered, "Where is this? Why does it disappear immediately after passing through the light curtain?" And Doikai replied, "This is an abandoned missile launch site." "Oh." Looking up, I can see the clear blue sky. She said, "We're at the exit now." And they flew out from that round tube into the bright blue sky. Long looked down and asked loudly, "Is this an abandoned military base built inside this mountain?" Who would have thought that a missile launcher in an abandoned military city would have an entrance leading to a secret realm? And the first person to discover it is also a talented individual. Suddenly, An Long saw something and quickly moved up to observe. He was stunned. "Oh my God. Get out of the way." When the plane nearly hit the target, he dodged just in time, causing Long to be shaken. He let out a gentle breath, almost causing an incident due to the passage. Seeing inside, he saw a boy standing in the plane looking out, and Long immediately raised his hand to greet. "Hello, hi Linda." "Hello everyone." Then the boy shouted in panic, "Oh, there's a ghost. There's a ghost." Long saw that and said, "Your evil spirit costume scared the little guy." Doikai didn't care much and continued flying, saying boring. Then she flew to a place full of tall buildings. We've reached the city sky now. Long Yan's eyes lit up as he looked through the human city. Then the husband happily said, "Finally, I have seen the human city of this world." Oki glanced at him with curiosity and asked, "Have you ever seen the human city before?" Then sat cross-legged and said, "Yes. I have not only seen it but also lived in that city for over 10 years. She immediately imagined the scene where Brother Long, after transforming into a divine beast, calmly enters this city and asks, "Are you living in the human city?" A great monster rushing into the human city, and humans not using missiles to blow you up. Long replied, "Does your imagination need to be so vivid? I just live in the city in human form. No way. You've been able to maintain your human form for over 10 years without changing." Long crossed his legs and replied, "Maybe in the past, but not anymore. We can no longer enjoy human life like before." Oki sees this and smiles, saying this city is my hometown, and welcomes you and your monster team as guests, provided you don't rely on your monster forms. Long said happily, "All right then. I haven't been to the human city with you and Mr. Long before, but someday I will definitely take them there." They haven't even left the city before flying to the open sea to warn Long Ka. "Once at sea, I can still accelerate and hold on." As soon as he finished speaking, Doi Ki sped across the sea at an incredible speed. That made Long sigh and try to hold on to her tightly, wishing he had worn a helmet earlier. At that time, in the peaceful island area, a battle was raging there. Below the cannon, a person is setting up a protective barrier. Defending, absolutely. Chu Kook is commanding his troops, saying that unexpectedly there is an S2 level defensive Esper on this warship. The S rank ability user focused on defense, so for a moment, there was really nothing he could do. MDO asked Chu Kook what to do, saying we've been here too long and we don't know how the battle is going on in the secret realm. Suddenly, Kwai Dia looked in another direction, as if sensing something. Kwai Dio warned Chu Kook that something was approaching, and it might not be the reinforcements from the Holy Land. Long from afar waves his hand. "Both of you. Chu Kook. Old Man Mu. Remember me." "Okay," the strange creature exclaimed in surprise. Lamu Yan. "Huh, isn't he fighting inside the secret realm? How come he's flying here from the sea, and what is he riding on?" Duki. Ngae. Ve tu jian noi. Chim chok chu. Ikash dung tu kwako. Ba de, ko, 10. Babon hona, dukinoi. Ho ha hok mom. Gnyak dong tang noi. Vaikolazo, kikwomentoi tangiau. She looked up in shock, and then the doke responded, "It seems you all are in quite a bit of trouble." Lamu Yan jumped down from above and said, "I'm here to help you handle this." Lamu Yan proudly transforms, bursting from human to divine beast, and unleashes his move. Lam Ki Tram. On Long uses his Lam Ki Tram technique to charge forward, and with a single move, he splits the enemy in two. On Long's incredible power causes the water to ripple and splash violently. Seeing this, the commander panics and uses another slash to cut the warship into two parts against the S-rank powerhouse. The rest of the group also reported that this old dragon is too powerful. Seeing that, the commander looked at Long and said, "Just go all out. All the cannons on the ship target the ancient dragon. Everyone, focus fire to kill the ancient dragon first." The commander furrowed his brow and was determined. After all, they were all going to die, so he decided to risk it. The followers also shouted, "Risk it all. Kill." Then their fortress started moving towards Long. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Stop right there for me." Dukai appeared and cut in front. Everyone was surprised to see Master Dukai. Everyone was excited, saying that she had already fought in the previous battle against the Extreme Abyss Island, and it felt like she had become much stronger. Doki's voice rises in anger, condemning the old Temple Master for seizing the position of Temple Master and for looking at the super metal inside my body. Forcing it out of my body left me barely alive. And now because of a secret realm with a different master, they don't care about anyone's life or death. She called on those below to stop attacking and submit to me. The former beasts of the extreme Yin Island will spare everyone's lives. At that moment, Long Ka suddenly appeared before them. He stands behind Du Kai, threatening them to surrender or die. Du Ki also makes an offer and says, "Everyone can choose for themselves." Those guys are discussing among themselves. And at that moment, they realize the situation is not very stable. "Lord Du Kai, I am willing to submit." Long Ka saw everyone submitting and asked, "Are you planning to recruit all of these people?" Du Kai crossed his arms and said, Many of them are not following out of anger, but because of my father. The Holy Land of Min Toi was built through my father's hard work and effort, and I don't want to see his dedication be destroyed. Du Kai turned to face the opposite side and said to Long, "The mastermind of the crime is Fan No, and those elders. These people are just following orders. So I ask you to forgive them. I swear on my life that I will help you kill Furin. And in the future, the Holy Land of Min Toi will become a safe haven you can rely on." Longka anve chungdap. Vimacha, choda, chuatricho, toi toi sa hong. Lam ho hon hong toi chung hong tin ho. Niu ngoi zao hang yu vai, toi nan su li the now. Hearing that, Du Kai replied that among these people, my relatives and my father are absolutely trustworthy. I ordered them to disarm everyone and lock the people in the quarantine room of the remaining warships first. Du Kai asked the remaining two for their opinion. How about inviting two level S powerhouses, Uncle Kook and an elder, to help oversee and assist? Seeing that, An Long immediately asked the two of them, including me and Du Kai, to quickly return to the secret realm to assist, leaving these people to the two of them. All of Ji Long will stay behind to assist the two people. And Chu Kook replied, "All right." And an old man also said, "Rest assured, Lao Tu will take care of these people in your place." Then Long transformed back into his human form, sent MDU up, and said, "Go back to the secret realm." At that moment, Chu Kook watched as Brother Long's figure disappeared into the distance, puzzled, because this guy was clearly fighting inside the secret realm. Yet he came out to persuade the knowledgeable people about this strange event. Since when did that happen? An old man takes a sip of wine and replies, "I don't understand the world of the ancient Long Lao Tzu." In the red secret realm, the chaos of fighting and blazing smoke and fire was everywhere, when suddenly a one-eyed monster thrusts its spear downward. Seeing that, Little Big Dragon led the charge with his move, Dragon Sign Clash, followed by Manhwa attacking with his move, Dragon Dagger. Then it was Bin Qilang's turn, who was holding his sword and attacking. The one-eyed monster looked at all three of them attacking it and didn't know who to strike first. In a panic, Little Big Dragon attacked downward against it, while Man Vien struck at its neck, followed by Bing Qilang flicking a sword from his hand, inside shouting in anger. "Wah!" He frowned, sweating and grinding his teeth as he said, "I hate these guys, but they can still unleash such powerful attacks." Determined, he shouted, "I can't die. I can't die." Then he flew out from the head of the one-eyed green monster, and the creature roared in pain after being thrown out. At that moment, Fury flew to the gluttony, and his master immediately exclaimed, "Old big brother." The gluttony nervously said, "You can't take my body." Fury angrily flew over and asked why I couldn't. My body was cut in half, but only my left arm was lost. Then Gluttony was bitten on the shoulder by Fury, who helplessly cried out, "Ugh." Ambition-filled Fury said, "I can't die. Obediently give me your body." Some green monster is still dizzy from the headbutt. While Fury and Gluttony are arguing, "Big brother, don't take my life. I don't want to die yet." Fury said again that, "Only if you die can I survive. If I survive, the righteous temple will not fall." At this moment, Little Big Dragon looked dazed and asked himself, "This guy's brain must be broken from our beating." Bin Tri Lang explains that the furious body was killed by my sword, but its soul went to possess the greedy one. Bin Tri Lang frowned angrily at him. It roared in anger, "The bastard who survived and stole my soul. Death is not regretful." And with that, it swung its move, Kim Ruo Cham. Suddenly, that monster fell back, and luck allowed him to escape one of Lang's attacks. Bin Tri Lang was surprised. Was the soul transfer successful after all? That monster gradually got back up. Its eyes turned red as it said, "Greedy and damnable. How much better it would be if it had willingly surrendered its body." Then, in anger, it used that body to control the king, determined to make me swallow your soul. It took those two pieces of the body and put them in its mouth, then swallowed them with a gulp. Nang Nang sneers maliciously. He, I can't waste this." Then, arrogantly, the one in his hand screams desperately, "Boss, don't kill me." He didn't care and just swallowed it whole. The giant eel saw this and looked angry. What is he doing? Not only taking over the bodies of his comrades, but also swallowing their corpses along with the wounded into his stomach. Bin Tri Lang nearby was horrified by such actions. This is even more savage than our monsters. Then Furious turned around with a sinister smile. He, this is not enough, not enough. The group below was panicking. The Electric Lord was going crazy. Then Fury reached out and grabbed them all, smiling strangely as he held them up. Then he put his teammates into his mouth, seeing that they desperately ran away. The crazy Electric Lord. Oh, don't eat me, Bin Tri Lang angrily said. Although the people of the Holy Temple deserve to die, now is the perfect opportunity to kill him. So they decided to jump in and attack, while Fan No was busy swallowing his comrades. Suddenly, when the sword touched his body, it turned to gold. At that moment, Fury turned around, and his arm had transformed into an eagle. He suddenly made a physical move against Bin Tri Lang, causing him to fly far away towards the fire as Tin Tin rushed forward. Then Fury shot a beam from his eyes to attack him. Tin Tin has to stop and defend against the attack. Bin Tri Lang wonders why this guy's left hand, which I clearly cut off, is still there. Tin Tin is no exception. I don't know when his eyes started to glow, filled with rage and pride. Swallowing others allows him to gain their powers. This is the true essence of the glutton's swallowing technique, which also involves many types of supernatural powers. I have won, ha ha ha, say that. It rushes forward to attack. Come on for the Holy Temple. Give me your powers. Just as he was feeling proud and running over, a force from afar targeted him. He struck them down. That face seems to be the only one not protected by powers. Then he fell to the ground with a slash. At that moment, Du Kai arrived, furious at your worthless thug. She's angry because she survived and still killed her own people. Anger and fear clouded her eyes as she looked at her. Du Kai. Everyone below cheered. It's Lord Doki. Lord Doki indeed. Bin Tri Lang calmly asked why Lord Doki was here. Tin Tin was also very surprised, not saying she had been forcibly separated from super metal by anger. Life or death unknown. A familiar voice rang out. Du Kai was brought there by me. An Long jumped down from the strange creature and also transformed into a divine beast, saying, Brother Lang, my precious son, everyone has worked hard. An Long pointed at himself and said, Everyone rest now. Let me and Du Kai handle the rest. Tin Tin was overjoyed. That's great, Long. You finally came back. Little Big Long crossed his arms and said, So you guys are about to finish the fight before Dad comes back. Bin Tri Lang wondered why Do Kai appeared here. Long told me that I entered the mechanized secret realm to destroy the super metal cannon. I happened to see her struggling and trapped inside the cannon, so I saved her. And now she is an ally of the Kukyen Island. Fan No saw her and immediately said that Du Kai, as the elder of the Mintoi Holy Temple, was colluding with the enemy. She pointed at Fan No and said, You're not fit to be the leader of the Mintoi Holy Temple. Du Kai approaches Fan No and says, I must replace the Holy Temple of Sin and purge the old temple master. He rushes to attack Fan No, causing him to become immobilized. Du Kai sheaths her sword as she rushes at him, and Fan No watches closely. Then he extends his arm to block her attack. Isn't your super metal already half separated by me? How can you still have such strength? Could it be that you have obtained the energy source from the metal crystal in the mechanical secret realm of you? At this moment, Du Kai is wearing armor and fighting while speaking to Fan No. Didn't expect it. Right. This is all your effort over the past few minutes. So to thank me. Then she attacked Fan No, who retreated. Then he told her that although she had regained her strength, she was only a metal-type Esper, and defeating someone like me, who has multiple types of Esper abilities, was basically impossible. Fan No confidently launches her attack, a crimson glow radiating. Du Kai's eyes light up at this moment. Then he spins around and dodges the move. Then, Fen Nuo continued to attack. Hey, now I am still a speed-type Esper. Fen Nuo charged forward using the Fire Flame Fist, and Dak Y said, You are basically no match for me now. When Fan No charged forward, Du Kai only used his hand to block, but the powerful force pushed her back a few steps. Du Kai replied, I know I'm not your match, so I don't plan to fight you alone. Suddenly, Long Kwai appeared behind, kneeling in the supreme way. An Long used that move from behind Fan No, catching him off guard. Dak Y laughed. Taha. The two of us against one. Fan No quickly turned around and said, Go ahead. He also launched his move, the Fire Flame Fist. An Long asked him, Isn't it just fire? Then Lamu Yan transformed into molten lava and said, I know too. An Long caught his attack with one hand, and Dak Wai told him this fire of yours is no good. He goes to attack, so I help add a little more fire. The blazing flames surround Fen Nuo, making him scream in pain. Ah, ah. The raging fire gradually spread, causing Fury to panic and hurriedly extinguish it. Ah, ah, ah. He quickly uses the ice fog technique. His entire body suddenly froze solid. Anger and Fury looked on with a mocking smile. Ha ha, your fire is useless against me. I have the ice and frost ability, Kai Song Len said. You're an idiot who doesn't know when to be hot or cold. Your body will become extremely weak. Seeing that, he launched an attack, and she shouted, Die for your father. Then he shot a beam from his eyes, and Hong threw an arrow at Long. He gathers his strength in his mouth and says, Isn't it just a beam of light? I also know about it. Then he used his ultimate technique, magma, and violent earth energy, directly striking Fan No's laissez attack, and it overwhelmed Fan No's red arrow line and attacked him, causing him to lose half of his upper body, leaving him motionless and silent. Suddenly he raised his head and grinned wickedly. He. Do you think that can kill me? Just now I swallowed the healing-type Esper leader. After saying that, other parts flew up to Fan No, gradually restoring him. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Do you still remember the fear of being dominated by the super metal cannon just now? Then Fan No merged back with his body, and An Long stopped in horror, opening his mouth to look at Fan No, who had now transformed into a super metal cannon. Long stared in shock. A super metal cannon indeed. He widened his eyes and sweat dripped down, saying, You can actually transform into a super metal cannon, Fan No happily said. Even though I have transformed into a super metal cannon, I couldn't fire with such power before. But now it's different. My body is infused with energy from multiple psychic users. As he spoke, he loaded his gun, with energy from over a dozen different powers merged together. Can you handle it? Ha ha ha. The battle between Lamu Yan and Doukai, fueled by rage, is still ongoing, with a super metal attack from his giant metal cannon firing at both of them. It's not just about the light. I know that too. Doukai immediately looked dismissive and prepared to counter again. Meanwhile, Lam Ouyen saw Doukai just copying Min's words and could only sweat and sigh. This was my line. On the other side, the same scene was also being played out by Doukai, with two beams of light clashing. The extraordinary light fused with over a dozen types of supernatural energy, making it vastly different from the single power of the opponent. And soon, he was pushed back. Seeing this scene, Fen Nuo couldn't help but smile knowingly. Tao's Kwang merges the energy of many different powers. You're fundamentally no match for me. Just then, Lam Yen suddenly had bright eyes and confidently said, What if I add myself? The metal form is also activated before everyone's amazed eyes. The Menyuan were amazed when they saw this form for the first time. Wow. It's been half a day, and Long has a new form again. The spirit element group, Xiao Dalong and Bingji Lang, could only be speechless. Huffing, just a little jealous. Lindia, who is usually proud and refuses to admit that Lam Ouyen has a new form, could only say one thing. Meanwhile, Little Big Dragon looked envious. The silly Tra Long has such a cool form and still doesn't move for me. So stingy, furious. He looked at this new form of Lam Ouyen, feeling both fear and rage. How could you have the powers of light, fire, and metal all at once? Lam Ouyen immediately responded. Do you think absorbing a few types of supernatural powers makes you invincible? In front of the Monster King like Mr. Nay. A bit of super metal from the Deathlight was shot out to work together with the super Deathlight of the opponent to deflect his attack. Han's consciousness suddenly found itself in a vast white space, while beneath his feet was only a greenish water surface, leaving him extremely confused. Why did I suddenly end up in the sea of memories? And now the water beneath me is rippling. What exactly is about to happen? The souls of 4 of the 7 high priests of the Holy Temple appeared together, their furious eyes glaring at Han, angrily and tremblingly. They exclaimed, Ah, gluttonous and arrogant spirits. Weren't your souls already swallowed by me? Why are you still here? All the spirits are now extremely angry, shouting at the senior elder nearby. Furious. We have always been loyal to you, but end up being swallowed by you. Then those spirits all simultaneously rushed into his mouth, cursing him. Go to hell, and join us in hell. To hell. But the soul surrounding Han kept biting and cursing at him, saying, "Go to hell. Is die Enschwei. Die. Clotter." The biting force grew stronger and stronger, causing him to scream out in pain. Returning to the real world, this unexpected event leaves witnesses like Manhwa puzzled. Are they furious now? Why did you suddenly get so fat like a blown-up balloon, instead of being light and agile like a bird? You immediately realize, those energies swallowed and corrupted by the Han must be losing control inside him. And even the arrogant one has become aware of the situation. Doing the most unjust deeds will surely lead to self-destruction. And the attack grew even more powerful, hitting their super-large metal cannon. A loud explosion rang out as it was blown away, losing half of its lower body. After that last attack, Lamu Yan was exhausted, panting heavily. That guy is probably dead. Right. But surprisingly, Han's consciousness remained intact and escaped. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Han approached Lamu Yan, the former dragon. Your strength is the strongest. I want to crush you. Duo Chi warned him of what was about to happen. Lamu Yan was cautious, but it was too late. And in the next moment, Duo Chi pierced through his head and entered his helpless body, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse. Wake up quickly. The spiritual bird people rushed over, shouting non-stop. Inside the subconscious, Dukai's consciousness has reached Lamu Yan Han's sea of consciousness, and he is surprised because this place is entirely black. Could this be the sea of consciousness of Ku Long? Why is it all just darkness? Then suddenly, it lights up, and the surrounding space bursts into brightness. It was only then that Han realized his condition. He was lying on an operating table, tightly bound and unable to move, panicking uncontrollably. Why am I here? Let me out. Let me out. With my last words, I only see a mysterious man holding a scalpel in his hand, smiling cruelly. Lamu Yan was given a strange enchanted orb that he distributed. Suddenly her eyes lit up with greed. Ah, super metal. Give this to me. I will help you measure it for upgrading plans. You look surprised and ask him, why are you here? Did you finish that furious guy so quickly? Bong Ko immediately explained that his soul is very strong. So first he will wear down his willpower for a while before studying him. Lamu Yan heard that and said, I divided the super metal into 4 parts for the team. I already have mine. He immediately agreed. Okay. Then he looked down and asked his friends, which of you 4 will go first? The giant leech excitedly raised its hand. You go first. While Bong Ko was distributing the super metal, Lamu Yan happily explained, though he couldn't see you perform, but you probably also have a magma form. Right. After merging with the super metal, you'll have a mechanical form like your father. A super metal sphere immediately merged into the forehead of Little Big Dragon. Its body immediately started to transform. Wow. So cool. I don't need to envy Dad long anymore. Manhwa, seeing this, also excitedly said, Brother Long, it's my turn now. Then, she continued to distribute another super metal orb, seeing it merge into the dragon's head in Manhwa's hand. Lamu Yan said, Muivian, you fused super metal into your Lulong Quin, which can activate the 4th skill of the ancient reptile king. While I was thinking about the moment I used a move to take down a dinosaur, you continued, saying this 4th skill comes from the son of the Saurus king from the jar. You named it Longshi, and suddenly 2 spines protruded from its mouth, capable of causing astonishingly lethal effects in close combat. Manhwa burst into a hearty laugh. Thank you, Long Wansui. They looked at Lamu Yan in shock. How could he use super metal to strengthen his weapons? I still know a lot more. But this is my secret. I can't reveal it. And the monster is so angry. What if I don't show off? I'll die. Lamu Yan immediately covered its mouth and asked, Are you unable to wait any longer? As a piece of super metal instantly entered this strange creature's body. He then continued explaining that after merging with super metal, Long Vu in front of your wing will follow your will and transform into metal Long Vu, not only enhancing your defensive abilities but also shooting out like an arrow. He marveled at his new wings. Wow. Then Lamu Yan turned back to Bin Tri Lang and said, Brother Lang, I plan to upgrade your sword with this. Please take out your favorite sword. A necklace on Bin Tri Lang's neck immediately glows, and he excitedly grabs the sword in his hand. After merging with super metal, this sword can change size according to your body. Moreover, It has 3 different forms, each with its own unique attack method. Bin Tri Lang suddenly looked at his upgraded sword. Oh, I see. It loves licking the sword so much. It really adores this blade. It's so crazy that I can't help but be speechless. So terrifying. Doesn't it worry about cutting its tongue off? Doki also became greedy. With such a cool sword, I want one too. The people around her also got excited. Former Lord Long not only has great strength, but is also a master at crafting equipment. Even the old beast knows how to craft and upgrade weapons. How are we supposed to live? Long was surprised as Du Kai quickly transformed her body into a portal. Everyone lined up and quickly left through the teleportation gate, all answering in unison, yes. You can't help but wonder if she's truly a diamond-shaped transformation. And it seems like she can turn into a microwave. Right. Or TV. Refrigerator. She suddenly replied, I don't turn into those weird things. Immediately in front of everyone, she opened a portal to another world and explained that the teleportation door was created on the battleship in the Ouyen archipelago, and she would take everyone away from this place. After this battle, the Holy Temple of Sin will need to recover for a very long time. I will eliminate all the trusted followers of Fury within the organization to create a completely new Holy Temple of Sin. While she was speaking, everyone gradually left, and by then, the Holy Light Church and I would become the most trustworthy allies of the Extreme Peace Island. Soon after, the elder transformed his body back to normal. Lamu Yan looked at her happily and said, Good. With Elder Dokai's words, I feel at ease now. I haven't finished cleaning up the battlefield yet and can't leave. So I'll let the monster escort you out of the secret realm. Then he waved goodbye to Du Kai from the ground as the monster carried him away. Farewell. Then Lamu Yan continued assigning tasks to others. An Long and Vien Mui, organizing everyone to clean up the battlefield, arrange the human bodies, the bodies of the Extreme Island monsters, and the bodies of the Extreme Island monsters separately. You keep emphasizing to everyone. Remember, don't let the monsters swallow the human bodies. I still need to use them. The bodies of the Extreme Island monsters must be buried. They are all our fallen comrades' battle flags. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, Bong Ko immediately became excited. This is great. More primal energies of supernatural beings to refine. After a while, all the bodies had been sorted clearly. Lamu Yan chuckled to herself, wondering how many surprises over 100 primal essences could bring me. Suddenly she crossed her arms and said, The souls of greed and arrogance had been devoured in fury. I cannot refine the original life essence of both of them. You hear that and can't help but feel regretful and annoyed, wasting the primal life essence of 2 SS-level experts. Then, Lamu Yan kept eating voraciously while watching the system panel keep updating. Jing, you have successfully seized the original life essence of the human Esper in the defense system level A. Evolution point 300. 0 times dose. Jing, you have successfully seized the original life essence of the human-type earth element Esper at level A. Evolution points doubled to 680. Lane. Jing, you have successfully seized the original life essence of a human Esper of the fire type level S. Evolution points on. Liu Bai. 0 times dose. After eating, you angrily clenched your fists. Damn it. You took down dozens of them in one go. But you didn't gain any skills. Your keyboard system has become a deity. The 4 elders, shrugging their shoulders, ask if your character is really related to me. And the system interface keeps popping up notifications, leaving both it and Lamu Yan stunned. Ling, you have successfully seized the original life essence of the human speed type Esper SS rank and received a special item reward. The teleportation crystal, the new item displayed. The battery is low and needs recharging. I'm stunned. Oh my god. It's appeared. It seems to be the ability of the second elder's greed. Then Yanli actually looked at the item in disbelief. What is this? The essence of life can also drop special items. And this low battery needs recharging. What kind of thing is this? Suddenly she looked at the item information display. Blink Ice Crystal. After fully charging, you can teleport instantly to any location within 5,000 meters. Note that each teleportation consumes all your energy and requires recharging, which costs 10 million evolution points each time. Lamu Yan felt a bit helpless. Each recharge costs 10 million evolution points. Why not just go rob someone? It shrugged and explained. This can save your life at critical moments. Have you ever seen a cheap, life-saving treasure? You're so angry and annoying. Bought a new phone with half the battery left. Why does your thing have no battery at all? Then Lamb no longer cared and continued to eat voraciously. Even if I spent 10 million points to buy this. It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and drop a good item for me. System notification. Zing. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human skill mimicry. Water type A. Evolution points increased by 340. 0 times dose. Zing. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human skill type healer level A. Evolution points increased by 320. 0 times dose. After a moment, the notification changed Zing. You successfully seized the fundamental life essence of the human illusionist with SS-level gravity powers. You have received a special skill reward. Enhanced Gravity. Level S Enhanced Gravity. Allowing you to create a gravity field around yourself. The gravity increase factor can't exceed 100 times. Keep in mind, making enemies bear a huge mountain while fighting you is already exciting just to think about. Suddenly, your face lit up. This is the power of laziness. Then Lin Yuan turned to ask the cannon. But why is it only increasing gravity and not decreasing gravity? Little cannon, when will you be generous for once? It sneers dismissively at you. It has nothing to do with me. Unlocking the skill is just a matter of timing. Then Lamu Yan turned back to look at the Pillar of Wisdom and walked away. Increasing gravity isn't so bad. Thinking that I could use this skill to pull my friends for training. I said that with this skill, I could improve everyone's strength in the gravity field without using a gravity gun. Lifting his gaze to the creature in the sky, Lamu Yan wondered how far the skill test range was and how effective it would be against enemies in the air. Immediately afterward, you call Kuei Jiu and M. Jiu. Ask them to go to the extremely peaceful island area to check the situation there. And if everything is settled, invite Uncle Cuke and an old man to the secret realm. It looked annoyed and asked why I called it. Can't you see I'm busy here? Lamu Yan crossed his arms, showing a different attitude. This is about dealing with others properly. The monster indifferently looked at you and snorted. Since when do monsters need to deal with others properly? Lamu Yan smiled smugly as it turned and flew away. Immediately after, you used your skill, gravity enhancement, and instantly a gravity shield covered the creature's body. It started to wobble and fly unsteadily. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel extremely heavy? Immediately after, the monster turned its head to look at Lamu Yan, furious beyond measure. Evil dinosaur. Was it you who washed the feet earlier? You looked surprised and asked. What are you saying? Hearing that, it turned around and flew again. Not the evil dinosaur. Maybe I was just too tired. The hateful evil dinosaur doesn't care about delicate flowers and jade. You turned around and smiled at Bon Khan, able to activate it from such a distance. But it seems the farther the distance, the more difficult. The lower the activation of the gravity booster, the more praise Lamu Yan deserves for being such a fierce girl, daring to offend even you. Truly a role model for her generation. At this moment, Manhwa came to report that Brother Long had followed your instructions and buried all the bodies of the extreme Yin Island brothers. And the bodies of the former beast of the secret realm have also been cleared. Bing Zhilong also stepped forward and said, Lamu Yan, the Rook Long have scouted within a 1,000 kilometers radius and found no remnants of the Mintoi Holy Temple. Then Lamu Yan turned to order his subordinates to throw everything away and bury these people, using the space storage to bring back the corpses of the former beast's secret realm to prepare food for everyone. Hung Tam asked with a smile. About that. Can we have barbecue again this time? Lord, you look angry. Are you so free that you spend all day cooking for your little brother? The annual barbecue festival is now held once a year, like the New Year's gathering of the monster group. The Hung Tam gang. Huh. Once a year. Let's go home. After a while, a puff of white smoke suddenly rose from deep in the forest. Hung Tam, eating meat, hid and said, The great king doesn't love us anymore. Even though he's grilling meat himself, he won't let us eat. Ho Gyang Kiem immediately said, You're overthinking it. Of course the Lord is biased. He's a beast after all. Hung Tam still felt embarrassed as he chewed the meat. The Lord favors some, and we fight to the death for him. What have those two people done? Ho Gyang Kiem looked helplessly at it. You're like that. Be careful, or the Lord will turn you into grilled meat too. Hung Tam was stunned, speechless. While nearby the meat was still grilling, seeing his friend drooling, Ouyen kept an eye on him, waiting a bit longer. The group should be returning soon. Suddenly, you hear someone sighing in admiration. Wow. It's really happening. It's flying back from the sky. Seeing Lam Can and Chu Kuk just put down the meat on the ground, Ouyen took out more meat for them. You two have worked hard. Let me treat you to some grilled meat. Chu Kuk just holding the piece of meat and saying thank you. Then Lam Can suddenly pounced and chewed fiercely. So I won't be polite anymore. Ouyen also ate while asking them how the situation at the Ouyen Island Sea area is now. Zhu Ji High-Tech said. Doki transformed into a strange device. He recounted Du Qi's appearance at that time, saying it seemed capable of erasing memories. After she erased all memories related to Ouyen Island from everyone, she left. Ouyen, eating while commenting, said that Doki is indeed a diamond-shaped transformation. The Lord of Extremes continued. But suddenly, something happened. Doki detected two suspicious figures nearby in the sea area. It seems they have always been monitoring the combat rank of the Holy Church of Sin. And after surrounding those two, they immediately committed suicide with poison. He began describing one of them. And judging by this person's tactics, they are probably a detective from the hidden organization of Manhwa Kwok. The Lord of Extremes continued to think about something. But it was too late now. The motorboat had phones, satellite communication, and recording equipment, and they believed they had already transmitted the battle news of the Holy Church of Mintoi in the sea area to their organization. Ouyen, hearing that, couldn't help but wonder. Oh, Manhwa Kwok is Little Japan. Lam Can laughed loudly. Little Japan. This nickname isn't bad. And Lord Cook doesn't care that Manhwa Kwok is not far from the Ouyen Sea area. They must have been attracted by the continuous battles in this sea area. Thinking about the current danger, only discovering the unclaimed secret realm can attract a large number of psychics who frequently appear, so they must have suspected that Ouyen Island still posed a threat. Ouyen chewed without care. It's fine. Let them come. I imagine myself happily destroying the city. And I smile because they're coming. I'll have a reason to run to Manhwa country and break things. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The Lord of Kook warned both loudly and seriously not to underestimate the abilities of psychic organizations based on their country. As inside, they are far beyond what second- or third-tier forces like the Mintoi Holy Church can compare to. Ouyen looked disappointed. Mintoi Than Dien is just a level 2 or 3 force. They really underestimate him. What? If Kain Gay this, she might immediately turn into a fierce woman and crush him completely. He continued saying that Doki is an SS level and is furious because of her dual-attribute supernatural power, with a very high strategy and strength comparable to SSS level. Chu Kuk frowned. But they are not the pinnacle of strategy in this world. Han continued to describe a different level, above SSS, which is the self, an existence closest to the divine enlightenment of this world, a mountain-shattering strike, a sword slicing the sea. They are like nuclear bombs, capable of easily destroying a city. Long Yen's eyes sparkled, as a true deity, the closest existence to the divine. The mighty dragon Tuda was amazed and exclaimed, "It sounds very powerful." Thinking about those who have boarded the spaceship and left Earth, Lord Kuk said, "There are not many of us, less than 10 in the entire world, so they won't act easily, and their movements are unpredictable." Han explains that because they reached the level of the primordial spirit, the resources on Earth could no longer meet their cultivation needs, so they had to go to another planet to find resources. Long Yen wondered if it was true, that a divine being could leave Earth and travel to another planet, especially since this was a city of supernatural powers and a world of martial arts. So why suddenly switch to a sci-fi style and turn into a comic story? Lord G is seriously looking at you. My rank isn't enough. I have no right to understand the affairs of the divine and above. You can understand that I am the key move. Only by becoming the divine can I be accepted by the extraterrestrial civilization, Long Yen thought. So the divine being here is the top strategist. But once they reach a higher level map, they are just a younger brother. You stand up, lean on the palace wall, and smile. But the joy has grown stronger than before, now fading into a dream. Brothers, we are still too weak. We must seize all the time to cultivate. It seems today we haven't yet reached the Red Palace to absorb energy. Then Long Yen looked down and asked, "Uncle Kuk, Old Mok, Do you want to come along? The energy in our red palace far surpasses that of other secret realms. Uncle Kook and Lam Kan were startled to hear this. He asked in surprise, "Do you want to invite us to train on your territory?" Lam Kan blushed and shouted, "No way. Is that really possible? If I train here, in less than half a year, I will definitely become a true god." After a while, Lam Gan was sitting inside the palace meditating, his face flushed and sweating profusely. Then Lam Gan collapsed to the ground and shouted loudly, unable to endure any longer. Having only absorbed energy for half an hour and feeling his body about to explode from fullness, seeing the others still focused on their cultivation, he quickly called out, "Hey little guy, Zhuji, don't try to hold on. Be careful not to blow up right there. We don't have the giant physique like those big guys, so we can't absorb that much energy." Chukyuk here finally couldn't hold on anymore. Wow. The energy concentration here is crazy. In the secret realm of Hoaha country, I can endure it for 8 hours. Xiao Dalong, lying on the side eating meat, asked, "Hey, don't you need to absorb energy for cultivation?" It arrogantly lifted its head and said, "What? I practice cultivation. For what reason do I need to work hard like that? I only need to eat and drink in this palace, and the energy is automatically absorbed." The statement left both Uncle Kook and Lam Kan speechless, until unexpectedly, Little Big Dragon sensed something. Then it looked at Lam Ouyen's back and asked, "Has the silly Tralong been broken?" Even Chu Cook can sense it, feeling that the pressure around him has become stronger, possibly reaching SSS level after being broken. Suddenly, a barrier appears in the electric cage. Startling him, what's going on? An earthquake. Manhwa couldn't help but speculate. Could it be another human esper attacking? Bing Chi Lang sat quietly on the ground, sensing everything. What the hell is going on? "Everyone, look over there. The rocks nearby keep falling down. Oh my god, the wall is collapsing." Immediately afterward, a red door quickly appeared. Lam Ouyen was surprised. And behind the wall, there was another red door. Bin Chi Lang, Zhuji, and Lam Gan all remained silent as they observed. He looked down at the two and asked, "Zhuji, an old man, in the secret realm in Hoaha country, have there ever been situations like this before?" He immediately denied it, saying it never appeared before. Then Lam Ouyen turned back and asked, "Little Long, you are the protector here. Do you know if there is a door around here?" But Little Big Dragon just shrugged and said he didn't know. But after sensing his father's strength increase to SSS level, it seemed like some kind of seal here had automatically been activated. Hearing that, you become even more excited. Now your father's strength has fully increased, because he has become a complete being. Only then can he break the seal and open the door. Long Ouyen grew more confident, thinking this secret realm must be connected to his father, then snapped his fingers and asked, "Xiao Kong, do you know what's going on here?" Bong Khan then leaned close to you and said, "I don't know, but the first time I met the Lizard King from the trash, I felt a familiar sensation coming from its secret realm. This door is similar. I can sense a urgent call from inside the door." Then it urged Long Ouyen to hurry up and open the door. He tried to push it but failed, and it wouldn't open. Man Vien runs from behind. "Long, let me help you." They keep trying together to push the door open. Long Ouyen tiredly wiped his sweat and said it's no use. "I can't push it open." Suddenly, Khan stood in front of him, examining the door. "According to my analysis, the shape and size of this hole are similar to the red crystal floating in the main hall." It couldn't help but wonder if that hole was meant for embedding the red crystal. On his shoulder, he couldn't help but panic and ask stupidly, "Dad Long, what are you trying to do? That crystal is the source of this underground palace, and it's also what your son relies on to survive." Long Ouyen turned around happily and said, "Don't worry, my good child. Dad was just doing a test. Nothing will happen to the crystal." Then he placed the red crystal right in front of the door. The crystal was immediately pulled in by a source of energy and then directly embedded into the door in front of Long Ouyen's excitement. It really was embedded. Then the door slowly opened, emitting light as the stone door swung open. Long Ouyen reached out and pushed the door. "Let me try." He easily opened it, much to everyone's amazement. Truly able to open it. Brother Long Uvo. Looking inside, Long Ouyen's people suddenly became astonished. Inside the door is a vast galaxy that makes him marvel. Is this a different space? Like being inside the universe itself. Suddenly, Long Ouyen notices a strange stone stele. Seeing the yellow inscriptions appear on the stone surface, He couldn't help but wonder what words were carved on the stone tablet. Then Long Ouyen pointed at it and asked, "Little Khan, can you read and understand these strange symbols?" My master flew over and said, It seems to be an ancient script. I think I can translate it." Hearing that, you immediately turned to ask it to translate and take me away. But it directly set the price. Translating this ancient script is extremely difficult and requires 100 million evolution points. Long Ouyen was furious. What 100 million evolution points I've fought desperately for. Only to have that brat of yours wipe them all out in one go. Get lost. I don't need to translate anymore. I'm done. Then I asked casually, "Do you really not need to translate? Maybe it contains extremely important news." Long Ouyen shouted even more fiercely. Damn it. Immediately afterward, he placed his hand on the stone tablet, and a huge light appeared, enveloping Long Ouyen's body. He couldn't withstand it and quickly closed his eyes, but after waiting for a while and nothing happened, Long Ouyen slightly opened his eyes, and the scene before him made him extremely anxious. Long Ouyen keeps looking around, searching for people. The gem, the bird, Brother Lang. Where is everyone? Suddenly, a voice appeared telling you, "No need to search anymore. You are alone here. You have been pulled into the consciousness I left in the stone tablet." In front of Long Ouyen is a giant pair of eyes staring intently at him. After 10,000 years, he is the first monster to break the seal and open the stone door. He couldn't help but be amazed at the giant monster before him. In Long Ouyen's heart, he was stunned and incredulous. Oh my god. Just its head is over 100 meters tall. How huge must this monster be in total? It coughs and says, "It's been so long that I no longer remember my own name, previously. The monsters on this planet called me the god of monsters. You can't help but wonder if even the demigod among monsters has surpassed the demigod level." The monster sighed upon hearing that. "It seems you still don't understand the existence of the semi-divine and above semi-divine. I will help you clarify scientifically." Then it classifies monsters into many levels: planet level, star level, black hole level, and above the semi-god is the gods in your mouths, surpassing entire planets to become a planetary level powerhouse. The monsters are further classified into immortal and universe levels, with planet level being the lowest, followed by star level, chaos level, immortal level, and universe level. It proudly boasted that 1,000 years ago I was already at the universe level. Lamu Yan's eyes sparkled. "So, doesn't that mean you're now the king of the universe, monsters?" "Idol, but you still can't help but wonder. Old ancestor. The palace. The energy crystals in the secret realm. On this planet, did you create these two stars? What did you make them for?" The monster could only sigh and reply. "Thousands of years ago. The galaxy system originally had 4 major powers: the Void Universe Corporation, the Void Divine Palace, the Blood Ring Arena, and the Beast God Temple." Remembering the powers at that time, it said, "The path of cultivation for monsters was 100 times more difficult than for humans. So the number of monsters in the Beast God Palace was very small." The monster thought back to when it was still in power. "But I alone couldn't do much. And eventually, the Beast God Temple gradually disappeared from human sight." It recalls the colorful forest of days gone by. 10,000 years ago, when I returned to this planet and created 108 different style secret realms all over the world. I also placed a source energy crystal in each of these secret realms, capable of continuously providing energy far beyond that of Earth. At that time, the monsters also came to it. In all the secret realms, I kept a group of monsters, letting them breed and flourish within the realms. I hope that one day, these monsters can grow strong enough to defeat the Palace Guardian and become the king of the monsters in the secret realm. The monsters had carefully calculated everything to help the monster kings continue to grow. I installed a seal in the palace, and once strength reaches a certain level, the seal will be lifted. It also left behind a stone tablet, so I can obtain the cultivation technique recorded on the black stone tablet. The monster describes that each stone tablet contains a black-level cultivation technique. Yen's expression became excited. "Oh my god, the technique recorded on the black stone tablet is a black impact level cultivation method." The words are loud. "Yes, thank you, ancestor." Thinking of something, he smiled smugly, knowing these powerful techniques were all prepared by the old ancestor for the monsters. Even if humans can seize the secret realm, they still cannot unlock the seal and obtain the cultivation method in the black stone stele. But then Yen's feathers continued to be perplexed. That's right. The old ancestor. Why is the secret realm of Ouyen Island different from other secret realms? I have also been to other secret realms, and the energy there is 100 times stronger than anywhere else. The beast explained. It's simple. Because Ouyen Island is my hometown. Hearing that, you become emotional. So it turns out the ancestor is also a monster from Ouyen Island. A fellow native. But the monster stubbornly said, "Don't try to get close to me. I am not your ancestor. Don't think I don't know. You are a visitor from outside." Then it reached out to pat the little beast's head. "But I am very curious, you're from a parallel universe, and brought this strange system with you. What kind of trouble will this cause here?" Lamu Yan and Bon Kan hurriedly embraced each other. "Elder, do you know I traveled here through a different universe? Can you still see and touch little Kan?" The monster grinned smugly, not even bothering to see who I am. "The king of the monsters in the universe. And it seems you can't even see through this little secret of yours." Then the monster pointed at the stone tablet in front of Lamu Yan. "And it seemed that your system could directly translate the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Then don't hesitate anymore. Translate it. And after you're done, just immerse your consciousness into the stone tablet to learn the technique inside. Each stone tablet can only be studied once. The stone tablet from the Extreme Abyss Island secret realm is something I specially prepared. Ideal for monsters to cultivate." Lamu Yan still had some doubts. And hearing him say that, it seemed there might be something in the black stone tablet in the 108 secret realm that is not suitable for monsters to learn. The monster turned around shyly and said, "At that time I didn't have as many monster techniques, so I created a few suitable cultivation methods for humans to make up the numbers." Hearing that, you were a bit speechless. The elder doesn't need to be so theatrical in his work. What is this thing about adding extras just to meet the quota? The monster chuckled and said, "Isn't it more interesting to open the mysterious box then?" it urged. "All right. Go translate and learn quickly. No slowpokes allowed." At this moment, Lamu Yan suddenly became passionate. "You went back to your original spot, and since I uncovered the old man's true intentions, he was unhappy and directly kicked me out. You're already a god, yet you're still so hot-tempered. The man beside you is worried." "Long. What's wrong with you? Why are you just staring blankly?" Then I quickly pointed to the side and said, "Long, look up there." In front of them was a vast map floating in the air, and Lamu Yan was amazed by its appearance. "No way. This is the exact location of the 108 secret realms around the world." Then he pointed to the largest red dot on the map, based on the geography. "The brightest spot is probably Ouyen Island." The Lord of Extremes also looked surprised and pointed to one side. "That's right. That location is Huaxia country. Lam Kan Sihid. So there are actually so many secret realms within Huaxia. So Dao Lang warns. Lamu Yan. This map of the secret realm's location is too important. Kwaidia quickly says. "Tu along. Activate the barrier of the red square. No one is allowed to leave." Lamu Yan turned around and asked, "Aing Lang. Dieu. What are you two planning to do?" The Lord Extreme and Lam can also turn to look at them. Showdown held his sword cautiously and said, "Lamu Yan, this is the exact location of the secret realm in the world with this. All secret realms are within reach. Such an important secret cannot be let people know. Kill them or imprison them forever inside the secret realm." Lamu Yan quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. Mr. Lang, they are not enemies. I trust them." The Lord was surprised and looked at her. "Do you really trust us that much? Aren't you worried that if I leave this place, I might steal the secret realm I remember the location of?" Lamu Yan raised her head and looked at the map, saying the secret realms occupied by humans are definitely not worth fighting for. But unclaimed realms will be accessible to those with the ability. What does this have to do with me? Even though the map of the secret realm is on Ouyen Island, it doesn't mean all these secret realms belong to Ouyen Island. Then he reached out and touched the stone tablet, which is sealed by a barrier that can only be broken by a beast with a certain level of strength. Even if you obtain the secret realm, you cannot open the stone door to take the black stone tablet. These black stone tablets are very important because each one records a level of divine beast technique. Their group was extremely surprised to hear that. Long Yen continued explaining that this stone tablet records the black beast transformation technique, which is most suitable for monsters to cultivate. After fully absorbing the stone tablet, he added that the black stone tablet can only be learned once, and after mastering it, it will turn into dust. Long Can was excited and confident, his aura stronger now, making even this old man feel the pressure of my presence. So this is the black level cultivation technique. But Juju still finds it hard to understand. Why did you seem clueless before entering the stone door? But now you know so much. You know there are 108 secret realms. That there are cultivation techniques of the black impact level in the stone tablet. And you even know how to translate the stone tablet. Long Yan heard that and asked with a smile. If I tell you that I met a cosmic level monster king in the consciousness of the stone tablet earlier, and he told me that day, do you have a problem with that? The man nodded repeatedly. I believe. I believe. Xiaobao Long also said, I believe. Then followed by a sigh. I believe. Long Yan smiled again and said, all right, since everyone trusts me, I hope to make a deal with Hoaha country. Lam Can and Uncle G are both puzzled. A deal. Lian pointed to a spot on the map, showing all the undiscovered secret realms in Ha China and on Hoa China. You two can remember. These secret realms are a gift for you. Wait for you to deal with the guardians of the secret realm. Conquer it. Then I will come to help you open the stone door. Retrieve the black stone tablet. And carry out the translation. Uncle G turned to look at Lam Gan, then looked back at you and asked, so what does Hua Ha Guo need to give up? Long Yan immediately replied that translating the ice tablet would consume a lot of energy. So I need to keep eating monsters. And these monsters are under your responsibility. After translating the stone tablet, the appropriate cultivation technique for humans will be given to you. And the suitable cultivation technique for monsters will be given to me. Chuju and Lam Can then looked at each other and nodded. He added that because the cultivation method related to the black level is no longer under my jurisdiction, I must return immediately to report to the demon lord of Hoaha. Long Yan agreed. Understood. Then Juji and Lam Can hurriedly left. I rushed back as fast as I could to give you the answer and say goodbye first. Are you just going to let them go like that? Strange creature, Sore Pain Wolf, is also worried. Aren't you afraid that their half-spirits will come to seize this secret realm and monopolize the map? But Long Yan confidently assured him, don't worry, they won't do that. But Kuai still hesitated. Do you really trust them that much? He just smiled and said, yes, I trust my instincts. They will keep their promise. Then Long Yan excitedly added that the stone tablet requires a huge amount of energy, so they must keep hunting prey. And only by cooperating with the Huaxia kingdom can they meet the demands. As long as each of us can learn 2 high-level cultivation techniques, we won't fear any power on this planet anymore. Long Yan aimed to set the goal that, moreover, our ultimate goal is that the divine sky is not far away. 2 weeks later, near the palace on the extremely peaceful island, laughter and chatter could be heard, and it felt so good not to have to work hard to fetch food, as someone brought it right to your mouth every day. Long Yan and her companions ate and talked happily, and they could even enjoy grilled monsters from all over the world, even from other planets. Then he carefully lifted the stone tablet in his hands, accumulated 100 million evolution points, and began translating. The little insect beside him started recording. Fine. After a while, it happily announced the results. The translation was complete, and the cultivation technique recorded on the stone tablet was called the 7 Stars Sword Level Black Impact. Suitable for human cultivation. Lonyan was a bit speechless. Wow. 2 weeks to translate the techniques on 5 stone tablets. But none of them are suitable for monsters to cultivate. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That old man must have used up so many human techniques to complete the team. Just then, Uncle G and Lamgan flew down from the sky. Everyone, we're back with more food. Did you like the monster meat from last time? Master Ju reports that over the past few days, Huaxia has successfully seized 2 secret realms based on their locations. At that moment, I also had to ask you, Lam Yen, to help open the stone door to get the ice block. Lam Yen, leaning on her hand, said it's a small matter. The ring on his hand immediately glowed, and this time he changed the dish for everyone. From the space, a multitude of monster corpses poured down, while the monsters from those 2 secret realms also included giant alien supersized shrimp recently bought. Little Dailong's group couldn't help but love Hoa, and Little Ra's favorite food is the giant alien shrimp. Lam Yen just asked Chukuk while requesting shrimp. It's been 2 weeks. Why haven't the people from Hoaha's Banthan had time to meet with my partner yet? Are they just waiting around? He hurried to explain that after the Elder God helped defeat the Guardian of the Secret Realm, he rushed without rest to the Galactic Union to buy alien beasts. The amount of meat you need to eat is too large. The monsters in the hidden realm of Hoaha are fundamentally not enough to feed. Let alone we always maintain the ecological balance of the realm and do not kill excessively. Manbien ate while sighing that the alien beast is very good. The alien shrimp and crab just arrived grilled with sauce and are extremely delicious. Ouyen was so angry. Just eating and eating. Only knowing how to eat. I eat to absorb the energy from the border dimension. Why are you all eating so much? Are you trying to get fat? Have you gone into the palace today to absorb energy and cultivate yet? Then he pointed and shooed everyone away. Go, go, go. Hurry up and cultivate. Then Ouyen turned back and asked Uncle C. These space inscriptions of yours are not bad. They must be insanely expensive. Right. He became panicked. You don't want it either. Do you? This isn't for sale or for giving away. From above. I looked down disdainfully. Miss. I have a master of space storage. I don't need to borrow anything from outside. I looked down on your thing. Lamcan approached and said with a smile. The artifact that can store characters is extremely rare. And its price isn't normally high. Well, if anyone says that little kid Chukuk has a godly grandfather, it's because his grandfather gave it to him. Lamcan heard that and immediately became excited. Oh, so the divine seller is actually your grandfather. I didn't expect your backing to be so strong. Chukuk. Ngevai. Kochet Kongvu. Ong. Aila. Ong. Ai. Tulatui. Toi duavao. Tuk luk moi. Diden duok buok nai. Lamcan directly placed the stone tablet in front of him again. Yes. This is the successfully translated stone tablet from earlier. And it's a part of a cultivation technique, the 7 stars sword technique suitable for you. Uncle G directly absorbed it into the space. Thank you. But all the translated cultivation techniques will be handed over to Grandpa since he is in charge of organizing the training. Lamu Yan didn't care much and turned to head toward the palace. It's up to you. I need to go to the Red Palace to absorb the energy from the crystal. Let's go together. The entire palace echoed with shouts. And a few days later, in the forest of Kukyen Island, Xiao Dailong's group kept looking up at the sky. Hungry and anxious, Lam Yen, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. So hungry. It's been a long time since I last ate. And that Chukuk guy still hasn't arrived. Suddenly, she was surprised to see, from above, a supersonic fighter jet is approaching. Am I seeing things or is this real? How can a fighter jet fly in here? As the fighter jet reached overhead, I realized it was Zhe. Why is this female demon here now? The fighter jet's body began to transform, and Zhe descended to the ground. Lam Yen smiled and greeted. Z. What wind blew you here? Did you meet Lao Mu and Chukuk on the way? She remained silent and slowly took out something. Envy reached out her hand, but Lam Can's body was severely wounded. Old Mu. Old Mu. Old Mu. She explained that she found him badly injured, floating on the sea outside Ouyen Island, and brought him here. Lam Yen took out a fruit and said, Brother Lang, feed this life fruit to Old Mu. It will heal his pain. Go ahead. While he was treating Lam Can, Lam Yen turned to ask Jealousy. Did you see Chu Ji? She replied, No. My radar scan range is 10 kilometers. I didn't detect any human traces or bodies. You are a bit disappointed that Chukuk wasn't found. And at this moment, Lam Can finally wakes up. Big Long was overjoyed to see it sit up. Old Mo, you're finally awake. Lam Yen quickly approached and asked, Old Mok, who was the one who hurt you like that? Where is Chukuk? What exactly happened? Lam Can quickly regenerated his lost arm. Then it recounts that Chukuk and I were in the Ouyen Island area when we encountered someone from the Lin Dien, and one of them directly attacked us, injuring us. So I Dao Lang shouted in panic. He and Chu Q were absorbing the energy from the red crystal with us for over half a month. It must have reached SSS level. Someone capable of injuring both of them with a single attack. Lam Can weakly explained that he is a semi-divine being. And Lin Thin Dien is one of the top powers in Northern Europe. It can't help but remind her of that person. A half-god guarding, named Odin. The minions couldn't help but be shocked. Lam Yen frowned. A half-god at last stepping onto the stage. Lam Can quickly asked, Where is Chukuk? Why didn't he go with you? Lam Can replied, I am responsible for prolonging the half-god. to buy time for Chu Kuk to escape. He struggled to explain that these people were targeting Ouyen Island. So he returned to China to find his grandfather, the half-god, for help. Du Ky was surprised that he could hold off a half-god. Lam Can stroked his beard and looked at her. What's wrong? Does it seem like I can't extend a half-spirit? I am from a powerful family with an SSS rank in the wind element and the strongest vitality. Guess what? I came to Ouyen Island quickly to tell you the story of the Northern Europe Divine Spirit Temple. Last time, the secret agents of Manhwa Kwok reported that the Ouyen Island might contain a secret realm. This North European spirit temple has allied with the Death Spirit Church, the Holy Flame of North America, and the three top powers working together against Ouyen Island. Lamu Yan silently pondered as she listened to her. It seemed they had mobilized everything and were determined to get it. Then he crossed his arms and smiled, saying that someone else was also vying for a fight to the death. Is S.A.P. So I will help them. Dwell. Tell me what kind of organization the Trinity seeking death is. The Challenger, thinking of Lin Thundien, recounted how Lin Thundien in North Europe was named after him, inspired by the Norse mythology. Most of the psychics in the organization are elemental types and excel at long-range attacks. The lightning user is an electric-type psychic. After leveling up to demigod, he renamed himself the King of the Gods in Norse mythology. Odin. She continued to tell about the Demon Lantern City. Demon Lantern City North America is the leading organization of superpower users in North America. Most Esper users are mostly power type or beastization type, skilled in close combat and transformation, becoming the Lord of the Necropolis. A top-tier SSS-level beast transformation Esper who possesses the 10,000 beast sign artifact obtained from the Secret Realm, finally revealing information about the Death Spirit Church. The Spirit Soul Church is a top-tier power comparable to the Demon Banner City. Most Esper users are of the Soul and Transformation systems. The School of Witchcraft, skilled at pretending to be gods and demons. The leader Nicola is a top-tier SSS-level ability user of the Soul Transfer system, wielding the sacred artifact of the Death Spirit Staff obtained from the Secret Realm. Long Yen, upon hearing that, couldn't help but be stunned. What are those things? A bunch of bull-headed, horse-faced creatures. Zoa Dao Lang guesses there are demigods causing chaos. They will probably find Ouyen Island very soon. Man Vien asked anxiously. Brother Long, what should we do now? You keep thinking about the worst-case scenario. The purple light at the entrance to the Secret Realm is probably useless against the demon god. Once he enters the Secret Realm and fights here, it will surely cause serious damage to the realm. Long Yen decided that they cannot let them find the location of the Extreme Abyss Island so quickly, at least before your grandfather arrives here. Zoa Dao Lang asked. Long Yen, do you already have a target? He smiled and looked down at them, saying, my opponent is to take the initiative and launch a surprise attack. Man Vien excitedly shouted. Tear apart that turtle. Zoa Dao Lang also got excited and used them to feed the fish. Long Yen quickly shook his hand and corrected him. No, not us. You said you would go for a surprise attack alone. Everyone stay here. Man Yuan was stunned. What? Alone? You, Zoa Dao Lang objects. No. The opponent is a demigod. Too dangerous. The monster bird also spreads its wings to block. And the evil dragon. I know your strength has been rapidly increasing lately, but you can't rush headlong to your death like this. Long Yen confidently takes out a red crystal. I was born in the deep sea, so fighting in the deep sea is my strength. I won't confront them head on, but will use my advantages to launch a surprise attack and buy time until my uncle arrives to help. In addition, I can teleport using ice spirit teleportation and also utilize Little Long's spiritual sensing to teleport. If there is a life-threatening danger, I will immediately teleport away. Duo Chi also wants to join, so let me go with you. After all, the two of you can work together. I can transform into a submarine to help heal you beneath the deep sea. But you also smile and refuse. Thank you for the kindness. But I'll be more efficient alone. Immediately after, Long Yen's body suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. He reverted to his human form and then climbed onto the back of a long lizard. This cannot be delayed. I will set out now. Flying back with the Long Yen herd while calling out loudly, everyone, don't worry. Wait for my update. Man Yuan below also shouted loudly, Brother Long, be careful. Little Long is worried nearby. Silly Tra Long, if you can't fight back, quickly teleport away. Don't do anything foolish. The scene shifts to the warships on the sea, where many people on board are still tirelessly searching for the location using their sensors. A person with their hand on the chair orders everyone to definitely expand the search area. Ouyen, with his hands behind his back, impatiently urged. That kid from Hakwak has already run away. Who knows if his half-god is now in China? We must seize the moment. Long Na sat to the side, smiling and talking. With Lord Ouyen here, that old man from Huaxia country is useless even if he shows up. Nicola reminded us once again. Don't forget, our opponent is not the Huaxia kingdom, but the cunning beasts on Ouyen Island. Langya sneered in disdain, thinking there were only a few giant beasts. How intelligent could they be? Nicola smiled and said, our real goal on this trip is to find Ouyen Island. I can't wait to turn those giant beasts into my death spirits. The warships on the sea follow the orders. All ships maintain formation, increase the distance from each other, and expand the search area. Long Ouyen is now right beneath their fleet. You're watching the ships move. The formation is expanding. They must have already spotted me right. It probably won't happen. I'm diving deep, just worried about being detected by their radar. Then Long Ouyen smiled and rushed forward, no longer caring. Now it's time to fight. Someone on the ship was panicking. What? A giant red dot appears on the radar screen, with sea monsters at the bottom of the ocean. Long Ouyen immediately spews out a fierce, explosive attack. The power immediately shot towards the ships and soared into the sky. All nearby warships completely exploded. They all scream underwater. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. They are all stunned by your figure beneath the water. The giant beast. Your sharp horns toss them into the sky as Long Ouyen gazes sadly at the creatures sinking beneath the water. The psychic users quickly flew up to observe. What is that? A giant beast. One of them was extremely panicked. Long Ouyen rushed forward and opened his mouth to attack. They got caught by Long Ouyen's sharp teeth. And then you quickly dive back into the sea. Langya watched from above, observing the monstrous demonic dragon. Nicola looked on in anger. Those monsters that have survived to this day still dare to attack us. Ouyen declared, then let it stay here forever. Long Ouyen asked from the bottom of the sea. Little Khan, can you store those corpses in the space for writing and then absorb their original life force? Bang Khan happily replied. No problem. Then he looked up at the boats sailing overhead. Fine. I can fight and replenish at the same time. Bang Khan warned. I felt a terrifying energy descending from above. Long Ouyen also wondered, I feel it too. This must be the power of a half-god. Suddenly, a huge beam of light swiftly shot toward him. Long Ouyen immediately dodged away from the thunder spear. Amazed that he could condense such a terrifying spear using the lightning element, he angrily turned back. If I didn't also have the lightning attribute, the lightning bolts around the spear would have cooked me into a crispy outside and soft inside. Long Ouyen gritted his teeth in anger. I must destroy some of your warships. Immediately after, he condensed a giant thunderbolt into a sphere and shot the immense power straight into the sky, splitting a ship in half. Those who fall into the sea are also struck dead by lightning. The village, furious, orders to gather firepower and kill it. Ouyen, using lightning behind him, says, get out of my way and don't block my path. Then he kept launching a series of lightning spears, thinking that if you hide in the deep sea, I can't kill you, so I might as well go all out. They quickly rushed down and plunged into the sea. Long Ouyen tries to swim away from the attacks, but in the end, he still gets hit. His eyes wide with shock. This is the power of the true god. Immediately he pulls out a bunch of life orbs. Long Ouyen hurriedly chewed the pile and swallowed it. One hit almost finished me off. Suddenly, Bonko appears just in time. Quick. This is the first primal life essence I just extracted. Swallow it quickly. Long Ouyen keeps eating as the system continuously notifies him. Zing. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human fire-type ability user at level A. Evolution points, plus 300. 0 times dose. Zing. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human water-type S-level Esper. Evolution points doubled by 340. Ling Ling. Zing. You have successfully seized the original life essence of the human teleporter level S. Evolution points plus 800. 0 times dose. You happily said, luckily I have evolution points in my card. As long as all humans die, I can risk it with you. Immediately after, Ouyen instantly shifted to magma form. Come on. It's my turn to unleash my power. This time I'll go for a big boiled shrimp. The surface of the sea around them kept radiating heat as they hurriedly swam away from the scorching area. The others in the sky looked confused. What's going on? The water is boiling. Could there be a volcano erupting underneath? The people underwater keep screaming. Ah. It's too hot. Too hot. Help, help, help me. A surge of molten lava erupts instantly from beneath the sea, rapidly attacking Lang Ya. He was seriously injured and plunged straight into the sea. Slowly drifting up from beneath the water, Ouyen opens his mouth, ready to swallow Lang Ya. SSS rank. Just put him in the bowl already. Wow. The guy turns around and grits his teeth. Immediately afterward, he unleashed a series of moves. The fury of the gray bear, the speed of the jaguar, the defense of the turtle, ascending to divine. Lang Ya angrily raised his hand, intending to ambush him. Then he punched you. There's no way out. Ouyen was stunned. Wow. This guy's strength is so powerful. He can even fight against me. Nicola quickly uses the dark earth attack from above. Odin nearby also immediately deploys Odin's spear. See how you can still run away. Odin unleashes a lightning spear straight down. Nicola also uses his divine dark power. Ouyen, seeing this, shouted in anger. Damn it. One god. Two top SSS level beings. Fighting a cute kid like me. 3 against 1. Do you have no shame? Gripping the teleportation crystal in your hand. You feel a bit lucky that I still left a way out. Immediately, a source of energy envelops Ouyen's body. Odin's spear and Nicola's dark power both plunged straight into the sea at the same time. But he had disappeared long ago. What? Nicola is confused. Where is it? Odin is puzzled. It has disappeared. And that guy still knows how to teleport instantly. Remembering what Ouyen had done, he was furious. This Kuai Long also possessed powers of light, lightning, fire, and space. Too powerful. Such a beast can never survive in this world. Nicola smiles happily. A creature this strong is just right to be turned into a death spirit beast by me. Ouyen now appears somewhere at the bottom of the deep sea. Laughing triumphantly, this is the power of the ice spirit teleportation. Too formidable. As soon as you activate your thoughts, you instantly teleport back to the depths of the sea. This is the divine weapon you must prepare for escape. But seeing how many troops it has left, Ouyen was speechless. They're gone so quickly. Then he hurriedly called out, Little Khan, I want to recharge my troops. Bong Khan happily appeared and said, All right, I'll charge now. Looking at the system panel, it showed a deduction of 1 million evolution points. And it said the charging would be completed in half an hour. Ouyen is furious, costing me 1 million evolution points and expecting me to wait half an hour. Does he even realize what time it is now? I'm risking my life here. Bong Khan turns away indifferently. There's nothing more I can do. So maybe you should just stay alive at the bottom of the sea for half an hour. You refuse to say. Half an hour. The flowers are already withered. If they can't find me, they will definitely keep searching for the extreme Yin Island. And if they find it, it will be very troublesome. Then Ouyen continued wiping towards the water surface, no longer caring. After all, I have many skills. Might as well play with them. The crowd by the sea is again rushing onto the boat. Hey, don't push. Flowers. Help me up quickly. I'm burning to death. Someone asks where that beast is now. Where it has gone. While another smugly guesses it's probably run away out of fear of Odin. Odin in the sky wondered if that dragon intended to stay forever at the bottom of the sea. Nicola warned to be careful. This beast is very cunning. Suddenly, he noticed a huge wave right above his head. Odin immediately recognized it. This is a gravity field. Ga also quickly dodged. But Nicola was hit. This is bad. Others in the sky are falling one after another. Ah. What kind of attack is this? I'm about to fall now. Both the ship and the people fell into the sea. In just a moment, the sky and the ocean swallowed them all. Nicola was thrown onto the water's surface. How unfortunate. Seeing Ouyen rushing forward with his mouth open, he said, I won't be easily killed like this. Now, with the scepter in Nicola's hand, call out. PT'd. Ouyen suddenly glanced down and saw behind him a large round black hole, with a dragon head and glowing eyes. and Cot Long quickly charged to attack. Lamu Yan panicked. What the hell? Where did that cactus come from? It immediately bit down hard on his body. Nicola smugly sends his pet to play with you. Cot Long quickly drags Lamu Yan into the deep sea. Nicola and the others seize the chance to fly up high. Odin wonders. Where's that demon dragon? He said. My summoned Cot Long is already playing with him. Odin then said, have Cot Long throw him out of the sea. Let's kill them both. But Nicola disagreed. No need for you to intervene. My Cot Long can handle him. Hearing that, he became furious. No. We must fight quickly and win fast. The waves on the sea are roaring fiercely. Go away. Little dry bone. Lamu Yan here is also furious. I will peel all the frost off your body. Cot Long still bites tightly and won't let go. Then, it pulls Lamu Yan up to the surface of the sea, trying to lift him out of the water, so those three shameless guys can gang up on him. Then he condensed a source of energy from his mouth. There's no way out. Then he unleashed a power that shattered Cot Long. Lamu Yan smugly tilts his chin. I told you I'd strip all your fog away. But he immediately becomes panicked. Oh no, what's happening? The fog parts of the bone dragon are slowly coming back together. Soon it has returned to its original state. Yet it can still recombine. Nicola laughs triumphantly in the sky. My soul stream won't be so easily destroyed. Cot Long quickly condenses a burst of power from its mouth. Immediately after, it shot a hellish flame towards Lamu Yan. He was instantly hit. Overwhelmed by the intense black fire, it shot Lamu Yan straight into the sky. Seeing this, Langya quickly said, the opportunity is here. Don't let it escape to the bottom of the sea this time. Lamu Yan grit his teeth, trying to attack me. But it's not that easy. Ouyen curled up and used the dragon spear slash. Lamu Yan continues to attack Langya, who grits his teeth. Then Langya unleashes his move. The Okui Tringu, Ouyen was bitten by his move. And at that moment, Odin launched his spear. Luyen was immediately pierced through by the spear. You just fell holding your wounds. Lamu Yan charged straight into the ocean. Odin looks down from above, mocking the divine aura of the demigod. Immediately, he unleashes thousands of lightning-fast spears, all rushing to attack him. Lamu Yan hurriedly said, Little Khan has converted all evolution points into a nuclear reactor. I'm risking everything with them, but I immediately blocked it. Wait a moment. I sense a very strong aura coming from outside. A series of swords suddenly appeared, quickly cutting down Odin's spears. Lamu Yan is delighted and confident, then immediately dives straight into the sea. Odin turns back in anger. Chungu Long. You bastard. Chungu Long, the half-god of Hoa-Ha, appears alongside Chu Kuk with the summoning sword. Odin looked at him, warning Chungu Long. This is not the territory of Hoa-Ha country. Are you planning to start a battle between the two half-gods of the two nations? Lamu Yan, while consuming the fruit of life, observes that the Hoa-Ha semi-divine Chu Kuk Long has indeed called his grandfather a good brother, someone you can trust. You didn't notice the core dragon beneath the sea continuing to attack, and Lamu Yan's eyes rolled in anger. He also charged at it. Don't think I fear you just because of your backing. The Dragon King here is still stroking his beard and saying, This great dragon is my most important confidant in the Hoa-Ha kingdom, and also a good brother of my nephew. So I certainly can't sit idly by. Odin suddenly became angry, quickly defending himself and rushing towards the old man. Don't think I fear you. Niu Long's eyes also lit up brightly. He also quickly used his own strength. It seems I haven't fought in a long time. Even a young punk like you dares to be so reckless. Two powerful energies quickly collide and then vanish, revealing the battle between the two of them. Only then did the Imperial Dragon ask, Are you not worried about affecting your people by fighting here? But Odin just scoffed and said, There are too many idle people, tangled up and holding back. Go over there and settle the score. Long Yen here, dealing with the bone dragon and watching the battle. No wonder he's a true deity. His fights are always so full of energy. Nicola and Lang Ya quickly surrounded Uncle Kook. Is your grandfather already senile, leaving you here all alone? Lang Ya smirked arrogantly. Even though you're also SSS level, we are all the same. He was extremely confident in himself and those behind him. Our elders have already arrived, and there are over a dozen SSS level experts here. Chu Kook just smiled faintly at that. Han quickly drew his sword and launched an attack, thinking that with so many people, He could beat me and Lamu Yan. Chu Kuk stared intently at Lang Ya. Just in time to test out the new sword technique I just learned. The 7 stars sword. Lang Ya started attacking first, shamelessly claiming he wanted to learn the technique he was about to use. Uncle Kook remained silent and drew out the 7 stars sword from its sheath. A barrage of swords rushes toward Lang Na. He can only raise his hands to block. Damn it. So strong. I'm about to get hit in the face. Then Lang Na shouted to his clansmen. Hey, everyone, come over and retreat. We're here for a group attack. All of them rushed towards Uncle Ji. Let's go. Ouyen looks up from beneath the sea, observing the battle. Young Kook has indeed mastered the 7 stars sword technique, which suits him best. He then continuously unleashes violent bombs upward, draining his energy. The ferocious bombs shot straight from the sea towards them. Lang Ya's fellow tribesmen couldn't dodge in time and were all hit by the attack. Kook continued to defend here. And I forgot to tell you that my 7-star sword can still be used like this. Then, he launched a flying sword attack towards them. A series of energy spheres rapidly approached, causing panic among Lang Ya's clansmen. Ouyen, after extinguishing the Kat Long, shouted, and suddenly, huge explosions erupted in the sky. All the members of the Lang Ya clan fell injured to the ground below. Did you finally get your Kat Long drag that ancient dragon into the water for him? Nicola quickly unleashed the bone dragon's wrath. It's not that my bone dragon isn't strong enough, but that the old dragon is too cunning. Bone dragon. Stop that old dragon for me. The dragon bone beneath the sea grows enormous and continues attacking Long Yuan. Lang Na orders. All ships follow the command. Fire laser cannons and earth bombs, focusing their fire on Uncle Cooch. To deal with the ancient beast here, we've specially equipped the ship with artillery. Zhu Ji on this side is also preparing. Listen to his shout. Let you taste it first. A series of cannons fire simultaneously, all aiming in the same direction. Outside the palace, Manvian's group grew restless, feeling increasingly anxious. Immediately after, Man Yuan couldn't hold back and stood up. No, I can't keep waiting like this. I have to go help Brother Long. Zoa Dao Lang also volunteered. I'm going too. The giant bird king stopped them. You two aren't thinking clearly. How can we fight on the sea? Long Can Vu strokes his beard and says, I can use my wood element skill to create a giant floating log for everyone to stand on. Duo Ji also considered it. I can transform into an aircraft carrier to support your battles on the sea. Zua Dao Long decided. All right. With the support of an elder and Du Kai, my brother and I can fully unleash our strength on the sea. Then he turned and said, this cannot be delayed. Little Long cannot leave this place. Stay at home. We will leave immediately. But Xiao Dai Long became disappointed. As expected, they don't want me to come along for the fight. Suddenly, everyone heard someone speaking from the sky, including me. Tu Duong descended from the sky to the ground. I am going with everyone. Sua Dao Lang. Manvian. Respectfully bow and call out. Lord Bok, Tu Duong. The Tu Duong warned that I sensed a powerful aura threatening all of us appearing in the Kuk Ouyen Sea area, and Kuk Ouyen Island is in danger. Koa Dao Long guesses that the second one he sensed must be the half-god Odin. The little girl nervously denied it. No. The deity you're talking about. I also sense his aura. And right now there's another deity fighting against him. Long Can realized that another demigod. Surely Uncle Kook had called his Uncle Q Long to come and help. The Tu Duong frowned and said, this third half-god's aura is very weak right now. It seems to be deliberately hiding and waiting for an opportunity, guessing from the clues. Hiding away. Could it be that the Spirit Palace, the Death Spirit Sect, and the Diagram Pattern City have a fourth power wanting to sit as the ruler and gain benefits? Zoa Dao Lang immediately said, we can't wait any longer. Let's set out now. Other monsters also charged forward, with the Great King, the beast of Kuk Ouyen Island, leading the charge alongside the Great King to defeat the invaders. Sua Dao Lang. No. We can't. The enemy this time is too strong. You guys are no match for them. Stay here and focus on cultivating from the back of the beast. The Kuk Ouyen Island must definitely keep the fire alive. The great dragon and the monsters below keep fighting in the tube. Your Majesty. Be careful. Your Majesty. Return victorious. The Imperial Dragon in the sky unleashes the heavenly sword slash. Odin immediately uses Odin's spear and Odin's sword to strike. but his sword instantly deflects his attack. But Ouyen also lost his balance and plunged into the sea. Sigh. He quickly regained his composure and continued to fly up. Annoying. Ouyen, furious, clenched his fists as the dying demon. Immediately after, he pulled out his face-shaped fan. Ouyen regains his composure and tries this. When the eye of his divine scepter fires a giant beam, the Dragon King suddenly becomes surprised. He quickly dodged the attack. Gulong looked down at Ouyen and asked, "This is the legendary treasure you obtained from the Twilight Divine Realm." He keeps using the giant beast shot again. Don't think that leveling up to half-god 20 years earlier than me makes me afraid of you. The Imperial Dragon also immediately wielded the great swords to strike down. Huh. Using the head of your ancestor to threaten him. You're truly filial. Ouyen burst into loud laughter. Today, all of you will die here. His grandson and that giant dragon are about to fall. On the other side, continuous explosions are happening in the sky, and Lamu Yan and Uncle Kook are both heavily injured by them. Kotlong rushes up from the deep sea to attack you, biting into Lamu Yan's body without mercy. Ah! He gritted his teeth and growled angrily. The ship above kept firing guns, while Ouyen continued using the giant's barrage. A series of attacks directly rushed toward Lamu Yan, causing him to fall straight into the sea. Lamu Yan sank deep into the water and shouted, "Damn Kotlong. Relying on your immortality to block my father on purpose with this method." Kotlong quickly gathered himself on the surface of the sea. Then it lunged again at Juji. This is bad. He quickly drew out the 7 swords from its sheath. Langnya rushes from behind. Where are you looking? He also immediately uses his mental power. Langnya throws a punch directly at Chukuk's back, but Lamu Yan quickly catches him on his back. Chukuk, he glanced and asked, "So, can you still fight?" Chukuk braced himself and said, "I can." Hearing that, Lamu Yan stood up again. "All right. Today our brothers must fight to the death." Suddenly, a submarine surfaced from the water. "You're stunned." A submarine. Cook Cow grits his teeth and looks over. Damn it. They have backup. Immediately after, the submarine door opened. The Zoa Dao Lang drew his sword and charged forward. "Everyone, destroy the cannons on the warship first." He used his golden wine blade to cut down the cannons on the ship. Master Kuke was stunned. It was Zoa Dao Lang. Lamu Yan was confused. Didn't I tell them to protect the secret realm, the group of monsters? Strange birds. And 2 Duong also rushed forward one after another. Nicola was confused. Who are these people? Ouyen guessed. Could they be from the Hoa Ha kingdom? Langnya was stunned. When did people from Hoa Ha country start erasing words? The group of girls immediately said, "Transform." And they quickly reverted to their divine beast forms. Ouyen was stunned. Langnya was extremely panicked. The giant beast of the extreme island. Nicola could only say that these giant beasts had already arrived. Oh my god. There are such tall giant beasts. The strange bird used the wind ring to launch an attack on their ship. All the warships kept exploding. Bai Bok placed 1 foot on the ice, then used ice magic to freeze all the ships. The people on the ship are also easily frozen by it. Seeing the giant monster in front of them grow even larger. This is too big. Already. Fire the big cannon now. But you kept using Long Ba, Long Rao, and Long Bao to smash everything to pieces. Ouyen in the sky hears those below shouting non-stop. Too powerful. Yet they are SSS level. Get out of the way. He grits his teeth in anger. A barrage of missiles from the submarine launched. Shells causing the warships to explode quickly. The submarine emitted a bright light. It quickly transformed back into the form of a mounted warrior. Ouyen gritted his teeth in anger. Recognizing it as a mounted warrior, Nicola points and says, "The Holy Church of the Holy Sin will eventually destroy you all." Long Yan is still scolding and blaming. Dieu. Didn't I tell everyone to wait in the secret realm? Why did you come here? Even Baktrak has already rushed over to join the chaos. Baktrak turned his head and replied, "The Extreme Peace Island is our home." The angry monster scolded back, giving such an important task as protecting the home to a stupid, evil dinosaur like you. I'm worried now. Long Yan is speechless. Just come if you're coming. Attacking using a human body. What's the meaning of that? Look at the sea where Man Vien's waves are rippling. Long Yan shouted loudly. Vien Mui carefully. The Kot Long appeared from the sea to attack me. Man Vien was so angry. Get out of here. and then I immediately raised my dragon head forward. Ma Vian used a dragon fury attack on the bone dragon, but it was countered and pushed back, and Zoa Dao Lang immediately appeared behind with a sword. Kim Ruo. Slashing, he kept attacking forward, causing the core dragon to shatter into many pieces. Those pieces fell into the water, and Zoa Dao Lang then lightly landed on the nearby boat. Long Yen from afar shouted loudly, "Be careful. The bone dragon is summoned by the black-robed old man in the sky. If the black-robed old man doesn't die, the bone dragon will reform again." Sua Zhao Lang, holding his sword, looked up and realized that the Kat Long was attacking the ship from beneath the sea. Thanks to that, he could leap into the air. But if he couldn't kill the Kat Long, he concluded, then it's your turn. Zoa Dao Lang again brandished his sword, using the essence of alcohol to attack. Nicola was panicked. Damn. This Langnon actually charged straight at me. He quickly dodged the attack. But then Nicola suddenly realized that he was gripping the staff tightly. My magic staff probably couldn't push through, and it might be cut off. Nicola angrily raised his staff forward. "You bastard. Daring to destroy my staff. Die all of you for me." The staff's eye glowed, using the bone dragon's power to give the bone dragon a pair of wings. It kept flapping its wings and flew up into the sea. Lamu Yan was stunned. What? Even Duong can fly. That's not scientific. One by one, the dragons' heads opened their mouths to unleash their attacks. Hellfire, Hellfire Peak, and Hellfire Rising. 3 powerful spells shot forward, and Lin Yuan was suddenly stunned. What? Bai Trash over here was also caught off guard, and Zoa Dao Lang on the boat couldn't dodge in time. Lam Ouyen was knocked back by the attack. Hu. Bai Trak was pushed back by the attack, and Hoa and Zoa Dao Lang were controlled by the attack. Nicola smiled smugly. You only have 3 flyers. We have gained an absolute advantage in the battle. One after another, the heads of the bone dragon open their mouths and unleash their moves. Hellfire, Hellfire Peak, and Hellfire Sun. All 3 techniques continue to be unleashed. Lam Ouyen quickly shifts to the magma form to use the violent earth attack, charging straight ahead to fight to the end. Bai Trach opens his mouth and unleashes a 1,000-mile ice wall attack. Zoa Dao Lang pulls out his sword and uses his second form, Guangyan, with great strength, slashing with his sword, and Guangnan strikes. A series of moves were launched to block the dragon's attack, and Zoa Dao Lang charged forward, cutting through the techniques and easily causing a section of the sky to explode. Seeing this, Lam Ouyen smiled proudly. It's our turn now. Then he raised his hand and used the long-lasting force. Brothers, attack him. The technique quickly enveloped Nicola's group. Damn it. It was a gravity field again. Zoa Dao Lang continued to wield his sword using the light ring to attack. The underwater fortress also launches ice spear volleys to attack. The flying monster flaps its wings, using wind rings to coordinate in all directions. The jealous side fires a barrage of artillery, with all techniques attacking simultaneously from one direction. All of them were knocked back, and Nicola was also thrown into disarray, clutching his staff tightly in his hand. My magic staff. The Kat Long also lost its head because of that. Long Bian smugly leans against his side, his staff destroyed. Kat? Long gone. What do you still have to fight us with? Nicola refused to give up and shouted loudly. You damn beast. The remaining battleship all aimed their guns at this giant dragon and shot it to pieces. All the warships immediately turned their guns toward you. Ezer cannons, electric guns, ready to fire. But all were stopped by a giant hand grabbing them. The man nearby appeared, raising his hand defensively, and then Long Ba easily shattered the battleship. Long Can also stepped forward now that his teammates were fighting so fiercely, he couldn't fall behind. Then he transformed his arm to use the Fire Dragon Fist. The master on this side glances over, draws his sword, and then also makes his move. Stepping out of the sheath, Lung Ya keeps using the Okui Chi Nu, Koi Hung Chi No, and Hok Bao Chi Tat on the giant spirit. To teach you a lesson, he rushed in front of Man Vien. Lang Ya raised his hand to throw a punch. Surrender your life. Man Vien also raised his hand, and the two of you threw punches at each other. Lang Ya was immediately knocked back, and Man Yuan withdrew his hand with a dismissive snort. The guy looked at me in confusion. I have 3 totems boosting my power, yet I still fight evenly with it. This chimpanzee's strength is truly formidable. Manhwa scoffs from afar. So you've already accepted your death. Huh, I haven't had my fun yet. One more time. Lang Nya charges forward fiercely. Annoying. One more time. He keeps flying at you, continuously attacking with his skills. Lang Nya shouts angrily. Fighting with pure strength. I have never been defeated. After saying that, he continued to use the Than Te Chim on, causing Luke Ngok Chi to go wild on him. Lang Nya confidently threw a punch at Manhwa to show him the power of his ancestral spirit. His eyes are huge. Go to hell. You keep getting beaten by Lang Nya. Ugh. Manhwa is knocked straight into the sea. And at this moment, the dragon opens its mouth to attack him. What? It easily clamped Lang Nya in its mouth. The guy struggled desperately. This is bad. Manhwa smiled smugly from behind, then gently used the awakened dragon fury. Lang Nya was immediately knocked away. Ugh. Manhwa continued to charge at him, shouting, "Defor me." Lang Nya immediately kicked a fellow clansman to block him for your father, causing the other to be confused and stammer. I. That one opened his mouth and looked up, then was easily eaten by the dragon. Manhwa hurriedly retreated to the boat, shouting angrily, "You're so cowardly. Yet you used your teammate to block the pain." Lang Nya laughs loudly in midair, his whole body stained with fresh blood. As long as I don't die. The lives of others have nothing to do with me. Long calmly approached Manhwa and looked up at him. Why do you think you won't die today? Then he happily pointed to the battle behind. Look. Your own friend. It doesn't seem to be that easy. Ouyen was just knocked away. The man holding his treasure shouted, Long you. Don't go too far, or you'll regret it. If you dare to kill me, the spirit god palace won't forgive you. The imperial dragon pointed his sword at the folded arms man and said, In front of Lord Lao, the spirit hall is nothing to be afraid of. Have you seen it? The little monsters over there have already crippled your people. None of you can leave today. Ouyen, furious, forced himself to attack, showing you his ultimate move. The man's treasure opened wide. The mighty Mysen Vidai. Then he tightly embraced his treasure and told it, I will sacrifice all enemies. Then Ouyen threw the treasure far away, praying for the coming of the divine. Long Yen's people were stunned to see the ancient treasure opening its eyes and attacking. The monster and the sorcerer were heavily injured from the attack. Little brother. Little uncle. The head spun continuously in the air, using giant beam attacks downward. Long Yen's people struggled to dodge, everyone staying alert. Then the head stopped again on Nicola's head and the wolf. Nicola proudly said, This is a semi-divine treasure that Ouyen obtained from the secret realm. Suddenly the head let out a loud scream. Nicola laughed even more happily, and the monsters all died. But then Talion suddenly realized that this was the crowd of Long Yen witnessing the divine object on the sky, initiating a sacrifice. Nicola couldn't believe what was happening. It's absorbing his life energy. Even the nearby creatures are suffering the same fate. Even those on the ship couldn't escape. Long Yen watched in shock as this giant head attacked everyone. What is going on with this creature? It keeps draining the life energy of everyone present. Nicola angrily turns to Ouyen and asks what kind of devilish trick he's up to. Ouyen beside him kept smiling strangely. Weaklings shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. He smirked and glanced over, obediently offering up your lives to become nourishment for the giant. Everyone on the ship gradually disappeared. Nicola turned to look at the others beside him, as they also vanished one by one. No. He angrily pointed his scepter forward. Ouyen, you will not die peacefully. Lang Nya desperately used his power. Ouyen deserves to die. But Nicola's scepter shattered instantly. No. It can't be. My staff technique, Lang Nya can no longer use his power. My totem. Both of them gradually vanish. And Lam Yen, along with Bok Trak below, are enduring the energy drain. Lang's sword also clenched its teeth and endured, while Manhwa and the monster bird, on this side, are also struggling to hold on. Chu Kuk and Lam Kan over there are gradually growing weaker. Tran Lam Kan kneels down on the ground. I can't hold on much longer. Its body is also gradually disappearing. Lam Yen and Chu Kuk shout in panic. Old man. Bok Trak keeps using the shield to block the attack and purify. Lam Yen's group in the distance is replenished with energy from its light sphere. The light sphere gradually shrinks and then disappears. Lam Kan silently looked at his lost hand, while Zhu was anxiously running over to ask, Old man, are you okay? It said indifferently. It's nothing. This small wound can be regenerated by the old man. Lin Yan then took out a bunch of life fruits. You quickly distribute the life fruits to everyone, telling them to eat quickly and recover their strength. The giant head in the sky observes everything. Those kids, are they really that powerful? Could it be that all of you are descendants of that giant beast? I can truly feel its presence from all of you. Immediately after, it began to unleash its power, although it couldn't absorb everyone. The life essence it had absorbed earlier was enough to use. It gradually grew a neck, then flesh, until finally forming a giant body. He happily uses his new body. It's been 10,000 years since the old man beat him into just an imprisoned head in the secret realm. Yen from afar watched him laughing non-stop and finally being able to go out and move around. He was amazed and marveled that just a head alone could be reborn into a complete body. Impressive. Zoa Daolang feels the overwhelming aura, his brows furrowing tightly. Half divine. Odin here laughs loudly with excitement. Half divine giant. Hurry up and help me crush these beasts. That guy was at a loss for words. The giant turned his back here to deal with his sadness. So I'll go ahead and cause some trouble first. I've endured for 10,000 years already. Long Yen was so angry. Now. Staying in front of someone else's house. Does that still count as virtue? The guy turned around and said casually. Then seriously faced you and said, let's start fighting. The giant roared loudly, firing its attack. Long Yen hurriedly dodged away. Damn it. Going to others' houses to fight. Then he opened his mouth to gather power, unleashing a fierce earth attack with a loud roar. An overbearing assault. The giant on this side also opened his mouth to use a giant beam attack. The two enormous powers immediately clashed. But Long Yen's strength was overwhelmed. Then he was directly hit by a strike from it. Flowers. Long Yen just charged straight down into the lake. Man Vien turned around and called out, Brother Long. The giant appeared quickly behind you. Zoa Daolang hurriedly shouted, be careful behind you. The ogre throws a punch. How can it look elsewhere during the fight? Man Vien immediately uses Long Lu to block. So fast. I was immediately pushed back, gasping for breath as I looked at him. The ogre couldn't help but praise. You can withstand one of my punches. Your strength exceeds my expectations. The man then stubbornly charged forward again. And once more, I quickly used Long Liu to firmly grip his shoulder and unleash a series of long dagger attacks. But just as Man Yuan was about to say the word long, the giant beside him gently struck out and asked what he intended to do. Then she was also knocked away. The monster and the others flew in from behind. Die already. Uncle Ju drew his sword and called out, everyone charge. The giant turned around and smiled strangely. He kept attacking, but Kuai Dia easily dodged. He smirked, yet he was able to avoid it. Then he suddenly counterattacked with a wide-range move. So can you still dodge now? As the surrounding area keeps exploding, while the dragon suddenly appeared. Odin above him laughed loudly. That old man, Zu's grandson, and his friend really can't handle a single blow. Immediately afterward, he saw the dragon sweep forward. You bastard. Odin widened his eyes, trying to rush to help. But his opponent was me. He also became angry and attacked, obediently watching them die tragically. The Dragon King turned his head and snorted softly, then threw a sword at Odin. Aiming for his head, he laughed loudly, summoning lightning in his hand. Then Odin wielded his thunder spear and laughed as he charged. He can't save them. The two continued to clash fiercely. Man Yuan now surfaces from the water. Long Yen also grits his teeth and endures. While Bai Troc and the others gasp and stand up, Long Yen looked up to the sky and shouted, why is this guy so strong? But I have no rivals below semi-god level. I've never lost in a group fight before. You stand on the ice and appear before the ogre. I and Vien Mui. Soa Dao Long. Close range attack. Others focus on long-range firepower. Long Yen's entire army rushes at him to kill him. You shout loudly, fiercely, and aggressively attack. The giant raises his hand in disdain. A swarm of ants, still trying to defeat him. Then he clenched his fist and threw a punch forward. In a dream, Long Yen immediately used the Kuai Ba Kuk Dao. You use the sharp spines on your back to pierce into him. The giant raises his hand, unleashing his full strength, and laughs softly, teasing. But suddenly, the man was caught off guard by Long Rao Can from behind. I pulled his hand, causing him to miss his shot. and Showa Dao Lang appeared in the sky. He suddenly uses the light ring to slash at him, cutting off one of the giant's arms and causing him great pain. He angrily used his power against Zoa Dao Lang. Damn ogre. A burst of power shoots from his eyes. Perish for evil. Doxy immediately appears, blocking Zoa Dao Lang with a shield. Soon after, she also raises her spear in her hand. Immediately. He swung his sword at the earth demon. He grits his teeth. Enduring. Damn it. Immediately afterward, he launched a move with the earth spirit towards her. Lin Yuanhuang shouted in alarm. Arrogant. Over there. The strange bird unleashes a wind ring attack in all directions. Chuku also unleashes the 7 swords. Over here, Lam Can throws the target arrow, while Baizha summons the ice trident. The giant man let out a series of soft sighs, continuously dodging the attacks. Lam Fong turned his head in worry and asked, Duoji, are you okay? Duoki, even though she lost one arm, remains calm and replies, it's okay. She turned her head to look around. There's a lot of metal here. I will recover quickly. A bunch of small metal fragments are rapidly drawn in. They quickly fused successfully with the body of the target. The giant watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect someone like you to be able to fuse with super metal in this secret realm. Not bad. Not bad. Absorbing you. Your super metal will be mine. Then he smiled happily, remembering that I had spent time absorbing those fools, just to condense my body. Then he immediately uses his power. I can still steal their skills. Look at this. Does it look familiar? Long Vian immediately guessed that this was the skill of the city, Lord of the Dudongqi city. The giant raised his hand to deny. No. This is not his own skill, but an ability he combined from the secret realm. As long as it's a power from the secret realm, after I absorb the life of the owner, I will gain that ability. Then he smiled greedily. All of you have skills from the secret realm. These are all mine. Long Vian gritted his teeth and guessed that this giant's true connection to the secret realm was that he was also something Odin had taken from it. The giant roared loudly, letting you feel the immense power of the giant. And Long Yuan clenched his teeth in vigilance. The giant laughed loudly, and his attack immediately knocked Lam Ouyen and Manvian away. Then he turned around and laughed, telling the others that they basically couldn't stop his punch. He continued to attack by track. It frowned and stared at him. Then the white ferret quickly used the ice wall step. His attack easily pierced through the ice wall. As simple as eating candy. The ice wall gradually breaks apart, and the giant appears behind it. He continues to attack Bok Trake. Suddenly, he was frozen by its bone pile technique, enclosed within the bone pile spell. He marveled at how powerful the ice bones were, as they made my movements sluggish. Long Can immediately seized the opportunity and launched a powerful attack. A mass of vines quickly surged up from the ice surface. It quickly wraps around the giant and activates the binding spell. The knight next to it also raises his spear and charges in. Watch me. The giant quickly uses the sacred umbrella to control the person. He turns his head and smirks. With this artifact skill, I basically don't fear your pain now. Then he launched another attack on the cavalry, shouting from the sky, let me handle this. Then he continuously unleashed the 7-sword technique Mercy, and all the swords fell upon the giant. Suddenly the vine breaks apart. Bones shattered into pieces. The guy uses the Black Panther Claw to rush forward and attack, slicing through everything. Now it's my turn. He quietly moved forward and easily knocked away both the defensive and offensive techniques. Baiji recognized that his current speed was too fast for me to freeze him. Lam Can also frowned. I can't restrain him either. Suddenly Lam Ouyen appeared with a violent attack. So let's go for a wide-range assault to slow him down. It's time for the 500 brothers to start the attack. Immediately, a series of attacks barraged the giant, leaving him confused. What kind of attack is this? Spitting out saliva, they continued to close in and surround him, launching attacks. Watch me play ball. All of them. From Baitrak to Soai Dao Lang, and even Lam Can and Chu Kuk, had to unleash their full strength. Following that, the monster bird and Envy look on as the giant raises its head to see the barrage rushing toward it. From afar, Lam Ouyen gently snaps her fingers, causing an explosion, and the giant is instantly blown apart. He shielded himself with his hands and shouted, "You disgusting beast. Do you think that can beat me? Dream on." Immediately, he was surrounded by an enormous gravitational field. He struggles to hold against the overwhelming gravity, Lamu Yan smiles smugly. The violent attack earlier was just to trap you. The real attack is yet to come. The giant was startled. And Manhwa appeared right behind him, shouting, "Brother Lang, let's go together." The giant struggles to hold on and asks, "Are you all idiots or what? To be able to walk into the gravity field like that? Surely your actions won't be affected by the gravity field." "Right." Manhwa forced a subtle smile. "Sure that a poor student like me would be affected." Then he happily let go. "But our top students are not like that." Zhou Lang quickly draws his sword and transforms into his third form. The sword on his hand suddenly changes shape, entering the third form of the blade, the Destroyer. The giant was stunned, unable to believe that he was unaffected by the gravity field. Zhou Lang leapt from Manvian's shoulder, and the giant angrily tried to punch, but Zhou Lang easily leapt away from his hand. Manvian watched this scene with great pride because he is an outstanding student and the king of martial arts. The giant quickly blocked the attack from the man. But it wasn't me he was trying to stop. He looked up in panic as Zhou Lang's sword continued to grow larger. The deadly strike approaching. The giant was stunned and panicked when caught off guard. One of his arms was easily cut off by Zhou Lang. His arm just hung there in midair, while he could only stare at it with wide eyes. And the man nearby grinned. Then I threw a punch straight into his stomach. The demon's eyes suddenly changed, and a burst of power from the willow dragon sent the half-god flying. The protagonist behind saw the guy flying over and prepared his sword, then swung his hand to send the swords flying. They easily pierced into the back of the demon god. Lamu Yan was behind him, observing everything. His giant body formed from the primordial life essence. The scene where the hand is cut will turn into the original life force and disappear, and the strength of the giant will decrease accordingly. Immediately, I rush behind him, so I won't hold back anymore. Lamu Yan quickly bites down on the man's shoulder, then tears a chunk of flesh from his back, because he's best at tearing enemies apart. Immediately, Lamu Yan was filled with immense energy, feeling more exhilarated than feasting on delicacies. And then he charged again to tear apart that man's shoulder. Ouyen on this side was also knocked back in one blow. Longhorse flew over, pointing his spear at the man and saying, "The giant you're trying to save doesn't seem to be coming back. Let's all die together." Ouyen unleashes a massive bolt of lightning, aiming to kill me. Dream on. The lightning quickly strikes toward the Longhorse. He said nothing, and calmly shattered the lightning strikes. Ouyen took the chance when Longhorse wasn't paying attention to turn and run away. He dismissively waved his hand. "DMF. I knew you would run." Long quickly flew over. He appeared behind Ouyen, waving his hand. "You won't escape." He turned around and smiled. "Does he really think I am running away?" Ouyen immediately spun around and threw a punch, while Lamu Yan's group on this side was still surrounding the demon. Suddenly, "You sense something, be careful." The body of the demigod gradually disintegrates before Lamu Yan's eyes. Then he disappeared right before their eyes. Lam Yen was stunned. He disappeared. He disappeared. The man was gone. Did he escape? Bok Trak feels that the way the giant creature disappeared is very strange, as if it was a forced teleportation involving my method. Bok Tu Duong's dark arts. Lam Ouyen and the little dragon family. Lam Ouyen deduces that what she means is that the giant was forcibly teleported back by Ouyen, who had fled earlier. You instinctively felt something was wrong. If that was true, your grandfather must face both Ouyen and the demon, the sovereign dragon, simultaneously. I heard this demon emerge from within the space of its hand, appearing from within the void, grabbing one of the sovereign dragon's hands. He turned around and saw the guy slowly appearing, and the demon immediately began to drain the primal life essence of the Dragon Lord. He couldn't help but be surprised and looked at the guy. Damn it. Why did this guy suddenly appear out of nowhere? The vitality of the primal essence of the Dragon King is still being drained, and the giant is happily glancing at his gradually regenerating arm. The Dragon King panics as he realizes he is being absorbed of his primal life force. He didn't hesitate and immediately cut off one of his arms with his sword. Wanting to absorb me, it's not that easy. The Imperial Dragon's face darkened as he clutched his arm tightly. The mighty dragon looked at him with a contemptuous smile. No wonder he's the essence of his own life. So impressive. Ouyen chuckled happily. This is how I defeat each one. From afar, he watched the dragon desperately facing the giant. First, to kill him, both Ouyen and the giant rushed toward the Imperial Dragon old man. the giant reaching out to grab him, while the Imperial Dragon glances back and sees Odin rushing from behind. Suddenly, the Beastman reached out to grab Odin, and he was terrified and easily manipulated, asking what I was making him do. The Beastman smiled happily and said, "Didn't I tell you earlier that the original life force of oneself is the best?" Odin hurriedly said, No, you can't absorb me. I am your master. I was the one who brought you out of the secret realm." The giant looks at him as he speaks secretly. "Humans are foolish. Do you really think I am just a tool of the secret realm? I am the great Titan giant from 10,000 years ago, your ancestor, and a deity of your people." The Dragon King quickly stepped back and, as he absorbed Odin and listened, remembered that 1,000 years ago I was defeated by the sea and mountain giant beasts. By Secret has seized the power and is sealed inside the secret realm. So I need your help to open the seal and escape from the realm. The Dragon King was alarmed when he heard a Titan giant, a sea and mountain beast. Suddenly he heard a call from behind. "Sir." The uncle, worried, approached. "Your arm. Your wing. Your arm," the celestial dragon calmly reassured him. "That ancient giant only cut off one arm with a slash. My grandfather's physique is innate, so he can recover very quickly." Lamu Yan jumps out from the competition, while on the other side, Manhwa and Tu Duong leap down from the back of the strange bird. The competition also begins to transform from the fighter jet. Lamu Yan and the others quickly transformed and appeared, watching the giant dragon from afar, absorbing Odin. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Lamu Yan furrowed his brow and asked, "Did Odin get bitten back by the divine-level treasure he brought out from the secret realm?" The Dragon Lord crossed his arms in denial. "No. It seems this giant is a titan that existed 10,000 years ago, defeated and sealed away in the secret realm by its opponent, the sea mountain beast." Lamu Yan, hearing that, couldn't help but think, he wasn't the 1,000-year-old titan giant, the one sealed in the secret realm by the ancient beast ancestor he had encountered before. The Dragon Emperor also secretly observed him. Could it be that these giant beasts are actually descendants of the mountain and sea giant beasts? Then he turned back to watch the battle, first being ambushed by him, absorbing one of my arms, which increased his power. We must stop him from absorbing Odin, or none of us will be his match. Lamu Yan lowers his head to absorb the power within the barrier. "All right, everyone, focus your fire and attack." Then he unleashes a violent earth attack forward. Then, a series of wind-based attacks. Ice spears, wooden thorns, 7 swords shooting stars, and ultimate destruction strikes followed towards the giant. He immediately shouted. Then a blood-red shield appeared, blocking all attacks. Lamu Yan saw this and continued to order the assault. But it was all useless. You can't help but be angry. "Damn it. Why can't you break this shield?" Then Lamu Yan turned around and asked, "Duel, do you still have nuclear bombs?" Dojki breathlessly said yes, but it's useless against him. "I tried it earlier. You said it's not to attack him with a nuclear bomb but to attack me. Use your most powerful nuclear bomb to attack me. You arrogant woman." "What?" Lamu Yan pointed ahead and explained. "Do you remember our previous battle? I want to borrow your nuclear missile to boost my attack power." Du KY immediately fired a nuclear warhead. "Got it." The screen suddenly turns and looks confused. "Huh. Why did Ji Qin suddenly attack Long?" Lamu Yan opens his mouth wide and then chews the nuclear bomb in his mouth. Lamu Yan's stomach immediately glows as his whole body erupts with power. Then he screams loudly, "Dodge," and instantly fires the nuclear missile, unleashing destructive fury. The red leaf instantly explodes, and suddenly the sky rains, washing away the foggy village that obscures the view of Lamu Yan's group. He was exhausted, panting, not dead yet. The giant appeared from the smoky village, laughing loudly. "Already disappointing you." At this moment, his body had changed, and both of them were now equipped with armor. At this moment, the giant has completed the form of a divine being. Lamu Yan is furious. No, he's not dead yet, still letting him fully absorb. This breath has surpassed the semi-divine level. Ngulong frowned as he realized that now he is flying. He has become a godly being. A godly being. He suddenly struck and sent the Imperial Dragon flying, leaving him completely paralyzed, unconscious, and falling into the sea. Master hurriedly flew over to catch him. Lamu Yan exclaimed in shock, "This is the power of a god." A single strike severely wounded a demigod. The giant happily clenched its fist, feeling the power, after 1,000 years. I have finally restored my divine body. But unfortunately, only 2 parts of my strength from the peak era. Then he raised his hand and used the divine magic to absorb everyone. Probably able to recover 5 parts of his strength. Lamu Yan's group quickly dodged the attack. Get out of the way. But the creature suddenly turned around and attacked, immediately grabbing one of Manhwa Yan's arms. The others were also caught by the creature. What's going on? This is... Ouyen looked around in confusion. Damn it. Is this really laser or silk? Why are they still playing with binding tricks? The creature immediately absorbed Manhwa Yan's original life essence, causing her to cry out in pain. Ah! Manhwa Yan screamed. He's absorbing our original life essence. Ouyen then tries to bite through them, to cut them off, but he can't make them break. Damn it. This thing is too precious. It hurts so much. Using the ancestral weapon to destroy it, but it also couldn't be cut off. And even the divine weapon couldn't be severed. The giant enjoys using divine light blades. And the ants are still young. How can they threaten the giant? Become my nourishment. Soon, Ouyen and the Jealous One were captured. And Showdown and the Dragon Tamer were also seized. Ouyen desperately tries to escape the attack, while the summoned dragon quickly uses the external divine blade. But the blade cannot cut through the chains to free them. The giant laughs happily. Although demigods and gods all bear the word God, their strength is worlds apart. Especially since the one wounded is my kin. I will make you all reunite as one family. Switching to Ouyen Island. Little Big Dragon suddenly sensed something. Leader Kung Lang asked, "What's wrong?" And Little Big Dragon replied, "The Long clan group is in trouble." "All right, I'll go support Father Long," said the demon wolf leader. "I can save the lives of the Long father and mother crystals, who are losing their life force, as someone is absorbing their original life essence." Little Big Dragon then placed its hand on the crystal, continuously channeling its energy into them. Cha Long, Mother Yuan, Uncle Lang, Bai She, and the spirit of the spirit beast, all of them had red crystal energy within their bodies, and I can strengthen them from afar. Little Big Dragon closed its eyes tightly, then erupted with power. Luckily, they were in the extremely peaceful sea area within the sensing range of the red crystal. Immediately, a powerful force was sent out. Dad Long, Mom Yuan, stay strong and return to Lam Yen right now. Suddenly, he sensed a huge energy. A familiar feeling. This is the energy of the red crystal. Bok Trake and Shoa Dao Lang also sensed the energy. This is Manhwa Yan also sensed it too long. Bok Trak turns to sense that Little Long is channeling crystal energy to us. And the purification energy in front of me has increased tenfold. Immediately, Bok Trak uses purification to free everyone. The giant creature was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. That you could defend against the attack of the divine. The giant man gritted his teeth and guessed that the breath coming from their bodies was the energy of the extremely peaceful island secret realm. The giant quickly sensed the point of connection of the energy source. It's quite interesting. I didn't expect to be so close to the old home of the ancient beast Mountain Sea. I can sense it now. It's truly the crystal energy left behind by that guy. His eyes narrowed. Then he summoned his power. Everyone. See you again someday. Long Yen was surprised as he suddenly disappeared right before his eyes. Man Yuan was confused. Why did he disappear? And the strange bird also wondered. Odin is dead, so there shouldn't be any forced teleportation anymore. Long Yen frowned, and guessed that earlier Xiao Long had come to our aid. And the giant must have locked onto his location and teleported directly to find Xiao Long. The man is anxious and worried that Xiao Long is in danger. Long Yen also quickly uses teleportation, linking with Xiao Long to teleport directly beside him. Everyone should hurry over there. The others quickly responded. Yes. We're coming right now. Brother Long, you have to be careful. Long Yen clenched her teeth in worry. Xiao Long, stay strong. What's going on outside? Where Little Big Dragon is standing and crying out in distress. Soon it felt a sudden surge of pleasure as a giant leg shattered through the lightning and appeared before it. The enormous hands reached out to grab a dinosaur. The giant man held it up in front of his face, feeling it was strange that all these parasitic creatures had the bloodline breath of mountain and sea monsters. Could it be that they are all his offspring? Immediately after, he quickly squeezed the giant wolf to death. But anyone who is a descendant of that guy must die. Little Big Dragon hurriedly used the Crimson Spirit violent earth attack to strike. Stop. Old May, the giant man, attacked. immediately let go of the dinosaur in his hand. Smiling with satisfaction. He's quite strong. Little Big Dragon stepped in front of him. The one who entered the forbidden zone. And died. Then it kept rushing up and biting him non-stop. Damn it. Are you really a fool? Then the giant grabbed Little Big Dragon with a quick move. The giant grasped it in his hand and felt it. This brat is actually formed entirely from condensed energy. You were the one who transferred energy to those enemies earlier, weren't you? He puts Little Big Dragon into his mouth and swallows him whole, likely gaining a lot of crystal energy. Then he closes his mouth and bites down on Little Big Dragon. The terrifying wolf hurried over, kneeling down, followed by the snow beast calling out, "Little young master." Inside the giant's mouth, Little Big Dragon used his thunderbolt armor to fight back. Trying to eat your grandfather, it's not that easy. The giant immediately spat it out, then threw Little Long into the air. You damn brat. Then he immediately threw you straight to the ground. The others hurried over. Are you okay? Little young master. We'll risk everything with him. Little Big Dragon struggles to crawl out of the pit. No. You guys are no match for him. Even if you run, you're just asking for death. Then it gestures with its hand. I hold him back. You all get the monsters away from here. To run as far as possibly. Don't worry. Long's group is definitely on their way here. Kulang van hong hoi lo lang. Nhung mo minh cao, kung không, phai joy, tu kuo han. Tiu dai long quay zao mo hing tai zung nham ngat loi. Kem, mieng, ogamen len qua toi. Dimao. Immediately after, it charged back at the giant. Little Big Dragon kept launching attacks. Magma Scythe, Magma Claw, and Violent Magma Eruption. The giant suddenly used a divine weapon to attack it. D for me. The attack hit directly on Little Long's body, causing it pain, blood to spurt, and it was thrown away, flying far away. But Lin Yan appeared just in time to catch it. He was stunned. Little Long. Your body. Your body. Tiny Little Dragon weakly said, Dad Long. You finally arrived. I am too badly injured. The energy in my body can no longer sustain my physical form. Lamu Yan tearfully shed tears. Little Long, don't abandon your father. Little Big Dragon gradually smiles and disappears. Long father, don't be sad. I have always been a part of your body. Now, you are absorbing the energy gradually returning into your body. You are simply returning to the body of Cha Long. Suddenly, the Kuai tree An appeared on Lamu Yan's arm, but Little Dragon was still able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Father Long. He gently touched the mark. Little Dragon, Lamu Yan still screams angrily. I will tear you apart. Then he unleashes the Kuai Long Ba Kuk Dao and charges forward. The giant in front is ready to catch Lamu Yan's attack, then easily blocks him. The giant man frowned and asked, Have you increased your strength? This ancient dragon seems to have used a forced power-up skill. Then he quickly used the divine power to shoot at Lamu Yan. But such skills usually can't last long. So he swiftly dodged the attack. Lamu Yan was forced to keep retreating. Then he pushed forward and quickly split into clones to launch a fierce attack on him. The giant kept unleashing divine power fists to attack him. Damn it. From little ones to big ones. All of them are like children of the zodiac. Lamu Yan was knocked flying straight into the palace. A series of shards burst out with the impact and explosion, sending Lamu Yan flying back toward the wall. The giant arrogantly walks over, overestimating himself. Your end will be like that little dragon, completely gone. Lamu Yan sits on the ground with a sigh, raising his eyebrows as he looks at him, wondering who will win. Then Lamu Yan quickly placed his hand on the red crystal. But he wasn't sure yet. He secretly knew that to completely defeat this guy, he could only forcefully use the previously obtained dark-level Beast God transformation technique. He remembered the technique of the Beast God transformation he learned, which has 3 stages, each capable of forcibly raising his level, but requiring enormous energy. Lamu Yan kept absorbing energy from the crystal. Luckily, this red crystal and Xiao Long's ability could replenish energy at any time. You grit your teeth and force yourself to absorb energy, right now. I only have SSS level power. To defeat the giant, I need to break through at least 2 levels and surpass the divine core level. Lamu Yan's eyes widened as he transformed into a beast god, then suddenly erupted with immense power. The giant was stunned, transforming into a beast god. Luckily, he was able to use its skill. Lamu Yan sensed his own energy source. This is the power of his true self. I have advanced to the mid-stage of my true self in an instant. The giant laughed as he charged forward. Even if you have transformed into a beast god once, Ga keeps throwing punches. But he's no match for me. Lamu Yan immediately gathers a burst of power. So let's see what you've got. You easily dodged Ga's attack. Then opened your mouth to create an energy sphere and used the violent earth technique to shoot it at him. The giant was terrified as he felt the power. His arm was already numb from the electric shocks. Lamu Yan grew even more confident. So what if you're afraid? With my innate power, I can already hurt you. Once I become a beast god, I can destroy you immediately. The giant roared in anger, charging forward in a towering stance, immediately throwing punches continuously at you. Then the giant turned to look at the red crystal. He must complete the third transformation to be able to fight me, but his own energy is fundamentally unable to withstand the second transformation of the beast god. So he cannot let him get close to the crystal to replenish energy. Lamu Yan keeps retreating to let you taste this move in my true form. Then he quickly creates a lightning ball. Almost 3 minutes now. Looking for an opportunity to prepare the second transformation. Immediately afterward, he launched the unstoppable death cannon forward. The giant man sneered dismissively. Such a technique can't threaten me at all. But he didn't expect to be easily knocked away by this awakening. The giant couldn't believe it. What a surprise. The beam of light is much stronger than before. Lamu Yan quickly took the opportunity to run towards the crystal. This guy seems to know that the beast transformation requires a large amount of energy. So he deliberately keeps himself away from the crystal. Luckily, I'm pretty smart. The 3 minutes are almost up. Time to activate the second beast transformation. But the giant rushed in and swept me away. I've fought your ancestors before. I know that transforming into a beast requires a lot of energy. And each transformation has a 3-minute cooldown. So I won't let you get close to the crystal. Lamu Yan was immediately pushed back. Damn it. Does this guy remember that well? He still remembers the matter of the 10,000 male officials. Then he curled up and used the dragon aura to attack. The giant also used divine power to launch an attack. Lamu Yan was again slammed directly into the wall, but he forced a strange smile. Then Lamu Yan fell straight down onto the red crystal idiot. You fell into the trap. The giant on this side smiles and raises his hand. But before you can touch the crystal, I punch right through him. Then he unleashes divine attacks go die. Lamu Yan quickly took out the ice spirit crystal and teleported away. Just as the attack was about to hit, he vanished instantly. The giant was stunned by what he saw, then disappeared. Lamu Yan was now being teleported outside the palace. What a mess. Is this all the instant teleportation can do? Immediately afterward, he kept turning and unleashing his spells, only able to risk everything to push forward. The spells quickly shot straight into the palace. Lamu Yan gently snaps his fingers, causing an explosion, and the entire red palace suddenly blows up. The giant kept turning his head, searching through the thick dust. Damn beast. Using disgusting tricks. Come out here for me. Lamu Yan outside smiles and seizes the opportunity, succeeding. Then he quickly gets transported toward the red crystal. Lamu Yan's eyes glow brightly as he absorbs the power of the second beast transformation. He reaches out his hand to feel the strength, and his power increases once again, but he felt confused. What the heck? Why is he still at the semi-divine middle stage? Did the second transformation of the beast god fail again? The giant behind is a bit exhausted. Damn. It scared me for a moment. No. I must kill him before the 3-minute cooldown ends. Then he quickly threw out a move, giving up on futile struggles, no matter what. Luckily, it's a deep insight. Lamu Yan swiftly dodged the attack. Then he activated his mechanized form, and Lamu Yan immediately launched a deadly blazing attack in response. The giant quickly escaped the assault and continued to unleash more techniques. Lamu Yan also refused to give up and turned back towards him, causing the beam of light to change direction. I also know that the giant was cut off by the power of his hand, losing 5 fingers, but his fingers quickly regenerated. He's only a mid-level demigod. Don't think that can beat me. The giant immediately exploded with energy. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Then he opened his mouth to create a giant energy sphere, a divine being, and Lamu Yan couldn't help but shout in horror. Oh my god. Then he directly fired that maximum energy sphere towards you. Aiming for your head, Lamu Yan was again easily knocked away by him. The energy source pierced straight into the wall. Then it shot Lam Ouyen out of the red palace. Lam Ouyen struggles to sit on the ground. Hokan. The giant appears in the sky, holding a huge sphere in his hand, shouting loudly, ready to die. Immediately after, the giant threw a huge sphere towards him. Divine body in a majestic stance. Lam Ouyen could not avoid the attack and could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, an enormous sword pierced straight down, blocking the attack and outside the heavens soared. From above, a series of explosive shells, target missiles, wind rings from all directions, ice shards, and 7 swords streaking with lightning rush forward continuously. Bin Tri Lam bites his pain and uses the death eliminator. Man Vien uses Lam Thick to charge forward. Lam. We're here. The attack immediately causes a massive explosion. Lam Ouyen's teammates appear to protect him from behind. Man Vien turns around and asks, "Are you okay?" "Mr. Lam Bing Tree. Lam Observis. You've transformed into a deity again." Lam Ouyen panting explains that this is the beast god transformation technique he obtained from the Blackstone tablet earlier, which has already completed the second transformation, but unfortunately, I could only increase my strength to the mid-zenith level. And with the third transformation, I might barely reach the divine level. Enough to fight against giants. There is still 2 minutes to redo. And I must absorb the red crystal to gather energy and complete the third transformation. Lam nodded in understanding. Yes. We will persevere for 2 more minutes and then help you reach the crystal. Manhwa looked around desperately. Lam. Xiao Lam. Where are they? I can't see Xiao Lam. Lam Ouyen raised his hand to explain that little Lam was seriously injured, and the energy in his body couldn't condense into a physical form. It had dissipated. But the boy had returned within his body. Looking at the mark on your hand and hearing you speak. This pattern was created by Little Dragon's transformation. The man Yuan's group instantly turned grim. And the man, Yuan shouted angrily. Lao. Little Dragon. They all angrily shouted at the giant. Kill him. Kill him. Damn the giant. I will tear you apart. Kill. The giant beast smiled triumphantly. Is everyone here? Family should be reunited. Then he unleashed a massive surge of power, causing the surrounding area to suddenly explode. The man in the mask soared into the sky. Seems like 3 minutes have passed. But those ant creatures are still half a step away from reaching the crystal. Manhwa couldn't help but think of Little Big Dragon. Little Long. Even in death, Mother Yuan would tear this bastard apart for her son. Then she shouted and charged forward. Little Long. I'm paving the way for you. Strangely, it also turns to look at you. And me too. Bin Tri Lam said bitterly. Lam Hu Jin. Follow us closely. The giant beasts in the forest also appeared immediately. Great King. We are here. Lord Baizi. We also want to help bring peace to the island. Lam Hu Jin. Touched. Turned around. You guys. The ogre people sneered. A bunch of ants daring to oppose the gods. I'm just courting death. Immediately. The surrounding terrain exploded as he unleashed divine power to attack the group of giant beasts. The ogre man roared with laughter, no matter how many more monsters come. It's useless, just don't let you get close to the crystal alone. The ogre on the ground looked up and saw the strange bird and the pearl above the central part. Then smiled proudly. The beast is clever, and the reward is that you will die a step earlier. As they approached, he immediately gathered a large energy sphere and then threw it at the central node. Lam Yen quickly turned around in alarm and warned. This is the move from earlier. The little bird. The bead. Be careful. Seeing the approaching energy ball, the monster immediately said, That guy wants to kill us. The strange bird immediately transformed into a storm and said, I won't let him have his way even if I die. Then it used the storm to throw the gem away from the energy ball. The strange bird immediately exploded, killing the spirit bird, the little bird, and the spiritual bird. The tornado pierced through the palace roof, and the man orb fell to the ground near the red crystal. I struggled to hold myself up. Sister Spirit Bird. Man Vien finally faces the crystal now. I strained to lift it, but the crystal wouldn't budge at all. The giant turned away in disdain, and I struggled to support myself and stand up. Sister Spirit Bird. Man Vien finally faced the crystal now. She strained to lift it, but the crystal didn't move at all. The giant turns his head in disdain. You fool. Not knowing your own strength. How could such a huge and invincible crystal be caused by someone as weak as you? Manhwa suddenly shouted loudly, as a powerful force from the crystal suddenly invaded her mind. In an instant, her eyes burst open, and her inner world immediately turned dark. Manhwa turns to look at those behind him. This is the curse. The red crystal awakening the darkness within me. It keeps transforming and invading my mind. Manhwa painfully shouted. Then suddenly a red light from within those who are invading her mind appeared. Xiao Dailong approached from within. Manhwa cried. And Tu Long said softly, "Don't worry, Mother Vienne. I'm here. These centaur-faced monsters can't hurt you." Then Little Big Dragon gently wiped away Man Yuan's tears. "Mother Yuan, don't cry. Live well. And live with Father long." Manhwa now struggles to lift the crystal again. And soon, it is easily lifted by her strength. The giant cannot believe what he is seeing. How is this possible? The ground beneath Manhwa keeps cracking apart, and blood keeps pouring from her orifices. Manhwa throws the crystal out of the palace. The crystal shard rushes forward like that. The giant looks up as the crystal flies over his head. No. This can't be happening. This is impossible. The crystal shard plunges straight into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to shatter under its weight. Manhwa also couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground. Long Yen walked toward the red crystal and said, "Never underestimate it," he shouted angrily. The potential of the beast exploding in the moment of crisis. Damn it. Long Yen simply placed both hands on the red crystal. The surrounding power immediately erupts with the 3 transformations of the beast god. His body is now completely transformed into gold. The beast god awakening. Long Yen's spines grow even larger and sharper.